Chapter 1. Tell me. How do you want to die? Nanchang University, Nanchang University. Downstairs in the girls' dormitory. Hey there. For all you senior students suffering from chest pain, tightness, or swelling, my family has a traditional massage technique. There are half sets, there are full sets, there are hand pushes and foot blows. Our Nanjing University's most beautiful girl personally tested it and said it works. She exclaimed, great. Lin Tian stepped onto the stone steps. He held up a piece of cardboard. The cardboard sign, painted in red, reads, "Massage your whole body to cure hidden ailments." School beauty personally tested and found it to be incredibly effective. He was like a street vendor, braving the scorching sun, energetically hawking his wares. At this moment, two pretty girls rushed out of the girls' dormitory. Seeing this, Lin Tian took a step forward and blocked their way, a grin on his face. Hello, senior sisters. Have you been experiencing any breast tenderness or swelling lately due to cultivation-related ailments? Would you like to try my family's ancestral full-body massage? Upon hearing this, the two girls' faces instantly turned red to the roots of their ears. One of the shy girls covered her face and tried to take a detour to leave. But the other sweet-looking senior hesitated. She gritted her teeth and whispered, "Our Nanjing University beauty really did come to you for a massage? How could it be fake? Who is Lin Tian? So clever and cunning." I squinted and saw the senior student's shy, hesitant expression. He then knew. This senior must have just broken through to a minor realm, causing a hidden ailment in her body to erupt, resulting in unbearable pain and bloating in her chest and abdomen. There's hope. This is a business opportunity. He glanced around furtively. There was no one else present. He then took out his phone from his pocket, pulled out a photo, and handed it over. Look, isn't that Nanjing University's campus belle lying on the bed in a disposable blue massage dress? The senior student looked at her suspiciously and glanced sideways at the photo on her phone. The next second. Is it really Mu Shui? The senior student covered her mouth in shock and gasped in disbelief. In the photo, a curvaceous young woman with slightly flushed cheeks lies on her back on a massage bed. Bathed in the soft pink ambient lighting, it truly sparks the imagination. This is absolutely mind-blowing. Who is Mu Shui? She is Nanjing University's only ice queen, the president of the student union, and a golden girl. She is the apple of the eye of all the teachers and students at Nanjing University. She is the eldest daughter and sole heir of the Mu family in Nanchang. More importantly, she's also the dean of student studies' niece. Mu Shui? Lin Tian frowned slightly upon hearing this. He is a freshman commuter student, and today is only his second day of registration. Naturally, they were unaware of these things. However, he made a point of glancing at the school's confession wall this morning. I was unsure at first. But this is now confirmed. That girl last night, she really is the most beautiful girl at Nanjing University. However, the name Mu Shui truly reflects her personality. She is as aloof and cold as the snow in the morning. Just as Lin Tian was in a daze. Another shy girl also curiously came over. She looked at the photo with a suspicious expression. This photo looks photoshopped. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's expression instantly turned displeased. He immediately put his phone away. Is that even possible? I would never do something as despicable and vile as photoshopping? Then, I'll think about it. The senior student seemed a little embarrassed and stammered. If it weren't for yesterday, when a female student at Nanjing University suddenly developed a hidden ailment after breaking through to the foundation establishment realm. Ultimately, this led to his body exploding and dying. She would never listen to Lin Tian's nonsense. But I can't help but think about the image of that place being touched. Her sweet little face was as vibrant as the blood of her first period. She couldn't hold back any longer and shyly ran away with her best friend. Lin Tian wasn't angry when he saw the person run away. He quickly added loudly, "Senior, my clinic is right at the school gate, number 11 South Street. Cultivators should not be ashamed of their practice. If you get too much pain tonight, remember to call me. All-inclusive package, only 198. The louder Lin Tian shouted, the faster the two girls ran away. Little Linger, no wonder senior sister Mu Shui broke through to the 8th level of the Qi refining realm last night, and acted like nothing happened this morning, you tell me. The two little girls ran nearly 100 meters in one go, turned a corner, and saw that no one was around. Then he started biting the base of her ear. Perhaps Let's watch the alchemist competition first, and then ask senior sister Mu Shui about it tonight. If it really works, then we can try having her try having her help relieve our hidden ailments. Humph. This person, if you're going to treat a hidden ailment, just treat it. Why do you have to use such vulgar language as a full body massage? It's truly shameful. Ding mood value +1. Ding mood value +1. Emotional value accumulated 200. Congratulations! You have successfully unlocked the beginner level 12 finger massage technique, specifically the grasping technique. Unlocking the next technique requires 400 emotion points. Upon reaching 200 emotion points for the first time, you will receive a free double draw. Would you like to participate? Watching the two senior students flee for their lives. In addition, there's the sound coming from my mind right now. Lin Tian covered his face and wept. Finally. Little brother here is finally going to make his debut. 3 years ago. Lin Tian suddenly awakens his memories of his past life on Earth. And a bead named Red Phoenix inexplicably appeared in his sea of consciousness. Only then did he realize that he was not human. No. They are not from Earth. Rather, it is the Great Earth, Chinese people. As for Blue Star, this is a human world where martial arts reign supreme and cultivation is a modern practice. Here, you can see all kinds of tall buildings everywhere. However, there are many cultivation enthusiasts who show off by flying on swords in violation of regulations. It's truly a case of a black man paired with a green-haired woman. They're not picky about size, just wanting something long. I still remember the year I first awakened. Lin Tian, a high school freshman, experiences a major life change. Her father died and her mother remarried. The master left the museum. Having become an orphan, he ran his grandfather's small clinic alone. His aptitude for cultivation was mediocre. On ordinary days, he can only earn a few spirit stones by relying on his family's traditional iron massage technique to barely make ends meet. But until last night, that dark and stormy night, a masked girl, panting heavily, burst into his small clinic. She even forced him to do that kind of thing. Certainly. At first, Lin Tian was strongly opposed. After all, men and women should not touch each other. Unfortunately, I'm poor. His landlady, a wealthy young woman, has hinted at it 3 times already, saying she wants to treat him to barbecue that night. Finally, for 200 spirit stones. He made his move. That is precisely why. The Red Phoenix bead was unexpectedly activated. He also unlocked an awesome technique called Massage 12 Finger Method. And within a certain range, One can collect other people's emotional values towards him, such as greed, anger, ignorance, rage, and resentment. Emotional value can be used to upgrade skills or unlock more word techniques. This will happen. In his excitement, Lin Tian began to investigate the effect of the grab technique. The grab technique is an offensive finger technique. It can grasp spiritual energy channels, grasp the sky, the earth, and the air. It can grasp physical objects and the soul. It can grasp all things. Offensive style? Is it even more powerful than the healing press technique I unlocked last night? That can be done according to the principles of brotherhood, fraternity, and the universe, curing hidden ailments and cultivating the spirit and soul. Let's leave that for now. You'll know once you have a chance to try it. How about we start with a lucky draw? However, just then, a very authoritative female voice came, as cold as ice. What are you doing? Lin Tian was startled. Even the advertising cardboard in his hand accidentally fell to the ground. He was about to curse in anger. But looking back, he saw a woman in a black business suit striding towards him. A pair of black high heels made a crisp sound as they stepped on the stone floor. She was about 27 or 28 years old, with her long hair tied up, a cold and beautiful face, and a pair of phoenix eyes that were sharp as knives. She exuded an aura of authority without being angry. Holy crap! Tang Tyrannosaurus. Tang Yan, Dean of Academic Affairs at Nanjing University. Lin Tian's eyelids twitched violently, and he knew in his heart that something was wrong. Tang Yan's famous name. He was a household name during high school. I heard this woman killed a student. Of course, this is just hearsay. That's scary enough. Thinking of this, Lin Tian instinctively turned around and was about to escape. You think you can escape from someone at the first level of the Qi refining realm? These words were spoken. Lin Tian immediately pulled his left foot back after taking the first step. He turned around, forcing a smile, and said, "I'm a model student, why would I run away, hee hee." Tang Yan glared at him fiercely. "I was just about to ask something." But when she saw the contents of the cardboard on the ground, a surge of anger shot up to the top of his head. A campus beauty personally tested a full body massage? The only campus belle at Nanjing University is her niece, Mu Shui. That bastard dared to use his own niece in this kind of advertisement. Tang Yan's gaze instantly turned dagger-like, her face grew increasingly cold and gloomy, and her fists clenched so tightly that her knuckles cracked. She looked around at the dormitory building where people were coming and going, and curious students were watching. Tang Yan suppressed her anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "Now, immediately, come to my office." "Speak." She turned and left. They weren't worried at all that Lin Tian would escape. Who is Lin Tian? So clever and cunning. Seeing this, I knew what was going on. It's over. That rammed into the dragon's mouth and burst it open. Escape? Stop joking. That person is a grandmaster, 2 major realms higher than him. Ding mood value plus 100. Accumulated emotional value 300-100. Congratulations. You've received 3 consecutive draws. Smack your sister. Can I, under the tyrannical power of the dragon, walk out of her office alive? It's still an unknown quantity. Wrong. Who knows, maybe we can draw something incredible. Become an immortal in a second? Or will he become emperor in a second? I've already become an immortal emperor, why would I be afraid of her? Smoke. Draw it quickly. Lin Tian followed Tang Yan obediently. We headed towards the office building. But in his mind, the voice of Hong Wan echoed. Giveaway begins. Wow. Congratulations on winning, a loud fart. Wow. Congratulations on winning, silent fart. Wow. Congratulations on winning, a loud fart. Lin Tian? Bang. Snap. The sound of the door closing, accompanied by the sound of it being locked from the inside, rang out. Lin Tian's calves were trembling slightly. Could it be a secret passage? Is she trying to kill me? Tang Yan walked to her desk and casually tossed a document about the number of participants in the alchemist competition onto it. Then she turned around, crossed her arms, and looked coldly at Lin Tian. Tell me, how do you want to die? Chapter 2 Teacher, you're so big, you might as well lie down on your desk. No? It's just a lottery. If you can't draw it, fine, but what's the point of making 2 loud noises and then a silent fart? Ding, this is the Great Tao's fart, a muffled fart with an incomparably foul odor, or a loud fart that shakes the heavens and earth. It can be controlled by spiritual sense and used as a strategic killing move. Lin Tian? Lin Tian? I'm asking you how you want to die. A shark shout snapped Lin Tian out of his daze. Reporting, teacher. I didn't make any false claims. My grandfather was a 3rd-grade alchemist. Shut up. Tang Yan's face twisted for a moment, as if she was trying to suppress her anger. Ding mood value plus 10 cumulative 310. Tang Yan stared at him for a few seconds. He suddenly sighed and rubbed his temples. Lin Tian, based on what you just did, even if Lin Tianfu reappeared, I could still fire you, believe me? Lin Tian nodded honestly, I believe you. Then how dare you be so arrogant? Lin Tian was somewhat unconvinced. I didn't commit murder or arson, I just solicited some customers at school. Besides, this massage really does alleviate hidden ailments. As Lin Tian spoke, even he felt that he was righteous. So you think you're right? Do you know how my niece, a girl, will ever be able to face anyone after what you've done today? What? Niece? No. Director, the niece you're talking about? The school beauty you wrote on the cardboard sign is my niece, Mu Shui. Ha? Lin Tian looked completely bewildered. But who is Lin Tian? So clever and cunning. I realized it immediately. With a serious expression, he said, I truly didn't know the school beauty was your niece. If I had known earlier, I swear. All right. Tang Yan glared at him, annoyed. If it weren't for your grandfather, Master Lin Dan's, contributions to Nanjing University, would you even be admitted to our university based on your cultivation aptitude? If it weren't for the soul incense. Cough cough. As Tang Yan was speaking, she suddenly started coughing violently. Even a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Not good. Tang Yan's heart tightened. She knew that this must be a recurrence of an old injury, which had also triggered a hidden ailment within her body. Damn it, why did it have to relapse at such a crucial moment as the alchemist competition? Lin Tian, who had been looking down, also realized that something was wrong. He then glanced up and saw Tang Yan secretly wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Lin Tian became increasingly panicked because he didn't know what he would face next. This woman? Are you perhaps considering how to dismember him? The office was now filled with an eerie atmosphere. A long time. Massage? Can it really alleviate the hidden ailments caused by the lack of the Heavenly Tao's rules? Tang Yan suddenly asked. Oh. Sure. Thank goodness. Being able to speak means there's a chance for things to turn around. However, Lin Tian wasn't just boasting. This world existed 300 years ago. A sudden and devastating disaster occurred, followed by a flash of blue light in the sky. The entire planet Blue Star miraculously experienced a revival of spiritual energy. The original modern society gradually transformed into a cultivation society. However, I don't know why. All cultivators will experience hidden ailments of varying degrees when breaking through realms, regardless of whether the breakthrough is major or minor. This causes the spiritual energy within the cultivator to go berserk. Later. Some experts say this may be due to a lack of understanding of the natural order. Over time. Everyone agreed with this statement. And Grandpa Lin Tian. Before he disappeared, he was a third-grade alchemist. Through collaboration and joint exploration and refinement, Danui and its partners have worked together to refine their approaches. Finally, I figured out some solutions. One method is to take elixirs to quickly suppress the symptoms. However, the drawback is obvious: it will cause an even more severe surge of spiritual energy when breaking through to the next realm. And another kind. It involves using massage and acupressure to introduce spiritual energy into the practitioner's meridians, providing physical relief. However, it is slow to take effect. At this moment, Tang Yan's eyes flickered slightly, as if she was weighing something. A moment later, she walked to the sofa and took off her coat. Then I lay down on the sofa. A pair of long, black-stockinged legs were slightly bent, because the sofa was shorter than her legs. Looking at her tight-fitting short skirt and black stockings, and a pair of incredibly powerful breasts under high pressure. Lin Tian? What's going on here? Lin Tian swallowed hard, and asked in a hesitant voice, Director Tang, what's wrong? Aren't you a professional masseur? Fine, then show me your technique. If I find out you're a fraud. Humph. You know the consequences. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian finally felt a great weight lifted from his heart. Thankfully, it was just a massage. He didn't intend to kill me. He glanced at the sofa. My gaze involuntarily fell on Tang Yan's stunning figure. There was something he wanted to say but hesitated to. Is there a problem? Tang Yan frowned slightly. Lin Tian chuckled awkwardly, Director Tang, with your setup, I might not be able to perform very well on the sofa. Tang Yan, ? Tang Yan still looked confused. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and point to Tang Yan's weapon. He then gestured in front of his chest. He said hesitantly, it's just, the sofa is too small, and your stuff is too big. As Lin Tian spoke, he pointed to the desk behind him. How about, you lie down on the desk? It's more spacious there. That way, I can finally let go completely, right? As Lin Tian finished speaking, the air froze for 2 seconds. Tang Yan slowly sat up from the sofa. She narrowed her eyes and stared at Lin Tian, her voice as cold as ice. Say it again? Ding mood value plus 20 cumulative 330. Lin Tian felt a chill run down his spine and quickly explained. No. Please don't misunderstand. I meant the sofa is too narrow, I'm worried it might affect the overall look. Tang Yan sneered and glanced at his face. They seemed to be judging whether Lin Tian was playing tricks. Finally, she stood up. The high heels clicked on the floor. The sound, like a small snake, slithered into Lin Tian's ears. This caused his mind to become incestuous at that moment. Tang Yan approached the desk. All right, I'll do as you say. She propped herself up with one hand and sat directly on the large desk. A pair of black stockinged legs casually swayed forward a couple of times. The high heels fell to the ground naturally. Tang Yan leaned back and lay flat on the large desk. A pair of slender, fair hands were placed folded over her abdomen. However, his face was as cold as ice. She looked at Lin Tian coldly. Is it spacious enough now? Ding mood value plus 5 cumulative 335. Enough, enough. Lin Tian swallowed hard, answering instinctively. However, he discovered that his throat had already lost all moisture. Some even felt a burning sensation. This position is too exciting. And this scale. People like Kana Morisawa and Aimi Fukada probably don't even come close. Lin Tian took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Lin Tian steadied himself and placed his hands above Tang Yan's chest. Somewhat awkwardly, he asked, Director Tang, shall I begin? Tang Yan closed her eyes and gave a soft "hmm." Without further hesitation, Lin Tian slowly pressed his palm down, gently placing it on her Tanzhong acupoint. It felt warm to the touch, even a little hot. Based on his past experience, he began to infuse spiritual energy. A cool sensation seeped into Tang Yan's body from her palm. Tang Yan frowned slightly, and a muffled groan escaped her throat. Her slender fingers began to unconsciously grip the edge of the table. Lin Tian noticed that her delicate body was tense, even trembling. He quickly whispered a reminder. Director Tang, please relax. If your muscles are too tense, it will affect the results. Tang Yan took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling slightly. Try to relax. Lin Tian continued the massage, his fingers moving slowly along her meridians. From time to time, gently press the key acupoints. However, it's still a bit awkward to use it through clothes. Does this area often hurt? Lin Tian pointed to a towering meridian node and asked. Upon hearing this, Tang Yan slightly opened her beautiful eyes and her gaze fell on the spot that Lin Tian pointed to. Her delicate and aloof face was slightly flushed and hot. How did you know? Ding mood value plus 2 cumulative 337. Chapter 3, My First Experience with the Pressing Technique. Your condition seems to be a recurrence of an old injury that triggered a hidden ailment, which then manifested in 2 concentrated areas. Therefore, it's best to wear looser clothing in the future, avoiding anything too tight, as this will be better for your health. Lin Tian explained in a very serious manner. It seems your grandfather passed on quite a lot to you. Unfortunately, since your grandfather disappeared, there has been no more alchemists at Nanjing University, Tang Yan said slowly with her eyes closed. Lin Tian listened silently without responding. Because he was trying to apply the 12-finger massage technique, specifically the press technique. This is? As soon as Lin Tian started using the word pressing technique, he noticed something unusual. There are 20 intersecting meridians in Tang Yan's body, like chains, locking all the major acupoints in her body. This is not a real chain. Could this be a hidden ailment of the heavenly Tao? The lock of heaven's way? Lin Tian tried to touch one of the chains by pressing the keywords. But the next second, Tang Yan's body suddenly began to spasm involuntarily. Aha! Tang Yan let out a soft moan, her eyes tightly closed, her cold and beautiful face showing a mixture of reproach and resentment. Even her delicate body began to sway from side to side. Lin Tian was startled. He quickly withdrew the spiritual power of the incantation. His forehead was already covered in cold sweat. Because, with just that one press, his spiritual energy was instantly drained. He is now like a pool that has been drained of water, his spiritual energy is depleted. Damn, that's such a low level of understanding. There's no way to go deeper. Lin Tian thought to himself. Ding emotional value consumed 50 cumulative 287. Holy crap! It even has a deduction fee? Just a light tap and 50 points were lost? However, at this moment, Tang Yan's cheeks were flushed, like a ripe apple, delicate and luscious. The body that had been twisting stopped. Those beautiful, tightly closed eyes trembled slightly. Although Tang Yan's eyes were closed, her heart was in turmoil. Because just now, she even experienced a brief moment of pleasure. It was as if a crack had been opened in the shackles that had bound them for many years of cultivation. This was a feeling of exhilaration she had never experienced since she began cultivating. It feels so good. It's like someone who has been drowning for a long time, struggling to breathe, but suddenly surfaces and gets a moment's respite. Only. Now, why do those hands that bring her pleasure always press on the same spot? Out of consideration for her feelings and to avoid embarrassment, she didn't want to point it out. The only thing to do was to grit your teeth and silently suppress your restlessness. After all, pressing like this seems quite comfortable. Lin Tian, however, had no mind on the massage at all. He was figuring out how to earn spirit stones in the future so that he could quickly improve his cultivation level. Otherwise, this chi refining realm level 1 is too weak. While he was still in a daze. Sudden. Lin Tian felt that his palms were a little damp. He looked down at his palm in confusion. Why is there so much water? His gaze then followed Tang Yan's shirt collar. I don't know when. A fine layer of sweat had already seeped out there. What's even more embarrassing is, because of Tang Yan's lying position, sweat was sliding down her snow-white, smooth skin. A small section of the cover material was soaked. Lin Tian. Tang Yan then noticed his pause. He frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Tian coughed lightly, attempting to offer a tactful reminder. Are you a little hot?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yan's heart pounded wildly, like a deer's. She was trying to hide her embarrassment. He could only feign displeasure and say, "Nonsense, I cultivate the Crimson Sun secret manual, which belongs to the fire element." "Is it cold if it's not hot?" "No, I mean," Lin Tian forced a smile, "you're so hot you're sweating." Tang Yan was taken aback. Finally opening her eyes, she followed Lin Tian's gaze and looked down. Her delicate and aloof face flushed instantly. "Lin Tian." Tang Yan suddenly sat up and slammed her hand on the table. The commotion made the teacups on the desk jump. "What, is on your head all day long?" Ding. Mood value plus 5 cumulative 292. Lin Tian was startled. However, seeing that the mood value had increased again, I couldn't help but feel a little secretly pleased. But on the surface, he hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No. Have you misunderstood something?" Tang Yan's chest heaved violently with anger, and she was about to explode. Sudden. Splash. Because her movements were too large. I accidentally knocked over a teacup on the table with my elbow. This resulted in half a cup of water being spilled directly onto the desk. Lin Tian. Tang Yan. The air fell silent for 2 seconds. At that moment, Lin Tian caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye that the tea was flowing towards Tang Yan's long, black-stockinged legs. He kindly reminded him, "Teacher, there's water, the water is flowing over here." Tang Yan's cool and beautiful face flushed red all the way to her ears. Ding, mood value plus 10 cumulative 302. Shut up, don't say anything. If you utter another word, I'll kill you right now. Tang Yan feigned viciousness and glared fiercely at Lin Tian. Then, using his hips and waist, he jumped and flashed away from the desk. Ding, mood value plus 20 cumulative 322. Lin Tian. He suddenly realized. Holy crap. The person before me is a Tyrannosaurus Rex. If you're not careful, you could die suddenly in a heartbeat. At this moment. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks sounded on the door. "Aunt Tang, are you inside? I need to speak to you urgently." Inside the office, the two froze. Tang Yan's dress was still wet. Lin Tian's hands were suspended in mid-air, and the scene looked suspicious no matter how you looked at it. "Hurry up and pack," Tang Yan whispered. At the same time, he shouted to the outside world, "Xiaoxue, wait a moment." Lin Tian was flustered and anxiously wiped the water stains off his desk. "Why do I feel? It feels like being caught cheating?" He felt like he'd heard that voice somewhere before. A look of doubt flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. Tang Yan quickly buttoned up her shirt. "I put the black coat back on." She grabbed a tissue from the table and haphazardly wiped the tea stains off her skirt. When the second knock came, Tang Yan has regained her dignified demeanor. Only her cheeks were slightly flushed. It revealed something unusual. "Keep everything that just happened a secret to yourself." Tang Yan glared fiercely at Lin Tian. "If a third person finds out, I'll feed you aphrodisiac powder and lock you in a pigsty." "Ah. That's too cruel of you." Tang Yan took a deep breath and looked around again. After confirming that there were no problems. Only then did he open the office door. The door opened. Those outside rushed in anxiously and wildly. Panting, she cried out urgently, "Something terrible has happened, Aunt Tang. The alchemist representing our Nanjing University, he. Xiaoxue, how have I always taught you?" A lady from a respectable family should act like a lady from a respectable family, and a girl should be more reserved. Tang Yan looked solemn, like a strict teacher and mother, and criticized with dissatisfaction. The person who came was Tang Yan's niece, Mu Shui, the campus belle of Nanjing University. Upon hearing this, Mu Shui also felt that she had acted somewhat rashly. She took a few deep breaths before speaking slowly and deliberately. And Tang, Zhang Hao actually announced publicly at the Danby competition that he would no longer represent the school in the competition, and now the venue is in an uproar. The Grand Alchemist competition. What? Tang Yan suddenly realized. How dare they? A sharp, delicate shout rang out, followed by a terrifying surge of spiritual energy that swept through the entire office in a flash, fueled by Tang Yan's fury. And Tang, this is a conspiracy by the Alchemist Alliance. Nanda is the strongest force in the Qi refining realm of the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm. They are deliberately preventing us from getting a spot. Mu Shui quickly added. Tang Yan has a bad temper. But he wasn't mindless, and he quickly suppressed his rage. I had a feeling something was wrong from the beginning. I never expected them to be waiting here, Tang Yan muttered to herself. Sudden. Tang Yan seemed to have thought of something, and her beautiful cherry lips suddenly curled into a fox-like smile. She suddenly turned around and looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian, you will replace Zhang Hao in the competition. Me? Teacher, all I know is massage. Lin Tian pointed to his nose, looking incredulous. Stop pretending. Don't think I don't know about your Lin family's alchemy methods. As Tang Yan spoke, she slowly walked to Lin Tian's side. She leaned slightly forward, her red lips curving into a dangerous smile. If you get first place. She paused, then gently touched Lin Tian's chest with her fingertips. His voice was lowered so that only Lin Tian could hear it. Vacuum, do you want it? Lin Tian's Adam's apple bobbed, his nostrils filled with the cool, pungent scent of Tang Yan's perfume. He glanced at Tang Yan's neckline subconsciously, and countless indescribable images flashed through his mind. And about you using my niece in your advertisements, you either participate, or I'll fire you. Speak. Without waiting for Lin Tian to refuse. He then directly ordered, Xiaoxue, take him to replace the traitor Zhang Hao. Tang Yan's voice is cold and elegant, leaving no room for doubt. Chapter 4, The Grab Technique. Grab the testicles. Upon hearing this, Mu Shui's long eyelashes trembled, and she quickly glanced at Lin Tian's profile. She pursed her cherry lips, a fleeting hint of panic vanishing in an instant. Lin, classmate, come with me. After saying that, Mu Shui was the first to leave the office. Lin Tian knew that he had truly been cornered. What? You don't want to? Don't forget, if you are expelled from Nanjing University, your grandfather's small clinic will naturally be taken back by the university. Tang Yan coldly warned. Yes, of course I'm willing. I'll go and win this Danby for you right away. After Lin Tian finished speaking, he turned and left the office. But in his heart, he cursed. This woman has a dog-like face. She lies down with an expression of both anger and resentment, but when she stands up, she becomes a venomous woman. However, Lin Tian was genuinely afraid of her. His main concern was that he had to save his small clinic. Because that was Grandpa's life's work. As for vacuum, forget about it. It's best to stay as far away as possible. Nanjing University as it is today. It has long lost its scholarly air. It began with the revival of spiritual energy 300 years ago. Everything will change. The principal became the sect leader, and the students became the sect disciples. Nowadays, college students no longer need to bury themselves in their studies and research academic qualifications. Instead, they devoted themselves to cultivation, improving their cultivation level and pursuing the great Tao. Take the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm, which will open in 3 days, for example. It is said that thousands of people have been killed or injured in the struggle for a single spot among various factions in Nanchang. Finally, the Alchemist Alliance had no choice but to hold a Grand Alchemist competition to determine the number of people from each side who could enter the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm. Click, click. In the corridor. Mu Shui's high heels continue to make a crisp sound. This person is so beautiful that even the sound of their footsteps seems exceptionally pleasant. Lin Tian followed behind. My gaze involuntarily fell on the swaying waist of the woman in the moon-white ruchuan, a type of traditional Chinese dress. This girl, even her back view is perfect. It's unknown how much selfishness the Creator bestowed upon her. A gentle breeze swept across the corridor windowsill. A faint, sweet fragrance of snow lotus, like a greedy little snake, kept burrowing into Lin Tian's nostrils. He took a deep sniff and muttered something under his breath. This is truly a deadly stimulant for males. But as we walked on, Mu Shui suddenly stopped. Lin Tian braked suddenly and almost crashed into it. Don't tell anyone about what happened last night, or else. Don't worry, senior. If I reveal even half a word, I'll make sure I get 2 girlfriends in my lifetime. Okay. Remember your vow. After Mu Shui finished speaking, she loosened her grip on the hem of her skirt slightly. He even breathed a sigh of relief. You passed the test just like that? This completely baffled Lin Tian. But what Lin Tian didn't know was, Mu Shui had her back to him. Her face was flushed at that moment, and it was hard to tell how much courage she had mustered to utter those cold words. The two then continued walking forward. But the next second. No? Having 2 girlfriends? What the heck? Snort. This bastard, is he messing with me? Mu Shui finally realized what was happening. But then I thought, I've already pressed it, and I've already pushed it away. Last night, if it weren't for the sudden breakthrough that triggered a hidden ailment in the heavenly Tao, she was unwilling to take the elixir. Finally, the pain became unbearable. Never mind. Hopefully, he will keep his promise and not leak it. Otherwise, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. However, what Mu Shui didn't know was, the person following behind her wasn't as eloquent as he had been. Someone is frantically wiping away sweat. This is it, we're all doomed. If this girl finds out what happened downstairs in the girls' dormitory. Lin Tian felt extremely uneasy. He's now just hoping the alchemist competition will end soon. Then, he quickly applied for a leave of absence from school to seek refuge. At the same time, at the entrance of Nanjing University Gymnasium, several young men dressed in the uniforms of the Alchemist Alliance were gathered together smoking. Senior brother Zhang Hao, your technique is truly amazing. A young man obsequiously lit a cigarette for Zhang Hao. Those battle maniacs from Nanjing University, without their alchemist representative, they've even lost their qualification to participate. The Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm is now our Alchemy Alliance's domain. Shoo! Zhang Hao suddenly raised his hand, interrupting the young man's flattery, and squinted at the distance. Why is she back again? The group followed the line of sight. A beautiful young woman, accompanied by a young man, was seen walking quickly toward them. Zhang Hao frowned slightly, a vague sense of unease creeping into his heart. He took a few deep drags on his cigarette, then flicked the butt away, stood up, and stepped forward to block the person who had come. Mu Shui, why are you back? The two were Mu Shui and Lin Tian. Mu Shui's face turned cold. He said coldly and displeasedly, "Get out of the way, a good dog doesn't block the way." Junior sister, please let me explain, I have my reasons. Zhang Hao, have you no shame? Don't force me to take action. Mu Shui threw down a sentence, grabbed Lin Tian's wrist, and tried to take a detour. Zhang Hao instantly noticed her subconscious movement. A fierce glint flashed in Zhang Hao's eyes, but it vanished in an instant. Etc. Zhang Hao stopped the two of them once again. He narrowed his eyes, pointed at Lin Tian, and his eyes were full of hostility. Junior sister, you can go in, but he can't. Why should I? This is Nanjing University, get out of my way. Mu Shui's already cold face became even colder at this moment. Lin Tian, whose wrist she had grabbed. I felt a slight pain in my wrist. Ding mood value plus 50 cumulative 372. This guy actually has such a strong reaction to me? Lin Tian glanced at Zhang Hao. He then leaned slightly closer to Mu Shui's ear and asked, Senior, who is this person? A warm breath brushed against Mu Shui's earlobe. Mu Shui tilted her head slightly, her phoenix eyes, which were slightly red, fixed on Zhang Hao. He scoffed, he's a traitor to Nanjing University. Who is Lin Tian? So clever and cunning. Upon hearing this, I roughly understood what had happened. Immediately, he stepped forward and said earnestly, Senior, could you make way? I'm from here, my grandfather is Lin Tianfu. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao immediately became very alert. He looked Lin Tian up and down. This kid? Lin Tianfu's grandson? Then it's even more impossible to put it in. Zhang Hao finally made the decision to betray Nanjing University. It was all for the purpose of becoming a disciple of Yaoxinzi, the first elder of the Alchemist Alliance. This was also the reward given to him by the Dan Alliance. If the person in front of us ruins this plan, wouldn't Zhang Hao end up pleasing neither side? Moreover, Lin Tianfu is quite a big name. It is said that this happened 3 years ago. Within the Alchemist Alliance, he was someone who could stand on equal footing with Yaoxinzi. Thinking about this, Zhang Hao gritted his teeth, determined that even if it meant completely offending Mu Shui, he couldn't afford to make the slightest mistake. Regardless of whether you are local or not, the alchemist competition has already begun, and no one is allowed to enter until the competition ends. Zhang Hao said domineeringly. He waved his hand. Several members of the Dan Alliance behind him blocked the entrance. They even adopted a posture of being fully prepared. You! Mu Shui's chest heaved violently. Surprisingly, I used to find Zhang Hao quite pleasing to the eye. After all, alchemists are rare and precious. Zhang Hao is the only alchemist at Nanjing University. They had all once attracted Mu Shui's favor. But now, Mu Shui looks at this person again. She felt that Zhang Hao was a complete idiot. Oh. No need, no need. Lin Tian smiled, looking like a harmless, kind person. As he spoke, he took 2 steps forward and put one hand on Zhang Hao's shoulder. Ding mood value plus 10 cumulative 382. What? This kid's emotions are fluctuating so drastically? Very good. Senior, do you think, if my egg breaks, it can be repaired? As Lin Tian spoke, a faint, mysterious power was silently seeping into Zhang Hao's body through his fingers. Zhang Hao angrily tried to shake off Lin Tian. He roared, "Get your dog paws off me." But before he could finish speaking, "Ah!" Zhang Hao suddenly screamed. Instinctively, he covered his groin with both hands, his face turned deathly pale, and he squatted on the ground in pain. Lin Tian released his hand. Zhao Mushui grinned mischievously, "Senior, let's go." The 3 young men next to Zhang Hao looked completely bewildered. They had no idea what was happening. They all asked, puzzled, "Senior brother Zhang Hao? What's wrong?" However, before he could ask a second question, Zhang Hao fainted. Mu Shui was completely baffled. She first glanced at Zhang Hao, who was already lying on the ground, and then looked at Lin Tian. But time was of the essence, and she didn't have time to think too much. He pulled Lin Tian up and rushed towards the gymnasium. Just now, Lin Tian used the grab technique. What they grabbed was a certain part of someone's body. However, Lin Tian still held back, only giving him a slight punishment. The egg did not hatch immediately. Otherwise, he. At this time, on a high platform in the center of Nanjing University Gymnasium, a middle-aged man dressed in a specially made alchemist's robe, holding a microphone, shouted loudly. This is the 3rd warning from the alchemist representative of Nanjing University. If you do not come up on stage, I will announce on behalf of the Alchemist Alliance that Nanjing University will be disqualified from the competition. Half of the spectators in the stands were teachers and students from Nanjing University. They all stood up and angrily began to curse. Alchemist Alliance, you are utterly despicable and shameless. Exactly, this is a blatant conspiracy. Nanjing University has truly lost face this time. The Danish competition was held in their own stadium. Surprisingly, his own representative alchemist publicly announced his withdrawal. However, no matter how much these people curse or how angry they are, the host on stage had a sinister smile on his face. All right. I hereby announce that Nanjing University is officially disqualified from this competition for a spot in the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm. Wait a minute. Chapter 5, Refining Elixir by Burning Firewood, Unprecedented and Unparalleled. Wait. A loud shout echoed throughout the venue. Lin Tian strode onto the stage, his Das sneakers making a creak sound as they stepped on the steps. In the surrounding audience seats, everyone watched this scene with puzzlement. On the high platform, the host squinted his eyes. This was a tall, thin man wearing a golden Taoist robe, with a 3rd-grade alchemist badge pinned to his chest. Hey, what's going on here? Lin Tian said, I am the alchemist representing Nanjing University in the competition. My name is Lin Tian. The tall, thin host was taken aback, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he scrutinized Lin Tian from head to toe. Lin Tian? Who is he? The audience members were also puzzled and whispered among themselves. When the host realized that Lin Tian was only a cultivator at the first level of the qi refining realm, he said, "Student, if I'm not mistaken, you're just a qi refining realm level 1 cultivator. You haven't even condensed your Dan fire yet. This isn't your school's classroom. Stop fooling around and get down here." As the host finished speaking, the surrounding chatter suddenly fell silent. Then, a wave of laughter swept through the entire venue. "Hey! Are you some kind of clown sent by the monkeys? Nanjing University should at least find a foundation establishment cultivator, even if they don't understand alchemy. But you're only at the first level of qi refining. Little Linger? Isn't that the junior who was shouting about massages downstairs in our dorm just now?" A sweet-looking senior student covered her mouth and exclaimed in surprise. "He's only at the first level of the qi refining realm, and he can't even condense a spiritual fire. Has he gone mad?" The shy girl beside her tugged at her sleeve, her voice trembling. "We're doomed. Nanjing University is going to become a laughingstock." An elderly man with curly hair in the front row even laughed so hard he rolled off his chair. Ding mood value plus 10 cumulative 382. Ding mood value plus 15 cumulative 397. Lin Tian curled his lip. Is it really that funny? It's just that there's no elixir fire. There's no rule saying you can't refine pills without the necessary fire element. I used to burn firewood, but I could still refine elixirs. Just as Lin Tian was being questioned, Mu Shui suddenly leaped onto the high platform. The young girl's moon-white dress was as white as snow, and the icicles that had formed on the tips of her hair jingled with each step she took. Seeing this, the noise immediately subsided by a third. The Mu family girl. The host frowned. What's going on here? This is a recommendation letter stamped by the student council. Mu Shui tossed out a gold-embossed document. Lin Tian will represent Nanying University in the competition. What? Even the school beauty has gone mad? The audience erupted in an even louder roar. The head of the Department of Pharmacy at Nanjing University rushed directly to the edge of the stage. Mu Shui. What exactly happened? Quiet. A dignified, aged voice. Suddenly, it pressed down from the top of the stadium. An immense pressure caused the air in the entire venue to freeze. Everyone was intimidated by the oppressive aura and fell silent. Then everyone turned to look at the source of the sound. All that could be seen was the entrance to the stadium's corridor. At this moment, an elderly man in a green robe and a cold, beautiful woman were standing together. It's the principal, it's Director Tang. Nanjing University faculty and students cheered loudly. A woman tapped her fingertips on the railing, her long legs in black stockings crossed. Her red lips curled into a dangerous smile. The student council's documents represent Nanjing University's attitude. Does your Alchemist Alliance fear even a qi refining level 1 student? The host broke out in a cold sweat. The old man's imposing aura had locked onto him. He looked anxiously at the old man in hemp clothing on the judge's table. The old man in hemp clothing nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The host secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was well aware of the Dan Alliance's targeting of Nanjing University. He quickly picked up the microphone. All right. Now that the representatives of all parties have arrived, the alchemy competition shall officially begin. The number of participants in this competition will be determined based on the rankings of the participating alchemists. First place, one of the top 100 participants in the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm, a reward of 10,000 spirit stones, and a golden Polonia pill furnace. Second place, 50 people, 5,000 spirit stones. Third place, 30 people, 3,000 spirit stones. Fourth place, 20 people, and fifth place and so on, 10 people each. A total of 500 places are available. The host then announced the competition prizes. The dozen or so alchemists representing various factions on the high platform began to line up to receive alchemy materials. Lin Tian stood in front of the number 3 alchemy platform, staring at the dozen or so medicinal herbs on the table. The spirit-gathering grass with bluish leaves, and the spirit-gathering liquid in a glass bottle. This is the recipe for refining the Foundation Establishment pill. According to the competition rules, the purity of the elixir will be used as the evaluation criterion. The purity of the elixir is inversely proportional to the erysipelas. The purity level is directly related to the alchemical fire. Lin Tian recalled the past. At that time, he wasn't even at the qi refining realm, he was just an ordinary person, not to mention the Dan fire. So Grandpa made him gather firewood to burn for alchemy. This is absolutely unprecedented and will never be repeated. But believe it or not, they actually came up with a solution. Moreover, the effect is no worse than that of alchemy refined by fire. At this moment, the other alchemists nearby began to put various medicinal herbs into the alchemy furnace one by one. It draws in vital energy and gathers spiritual essence, transforming it into elixir fire. Mu Shui stared blankly at Lin Tian from below the stage. However, this was within his expectations. After all, he was a cultivator who hadn't even condensed his inner fire. How then can gas be transformed into fire? To transform spiritual energy into pill fire, one must reach at least the 9th level of the Qi induction realm and undergo rigorous training to master its control. All the teachers and students at Nanjing University were dejected. They didn't understand why even the principal and the director insisted on sending a good-for-nothing to the competition. It's better to just give up, at least you can save face. At the same time, in a dense forest outside the stadium, an elderly man and a woman strolled leisurely along a tree-lined path. Tang girl, are you so sure that kid can get 10 spots? Grandpa, don't forget whose grandson that kid is. You're still that mischievous little rascal, seemingly carefree on the surface, but actually more petty than anyone else. Inside the venue. At this moment, a bizarre situation is unfolding. On the high platform, Lin Tian held a wood chopping knife in his hand. Beside the alchemy furnace, he swung his knife, one stroke after another, chopping at several wooden stools. Before long, a small pile of firewood was formed. He took out a lighter, lit a copy of Jin Ping Mei, and started a fire to burn firewood. This move left everyone speechless. Who has ever seen alchemy done like this? Smelting by burning firewood? The venue erupted in laughter once again. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. No, I can't hold back anymore. Dude, I have a book here called 3 Heroes Fight a Black Guy, you can burn it to start a fire. Even Mu Shui looked embarrassed. She covered her eyes with her hands because she simply couldn't bear to watch anymore. The other factions were secretly laughing. In their view, if we can eliminate Nanjing University, this formidable rival, this time their own family's Qi refining realm genius, then you can show off your skills in the Heavenly Furnace secret realm. To seize the opportunity from the Pill Emperor. Because the Heavenly Furnace secret realm is being opened for the first time. Only cultivators at the Qi refining realm can enter. Nanjing University has the most and strongest Qi refining realm cultivators among the various forces. This undoubtedly puts enormous pressure on the Alchemist Alliance and other forces. Therefore, the entire South City, including other universities such as Lingbo University of Technology, which studies magical artifacts and spiritual weapons, and Talisman University, and many other forces, conspired together to deliberately set a trap. The goal was to prevent students from Nanjing University from entering the Heavenly Furnace secret realm. Ding mood value +5. Ding mood value +5. Ding mood value +10 cumulative 417. Congratulations! You have successfully unlocked the beginner level 12 finger massage technique, the pinching technique. Unlocking the next technique requires 800 emotion points. Lin Tian kept moving. He used the wooden stools as firewood, putting them one by one into the stove. Following the method taught by his grandfather, he added the medicinal herbs and other herbs in sequence. Although he did not have the spiritual power to control the herbs inside the alchemy furnace. But that's not a problem. Because the spiritual herbs themselves possess spiritual power. As long as the incense of the soul guides the firewood, it can then be like the spiritual power of a cultivator. This caused the spiritual herbs inside the alchemy furnace to tumble and blend together. Soul incense. It was created by his grandfather and is a secret treasure for mortals to refine elixirs. Lin Tian took out a soul incense stick from his storage bag and lit it. He placed the incense sticks beside the alchemy furnace. Inhale the incense through your nasal cavity. Lin Tian's soul, as if touched, took on a physical form. As the incense smoke was drawn by the soul, it slowly seeped through the firewood. It seeped into the alchemical furnace. The Lin family's alchemy officially began. At the same time, he began to study the pinching technique. The healing technique is a finger technique that can mend any broken or damaged object, and can even mold the heavens, the earth, and divine elixirs. Does that mean that you can use the press technique in alchemy to improve the quality of the elixir? What a pity! My spiritual energy reserves are too low, I can only use it for 1 second each time before it's completely drained. However, just as Lin Tian was in shock. Chapter 6 Yi Qingxiu, Master of the Myriad Elixir Pavilion. On the judges' panel, an elderly man dressed in hemp clothing had a strange look in his eyes. He stared at Lin Tian, muttering to himself, "Soul incense?" Click. The old man in hemp clothing took out his phone, took a picture, and sent it out, though it was unclear who he sent it to. In a corner of the audience seats, a beautiful young woman was also staring intently at Lin Tian. To be precise, it's about seeing that rekindled incense stick. A hint of surprise flashed in the young woman's charming eyes. She muttered to herself, 3 years have passed, and the incense has returned. Old man Lin, if I'm not mistaken, that's your grandson, isn't it? Now. Lin Tian was unaware that he had already been targeted simply because of the appearance of the soul incense. He was completely absorbed. Guided by the incense, the spiritual materials and herbs are continuously fused and turned within the alchemy furnace. At the same time, he placed his hands on the alchemy furnace and performed the pressing and pinching technique. Whoosh! A barely perceptible buzzing sound rang out inside the alchemy furnace. This is the roar of the rules of alchemy. On the judges' panel, the old man in hemp clothing suddenly had a blue light flash in his eyes. But this fleeting buzzing sound was nowhere to be found. The old man in hemp clothing scanned the entire stadium but found nothing. He muttered to himself, could it be my imagination? And the number 3 alchemy furnace. A miraculous scene is unfolding right now. Lin Tian could clearly sense that the medicinal herbs inside the alchemy furnace were undergoing a rapid transformation. In just half a breath, it had transformed into a pill, and it was 100% complete. 10 foundation establishment pills, enveloped in golden Tao patterns, were floating inside the alchemy furnace. Currently, the highest-ranking alchemist in the entire southern city is only rank 5. The success rate of a single batch of pills is at most 40%. Lin Tian was horrified. He quickly withdrew his hand and squatted down beside the alchemy furnace, panting heavily. Cold sweat began to cover his forehead, and all his spiritual energy was completely drained. Fortunately, the foundation establishment pill is not a high-grade pill. Otherwise, he might have been drained dry. Ding mood value 100 cumulative 317. Just as Lin Tian was feeling apprehensive. Not far away. From the 7th alchemy platform, a sneer rang out, pretending to be something you're not. A young man, around 24 or 25 years old, deliberately raised his voice. You can refine pills by burning firewood? Then wouldn't my Nangong family's century-old reputation for pills become a joke? The Nangong family is a renowned family of alchemists in Nanchang. It is said that since the spiritual energy of Earth revived 300 years ago, the Nangong family then inherited the ancient alchemy tradition. This marked the beginning of their family's journey in the world of alchemy. Today, in the entire South City, its reputation is second only to the Alchemist Alliance. The Alchemist Alliance, if not for its headquarters in Dan City, would be a massive, monstrous entity. Perhaps, in terms of the Danmeng branch in Nanchang alone, it might not even be as powerful as the Nangong family. At this moment, the other factions in the audience heard Nangong Yan's sneer. They all burst into laughter, the laughter like waves, never ceasing. Meanwhile, the teachers and students of Nanjing University. They were like flies eating dead flies. Everyone's face was as black as charcoal. Mu Shui gripped her ruchuan, a type of traditional Chinese dress, tightly. She can't even bring herself to say go for it, now. After all, this involves refining elixirs over firewood. It's too absurd. She even wondered if firewood could melt the spiritual materials. As for refining spiritual liquid into pills, that's even more out of the question. And behind her, the 2 female students even exaggeratedly covered their faces. One of them lamented, alas. Nanjing University's reputation is ruined. It seems I can only ask my family for a spot in the secret realm. Senior Sister Mu, I heard your family has 2 alchemists participating in the competition. Could you possibly get a spot? We'll see when the time comes. This secret realm is of great importance, and as for the family quota, I have no right to interfere. Mu Shui's phoenix eyes flashed with regret. She is the current president of the Nanjing University Student Union. His status was equivalent to that of the chief disciple of a sect. She is now in charge of the entire alchemist competition. Some time ago, she went to great lengths to contact all parties. The purpose was to help the younger students in the school who did not have family backgrounds to obtain more cultivation resources. Unexpectedly, Zhang Hao outsmarted him. In the end, they ended up like this. She couldn't help but ask herself, am I really just a pretty face? Number one when it comes to eating? The kind of person who's good at nothing? A hint of melancholy flashed in Mu Shui's beautiful eyes. At this moment, mocking voices could be heard all around. Lin Tian ignored him. Because habits become second nature. He had very poor talent for cultivation since childhood, and in other people's eyes, he was just a stupid child. The number of people who ridicule him is well over 10 million. It was nothing more than a smile and a shrug. Lin Tian checked the contents of the alchemy furnace once again. Looking at the 10 golden foundation establishment pills. This must be a top-grade pill, right? According to the grade of the elixir. A purity of 50% or higher is considered high quality. Purity refers to the percentage of each component in relation to erysipelas. And the effects contained in the elixir. No way. This is too outrageous. If the Pill Alliance finds out that you can refine top-grade pills from burning firewood, it won't bring honor, but annihilation. Lin Tian pondered to himself. To avoid being too shocking, he gritted his teeth and destroyed 5 of them. Only 5 are kept. Then, he deliberately left a few flaws on the cinnabar pattern. The purity should be controlled at 60%. To avoid unnecessary trouble. Sometimes, it's best to keep your shortcomings to yourself. At this moment. Time's up, the host suddenly shouted. All participating alchemists must immediately extinguish their alchemical fire. Those who fail to produce an alchemy within the allotted time will be eliminated. Upon hearing this, all the alchemists stopped. Several alchemists who had not yet completed their alchemy practice hung their heads in dejection and silently withdrew from the platform. But Lin Tian, however, was different. Because he doesn't need to put away the firewood, how would he put it away? Fortunately, the presiding alchemist didn't even glance at him. In other people's eyes, Lin Tian is the last stubbornness of Nanjing University. It's just a joke. Nangong Yan took the lead and was the first to start the furnace. He shouted loudly. With the activation of spiritual energy, the alchemy furnace was opened. 2 foundation establishment pills, glowing with a bluish light, floated up into the air. 3 pattern pill. 45% purity. Mid-grade spiritual pill. As expected of the genius alchemist of the Nangong family. Several elders of the Nangong family stood up, their expressions invigorated. This means that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should work. The Nangong family can at least achieve 3rd place and obtain one of the 30 spots in the secret realm. Even if we don't need that much at home by then. Selling the extra spots can also generate a considerable income. At this moment, someone else exclaimed. What? A 4-pattern pill. 48% purity. Even higher than Nangong Yan's. This is Yao Chenzi's personal disciple from the Alchemist Alliance. Yes, I know him. His name is Wang Peng. He is a student at Nanjing Talisman University. He became Yao Chenzi's disciple a year ago. Indeed, a great teacher produces a great student. Following closely behind, other alchemists also revealed their results. After the judges tested the jade slips, even the best ones did not exceed 50% purity. After a brief discussion among all parties, there were almost no arguments. This determined the ranking of each faction. Among the various forces, the Dan Alliance was the most excited. They were all grinning from ear to ear. Because they swept the top 3 spots. Even the Nangong family was ranked 4th. This caused the faces of several elders in the Nangong family to flush slightly, and their expressions to turn displeased. Alright. That concludes Danby's segment. Ladies and gentlemen, now I announce. The host loudly announced the results of each alchemist. Some people even went on stage to receive their awards. As for Lin Tian, like a nobody. At that moment, he was alone, struggling to grip a stool leg and scoop out ashes from the firewood. And the teachers and students of Nanjing University. They all lowered their heads, looking dejected, and walked out of the venue in a line. The old man in hemp clothing stroked his beard and smiled contentedly. His aged eyes kept scanning the proud students on the stage who were preparing to receive their awards. At that moment, his peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of the number 3 alchemy platform. But the next second, those weathered eyes suddenly froze. This is. The number 3 alchemy furnace is currently trembling violently. Strands of golden light shone through the gaps in the furnace lid. The golden light bathed the stadium's dome in streaks of brilliant gold. Mu Shui had originally planned to leave as well. Upon seeing this, she suddenly stood up. Her beautiful eyes stared in shock at the golden light, her small mouth agape in an O shape. Lin Tian's face was covered in dust. He casually tossed aside the fire poker, wiped his hands on his clothes to remove the ashes. He took a deep breath and slammed the furnace lid open with one hand. In an instant, a dragon's roar, seemingly dreamlike and ethereal, resounded through the heavens. 5 golden patterned pills, enveloped in rosy light, soared into the sky. A lotus-shaped phantom appeared in the air. On the stage, Nan Gongyan suddenly clutched his chest. His natal fire uncontrollably began to worship the golden lotus. Dan Xiang. A master alchemist knelt down in fear, his expression horrified. Legend has it, only the successor of the Pill Emperor can. 60% purity. 5 foundation establishment pills. The old man in hemp robes trembled as well. After a while, some knowledgeable alchemists reacted immediately. They all took out jade bottles and jade slips for testing. They rushed to the number 3 alchemy furnace. However, the detection jade slip and jade bottle had just touched the pill. It then made a cracking sound. This is a sign that an ordinary jade artifact cannot withstand the pressure of a perfect elixir. The entire stadium fell into complete silence. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze swept over everyone in the audience. A beautiful young woman appeared beside Lin Tian. The young woman's slender, jade-like fingers lightly touched the ripples. A crystal-clear, ancient-style green jade bottle rose into the air. The 5 pills, radiating golden light, were immediately stored in the jade bottle. Someone exclaimed, "She is Yi Qingqiu, the pavilion master of Miaodan Pavilion. Little brother, how about selling these 5 pills to my myriad pill pavilion?" Chapter 7 Danby First, Live Auction. However, before Yi Qingqiu could finish speaking, the old man in hemp robes from the Pill Alliance stood up with a cold laugh. "Sect Master Yi, you have quite the appetite. This pill contains 6 pill patterns, it is the most precious treasure of our Pill Alliance, how can you sell it?" With a flick of his sleeve, several black-robed alchemists stepped forward, their spiritual energy surging forth like a tide. At this moment, the people from the other factions all stood up. The vice principal of Talisman University interjected with a mocking expression, "Elder He, your Pill Alliance has set a rule that all pills refined by participating alchemists in the pill competition belong to their respective alchemists. According to your statement, are you going to break your promise?" "That's right, the pill is a good pill, but has your Pill Alliance lost all face? My Lingbao Institute of Technology also wants this pill. Comrade, could you sell me one?" A person in charge of Lingbao Institute of Technology also jumped out. Among the Mu family's seats, an elderly man with white hair rose with the help of a cane, his voice booming like a bell. "This elixir is destined for the Mu family, and the Mu family will certainly fight for it. My Array Academy wants it too. My eldest son, the direct descendant of the Chen family, is currently at the peak of the qi refining realm. This pill is perfectly suited to my family. Gentlemen, my Huang family." In an instant, the competition venue turned into a vegetable market. These forces had previously conspired to target Nanjing University. At this moment, they began to confront each other, their swords drawn, all vying for the elixir. However, no one paid any attention to Lin Tian. Just as several factions began to converge on the number 3 alchemy platform, intending to seize it by force, a loud shout once again descended from the stadium's dome. "Let's see who dares to make a move against Nanjing University." Boom! An extremely powerful pressure instantly spread from the high platform. Those who approached the number 3 alchemy platform were forced back more than 10 meters. Everyone only saw a figure flash by. Then an old man in a gray robe appeared beside Lin Tian. The old man had sharp, cold eyes as he scanned the people around him. "Hong Tian? Principal Hong?" The Nanjing University faculty and students who had initially withdrawn also stepped forward and surrounded the high platform. They looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Upon seeing that the newcomer was the strongest expert from Nanjing University, everyone immediately stopped in their tracks, not daring to act rashly. "Joke! Hong Tian is ranked among the top 3 strongest fighters in the entire South City. At this moment,
Yi Qingqiu narrowed her phoenix eyes, her fingertips stroking the jade pendant at her waist, and smiled charmingly at Lin Tian. Little brother?
You refine the pills, so it's up to you. However, I suggest you auction them off on the spot, and let the highest bidder win.
Lin Tian raised his hand and touched his nose.
To be honest, he had expected this to happen. But the fact that it caused such a sensation was unexpected.
Lin Tian pondered for a moment. His gaze fell upon the principal who was blocking his way.
To be honest, he was genuinely moved at that moment. Since my grandfather disappeared 3 years ago, has anyone ever shielded me from the storms of life? In this dog-eat-dog world, who understands the hardships a lowly cultivator endures every day just to survive?
At this moment, Hong Tian, who had his back to Lin Tian, seemed to sense something was amiss behind him.
He stroked his beard and said with a faint smile, "Student Lin, according to the rules of the Pill Alliance, the pills you refine naturally belong to you. You are free to decide whether to keep or discard them. With me here, you don't need to worry." Lin Tian nodded. "Okay, thank you, Principal."
Without hesitation, Lin Tian said to the young woman beside him, "Then I'll trouble Pavilion Master Yi to help me with the on-site auction."
Upon hearing this, Yi Qingqiu's charming eyes couldn't help but reveal approval. It seems this kid can see reality clearly.
With his strength, even with the protection of Nanda, he certainly can't keep such a top-grade pill, which is coveted by several forces.
However, what Yi Qingqiu didn't know was,
Lin Tiankai wasn't worried about that.
He's now focused solely on acquiring spirit stones to advance his cultivation level.
As for this top-grade foundation establishment pill, it's just a matter of him lifting a finger.
He had heard that the Heavenly Furnace secret realm was a treasure trove.
As long as I improve my skill level, with my amazing 26-finger massage technique, once I enter the secret realm, it will be like a wolf among sheep.
My grassland, my horse. I can insert it however I want. Alright, little brother, I'll make an exception for you today, waive your handling fee, and sell these 5 foundation establishment pills for a high price.
These words were spoken.
The people around them cast venomous glances their way.
Damn it, this woman is trying to harvest the spirit stones of Nanchang again.
Of course, Yi Qingqiu is no pushover. In every elixir auction, as long as it is auctioned through her, who doesn't suffer excruciating pain, on the verge of death?
I've heard that this woman has mastered the art of seduction. Every time she holds an auction, even if it's just for an ordinary stone, the male cultivators go crazy, treating money like it's nothing.
The people around looked at each other in bewilderment. Everyone knows that robbing is no longer an option nowadays, the only way is to have more money.
Soon, a simple auction stage was set up. Yi Qingqiu didn't even need to call out the starting price, the people below immediately made their bids. The old man in hemp robes from the Pill Alliance, He Chia, was the first to throw out a bag of spirit stones, 10,000 spirit stones, my Pill Alliance wants 2.
The vice principal of Talisman University scoffed, 10,000 spirit stones, 1.
The elder of the Mu family slammed his fist on the table in anger, 10,000, 10,000.
The Mu family wants 1.
The head of the Department of Pharmacy at Nanjing University wiped away cold sweat, glanced at Hong Tian on the high platform, and then, after receiving a signal, he gritted his teeth and held up his sign, Nanjing University is offering 12,000.
Just 1.
As various parties offered their prices. In the end, a foundation establishment pill was sold for a sky-high price of 15,000.
I got 1 from South Nature. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Tian is a student at Nanjing University.
To save face for Nanda, Yi Qingqiu was confident she could drive the price up to 20,000. Of course, she wouldn't explain these auction tricks to Lin Tian.
We're rich. We're rich.
Lin Tian hid behind the crowd, excitedly lowering his head and chuckling, trying hard to control his emotions.
Little brother, I'll give you this storage ring as well.
It contains 75,000 spirit stones. Yi Qingqiu handed Lin Tian a gray ring.
Lin Tian took a look and was shocked.
He thought to himself, this storage ring is priceless. In terms of price, it should be no less than 50,000 spirit stones.
Nowadays, only a handful of people in the entire southern city own it.
It is said that storage rings can only be found in extremely dangerous secret realms.
Ordinary people usually carry storage bags. Could this young woman have feelings for me? Sect Master Yi, isn't this a bit too precious?
Lin Tian said with an embarrassed smile. But his actions didn't match his humble words. He snatched the ring away, abandoning all pretense. She slipped it directly onto her right index finger, as if afraid the other person would change their mind.
This is the Qianquan ring, containing 100 cubic meters of space. Yi Qingqiu simply smiled charmingly, showing no anger.
She whispered in his ear, her fragrance lingering around him, "Little brother, in the future, when you refine any pills, remember to come to your older sister first, and I'll make sure you're satisfied."
Absolutely.
Lin Tian patted his chest and agreed without the slightest hesitation.
At this moment, arguments could be heard coming from the judges' panel. Why is Nangong ranked 5th?
Your Dan Alliance alone occupies the top 3 spots.
I don't accept this. That's right.
Your Pill Alliance already controls 500 exclusive spots in the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm, and now you shamelessly monopolize the top 3.
You're utterly shameless.
The vice principal of Talisman University slammed his fist on the table and roared angrily. He just wanted to take the opportunity to muddy the waters. Their Talisman University only got 5th place this time.
Even if the Pill Alliance decides the top 3, it won't be their turn.
The old man in hemp clothing, He Chia, ignored the clamor of these people.
He secretly glanced at Hong Tian, who was standing not far away. In the end, I could only sigh. Because this plan to isolate Nanjing University has completely failed.
Now, he's thinking about how to explain things to his superiors when he returns to the Pill Alliance.
But now,
even if He Chia had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare deny the ranking of Lin Tian's Foundation Establishment Pill.
Final. The moment the results were announced, the entire audience erupted in uproar. Danby's first place winner, Nanchang University, Lin Tian. Boom! In an instant, the entire faculty and student body of Nanjing University went crazy.
First place.
Let's not even talk about the Spirit Stone rewards.
The mere 100 spots are enough to drive everyone crazy. That's a virgin secret realm, the place where the Pill Emperor's legacy is passed down.
How many miraculous medicines are inside? How many peerless elixir formulas did you obtain?
Legend has it that it might even contain the cultivation insights of the Pill Emperor. In addition to the above, if we can find an elixir or method to resolve the hidden ailments of the heavenly Tao, that would be even better.
That. Everyone felt their scalp tingle just thinking about it and couldn't imagine it. Handsome Lin Tian. Please take me to the secret realm.
The classmates who had previously mocked Lin Tian now flocked forward, surrounding him and showering him with attention.
The head of the pharmacy department burst into tears. God bless Nanjing University. God bless Nanjing University.
Mu Shui stood outside the crowd, her fingertips unconsciously twisting her ruchuan, a type of traditional Chinese dress. She looked at Lin Tian in the crowd, and her chest inexplicably felt hot.
Last night's scene is now playing back so clearly. Who is this person?
How many secrets are they hiding? She whispered, biting her lip, her ear tips turning slightly red. Lin Tian was surrounded by enthusiastic teachers and students as he walked out of the venue, but unexpectedly, he bumped into Tang Yan right in front of him.
Excellent! 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 Hong Tian clapped his hands and laughed, his voice booming like thunder. Director Tang has a discerning eye. This young man is a great fortune for Nanjing University.
Tang Yan stood frozen in place, her long legs in black stockings instinctively pressed together.
Upon hearing this, Lin Tian immediately looked over. I happened to see Tang Yan acting coy under the principal's praise.
A glint of cunning suddenly flashed in his eyes, and a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. Suddenly, he shouted out from the crowd. Director Tang, I have lived up to your expectations and won first place in Danby.
What about the reward?
Ding mood value plus 10 cumulative 327.
Chapter 8 The Landlady, a Flower in the Earth. Yes, you must reward him well. Tang girl, I'm entrusting this matter to you.
You can even make an exception and promote Lin Tian to the student council.
Hong Tian laughed heartily.
Upon hearing this, the teachers and students around him were all stunned, and their eyes became increasingly envious as they looked at Lin Tian.
The student council. This is equivalent to being an inner disciple in other sects. Moreover, as long as you join the student council, the school will allocate a lot of resources to your development. That's one way to put it. Even a pig, immersed in such a sea of resources, can grow wings and become a flying divine pig. Okay. Tang Yan replied. Hong Tian stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. Then, as if remembering something, he continued. By the way, girl, the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm will open in 3 days, and you will be in charge of that as well. As for old Hu, I will take care of him. You just focus on this matter. Speaking of which. Hong Tian waved his hand domineeringly, his eyes flashing with sharpness.
Since the day of the restructuring, Nanjing University has not caused trouble, but it is not afraid of trouble either.
If anyone tries to set us up again, we will deal with them. After saying that, Hong Tian strode into the distance and disappeared without a trace in a few breaths.
Everyone watched Hong Tian leave, their eyes filled with admiration.
It has to be said. Hong Tian, the top fighter at Nanjing University, possesses a magnanimous spirit. 3 years ago,
a sudden horde of void beasts attacked the southern city. At that time, all the forces in the southern city were certain that the southern city could not be defended.
Those cultivators fled in droves, seeking refuge in larger cities. Only the elder Hong Tian.
He single-handedly turned the tide.
Ultimately, they saved the ordinary people at the bottom of the entire southern city. Alright, everyone, you can all go now.
If you want a spot, go to the student council to apply tomorrow morning.
Tang Yan gave instructions to everyone. The crowd was reluctant to part, their gazes lingering on Lin Tian.
However, Tang Baolong gave him a fierce look. Everyone immediately scattered like birds and beasts.
When only 3 people remain, Lin Tian asked, Elder Tang, what about the reward? Shut up, it will happen, but not now. Tang Yan glared fiercely.
But her phoenix eyes still betrayed her panic. She turned around, her back to the 2 of them, and said, also, don't call me elder, call me teacher. Right now, she wishes she could disappear into a crack in the ground. She never imagined that this kid could refine such a top-grade pill. It was just a casual remark at the time. She was familiar with the Lin family's alchemy method.
It's strange, and it's also amazing. That's still far from being able to refine pills with 6-line patterns. But now. The more Tang Yan thought about it, the more flustered she became.
Xiaoxue, I'll leave Lin Tian's joining the student council to you, the student council president.
I have something to do, so I'll take my leave now.
After saying that, he turned and left. But because her heart was in turmoil, the moment she turned around, her black high heels clicked, and she almost stumbled because she had used too much force.
Teacher Tang, are you alright? Tang Yan's cool and beautiful face instantly became as vibrant as the blood of her first period.
Without looking back, she fled straight to the office building. A pair of long, black-stockinged legs swayed into a blurry shadow in the setting sun.
Aunt Tang, what's going on?
Mu Shui was stunned, frozen in place. She had never seen Aunt Tang like this before. In the past, Aunt Tang always had the demeanor of a strict teacher and a domineering mother. But now, why does she seem like a young woman next door brimming with spring fever?
But Lin Tian, standing to the side, was secretly overjoyed. Now you know how to be shy? So you dare to threaten me, to feed me aphrodisiacs, to lock me in a pigsty?
I'll scare you to death. Looking at Tang Yan's staggering figure,
Lin Tian's wicked smile deepened.
Then, steeling his heart, he decided to add fuel to the fire. Immediately, he cupped his hand into a megaphone and shouted, Teacher Tang, as a teacher, you must keep your promise. Upon hearing this, Tang Yan staggered again, almost falling over.
You brat, you just wait.
Tang Yan suddenly accelerated, just like a cat whose tail had been stepped on.
With a few quick movements, he disappeared into the deep woods.
Ding mood value plus 10 cumulative 337. Tisk, it's like a dog barking at someone, the more it barks, the further it runs away.
Lin Tian muttered, stroking his chin. Are you and my aunt hiding something from me?
Mu Shui asked blankly, her eyes glazed over.
It's nothing.
It's just that Teacher Tang said my talent for cultivation is too poor. She promised that as long as I can get a good ranking in the alchemist competition, she will let me tutor her.
By the way, it's nothing. I'm leaving now. I have something to do at home. Lin Tian threw down a sentence. Like Tang Yan, he also fled. Lin Tian knew that this matter couldn't be kept secret for long. Don't let her current silly appearance fool you. If she really found out that I was using her in massage advertisements to attract customers, and doing it loudly in the women's dormitory at Nanjing University, it's hard to say, they might even kill him. Mu Shui was even more confused. It took me a while to realize what was happening. What is all this about? Oops. But then something came to mind. She quickly called out, hey! Remember to look for me tomorrow, I'll help you register.
Upon hearing this, Lin Tian ran even faster.
thinking to myself, looking for you? I'd rather die than look for you. Whatever. Humph. What's wrong with everyone? What are you all afraid of?
Mu Shui stamped her foot, her delicate face filled with displeasure.
Lin Tian ran out of the Nanjing University gate in one breath. Right now, all he wants is to get home as soon as possible.
Then, take stock of the wealth you have gained today. He needs to improve his cultivation level as soon as possible. Fortunately, the small clinic is not far from Nanjing University, just across from the school gate. This is a storefront gifted to him by Nanjing University when his grandfather served as a guest alchemist there. Later, it was transformed into a small clinic.
Until 3 years ago, my grandfather Lin Tianfu disappeared. His small clinic became his home and livelihood.
This world. Although the entire population practices cultivation, many customs still retain habits from the past modern civilization. In short, it is both bizarre and absurd. Because of the high-rise buildings and reinforced concrete that can be seen everywhere. There are also cultivation enthusiasts who occasionally fly on swords overhead. As for whether there is flight control or traffic lights,
forget it.
Today's society is one that values individual martial prowess and cultivation. Except for some sects, or places like Nanjing University that still maintain the school system. In their public places, they can do almost anything they want. You can set up your stall anywhere on the street without being caught by the urban management officers. Those cars and sports cars preserved from the old society can be driven and crashed at will, even while drinking erguo to a type of Chinese liquor, and no traffic police will ever pull you in for a blood test again.
Lin Tian ran wildly all the way. In just 3 minutes, we arrived at a bustling street. This is the famous South Street in the vicinity. His small clinic is located at number 11 South Street. Lin Tian checked his phone and realized it was already past 3 p.m.
After grabbing a quick bite on the street, he immediately headed towards his family's small clinic. Just as I reached the door, I heard a sweet, delicate female voice behind me.
Little Lin Tian, you're finally back. Have you eaten yet? How about I treat you to some barbecue?
Upon hearing the voice, Lin Tian felt a jolt, and goosebumps instantly covered his entire body.
He cursed inwardly, damn it. What bad luck, running into her as soon as I got back. Helpless, Lin Tian turned around and said with a grin, oh. It's Sister Hu. What brings you here? Stop talking nonsense. I'll just ask you one question, either come home with me now and I'll treat you to an abalone feast, or pay me the rent you owe me for the past 3 months. Otherwise, I'll throw everything out of your shop right now. Lin Tian was surprised to hear that they were eating abalone. He glanced at the heavily made-up Sister Hu out of the corner of his eye. I almost felt nauseous and was about to vomit on the spot. Although the woman was not old, not even 25, her husband had died young. But his father is now the vice president of Nanjing University and the director of logistics. The entire South Street is now under the jurisdiction of South University, so Lin Tian really can't afford to offend it. But upon looking at the woman's appearance, he had a mouthful of yellow teeth, a large black mole on the tip of his nose, and a mustache while picking his nose. Isn't this the real-life version of Ru Hua character from a popular Chinese TV series? Chapter 9 Strategic Killer Move, The Power of the Great Dao's Fart. Lin Tian couldn't take it anymore. He immediately took out 30 spirit stones from his storage ring. Here are 30 spirit stones, which is the rent for the small clinic for the past 3 months. Sister Hu casually took it and weighed the spirit stone in her hand. With seductive eyes, she said, oh. Little Lin Tian, you've struck it rich. However, little Lin Tian, you can't escape my grasp. As long as you're still on South Street, one day I'll definitely treat you to abalone. Humph. After the woman finished speaking, she gave Lin Tian a flirtatious wink before leaving. Ding mood value +5 cumulative 342. Lin Tian. Could this be the value of greed? Damn it. This woman actually developed lust for me. They have gone too far in bullying me. I am furious. Am I, Lin Tian, that kind of person? Damn it, once I improve my cultivation, the first thing I'll do is deal with you, you ugly woman. Lin Tian cursed and grumbled, his face full of resentment, then turned around and took out his keys to open the door. But suddenly, he paused in his unlocking motion. Kindness? Who touched my lock? Lin Tian carefully examined the keyhole. They found the hair inside it was gone. This is one of his little habits.
Every time he locks his door before leaving, he pulls out a hair and inserts it into the keyhole.
Although the small clinic didn't have anything valuable.
But since 3 years ago, when the Earth's memories were awakened, he subconsciously maintained this habit. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, his thin and handsome face showing a solemn expression.
He walked to the window next to him, wanting to take a look, but he couldn't see anything.
He then remembered that he had installed curtains in the clinic.
Back at the doorway,
he casually picked up a brick from beside the door.
He then looked at the bustling street.
He muttered to himself, perhaps that ugly woman tampered with the lock.
After all, this is Nanjing University's territory. If anything happens, I can just shout and nothing should happen. Lin Tianru comforted himself in this way. The world is in chaos now. He's a boy, so you have to be careful in everything you do. He took out his key again and unlocked the door with a click.
I pushed open the door, stood on tiptoe in the doorway, and looked inside. They found a small clinic of about 100 square meters. Everything seemed normal, and there was nothing suspicious about it.
Damn, you're just scaring yourself. You must have been watching too many movies. Lin Tian muttered to himself and threw away the brick.
Upon entering the small clinic, he habitually closed the door behind him. But just as the door closed,
sudden, a gust of wind swept in. He only felt a sharp pain in his neck. Then everything went black, and he immediately lost consciousness.
I don't know how much time passed. Lin Tian slowly woke up. I opened my eyes and found myself lying on the damp floor tiles. All around was pitch black. Every now and then, you can smell a foul odor.
Where is this?
He slowly got up and raised his hands to feel around.
Just then, with a click, the lights came on. Lin Tian quickly covered his eyes with his hands.
Being suddenly exposed to a strong incandescent light after a long period of darkness is very uncomfortable.
At that moment, a hoarse male voice rang out. 2 choices. First, tell me where your grandfather is, and then I'll kill you. Second, hand over the recipe for the soul incense, and then I will kill you. Lin Tian gradually adapted to the lighting.
Only then did he slowly release his grip.
He looked around.
This must be an underground chamber, no more than 10 square meters in length and width.
Moreover, the walls were dilapidated and leaked water everywhere.
He squinted at a man in a black robe standing at the doorway. The man's entire body was wrapped in a black robe, making it impossible to see his face.
It really was the soul-slaying incense. Lin Tian cursed under his breath.
This was actually within his expectations. Because Grandpa once said that the soul incense holds a great secret and must never be shown to anyone easily.
But now, I can't worry about that anymore. Let's get rid of the person in front of us first. Lin Tian tried his best to remain calm. He replied calmly, since you've already said that we're going to die anyway, do you think I'd still say it? Lin Tianbian said that he was also secretly putting the grab strategy into practice.
He knew that since the other party had said so, regardless of the reason, today was likely to be a day of bad luck. Then we might as well fight to the death.
Is that so?
In this world, death may not be the most terrifying thing. The man in black robes spoke in a chilling tone. As he spoke, he began to slowly approach.
Lin Tian spread his hands slightly, secretly exerting his strength.
As long as he can make contact with this person, he is confident that he can shatter the other person's soul in the first instant.
He hasn't forgotten the incredible power of the grab strategy.
If the massage technique using the 12 fingers at this moment is not at the beginner level, but at the intermediate level,
Lin Tian didn't need to wait at all.
According to Hongwon, the intermediate level spiritual chi remote technique allows one to release finger techniques remotely within a certain range, annihilating all things. We're getting closer, but still a little short.
Lin Tian secretly calculated in his mind.
All the muscles in his body tensed up, ready to unleash a powerful strike.
Oh shit. It's all because my cultivation level is too low. But just then,
the man in the black robe seemed to have noticed something.
He suddenly stopped 5 steps away. He sneered, "What? Trying to turn the tables? Were you found out?" Lin Tianxin's heart sank.
I didn't expect this person to be so cautious.
Lin Tian feigned an attitude of resignation. He said somewhat dejectedly, "You're overthinking it. Do you think I, a student at the first level of the Qi refining realm, have that ability?" "That's true." The man in the black robe gave a self-deprecating laugh.
Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this.
Fine. But the next second. Whoosh!
In the blink of an eye, the man in black robes was already behind Lin Tian.
Lin Tian knew something was wrong.
Immediately, a strong sense of crisis washed over me.
But the level of understanding is too low. He was simply too fast to react to.
Then I heard two loud bangs, the sound of hand bones breaking that sent chills down my spine.
Ah! Lin Tian let out a scream as excruciating pain instantly coursed through his entire body.
His forehead was instantly covered with large beads of sweat. Strands of blood continued to seep from the broken forearm.
However, before Lin Tian could make any further moves, the next second, a large iron clamp was already gripping his throat. How about it?
Surprised, the man in black robes said mockingly.
I'm having a blast, come on. That's all you've got. Kill me, come on.
Lin Tian endured the excruciating pain, his heart growing increasingly anxious. That bastard, he clearly has such a high level of cultivation.
They even resorted to a sneak attack. What to do? What should I do?
Have you made your choice? The man in black robes asked. But the force in his hands kept increasing.
Lin Tian was being choked so hard he was almost passing out. The voice trailed off, I have made up my mind.
You should let go, let go.
Very good.
The man in black robes nodded in satisfaction and slowly opened the passage, looking as if victory was assured. In his view, this round of threats of death and suffering has passed.
Could this kid, who's barely grown up, possibly hold his own?
Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Tian managed to catch his breath and immediately began to inhale and exhale large gulps of the surrounding air. It took a while for him to catch his breath. He lowered his head, a flicker of excitement in his eyes.
Because he had a way to escape danger.
Lin Tian endured the excruciating pain of his broken arms. He said slowly, I don't know the secret recipe for soul incense.
My grandfather didn't tell me. But the conversation was only halfway through.
The black-robed man's hand struck again.
Trying to fool me? Then I'll extract your soul and see if you're still so stubborn.
The man in black robes seemed to be enraged, and his words came out in a hurried tone. This was truly unexpected for the man in the black robe. The man in black robes didn't believe Lin Tian's claim of not knowing.
Because he knew Lin Tianfu too well.
That old rascal, if he has something good, he'll definitely tell his family.
However, just as the black-robed man's large hand was about to descend from above and grasp Lin Tian's crown,
Lin Tian suddenly looked up, his scarlet pupils flashing with a cold light. He gritted his teeth and roared, You bastard, go to hell.
Boom!
A deafening roar suddenly erupted. The hand that had landed on Lin Tian's head was rapidly vaporizing at a speed visible to the naked eye.
What? What's this? The man in black robes was shocked and indifferent, his face pale.
His spiritual energy erupted, and he retreated like the wind.
But it didn't work.
The vaporized energy spread rapidly from his palms to his arms and backs.
Then it went to his entire body. In an instant,
the man in black robes vanished into nothingness. Ding mood value plus 100 cumulative 442.
However, this is not the end.
It is not the beginning. The energy transformation originates from Lin Tian as the center.
It began to spread outwards continuously. First, the walls of the cramped space vaporized. Then, the vaporization continued to spread. Until the very end.
Within a 1-kilometer radius, everything turned into air. At a glance, there was no dust in sight. Lin Tian also fell into the deep pit at that moment.
At the same time,
the entire southern part of the city began to shake violently. Subsequently, cultivators continued to soar into the sky from various parts of the southern city. They all looked horrified and simultaneously gazed towards the northern suburbs.
An elderly man with gray hair. Her voice trembled as she said, What on earth happened? I just sensed the fear of death. Could it be that another beast tide is coming? And in the core of Earth, inside a deep, dark cave, a stunningly beautiful woman, her brows furrowed, asked with surprise and uncertainty, Senior brother? Did you sense the tremor of the great Tao just now? Chapter 10, Word Techniques for Healing and Cultivation Breakthrough.
Southern City and Northern Suburbs. The industrial civilization of the past has long since disappeared.
In its place, towering trees and dense forests have taken their place.
The afterglow of the bright moon shone through the branches of the giant tree, casting strands of moonlight into the forest.
Sudden. A whoa!
A wolf's howl startled the small jungle animals, causing them to flee in terror.
However, deep in the jungle,
In a giant, deep pit with a diameter of 1 kilometer.
This fart is really strategic,
Lin Tian muttered to himself.
A loud fart on the main road shakes the heavens and the earth. That's terrifying. At this moment,
A sign on the ground gleamed with a cold, eerie light under the moonlight. Lin Tian endured the excruciating pain in his arm and squatted down to check it.
What is this thing made of?
The area within a kilometer radius was blasted into nothingness by the loud fart, leaving not even a speck of dust.
He couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. How come this sign is completely intact?
He examined it carefully for a long time and then thought of a possibility. This tag probably fell out of the black-robed man's storage ring when he turned into a mortal.
What a pity. This person's cultivation level is definitely not low.
That ring probably contained a lot of good stuff, but now it's all gone.
Lin Tian pursed his lips, feeling a pang of heartache. He looked around and saw that the pit was completely empty, without even a single stone left. A wave of fear washed over him. That's its power. Even if a god came, he would be blasted into dust, right? Just as he was deep in thought. In the distance, faint voices could be heard, mixed with fluctuations of spiritual energy. Clearly, someone is heading this way. Lin Tian's heart tightened. The commotion just now was too loud.
It is estimated that most of the cultivators in the southern city have been alarmed. To avoid trouble, he tucked his identity token into his pocket, dragged his broken arms, gritted his teeth in pain, and fled quickly toward the small clinic.
A dozen minutes later,
Lin Tian returned to the small clinic. The clinic has an antique feel, but the storefront is small, only about 100 square meters.
A weathered wooden plaque hangs at the entrance, bearing the 4 characters Lin's Medical Clinic.
Upon entering, you are greeted by a large hall with several wooden chairs and a long table, on which are placed some medicinal herbs and massage tools. A curtain runs along the side of the hall, leading to a small living room containing only a wooden bed and a few simple pieces of furniture.
It exudes a sense of warmth yet also loneliness.
Lin Tian locked the door behind him, ignoring the cold sweat on his forehead, and collapsed to the ground to check his injuries. The blood and flesh at his elbows were mangled, and the sharp pain from broken bones made him gasp and turn deathly pale. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to calm down.
My mind raced, trying to come up with a solution.
Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. I recalled the miraculous effects of the pinching technique. Plucking together all the broken wounds.
With a let's give it a try attitude, Lin Tian immediately closed his eyes and concentrated.
The spiritual energy within his body circulated slowly as he attempted to activate the pinching technique.
A faint golden light emanated from my fingertips.
Gently tap the broken elbow with your left and right hands.
The next second,
a warm current flowed into the wound, and the bone began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Lin Tian was overjoyed.
My eyes widened, and I almost shouted out loud.
But then,
his spiritual energy was instantly drained, and he collapsed to the ground, feeling completely drained. Ding mood value 5 cumulative 437.
Lin Tian was panting heavily. Crazy rant.
Damn it, my cultivation level is too low, and my spiritual energy can't keep up at all.
At this moment,
unwittingly, he touched the Qianquan ring on his hand. Suddenly, an idea popped into my head. Now, he has mastered the 3 key techniques of the 12-finger massage method: pressing, grasping, and pinching.
These 2 massage techniques are considered therapeutic. And catching belongs to the offensive category,
since it involves grasping at the sky, the earth, and the air. The spiritual energy contained within the spirit stone is then transferred into my body.
Is that too much to ask? Let's get right to it.
He couldn't wait to take a spirit stone out of the ring. Then hold it in your palm and repeat the grab technique.
The next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded.
The spiritual energy within the spirit stone surged into his body like a tide.
Lin Tian sighed inwardly.
If heaven had not given birth to Xiao Lin Tian, the wisdom of all ages would have remained in eternal darkness. Lin Tian patted himself on the back for a moment, then immediately combined it with the kneading technique. It began to continuously convert spiritual energy for use as healing power. Meanwhile, the broken bones and tendons in both hands are being rapidly pieced together and restored.
But only for a moment.
The spirit stone in his hand turned to ashes.
Lin Tian decided to go all the way.
He poured out all 85,000 spirit stones from his Qiankuan ring. The spirit stones piled on the ground shimmered with a soft light, illuminating the entire hall as bright as day. He sat cross-legged, placed his hands on the pile of spirit stones, and began frantically absorbing spiritual energy.
But the healing process is not easy.
Every inch of the wound being repaired felt like being pricked with needles. He gritted his teeth and persevered, sweat pouring down his forehead.
Lin Tian also noticed.
The injuries on his hands were not ordinary physical wounds.
A sinister power was faintly emanating from its wound.
Fortunately, we had plenty of spirit stones and enough emotional points.
Final.
It cost nearly 20,000 spirit stones and 50 emotion points. His arms have finally fully recovered, and his flesh and bones are as good as new. Ding mood value 50 cumulative 387. Lin Tian let out a long sigh and slumped down in the pile of spirit stones. He raised his hand and wiped away the sweat.
Damn it, at least I got my hands back.
Looking at the remaining 60,000 spirit stones on the ground, a ruthless glint flashed in Lin Tian's eyes.
It's time to improve my cultivation.
But the thought of his own lack of talent in cultivation made him feel somewhat discouraged.
Never mind, let's get promoted first.
He immediately activated the Qi guiding technique, placed his hands on the spirit stone, and frantically grabbed spiritual energy, pouring it into his body. This Qi-inducing technique is a common cultivation method, suitable only for those at the Qi-inducing realm. It is a cultivation technique that helps those who have just embarked on the path of cultivation to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth.
Boom! When you absorb a certain threshold of spiritual energy,
a soft sound came from inside his body. The spiritual energy began to surge through his meridians, and he easily broke through to the second level of the Qi induction realm.
Lin Tian's eyes lit up. Could it be that the Red Phoenix system secretly upgraded my cultivation talent? At this moment,
I felt my whole body was filled with spiritual energy, and my strength was several times greater than before.
Continue.
He struck while the iron was hot and continued to absorb spiritual energy. I'm preparing to make a final push to reach the third level of the Qi refining realm.
But this time,
the circulation of spiritual energy within the body became exceptionally difficult.
It's like hitting an invisible barrier, you just can't get past it. Lin Tian frowned and stopped what he was doing. What's going on? His heart sank again.
Lin Tian quickly circulated his internal energy to check his body's condition.
The meridians are narrow, resulting in extremely low efficiency in the circulation of spiritual energy. Damn it, this lousy talent. Lin Tian couldn't help but curse, slapping his thigh in anger. No.
Level 2 of the Qi refining realm is not even considered the beginning of cultivation.
Or, try massaging your 12 fingers?
Lin Tian's mind started to work again. He slapped his forehead.
How could I forget?
The techniques of pressing and pinching can be combined to refine pills and improve their quality.
Why can't we use it on ourselves to improve our meridians and talents? For a moment, he felt like he was invincible again.
Lin Tian became more and more excited as he thought about it. He immediately closed his eyes and concentrated, circulating two techniques, causing spiritual energy to transform into a fine stream that slowly flowed through his meridians.
Just as expected.
Under the influence of the two techniques, the meridians began to become wider and more flexible, and the flow of spiritual energy became several times smoother.
There are also spiritual patterns that flow throughout the body's meridians as the great circulation occurs. Ha ha ha.
I, Lin Tian, am no longer a cultivation failure. At that moment, he felt like a child who had received a beloved toy.
I was overjoyed. Who knows how he survived all these years of ridicule, with no progress in his cultivation? But
extreme joy turns to sorrow, instantly pulling him down from his euphoric state. Ding mood value 10 cumulative 377. Ding mood value 10 cumulative 367. Ding mood value 10 cumulative 357.
Sigh. Sigh. No, why are they deducting so much? However,
before he could finish speaking, when the pressing and pinching technique is combined with the Qi guiding technique to improve one's innate physical constitution, he suddenly realized that there was something strange inside his body.
This is
A faint mark of divine soul was silently hidden deep within the meridians, emitting eerie fluctuations. Lin Tian was immediately shocked, and he opened his eyes abruptly, breaking out in a cold sweat.
Whose soul imprint is this? When was it planted? Chapter 11 Pavilion Master, Underwear? Aren't you going to wear it?
Lin Tian hurriedly activated the pressing and pinching technique, beginning to carefully examine his entire body.
However, the source could not be found. Just as he was wondering,
his gaze inadvertently fell on the Qiankuan ring on his hand.
Could it be?
Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat, and he vaguely guessed what was going on. He acted decisively, activating the grab technique, transforming his spiritual energy into an invisible hand that directly probed into the ring's space.
Buzz!
A faint light was drawn out, revealing a divine soul imprint hidden within the ring.
Lin Tian's gaze sharpened as he stared intently at the mark, his face grim. This thing was probably left behind by Yi Qingxiu.
Well, you charming young woman, I always said there's no such thing as a free lunch.
So, the reason they gave me the Qiankuan ring was to monitor me? Lin Tian felt a surge of anger. Use the grab technique to give it a firm squeeze. With a snap, the Taoist spiritual patterns of the grab technique directly crushed the mark. The soul imprint also turned into points of light and dissipated. Snort!
This woman is quite cunning. Luckily, I discovered it early.
Otherwise, wouldn't she know exactly how many hairs I have?
However, Yi Qingxiu probably never expected this. Her soul imprint will be discovered by a minor cultivator at the Qi refining realm.
Even erase. After dealing with the mark, Lin Tian put the matter out of his mind. The most urgent task now is to improve one's cultivation level.
To lay a solid foundation for the secret realm 3 days later, so that I can show off a bit then.
Earn more emotional points. Things have come to this point.
Lin Tian resumed the pressing and pinching technique to further improve his innate meridians.
This time, Lin Tian no longer cared about his emotional points. After eliminating interference,
the spiritual energy began to flow freely and smoothly within the body, like the wind. He could clearly feel that the meridians and pulses in his body were expanding rapidly. Clearly, his talent is beginning to improve. Meanwhile, the spirit stones were rapidly decreasing, and in less than a minute, nearly 10,000 spirit stones had already been consumed.
Haha, let's see who can laugh at me now. I'll beat them to a pulp.
Lin Tian grinned wildly, his confidence soaring. At the same time, he activated the Qi induction technique, preparing to break through to the third level of the Qi induction realm. As spiritual energy surged in, the barrier gradually loosened under the enhancement of the two techniques.
Boom!
With another soft sound, Lin Tian felt a jolt throughout his body, and his spiritual energy surged like a flood, completely breaking through the bottleneck.
It's done.
Lin Tian suddenly opened his eyes and raised his hands to look at them. At the same time, I felt the abundant power within my body. He couldn't help himself again and started laughing wildly.
Ah, that's awesome. This feeling is absolutely amazing. But, that's far from enough.
He first looked down at the pile of spirit stones on the ground. They discovered that the number had decreased by nearly 10,000.
Holy crap! Cultivation is really expensive.
However, when I think of the rare and precious materials in the Heavenly Furnace secret realm, as well as the countless elixirs and the legacy of the Pill Emperor, I am filled with a sense of wonder. His heart was pounding with excitement. As long as you can get enough medicinal herbs in the secret realm, we can just casually produce 100 or 200 foundation establishment pills and sell them.
Wouldn't that make me rich?
Lin Tian stood up, stretched his limbs, and nodded in satisfaction. Next, we need to prepare well for the Heavenly Furnace secret realm. He muttered to himself, a hint of anticipation in his eyes.
At the same time, a high-end villa area in the southern part of the city. The city is brightly lit at this moment. And around the villa area, everywhere you look, there are towering trees that require 10 people to encircle.
This makes the villa area both mysterious and high-end.
And at this moment,
in the very center of the villa area stands a 3-story luxury villa, completely different from the other buildings. Standing out like a crane among chickens, it fully demonstrates the owner's prominent status. On the 3rd floor rooftop, an outdoor swimming pool shimmers under the bright moonlight, with wisps of smoke rising from it, creating a scene reminiscent of a fairyland. By the pool, 2 maids dressed in light gauze stood respectfully by the side, their heads bowed and eyes lowered, not daring to make the slightest sound.
In the middle of the pool, a futon floats in mid-air.
A charming and graceful woman was sitting cross-legged on top. The woman was draped in a semi-transparent gauze dress, her delicate figure, slender and graceful, with exquisite curves and skin as smooth as jade. Her long, black hair cascaded down her shoulders, her phoenix eyes were slightly closed, and her red lips were gently pursed, exuding a sense of languor and nobility.
She is none other than Yi Qingqiu, the head of the Miaodong Pavilion. At this moment, she was immersed in meditation, with spiritual energy flowing around her, faintly outlining phantom patterns of cinnabar. At this moment,
the two maids beside him sensed something. They rushed forward in surprise, knelt on one knee, and congratulated him, saying, "Congratulations, Pavilion Master, on breaking through to the peak of the Tao Spirit realm." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingqiu simply smiled faintly and ignored it.
But suddenly,
she frowned, suddenly opened her eyes, and a look of surprise flashed in her phoenix eyes.
"My soul imprint has been destroyed?"
Yi Qingqiu muttered to herself, her tone tinged with disbelief. She gently raised her hand, gathering a wisp of spiritual energy at her fingertips, attempting to sense the remnants of that mark. No matter how she investigated, the mark had completely disappeared, leaving not a trace.
Could it be that the little brother is in danger?
Yi Qingqiu frowned, the image of Lin Tian appearing in her mind. The person who could destroy her soul imprint must be at least at the Tao Spirit realm. She turned her gaze and looked towards South Street.
He seemed to have thought of something. He murmured, "Number 11 North Street. Lin's medical clinic?"
Yi Qingqiu's red lips curled into a meaningful smile, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes.
"It seems I'll have to make a trip tonight.
If old man Lin isn't dead, then the secret of the soul incense."
Then, she slowly got up.
A pair of fair, bare feet lightly touched the ripples. In the blink of an eye, they were back at the poolside. She beckoned to the two maids with her delicate hands.
Two maids immediately stepped forward and brought over an exquisite purple dress. One of the particularly pretty maids smiled and asked, "Is the pavilion master going out?" Yi Qingqiu, "Okay. You guys go home first tonight. Tomorrow, Miaodong Pavilion will be making arrangements for the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm, and the next few days may be very busy." "Yes, master."
Yi Qingqiu slightly raised her arm, and the only remaining semi-transparent gauze dress on her body slipped off in an instant. Suddenly, spring light burst forth, revealing her snow-white, flawless skin, which, bathed in moonlight, resembled a breathtaking painting. The maidservant skillfully helped her change her clothes, her movements gentle and respectful. The maid who had just spoken suddenly hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but then stopped.
"Little Peach Blossom, is something the matter?" Yi Qingqiu asked calmly.
The maid, called Little Peach Blossom, blushed slightly and asked shyly, "Master, when you go out tonight, aren't you going to wear underwear?"
Yi Qingqiu was slightly taken aback by the question. She usually dresses like this in the evenings.
She thought about it briefly and figured that since it was just a trip, nothing bad should happen.
"That's fine, let's leave it at that."
A moment later, Yi Qingqiu changed into a long dress, and her temperament changed abruptly, exuding a charming yet dignified aura. She gently stroked her skirt, nodded in satisfaction, and murmured, "Lin Tian, I hope nothing unexpected happens to you." Before she could finish speaking, her figure flashed, transforming into a streak of light and disappearing into the night. They headed straight for South Street.
Chapter 12. Don't be shy, my massage is very serious. It's the dead of night, waiting for dawn.
The bustling South Street was filled with the sounds of people. Each of these young cultivators retained their night owl genes, always preferring to hunt for food at night.
Now,
a barbecue stall owner is laughing heartily. His expression was one of extreme excitement and exhilaration. This attracted strange looks from passing cultivators. The reason is not that his barbecue stall business is particularly good.
Rather, it is.
He finally broke through to the third level of the qi refining realm.
This means,
from now on, he will never need charcoal for his barbecues again. Instead, it can be grilled by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and then using a small fireball technique. This method is both environmentally friendly and cost-effective, and the grilled meat itself contains a unique spiritual essence. This allows diners to eat with peace of mind, without worrying about getting cancer, and even replenishing their spiritual energy.
Achieving multiple goals at once. And at number 11 South Street. Inside the small clinic,
the dim, yellow light shone on the massage bed.
Half a human figure was pulled out. Lin Tian sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and concentrated.
He is adapting to the power of the third level of the qi refining realm. Strands of spiritual energy circulate throughout the meridians, bringing a touch of coolness.
Sudden. Knock, knock, knock.
A soft knock at the door broke the tranquility of the small clinic. Lin Tian suddenly opened his eyes, frowned as he looked at the wall clock, the hands pointing directly to the early morning.
Who could it be so late? He muttered. Could it be that girl Mu Shui again?
The thought of Mu Shui made Lin Tian's heart race and sweat beat on his forehead.
I thought to myself, no way. Could it be that she found out I used her in massage ads downstairs in the girls' dormitory and came here specifically to settle scores?
He swallowed hard. The image of Mu Shui's cold, pretty face flashed into my mind. A chill ran down my spine, and I broke out in a cold sweat.
It's not that he's afraid of anything.
It was mainly after Tang Yan reminded him that he also realized it.
A girl went to find a boy for a full body massage. Once this gets out, it does seem a bit. Knock, knock, knock.
The knocking sounded again, this time a little more urgent. Lin Tian composed himself and tiptoed to the door.
He lowered his voice and asked, "Who is it?" "Lin. Junior brother Lin, it's us."
A familiar, sweet voice came from outside the door, tinged with a hint of shyness.
Lin Tian was taken aback. Why did that voice sound so familiar?
He carefully opened the door and, by the moonlight, saw two pretty figures standing in the doorway.
These are the two female senior students he stopped this morning downstairs at the girls' dormitory.
The one on the left is sweet and lovely, with a shy smile on her oval face. The man on the right looked a little shy, keeping his head down and not daring to look at him.
Who is Lin Tian?
He was incredibly shrewd the moment he saw the two of them. He immediately realized what was going on. A surge of joy welled up in my heart. The secret passage, a business opportunity has arrived.
I just used up a lot of my emotional energy.
I was just thinking about how to make some money back tomorrow.
It's like being presented with a pillow just as you're about to doze off.
But on the surface, he merely raised his eyebrows in a pretentious manner.
He tentatively asked, "Seniors, what brings you here so late?"
The sweet-looking senior, Xiao Linger, bit her lip, her cheeks slightly flushed.
He stammered, "Well, we've been cultivating lately, and our hidden ailment has gotten a bit worse. We're worried about our spiritual energy going out of control, so we wanted to try the massage therapy you mentioned." Zhao lowered her head and added, "Didn't you say you were in pain at night, so you could come?"
Her voice was barely audible, and by the end, her face was as red as a ripe apple. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian immediately put on a smiling face. He stepped aside to make way. "You two senior sisters have arrived just in time.
Please come in, our family's secret recipe will guarantee you." No. It will guarantee you'll be in heaven.
The two senior students exchanged a glance, and couldn't help but show a hint of reproach.
This person, with that mouth, never seems to know where to stop. Ding, mood value plus 13 cumulative 300.
But the two hesitated only slightly before taking small steps into the clinic.
Lin Tian closed the door.
They were then led to a private room separated by a screen. Pointing to the screen, she said, "Senior, go to the back and change into a disposable massage gown."
The gown is on the rack. The two female students exchanged a glance.
Xiao Linger said softly, "Sister Zhao, why don't you change first?" The shy senior student blushed and said, "Let's go together, it looks quite spacious inside."
Xiao Linger nodded.
The two then shyly slipped behind the screen. Soon after, the rustling sound of changing clothes came from behind the screen.
Lin Tian didn't delay.
"Take out a clean, disposable, white towel and lay it on the massage bed."
At this moment,
whispers broke out behind the screen.
Zhao suddenly asked in a low voice, "Linger, should we take off our underwear?"
Her voice was tinged with trepidation, clearly indicating that she had mustered up her courage to ask the question. Lin Tian was tidying up the massage bed when he heard this and paused for a moment. Then, in a serious tone, she said, "Senior, from a medical perspective, underwear is a huge constraint for girls and is extremely against human nature." He paused for a moment. His tone became even more serious. "This thing compresses the meridians and hinders the flow of spiritual energy. Wearing it for a long time will only exacerbate the runaway of spiritual energy and may even affect cultivation growth." There was a 2-second silence behind the screen, and then Xiao Linger couldn't help but mutter, "What he said seems to make some sense." Zhao was so embarrassed that she stomped her feet. She whispered in his ear, but it's too embarrassing not to wear them, isn't it?" Lin Tian chuckled mischievously.
"Joke.
Now his innate physique has been improved, and his cultivation level has also been raised to the third level of the chi refining realm.
This small clinic is not very big, and it's the middle of the night. How could one possibly escape his sharp hearing?
Lin Tian continued leisurely, Senior, for girls, the most beautiful state is actually when they're not wearing anything. That's what natural beauty is.
Lin Tian. How can you be so improper?
Little Linger poked her head out angrily, her almond-shaped eyes wide open, her face as red as if it were about to bleed. Zhao Li, behind the screen, was too embarrassed to utter a sound. Ding mood value plus 20 cumulative 320.
Lin Tian was overjoyed again.
Seeing the emotions level rise rapidly, I felt indescribably happy. Greed, anger, ignorance, rage, resentment, and other emotions. Lin Tian silently calculated, and he seemed to have come to a conclusion.
Anger seems to be the easiest and safest emotional value. As for
people like Tang Yan, with their explosive emotions, pose a very high risk.
And another thing.
The black-robed man was blasted into thin air by the great Dao's fart.
That's not good either. It only costs 100 to kill one person. He's not a serial killer.
Another example is the emotional value provided by thousands of people, similar to the Alchemist Grand Competition.
Although this is good and plentiful, it's not available every day. It seems.
I need to work harder on my communication skills in the future.
I changed my clothes. The two of them came out wearing thin blue massage suits. The fabric is light and thin, subtly outlining her graceful curves. Only.
At that moment, both women secretly cursed Lin Tian as a profiteer. Because everyone felt that the quality of the clothes was too poor. After much pleading and persuasion, it turns out that each person gets a massage for 198 spirit stones, and all they get is a thin, gossamer thin massage gown.
However, both girls were too shy to say anything or mention it.
Xiao Linger pulled Zhao Li along, and they each said, Lily, you go first.
Zhao Li quickly waved her hand. No, Linger, you go first. I'm a little scared.
For a moment, the two pretty girls were pushing and shoving each other, scratching and playing around. However, no one was willing to be the first to lie down on the massage bed. Lin Tian admired it for a while. But he was getting a little impatient, so he patted the bedboard. He said irritably, All right, you two seniors, stop being shy. Come at me together, two of you flying.
Attack together? The two female students stared wide-eyed at Lin Tian in shock.
Her cheeks flushed instantly.
They were both adults, and although the two girls were introverted and shy, but that doesn't mean they're fools. How could they not understand the meaning of the word liangfei?
Little Linger's cheeks puffed up with anger.
She crossed her arms and stomped her feet in anger. Lin Tian, how can you spout such vile and insolent words?
Zhao Li was so frightened that she took a step back, her voice trembling. Junior,
you mustn't do anything rash. Otherwise, I'll report you to the school.
Ding mood value plus 20 cumulative 340.
Chapter 13. Oh no, it's my boyfriend.
Lin Tiangu looked bewildered, his shoulders slightly hunched.
You guys, you must have misunderstood?
I meant my massage technique is amazing, I can massage both of you at the same time, saving time. Upon hearing this, the two relaxed their guard slightly.
Why do you always talk in such a, so vulgar way? Little Linger said, feigning annoyance and reproach.
Ding mood value plus 20 cumulative 360.
Ha? No, it's that your thoughts are impure. How could you two be so filthy? Lin Tian was immediately dissatisfied and angrily rebuked him. He turned around, hands behind his back, eyes slanted at a 45-degree angle, his tone abrupt. He declared firmly, I am a legitimate massage therapist and a genius alchemist from Nanjing University. This is a blatant insult to my dignity.
The two girls were stunned and speechless.
A long time.
Xiao Linger gritted her teeth and pulled Zhao Li along.
He whispered, Lily, why don't we give it a try? We're already here anyway.
Zhao Li blushed and nodded. The two finally lay side by side on the massage bed, so nervous that they didn't dare to breathe.
After dealing with the two, Lin Tian turned and went into the room next door.
A short while later, he then changed into a white lab coat and came out.
Don't say it.
He really does sound like a medical professor.
Little Linger tilted her head when she heard footsteps. Seeing Lin Tian in a formal suit, her previously anxious heart was completely put at ease. After all, someone who can wear clothes like that must be formal, right? Lin Tian approached the heads of the two men. He took a deep breath and placed his hands above the two men's chests. Senior, shall I begin?
The two girls nodded slightly at the same time and let out a soft murmur.
Lin Tianyun used the press technique.
Form your 10 fingers into a claw shape and begin to slowly press down. A faint wisp of spiritual energy overflowed from her fingertips, transforming into two clear streams that flowed into Xiao Linger's and Zhao Li's Tanzhong acupoints respectively.
Lin Tian had the experience of massaging Tang Yen before.
This time, he skillfully activated the press technique for only 1 second. He immediately withdrew the incantation to prevent his spiritual power from being completely drained again. Xiao Linger and Zhao Li let out a soft groan, their delicate bodies tensing. The toes of the bare feet clenched tightly. Her slender, fair hands gripped the edge of the bed tightly. Seeing this, Lin Tian hurriedly reminded them, "Senior sisters, relax, don't resist my spiritual power, otherwise I won't be able to penetrate your meridians."
Good. After Lin Tian's reminder, gradually,
the two girls, whose bodies were initially tense, gradually began to relax.
Lin Tian's fingertips roamed back and forth over their shoulders, necks, arms, and abdomens.
The spiritual power of the press technique was also constantly impacting the heavenly Tao chains in a certain part of their bodies. The two girls could no longer suppress their moans, which escaped their throats. At that moment, a word suddenly came to Xiao Linger's mind, Xuan, meaning awesome or satisfying. This feeling is like carrying a heavy load for a long time. One day, suddenly the heavy load was removed, and I felt as light as a feather.
Why am I starting to use the word Xuan, meaning awesome satisfying? Snort.
It's all the damn Lin Tian's fault, he's corrupted me.
In contrast, Lin Tian is at this moment.
They would secretly observe the condition of the major acupoints in their bodies by pressing the press technique.
He discovered.
Within Xiao Linger's body are 6 heavenly Tao chains. Zhao Li has 5 tendrils inside her body, each locking onto a major acupoint in their meridians.
Lin Tian seemed to have thought of something. She asked softly, "Senior, are your cultivation levels one at the 5th level of the Qi refining realm and the other at the 6th level?" "How did you know?" Xiao Linger asked in confusion.
Lin Tian, "Oh, my spiritual energy permeates your bodies, so naturally I can detect it clearly."
"I was right.
For every minor realm a cultivator advances in, they will acquire an additional heavenly Tao chain."
But then he looked puzzled. Since the rules of heaven are missing, shouldn't there be no chains? But how could such a Tao pattern chain appear? Locking down the meridians?
He couldn't figure it out, so he simply put it out of his mind. A quarter of an hour passed.
Lin Tian was already covered in sweat.
Although it didn't completely sever one of the chains of heaven's Tao from them.
But after 3 consecutive massages using the press technique, one of them, however, developed some cracks.
Ding, emotional value consumed 10 cumulative 350.
Such a small deduction?
It seems that increasing one's cultivation level does affect the consumption of emotional points.
Lin Tian thought to himself. The massage also began to return to a normal rhythm.
He gradually slowed down his movements and began chatting with the two of them.
"Senior, how are you feeling?" "Isn't it incredibly comfortable?" he asked with a wicked grin. Little Linger, panting and blushing, said, "Your technique is truly amazing. I feel like I'm floating on air, my spiritual energy is flowing smoothly, and even the hidden ailment in my chest and abdomen feels much better." Zhao Li opened her eyes and nodded shyly. It's even more effective than taking pills. My spiritual energy is circulating much more smoothly." The two looked at each other and saw shock and satisfaction in each other's eyes. Lin Tian grinned, about to say a few more words. "I want to earn back the 10 emotional points I just spent from them." At this moment, Zhao Li suddenly whispered, "By the way, Junior, before we came here, we specifically went to find Senior Mu Shui and asked her if she came here for a massage last night." "What?" Lin Tian's hand trembled, and his heart almost stopped beating. His voice trembled. "You asked Mu Shui?" Xiao Linger nodded, puzzled. "Yes, Senior Mu Shui admitted it herself, and even asked us how we knew. We told her that we heard you shouting downstairs in the girls' dormitory this morning." "What?" Lin Tian's face turned deathly pale instantly, and his mind went completely blank. Oh no, I'm totally doomed. Mu Shui knows I used her as an advertisement downstairs in the girls' dormitory. She's going to skin me alive. What's wrong?" Xiao Linger asked softly when she saw that Lin Tian's expression was off. Lin Tianxiong forced a smile. His voice was dry. Then, how did Senior Mu Shui look at the time? Zhali tilted her head and thought for a moment. Nothing seems out of the ordinary, everything is quite calm. Xiao Linger chimed in with a smile. Junior, don't worry, Senior Mu Shui doesn't seem angry. Your technique is so amazing, she probably thinks it was worth it. She paused, then teased. But you're really great, you can make pills and give massages, it's just, you can't keep your mouth shut, you always say bad things. Lin Tian chuckled twice, but in his heart he prayed, Mu Shui, please don't be angry. If this matter can be let go. I, Lin Tian, swear that I will never use you in my advertisements again. The more he thought about it, the more fortunate he felt, thinking that since Mu Shui hadn't lost her temper on the spot, she probably really didn't care. Thinking of this, he felt much better, and his movements became even lighter. That's his kind of Q spirit, he always has a great attitude. Just as the three of them were chatting idly, making small talk, they were having a great time. At the entrance. Suddenly, there was a series of urgent bangings on the door. Bang bang bang. Accompanied by the sound of banging on the door. Another angry male voice boomed, open the door. Open the door now. Upon hearing the voice, Zhali quickly turned her head. He looked at Xiao Linger with a puzzled expression. Linger, why does this voice sound so much like yours? Little Linger finally couldn't stay in bed any longer. She sat up abruptly, her face turning deathly pale. She cried out in a panic, oh no, it's my boyfriend. However, her actions were too agitated. By accident, the blue massage robe, which was already of somewhat substandard quality. There was a gash on his arm. A splash of snow white suddenly exploded. Lin Tian couldn't help but swallow hard. He thought to himself, so white. But at this very moment when he was about to die, the door to the small clinic was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. Chapter 14 1 Foot in 5 Boats. Little Linger stared wide-eyed at the man who burst through the door, her eyes wide with panic. He blurted out, Yi Bufan? What are you doing here? Her voice was a mixture of doubt and anger, and the shyness on her face was instantly replaced by anger. Yi Bufan came in. His gaze was fixed on Xiao Linger. She was wearing a thin massage dress, and a tear had occurred at one corner, revealing a glimpse of her snow-white skin. His eyes blazed with fury, his face turned ashen, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked, and he strode forward, ready to charge. You? Little Linger, oh, no wonder you've never let me touch your hand. Yi Bufan's eyes were bloodshot. He cursed venomously, you slut, you've been a whore for a long time, you've been sleeping with other men all along? A fucking threesome? Yi Bufan, what did you say? Say it again. Xiao Linger suddenly got off the bed, her face pale, and questioned incredulously. Meanwhile, the barbecue stall opposite the small clinic. The barbecue grill was blazing with smoke, and the aroma filled the air. The barbecue stall owner was showing off his fireball skills like a clown. Two customers dressed in black sat at the stall, their table piled high with skewers and empty bottles. But now, in the era of cultivation, strange people in strange clothes appeared one after another, and black clothing was already commonplace, so no one would give it a second glance. At this moment, one of the young men in black had a lamb skewer in his mouth, but his eyes were fixed on the bustling scene at the small clinic. He grinned and shouted at the stall owner, Boss, 10 more skewers of kidneys, please. There's going to be a good show tonight, I need to replenish my kidneys. Immediately. He then turned his head and clicked his tongue at the man in black beside him. Old Joe, you have to admit, Lin Tian is really something else. 2 female college students serving him at the same time, wow, I'm so envious. Upon hearing this, the man in black, who was called Old Joe, snorted coldly. He glared at the other person and said, Shut up. Don't forget who we are. If we're exposed, we'll both die. The young man curled his lip. He muttered to himself, it's all because of that explosion in the northern suburbs. The boss just disappeared out of nowhere. It's probably related to Lin Tian. We've been monitoring this place for ages, and we haven't even had time to report to the organization. He took a bite of kidney, continuing to stare at the clinic with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. While the two were completely focused on observing the small clinic, a purple figure quietly appeared beside the barbecue stall. The figure in the purple dress, with her graceful figure under the moonlight, looked like a celestial being, her phoenix eyes carrying a hint of murderous intent. She sat calmly at the table where the men in black were sitting. She naturally crossed her legs, and her skirt slipped down slightly, revealing a section of her fair calves.
the two men in black looked up.
They immediately recognized the woman's identity and turned pale with fright. He jumped up in terror and tried to run away. "If you dare take a single step, I will kill you all immediately."
The woman's voice was cold, her killing intent undisguised.
Master Yi, Master Yi. What are you doing here?"
This woman was none other than Yi Qingqiu, who had been here for quite some time.
Now.
The two men in black dared not make the slightest move. My body froze on the spot, cold sweat poured down my back, and my legs went weak.
Joke. This is Yi Qingqiu. In the southern part of the city, he was a ruthless person known to everyone. It is said that a year ago, a secret realm has been opened. Yi Qingqiu was vying for one of the elixir formulas. They insisted on competing with the three major families of Tang City next door.
In the end, she alone slaughtered over 100 of the enemy's grandmaster-level cultivators.
The scene was simply a mountain of corpses and a river of blood. And now all the secret realms begin. There are also unwritten rules.
They've long since become individuals who rely on their own abilities and bear the consequences of their own lives.
At this moment,
Yi Qingqiu narrowed her phoenix eyes slightly, glanced at the two of them, and gestured for them to follow her.
The two dared not resist and had no choice but to obey. Soon, the three of them arrived at a dark forest in the distance. "Speak, why are you spying on Lin Tian?"
Yi Qingqiu asked bluntly, his voice as cold as ice.
Old Zhou gritted his teeth and said, forcing a smile, "We were just passing by, we weren't spying on anyone." Yi Qingqiu sneered. Suddenly, a powerful aura of a peak Dao spirit realm expert erupted. The pressure was so intense that the two of them could hardly breathe. Then she flicked her fingers, and two pills were instantly shot into the throats of the two men. This pill is called Soul Severance. "If it is not broken within 3 breaths, all meridians will be shattered," she said calmly. The young man in black heard this. He was immediately terrified and turned pale. He stammered, I'll tell you. It was an explosion in the northern suburbs, our boss is missing, it must be related to Lin Tian, so we." "Shut up!" Old Zhou shouted angrily, a murderous glint in his eyes. "If you dare to leak organization secrets, I'll be the first to kill you." Yi Qingqiu narrowed her phoenix eyes slightly, and a hint of disdain curled her beautiful cherry lips. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in her phoenix eyes. With a wave of her slender hand, a blade of spiritual energy was unleashed, and the black-clad man who had been reprimanding the man didn't even have time to scream. It instantly turned into a blood mist. Upon seeing this, the young man in black completely broke down. He was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, defecating and urinating uncontrollably. He immediately kowtowed and begged for mercy, "As long as you don't kill me, I'll tell you anything." Yi Qingqiu said coldly, "Speak, and I'll guarantee your life." The young man nodded tremblingly and quickly confessed everything. 1 minute later, Yi Qingqiu returned to the barbecue stall alone, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. She called out to the stall owner, "Boss, grill a sausage, a little spicy." However, the words had barely left his mouth. She suddenly felt a brief, sharp pain in her chest. Yi Qingqiu gently touched her chest. He frowned slightly, thinking to himself, could it be that he has just broken through to the Dao spirit realm and his spiritual energy is still unstable? The stall owner next to him hurriedly responded and quickly handed Yi Qingqiu a large, tenderly grilled sausage. Yi Qingqiu sat upright by the stall, slightly parted her lips, and took a small bite of the large sausage. But a wisp of her spiritual consciousness kept observing the situation at the small clinic. A while later, she couldn't help but give a bitter smile. This little brother, he really is a member of the Lin family. He was using the guise of a masseuse to take advantage of the two female students. They even acted so seriously and confidently. Snort! "You brat, you're just like your grandpa." Back in the day, when old man Lin gave me a massage, he also had a sanctimonious and respectable appearance. It hurt me. Pa! What a shameless old man. The older generation is like this, I never thought the younger generation would be the same. She gave a coquettish laugh, her cheeks flushing slightly. A complex emotion flashed in his eyes. And at this moment, inside the small clinic, a melodramatic scene is unfolding. Yi Bufan's eyes widened in anger. Pointing at Xiao Linger, he roared, "You slut, you've cheated on me. And you still dare to talk back?" Little Linger was hit with another critical strike. She trembled with rage and suddenly stepped forward, shouting, "Yi Bufan! What nonsense are you spouting? I'm just here to treat my hidden ailment. Yi Bufan sneered. He walked to the door, ripped off a billboard on the left, and slammed it to the ground. Traditional massage? No men allowed? This place is a fucking brothel. This directly offended Lin Tian and the other two. Zhao also got angry. Watch your mouth. We're here to treat our hidden ailments. What right do you have to slander us? Xiao Linger's eyes reddened, and she finally exploded. Yi Bufan, we're over. Let's break up. She gritted her teeth and said, You're lazy and good for nothing. Your cultivation is entirely supported by the spirit stones I give you at school. Don't think I don't know. Besides pursuing me, you've been cheating on me with 5 other women at once. You're a piece of scum. And now, you're even slandering me? Get out. I don't want to see you. And what about Lin Tian? Originally, he thought the young couple had probably misunderstood, and that explaining it would solve the problem. So he was happy to relax and sit on a chair to the side watching the excitement. But upon hearing what the kid had just said, he was also filled with rage. He thought to himself, I don't cater to men, so how did this become a brothel? This is a blatant insult to one's dignity. Besides, this kid is obviously no good. I'm still single to this day. How could he possibly be involved with 5 different women at the same time? My uncle can tolerate this, but I can't. Immediately, Lin Tian glanced sideways at Yi Bufan. His tone was somewhat cold, but what he said was completely inexplicable. Hey kid, you have so many girlfriends, what's wrong with sharing one? How can you enjoy yourself all by yourself? Xiao Linger and Zhao Li were both stunned, then scolded each other. Junior brother Lin. You're talking nonsense again. Ding mood points plus 150 cumulative 500. Receive a free 2 draw when your emotional value reaches 500 for the first time. Holy crap? Holy crap? Lin Tian was dumbfounded. Is this really okay? Or 150? Chapter 15 Kiss Me. Lin Tian was completely shocked. He seemed to have seen a highway leading to his own demise. Without any further hesitation, he immediately jumped up. Lin Tian pointed at Yi Bufan. He sarcastically remarked, You've had your fun, so why be so fixated on it? You can't be so selfish, you know? Sometimes you have to let others have their fun too. Yi Bufan, you. Ding mood points plus 200 cumulative 700. Ding your mood value has reached 700 for the first time, granting you 1 triple draw. Xiao Linger and Zhao Li, who were standing nearby, were completely dumbfounded. What kind of operation is this? What does it mean to let others have a good time too? Is this even human language? The small clinic fell into a deathly silence. Lin Tian's eyes widened. Because he was also a little confused. However, he quickly realized what was happening. He took a hat from a drawer next to him. He walked slowly forward and calmly stood in front of Yi Bufan. Put the hat on his head. Finally, he patted the other person on the shoulder with a solemn expression. He gently comforted him, Brother, I completely understand how you feel. Don't worry, as long as you wear my hat, you'll definitely succeed in love from now on. Keep it up. You can do it. After comforting him, Lin Tian returned to his seat as if nothing had happened. A gentle breeze blew past the doorway. Yi Bufan finally realized what was happening. His eyes were bloodshot. He ripped the hat off his head and saw that it was green. Ah! I've been pursuing Xiao Linger for a year, and I haven't even held her hand. You took advantage of me here and now you dare to mock me to my face? Yi Bufan could no longer hold back, and his spiritual energy surged forth. He roared, I want you dead. He threw a punch, and the spiritual energy instantly transformed into a whirlwind, rushing straight towards Lin Tian's face. Lin Tian squinted. Who is he? So clever and cunning. He had already figured it out. The other party was only at the 3rd level of the chi refining realm. He gave a cold laugh. Lin Tian slowly raised his right hand, and a small, golden fireball suddenly appeared above his sword finger. Go! As he pointed his sword forward. The fireball flew out of his hand at lightning speed, heading straight for Yi Bufan, who was coming towards him. Yi Bufan's punches were fierce and powerful. Seeing that his opponent neither dodged nor evaded, he even childishly used a fireball technique. His eyes flashed with a fierce light, and the sinister smile on his lips deepened. He sneered inwardly.
Kid, today I'm going to smash your head in with one punch and show you the consequences of looking down on me and insulting me.
It's not surprising that Yi Bufan secretly mocked him like that.
Because, below the Foundation establishment realm, in a contest between cultivators of equal cultivation, their spiritual power is essentially the same. As long as one gathers spiritual energy to protect their body, attacks from spiritual energy of equal cultivation level will be largely ineffective. Therefore, the Qi induction realm is also known as physical tempering. If the two sides are fighting, they will mostly rely on power-based attacks.
Now,
Yi Bufan immediately gathered his spiritual power to protect himself, showing no fear of Lin Tian's fireball technique. With a single punch, he aimed at the fireball spell, seemingly intending to break the fireball first and then blast Lin Tian to death.
Bang! However, the moment Yi Bufan's fist touched the fireball, he was like a kite with a broken string in an instant. He was blasted away by the fireball and crashed directly into the wall.
But he coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his face turned deathly pale. I stared in disbelief at the scene before me.
But what shocked him even more was his fist was still stained with Lin Tian's fireball technique. No matter how hard he tried to shake him off, he couldn't. On the fireball, there were also strange Taoist runes that were constantly eroding his meridians and acupoints, and even his soul. Ah! What the hell is this thing? No, no. Until 3 breaths later. The small fireball then extinguished naturally. Yi Bufan looked shocked and then spat out another mouthful of blood.
Within his body, his meridians had already been thoroughly ravaged by the power of the Tao patterns. Yi Bufan was no longer as fierce as before. All that remained was a deep fear of Lin Tian. He endured the pain, clutching his chest with one hand.
She glared at Lin Tian with resentment and staggered out of the small clinic.
He didn't even dare to utter a harsh word before fleeing.
Lin Tian showed neither joy nor sorrow. There's no need for him to do so.
However, the fireball spell that was just cast was not unexpected. Because he incorporated a reverse press technique into the fireball technique. This is a secret technique he comprehended after breaking through to the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm.
The reverse press technique involves redirecting the spiritual energy of the technique in the opposite direction. It turns it from healing into destruction.
Xiaolinger and Zhaoli, who were standing to the side, were stunned and speechless. They witnessed everything that just happened.
This completely overturned their understanding and values regarding cultivation. Until a long time later.
They were only just recovering from their shock. Little Linger wiped her moist almond-shaped eyes. Lin Tian said gratefully, "Junior brother Lin, thank you for standing up for me just now." However, she started crying as she spoke, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Lin Tian offered a few words of comfort, and then the two women changed their clothes. He gave them a total of 400 spirit stones, left the small clinic, and returned to Nanjing University.
Lin Tian saw the two off. I did a simple repair on the door lock, and thankfully there weren't any major problems.
Who knows, Lin Tian might have to ask Yi Bufan for compensation again tomorrow.
He closed the door again. I just turned around, ready to go back to my room to rest. At this moment,
suddenly, there was another knock on the door.
Lin Tian was taken aback. He frowned and asked, could it be that they've returned? But the moment he opened the door,
suddenly, a figure in a purple dress rushed in.
She threw herself into Lin Tian's arms and hugged him tightly. Holy crap! What's going on? Before Lin Tian could even look down and see who it was.
Then he heard the person in his arms say weakly, "Quick, close the door.
I can't hold back anymore." No? Who are you? Lin Tian pushed the person in his arms away.
I raised my hand, ready to slap the other person.
Joke. Taking advantage of me isn't like this, is it?
They immediately gave each other a warm hug. But when he saw what the other person looked like, his hands suddenly hung in mid-air.
It's you? Sect Master Yi? What's going on here?
At this moment, Yi Qingqiu had bloodstains at the corner of her mouth, her face was flushed, and she looked like she was in the throes of spring.
It seems like she's in heat?
Yi Qingqiu was pushed away by Lin Tian, her delicate body seemingly about to collapse. Her breathing was unsteady, and her phoenix eyes radiated a strong allure.
It's as if it can steal your soul.
Lin Tian swallowed hard, looking at the other person with a puzzled expression.
But, I don't know why.
Perhaps it was due to the other person's beautiful, alluring eyes. This caused a violent surge of agitation to rise rapidly within Lin Tian's body.
Quick, little brother, please, close the door first, I can't control myself anymore.
Yi Qingqiu supported herself against the wall behind the door with one jade-like arm, her body gradually collapsing to the ground. A pair of beautiful legs, constantly crossing and twisting from side to side.
Lin Tian seemed to understand something.
He pondered for a long time. I think we should close the door first.
Although he harbored resentment towards Yi Qingqiu for planting a divine soul imprint in the ring.
But judging from the way the other person is acting now, they're most likely in heat.
Who knows, in a little while. Lin Tian shook his head vigorously.
I forced myself to calm down and stop thinking about those messy things.
He took a few steps forward and casually closed the door.
Then he turned around, wanting to check on Yi Qingqiu's condition.
Let's see what happened. But just as he turned around, a hot, delicate body pressed against her. Kiss me. The voice, like the murmur of gods and demons from the heavens, made Lin Tian's heart tremble. Chapter 16, Seductive Skills Out of Control, Campus Turmoil.
At this moment, Yi Qingqiu no longer possessed the ferocity he displayed when he raised his hand to kill. On the contrary, Mayer was the epitome of beauty, her phoenix eyes brimming with spring passion, as if an invisible flame was burning within them.
She gasped, little brother, kiss me.
The soft, warm fragrance returned to his embrace, and her hot breath brushed against Lin Tian's ear. Her smooth, jade-like arms wrapped around his waist like a mother snake, making his heart pound like a drum.
Lin Tian's eyes widened, and his mind went blank. Oh shit. What trick is this woman trying to pull this time?
He hurriedly pushed away the limp Yi Qingqiu from his arms again.
Lin Tian, Yi. Pavilion Master Yi. If you keep this up, don't blame me.
I'm a meat eater, so don't provoke me, or I'll make you understand tonight why monkey but cleft is so red.
But Yi Qingqiu is like an unconscious desire body. How can they understand human speech?
Her reason had long been consumed by his seductive charm. She parted her red lips slightly, murmuring in a mesmerizing voice, "Then tell your sister why the flowers are so red." She lunged again, her purple dress slipping down. Lin Tian's throat went dry instantly, his blood rushed to his head, and his suppressed rationality cracked like thin ice.
What the hell? They came prepared?
Lin Tian bit down on the back of his tongue, and his mouth was immediately filled with a strong taste of blood. He forced himself to calm down, maintaining his last shred of rationality. He activated the press technique, and the spiritual energy at his fingertips transformed into a fine stream that probed into Yi Qingqiu's body.
This investigation is of utmost importance. Because the spiritual energy in Yi Qingqiu's meridians was like a wild horse, running rampant. It can happen immediately. He then sensed a bewitching and domineering aura lingering in Yi Qingqiu's dantian.
This aura seemed to be drawing in one's soul and stirring up desire.
Lin Tian frowned. He thought to himself, what kind of weird technique is this? How can it make someone lose control like this? He tried to control himself and attempted to channel his spiritual energy. But what about Yi Qingqiu? Her teasing grew increasingly bold. Her delicate hand slid across Lin Tian's chest, and her red lips almost touched the corner of his mouth. Lin Tian retreated one step, then another. Until I was pushed against the edge of the massage bed. At this moment, Yi Qingqiu said sweetly, "Don't hold back." Every word and phrase was like a flame, scorching every nerve in Lin Tian's body. Depend on. Lin Tian let out a low roar, his rationality completely collapsing. He pinned Yi Qingqiu against the wall, flipped her over, and placed her, as soft as clay, on the massage bed. Early morning. Nanchun University. The sunlight lazily spilled onto the playground. A gentle breeze carries the aroma of fried dough sticks and the sweetness of soy milk from the breakfast stall. Those cultivators who have just embarked on their cultivation journey have never truly been able to abstain from grains. On the tree-lined avenue, the first-year monk students walked and chatted, their laughter mingling with the sound of swords flying overhead. When all the new students gathered on the playground. Now, 800 students from the Qi cultivation realm gathered in a large, orderly line. They were all eager and ready to try. A martial arts tournament will be held to compete for the 100 spots to enter the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm. This decision was made jointly by the Student Union and the Academic Affairs Office this morning. 100 students will be selected from 800 to represent Nanjing University in the Heavenly Furnace Mystery Realm 2 days later. However, the martial arts competition has not yet begun. Suddenly, a commotion broke out among the girls.
The little fairies, dressed in their finest attire, chattered away like a flock of frolicking birds.
Have you heard? Junior Lin's massage skills are amazing.
I heard that even Senior Mu Shui went to him for a massage. A girl with a ponytail said, her eyes sparkling.
Yes.
I never expected that this junior who just enrolled would be so versatile, besides being a genius at alchemy.
He's a real treasure.
Another short-haired girl exclaimed excitedly, her cheeks flushed. The girls chattered amongst themselves, their voices filled with admiration, wishing they could rush to the clinic and line up right now.
And all of this.
It was all thanks to Xiao Linger and Zhao Li who came back last night.
But
the male students nearby were all furious. Their faces turned as green as if they had swallowed flies.
Lin Tian? Humph, that kid is just a pervert disguised as a massage therapist.
A tall boy spat and gritted his teeth.
Exactly. His shabby clinic is clearly a den of iniquity.
I heard that Ji Buffon from the school next door listed 10 of Lin Tian's crimes on their school's forum this morning. Another boy with a buzzcut chimed in, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked.
Yes, he's a lecherous thief. At this moment, at the very back of the crowd, a young couple had a huge fight.
A girl stood with her hands on her hips, her almond-shaped eyes wide open.
I just wanted a massage to suppress my hidden ailment. What's wrong with that?
You only care about your own pleasure, you completely disregard what will happen when my spiritual energy goes berserk. Her boyfriend, who was sitting opposite her, heard this. His entire face was contorted.
He yelled at the girl, massage? Is there such a thing as a proper massage? Can't you just take your medicine?
The girl was so angry her hair was about to explode.
Her voice was shrill and piercing, take medicine? You never care about my health.
You always make me take medicine, which is very harmful to my body.
Don't you know that? Besides, even the school beauty doesn't mind, so why can't I? Linger said Lin Tian is a gentleman, and it's a completely legitimate massage.
The boyfriend was speechless, and in his heart he wished he could immediately grab a 40-meter-long sword and chop Lin Tian up to feed to the dogs.
He thought to himself, whether massage is legitimate or not, what man doesn't know?
Growing angrier the more he thought about it, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he roared, you just can't go.
You're being unreasonable.
The girl's eyes reddened, and she turned and left.
He left behind a cold, hard statement, we're over. We're breaking up. The entire playground.
The argument was like a powder keg being ignited. The boys and girls were directly divided into two factions, and tensions were running high. The two sides went back and forth, turning the playground into a chaotic vegetable market.
Shouts and curses rose and fell. In a corner far away,
a stunningly beautiful, cold-blooded young woman, her beautiful eyes flashing with deep hatred. She murmured, Lin Tian, I'm going to kill you.
Sudden. A cold, angry shout rang out like thunder. Shut up, all of you.
Tang Yan, dressed in a white dress, exuded an aura of frost as she strode into the playground with sharp steps. Her beautiful, cold face exuded a chilling aura.
Its phoenix eyes surveyed its surroundings. The playground fell silent instantly. Everyone was terrified. Where's Lin Tian? Where did he go? Tang Yan asked coldly, her tone revealing impatience.
The crowd looked at each other, no one daring to utter a sound, heads bowed like quails.
Tang Yan's eyebrows furrowed, and her voice grew even colder. Does anyone have his phone number?
The boys shuddered in fright. Without prior arrangement, they all pointed at one person, a sleazy, round, fat man. They all said in unison, Yao Pang has it. Yao Pang was drooling, his eyes lecherously fixed on a voluptuous girl in the group of girls opposite him. He was caught off guard by this sudden accusation. He was so frightened he almost fell over. The chubby-faced man forced out a sob, Director Tang.
I have it, I'll get it right now.
He shakily pulled out his phone, his hands shaking like a leaf.
He quickly dialed Lin Tian's number. But inside, he was screaming, Lin Tian, please don't drag me down with you. Number 11, South Street. The Lin Family Medical Clinic is tightly closed?
As a ray of morning light peeked through the cracks in the window, it illuminated the mess inside the small clinic.
The massage bed frame was completely broken into pieces.
The old mahogany bed in the room was also in a collapsed state, with wood shavings scattered all over the floor. A pristine white bedsheet hanging on a clothes rack had a large hole in it.
Fragments of the purple dress were scattered on the ground, along with tissues. Let's take a closer look. Forget it, there are too many to count. I wonder where Lin Tian's small clinic gets so many tissues.
The air still faintly carries the sweet scent of a past intoxicating experience.
Ring ring.
A cell phone rang urgently.
Lin Tian, who was lying on a door panel, was suddenly awakened.
He rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked around blankly.
After a while, he finally came to his senses. And the crazy scenes from last night are coming flooding back like a tide. A long time.
Lin Tian looked around, but Yi Qingqiu was nowhere to be seen.
He couldn't help but curse under his breath, damn it, where did that woman go? Leaving me to take the blame alone? At the same time, on the playground, Yao Pang put down his phone.
He nervously stole glances at Tang Yan.
His voice was barely audible. Director Tang, he didn't answer.
Tang Yan's face darkened, her anger blazing. If you hit him again and he can't get here in 10 minutes, you and he will both go dig for spirit stones.
Speak. Tang Yan stepped onto the high platform on the playground, ready to begin today's competition.
The fat boy, his entire body bulging, was on the verge of tears. He frantically redialed the number, his chubby face scrunched up like a bun.
His inner screamed, Lin Tian, you're my real father. Answer this. Tang Bolong is really going to eat people alive. He knew about mining spirit or, didn't he? Joke. That means they'll just announce the death penalty. On the other side, the phone rang again. This finally pulled Lin Tian out of his sleepwalking state. He picked up his phone and looked at it. Upon discovering it was Yao Pang's number, the call was immediately connected. Hey, fatty, what's up?
Immediately from the other end of the phone came Yao Pang's panicked shout, Lin Tian,
get back to school. Tang Bolong is looking for you, he's so anxious he's about to kill someone. Lin Tian was taken aback, his heart skipped a beat. Tang Yan? What does she want with me? Is it possible that a reward is being given? Chapter 17 The Truth About the Furnace and Cauldron, a Surgeon Realm. Small clinic. On the door panel, Lin Tian put down his phone. He pursed his lips and muttered, a martial arts competition? What does that have to do with me? I won all 100 spots. Do you expect me to fight them all over again? He glanced around again.
My gaze fell on the broken massage bed and the tattered sheets.
His lips twitched. This woman, damn it, she almost drained me dry last night. But I didn't realize. She truly is an absolute stunner. Compared to Teacher Tang's, it seems, it's even a bit bigger. Lin Tian instinctively formed his hands into claws and squeezed them. Right now, even he himself didn't notice.
His mindset seems to have changed.
After a while,
he scratched his head, trying to dispel the restlessness in his heart.
After a quick wash and a coat, I went out. Headed straight to Nanchang University. At this time, in the southern suburbs, a secluded valley, a dilapidated thatched cottage, nestled among bamboo groves, with wisps of morning mist, is like a paradise on earth. Beside its house, standing there was a sexy and charming woman. It was none other than Yi Qingqiu, the master of Miaodan Pavilion, who had been relentlessly pursuing love last night. She was only wearing a large white men's shirt. The hem of the shirt barely covered his hips. Further down, a pair of long and fair legs were revealed. Those two crystal clear, delicate and smooth little feet gently stepped on a tender blade of grass. A gentle breeze blows by. The sheer shirt clung to her body, outlining her perfect figure and exuding the fatal allure of a mature woman. It's so beautiful, it's breathtaking. She narrowed her phoenix eyes, looking at the thatched hut in front of her. It seems as if they are reminiscing about the past. Her red lips parted slightly, as if she were whispering to herself, Lin Tianfu, so all of this was your conspiracy. You schemed against me for 20 years. Yi Qingqiu's thoughts began to reminisce about the past. She was orphaned at a young age, without father or mother. From the time I can remember. It was Lin Tianfu who picked her up from the street and secretly raised her in this thatched hut. When I was a child, Old Man Lin not only taught her alchemy, but also passed on to her a mysterious skill, the mysterious charm, divine skill. It is said that this was obtained by chance in a secret place many years ago, and its power is boundless. However, it requires a woman to cultivate. As for her, Yi Qingqiu, she was born with a cold and aloof personality. Even though she had practiced this seductive art since childhood, she always suppressed its true nature due to her personality. This resulted in an inherent contradiction in her personality, with both allure and aloofness coexisting.
In the eyes of outsiders,
Yi Qingqiu is a charming young woman. No one knows his identity.
she has a graceful figure and is only in her early 20s. Her appearance, however, was that of someone in their 30s, and she still exuded a captivating charm.
Yi Qingqiu was always extremely grateful to Lin Tianfu.
I am grateful for her nurturing and for teaching me the martial arts techniques.
I remember when I was a child. What Yi Qingqiu found particularly puzzling was, why does the old man always massage her every now and then, guiding her to activate her seductive skills? At first, she thought it was to help her consolidate her cultivation. Later, they thought that old man Lin was being disrespectful and taking advantage of the situation. But it wasn't until after last night's madness
She finally realized what was happening.
turned out to be.
All of this was Lin Tianfu's scheme.
Thinking of this,
Yi Qingqiu gritted her teeth. He looked at the bamboo skewer in his hand with a mocking gaze.
this is the same sausage skewer from the barbecue stall last night.
It was this very stick. Combined with the seductive magic array hidden inside the small clinic, it completely detonated her mysterious seductive divine skill.
Lin Tianfu, you've really gone to great lengths for your grandson.
Yi Qingqiu sneered, then turned into a bitter smile, her feelings a mixture of emotions. She couldn't help but marvel at old man Lin's ingenious methods.
It actually took 20 years of meticulous cultivation to nurture her as a vessel?
The mysterious charm divine skill has a remarkable origin. The opening of the exercise manual states, whoever takes a cultivator's virginity will not only improve their cultivation talent and perfect their physique, but their cultivation level will also advance by leaps and bounds.
Even more frightening is, women who practice this technique are unique in that technique.
It will cause the cultivator's soul to willingly acknowledge the usurper as its master.
Willing to submit, loyal for life, and never betray. This is different from slave seals. The mark of slavery is forced obedience.
The recognition of a master by the Xianmei divine skill is a voluntary offering from the depths of one's soul.
There is absolutely no possibility of betrayal.
Yi Qingqiu opened her palm, and in her palm was a small piece of bed sheet neatly cut off by scissors.
The plum blossoms scattered above are glaring and ironic.
She chuckled self-deprecatingly, Lin Tian, you little rascal, you're really grateful for everything your grandfather did for you?
You got a huge advantage.
A gentle breeze stirred, causing her hair to dance lightly. Shedding her usual aloofness, she became even more alluring and captivating, like a blooming peony, exquisitely beautiful.
She tossed the bedsheet into the air and sneered, Lin Tianfu, are you satisfied now? If I'm not mistaken, even the myriad pills pavilion was prepared by you for your grandson, wasn't it? Just then,
in the jungle, two extremely beautiful women dressed as maids hurried over.
The one in the lead was a maid named Xiao Taohong.
She has delicate features, like a girl next door, with bright and lively eyes. The two approached Yi Qingqiu from behind. Xiao Taohong caught a glimpse of Yi Qingqiu's attire, her eyes flashing with curiosity, but she dared not ask any further questions. The two women then obediently stepped forward and skillfully helped Yi Qingqiu change her clothes. After changing her clothes, Yi Qingqiu's demeanor instantly returned to its usual noble and dignified state. She had her back to the maid behind her. He said calmly, Little Peach Blossom, from today onwards, you will secretly follow Lin Tian and protect him.
Speaking of which, Yi Qingqiu paused. After a long while,
she then continued meaningfully, if he takes a liking to you, remember, you must not resist.
Little Peach blushed and exclaimed in surprise, Sect Master, this. Whom? Do you intend to disobey my orders?
Yi Qingqiu said coldly.
Little Peach Blossom dares not, I will obey the pavilion master's orders. Xiao Taohong was so frightened that she knelt down and kowtowed immediately. Yi Qingqiu snorted.
There was no further explanation. Accompanied by another maid, they transformed into streaks of light and departed from this place. Little Peach Blossom stood there, pouting and muttering, Fine, I'll protect you, but why do I have to? But then I thought of the cold tone the pavilion master had just spoken.
Xiao Taohong's voice abruptly stopped. At the same time,
Lin Tianzhang sped all the way to Nanchang University. The morning breeze whistled past him, making his clothes flutter loudly.
Sudden.
He abruptly stopped and looked inward in shock.
Qi Induction Realm, 5th level?
His eyes widened as he felt the abundant spiritual energy within his body. He was able to glide on the wind for a short time, his toes lightly touching the ground, and his figure swept forward several meters like a swallow.
When did I get to the 5th floor? He was a little confused. But then, his heart started pounding. Check the Red Phoenix system immediately. Depend on. My emotional value is down to 200 points? After a period of chaotic popularity. He slapped his thigh hard. He recalled the crazy scene of fighting Yi Qingqiu for 17 rounds last night. The reason I didn't pay attention to these things before is. It's because he only recalls the joy and passion of that time. Now, he has completely discarded those messy memories. Only then did he vaguely remember. During the passionate encounter between him and Yi Qingqiu, the press technique within his body was operating automatically at that time. He even pressed the heavenly chains on Yi Qingqiu's body and cut one of them off. My emotional points. Lin Tian cried out, looking up at the sky, his heart aching. What about a lottery? Could it be that even this is gone? He then hurriedly checked Hole 1's lottery draw. Thank goodness. I'm still getting 3 consecutive draws. I did the math. Now that his cultivation level had increased by 2 levels, he suddenly grinned foolishly and said, "Oh well, this doesn't seem like a bad deal after all. Not only did I become a real man, but I also increased my cultivation level. Even if my emotional points are gone, I can earn them again." Lin Tian's mood instantly improved. Immediately, he seemed to have wings on his feet and ran even faster. He ran while adapting to the new realm, still within his sea of consciousness. The lottery has begun. Lin Tian rubbed his hands together, his eyes full of anticipation. He muttered to himself, "I wonder what good stuff I'll get this time." Giveaway begins. Ding, congratulations on winning. Chapter 18, Nanjing University Martial Arts Competition. Wow! Congratulations on winning 1 muscle explosion pill. After taking it, muscle strength will increase 10-fold, power 10-fold, and speed 8-fold. Lasts for 10 minutes. Wow! Congratulations on winning 1 Pure Desire Crimson Belly Band. Once worn, it grants immunity to all magic. Made of ice cicada spirit silk, it is truly an essential item for dual cultivation and sensual pleasure. Wow! Congratulations on winning 1 Premium Youth Preserving Pill. After taking it, it can double your appearance and permanently preserve your youthful looks. Lin Tian suddenly stopped in his tracks. His eyes were wide open, like copper bells. His lips twitched violently. What the hell? I can understand the muscle bursting pill, but you want a whole belly band instead? He glanced at the so-called pure and lustful red belly band in his mind's eye. Even with his thick skin, he couldn't help but blush. He muttered to himself, "This is a must-have for erotic scenes? What kind of belly band has 2 bowl-sized slits cut into the chest area? This seems a little bit indecent, doesn't it?" As for the youth preserving pill, he touched his face. "My looks, while not quite as handsome as Panan, are still reminiscent of Eddie Peng. I should save this elixir for someone else." Lin Tian was delighted. With the wind beneath their feet, several people glided through the air. I arrived at the Nanjing University sports field just 10 minutes in. As soon as we arrived, at the end of the crowd, a round, fat man called out to him. Immediately, the two of them conspired together, whispering amongst themselves. At this moment, on the playground, the sun was blazing, and a gentle breeze swirled up bits of grass. 800 students from the Qi cultivation realm stood densely packed on the ground. Everyone fell silent, too afraid to speak loudly. Because it's on a high platform. The atmosphere was tense, on the verge of conflict. Tang Yan, dressed in white, had a cold and beautiful face that was tense, with her eyebrows raised. She was arguing heatedly with a middle-aged man in a gray robe. The man had a stern face and sharp eyes. It was Director Hu of the Logistics Department and Vice President of Nanjing University. Vice Principal Hu, Lin Tian's performance at the Danshur University competition was phenomenal, winning 100 spots for Nanjing University. Who can compare to that? Why should he still participate in the competition? It's only right to reserve a special spot for him. Upon hearing this, Vice Principal Hu frowned. But he was not afraid of Tang Yan. Although Tang Yan is seen as a formidable figure by her students. But in Hu Ming's eyes, Tang Yan is merely a cultivator at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, and one who is destined to remain at the Grandmaster realm forever. However, out of respect for Principal Hong, Hu Ming maintained a consoling attitude. He spoke in a calm yet undeniable tone. Director Tang, don't rush to refute me. Let me explain first. We at South China University of Natural Sciences will always remember Lin Tian's contributions.
So, it's understandable that you made an exception and included him in the student council, giving him preferential treatment in terms of resources.
But have you considered that the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm is a once-in-a-century event? Every single spot is crucial to the future of Nanjing University. But Lin Tian's talent for cultivation is well known. Don't you think this is a waste of a precious spot? Tang Yan thought that what the school said did make some sense. But she just had a certain spirit. She didn't know why, but she just wanted to fight for some fairness and benefits for Lin Tian. She stared coldly at Hu Ming, who had a receding hairline. He sneered, if it weren't for Lin Tian, where would Nanjing University get 100 spots? It's unreasonable to strip him of his spot now. It's like killing the donkey after it has served its purpose. Tang girl. It's not that I, old Hu, am mean-spirited. I'm just putting myself in his shoes and thinking about things from his perspective. Think about it, Lin Tian's cultivation level is too low, only at the first level of qi induction, and he can't even use basic spiritual techniques smoothly. The Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm is fraught with danger. Everyone must sign a waiver of liability for life and death, and they are responsible for their own life and death after entering. If he gets in, let alone compete for opportunities, even protecting himself will be a problem. The other 99 students from Nanyang University will even have to be distracted to protect him. Isn't this dragging down the entire Nanyang University team? Isn't this irresponsible towards the life and safety of the other students? Don't you think that makes sense? Upon hearing this, Tang Yan, who was originally irritable, suddenly calmed down. Because what the other party said was not without reason. Although she had a bad temper, she wasn't an unreasonable madwoman. She bit her red lips, her voice lacking conviction as she retorted, but he is, after all, the only top alchemist at Nanjing University. We can't let him feel that the school is being unfair to him. That's not true, Hu Ming interrupted. On the contrary, precisely because of this, we cannot give him a special spot, and Lin Tian should not take the risk. Hu Ming emphasized this point. Lin Tian has exceptional talent in alchemy and should stay at the university to refine more top-grade pills for Nanjing University. Why should he go to the secret realm to throw his life away? 100 places may seem like a lot, but it's still not enough to meet the needs of cultivators from other cities. We need to ensure the team's combat effectiveness while also cultivating students with higher talent, so we must carefully calculate the number of places. Tang Yan frowned slightly, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes. Because the other party's words were indeed all reasonable. Lin Tian's level of cultivation is, after all, quite evident. He was only at the first level of the qi refining realm. They are truly the worst of the worst. Who knows, they might not even be enough to kill the prodigies of some other schools or sects with a single finger. And as an alchemist, staying at the school was far more valuable than taking any risks. Moreover, this time, the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm is not only frequented by cultivators from the South City. It is said that there are also powerful individuals from several neighboring cities, making the competition extremely fierce. Dead, that's obvious. At this moment, Hu Ming noticed that Tang Yan remained silent. He softened his tone and said, Tang girl, although our Nanjing University has cancelled his special quota allocation, but compensation can be provided in other ways. As the director of logistics, I have approved it. Whether it's spirit stones, pill formulas, or even the inheritance of secret techniques, the school will never treat him unfairly. Hu Ming made a quick decision, raising his voice slightly. Tang Yan did not refute this time. She compromised. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. His gaze slowly swept across the crowd below the stage, finally settling on Lin Tian, who was standing at the end of the crowd. Her eyes held a complex expression, a mixture of admiration and helplessness. There was still a lingering, pleasant aftertaste of Lin Tian's skillful hands during yesterday's massage. But she finally steeled herself and called out loudly, Lin Tian, come forward. And Lin Tian. After talking with Yao Pang, I learned about the situation. He also roughly figured out some things. I heard shouts. He slowly squeezed through the crowd, enduring hundreds of gazes, and walked down to the foot of the platform. Lin Tian, regarding the special quota for the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm, the school has decided to temporarily cancel your special quota. However, you have two choices. 1. Participate in the competition like other students and compete for a spot based on your own strength. 2. Give up the special spot, and the school will compensate you separately. The choice is yours. Tang Yan said this.
On the playground, 800 freshmen exploded like a powder keg that had been lit.
What? Lin Tian wants to have a martial arts competition? Seriously? Isn't he a genius at alchemy? Logically, he should have a reserved spot, right? Why is he competing with us for it?
Several pretty female senior students immediately surrounded Lin Tian, their faces full of concern. A short-haired senior student patted her chest and sweetly flattered Lin Tian.
He said, "Junior brother Lin, don't be afraid.
Since there are no special spots, if you want to participate in the competition, just draw lots later. If I'm chosen to fight you, I'll immediately admit defeat and let you pass."
That's right,
Lin Tian, it doesn't matter if you don't go to the Heavenly Furnace secret realm. Just stay at school and your sisters will help you snatch up lots of spiritual herbs and pill formulas for you. Ding mood value plus 10 cumulative 210. Ding mood value plus 10 cumulative 220. Ding mood value plus 10 cumulative 230.
Chapter 19 Is Mu Shui taking revenge for personal reasons?
There was also a tall female senior who squeezed forward. She secretly slipped Lin Tian a bottle of pills.
Her eyes sparkled. "Junior, this is my treasured rejuvenation pill. Take it, you'll definitely need it if you decide to have a duel.
But don't let them find out you can't take drugs during a duel.
Also, don't be reckless. It's okay if you lose. Just don't hurt your skillful hands. We're really looking forward to getting a massage from you."
Lin Tian was surrounded by a group of chattering fairies. It's all haphazard and disjointed, creating a rather incongruous and chaotic scene.
Lin Tian was both amused and exasperated.
He scratched his head and said, "Well, thanks, senior sisters."
But he had a question in his mind: just how much effort did Xiaolinger and Zhao Li put into promoting themselves last night? How did this happen? He's almost been hailed as a massage master. Over here, Lin Tian and these lovely girls from Nanjing University were all lovey-dovey, making others envious.
On the other hand, the boys' situation was completely different. A group of boys were eager to get started, their eyes blazing with fury, like hungry wolves eyeing their prey. "Damn it, if Lin Tian dares to participate in the competition, I'll beat him to a pulp." A burly man sneered in a low voice, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked.
"Exactly.
What alchemy genius, massage master, they're all heretics," another buzz-cut guy gritted his teeth. "I heard he was loitering around the girls' dormitory yesterday.
He's probably a pervert.
If he dares to participate, and we draw lots to pick him and me, I'll beat him to a pulp."
Combat strength is the only true measure of success.
With that small frame, he's only at the first level of the chi refining realm.
"I'll admit defeat if he can last 3 seconds, someone sneered, their voice full of malice.
Ding mood value plus 20 cumulative 230. Ding mood points plus 20 cumulative 250. Ding mood value plus 20 cumulative 270.
The reason why these people are so resentful.
There's no other reason than that, whether it's a couple who have established a relationship with boys or someone they have a crush on. At this moment, they all surrounded Lin Tian.
That's not the key point. The key point is that these little fairies are all threatening to deliver themselves to Lin Tian's door and let him touch them.
They claimed that Lin Tian was a virtuous gentleman and provided legitimate massages. So, Lin Tian, he's going to be hated by many. Who can stand by and watch their goddess or girlfriend get a massage from a man?
I heard it's the kind of massage that involves the whole body?
Let alone a 40-meter-long broadsword, even an 80-meter-long broadsword would probably chip and dull if it were used. Lin Tian touched his nose, puzzled to himself. His gaze kept drifting towards the boys' group on the other side, looking at those menacing eyes that seemed to want to devour him alive.
Depend on. What's going on? How come in just one day, I've become both the darling of women and a lecher in the eyes of men? I just work part-time as a masseur to earn a living. How did he become a lecher?
That was a proper massage.
Oh well, the angrier they get, the more emotional points I get. I might as well squeeze some money out of them. Thinking of this,
Lin Tian did not hesitate any longer. He stepped forward. He shouted loudly, "Teacher Tang, I've decided to participate in the martial arts competition."
What? Junior Lin, are you crazy? You really want to participate? Isn't he just asking for trouble? Who here isn't of a higher level than him? This is going to be interesting. Tang Yan was also taken aback. In her opinion,
based on their interactions over the past 2 days, she could tell that Lin Tian was someone who could see reality clearly.
But now, what about him? But since it has been publicly announced, Tang Yan can't back out now.
She had no choice but to nod in agreement. But just as she was about to check Lin Tian's cultivation level, but someone interrupted my train of thought. And Tang, since it's decided, let's start the lottery now. Just then, a cool and aloof figure slowly ascended the high platform. Mu Shui was holding an old-fashioned lottery box. Her flowing, moon-white dress and elegant demeanor, like a snow lotus on an iceberg, were breathtakingly beautiful. But the way she looked at Lin Tian was somewhat strange, and her lips curled into a half-smile, like a cunning little fox. Lin Tian happened to be looking at Mu Shui. The moment their eyes met, he keenly noticed her unusual behavior. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, this girl? This is... He swallowed hard, a vague premonition that he was about to fall into a pit. Mu Shui stopped, her voice as cold as a clear spring. The competition is officially starting. Everyone, please line up to draw lots. Soon, people began lining up to draw lots. When it was Lin Tian's turn, he felt uneasy. I arrived at the lottery box and was about to reach in to draw a number. But then she heard Mu Shui beside her say in a low voice, I heard that Xiao Linger came back from her massage last night and praised you highly. I'm really happy for her because now the whole school knows that I was the one who led the way in getting a full body massage from you. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's hand trembled. One of the license plates that was originally held fell down. He quickly reached out again, touched around, and finally grabbed another number plate. Lin Tian said somewhat awkwardly, Senior Mu, I really didn't mean to use you as a selling point. Next. Before Lin Tian could explain, Mu Shui interrupted him coldly. Helpless, Lin Tian could only secretly walk down from the platform and return to the crowd. Look at yours, what number is it? Fatty Yao, who was standing next to Lin Tian, came over as soon as he saw him. Lin Tian casually flipped through the numbers. The number plate clearly read, First Group, number 11. Yao Pang flipped over his number plate, which read Group 13, number 12. By the way, Lin Tian, are you confident? You're only at the first level of qi refining. Fatty asked with some concern. Lin Tian glanced at him, you should worry about yourself. But, you, who specializes in Iron Mountain Shield, may not win, but you also can't lose. Of course, Fatty, I've made ample preparations this time, but... Yao Pang paused for a moment after saying this. He then added, however, Lin Tian, I heard that among the new students in this competition, there are no fewer than 100 at the peak of the qi refining realm. If you go on stage, won't you just get beaten to a pulp? How about I teach you a few moves of the Iron Mountain Shield technique now, so you can protect your anus? Otherwise, getting beaten to a pulp on the spot is not civilized. Bang! Get lost. Lin Tian punched Yao Pang in the belly, sending the qi refining realm level 8 flying several meters away, rolling around on the ground a few times. Damn it, Lin Tian, you bastard, I'll pay for this. But before he could finish speaking, a loud shout suddenly came from the high platform. The draw is over, the competition begins. Everyone went to the corresponding arena according to the group they were assigned. First arena, number 11 Lin Tian versus. The teacher in charge of the first arena was about to announce the list of opponents for the first match. You can see the name after it. I was a little dumbfounded. Lin Tian versus number 12, Mu Shui. Boom! These words were spoken. The entire venue erupted in cheers. The students stared wide-eyed, their voices rising like a tidal wave. What? The first match is between Senior Mu Shui and Lin Tian? My god, this is too amazing. Senior sister Mu Shui is at the 8th level of the qi refining realm. I heard that she may have broken through again last night and reached the peak of the qi refining realm for this heavenly furnace secret realm. How can Lin Tian possibly fight her? Lin Tian's mind went blank. He almost jumped up and down on the spot. You're with me in the very first game? This lottery draw is just too coincidental. He stared at Mu Shui's cold, pretty face. Depend on. She probably tampered with this lottery box. Lin Tian cursed inwardly. Mu Shui, however, slightly curved her cherry lips and smiled faintly as she turned her head. Junior brother Lin, please come up to the arena? Lin Tian's lips twitched. This girl is clearly using her position to settle a personal score. Chapter 20 Ambiguous Relationship in the Arena. Nanjing University Sports Field. 10 arenas, arranged in order. The arena was made of bluestone and was about 10 jang wide.
A protective aura of spiritual energy flickered around them, isolating them from the aftershocks.
The sun was blazing, and the wind whipped up bits of grass. The students below the stage cheered loudly. The rules of the competition remain the same as always.
Simple yet rigorous.
The two sides should stop when they have made a move they may injure but not kill. If one side concedes defeat, the other side must immediately stop.
And this tournament. Each person in each group will play 3 matches, and the person who wins 2 matches will be the winner. Mu Shui was the first to take the stage. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Lin Tian, her pretty cherry lips always holding a half smile. However, there was always a hint of coldness in that smile. The swaying made Lin Tian's heart tighten. Left with no other choice.
He had no choice but to grit his teeth, turn over, and step onto the first ring. Senior Mu Shui, about what happened yesterday.
I really didn't mean to spread rumors. Let's talk this out. Mu Shui snorted coldly, her pretty face slightly flushed, her shyness mixed with anger. Easy to say? Today's arena is your punishment. Since last night. Mu Shui was furious.
Originally, she didn't need to participate in the competition at all, because she was one of the 10 special spots that were awarded to her. But the thought that Lin Tian dared to use her as an advertisement, causing her to be laughed at by the whole school, was unbearable.
Mu Shui sneered inwardly. If I don't beat you to a pulp today, I'm not Mu Shui.
Ding mood value plus 50 cumulative 320. Before the bell for the arena battle could ring,
Mu Shui launched the first attack.
With a swift movement, his spiritual energy erupted, revealing him to be at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi induction realm. Her figure was like a phantom, turning into afterimages, her skirt fluttering, her movements as graceful as a banished immortal dancing.
The boys in the audience were mesmerized and cheered in unison. Senior Mu Shui. Beat him up. Let him know what's what.
The girls, however, were filled with worry. They whispered among themselves, Junior brother Lin is only at the 1st level of Qi refining.
What are we going to do?
If he hurts his hand, we'll have to rely on medicine to suppress his hidden injuries in the future. They all bit their lips and frowned, hoping that Mu Shui wouldn't go too far.
As for the hidden ailments of the heavenly way, women are different from men.
They all suffered from unbearable chest and abdominal distension and pain, and although taking medicine was effective, however, it damages the meridians.
It is also said to cause infertility. Of course, this is just what the experts say.
As for whether it's true or false, naturally no one knows.
Bang! On stage,
Mu Shui struck out with her palm, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that struck Lin Tian's chest directly.
Lin Tian, with his current cultivation level of 5, was completely unable to react. He took a direct hit from Mu Shui.
He felt a tightness in his chest and staggered backward.
She glared at him and said, Senior, are you serious?
But secretly, he was pleased with himself.
Because of that palm strike just now. Although on the surface, it appears extremely fierce and wants to kill with one blow. However, when it landed on Lin Tian's chest, most of its spiritual power was dissipated, just within the range that a Qi refining realm level 5 cultivator could withstand. This girl. What a kind heart she has. Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh.
Mu Shui's pretty face was serious. In a martial arts contest, I will naturally go all out. Junior, prepare to be challenged. She pressed forward again, her palm strikes fierce and swift, leaving only a blur.
The cheers from the males in the audience grew even louder. Senior Mu Shui. Teach this lecherous scoundrel a lesson.
Let him know that at Nanjing University, combat strength is the most important thing, not those crooked tricks and swindling. Ding mood value plus 10 cumulative 330.
Depend on. Here we go again.
This girl seems determined to embarrass me today.
Then don't blame me.
Lin Tian's lips curled into a wicked smile. He shifted to the side, narrowly avoiding Mu Shui's fair little hand.
Then, secretly apply the reverse press technique.
Spiritual energy gathered at the fingertips, and in the instant they brushed past each other, a large hand carrying a trace of incantation like spiritual power appeared.
He gently and stealthily touched Mu Shui's round and perky buttocks. Ah!
Mu Shui's delicate body trembled, and the spiritual energy within her body instantly became chaotic.
Her originally aloof and icy face instantly turned bright red. Her almond-shaped eyes widened. Lin Tian. You scoundrel!
Ding mood points plus 50 cumulative 380. Mu Shui turned her head and glanced at the people around her. Seeing their astonishment, she felt even more ashamed and indignant. Immediately, the palm wind from her fair little hand became even faster, attacking Lin Tian like raindrops. However, it was affected by the spiritual energy of the reverse press technique. Her heart was in turmoil, and her attacking palm techniques became somewhat flustered. It's like having a move but no move at all, like a sulking wife.
Seeing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but smirk mischievously as he dodged the other's palm strikes.
They began to launch a counterattack while the momentum was there.
One careless mistake. Lin Tian's fingertip unintentionally brushed against the other person's slender waist.
Apply the spiritual energy of the reverse word technique lightly. This caused Mu Shui to tremble slightly again, and soft moans escaped her throat. The two exchanged increasingly intimate gestures. Mu Shui launched a whip kick, and Lin Tian raised his arm to block it, but his arm accidentally grazed the inside of her thigh. Mu Shui's pretty face turned even redder, her legs went weak, and she gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath, shameless. Ding mood points plus 50 cumulative 430.
Lin Tian suppressed a laugh and remained silent. Seizing the opportunity, he lowered his body and pretended to fall. His palm accidentally pressed against her lower abdomen.
As a wisp of spiritual energy from the incantation was sent, Mu Shui's delicate body stiffened, her face turned as red as if it were about to bleed, and she almost lost her balance.
These scenes. This instantly left the audience speechless.
Then he erupted in a violent roar.
That kid's been fouling. Referee, call a foul on him. Exactly. This isn't a martial arts contest, it's clearly harassing our goddess. Ah. Lin Tian, I'm going to kill you, you bastard.
Ding mood value plus 30 cumulative 460.
However, those fairy-like girls from Nanjing University.
Yet they all blushed and their hearts raced as they watched.
They chuckled softly, Junior Lin's technique, TSK, no wonder the massage felt so good. Senior Mu Shui's face is all red, she probably isn't angry inside, right? Last night, Xiao Linger said that Lin Tian's massage technique could give people a tiny bit of that feeling. Could it be that senior sister Mu Shui is? Oh dear, that Junior Lin, he's so naughty, how could he do that in public? Ding mood points plus 30 cumulative 490.
However, Mu Shui was listening to the discussions among the people below the stage.
He was so ashamed that tears welled up in his eyes, and he stomped his foot in anger. Lin Tian. You've gone too far.
Ding mood points plus 50 cumulative 540. She struck out with her palm, but it was weak and powerless. Because at this moment, the spiritual energy within her body is not reversing the press technique at all, it is in a state of absolute stillness.
Lin Tian also felt that it was about time. If we keep playing, it'll be easier to get good drops.
He scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly, Senior, I really didn't mean it.
Let's stop here, okay?
Mu Shui bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes, and finally couldn't hold back any longer, turning her back to the world. She raised a delicate hand and wiped away the tears in her eyes.
Lin Tian saw that the other person was crying. My mind was in turmoil. Because this wasn't his intention, he just wanted the other party to stop. Unexpectedly, the usually aloof and cold campus beauty. I actually cried.
Lin Tian was about to step forward to offer some comfort and apologize.
After all, it was his own fault. But just then, a cool, fragrant breeze, like a small snake, entered Lin Tian's nostrils.
A fleeting afterimage flashed before my eyes.
Tang Yan had already stepped onto the ring.
Tang Yan glared at her with her phoenix eyes. He couldn't help but curse inwardly, this brat really knows how to cause trouble. Ding mood value plus 20 cumulative 560.
Tang Yan immediately cleared her throat. The announcement was loud, this battle is a draw.
Mu Shui does not need to fight again and will retain her special spot.
Upon hearing this, the students in the audience.
They all nodded in agreement.
No one had any objections.
After all, Mu Shui was at the peak of the 9th level of the qi refining realm. Their strength is beyond question, and no one dares to doubt it. In addition, Mu Shui usually takes special care of these new students who have just joined Nanjing University. In terms of prestige, they are all highly respected by everyone. But Lin Tian just pursed his lips.
He muttered to himself, what a superficial society. Having connections is so advantageous.
I fought for these 100 spots at Nanjing University, but in the end, I still have to fight for one myself.
Oh shit. In my next life, I want to be reborn as a woman too. I want to be the school beauty too. Shaw. I will not be a woman. Lin Tian inwardly grumbled. Chapter 21 Little Linger's Erotic Dance. It was arranged by Tang Yen.
Lin Tian drew lots again, preparing to participate in the next round of the competition. This time, he drew number 15 in group 10. Mu Shui, with her face covered in tears still wet, ran towards the dormitory building in shame and indignation. The group of boys glared fiercely at Lin Tian. There was a sense that they wanted to devour Lin Tian alive right now.
Tang Yen watched Mu Shui walk away into the distance. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Then she turned around and glared fiercely at Lin Tian before chasing after him. Ding, mood value plus 10 cumulative 570. The remaining competitions were also handed over to Vice Principal Hu for coordination. It's clear that Tang Yen dotes on Mu Shui.
On the arena, the martial arts competition continued in full swing.
On the third group's arena,
a male swordsman, wielding his sword with unrestrained energy and dazzling light, forced his opponent to surrender in just 3 moves, drawing cheers from the crowd.
On the other side, a female cultivator, skilled in water-based spiritual arts, transformed her spiritual energy into a water dragon.
After a fierce battle lasting half an hour, she narrowly defeated her opponent, leaving her drenched in sweat. Lin Tian watched with great interest.
He secretly praised, this Nanjing University truly lives up to its reputation as the #1 cultivation university in the southern city. That's all the combat power they have. If they were released outside, each of them would be a top-notch cultivation genius. South City. There are 4 major families and 7 major academies. They are the Mu family, the Nangong family, the Chen family, and the Wang family. Among them, the Nangong family specializes in alchemy.
The other 3 families, on the other hand, focused on developing the cultivation resources of the entire southern city, continuously nurturing their own prodigies, and constantly expanding their influence. The 5 major academies are Nanchang University, Nanchang Beast Taming Academy, Danming Branch, Talisman University, Array Academy, Individual Business Association, and Lingbao Polytechnic. Nanchang, on Blue Star, is merely a small town in a remote area. In its bustling heartland, there are also enormous cultivation cities. And the Eastern Grand Alliance Legion. Lin Tian watched the various arena battles. His duel is estimated to take place in the afternoon. At this moment, he slipped away to the 13th group and happened to see that it was Fatty Yao's turn to play. Lin Tian curled his lip, immediately losing interest in the fat man. Because he was too familiar with the fat man's martial arts techniques. During high school, the two often played together. Every time I went out to the countryside to search for medicinal herbs, I encountered danger. Or if they were attacked by monsters, Lin Tian would simply hide behind Yao Pang. As long as it's not an attack from someone above the foundation establishment stage, it's impossible to break through the Iron Mountain shield. It is said that this is a mysterious martial art brought out from a forbidden secret realm. Main defense. Just as Lin Tian was about to turn around and go to the next arena to watch the battle, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. His expression was somewhat strange as he looked at the arena of the 13th group. Because the opponent of Fatty is actually Little Linger? This time, Lin Tian suddenly became interested. They stopped and began to watch the duel between the two on the stage. The bell for the duel rang. As expected, Yao Pang immediately channeled his spiritual energy, transforming it into a thick protective shield. He huddled behind the shield like a turtle hiding its head. No matter how fiercely Linger's spiritual energy bombarded him, Fatty Yao looked disdainful and smiled broadly inside. That fat bastard is truly shameless, Lin Tian cursed speechlessly. Little Linger's face turned bright red with anger. Her cute and sweet oval face was full of grievances. As she fought, she noticed that her opponent never came out to fight. Little Linger swung her pink fists, smashing the Iron Mountain Shield's spiritual energy shield with loud bangs. You fatso! Why don't you fight back? You, a mere chi refining stage 8 cultivator, are too afraid to fight a mere spiritual chi stage 5 girl like me? Are you even a man? However, no matter how much Xiao Linger scolded or hit him, Yao Pang just wouldn't come out. He didn't respond. He was just grinning slyly inside. In an instant, Little Linger was almost crying with worry. She wouldn't be this angry even if she had been defeated. After all, the other party was at a higher level than her, so there was nothing more to say. But what kind of situation is this? Even after admitting defeat and leaving the arena, Xiao Linger was still unwilling to give up. But the other party wouldn't fight her.
Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh at this.
I was laughing so hard I could barely stand up straight.
At this moment,
Zhao Li suddenly ran over. He grabbed Lin Tian's arm. Junior, I heard that you and that fatso were accomplices in high school.
Ah, no, you two are good friends. Can you tell me what the weaknesses of the Iron Mountain shield are? Look how anxious Linger is.
It took Lin Tian a while to stop laughing. After regaining his composure, he looked at Yao Pang and pondered for a while. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Of course there is." Originally, Fatty was like a quail, wrapped up in the Iron Mountain shield. As if he were oblivious to what was happening outside the shield, he remained huddled inside it.
However,
upon hearing Lin Tian's shout from below the stage,
he suddenly became anxious.
He yelled through the protective shield, "Lin Tian,
if you dare say that, we're done. You asshole bastard. Ding mood points plus 50 cumulative 620.
However, as soon as Fatty Yao shouted those 3 words,
his expression suddenly brightened, because he knew. It's over. Damn it, we've stirred up a hornet's nest.
Lin Tian originally just wanted to tease the fat guy. After all, a martial arts competition must be fair. Besides, the fat guy didn't break any rules, his behavior was within the rules. But upon hearing poking the anus, one might understand. A surge of anger instantly reached the top of his head.
Because this was an embarrassing incident from Lin Tian's childhood. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian also angrily pointed at Fatty Yao and cursed, "You fatso, you're so glib, aren't you? Fine, you wait and see how I deal with you. That's all."
He turned to Xiao Linger.
He shouted, "Senior, don't bother attacking. Just dance in front of him, a sexy one.
This fatso is a pervert, dance a little, and I guarantee the shield will break on its own."
But
Lin Tian still had plans.
He was angry just now. But it wasn't intentional to trick the fat guy.
Rather, it was based on his understanding of the Iron Mountain shield's incredible defensive capabilities. So even if Fatty loses this match, he was able to easily win the next 2 games as well. Unless the attack exceeds the foundation establishment stage, it absolutely cannot break through the Iron Mountain shield's defense. So, he was happy to mess with that fatso.
Only. After hearing this, Xiao Linger was taken aback.
Her face then flushed red. But she gritted her teeth and decided to take the spot.
I'm going all out. Immediately. Little Linger then walked up to the Iron Mountain shield.
She started swaying her hips awkwardly. However, the movement was as awkward as a shy kitten.
Zhao Li saw this.
A sudden inspiration struck. She quickly took out her phone and opened a short dance video. He handed it over, saying, "Little Linger, learn this." Little Linger glanced at it twice, and blushed again. However, her sweet little face was still flushed.
I started by learning the movements from the video and gradually relaxed.
And her dance moves became increasingly alluring, with her skirts billowing and her curves fully exposed, captivating and mesmerizing.
This directly shattered the heavy atmosphere of the martial arts competition on another arena.
This attracted the attention of students from other arenas, who all turned to look.
Even the second-year students who temporarily served as referees.
For a moment, everyone shut up and watched the farce unfold. At this moment, some boys whistled, while some girls covered their mouths and giggled.
Holy crap! Is this still a martial arts competition?
It's turned into a striptease performance. Damn it, if I were that fatso, and a girl danced like that for me, I'd be willing to lose. At this moment, Yao Pang's eyes widened, his face turned as red as a pig's liver, and the spiritual energy within the protective shield began to become disordered.
He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Lin Tian, I'm not finished with you. I, Fatty, have made a terrible mistake in choosing my friends."
Ah! As Xiao Linger's dance moves became increasingly daring. While jumping, she deliberately lifted her skirt to reveal her long, fair, and delicate legs.
Fatty couldn't hold back any longer.
He only hated his good-for-nothing younger brother.
Surprisingly, it caused a reaction.
Ultimately, the Iron Mountain shield's spiritual energy was released, causing it to shatter with a crash.
As for, why doesn't the chubby boy close his eyes?
It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't, because the Iron Mountain shield was maintained by its eyes to keep the spiritual energy circulating. Once closed, the supply of spiritual energy will be cut off directly.
Lin Tian smiled and walked away. Ignore it. At this moment, a spiritual message suddenly rang in Lin Tian's ears. A cold and aloof demeanor tinged with urgency. Lin Tian, come to the girls' dormitory immediately. Mu Shui, her hidden illness has flared up. Chapter 22. The organization begins monitoring Lin Tian. Lin Tian was taken aback, then glanced at the arena. Judging from the current situation, the competition for the 10th group will take some time. After pondering for a moment, I've decided to go check it out anyway. Otherwise, if something were to happen to the person, he would feel guilty. Squeezing through the crowd, I headed straight for the girls' dormitory. However, Lin Tian couldn't quite understand it. How could Mu Shui have two outbursts in such a short period of time? Even if she breaks through two realms in a short period of time, it will not trigger the contraction of the heavenly Tao chains and cause the spiritual energy to go berserk. This is because it has a cycle, usually lasting 3 to 5 days. Lin Tian ran through a dense forest on campus. The planet Blue Star has been nourished by rich spiritual energy for hundreds of years, resulting in lush and verdant greenery. Its growth and mutation rate is comparable to that of human cultivators. After passing through the dense forest, you will reach the office building. Once you pass through here, you will reach the living area. But they had just emerged from the dense forest. Lin Tian bumped into a group of 3 people. Among the 3 were Zhang Hao and Danmeng elder He Chia. There is also another vice president of Nanjing University, Wang Ming. Lin Tian was slightly surprised to see Zhang Hao. Unexpectedly, this hook ate? You recovered so quickly? At this moment, Zhang Hao also saw Lin Tian, who was dressed casually. In an instant, Zhang Hao's eyes were bloodshot. He stared intently at Lin Tian, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, without him even realizing it. This shows his immense hatred for Lin Tian. Perhaps, if he weren't on the Nanjing University campus at this moment, and if there were a Tao Spirit Realm expert from Nanjing University beside him, Zhang Hao might pounce on Lin Tian right now and tear him to pieces. Ding mood value plus 80 cumulative 640. What? Lin Tian's eyelids twitched. Lin Tian originally didn't intend to cause any trouble and planned to bypass the 3 of them and continue on his way to Mu Shui's place. But now, Lin Tian walked straight toward Zhang Hao. At this moment, He Chi, who was talking to Wang Ming, also noticed Lin Tian walking towards them. He Chi squinted and looked Lin Tian up and down, a hint of surprise and doubt flashing in his eyes. He thought to himself, that's strange. I clearly notified the organization. Logically, this shouldn't be happening. But this kid? How could he appear at Nanjing University unharmed? Did we make a mistake? Impossible. Perhaps, something happened during this time that I don't know about. The reason Lin Tian changed his mind was, it's not about draining Zhang Hao's emotional points. Instead, after these 2 days, he has summarized some patterns and gained some experience. It refers to when someone's emotional state towards him suddenly fluctuates drastically. It can indirectly reflect the other party's attitude towards him. Those 80 points just now were clearly Zhang Hao's overwhelming hatred. It couldn't be love or lust for him. When he arrived in front of the 3, Lin Tian's gaze remained fixed on Zhang Hao. Looking into Zhang Hao's eyes, which were filled with murderous intent, Lin Tian knew that he harbored deep resentment towards this person, and they were practically mortal enemies. As the saying goes, ruining someone's future is like killing their parents. In view of this, a sudden surge of killing intent rose in Lin Tian's heart. He thought to himself, Zhang Hao must not be allowed to live. In this world, there's only the possibility of thieves traveling 1,000 miles, but not the possibility of guarding against thieves 1,000 days in advance. But right now, Lin Tian glanced at Vice Principal Wang and He Chi standing next to Zhang Hao. For a moment, he had no choice but to suppress his murderous intent. As for whether he can beat Zhang Hao, this was completely outside his consideration. When facing mortal enemies, Lin Tian will not hesitate to use all his trump cards if necessary. This even includes strategic killing moves. He didn't want to plant a time bomb for his future self. At this moment, looking at Lin Tian blocking their way, Wang Ming looked puzzled. Lin, what's going on? Oh. It's nothing, I was just passing by. A bright smile spread across Lin Tian's face. To outsiders, it's the kind of smile that's completely innocent and harmless. Lin Tianchao smiled at Zhang Hao and said, Hey, Senior Zhang, if I wasn't wrong, you're getting kicked out of Nanjing University today, right? But you don't look so healthy. Have you been feeling a bit feverish lately? Should I take a look at you?
As Lin Tian spoke, he reached out to touch Zhang Hao. But Lin Tian had just reached out his hand. Zhang Hao, as agile as an eel, darted behind He Qi in a flash. The expression on his face looked as if he had seen a ghost. His face was deathly pale, and his voice trembled. You stay away. Elder He, please take me away. This kid is cunning and sinister. Lin Tian was speechless for a moment, and somewhat awkwardly changed the way he reached out, instead touching his nose. In his heart, he cursed silently.
Damn, this guy's gotten smarter?
He Qi, who was standing to the side, observed Lin Tian the whole time.
He frowned, then glanced at Zhang Hao.
Seeing Zhang Hao's terrified expression at this moment, He Qi's curiosity grew even stronger.
At this moment, Wang Ming noticed the atmosphere was a bit awkward. They thought that Nanjing University would still have to rely on the Pill Alliance for its supply of pills.
Faced with the prospect of personal gain, he couldn't allow Lin Tian to act too recklessly. Wang Ming then laughed and tried to smooth things over.
Lin Tian, I heard you're going to participate in the martial arts competition? That's really ambitious. Do your best and don't embarrass Nanjing University. I have high hopes for you, young man. Alright, I'll take Elder He and the others away first.
With that, he looked at Zhang Hao with disgust.
Zhang Hao, let's go.
If it weren't for the fact that the Pill Alliance offered a large quantity of pills at half price to Nanjing University as a condition for protecting Zhang Hao would have died 1,000 times over. No force or sect will show mercy when dealing with traitors. Seeing that things were hopeless, Lin Tian knew that the Pill Alliance would protect Zhang Hao to the death in order to maintain its prestige.
Otherwise, who would be bought off by the Pill Alliance in the future?
Left with no other choice, he could only nod and watch the three of them leave. However, Lin Tian secretly became wary. After regaining his composure, he quickened his pace and headed straight for the girls' dormitory.
Dan Meng, Alchemist Alliance Association. This is an extremely large organization.
They virtually monopolized the supply of elixirs in all cities, large and small, throughout the East.
It does not belong to any one person, it is an alliance jointly established by all alchemists.
The headquarters has a first elder, who takes office every 3 years. The headquarters of the Dan Alliance is located in Dan City, in the central part of the East. Each of the other major and minor cultivation cities has its own branch. At this moment, in the southern suburbs,
Danmeng, South City Branch. A rustic manor, nestled in a bamboo grove, exudes a spiritual aura.
He Qia rode his sword and carried Zhang Hao to a stop, arriving directly at a pavilion.
Inside the pavilion, an elderly man with white hair sat upright.
The old man had an air of otherworldly wisdom and an extraordinary demeanor.
He was none other than Yao Chenzi, the first elder of the Danmeng South City Branch.
Yao Chenzi had white hair and beard, and his aura was vast, seemingly merging with heaven and earth. His cultivation seemed unfathomable.
First elder, Zhang Hao has been brought here. He Qi bowed respectfully. Yao Chenzi nodded slightly and waved for He Qi to step down.
He Qi bowed and took his leave, his eyes never lifting. He looked very respectful.
After leaving the bamboo forest,
He Qi soon arrived at a secluded corner. He released his spiritual sense to investigate the surroundings and confirmed that there was nothing unusual. He then took out a palm-sized jade disc from his storage bag. His fingers flew across the surface, writing secret messages one after another.
A moment later,
the jade butterfly trembled slightly, and a line of mysterious characters appeared on it.
The Black Dragon is dead.
The organization will now conduct a thorough investigation and surveillance of Lin Tian. He Qi finished interpreting the information. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his hand, which was tightly gripping the jade disc, trembled slightly.
He murmured, "Black Dragon is dead? How could that be?"
His expression was terrified, cold sweat poured down his forehead, and his mind was filled with images of Lin Tian.
Chapter 23 Cold and Aloof School Beauty? No. She's a wild little princess. At the same time, inside the pavilion in the bamboo grove, Yao Chenzi looked Zhang Hao up and down with a gentle gaze.
He smiled and said, "Zhang Hao, you have exceptional talent and your alchemy skills far surpass those of your peers. This was not your fault, it was just an accident.
So don't underestimate yourself. Thank you so much for your guidance, Elder.
If you hadn't accepted me as a disciple in name only, I would have had nowhere to go." Zhang Hao was moved to tears and knelt on the ground to kowtow. Yao Chenzi stroked his beard and smiled. A man should have courage, repaying hatred and kindness. Since you are my disciple, I will try to secure a spot for you in the heavenly furnace secret realm this time.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao's kneeling body trembled slightly with excitement.
A burning light ignited in his eyes, and he suddenly stood up straight. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Elder, I will forever remember your great kindness.
In the heavenly furnace secret realm, I will make Lin Tian pay for his blood debt." Zhang Hao spoke while clenching his fists. "You ruined my future and made me lose face. Lin Tian, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." "Very well. Step down. Remember your words, and do not disappoint me."
"Yes, nominal disciple, Zhang Hao will keep that in mind." After Zhang Hao left the bamboo forest, the gentleness on Yao Chenzi's face vanished instantly, and his originally kind eyes turned sinister like an eagle's. He snorted coldly and muttered, "A piece of trash. If it weren't for preserving the prestige of the Pill Alliance, I would have killed you right now."
Lin Tianfu's grandson? Could it be that the old man isn't dead? Impossible.
Back then, someone personally witnessed him escaping into the city of the dead.
Nanchang University. Room 101, a private suite in the girls' dormitory building at Nanjing University. This is the core student living area, different from the dormitories for freshmen who have just joined Nanjing University. Just in terms of the density of spiritual energy, they are not in the same league. Guided by the dormitory supervisor, Lin Tian arrived at his private suite, number 101. But he had just pushed the door open. He was met with Tang Yan's roar, "Lin Tian! Why are you so late? What are you dawdling about?" Lin Tian shrank back and chuckled sheepishly, "Teacher Tang, I ran here. I ran into an acquaintance on the way, so I was delayed." Before he could finish speaking, "Wow!" Mu Shui, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. That stunningly beautiful, icy face turned deathly pale, and her delicate body beneath the moon-white dress began to tremble slightly. "Minor snow." Tang Yan didn't have time to scold Lin Tian and rushed over to check on him. Seeing this, Lin Tian's heart also tightened. But he was just about to step forward. But he was met with a cold, icy glare from Mu Shui. "Get lost, you filthy scoundrel." Senior, please don't be angry. Let me massage you." Lin Tian didn't even have time to pay attention to being scolded by the beautiful woman. As he spoke, he continued forward. To his surprise, just as he approached the bedside, a beautiful, snow-white leg kicked him directly. Bang! Lin Tian never imagined that a person could kick someone so smoothly while sitting cross-legged. So, he couldn't dodge in time and was kicked directly in the groin. Ah! He clutched his groin in pain and kept jumping around on the spot. Then, a surge of anger rose in Lin Tian's heart. At that moment, he didn't care that the other person was a school beauty. When a person is in extreme pain, they lose their rationality. "You bitch! Are you crazy? I was just trying to give you a massage, and you kicked my little brother? Let me tell you, if anything happens to my little brother, I'll make you pay for it. You scoundrel! Who needs your help? I'd rather die than let you touch me again." Mu Shuiying bit her lip, her beautiful eyes revealing a stubbornness as she said hatefully. However, as she spoke, traces of blood continued to seep from the corner of her lips. Blood dripped down her cheeks onto her pale white dress, scattering like bright red snowflakes, a rather gruesome sight. And Lin Tian? He was stunned by the scolding. He hadn't expected Mu Shui to react so strongly. But the thought of the other party targeting his manhood was something he couldn't tolerate. Therefore, his anger, stemming from a severe case of male chauvinism, only intensified. He raised his hand and pointed at Mu Shui, gritting his teeth as he said, "Fine. You're something else. I don't care anymore. I wish you a quick death and a peaceful rebirth, that you'll be reborn as an ugly woman in your next life. Depend on." Lin Tian stormed out, cursing and slamming the door behind him. I should have known his mother wasn't coming. Getting kicked like that only brought me more trouble. Inside Suite 101. There was still a lingering tension in the air. After Lin Tian left, Tang Yan's previously tense face relaxed, and she burst out laughing. He teased, "Xiaoxue, I didn't expect you to be such a good actor." But Mu Shui didn't respond. She slumped onto the bed, her pretty face ashen, cold sweat beading on her forehead, her voice barely a whisper, "Aunt Tang. I think, my spiritual energy really went berserk." Upon hearing this, Tang Yan's smile froze.
She hurriedly grabbed Mu Xue's fair and jade-like wrist and probed it with her spiritual energy.
The next second, her expression changed drastically. What happened?
My meridians are disordered, and the hidden ailment of my heavenly Tao has completely erupted.
Her heart sank.
She had only intended to use Mu Xue to put on a show to annoy Lin Tian and get closer to him, but she never expected it to turn out to be real.
And all of this started half an hour ago. Half an hour ago. Tang Yan chased Mu Xue back to her dormitory and gave her a severe scolding. Xiaoxue, you're too frivolous. I've taught you to be dignified and composed since you were little, but instead, you're fooling around with Lin Tian on the stage like a child who hasn't grown up. Mu Xue lowered her head, her eyes reddening with grievance, and whispered, Aunt Tang, I'm just angry that he used me in an advertisement. Tang Yan snorted and glared at her. You're not happy about it? You can't flirt with him in public.
At this point, Tang Yan sighed slightly.
The room fell into dead silence. A long time. Tang Yan asked, seemingly out of the blue, Xiaoxue, what do you think of Lin Tian? Ha? Him?
Mu Xue pouted, puffing out her cheeks angrily. He's a pervert. A street thug. All he ever does is try to take advantage of girls. Those boys are right, he's a lecher. Hearing her niece hurling insults in anger, Tang Yan rolled her eyes in exasperation. After a while, Tang Yan revised her words. You said leisurely, you're so childish.
Lin Tian is a bit unserious, but when you were fooling around with him in the arena, didn't you notice the change in him? Mu Xue was taken aback upon hearing this.
He wiped away the remaining tears from his eyes and began to recall the fight in the ring. A moment later, she parted her cherry lips slightly, shocked, and said, He seems to be at the 5th level of qi refining. But yesterday he was only at the 1st level. Tang Yan nodded, a glint of shrewdness flashing in her cold, phoenix-like eyes. Not bad. This kid not only experienced a sudden surge in cultivation level, but his Lin family's alchemy techniques are also incredibly advanced.
Moreover.
At this point, Tang Yan paused, a hint of shyness flashing in her beautiful eyes.
Besides, didn't you have him massage you?
His massage techniques are almost as effective as taking a spirit transformation pill, almost completely suppressing the rampage of spiritual energy, and without any side effects.
Xiaoxue, do you know what this means? Mu Xue frowned, pondered for a moment, and then tentatively asked, somewhat uncertainly, does that mean he has many secrets? Tang Yan glared at her, annoyed. Secret? Who doesn't have secrets? We don't care about his secrets. What I want to say is his importance to Nanjing University. And how important it is to you. Me? Aunt Tang, what's so important to me? I'd rather kick him to death.
Mu Xue grumbled angrily, completely losing her usual aloof and icy demeanor as the school beauty. At this moment, she's a perfectly innocent and unruly little princess. Chapter 24 Tang Yan Schemes. The hidden ailments of the heavenly Tao are the nightmare of all cultivators on earth.
It has continued to this day since the revival of spiritual energy. As long as one cultivates, it will never be unavoidable.
Especially for female cultivators, in severe cases, they experience chest and abdominal pain, and their internal spiritual energy surges wildly. If they are not careful, their meridians will be damaged, and if they are not effectively suppressed, they may even explode and die. Although commercially available spirit transformation pills can suppress spiritual energy, they come at the cost of depleting the cultivator's spiritual energy. Within 3 days of taking the pill, the cultivator will enter a period of spiritual energy vacuum, and their cultivation will be almost paralyzed.
But that's not important.
More importantly, each time the rampaging spiritual energy dissipates, the heavenly Tao chains within the body will become increasingly solid, leading to an even more severe eruption next time. The higher a cultivator's cultivation level, the less likely they are to break through easily.
Because that would be an unbearable onslaught of spiritual energy.
Lin Tian's massage techniques can directly alleviate hidden ailments and even completely resolve them without the need for elixirs, and the effects are immediate, making them irreplaceable. Xiaoxue, your cultivation level hasn't even reached the foundation establishment stage yet, so naturally you can't understand. Just like your Aunt Tang, in this lifetime, I might only be able to stay at the Grandmaster level. As Tang Yan spoke, her cold, phoenix-shaped eyes revealed a deep sense of loneliness. 3 years ago, when Nanchang was hit by a beast tide, she forcibly broke through to the peak of the Grandmaster realm to save more than a dozen freshmen from Nanchang University, resulting in the destruction of her Tao Foundation and the impossibility of further breakthroughs.
Aunt Tang, don't be sad.
I will definitely find a way to repair your Tao Foundation in the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm this time, Mu Xue comforted her with concern.
Tang Yan affectionately stroked Mu Xue's hair. That's easier said than done. Breaking through to the Grandmaster realm and reaching the Tao Spirit realm does not mean that Tang Yan cannot break through. Rather, it's because if one's foundation is damaged, forcibly attempting a breakthrough will trigger a full-blown outbreak of hidden ailments. At that point, let alone taking the spirit transformation pill, even immortal pills might be ineffective. In earlier years, some cultivators tried it as soon as they began circulating their cultivation techniques through their bodies, they immediately exploded and died. At this moment, Tang Yan's phoenix eyes regained their usual coldness. Xiao Shui, you probably understand the current situation of your Mu family better than I do. Mu Shui rested her head comfortably on Tang Yan's stunning breasts, and upon hearing this, a hint of sadness flashed in her beautiful eyes. He whispered, since my parents died fighting the beast Tai 3 years ago, and now my uncle Mu Zhanlei is in charge of the Mu family. Tang Yan hugged her niece tightly, just like a parent would love their own child. She sighed, your uncle forced you to marry the Zhao prodigy from Tang City, just to solidify the Mu family's position. As the head of a large family, it's understandable that he wants to maintain the family's position in this cruel world of cultivation. But, child, Auntie is also a woman. This is using your entire life's happiness as a bargaining chip. Tang Yan's voice was filled with sorrow. Mu Shui was reminded of some unpleasant things by Tang Yan. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and her slender, tender hands tightly embraced Tang Yan's slim waist, burying her head directly into the deep cleavage. Her voice was filled with panic and sobs, Aunt Tang. I don't want to marry that scumbag Tang Chang. I heard that he's a pervert. Aunt Tang, what should I do? Tang Yan gently patted Mu Xue's back, but a glint of cunning flashed in her phoenix eyes. She said slowly, the best course of action now is for you to listen to your aunt. You should try to win over Lin Tian. Based on his performance these past 2 days, I'm 80% confident that he can be your shield. Ah? Mu Xue's delicate body suddenly trembled. She gave Tang Yan a light push in surprise, her beautiful eyes wide with shock, and her usually aloof face flushed. She said shyly, Aunt Tang, this isn't reliable, is it? That Lin Tian guy, he's obviously not a decent person. Besides, how am I supposed to win him over? You mean I have to? Tang Yan glared at him with her phoenix eyes, annoyed, indecent? Yet you still let him have his way with you, didn't you? Don't argue, a woman needs to know a few tricks up her sleeve. Getting him wrapped around your little finger will benefit both you and Nanjing University. But, Aunt Tang, isn't this a bit too much? There's no but, Tang Yan said with a sinister smile, leaning close to Mu Xue's ear and whispering. As Mu Xue listened, her already slightly flushed cheeks turned even redder, and her heart began to pound wildly. She covered her face in embarrassment. Aunt Tang, this won't do, it's too embarrassing. But when she met Tang Yan's stern gaze, she dared not disobey and could only bite the bullet and nod shyly. And so, that acting just now took place. Tang Yan originally intended to use Mu Xue's feigned illness to force Lin Tian to soften his heart and enhance their relationship. Who knew that Mu Xue, in a fit of emotion, would ruin the entire plan with a single kick? What was originally a pretense has become the truth. This was something Tang Yan had no idea about. Because she also knew that hidden illnesses generally don't flare up continuously. Based on the cycle, it will be at least 3 days later. But now, Mu Xue clutched her chest, her breathing erratic. She couldn't help but think of the hands Lin Tian had taken advantage of her the night before. Her eyes were full of stubbornness, completely disregarding what Tang Yan had taught her before. Aunt Tang, I'll take the spirit transformation pill instead. Tang Yan is getting anxious now. He shouted, nonsense. Although the spirit transformation pill can suppress it, how will you enter the heavenly furnace secret realm after 3 days of spiritual energy vacuum? That's your chance to turn the tables. Upon hearing this, Mu Xue gritted her teeth, tears welling in her eyes, thinking about the significance of the secret realm to Aunt Tang, and whether she could escape the pressure from her family. She finally relented and nodded, okay. A sly glint flashed in Tang Yan's phoenix eyes as she nodded and said, don't worry, Aunt Tang has a way to deal with that brat. She whispered a few more words to Mu Xue. Mu Xue nodded, her face flushed, but her clear, beautiful eyes held a hint of complexity and depth. After Tang Yan persuaded Mu Xue, she no longer hesitated. He immediately transmitted his voice through his spiritual sense, his tone urgent and stern, Lin Tian. You come back to die right now. At this moment, Lin Tian had only just left the residential area. I was just thinking of going back to continue watching the martial arts competition. Tang Yan's voice transmission echoed once again in his mind. He was so angry that he roared on the spot, "I'm not going. Do whatever you want." Tang Yan sensed Lin Tian's words through her spiritual awareness.
She was so angry that her delicate body trembled, and her two incredibly dangerous breasts swayed with her rapid breathing.
"Good lad, you've got quite a temper."
She sneered and transmitted her voice again, a hint of mockery in her tone. "Lin Tian, I'll count to 3.
If you don't appear before me, don't you guys always call me a Tyrannosaurus behind my back?
Well, I'll show you the true nature of a Tyrannosaurus."
"Oh. I forgot to tell you, I once actually killed a student." Lin Tian's face darkened upon hearing this. "Damn it. This is a threat, a blatant threat." He gritted his teeth, a fierce internal struggle raging within him. "Not go? What if that damned woman? Can we go back? So, I'm not going to be so eager to please someone who doesn't reciprocate my feelings? Isn't that what some people would call a simp in their past life?"
He hesitated for half a second, but finally got stuck on his own idea and shouted with his neck stiff, "No way."
"So what if I die? Who's afraid of who? Roar."
He strode forward and continued walking.
"Stop right there." Suddenly, everything went blurry. Tang Yan blocked Lin Tian's path.
Lin Tian was so startled by this sudden turn of events that he took a half step back.
"What do you want? I'm telling you."
"Don't push me, I'm not afraid."
Chapter 25 The Frightened Little Rabbit. What's there to be shy about? "You brat." Tang Yan was so angry that her two precious babies were shaking violently. I almost couldn't catch my breath.
She hadn't expected that Lin Tian's stubbornness was no less than hers.
"Take a deep breath. If you try to be tough, that won't work." She softened her tone and scoffed, "What a pathetic little man.
He has no manliness at all."
"Hey. What do you mean I'm small? You haven't even tried it? You." Tang Yan never expected that this little rascal would actually use her as a pretext for something.
However, considering the current situation, she suppressed her anger. She scolded playfully, "You really are a little pervert." Then, Tang Yan suddenly changed the subject.
"Do you know how many people have laughed at Mu Shui because of your shout?
She's a girl, she's easily embarrassed, and as the student council president, she's supposed to set an example for you freshmen.
How is she supposed to face people in the future? Depend on." Here we go again.
Lin Tian was most afraid that the other party would bring this up.
"Alright, stop talking. I guess I'm just unlucky. Now, tell me what you want me to do." Seeing that Lin Tian had given in,
a hint of smugness flashed in Tang Yan's beautiful eyes.
"Well, at least you have some conscience."
But on the surface, he continued to sneer, "Then go back and help her with her hidden ailment."
"That's even." Lin Tian had no choice but to nod. I turned back to 101 and just pushed open the door.
Mu Shui collapsed on the bed, her face as white as paper, her breath weak, and she had already fainted.
Lin Tian's heart sank, and he quickly stepped forward to check.
All the unpleasantness with Mu Shui before was now put to the back of his mind. Although he was a smooth talker, he was not a heartless person.
Tang Yan saw this. She glanced at the area under her pillow.
She sighed inwardly, "Xiaoxue, this is all I can do to help you."
"Lin Tian, you should help her calm down. I'll keep watch over her for you." After saying that, Tang Yan turned and left.
Only Lin Tian and the unconscious Mu Shui remained in the room.
Lin Tian didn't delay any longer and took a deep breath.
"Press your hands on Mu Shui's slightly raised nostrils and near the Tanzhong acupoint.
I want to check the specific condition inside Mu Shui's body first."
But this was just the first touch. He felt that something was off about the feel of the material. Because there were no obstacles, he felt.
So bouncy and chewy.
Soon, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a section of moon-white elastic band peeking out from under the pink pillow, with lace trim sewn on it.
What is going on? Could it be? Is this girl doing it on purpose? Thinking about this,
Lin Tian's mood immediately improved.
Oh. Is this how a little brat tests officials? Which cadre can withstand this test? Aren't you just tempting this scoundrel to make a mistake?
Lin Tian never claimed to be a virtuous gentleman.
I've always taken a little mischief as my motto. After all, good people go unpunished, but evil people live for thousands of years. But right now, the situation is urgent.
Lin Tian naturally wouldn't take advantage of someone's misfortune.
If he wants to take advantage, he will only do so openly and honestly.
In his view, such a sneaky act was a despicable and vile act. Discarding unhealthy distractions, he began to focus on examining Mu Xue's internal condition. You wouldn't believe it until you see it, and what you find is quite shocking. At this moment, the spiritual energy within Mu Xue's body was in turmoil, like the yellow river flowing backwards, constantly spiraling and swirling. Even his 8 extraordinary meridians were on the verge of bursting, and he could explode and die at any moment. Lin Tian was instantly terrified and broke out in a cold sweat.
Unexpectedly, the situation was so serious.
He dared not hesitate for a moment. He immediately activated the press technique, continuously channeling the spiritual energy of his finger techniques into the meridians throughout Mu Xue's body.
It also smoothed out the reversed spiritual energy, helping her to begin circulating the energy throughout her body.
After Mu Xue's volatile spiritual energy was completely stabilized, a thought flashed through Lin Tian's mind. It seemed like she remembered something. Suddenly, his expression turned awkward.
Fine. It's all my fault. The culprit behind this mutation has finally been revealed.
It was Lin Tian himself.
At that time, he was fooling around with Mu Xue in the arena.
Lin Tian was just being playful for a moment.
He frequently used the reverse press technique to channel reverse finger energy into Mu Xue's body.
Logically speaking, that tiny bit of spiritual energy shouldn't have much of an impact. The problem was that Mu Xue was in a state of extreme agitation at the time. Moreover, his cultivation level had just broken through to the peak of the 9th level, and his spiritual energy was extremely unstable.
This is what triggers the full-blown outbreak of hidden ailments. It's all your fault. Who told you to be so impulsive? If you had just taken a good beating, none of this would have happened.
Lin Tian raised his left hand and slapped his right hand hard. His face was full of resentment, as if he wished he could chop off his right hand right now. But then he thought that Mu Xue needed his treatment right now.
He forgave his right hand again.
She began to fully utilize the press technique, her skillful hands moving continuously.
10 minutes later,
Lin Tian collapsed onto the edge of the bed, panting heavily. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his spiritual energy was almost completely depleted.
Ding mood value 200 cumulative 440. And at this moment, Mu Xue's spiritual energy has completely returned to normal. Not only that, it also severed one of the chains of heaven that bound it.
Within Mu Xue's body, there were originally 9 heavenly Dao chains, corresponding to the 9th level of the Qi induction realm. Now that only 8 remain, her cultivation has become even more solid.
A long time. Mu Xue's tightly closed beautiful eyes began to tremble slightly.
A moment later, she opened her eyes. A pair of clear, bright, peach blossom eyes blinked.
Ah, that feels so good. Mu Xue suddenly had this thought.
Immediately, she looked inward.
But the next second, she was stunned.
Because, to her astonishment, she discovered that her meridians were unobstructed, her spiritual energy flowed like a clear spring, and her body felt as light as if she had been reborn. This was something she had never experienced since she began cultivating. Although she has always been called a prodigy by outsiders, her talent for cultivation is 1 in a million.
But only she knew that cultivation could not rely entirely on talent. But now, she even felt that, if she wanted, she could do it any time without the aid of the Foundation Establishment Pill. Breakthrough to Foundation Establishment Realm. You're awake? Ah.
Mu Xue sat up abruptly, like a startled rabbit. She looked at Lin Tian with a puzzled expression.
Was it you who helped alleviate the flare-up of my hidden ailment? What else?
Lin Tian muttered, struggling to get off the bed.
At this moment,
Mu Xue saw that Lin Tian looked haggard and listless.
She seemed to understand something. It seems that Lin Tian must be extremely mentally and physically exhausted every time he gives a massage.
Thinking of this, her anger subsided considerably, replaced by a more complex feeling. But she was just about to get up and check on Lin Tian. Suddenly, she stopped moving and felt a chill. Mu Xue looked down, somewhat uncertain. It was only when she looked that her delicate, pretty face instantly turned bright red. She immediately screamed, "Lin Tian! You pervert! What have you done?"
Lin Tiangang walked to a chair and sat down.
He glanced at Mu Xue upon hearing this.
Seeing the other person's flushed face, he was stunned for a moment. Didn't you take it off yourself? You were like this when I came in. You. Mu Shui was stunned for a moment, too angry to speak. But looking at Lin Tian's seemingly honest demeanor, she couldn't be sure. At this moment, she looked around. No trace was found. Her face flushed and her heart pounded. She mustered her courage and asked, then, where is that thing? Look. Lin Tian gestured with his lips, his gaze falling on the pink pillow behind Mu Shui. Mu Shui followed his gaze and indeed saw what was under the pillow. She yanked the thing out. She looked like a frightened little rabbit, clutching her hands tightly as she hopped and skipped into the bathroom. Seeing this, Lin Tian muttered irritably, "TCH, what's there to be shy about? It's not like." Shut up. A soft, angry shout came from the bathroom. Chapter 26 Unless You Kiss Me. Inside the restroom. Mu Shui changed her clothes and stood in front of a mirror. Her cheeks were burning hot. His long-held aloof demeanor vanished at this moment. Aunt Tang, why? Mu Shui murmured to herself. The moment she entered the bathroom, she knew what had happened. Looking at her own reflection in the mirror, so delicate and gentle, Mu Shui remembered Tang Yan's words of advice. She was lost in thought. Hey! Senior, I'm leaving now. I'm still waiting for the competition. Unlike you geniuses, I don't have a special spot reserved by the school. Seeing that Mu Shui hadn't come out of the bathroom for a long time, Lin Tian casually called out and was about to leave. He used to enjoy teasing beautiful women, especially a seemingly aloof but actually innocent and beautiful girl like Mu Shui. But now, he seems to like it even more. Lin Tiangang reached the door and was about to open it. Mu Shui's voice came from behind. Lin Tian. Stop right there. Lin Tian was taken aback, then turned around and frowned. What is it now? Let me tell you, your aunt and I have an agreement. After I help you resolve this hidden ailment, our past issues will be wiped clean. Don't try to go back on your word. Mu Shui bit her lip, feigning a wronged look. No, this isn't over yet. Ah. The other person's tone and their forced cuteness were so stiff it made my scalp tingle. Lin Tian was completely baffled. What on earth had this girl done? But who is Lin Tian? He immediately sensed that this sudden change in personality was problematic. So what do you want? Do you want me to marry you? Lin Tian said with a wicked smile. You just bully people. Why? No, why are you crying again? I originally wanted to tease her a little, but I didn't expect this girl to cry so easily these days. What happened to her previously rumored aloof and cold demeanor? This is a bit different from what was advertised. Lin Tian's greatest fear in this life is seeing a woman cry in front of him. When he cries, his heart becomes unsettled. Alright, school beauty, you tell me, it was my fault. How can we let this go? Lin Tian said helplessly, spreading his hands. Upon hearing this, Mu Shui immediately turned around, not wanting the other person to see her panic. A sly glint flashed in her eyes, and she mustered her courage, feigning weakness as she said, "It's not impossible for me to forgive you. You have to agree to 3 conditions." Lin Tian was speechless and rolled his eyes. Alright, hurry up and tell me, what are your conditions? Make it clear first. I haven't thought of anything yet, I'll talk about it when I do. Mu Shui snorted playfully. Lin Tian's lips twitched, thinking to himself, what is this? A worthless check? But let me make this clear beforehand, the conditions you propose can't violate morality or my positive values, otherwise I won't do it. Upon hearing this, Mu Shui's clear and bright eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He muttered, do you have any morals? Do you have any positive energy? And you can't even go against the rules? You're shameless. Hey! What are you saying? Let me tell you, I'm a genuine gentleman and a positive role model. Don't look at me with prejudice. Lin Tian waved his hand, starting to get a little impatient. Alright, that's enough, I'm leaving now. But just as he turned around, Mu Shui called out to him, wait. Mu Shui took out a jade slip from her storage bag. He handed it over, saying, this is the student council registration jade slip. Use your soul imprint to officially join. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian was overjoyed. He had heard plenty about Nanjing University's student union, which was a proper place to cultivate core students. It is said that as long as you join the student union, you can do whatever you want within the area under the jurisdiction of Nanjing University, and you will have abundant cultivation resources and other preferential treatments. For an orphan like Lin Tian, who was terrified of poverty, this was like a meteoric rise to the top.
However, when Lin Tian took the jade slip and probed it with his spiritual sense, he saw the terms and conditions on it.
His face immediately darkened. What is this thing? A contract of servitude?
Because the terms on the jade slip were ridiculously harsh. Article 1, one must never betray Nanjing University for life. Violators will have their cultivation abolished.
Article 2, take the development of Nanjing University as a lifelong goal, and subordinate personal interests to the collective. Article 3. Article 99. Lin Tian didn't even bother to look at what was behind him.
He was so angry that he threw the jade slip back on the spot. I won't sign.
I'm not joining the student council either. Goodbye. Mu Shui was stunned.
She didn't expect Lin Tian to refuse.
This is the student union that so many freshmen at Nanjing University dream of joining. And Lin Tian, faced with an opportunity right in front of him, actually refused it? Nanchun University.
Since Principal Hong Tian fought the beast tide alone, he has begun to reform the system.
Although it retains various university names and related modern structures. But in reality, they are fundamentally different.
All new students joining Nanjing University for the first time are classified as freshmen. Only after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage will there be a chance to be promoted to the second year of university.
Above them are the third-year students and the core faculty members of Nanjing University.
Those freshmen who fail to break through to the foundation establishment stage within 3 years will be demoted and assigned to the miscellaneous service team to provide logistical support for Nanjing University and to mine spirit stones in dangerous areas.
The Student Council is a special case.
It is a group that Nanjing University focuses on cultivating elites. Seeing that Lin Tian was about to leave again, Mu Shui felt anxious, and at the same time remembered Tang Yan's instructions. She gritted her teeth and said in a sweet voice, "Lin Tian, you can't leave.
My first condition is that you must join the student council."
What? Lin Tian turned around abruptly, staring at Mu Shui, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground in shock.
He pointed at Mu Shui and said, "Damn it, I feel like I've been tricked."
As he spoke, his fingers trembled with anger. Mu Shui blushed slightly as she was scolded, and a fleeting look of panic crossed her beautiful eyes. But then, she composed herself. Her pretty face turned cold, and she said decisively, "Lin Tian, you just made a promise.
Are you going to go back on your word?"
Lin Tian, fine, I'll go back on my word then.
I'm not exactly a gentleman anyway. You're shameless. You were just saying you were a gentleman.
Mu Shui was almost amused by her anger. She finally saw through Lin Tian. He is a gentleman as long as it benefits him. If something is detrimental to him, he will turn from a gentleman into a villain. Which sect or other training school you join is a basic requirement. You can't expect the school to pour all its resources into nurturing you, and then you turn around and betray the school.
Would you even be human?
Mu Shui's pretty face was serious, even a little displeased.
Lin Tian scratched his head. It's not that bad. I just think it's too much trouble.
Look, I have to follow orders, and there's daily training.
I'm used to being lazy.
Upon hearing this, Mu Shui saw that there was a chance for things to turn around, so she had no choice but to settle for second best. She said, "You don't need to worry about these things.
As the student council president, I can make decisions based on what you say. As long as you don't betray Nanjing University, it's fine." Real?
Mu Shui, keep my word, unlike some people who go back on their word.
Well, this girl can even be a hermaphrodite. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Mu Shui. What do you want to do?" "Nothing much. As for what you said, I'll think about it. I'm leaving now."
Lin Tian grinned wickedly, then turned around and pulled the door open again. Mu Shui stomped her feet in anger, and seeing that the other party was unmoved, she was about to leave again. In a moment of desperation, he stepped forward and grabbed Lin Tian's arm.
"No, you have to join today. No, senior, you have to think about it for me. How can you be like this? But then again, it's not impossible. Unless." Lin Tian smiled mischievously as he spoke.
Mu Shui was startled by Lin Tian's wicked smile, released him, took a few steps back, and had a bad feeling in her heart.
"Unless what?" "Unless you kiss me." Chapter 27: The Kiss of Selling Oneself, a Little Sweet. "Kiss you?"
Mu Shui's pretty face flushed red, and she pointed at Lin Tian, scolding, "You little lecher.
You want me to kiss you? Dream on. I'm off then, bye-bye." Mu Shui was dumbfounded. Who was this Lin Tian?
They've only known each other for a short time, yet they're making such an outrageous request.
However, Lin Tian turned to leave.
At this moment, the words Tang Yan had said to her resurfaced in her mind.
In a moment of desperation. In a moment of impulsiveness, she rushed forward and pulled Lin Tian back.
She stood on tiptoe and quickly kissed Lin Tian on the cheek.
Pop. With a crisp sound, Lin Tian froze, touching his face and widening his eyes. Senior, are you serious?
This was truly beyond Lin Tian's expectations. He originally just wanted to find an excuse to brush it off. In his opinion, wanting this aloof rose to kiss him was simply a pipe dream.
But now, this presented Lin Tian with yet another difficult problem. Hurry up, imprint your soul.
Mu Shui blushed and handed over the jade slip again.
Lin Tian. No way, that last time counted as a sneak attack. It has to be a kiss for it to count.
Lin Tian immediately started to act like a liar.
He thought to himself, now you won't come back, will you?
Mu Shui blushed crimson, stamped her foot, gritted her teeth, and said, word by word, Lin Tian.
You are a complete scoundrel, you have gone too far.
I'm a scoundrel, I'm leaving now, I still have to compete, Lin Tian said cheekily.
He's a complete scoundrel.
Mu Shui gritted her teeth so hard they made a grinding sound she wished she could slap Lin Tian to death. However, Tang Yan's words of comfort, which were also accompanied by warnings, seemed like the ravings of gods and demons, constantly swirling in her ears. Xiao Shui, your aunt has never misjudged people. If you want to escape the fate forced upon you by your family, trust me, Lin Tian is the best choice. So be it, I, Mu Shui, am ready to risk everything.
Right at this moment, Lin Tian hadn't even had time to turn around.
A faint, delicate fragrance of snow lotus, like a giant python, suddenly entered Lin Tian's nostrils.
Immediately afterwards, a moist, soft cherry-like lip pressed against mine. Lin Tian felt as if he had been electrocuted.
By some strange twist of fate.
It turns out, I stuck out my tongue and stirred it around.
Mu Shui, who had been shyly keeping her beautiful eyes closed and thinking that she would only touch him symbolically for a short while, suddenly opened her eyes wide.
After realizing what was happening, she pushed Lin Tian away with all her might. Tui. Tui. Tui.
Lin Tian, you're disgusting.
The school beauty's kiss was a little sweet.
Lin Tian smiled wistfully, then picked up the jade slip, left his soul imprint, and quickly left. Mu Shui was filled with shame and indignation, glaring fiercely at Lin Tian as he fled. He roared, Lin Tian, you're a complete lecher.
Escape from the girls' dormitory.
Lin Tian scratched his head and happily headed towards the martial arts training ground. He muttered to himself, this kiss, it's a bit of a rip-off, it's practically a kiss of selling myself.
Meanwhile, in the 101 independent girls' dormitory.
The moment the dormitory door closed, Tang Yan slipped in from outside. She looked at Mu Shui with a half-smile, Xiao Shui, it seems you've grown up.
Mu Shui covered her face, stamping her feet in embarrassment, and Tang. You're still laughing. I'm so embarrassed. Alright, now that you've taken this step, you should bravely step out of it. Tang Yan patted her shoulder and said meaningfully. Let's go, the competition isn't over yet. We can't stay away for too long, or people will start gossiping. Let's also take a look and see what real skills this kid has up his sleeve. Mu Shui blushed and nodded, then tidied herself up. The two girls also hurried towards the playground. Nanjing University Sports Field.
When Lin Tian passed by the canteen, he strolled in and ate a couple of mouthfuls of spirit rice to fill his stomach before heading straight to the martial arts arena. The sun was blazing, and the arena was surrounded by a huge crowd of people, their shouts deafening. As soon as he arrived at the 10th group's arena, he heard the referee shout at the top of his lungs, number 15 in the 10th group, Lin Tian. Without a second thought, Lin Tian was the first to leap onto the stage. But when he looked around, he was met with laughter and boos. The boys in the audience were filled with excitement. Who's so lucky to draw Lin Tian? Everyone speculated about which lucky person had drawn Lin Tian, an opponent they believed they could beat. At that moment, a rough, wild laugh rang out from the crowd. Ha ha ha, it's me. Zhanlong? This kid struck it rich. Beating Lin Tian is just a matter of one punch for him, isn't it? Zhanlong held up his number plate, handed it to the referee who was calling out the call, and stepped onto the ring. His physique was as imposing as an iron tower, his muscles bulging, radiating the aura of a peak 9th level chi refining realm cultivator. Like a hungry wolf eyeing a lamb, Jianlong grinned, his eyes greedily fixed on Lin Tian. Those big, round eyes were filled with surprise, as if they had found a treasure.
At this moment,
the boys around also gathered from the other arenas.
They all talked at once.
Even the people in the neighboring arenas stopped fighting and looked over here as if expecting something. Someone shouted, "Brother Jianlong, you're so lucky. Lin Tian, that kid, is only at the first level of the qi refining realm.
He's good at alchemy and massage, but martial arts? He's a joke. Brother Jianlong, how about you let me go up?
I've already lost one game, and if I lose again, I'm completely out of the game."
Fighting Lin Tian, that's a guaranteed win. An older boy squeezed forward, looking distressed, and said, "Junior brother Jianlong, how about I take your place?
If I can't break through with the help of the Heavenly Furnace secret realm this time, I might be demoted and sent to mining." Several other boys were also extremely envious, saying sourly, "Brother Jianlong, don't hold back. This kid uses massages to fool women, we have to teach him that fighting power is the only real thing." Jianlong laughed heartily, patting his chest, his voice booming, "Brothers, don't worry. I can knock this kid's teeth out with one punch.
His massage tricks are crooked and might fool some women, but against me? Humph, trash." However, Jianlong appears rough and arrogant on the surface.
But deep down, a question lingered in my mind.
Don't they all say that Lin Tian is at the first level of qi refining?
However you look at it, the spiritual energy fluctuations Lin Tian is currently emitting are clearly at the fifth level of qi induction.
Thinking of this,
Jianlong couldn't help but mention his slight disdain for Lin Tian.
But they didn't take it too seriously.
Even if it was level 5, it was just a matter of one punch.
At most, it would take a little more effort.
Lin Tian stood on the arena, watching the excited expressions of the people around him.
He frowned slightly, thinking to himself, what is all this about? Why are they all acting like they've been injected with chicken blood? Am I really that worthless in their eyes?
He touched his nose, feeling somewhat annoyed.
At the same time, not far from the playground,
Mu Shui and Tang Yan slowly ascended to a viewing platform.
There are already several students here with remarkable demeanor.
3 men and 2 women, all of whom were exceptionally talented individuals selected through special student council quotas.
The lowest level of cultivation is the 8th level of qi refining.
Upon seeing Mu Shui and Tang Yan arrive, they all stepped forward to greet them respectfully. A handsome young man saw Mu Shui. A strong desire flashed in his eyes, and then he said to a boy next to him, "This junior brother Lin is not simple either. He is clearly at the 5th level of qi refining, but he has been hiding his cultivation." Upon hearing this, the boy next to him also stole a glance at Mu Shui. He also adopted a profound expression, adjusted his spiritual glasses, and said leisurely, "Look at those freshmen below the arena, they're all so naive.
They don't even realize that others are hiding their cultivation levels. They're like clowns. It's just a pity."
Even if junior brother Lin is at the 5th level, facing Jianlong, his chances are probably slim. Yes, Lin Tian's talent is indeed lacking, but his courage is truly admirable.
He fought knowing he would lose, that's commendable courage.
Several boys chatted amongst themselves, pretending to be serious. Although there was no explicit mockery of Lin Tian for overestimating himself. But his tone was sarcastic and full of superiority. Mu Shui listened, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. She couldn't help but turn her head to glance at the group of people. The boys were immediately drawn to the school beauty. They were immediately excited and moved closer, eager to strike up a conversation.
"President, do you think Lin Tian is overestimating himself?"
But before the words were even finished, Mu Shui glared coldly at the group, her voice icy. "Are you all bored?
Making sarcastic remarks here.
Don't forget, your special spots were all won by the supposedly overconfident Lin Tian in the alchemist competition." Mu Shui turned her head and looked at the 10th arena, no longer looking at them.
But verbally, he continued, "Without him, what right do you have to make sarcastic remarks?"
Upon hearing this, the boys' faces stiffened, they paused, and fell silent. They all sighed in despair.
This flattery is so blatant, it's like licking someone's toes.
They had previously seen Mu Shui on the stage with a fierce expression, which they assumed indicated she harbored deep resentment towards Lin Tian. After all, they had heard that Mu Shui had gone to Lin Tian for a massage, and that Lin Tian had even used it as an advertisement. The 2 girls who had been keeping quiet suddenly brightened up. They hadn't expected Mu Shui to speak up for Lin Tian. They had all assumed Mu Shui hated Lin Tian, so they hadn't dared to speak up. Seeing this, they all chimed in.
Exactly.
Junior brother Lin's talent for alchemy is heaven-defying, and he can even relieve hidden ailments with massage.
What do you stinky boys know?
Yes, Jianlong is very strong, but junior brother Lin is no slouch either.
Just you wait and see.
Upon hearing this, the boys were all so angry that they gritted their teeth. But Tang Baolong was standing not far away, and in the end, he had no choice but to retreat to the side in a huff, his eyes becoming even more gloomy.
However, they all overlooked one thing.
That's why all these girls suddenly have such a good impression of Lin Tian. They seem to trust each other inexplicably, almost to the point of worship.
And at this moment, Mu Shui.
She looked at Jianlong on the arena, and a sense of unease began to creep into her heart. Jianlong has honed his physical body to an astonishing level, making him known as invincible in the qi refining realm. Among the new students at Nanjing University, he is considered one of the best, and the student union had already included him on its shortlist for consideration.
So, Lin Tian, can you really win? Mu Shui asked herself silently. On the arena,
Jianlong began to stretch his muscles and bones, his joints cracking, his momentum like a tiger descending the mountain.
He glared at Lin Tian and sneered, I heard you're quite the massage expert? Come on, try taking my punch. Let's see if your little hands are faster or my fist is harder. The boys in the audience shouted in unison, Brother Jianlong.
Knock him down with one punch.
Let him know what a real man is.
Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips.
Chapter 28, The first use of the muscle overlord pill shocks the earthworm man. The arena on the Nanjing University sports field. Ah!
Jianlong roared and moved forward like an eight-clawed creature. A pair of fists the size of sandbags, imbued with violent spiritual power, tore through the air, creating a series of ear-piercing sonic booms. It hurtled straight at Lin Tian's chest. Around the arena, the spiritual energy shield trembled slightly from the violent physical power, reflecting the iron tower-like body of the war dragon. Seeing this, the boys in the audience became excited. They shouted in unison, Kill him!
Kill him! Kill him! Lin Tian, you still dare to go on stage? Just wait to be blasted away.
Yes, below the Foundation establishment stage, the war dragon is practically invincible.
How unlucky must Lin Tian be? Oh no, Junior Lin is definitely going to get hurt.
If his hand is ruined, we'll have to rely on spirit transformation pills for the rest of our lives, which will be terrible. The girls, gathered together, all had worried expressions on their pretty faces and sighed softly. Several female students covered their eyes in fright, afraid they would witness Lin Tian being smashed through the air.
On the viewing platform,
Mu Shui's body tensed, her fists clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She muttered to herself, Lin Tian, if all else fails, just admit defeat.
At most, I'll beg Aunt Tang to pull some strings for you.
Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the ring, her heart pounding like a drum, and she was so nervous that she almost forgot to breathe. Lin Tian squinted, looking at the fist coming straight at him. The sneer remained. With a thought, he directly consumed the muscle explosion pill through the red phoenix system in his sea of consciousness. He doesn't want to get beaten up, so he'll use his trump cards as soon as possible. It's all about striking first and gaining the upper hand early. Boom! When the muscle-bursting pill dissolves from the sea of consciousness, a surge of violent power erupted from his body in an instant, his muscles bulged, his veins began to stand out, and spiritual energy surged like a torrent, washing over Lin Tian's entire body's meridians.
Immediately afterwards,
his internal energy surged suddenly, and the spiritual power of the fifth level of qi induction was amplified tenfold, constantly merging and intertwining with all his muscles. He felt like a humanoid beast that had just awakened.
At this moment,
Jianlong, who was about to throw a punch straight at Lin Tian's chest and abdomen, paused slightly.
He suddenly sensed the change in Lin Tian's aura, and his pupils shrank as he was shocked. What's wrong with this kid?
But once he had thrown the punch, it was impossible for him to retract it. Lin Tian snorted coldly, clenched his right fist to meet the attack, which was also accompanied by a violent surge of spiritual energy. With the speed boost increased eightfold, its speed is comparable to that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. The fist arrived in an instant, directly colliding head-on with Jianlong's fist.
Boom!
As their fists collided, the arena floor beneath their feet cracked instantly, and the spiritual energy shields vibrated violently, emitting a buzzing sound.
The next second, what happened next was astonishing.
Jianlong grunted, and his whole body flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing hard into the edge of the arena, causing the bluestone to crack.
Puff!
He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his chest caved in, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Lin Tian withdrew his fist and remained standing in the same spot, though his fist was slightly numb.
Holy crap! This humanoid tank!
I almost couldn't withstand it even with 10 times my strength.
Lin Tian couldn't help but secretly rejoice if he hadn't used the muscle explosion pill in time. Who knows, that punch might have actually made the opponent poop and pee. At this moment, even the air below the arena was deathly still after 3 seconds of complete silence.
The crowd erupted in a commotion, bursting into gasps of surprise. They were all dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost.
What? Lin Tian blasted Jianlong away with a single punch? This is impossible. Isn't he only at the first level of qi refining? How can he be so powerful?
No, his spiritual energy fluctuations just now have exceeded the qi refining realm.
Something strange.
There's something strange about Lin Tian.
However,
a group of girls screamed with delight, their eyes shining like stars, their inexplicable admiration for Lin Tian intensifying.
Oh my god! Lin's punch just now was so cool. It was like he punched right into my heart. I think I've fallen for him. Who said he only knows how to give massages? This is the strength of a body refining cultivator. Junior, you're amazing.
A short-haired senior student, her cheeks flushed with excitement, pumped her fist and shouted, "Junior Lin, rise up."
On the viewing platform,
Mu Shui's beautiful eyes widened, her cherry lips parted slightly, and she was so shocked that she forgot to close them.
She murmured, "This guy, he's actually this strong? How many more secrets does he have up his sleeve?" However,
Tang Yan narrowed her cold, beautiful phoenix eyes as she scrutinized the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from Lin Tian.
She thought to herself, this kid? Did he take his medicine?
Yao Pang, who had just finished his second match, squeezed his way to the 10th arena, panting, and witnessed the scene. He was dumbfounded and said, "Damn.
Did Lin Tian take some kind of male enhancement drug? His physical strength is so exaggerated?"
He rubbed his eyes and muttered, "When did this kid learn to build such a physique?
This is illogical." On the arena,
Jianlong spat out another mouthful of blood. He staggered to his feet, clutching his chest, his eyes wide with horror as he stared at Lin Tian.
He gritted his teeth and said, "Impossible. There's something strange about you. You're only at the 5th level of qi refining, how could you possibly have such formidable power? Speaking of which..." He turned to the referee watching from the sidelines and yelled, "I want to check him. This kid has definitely taken performance-enhancing drugs." These words were spoken. Everyone seemed to wake up from a dream. Someone in the audience immediately chimed in, "That's right. Lin Tian must have taken drugs. Otherwise, how could he possibly beat Jianlong? Investigate him. If he's found out, disqualify him and expel him from Nanjing University. Yes, he is an alchemist, and a genius alchemist at that. He must have refined some secret elixir to enhance his physique. Investigate thoroughly. According to the competition rules, once he takes the pill, his cultivation will be crippled, and he will be expelled from Nanjing University. Such despicable and vile methods cannot be tolerated at Nanjing University." More and more people began to shout angrily. In their view, only taking medicine could explain why Lin Tian suddenly unleashed such terrifying physical strength. Because it hurts a person's self-esteem too much. These ordinary cultivators work hard every day to cultivate, and how much effort have they put in for this secret realm spot? How could we allow Lin Tian, who won by taking pills, to suddenly surpass them in combat strength? But the group of fairies wouldn't stand for it and retorted sharply. Take medicine? You guys try taking some medicine and see if you can send Jianlong flying with one punch. Exactly. Some of you men, you just keep taking drugs, and in the end you're all limp and lifeless, like earthworms, so small and disgusting. Pa. I wonder which fairy said this. But as soon as those words were spoken, immediately, many of the boys in the group blushed and their necks turned red. They lowered their heads in shame and dared not utter a sound, feeling so ashamed and angry that they wished they could disappear into the ground. He seemed afraid of being recognized by some girls. A few bolder individuals wanted to argue. But he was rendered speechless by the girl's comment, "Earthworm man." On the referee's bench, several senior students frowned upon hearing this.
He said in a deep voice, according to the rules, since one side has raised a question, we need to test whether Lin Tian has taken any banned substances.
Then,
they each took out 3 magical treasures that shimmered with spiritual light, the Spirit Eye Mirror, the Forbidden Test Plate, and the Purifying Spirit Pearl, and flew towards the 10th arena.
this is a magical artifact specifically designed to detect whether there are any prohibited drug residues in a cultivator's body. Chapter 29 Junior, why don't you fly at 13?
Physical training is extremely difficult, requiring daily tempering of muscles and bones, and enduring pain that is unbearable for ordinary people. This is already a consensus among all cultivators.
Zhanlong, that's a gifted talent.
It is said that he was noticed by a third-year faculty member at Nanjing University.
He was also given a copy of Iron Ox Body Technique.
And Zhanlong has indeed worked hard, having joined Nanjing University in less than a year. He cultivated from the 6th level of the Qi refining realm to its peak. This makes their physical bodies as strong as those of wild beasts.
Nowadays, he has few rivals among Qi refining realm cultivators throughout Nanjing University and even the entire southern city. Since the Reiki revival,
many gifted children are either nurtured by their families or achieve their own success through hard work. They had all reached a fairly high level of cultivation during their high school years. However, according to traditional thinking, high school students still need to learn some scientific knowledge.
Only after entering university can students be completely freed from that grueling study. He fully embarked on the path of cultivation, pursuing the path to immortality. And Lin Tian, in their view,
without special methods, it would be extremely difficult to send him flying with a single punch, so everyone suspected that he had taken drugs.
Lin Tian's heart suddenly tightened. Secret passage, oh no.
Although the muscle explosion pill is a product of the system, it can theoretically be classified as a type of pill.
What if it gets found out? He glanced at the referee, sweat beading on his forehead. For a moment, I felt a little flustered. On the viewing platform, Tang Yan also frowned, thinking to herself, although Lin Tian has great potential, how can one cultivate a strong physique in a short time? This kid probably really did take the medicine. But women are always emotional beings.
From the moment she decided to win over Lin Tian, she shifted her allegiance to him. She did not hesitate at all. He immediately used his spiritual sense to send a secret order to a second-year female student on the judging panel.
Mu Wanqing, do something underhanded, don't let Lin Tian get caught. The girl named Mu Wanqing was taken aback.
Her skillful hand, which was about to pick up the spirit cleansing pearl, paused slightly.
She thought to herself, how can I do something underhanded in public like this?
She glanced at the senior students beside her. The magic weapon had already been activated, and its spiritual light enveloped Lin Tian, leaving him no time to make any moves. Mu Wanqing gritted her teeth and had no choice but to step forward and pretend to check.
She wasn't sure if Tang Yan was only sending messages to her.
Or perhaps the other 3 referees have already been assigned to their positions. For now, she can only worry about herself, as long as she doesn't find any problems with Lin Tian. At that time, Tang Yan will also have an explanation. As for the others in full view of everyone,
who cares? That's not something she needs to consider. At this moment, Mu Shui leaned close to Tang Yan and whispered anxiously, and Tang, Lin Tian didn't really take the medicine, did he? What should we do?
Tang Yan whispered in her ear, don't panic, Wanqing will handle it. Mu Shui bit her lip, her eyes filled with even more worry. Mu Shui's concern was naturally not because she had any affection for Lin Tian. Rather, she had already placed all her bets on Lin Tian. If Lin Tian is found to have used banned drugs, he will be expelled from Nanjing University.
Then wouldn't Mu Shui be at a huge loss? On the arena, Lin Tian did not resist, but waited anxiously for the test. A long time. The spirit eye mirror flashed, but the measurement plate remained completely still, and the pure spirit pearl remained as clear as ever. Mu Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief and announced loudly, test complete, everything is normal. Lin Tian did not take any banned substances. As expected, Director Tang must have also communicated with the other 2 referees. Mu Wanqing thought to herself. But she suddenly realized something was wrong. But I didn't tamper with anything, these are the actual test results. Could it be? She looked at the purifying pearl in her hand. Could this pearl be broken? Mu Wanqing could no longer contain herself and hurriedly stepped off the arena, heading towards the viewing platform. This moment, Lin Tian himself was stunned. The pills from the Crimson Phoenix system are truly amazing, they can't even detect magic weapons. He quietly wiped away his sweat, still feeling lingering fear. And below the arena, the entire audience erupted in uproar. Everyone was in an uproar. Cheating! Absolutely cheating! This magic weapon must be broken. How could Lin Tian not take his medicine? Brother Zhanlong has trained his physical body to perfection. As the crowd shouted. Some people have also begun to point the finger at the 3 referees. Someone said sarcastically, exactly, maybe these 3 referees are deliberately trying to curry favor with Lin Tian and exonerate him. Upon hearing this, the referees instantly became furious. Immediately, a powerful pressure from the Foundation establishment realm erupted. One of the senior referees shouted, "If you keep messing around, you'll all be disqualified." In an instant, those who had questioned him were shocked, their faces turned pale, and they shut their mouths in frustration. The little fairies cheered and jumped for joy, dancing with excitement. Junior brother Lin is actually a body refinement cultivator. That's amazing. What a talented junior. I love him. A senior student with an oval face blushed and shouted, "Junior Lin. Punch him again. Make him shut up." Zhanlong was also stunned, staring at Lin Tian with a face full of resentment. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Even if you are a body refining cultivator, I will fight you for 300 rounds today." As he spoke, his spiritual energy surged, his muscles bulged like iron, and he charged towards Lin Tian like a bull, cracking the arena floor with his feet. Spectators stand. Tang Yan's usually cold and beautiful face softened with satisfaction. She nodded and whispered to Mu Shui, "Xiao Shui, I didn't expect your best friend to be so resourceful." Even under these circumstances, she managed to collude with the other 2 referees to cheat for Lin Tian. I'm curious how she did it. Mu Shui's beautiful eyes flashed, and she asked in confusion, "Wan Qing? She really did something?" Although Wan Qing was her best friend from high school, Mu Wanqing was an upright person, so why would she lie in public? Mu Shui's doubts deepened. Just then, Mu Wanqing stepped onto the viewing platform, her righteous and delicate face showing signs of fatigue. Mu Shui quickly waved, "Wan Qing. Come here." Tang Yan saw Mu Wanqing coming over. She smiled and looked at Mu Wanqing, her eyes full of curiosity. "Wan Qing, how did you do that during the test? Even I couldn't see anything wrong with it." "Huh?" Mu Wanqing looked confused and asked uncertainly, "Director Tang, didn't you transmit the message to the other 2 referees?" "Huh? Didn't you improvise and communicate with them beforehand?" Tang Yan also looked suspicious. But the next second, the 3 women looked utterly shocked. They said in unison, "Could it be that Lin Tian didn't take his medicine?" Just then, shocked shouts came from the direction of the 10th arena. "How is this possible? Zhanlong has been defeated?" Upon hearing the sound, Tang Yan and the other 2 women all looked towards the arena. On the arena, Lin Tian turned his palm upwards, and a ball of fire floated silently in the air. A faint, wicked smile always lingered on his lips, but that smile always instilled a sense of fear in those who looked at him. Opposite him, Zhanlong lay sprawled on the ground, his body convulsing. Lin Tianshan. Next group, get ready. As soon as the words were spoken, 2 people immediately came up and dragged Zhanlong away. Lin Tian jumped off the stage. He was immediately surrounded by more than a dozen fairies. "Junior, you're amazing. Since you still have time before the next round, could you give me a massage first? I'm preparing to break through to the 7th level of chi refining." Me too. "Junior, why don't you fly 13 times? Let's go together." Chapter 30 Female Sword Cultivator, Sword Without Fate. Lin Tian didn't even have time to catch his breath. 13 pairs of watery eyes were staring at him. In an instant, he was a little dazed, standing there blankly, looking at the group of female seniors around him, some plump and some slender. In terms of looks, they were all outstanding in appearance, with skin as smooth as cream and exquisite curves. Some were as tall as models, some were as petite as lolas, some had voluptuous breasts, and some had waists as slender as willow branches. All of this is actually thanks to the benefits of cultivation. Since the Reiki revival, the path of cultivation is prevalent, and cultivators expel impurities from their bodies by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The women's appearances have generally improved, their skin is radiant, their figures are graceful, and they all look like fairies descended from heaven. But there are exceptions. For example, Lin Tian's landlady.
However, it cannot be denied that as long as one's genes are not bad,
Cultivation is indeed 1,000 times better than cosmetics or plastic surgery.
Lin Tian swallowed hard. To be honest, his heart was racing.
He felt like, damn, am I on my way to the pinnacle of life? But then I thought about it again. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why? Why am I suddenly so popular with women? Are these female students crazy, or have I really become handsome?
Just when he was racking his brains trying to figure out what his sister was doing,
he didn't even have a chance to refuse.
A dozen or so female students, with a combination of pushing and pulling, dragged him to a large classroom next door.
Bang!
The door closed. These senior students seemed to have all planned it together.
As soon as they entered, they quickly assembled the desks into a large bed.
It can comfortably accommodate 13 people lying side by side.
Lin Tian stood there, completely bewildered. I have absolutely no idea what these girls are doing. Are all girls this open-minded these days? So explosive? However, the senior students completely ignored Lin Tian's reaction.
They all lay down on it with smiles on their faces.
They lay quietly and neatly on the desks. If an outsider were to come in, they would definitely misunderstand if they didn't know better. Forehead.
A senior student said sweetly, "Junior Lin, let's start. We have a martial arts competition later."
Wait, what are you guys doing?
Lin Tian asked, puzzled. His gaze involuntarily fell upon the various peaks before him, and he secretly clicked his tongue in amazement.
Oh my god. Lin Tian, stop pretending. We've talked to Xiaolinger and we know that your massage isn't the usual kind at all. That's right.
I heard from Zhao Li that as long as you touch our bodies with your fingers, you release some strange spiritual power.
That's the secret to your massage that suppresses hidden ailments, isn't it? Hurry up. I can't wait. But Lin Tian, you can't do anything bad. The reason we're together is to prevent you from doing anything bad. Hee, Sister Li Teo, there are so many of us sisters, would he dare to do anything bad? Okay.
Lin Tian almost coughed up blood.
However, his eyes immediately lit up. He thought to himself, fine.
You've all come to my doorstep, so I'll show you what it means to be wicked.
He took a deep breath.
With 0 respect, 1 expectation, and 9 parts malice. Make your hands into claws and begin to perform the press technique. As the spiritual energy from the incantation circulated, his hands began to roam freely over the bodies of the female students lying down.
20 minutes later,
Lin Tian walked out of the classroom covered in sweat, looking as tired as if he had just run 10 kilometers. He checked the Red Phoenix system in his mind.
The above emotion value only consumed 50 points.
And just now, I earned nearly 100 points from those 13 senior female students.
Looking at the accumulated 760 points. Just one step away from unlocking the new skill at 800 points. Lin Tian grinned. This was a great deal.
Most of these emotional points were collected from the boys during the martial arts competition.
At this moment,
suddenly, Fatty came running over, panting heavily. A pair of small eyes glanced furtively at the classroom.
He grinned lewdly and said, Lin Tian, aren't we brothers? Who is Lin Tian?
So just by looking at this fatso's sullen face, you can tell what kind of bad intentions he's up to.
He immediately exclaimed, no.
Lin Tian, I'm one of your few brothers, it's too much for you to hog all the food. Yao Pang's chubby face twitched with anger.
Teach me? Name your price.
He winked and rubbed his hands together, looking exactly like a pervert on a bus. Lin Tian glanced at him sideways and teased, hey Fatty, do you think I'll teach you? With your size, one press on you would flatten someone. Upon hearing this, Fatty Yao immediately objected, patting his chest and saying, brother, name your price.
Spirit stones? Pills? Or, my sister?
I'm going all out, I'll sell you my sister in exchange for your divine skill.
Are you sure? Absolutely, definitely, and without a doubt, I can even drug you beforehand, hee. Fatty Yao said with a lewd grin. What the hell? Lin Tian was speechless for a moment.
However, the image of my chubby older sister began to appear in my mind. They often played together when they were little. And let me tell you, the fattest one's older sister is Yi Wushuang. She was a beauty from a young age.
Later, when I grew up,
she was said to be named one of the top 10 most beautiful fairies in the southern city. Her appearance was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, and her temperament was as elegant as an orchid. But she was like a dragon whose head was seen but not its tail, especially in the last 2 years, when she was drafted to serve in the Allied Legion. There were fewer and fewer rumors about her.
3 years ago, Blue Star was suddenly invaded by a terrifying creature called the Void Beast.
These fantastical, ethereal creatures are incredibly ferocious, wreaking havoc across the entire Blue Star.
From that time onwards, Blue Star was thus divided into East and West.
They all began urgently forming alliance legions.
The southern part of the city is located in the east. In order to resist the alien beasts, the Eastern Alliance Legion began to conscript cultivators of all kinds in all cultivation cities.
Every year, Nanchang needs to send at least 30 cultivators at the foundation establishment stage or above to serve on the front lines. And Yao Pang's older sister is the elite captain who was recruited last year. According to Yao Pang, her older sister has achieved numerous military exploits in the past 2 years, becoming renowned throughout the Alliance Legion.
Lin Tian stroked his chin and grinned mischievously. Your sister? Forget it, have you forgotten how you almost got castrated by her when you stole her underwear as a child? Get out. If you're not going to teach me, fine, but why do you have to expose my weaknesses? Just as the two were flattering each other, the classroom door opened, and 13 female students, their faces flushed, walked out, having straightened their clothes. Each of them looked extremely shy. However, if you observe carefully, you will find that beneath their shyness lies excitement, and when they move, they are all as light as swallows, with a smooth and flowing energy. A senior student with an oval face chided, Junior Lin, I'm impressed by your massage skills. But your hands always seem to wander to places they shouldn't be touching. It's so embarrassing. Another tall, slender senior student blushed and chimed in, exactly. And even pinched it. Oh my, I'm so embarrassed. The senior students giggled and joked around, but their eyes were full of gratitude. At this moment, when the other girls saw them come out, they all gathered around them. One after another, they asked incessantly, so? Is Junior Lin's massage really that amazing? This is simply amazing. I feel that the spiritual energy in my body is much smoother. I estimate that even if I break through again, it won't cause a spiritual energy outburst. This is 100 times better than taking the spirit transformation pill. His hands were a bit too handsy, but it worked well, so it was worth it. That bastard Lin Tian is practically a succubus reincarnated. How come so many female students are throwing themselves at him? Exactly. There's definitely something fishy about his massage. It's some kind of evil magic to seduce girls. Some boys watched the scene from afar, gritting their teeth and cursing incessantly. Ding mood value +5, +5 cumulative 770. Some girls were naturally unhappy to hear this. They all retorted, what are you jealous of? Junior Lin is talented and good looking, can you compare? Exactly. Alchemy, massage, body tempering in every aspect, I'm far superior to you guys. What's with the sour grapes? Mu Shui arrived quietly and stood silently at the back of the crowd. Seeing Lin Tian being fawned over by everyone, I felt a strange tightness in my heart. This guy, how come he's so popular with women? He's such a scoundrel. Just then, suddenly, the referee's shout came from the other side of the ring. Group 10, Round 3. Lin Tian vs. Jian Wuming. What? What? Sword without life? Once the sword is drawn, death is certain. My god, Lin Tian's luck is just too bad. First match was against the school beauty Mu Shui, second match was against Zhang Luan, and now in the third match, he's going straight against Jian Wuming? Everyone was completely stunned. Even those who had previously mocked Lin Tian were surprised when they heard that Lin Tian's opponent was Jian Wuming. They were all too shocked to speak. When Lin Tian leaped onto the arena and took a closer look, he saw a girl in green standing opposite him, holding a sword in one hand, with an aloof and icy demeanor. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, her eyebrows and eyes were delicate and beautiful, and she exuded a spiritual aura, like a fairy. But her eyes were cold and aloof, keeping people at arm's length, as if she were isolated from the world, exuding an air of unapproachability. Judging from this situation, Lin Tian swallowed hard, thinking to himself, this little girl is not to be trifled with. Lin Tian came up. Jian Wuming slowly drew his sword. The sword light was like frost, and the chilling aura was overwhelming. She stared coldly at Lin Tian, her voice like ice, Lin Tian, show me your weapon. I don't kill those who are unarmed. Lin Tian felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing that voice. He slowly pulled a red undergarment from his ring.
Ignoring the stares of others, she put the clothes on herself. He looked toward the referee's table and asked in a somewhat weak voice, "Senior referee, can defensive magic items be used as weapons?" Chapter 31 Pure Desire Undergarment emerges, Secret Realm opens ahead of schedule. Pure and alluring red belly band. Lin Tian is currently wearing the defensive magic item he obtained from the Red Phoenix lottery. Made from ice cicada silk, it is as light and thin as gauze, yet impervious to all magic. However, when Lin Tian said that he would use this belly band instead of a weapon, the entire room fell silent for a moment. According to the competition rules, if one side uses a weapon, the other side can naturally choose to use a weapon. But people like Lin Tian, this is the first time someone has used a defensive magic item instead of a weapon. However, his undergarment truly left everyone else speechless. Even the well-informed and knowledgeable fatty. At this moment, they were all very curious, staring intently at the two bowl-sized openings on the chest of the bodice. Then, the audience burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Lin Tian, you're wearing a woman's undergarment? And it's torn. A boy laughed so hard he slapped his thigh, tears welling up in his eyes. Junior Lin, this is too indecent. A senior student, blushing, covered her mouth and chuckled. Lin Tian, where did you get this? And you even cut 2 slits in it, that's outrageous, another girl exclaimed, blushing, her tone full of shyness and teasing. Lin Tian blushed, inwardly cursing the system for being unreliable. Actually, this was within his expectations. But forced by circumstances, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and use it. Lin Tian was not trying to attract attention. It's all because Yi Wushuang, that little woman, is practically a madwoman. Once the sword is drawn, death is certain. This is no joke. He just couldn't figure it out. Logically speaking, shouldn't a sword cultivator like Yi Wushuang, who is at the peak of qi refining, be included in the special quota? What's this? Yet another one who can freely participate in martial arts competitions? But since he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it. Referee Lin Tianchao confirmed again, I'm sure I'll use this magic weapon. Several second-year students frowned. Then a senior student reminded him, according to the rules, Junior Lin, if you choose this item, you cannot use other weapons. Are you sure? Confirmed. Lin Tian nodded through gritted teeth, thinking to himself, immune to all magic, what am I afraid of? As long as I can block Yi Wushuang's sword, nothing else matters. The referee nodded, signaling for the game to continue. However, no one noticed. Originally, Tang Yan and Mu Shui were on the viewing platform, as were some highly skilled teachers and students with a certain status at Nanjing University on the referee's table. At this moment, they all looked hurried, as if they had received some kind of telepathic message, and they all left one after another. Seeing that he had received permission, Lin Tian tried to tighten the 2 straps on his belly band. But this is a woman's personal item, how could a grown man wear it? With his hands behind his back, he struggled for a long time to tie it properly, which drew another burst of laughter from the audience. Lin Tian, are you trying to make Yi Wushuang laugh to death? Someone shouted. Lin Tian was speechless. He finally managed to haphazardly put the belly band on, and although it was crooked, he managed to get it on. He looked up and saw Yi Wushuang already attacking with a cold face, her sword flashing like a rainbow, aiming straight for his chest. Lin Tian cursed inwardly. Damn it, I don't think I've ever offended you, have I? Is this going to kill me? A crisp clang rang out. Just as the sword tip was about to pierce through, a red light curtain suddenly rose up, forming a red barrier that forcefully blocked the sword's edge, preventing it from advancing an inch. Yi Wushuang's pretty face changed slightly, clearly not expecting this strange thing to have such defensive power. The audience below the stage was once again taken aback. I originally thought it was just an ordinary woman's undergarment, but I didn't expect it to be such a defensive treasure. For a moment, it aroused the envy of everyone. After all, it was a defensive magic weapon. Defensive magical artifacts have always been extremely rare. It's said that a low-level defensive magic item sold at Lingbao Polytechnic costs at least tens of thousands of spirit stones. Ding emotional value +5 +5 +10 +10 cumulative 800. Congratulations! You have successfully unlocked the beginner level 12 finger massage technique, the grinding technique. Unlocking the next technique requires 2000 emotion points. Upon reaching 800 emotion points for the first time, you will receive 1 free chance to participate in a lucky draw. Would you like to participate? At this critical moment, I heard the system voice. Lin Tian was stunned. He was overjoyed and thought to himself, finally, I can unlock the new technique.
But then, he yelled, damn it! What have I ever done to you, woman? Did you have to be in such a hurry to make a move?
Yi Wuxiang's face was frosty as she raised her sword and attacked him again. At this very moment,
sudden,
a shrill broadcast blared.
Urgent notice. The competition is over immediately.
Everyone stay put and await further instructions.
The entire room was stunned. Everyone was confused and looked around.
Yi Wuxiang paused.
They looked equally bewildered. At this moment, the edge of the playground,
a team of people dressed in uniform appeared. Their steps were synchronized, and their demeanor was imposing. The leader was a man wielding a sword, whose spiritual pressure was astonishing, at least at the Grandmaster level.
Immediately afterwards, Tang Yan's figure flew back from afar, her pretty face solemn.
Standing on the high platform, her spiritual transmission resounded throughout the entire venue. According to the latest news from the Pill Alliance, the barrier of the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm has shown abnormalities and may open ahead of schedule.
The competition is now over. All students who have won 2 matches, line up immediately.
If there are fewer than 100 students, those who have won 1 match will be selected.
If there are too many students, those with higher cultivation and talent will be chosen.
The entire room erupted in uproar, and the students looked at each other, at a loss for what to do.
Lin Tian stood frozen on the stage. Ha! The competition's over? Does that mean this was my second or third match?
Before he could react, Tang Yan's gaze swept over him. A telepathic message entered his mind, Lin Tian, you're selected. Prepare to board the spirit ship. This is compensation for helping Mu Shui suppress her hidden ailment.
Lin Tian was overjoyed. What am I doing? Does this count as getting in through Tang Yan's connections?
He quickly jumped off the stage, leaving Yi Wuxiang stunned. Yi Wuxiang, of course, was not worried about the number of spots,
because she herself was allocated a special quota.
As for why she went on stage. At this moment, Yi Wuxiang's gaze fell upon a middle-aged man on a high platform in the distance.
The middle-aged man nodded slightly at her.
Yi Wuxiang finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if a huge weight had been lifted from her heart.
The middle-aged man was none other than Vice Principal Hu. Now,
a commotion broke out on the playground as students discussed the matter animatedly.
What's going on? Aren't there still 3 days left? The Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm has opened ahead of schedule? How could this be so sudden? Quickly, get ready.
The Southwest University team quickly organized the students into lines and counted the number of students. Tang Yan stood on the high platform and announced loudly, those whose spots have been confirmed, please follow me onto the spirit boat immediately. The words had barely left his mouth.
A spirit boat suddenly appeared on the playground.
The spirit boat is entirely silver white, engraved with intricate runes, resembling a giant flying shuttle.
15 minutes later,
all the students who had secured their spots boarded the spirit boat. Lin Tian stood on the deck and looked around. He saw that the spirit boat was extremely spacious, 100 meters long, and dozens of futons were placed on the deck for cultivators to sit and cultivate. At this moment, the mockery and sarcasm among the people on the spirit boat ceased. At this moment, everyone looked excited and thrilled, while some looked nervous and bewildered.
However, Tang Yan, with a solemn expression, scanned the entire room with her phoenix eyes and said in a deep voice, the entrance to the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm is located in a valley in the northern suburbs of the South City, which can be reached by flying for half a day. After arriving at the valley, everyone must follow the instructions and must not act on their own.
Yes. The students responded in unison, their expressions a mixture of tension and excitement. The spirit boat slowly rose into the air, broke through the clouds, and flew towards the northern suburbs.
Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the futon, closing his eyes to meditate.
In his mind's eye, he began to understand the new incantation and the lottery.
Chapter 32 The Real Young Woman. Yi Qingqiu.
The spirit boat pierced through the clouds, its silvery white hull gleaming in the sunlight. Its speed, compared to the old, bulky, heavy iron planes, is significantly faster.
That's fast, it's more than just a breath. Now,
within Lin Tian's sea of consciousness, the light of the red phoenix system flickered.
The key is the word grind. Defensive fingering.
The spiritual power of the incantation can be fixed in the void, transforming into a giant millstone that can obliterate all incoming attacks.
If it advances to its ultimate form, it can obliterate the will of time and space. Space-time will? This is a bit much. Lin Tian's lips twitched, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself. He hasn't even fully grasped the 3 key techniques of pressing, pinching, and grabbing yet. But he thought about it again, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. This grinding technique is a defensive finger technique, a surefire life-saving skill. With this trick, he won't have to grit his teeth and wear the tattered red belly band anymore when facing a strong opponent in the future, enduring the ridicule of the whole audience. Just thinking about the scene during the martial arts competition where the girl in the pure red belly band was laughed at so hard she was doubled over makes his face burn. Lin Tian composed himself and began to examine the belongings in his Qiankuan ring. There are less than 20,000 spirit stones left. It seems like a lot, but if used to improve one's cultivation, it might not even be enough to break through to the 6th level of the Qi refining realm. Scratching his hair violently, Lin Tian sighed, "My cultivation is still too slow." However, his words. If other cultivators heard this, they would probably be so angry that they would have a stroke on the spot. Those ordinary cultivators toil away for 3 to 5 years before they can advance to the next level. What about Lin Tian? In less than 2 days, he jumped from the 1st level of Qi induction to the 5th level. This cultivation speed is probably only a tiny bit slower than that of the Divine Continent 20, right? If that's still too slow. Those self-employed cultivators who have been stuck at the Qi refining realm for years without making any progress are probably so ashamed and indignant that they'll jump off a cliff. I must gather plenty of medicinal herbs in this heavenly furnace secret realm, and refine 10,000 or so top-grade pills when I get back. Ha ha ha. Lin Tian seemed to be possessed. The more he thought about it, the more beautiful it became, and even the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up, revealing a sly smile. He muttered to himself, "Hee hee. When the time comes, I'll be the richest man in the South City. I'll pile up spirit stones into mountains. I'll have women on both sides, and find 99 maids to keep me company. I'll live a life of revelry every night. I'll have a wine pool and a meat forest. Hee hee. Hey! Lin Tian, what kind of daydream are you having now? You're not thinking of poking someone's ass again, are you?" The chubby boy sitting cross-legged next to Lin Tian couldn't take it anymore. Seeing Lin Tian's creepy smile, he had no choice but to quickly wake him up. Bang! A loud thud of flesh exploding upon impact followed. Fighting is prohibited on the spirit ship, you two. At the same time. South of the city, north of the suburbs, in the valley. The valley was shrouded in mist, and ancient trees towered into the clouds, their branches and leaves exuding a mysterious spiritual energy. In the middle of the valley, a massive crack stretched across the ground, with a blue light screen floating above it, swirling like water and occasionally emitting strong spatial fluctuations. Obviously, this is the entrance to the heavenly furnace secret realm. Now, the valley was bustling with noise, and monks in all sorts of costumes gathered there. There were forces from Nanchang, as well as various forces from surrounding cultivation cities. Although people have been practicing cultivation for hundreds of years. However, the ancient customs have been preserved. For example, right now, flags are flying high in the territories of various factions, who are putting on a grand display to show off their status. Each and every one of them is doing a vanity project in a way that's more extravagant than anyone else's. Beyond these vanity projects, some mountain peaks are layered upon each other. Occasionally, it would also leak out strands of terrifying pressure. It was unknown which powerful protector sent by which force was lurking here. However, in an inconspicuous corner of the valley, a dozen or so masked women in red stood solemnly, their eyes cold as knives, their aura powerful, radiating a faint killing intent. They were dressed in matching red gauze robes, with spiritual weapon short blades at their waists. The fluctuations in their spiritual energy indicated that they were at least at the foundation establishment stage, and some were even at the grandmaster level. Moreover, they also exuded a well-trained and iron-blooded aura. Among them, the leading woman was an exceptionally beautiful woman with a graceful figure. She wore a long red gauze dress with a cinched waist that clung to her delicate body, outlining her perfect curves. She is a woman who can maintain such a charming and sexy temperament, yet also possess a dignified air. It was Yi Qingqiu, the master of Miaodan Pavilion. At this moment, Yi Qingqiu exuded the unique charm of a mature young woman in every gesture. Compared to when she participated in the alchemy competition, she was even more charming and alluring. At this moment, in the distance, startled birds took flight in a flurry from the dense forest. A petite and agile little girl glided and flew towards them. That delicate and petite figure landed gracefully like a red butterfly.
She was none other than Xiao Taohong, Yi Qingqiu's head maid.
Xiao Taohong knelt on one knee and respectfully said, "Sect Master, Lin Tian has arrived in the valley with the southern spirit ship." Upon hearing Lin Tian's name, Yi Qingqiu's heart pounded, and she instantly recalled the initial pain she felt last night. She forced herself to calm down before nodding slightly, "Okay." However, a barely perceptible soft light flashed in her captivating eyes. Then, she turned to look at a masked woman beside her. The voice was icy, "Have you cleaned up all the tails?" Upon hearing this, the masked woman's eyes showed reverence. He said in a low voice, "They've all been dealt with."
7 Foundation Establishment realm leaders and 2 Grandmaster realm leaders were all killed by our elite soldiers.
But, we also lost 5 of our own. Speaking of which.
The masked woman paused, a look of doubt flashing in her eyes.
He stammered, "Master, why, are you helping an ordinary college student like this?" Puff.
Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, she was immediately overwhelmed by a powerful pressure from a peaked Dao spirit realm expert, causing her to spit out a mouthful of bright red blood.
The masked woman looked terrified and immediately knelt down.
His voice trembled, "It was my fault for speaking out of turn, please punish me, Your Excellency." Just then, a gentle breeze blew by, which happened to lift the veil off her face. In an instant, she revealed a stunning beauty that rivaled Yi Qingqiu's. Yi Qingqiu's delicate body twitched slightly, her pretty face turned icy cold, and her phoenix eyes stared intently at the masked woman kneeling at her feet. He scolded, "Align, you've been with me for 8 years.
Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Have you forgotten all the rules?
Your subordinate knows his crime and begs Your Excellency to grant him death.
Considering you've been with me for so many years, I'll spare you this time.
Also, immediately send a secret order to Miao Ling, the deputy pavilion master of the Spirit City headquarters, instructing her to continue sending more Grandmaster-level cultivators. And expand the manpower to thoroughly investigate those mysterious people monitoring Lin Tian.
If they are found again, slaughter them."
Upon hearing this, the masked woman trembled.
He did not immediately agree, seemingly considering it. After a while,
she forced herself to speak, stammering, "But
I'm afraid the vice pavilion master won't agree.
After all, this is going against an organization of that kind of being."
You have a problem with that?
Then tell her to come see me in person.
Yes, I understand.
Ah Leng dared not say anything more and bowed to accept the order. He then quickly retreated with the others.
After Leng and the others left, Yi Qingqiu then looked at Xiao Taohong.
However, his tone softened somewhat. "Little Peach Blossom, in a little while, at the gift-giving and farewell ceremony in the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm, I will present you as a gift to Lin Tian. You will enter the secret realm with him.
Remember, your mission is to protect him with your life, understand?"
"Yes, Master."
Little Peach Blossom replied obediently. Let's do something about Chapter 33. Really?
Little Peach Blossom dared not say another word.
She knew that.
This morning alone, the Red Tassel women's team sent out by our own pavilion master captured or killed no fewer than 10 people.
Moreover, those people were all high-level cultivators. Only.
Even Xiao Taohong, the maid who had been by Yi Qingqiu's side for many years, couldn't guess why their sect leader valued Lin Tian so much.
On ordinary days,
Yi Qingqiu held men in contempt, even loathing them. But only towards Lin Tian.
Could it be? Is there some untold secret between them? Thinking about this, Xiao Taohong was shocked and quickly dismissed this reckless conjecture from her mind. Since 10 years ago, Yi Qingqiu controls the Miaodan Pavilion.
They continued to expand their influence, and branches of the Myriad Pill Pavilion quickly spread throughout major cultivation cities in the east. Furthermore, they kept a large number of cultivators and made these cultivators take soul-locking pills regularly. Any cultivator who joined the Myriad Pill Pavilion would have their soul scattered if they had the slightest disloyalty.
So they were all utterly loyal. Thanks to Miaodan Pavilion's years of operation, it has accumulated a rich foundation.
Even the Pill Alliance dares not provoke them easily.
He can be considered a giant in the region. At this moment,
at the entrance to the valley, a commotion broke the noise. A giant spirit ship slowly descended, its hull twice the size of the Southern University spirit ship, its entire body gleaming with golden light, engraved with intricate runes, and brimming with spiritual energy, resembling a mobile talisman fortress. Those people stationed in those strongholds all turned to look and exclaimed in surprise, "The people from Fu City are here."
Fu City. the core city of the Eastern Cultivation City Alliance. Its number of cultivators is dozens of times that of the South City, its foundation is profound, and its mastery of talismans is unparalleled in the East. At this moment, at the South City Talisman University's headquarters, several elders, upon seeing this, revealed excited expressions and flew into the air to welcome them. Old demon, I heard that the little princess of Talisman City has personally come this time, and that she is also going to enter the heavenly furnace secret realm. It seems that this time we've got it all figured out, an elderly professor from Talisman University said excitedly. However, the old man's words did not elicit any compliments from the other two. On the contrary, the old man called Old Demon said with concern, "It's naturally a good thing that the little princess can grace our southern city with her presence. This will surely deter those petty people who want to suppress our Talisman Academy. However, the little princess is of noble status. If she enters the secret realm, what if something happens to her?" These words were spoken. The other two also changed their expressions, becoming extremely solemn. Dozens of Fu City cultivators filed out of the spirit boat deck. The leader was a young man in white robes, holding a talisman brush. He exuded an air of superiority, with arrogance between his brows. Behind him followed several distinguished young men and women, each clad in talismanic armor, their arrogance drawing gasps of astonishment from the cultivators of the southern city. The most eye-catching person was a stunningly beautiful girl who was being protected by everyone in the middle. The girl was 18 years old, incredibly beautiful, with a face that resembled that of a young lady and a figure as stunning as Lu Yan's. How many people from Fu City came this time? I'm afraid there are about 200 spots. Look at that white-robed youth, his aura is so strong, he must have reached the Dao spirit realm. His name is Fu Qing, and he's the protector of Fu Xin, the little princess of Fu City. I've heard he's a ruthless killer. Some individual cultivators gathered in twos and threes in certain corners of the valley, watching with envy as the spirit ships of these major powers descended one by one, occasionally offering their comments. Self-employed monk. Those who come to the valley are mostly independent cultivators from the southern city. Since the Reiki revival. Just as there are organized forces, there are also some independent cultivators. Some of these people have extremely high cultivation talent, but most of them are just average and usually rely on small businesses to earn spirit stones for cultivation. At this moment, a self-employed cultivator with a pork cleaver at his waist pointed to the entrance of the valley and shouted, "Look, that's a top-grade spirit boat from Dan City. Dan City has actually sent people here. Old pig, isn't that obvious? The Dan Alliance branch in Nanchang is under the jurisdiction of Danchang, and this valley is under the jurisdiction of Danchang. Naturally, Danchang will send experts here." An older woman scoffed, then picked up a vegetable basket and turned away, saying, "I'm leaving. My vegetable garden still needs watering, so I'm not going to watch these important people put on a show." The older woman left. Someone else shouted, "Look over there in the woods. Those are the beast tamers from the Beast Taming Academy." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look. There, at the entrance to the valley, lay a dense, towering forest. One after another, towering and ferocious beasts charged out. With a roar, the small, unintelligent animals in the forest knelt down in fear, as if welcoming the arrival of the Beast King. These ferocious beasts have strange appearances. Some resemble tigers but are several times larger. Others resemble pythons but have bodies about 5 meters wide and wings on their backs, allowing them to fly or burrow underground. But these ferocious beasts all have one thing in common. It means that there is a person on its back, or on its head, sitting or standing. They are the beast tamers. Look at the sky, what's that? The spirit boat logo of Lingbao University of Technology, holy crap. That's a top-grade spirit boat. Also, the spirit boat following behind Lingbao University of Technology belongs to Nanchang University. And another one? The cultivators from Tang City next door are here too. Damn it, Jean Cheng's guys are here too. These guys are shameless. That's right. I heard that in a month, Nanchang, Tangchang, and Jinchang may hold a joint martial arts competition. Whichever city wins first place, the other two cities will be merged. Old pig, is this true or false? Who told you that? As various forces continued to arrive, the already crowded valley in the northern suburbs is now even more packed with people. Fortunately, these forces had already sent people to set up a base here a month ago. Therefore, although various forces have arrived, a certain degree of order has been maintained. The crowd was only made up of ordinary individual cultivators who did not have a residence. Boom! The spirit boat trembled.
Lin Tian slowly stood up.
Everyone, follow the instructions, disembark from the spirit boat, and line up to enter our Nanjing University's residence.
The captain of the Nanjing University Guard shouted loudly. More than 100 students jumped off the deck of the spirit boat. Led by the captain of the guard, they began to enter the valley in an orderly formation, heading straight for the Nanjing University's camp in the valley.
This is the advantage that organized forces have in their regular training.
This prevents the students at Nanjing University from being like some other lazy groups, hanging out in twos and threes, arm in arm.
Lin Tian, look, isn't that Zhang Hao? Lin Tian followed at the back of the group.
The chubby boy walking ahead suddenly stopped and gestured towards Lin Tian with his mouth, calling out. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian followed Yao Pang's gaze. It really was Zhang Hao.
Zhang Hao was seen following behind the Dan Alliance team, walking with his head down.
Yao Pang leaned closer to Lin Tian and whispered, "How about it?
Should we mess with him? Didn't you say this morning that you had a grudge against him? Let's get it done. Let's get it done." Really? It's really. What wicked scheme do you have up your sleeve? The usual? Good. Chapter 34. A resentful woman in her secluded chamber? No, a resentful man.
Lin Tian and Yao Pang quietly lagged behind the group, using the crowd as cover.
They left the Nanjing University queue.
The two hid and weaved through the bustling crowd, following the Dan Alliance's team from a distance. Until they saw Zhang Hao enter the Dan Meng headquarters.
Damn it, no chance. Fatty cursed.
Lin Tian also looked unwilling. Forget it, since Zhang Hao is here, he will definitely enter the secret realm. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him then. The two then exchanged a glance and prepared to turn around and return to their residence at Nanjing University.
But just as he turned around. Wait, something's up.
Fatty suddenly grabbed Lin Tian and gestured towards the entrance of the Dan Alliance's headquarters.
Lin Tian followed Yao Pang's gaze. Sure enough, we saw a new development.
Zhang Hao and two other men and a woman were seen walking out of the camp, chatting and laughing. The four of them walked toward a makeshift market town on the edge of the valley.
Fengshe Marketplace. This has almost become a rigid, conventional activity. Every time a secret realm opens,
some individual cultivators and some small forces would set up stalls near the entrance to the secret realm.
Because as long as a secret realm is discovered somewhere, this will definitely attract a large number of cultivators. They will sell fragments of rare treasures, as well as essential elixirs and magical artifacts required to enter secret realms. This is also a way for these individual cultivators to exchange for spirit stones or resources. After hundreds of years of development, some powerful forces also began to join in, and gradually, the market became a unique trading event. And this time, the temporary market in the Heavenly Furnace secret realm. The booths of Dan Meng and Mayadange were the most eye-catching. The stalls were piled high with healing pills, antidote pills, and spirit-restoring pills, essential items for the secret realm, and were crowded with cultivators, making business booming. Lin Tian and Yao Pang mingled in the crowd, keeping a close eye on Zhang Hao from a distance. At this moment,
Zhang Hao and his group stopped in front of a stall selling talismans. The stall owner was a young student. His stall was filled with all kinds of talismans, which shimmered with spiritual light and exuded a faint sense of pressure. Among the four of them, the woman dressed in a light yellow alchemist's uniform seemed to have taken a liking to a talisman on the stall.
It must be said that although Zhang Hao betrayed Nanjing University, he had excellent insight.
With a quick glance, he began haggling with the stall owner and soon bought the talisman for 100 spirit stones. It's clear that Zhang Hao is pursuing this woman.
Far away.
Upon seeing this scene, Lin Tian and Yao Pang exchanged a glance. A knowing, mischievous smile flashed in both of their eyes at the same time.
The opportunity has come. Lin Tian whispered, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Yao Pang chuckled, rubbing his hands together eagerly. Little Emperor, what's the plan this time? Same old rules?
The two, as skilled as old partners, quickly began playing rock, paper, scissors.
Only.
Finally, Fatty stomped his foot in anger, his fat face scrunched up. Damn it.
I always lose. I give up.
Lin Tian grinned mischievously and patted him on the shoulder. Stop talking nonsense and get to work.
Fatty Yao was a man of conscience. He was willing to accept defeat, so he sighed helplessly. So, what do you want?
Lin Tian glanced into the distance and saw Zhang Hao diligently handing a protective talisman to the female alchemist.
The female alchemist smiled shyly, took the talisman, and her eyes were full of warmth.
He pondered for a moment, a wicked smile flashing in his eyes. Killing him in public now is too risky.
We'll deal with him in the secret realm. But, for now. He whispered to Fatty, Fatty, it seems like it's been a while since you've played a lovelorn character in a boudoir, right? How about this? Upon hearing this, Fatty's expression changed drastically, and his fat face trembled violently. You damned Lin Tian, you still want me to play a gay guy? Lin Tian suppressed a smile and nodded vigorously, yes. Go quickly. Don't disappoint me.
Fatty panicked and shook his head like a wave. Don't do this, the last performance gave me nightmares for a month.
Not going to act?
Then I'll tell your dad about you peeping at your sister taking a shower.
Upon hearing this, Fatty's face turned green. He gritted his teeth and said, You're ruthless. And at this moment, Zhang Hao had just handed the talisman to the female alchemist. Junior sister Qingqing, this talisman is top grade. Take it and it will surely keep you safe in the secret realm.
The female alchemist blushed slightly, her fingertips lightly touching Zhang Hao's hand, and said shyly, Thank you, senior brother Zhang. Her eyes shone with gratitude, and a smile played on her lips. She was clearly quite pleased with Zhang Hao's attentiveness.
In this heartwarming moment,
a high-pitched, shrill voice that sent chills down one's spine instantly shattered the ambiguous atmosphere.
How you really are here, do you know how hard I've been looking for you, wah?
Upon hearing the sound, Zhang Hao and the others all shuddered and turned to look behind them. A massive creature weighing 300 pounds was seen trotting slowly toward Zhang Hao.
That enormous body was like a moving mountain of flesh.
A pair of short, thick, fat legs were swinging outwards like two oars. With each step he took, the ground trembled slightly, and dust flew up. Her chubby hands flapped like duck wings, her fat jiggling wildly, her fingertips painted with stolen rouge, a bright red that made one dizzy. With thick layers of makeup on his face, he forced a shy expression, squeezed out 2 tears from the corners of his eyes, and twisted his chubby face into a resentful expression, looking just like a resentful man who had been abandoned.
When they got to Zhang Hao, Yao Peng pouted and shrieked, How, my heart is broken. How can you just deny it like that? In an instant.
Whether it was Zhang Hao and his group, or other passers-by and vendors, everyone was dumbfounded, their eyes all fixed on Yao Peng.
While everyone was stunned,
Yao Peng suddenly grabbed Zhang Hao and hugged him tightly. His fat arms were like iron hoops. Taking advantage of Zhang Hao's unpreparedness, he immediately activated the power of the Iron Mountain Shield and locked the other person tightly in his arms. When Zhang Hao came to his senses, he found that he couldn't move at all.
Ha! You heartless man. We were inseparable until dawn last night, and I couldn't get out of bed. Fatty Yao shrieked.
Those fat hands gave Zhang Hao's buttocks a hard pinch without any politeness, making a crisp smack sound. You rascal, you really are the type to deny everything once you've taken your pants off. You just slept with me last night, and today you're already flirting with other girls.
You womanizing bastard, you bisexual pervert.
The fat man pinched Zhang Hao's buttocks hard while occasionally turning his head to look at the female alchemist beside him with a resentful gaze.
Depend on? Is this woman's reaction time really that slow? Fatty felt a surge of resentment. It seems we need to take more drastic measures. Thinking about it,
his chubby hand pressed down hard on Zhang Hao's head. With his other hand, he brazenly began to stroke Zhang Hao's thigh, a gesture so exaggerated it was outrageous.
Lin Tian, who was watching all this from a distance, couldn't help but get goosebumps.
He cursed under his breath, that fat bastard really had the guts to do that. Zhang Hao, meanwhile, was completely suffocated by the Iron Mountain Shield. His face turned a deep purplish red, and his normally small eyes were now bulging like eggs. She tried to shout, but the fat boy pressed her down on his large breasts. She couldn't make a sound, only able to let out woo-woo noises.
At this moment, the female alchemist was completely dumbfounded.
The shyness on her pretty face froze instantly, her pupils dilated, and her mind went blank. She stared at Yao Peng's exaggerated movements, his fat hands groping Zhang Hao's body, lewdly pinching his buttocks, and hugging his waist, just like a couple deeply in love. She suddenly felt a churning in her stomach, her face turned from red to white, then to ashen, and the amulet in her hand fell to the ground with a thud. After a long while, she finally came to her senses. Pointing at Zhang Hao, her finger trembling, she screamed, Zhang Hao. You're gay? You're disgusting. You even gave me a talisman, what are you pretending to be, gentle senior brother? You perverted freak. You still want to pursue me? At this point, the female alchemist could no longer hold back and quickly covered her mouth, gagging. Seeing the amulet on the ground, he was so angry that he was trembling all over. She suddenly picked up the amulet from the ground and threw it hard at Zhang Hao. "You disgusting pervert, stay away from me from now on." With that, she pushed through the crowd and tried to run away. The surrounding cultivators were all dumbfounded, and it took them a full minute to finally react to the shocking scene before them. The crowd erupted in uproar. "What? I didn't realize this pretty boy was gay? And he's having an affair with this fat guy?" A man laughed so hard he knelt down and pounded the ground, almost dropping the spirit beast cub he had just bought. "Wow! The alchemists of the Pill Alliance have really broadened my horizons. I've had a real eye-opener today, like a knife falling into my crotch. Ha ha ha. The entertainment industry is truly chaotic. That's right, that alchemist from the Pill Alliance is a complete scoundrel. He messed with that fat guy and now he wants to shirk responsibility. What a shameless bastard. Yes, shameless scoundrels." The crowd buzzed with angry shouts. Some were shocked, some were mocking, and some were simply enjoying the spectacle. At this moment, Zhang Hao listened to the opinions of those around him. "I almost fainted." At this moment, the other two male alchemists, seeing the female alchemist leave, exchanged glances, seemingly confirming from each other's eyes that this matter was not simple. Immediately, one of them rushed out and grabbed the departing female alchemist, whispering, "Junior sister Qingqing, don't rush, wait a moment, something's fishy about this." The female alchemist stomped her feet in anger. "What are you waiting for? To watch Zhang Hao and his lover show off their affection in public? Get out of my way, don't disgust me." She shook off the two men, rushed straight out of the crowd, and disappeared at the end of the market. Seeing that he couldn't explain it clearly in a short time, the man immediately turned back. And at this time, hiding behind a tree in the distance, Lin Tian felt increasingly uneasy the more he looked. He wondered to himself if this fat guy was overacting. How, I'm pregnant with your child. When are we getting married? Fuck you, you fatso." Lin Tian's face darkened. That fatso, he's bound to get caught if he keeps going like this. Just as Lin Tian was thinking of telling Yao Pang to stop, he saw the two male alchemists' eyes turn cold as they slowly approached Yao Pang from behind. Their bodies were surging with spiritual energy, and even their steps carried a murderous intent. Lin Tian's heart tightened. Secret passage, oh no. These two guys figured it out. Lin Tian jumped out from behind the tree and shouted, "Fatty, let's go." But Fatty was so engrossed in his performance that he didn't hear Lin Tian's shouts at all. He continued to hug Zhang Hao and began to whine, How, I'm pregnant because of you, you can't abandon me." Two male alchemists had already arrived behind Yao Pang. They both snorted coldly, then unleashed their spiritual power and struck Yao Pang's back with their palms. Bang! Bang! Chapter 35. Zhang Hao is dead. Boom! A flash of inspiration struck, catching little Fatty off guard, and he was simultaneously blasted away by two immense forces. Its massive body hurtled like a cannonball, flying straight for over 10 meters before crashing head-on into a crooked tree. That's when it stopped. Fortunately, his Iron Mountain shield was always in operation, and layers of spiritual light continuously offset most of the impact. No one was hurt. A fat fish launched the boat, and the chubby one dusted himself off. He grinned and cursed, "Damn it! Who ambushed Fatty? Let's fight one-on-one if you dare." Seeing that the fat man could still shout, Lin Tian felt relieved. He strode quickly toward the fat man. At this moment, Zhang Hao broke free from Yao Pang's embrace, his chest heaving violently, his face ashen. Suddenly, he realized something. A pair of fierce eyes glared maliciously at Fatty Yao and Lin Tian, who was not far away. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Fine. You fatso. So you're in cahoots with Lin Tian." Zhang Hao's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "Lin Tian. Today, I'll make sure you both die." Lin Tianli ignored Zhang Hao completely. They turned around and darted into the dense forest next to them. After entering the dense forest, Fatty Yao turned back, a sly grin spreading across his fat face. How, why are you denying what happened last night? You made me feel so good." Lin Tian felt another chill run down his spine. "You fatso, stop stirring things up. A wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. Run." "All right. Fatty's off." Zhang Hao was so angry that he was practically fuming and completely lost his temper. He roared, "I'll kill you all." Then, he channeled his spiritual power, which was at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, to its limit. With a leap, he jumped into the dense forest and gave chase. Behind him, The two Foundation Establishment stage alchemists from the Pill Alliance saw Zhang Hao chase into the dense forest. The two shouted urgently at the same time, "Junior brother Zhang! The Alchemy Alliance has issued an order prohibiting private duels within the valley." But Zhang Hao wouldn't listen to any of that.
At this moment, he even forgot Yao Chenzi's instructions. He pushed his spiritual power to its limit, transforming into a blur as he relentlessly pursued the enemy.
The two alchemists exchanged a glance, their expressions grave.
A gaunt alchemist whispered, "The first elder specifically instructed that we must ensure Zhang Hao's safe entry into the secret realm to complete his mission. We absolutely cannot allow anything to happen to him now. Chase him. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to him, or we'll all die." Another short, stocky alchemist nodded in agreement. As soon as they finished speaking, he then flashed into the dense forest and gave chase. In the dense forest, Lin Tian and Yao Pang ran wildly ahead, their laughter echoing. In the middle is Zhang Hao, who looks like a madman, exuding murderous intent. Behind them were two Foundation Establishment stage alchemists, whose spiritual energy fluctuations scattered the birds in the forest. In the dense forest, everywhere there are towering trees and thorny bushes to serve as a buffer. For a moment, it was possible to maintain a brief distance from the person behind. However, none of the three parties noticed. At this moment, a mysterious aura hidden deep in the dense forest, like a ghost, locked onto their movements. But Zhang Hao was, after all, at the peak of the 9th level of qi refining. Leveraging its speed advantage, they quickly caught up with Lin Tian and his companion. Although Yao Pang is at the 8th level of qi refining, he mainly focuses on defense, and speed is his weakness. He glided and ran, and soon he was covered in sweat and panting heavily. "Little Emperor. I can't run anymore." Lin Tian glanced back at him and scolded, "Who told you not to lose weight?" But before he could finish speaking, Zhang Hao had caught up behind him. With a roar, the spiritual energy in his hand transformed into a 3-foot-long spiritual blade, accompanied by a piercing sound of air being torn apart. It cleaved straight down Lin Tian's back. Lin Tian happened to turn around and saw the scene. His pupils contracted. "Damn it, that fatso is hooking up with you, why don't you kill him first?" At a critical moment, Yao Pang suddenly turned around, his fat body blocking Lin Tian's path, and the Iron Mountain shield shone brightly. A loud clang rang out, followed by a spiritual explosion. The chubby boy forcefully took the spiritual energy blade. Neither of them intended to fight head-on. After all, Zhang Hao had two alchemists at the Foundation Establishment stage behind him. They continued their escape deeper into the dense forest. But they hadn't gotten very far. Zhang Hao caught up with him again, roaring like a mad tiger, "Lin Tian! You fatso! I'll tear you to pieces!" He waved both hands together. Two even more ferocious spiritual energy blades slashed towards Lin Tian and Yao Pang respectively. The fluctuations in spiritual energy shook the surrounding trees, causing leaves to fall. Yao Pang's expression changed drastically, worried that Lin Tian would not be able to withstand the opponent's spiritual energy blade. He quickly called out a warning, "Young Emperor! Be careful!" Lin Tian remained unusually calm and said in a low voice, "Take care of yourself, I have a plan." With a sudden thought, he activated the grinding technique he had just grasped for the first time. Buzz! His spiritual energy suddenly condensed, transforming into a chaotic, void millstone that slowly rotated, emanating a terrifying aura that could obliterate all things. Zhang Hao's spiritual energy blade slashed down, but the moment it touched the millstone, it was instantly shattered into fragments of spiritual energy and vanished without a trace. On the other side, Fatty used his Iron Mountain shield again and easily blocked the attack. However, although Lin Tian easily deflected the attack, his legs were still trembling slightly. Lin Tian wiped away his sweat. "Damn it, while the grinding technique is powerful, it consumes too much spiritual energy. If you do it a few more times, I'll be drained dry. No, this won't do. If we continue like this, we'll be worn down by the enemy." Lin Tian gritted his teeth and made a decisive decision. He immediately converted all the remaining spiritual energy in his body into the grab technique. Spiritual energy rapidly condensed in his palm. Then, it transformed into a small, blazing fireball. Although the fireball was small, it was imbued with the strange spiritual power of the grab technique, and fatally revealed a sharp edge that could tear everything apart. Seeing this, Zhang Hao sneered and attacked again. "A mere fireball, you dare to embarrass yourself? Lin Tian, even if Principal Hong Tian came today, he couldn't save you. You are going to die, Zhang Hao, am telling you."
Lin Tian, too lazy to waste words, suddenly unleashed a fireball. A direct hit to Zhang Hao's chest. Boom! The fireball was not fast. But Zhang Hao's pupils contracted. He suddenly realized that this seemingly ordinary fireball contained a terrifying and eerie power. Something's not right, he thought, and hurriedly activated his spiritual power, instantly condensing a spiritual energy shield to block the small fireball. When the fireball struck the shield, it instantly exploded into a blinding light, and the spiritual energy fluctuations swept around, causing the ground to tremble slightly.
Lin Tian and Yao Pang took the opportunity to leave. Turn left, let's go back to the market. I have a feeling this dense forest is a bit strange. Lin Tian shouted. Little Emperor, your fireball is really fierce. I feel like even my Iron Mountain shield can't stop your fireball. Fatty followed up breathlessly, his chubby face full of relief. The two ran for a while longer, and when they saw that Zhang Hao was no longer chasing them, they both breathed a sigh of relief. After running for a while, the two finally emerged from the dense forest and circled back to the market. The two looked at each other and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha! Zhang Hao has completely lost face this time. How about it? I think he's Oscar-worthy. Fatty patted his chest, looking smug. Shadow my ass. Don't you think that's too exaggerated? Lin Tian rolled his eyes. Alright, I've never heard a single human word from you. What do we do now? Let's go and browse the market. We can also get some protective magic items and pills. Who knows, we might need them in the secret realm. The two then blended into the crowd in the market. However, unbeknownst to them, a tremendous upheaval had just begun to unfold in the dense forest. Deep in the dense forest, two Foundation Establishment stage alchemists from the Pill Alliance followed the fluctuations of spiritual energy. Upon seeing the scene before them, their expressions changed drastically. In the grass, Zhang Hao's body was clearly visible. His head was severed by a single sword strike. At this moment, scalding hot blood was still gushing out from Zhang Hao's neck. Junior brother Zhang is dead? The gaunt alchemist gasped, his voice trembling. Chapter 36. My student said he didn't kill him. The short, stocky alchemist looked terrified. He crouched down shakily and began to examine the body. A long time. He gritted his teeth and said, a single sword strike decapitates someone. The attacker must be at least at the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm. How is this possible? The two exchanged a glance, their hearts filled with panic. Zhang Hao, after all, was a nominal disciple of the first elder of the Southern City branch of the Dan Alliance. Although he was not a key genius cultivated by the Dan Alliance. But this time, it concerns a crucial mission within the secret realm. How could he just die here like this? The first elder instructed us to secretly protect junior brother Zhang. Now that he's dead, how are we supposed to explain this? The gaunt alchemist asked, his expression filled with fear. Let's take the body back and report to the elders first. This matter. I'm afraid we can't bear the responsibility. You mean? I witnessed this with my own eyes. Zhang Hao was ambushed by those two students from Nanjing University and was ultimately killed. Yes, I saw it too. They were carrying the Bright Moonwheel, a top-grade magical artifact bestowed upon them by Nanchang University. We were no match for them. After discussing it, the two quickly prepared Zhang Hao's body for burial. They quickly returned to the Danmeng base. Danmeng headquarters. After everyone finished listening to the report, they were all enraged, and waves of terrifying spiritual pressure swept across the land. The shock caused all the tents in the camp to tremble violently. Lin Tian? A little bastard from Nanjing University dares to kill someone from my Pill Alliance? This is an unforgivable crime, and we must seek justice from Nanjing University. Yes, Nanjing University must pay a heavy price for this. At this moment, an elderly alchemist with gray hair and a sinister look was sent from the Dan City headquarters. He looked at Elder He-Chia, the leader of the South City Danmeng branch. He angrily shouted, He-Chia, you immediately take your men to the Nanjing University headquarters and make them hand over Lin Tian and that fat man. If they refuse, kill them without mercy. At this point, intense anger erupted in his cloudy eyes. Since its establishment, our Pill Alliance has been proud of the entire East. Now, even a student from a small cultivation city dares to provoke our Pill Alliance? It seems that our Pill Alliance has killed too few people over the years. He-Chi's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He hurriedly bowed and accepted the order. Yes, second elder. I'll go right away. However, He Chi was cursing inwardly. Oh shit. Zhang Hao, that good for nothing, is dead, but why did he have to die at this crucial moment? If this matter isn't handled properly, I might end up eating melon fritters myself. But Lin Tian, this kid is getting more and more interesting. He Chia gave a sinister sneer. He selected more than 10 high-level cultivators from the Dan Alliance. They stormed towards the Nanjing University campus with great momentum. Nanjing University campus. Lin Tian and Yao Pang had just returned from the market. The two hummed a little tune, just about to blend into the group. But Tang Yan, with her frosty expression, caught him red-handed. Where did you two run off to? Don't you know that the secret realm is about to open and leaving the camp without permission will be punished? Tang Yan's cold and beautiful eyes were full of anger. Upon hearing this, Fatty was so frightened that the fat on his face trembled violently. A large pig's head hurriedly forced out a fawning smile. He said respectfully, Director Tang, we just went to the market to browse around and buy some life-saving items. I'll buy some pills, Lin Tian said casually, smiling indifferently. He was completely unfazed when facing Tang Yan. After all, he was a boy who had had close contact with Teacher Tang. Moreover, they will definitely continue to use Teacher Tang's connections in the future. Therefore, it's naturally easy. Tang Yan snorted coldly and glared at Lin Tian with annoyance. However, her angle just happened to avoid Yao Pang's line of sight. You two, go to tent number 1 right now. The guard captain is giving a lecture inside, explaining the things you need to pay attention to in the secret realm. Okay, thank you, Director Tang. Thank you, Teacher Tang. But just as the two turned around, a terrifying pressure swept over them instantly. Lin Tian and Yao Pang were almost overwhelmed by the pressure of this spiritual energy, their legs nearly giving way. Fortunately, Tang Yan reacted quickly, immediately unleashing her peak Grandmaster level aura, enveloping Lin Tian and the other person within it. And he forcefully pushed back. Inside the base, team members from South David flew out of tent number 1 and several other green tents. They all looked solemn, sensing a strong sense of crisis. At this moment, a loud shout came from outside the camp. Jinbu, hand over Lin Tian. Otherwise, our Dan Alliance will raise your Southern University base to the ground. Immediately afterwards, He Chi then led more than a dozen experts from the Pill Alliance into the South University's headquarters. Tang Yan's cold and beautiful face darkened, and her phoenix eyes, like ice blades, stared intently at the dozen or so people who had broken into the Nanjing University compound. Her voice was icy cold. Elder He, what do you mean by this? What do you mean? You might as well ask the two students next to you. He Chi patted the cuffs of his gray robe, his voice low. Upon hearing this, Tang Yan's phoenix eyes flashed with suspicion as she glanced at Lin Tian beside her. Clearly, she wanted to know from Lin Tian what exactly happened. Lin Tian naturally understood. However, he also didn't quite understand. It's just a little trick on Zhang Hao, is it really worth making such a fuss? They even blew up the Nanjing University campus. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't easily reveal his trump cards, Lin Tian, with his explosive temper, might have blasted all those people on the other side into dust with a single fart. But that's just a thought, some things still need to be explained. Then, Lin Tian moved a little closer to Tang Yan and whispered the story of how he had teased Zhang Hao. Tang Yan was furious when she heard that. If they hadn't come knocking on her door, she might have given Lin Tian a good beating and killed him on the spot, given her tyrannical temper. Isn't that just asking for trouble? You two, get back to your tent right now and stop getting in my way. Tang Yan seemed genuinely angry. Her voice was icy, sending chills down anyone's spine and making their palms sweat. Lin Tian didn't dare to provoke Tang Yan at this moment. He and Yao Pang, like children who had done something wrong, lowered their heads, turned around, and walked away. Opposite. He Chia saw that Lin Tian and the other person were about to leave. Those cloudy old eyes instantly flashed with a fierce light, staring intently at Lin Tian and Yao Pang. He said coldly, "Stop." As he spoke, he took a step forward, intending to grab the person directly. This attitude completely disregards Tang Yan. The dozen or so people behind him also stepped forward and surrounded Tang Yan, Lin Tian, and Yao Pang. Moreover, the aura emanating from them was almost no less than that of Tang Yan. How dare you! Tang Yan shouted, and a surge of spiritual power at the peak of the Grandmaster level emanated from her and instantly spread outwards.
Several Dan Alliance experts whose cultivation level had not yet reached the mid-stage of Grandmaster were instantly shocked and coughed up blood.
My body was swaying precariously. Tang Yen, are you going to protect the two murderers around you and become mortal enemies with my Dan Alliance? He Chi shouted.
Immediately, a surge of spiritual energy from the Tao spirit realm approached Tang Yen.
Put.
Tang Yen was so shocked that she vomited blood on the spot.
What murderer? Explain yourself.
Tang Yen wiped the blood from her mouth, suddenly raised her cold, beautiful phoenix eyes, and glared fiercely at He Chi.
Not afraid at all.
Humph, He Chi snorted coldly, then waved his hand, bring it up.
Just as he finished speaking,
immediately, two people carrying a stretcher flew in from outside the camp.
Thump.
The stretcher, along with a corpse and a bloodied, unseeing head, slammed to the ground with a loud thud and kicked up a cloud of dust. Zhang Hao, who was once the only alchemist at your Nanjing University, was just beheaded by those two beasts, He Chi said coldly.
What? Zhang Hao is dead. Lin Tian and Yao Pang were the first to react.
Upon hearing Zhang Hao is dead, the two exchanged a bewildered glance.
What exactly happened, Lin Tian? Explain yourself. Tang Yen shouted coldly. Teacher Tang, we didn't kill them, and we don't have the ability to do so. Lin Tian frowned, stepped forward, and whispered an explanation in Tang Yan's ear.
Tang Yan glanced back at him, a hint of suspicion flashing in her phoenix eyes, but it quickly returned to its icy coldness. She turned around and glanced at Zhang Hao's headless corpse on the ground, and the unseeing head of the dead man. Having confirmed his identity, it seemed unlikely that he was lying, and only then did they turn their attention to He Chia. She said calmly, my students said they didn't kill them. Now take the body away, and I'll pretend today's events never happened. But before Tang Yen could finish speaking, He Chia unleashed an even more powerful surge of spiritual energy.
Boom! But Tang Yen shielded Lin Tian and Yao Pang behind her from the spiritual energy attack.
She was so shocked that she coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood again. Her delicate body swayed precariously.
Chapter 37 The Secret Realm opens.
Tang family girl, don't force this old man to commit murder. He Chi's voice grew increasingly cold.
Fuck your mother, I'll fuck you to death. Lin Tian's eyes were bloodshot.
He stepped past Tang Yen and was about to step forward.
Get the hell back here.
Tang Yen was faster than him, pulling him away with her delicate hand. Lin Tian was instantly pulled back and crashed into Yao Pang's fat body, but the momentum did not diminish. He was then enveloped by a gentle spiritual force, breaking through the encirclement behind him and flying back into the camp. Upon seeing this, He Chia and the others immediately prepared to rush forward and arrest the person.
But Tang Yen alone blocked it.
Tang Yen, you're courting death. He Chi roared, unleashing his Tao spirit realm spiritual power, and slashed at Tang Yen with a burst of void spiritual power. Tang Yen, after all, had not yet reached the Tao spirit realm, and she knew she couldn't withstand the incoming attack. Just as they were about to retrieve it, the supreme magical artifact, the bright moonwheel, bestowed upon them by Hong Tian, appeared.
Just then, he the old dog. A deep, angry roar exploded.
A fleeting shadow appeared, and the person arrived following the sound.
In the blink of an eye, he stood in front of Tang Yen. The person who arrived first also unleashed a void slash. Boom!
An extremely powerful airwave exploded, and the dozen or so Dan Alliance experts surrounding them were all blasted back more than 10 meters. Nearby tents storing supplies were also blown up, with everyday items scattered all over the ground.
The newcomer was none other than Captain South David Kimbu. At this moment,
the South David team finally arrived, and they all stood behind Jin Bu and Tang Yen. The knife is drawn from its sheath, the sword is removed from its scabbard.
The two people who were pulled away landed on a patch of grass. Fatty clutched his bottom and hurriedly leaned close to Lin Tian's ear, his expression somewhat terrified, and said, Little Tianzi, was your fireball really that powerful? It even burned Zhang Hao's head off?
Lin Tian had just gotten up from the ground when he heard what the fat man said, and he was speechless.
Idiot! Didn't you hear it's a decapitation? Lin Tian snapped irritably.
His eyes narrowed slightly.
Someone's trying to frame us.
Listening to this, Yao Pang finally started to take it seriously. So what do we do now?
Will Nanjing University abandon us and hand us over?
Scared?
I'm not afraid, Fatty. It's only about 300 pounds of meat. Fatty grinned sheepishly. Let's take a look first, but this matter is probably not going to be a small one.
Lin Tian's eyes remained fixed on the two groups of people confronting each other in front of him. His expression gradually turned grim.
Captain Jean, about this matter.
Tang Yan was about to say something when Jinbu interrupted her.
Girl, you don't need to say anything more. I understand the situation clearly. Since you believe that your student did not commit murder, then today, no one can arrest him from Nanjing University.
Upon hearing this, Tang Yan breathed a slight sigh of relief. She was afraid that Jinbu wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure from the other party's Dan alliance and would hand Lin Tian over. Regardless of whether Lin Tian killed anyone, even if Zhang Hao was indeed killed by Lin Tian.
That was a good thing it cleaned up Nanjing University's internal strife. Traitors deserve to die. Only.
Tang Yan's cold, phoenix-like eyes swept over the dozen or so members of the Pill Alliance opposite her, and her heart was in her throat.
She murmured, "It seems that this matter will not be resolved peacefully today." As expected. Jinbu, you are a Tao spirit great power. Are you also going to be unable to distinguish right from wrong and insist on protecting those two little bastards, thus making an enemy of my Pill Alliance?
He took a step closer, his voice as cold as a knife, his spiritual pressure sweeping over, causing the grass and trees around the camp to sway. Jinbu stood tall, his imposing body like an iron tower, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit.
He sneered, "Old dog, I say so what?"
Chi's face darkened. He realized that the soft approach wasn't working. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. "Fine. Since you won't listen to my polite offer, don't blame me for being impolite."
He waved his hand. More than 10 experts from the Pill Alliance stepped forward from behind.
More than a dozen streams of spiritual energy at the Grandmaster level surged in like a tide.
It was heading straight for Nanjing University's campus.
At this moment, the 100 students from Nanjing University who were selected for the Secret Realm were led by Mu Shui. They also rushed over. They had been in tent number 1, and now they saw that the Dan Alliance was about to make a move. They all rushed out. They shielded Lin Tian and Yao Pang behind them, each brandishing their magical artifacts, their spiritual power surging, showing no sign of backing down. Junior Lin helped us win back our spot. Even if Junior Lin had said he didn't kill Zhang Hao, it would still be Zhang Hao, that traitor, who deserved to die.
Want to mess with Lin Tian? Ask us if we'll allow it first.
Lin Tian stood at the back of the crowd, looking at these classmates who were just a moment ago mocking each other for a spot in the Secret Realm. But at this moment, they stood in front of him without hesitation. A warmth filled my heart, and my nose tingled slightly.
He muttered to himself, "It seems I really will have to dedicate my life to the cause of Nanjing University."
The chubby boy squeezed next to him. He chuckled, "Little Emperor, it seems you're quite popular."
With tensions rising between the two sides, a major battle was imminent. Jinbu looked back at these new generation of students.
He felt a little nervous, thinking to himself that these were all promising students from Nanjing University.
If I were to perish here today, Principal Hong would skin me alive. Thinking of this, a resolute glint flashed in Jinbu's eyes. He shouted, "Southern David's squad, form ranks."
Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of guards moved in perfect unison, their spiritual energy intertwining to instantly form a crimson gold sword formation. At the center of the sword formation, golden light shone brightly, and sword energy soared into the sky, fatally transforming into a golden dragon that roared and intimidated, its oppressive aura sweeping across the entire arena.
Outside the base.
By this time, cultivators from other factions had already surrounded them.
They witnessed this scene. They exclaimed in surprise, "That's the crimson gold sword formation." 3 years ago, during the beast tide in the southern city, Senior Hong Tian used this formation to slay countless void beasts and save the southern city. Has the South David team gone mad? They actually dared to use this formation against the Dan Alliance. Chia is in trouble now. It's said that below the Taoist natural realm, the crimson gold sword formation is invincible. Chia's pupils contracted slightly, clearly recognizing the origin of the sword formation. A sense of dread suddenly arose in his heart. The crimson gold sword formation is both offensive and defensive, combining the power of dozens of cultivators. Even someone at the initial stage of the Tao spirit realm could be killed by his sword if he is careless. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger, and shouted, "Jinbu! Tang Yan! Are you really going to turn against the Pill Alliance for the sake of two little bastards?"
Jinbu sneered, "Turning against you? Under the leadership of our senior Hong Tian, our Nanda University has always been united and will never abandon our comrades." Tang Yan's phoenix eyes flashed with murderous intent. "Chia, if you want to fight, then fight, otherwise, get lost." He Chia was so angry that his hair and beard stood on end.
Just when he was in a dilemma. Sudden. Another terrifying pressure, like a mountain pressing down, swept across the entire area.
The faces of everyone at Nantong changed drastically, and they all coughed up blood and staggered backward.
Peak of the Tao spirit realm? Jinbu's expression immediately changed drastically.
An old man in white robes walked through the air, his hair and beard all white, his aura as deep as an abyss. It was none other than Qi Yan, the second elder of the Pill Alliance headquarters, with a peak Tao spirit realm cultivation. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qi breathed a sigh of relief and bowed, saying, "Elder Qi." Qi Yan snorted coldly, his gaze sharp as a knife as he swept it over Jinbu and Tang Yan. "Nanda, how dare you?
You killed someone from my Dan Alliance, and you still dare to protect the murderer?"
Under the oppressive force, neither Jinbu nor Tang Yan could raise their heads.
Not to mention the other students at Nanjing University. Qi Yan sneered and waved his hand.
Immediately, two streaks of spiritual energy roared like dragons and rushed straight towards Jinbu and Tang Yan.
Boom!
Jinbu was horrified and hurriedly activated his spiritual energy shield. Although he managed to block the attack, he was knocked back several steps, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth.
Tang Yan was caught completely off guard.
She was grazed on the shoulder by the spiritual energy, her delicate body flew backward and crashed to the ground, her pretty face pale.
"Aunt Tang."
Mu Xue was face-paled, and she hurriedly stepped forward to help her up. Everyone at Nanjing University rushed forward, their eyes red with anger, wanting to protect Tang Yan. Qi Yan hovered in mid-air, his cloudy old eyes looking at the people of Nanjing with a mocking expression. He said arrogantly, "Hand over Lin Tian and that fat man, or I will wipe out everyone in your Nanjing University base."
"I'll go with you." Lin Tian couldn't hold back any longer and immediately spoke up.
Although Yao Pang's legs were still trembling, he followed behind Lin Tian with a fearless and resolute attitude.
"You fatso, get back here."
Lin Tian turned around and cursed at the fat man.
"Damn it, how can you act freely with me?"
Lin Tian, of course, was not one to suffer a loss. His idea was to leave this place with the other person.
"Once we get to their territory, we'll just blast those bastards to death with a fart. As for the consequences, regardless of the consequences, just kill them first." But he had only taken one step.
Mu Xue grabbed him and said urgently, "Lin Tian,
are you crazy? Going with them is a dead end."
Other students stepped forward to block him, saying, "Junior brother Lin, we believe you.
The Dan Alliance won't take you away." "No, all of this is."
Lin Tian was at a loss for words and couldn't explain himself. Just when the two sides were deadlocked,
a charming yet imposing voice came from afar.
The sound resonated throughout the entire venue.
"Old dog Qi, what a show of power.
Bullying a mere college student from Nanchang, how shameless." Everyone was astonished upon hearing this.
He thought to himself, who is it? They actually dared to insult the second elder of the Dan Alliance headquarters. Looking in the direction of the sound,
a woman in a red dress appeared, walking through the air with a graceful figure and charming demeanor, yet her eyes revealed a chilling killing intent.
It was none other than Yi Qingqiu, the pavilion master of Naodan Pavilion.
Her long red gauze dress fluttered in the wind, the golden patterns shimmering, and the jade belt at her waist emitted a faint glow. She exuded both the charm and majesty of a young woman, stunning the entire audience. Yi Qingqiu landed and stood in front of Lin Tian. When Qi Yan saw the person who came, his heart sank and his pupils contracted slightly.
He said in a deep voice, "Sect Master Yi? Are you also going to stand up for this little beast and oppose my Pill Alliance?" Yi Qingqiu sneered, her aura in no way inferior. "So what if we oppose you? Do you think my Miaodon Pavilion is afraid of your Pill Alliance?"
These words were spoken.
The entire audience erupted in uproar.
This is like two world powers directly tearing each other apart.
The pavilion master of Miaodon Pavilion? Why would she stand up for Lin Tian? My god! The Myriad Pill Pavilion is going up against the Pill Alliance. This is complete chaos. Just who is Lin Tian? Even Yi Qingqiu is personally protecting him.
Lin Tian stood there, stunned.
He watched Yi Qingqiu's retreating figure, a question lingering in his mind. Why is this woman helping me so much?
Yao Pang leaned closer and whispered, "Little Emperor, when did you hook up with the pavilion master of Miaodan Pavilion?"
She's the most beautiful woman in the East. Shut up. I'm confused too. Qi Yan's face was gloomy.
The influence of the Miaodan Pavilion spread throughout the East, and its foundation was no less than that of the Dan Alliance.
If war really breaks out, the Dan Alliance will not gain any advantage. He sneered. Yi Qingxiu, are you really going to tear off all ties with my Pill Alliance for the sake of a college student?
Yi Qingxiu's phoenix eyes turned cold, and his spiritual pressure suddenly erupted, revealing that he was also at the peak of the Dao spirit realm.
She the old dog, stop your nonsense. Lin Tian is an honored guest of my Miao Dan Pavilion.
If you dare to lay a finger on him, I'll make sure your Dan Alliance is stained with blood.
You.
Shi Yan was speechless for a moment. At this moment, he was caught between a rock and a hard place, unable to leave or fight back.
However, at this tense moment,
a startled cry rang out from the center of the valley. The restrictions on the Heavenly Furnace secret realm have disappeared. Does that mean it's about to open?
Chapter 38. Matters between men and women should be moderated. Facing Nanjing University, a tough nut to crack.
Furthermore, Yi Qingqiu intervened forcefully, and if Qi Yan hadn't been a Dao spirit realm cultivator with a lifespan of nearly 500 years, he would have been in serious trouble. Who knows, he might get so angry that he has a heart attack and go play with his great-grandmother right there. Fortunately, the barrier around the secret realm has now disappeared, giving him a way out as an excuse. I'll remember this debt, he sneered, uttering a harsh threat.
That's all. With a wave of his hand, he led the Pill Alliance members away.
However, Shi Yan did not head straight for the entrance to the secret realm.
Because he knew.
According to past practice, when the restriction is first lifted, the residual spatial fluctuations are extremely unstable. Entering rashly may result in being torn apart by spatial turbulence.
Only when the restrictions are completely lifted. Only then can one enter safely.
In addition, it was already late at this time. Shi Yan immediately ordered the cultivators of the Pill Alliance stationed at the entrance of the secret realm to be on high alert.
We will officially begin tomorrow morning.
When the Dan Alliance members returned to their camp, several young, talented alchemists from the Dan City headquarters immediately looked resentful. They all rushed forward. Elder Qi, are we just going to let this go like this? Zhang Hao may not be one of our headquarters members, but he's not some nobody we can just kill.
Let it go? Of course not.
Shi Yan sneered, a sinister glint in his eyes.
But Zhang Hao? He was just an ordinary disciple from the South City branch. Once you're dead, you're dead.
This elder has no interest in standing up for him. Shi Yan muttered to himself. In fact, he had long seen through the fact that the two Foundation Establishment alchemists' statements were full of loopholes. He knew perfectly well that there must be something fishy about Zhang Hao's death.
But so what? It's a pity that old Ghost Hong didn't show up this time. Oh, the bright moon. Old Hong, can you protect him? Shi Yan sat on a high seat. But when I think of Yi Qingxiu, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became.
That wretched woman has ruined things time and time again.
Moreover, I almost lost face today. You guys are going to protect those two little bastards to the death, aren't you? Very well. I'd like to see how you'll protect them once we get to the secret realm. Shi Yan sneered. He then instructed Yi Qi, who was standing to the side, Elder Yi, pass on my order to replace all 500 Dan Alliance slots for this secret realm. Don't use those low-level talented disciples, replace them all with elites at the peak of Qi refining. He Chia was taken aback. Elder, this. Shi Yan coldly interrupted, do as instructed. Also, give these people a death order. In addition to completing the Pill Alliance mission, their primary objective is to hunt down 100 students from Nanjing University. For each student killed, they will be rewarded with a Foundation Establishment pill. As long as they bring back the heads of Nanjing University students, they can exchange them for the opportunity to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm. He Qi was startled upon hearing this. He thought to himself, that old bastard is ruthless. This is clearly a trap this time. The Heavenly Furnace secret realm is designed to wipe out all the students from Nanjing University. However, being cunning and shrewd, he didn't say much, but bowed and accepted the order, quickly making arrangements. He Chia left. Shi Yan narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of Nanjing University's campus. He chuckled sinisterly, old Ghost Hong, this time I'm going to cause a talent gap in your Nanjing University. Let's see how you protect the bright moon wheel in the Battle of Geniuses a year from now. Nanjing University campus. As the Dan Alliance members departed, the talented people at Nanjing University all breathed a sigh of relief. The tense atmosphere eased slightly. although NTU has always been united under the guidance of President Hung Tin.
Furthermore, the first rule of the school motto is, Nanjing University students, never abandon, never give up.
However, everyone was still apprehensive after facing the pressure from the Pill Alliance. After all, the Dan Alliance is a behemoth, its size is too large. At this moment, Lin Tian saw that Yi Qingqiu was about to leave.
As doubts surged within him, he could no longer resist and hurriedly followed.
Lin Tian was determined to find out the truth. This woman. Why would they go to such lengths to help me? What is she after? You fatso, you go back first, I'll be right back.
Lin Tian threw down those words and took off chasing after Yi Qingqiu. Fatty scratched his head and muttered, "Hey, what's with this bastard's luck with women? He's been having such a good time with women these past few days."
However,
the more Lin Tian chased after him, the more he realized.
It seems that Yi Qingqiu was keeping him hanging on.
Because her pace was neither too fast nor too slow. He always managed to keep Lin Tian from catching up, but he never lost him either. Lin Tian chased after them, panting heavily. The two of them, one in front of the other, arrived at a secluded, dense forest. Yi Qingqiu stopped in her tracks, her red gauze dress fluttering as she turned her back to Lin Tian, exuding both a dignified and alluring aura.
Lin Tian, panting heavily, said with displeasure, "You woman, are you doing this on purpose? I know what you want to ask."
Yi Qingqiu turned around, her phoenix eyes smiling. "But I won't tell you unless one day your cultivation surpasses mine."
This woman. Lin Tian didn't know whether to thank her or be angry with her.
At this moment, he realized that he both loved and hated Yi Qingqiu. However, he also knew that since the other party had said that,
I doubt I'll get any information out of them.
But Lin Tian was not about to let the other party take the initiative.
He's not that kind of person. So, he immediately grinned mischievously and said, "Oh? Actually, what I wanted to ask was, are you feeling better now? After all, it was my first time last night too, and I wasn't careful enough, I almost made you pass out."
Yi Qingqiu was originally smiling smugly. She did it on purpose. "I just wanted to get a little revenge on Lin Tian, because that brat.
I didn't treat her like a human being last night. But what about now?"
Her charming face flushed red instantly. Even those two supreme treasures were now so angry that they were like surging waves. The situation is constantly fluctuating.
You.
She glared at Lin Tian, but her alluring eyes were full of spring-like desire as she scolded, "You little rascal, you never behave properly."
"Can't I really tell you?" "I won't tell you."
Lin Tian, okay.
The two seemed to have achieved a harmonious union after their frank conversation last night.
At this moment, everyone seemed to be maintaining a kind of inexplicable tacit understanding.
A long time. Yi Qingqiu finally sighed.
His tone became more serious. "Little brother, you'd better not go into the secret realm tomorrow. The Pill Alliance lost face today, and they will never let this go. Even if they know you're not the murderer of Zhang Hao, they won't let you off the hook."
Dan Meng.
Since its establishment a century ago, it has always acted domineeringly and its prestige is not to be challenged. Anyone who touches his face rarely ends well.
Lin Tian frowned. "How do you know?"
"I didn't kill Zhang Hao."
"Then do you know who did it?"
"It's someone else.
As for who it is, I can't say right now."
"You'd better be careful in the future." Yi Qingqiu's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. She paused, then casually mentioned, "By the way, the Qiankuan ring I gave you." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Tian interrupted with a mischievous grin. "You mean to talk about your mark being destroyed, right?"
You know?"
Yi Qingqiu's face flushed slightly at what he was told. After all, secretly imprinting a soul mark on someone is a major taboo for cultivators.
Lin Tian remained silent. Just wait quietly for the other party's explanation.
"Really?" Yi Qingqiu continued speaking to himself. "Don't misunderstand, the reason I marked you wasn't to control you or monitor you.
Whether you believe it or not, I was actually doing this to protect you."
"Really?" Lin Tian stared at Yi Qingqiu with a suspicious look in his eyes.
Yi Qingqiu was not angry despite the other party's unbridled gaze.
Instead, her cheeks became even more alluring and flushed.
She nodded slightly, with a touch of girlish charm. "Yes."
"Really?
All right.
We've already had that kind of relationship, and I've removed your mark, so let's leave it at that."
"But..."
Yi Qingqiu was initially delighted upon hearing this.
"Did you hear the other party say, destroyed?"
She couldn't help but think to herself. I thought to myself, this little rascal, he can't even make up a lie. That's at least a mark of someone at the peak of the Tao spirit realm. How could a mere chi refining realm cultivator destroy it? However, Yi Qingqiu did not ask any further questions. Now, I have given my heart and soul to Lin Tian. She only needed to be sure of one thing, that Lin Tian didn't blame her. As for the rest, it doesn't matter. It can happen immediately. She became curious again. He pressed on, puzzled, but what? Lin Tiangang was about to ask a question, but he himself was somewhat unsure. He tentatively asked, Sister, my cultivation levels suddenly increased by 2 levels this morning. Do you think it's because of what we did together last night? Oh, and I've heard that there's a kind of cultivation technique called dual cultivation or something. Yi Qingqiu's delicate body trembled at the question. She lowered her head shyly and gave a soft but didn't say anything more. Lin Tian was overjoyed when he saw this. His eyes lit up immediately, and he rushed forward, pulling Yi Qingqiu's entire body into his arms. He chuckled and said, How about we do it a few more times now? That way I can go up a few more floors. Upon hearing that it would be several more times, Yi Qingqiu's long legs began to tremble wildly. If Lin Tian hadn't held me, I probably would have collapsed to the ground with weak legs. Ouch! That hurts. She pinched Lin Tian hard, making him howl in pain. She scolded, You brat! You better watch out for this kind of thing in the future. Let me tell you, this isn't a dual cultivation technique, and it can't be used continuously. There's a time limit. Lin Tian winced in pain, but still did not let go of Yi Qingqiu. The two embraced each other. Only. Lin Tian's 2 ghostly hands kept causing trouble. The scratching made Yi Qingqiu's delicate body tremble incessantly. Yi Qingqiu did not refuse. Just let the other party do as they pleased. A long time has passed. Lin Tian reluctantly let go of Yi Qingqiu. He asked casually, How long will it take? Yi Qingqiu blushed, At least a week. So long? Aren't you going to go crazy holding it in? You. But Lin Tian wanted to ask something else. Yi Qingqiu had already flashed away, tossed a jade disc to Lin Tian, and then flew off. Take this, so you can contact me anytime. Yi Qingqiu's voice came from afar, tinged with tenderness, Take good care of yourself. She paused, then said, What you want to know is all arranged by your grandfather. Little brother, you have a good grandfather. Also, didn't you notice today that the opposite sex around you are starting to have a lot of feelings for you? Remember, you need to be more restrained in matters of the heart. Lin Tian stood there, stunned. Holding the jade disc in his hand, he was filled with doubts. Grandfather? What's the arrangement? This woman is acting strangely. However, I'm quite popular with women today. Indeed, it seems, much better. Lin Tian didn't think much of it and put away the jade disc. He turned and ran towards the Nanjing University campus. Just got back. He bumped into Mu Shui running towards him. Beneath her aloof demeanor, her pretty face now showed signs of panic, her beauty faded. Lin Tian. Something terrible has happened. An Tang's hidden ailment has completely erupted, and Captain Jinbu is currently inside forcibly prolonging her life. An Tang, she might. Lin Tian was startled. A full-blown outbreak? Is it that serious? Chapter 39 You're getting a massage, can't I watch? The bright moon shines in the sky. Nanjing University campus. Inside a tent in a corner, a dim lamp flickered, casting a somber atmosphere. A 1.5-meter wide cot. Tang Yan's face was ashen, and her body, which was sitting cross-legged, was trembling slightly. Behind her, Jinbu was continuously supplying Tang Yan with spiritual energy, hoping to maintain Tang Yan's last shred of life. Girl, why don't you take another spirit transformation pill? See if you can expel the rampant spiritual energy from your body. Jinbu gritted his teeth, his voice filled with intense resentment. Tang Yan gave a bitter smile, her voice barely a whisper, It's useless. If it were a flare-up of my hidden ailment, the spirit transformation pill might still be effective. But now, I've taken 3, and it has absolutely no effect. However, her voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. Now, with every word I speak, my chest heaves violently. And blood was constantly seeping from the corner of her mouth. It's shocking to look at. Damn Qi Yin. That old dog. If he hadn't seriously injured you, this wouldn't have happened. Jean Bu's eyes were bloodshot. He slammed his fist on the side of the bed, making the cot creak. Sister, if you die like this, Jean Bu, will never have peace of mind for the rest of my life. Besides, Principal Hong will definitely skin me alive. Tang Yen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Brother Jean, this has nothing to do with you, it's just my fate. Don't waste your spiritual energy, save it to guard against a sneak attack from the Pill Alliance. Those once cold and beautiful phoenix eyes were now filled with helplessness. Her voice was broken and intermittent, filled with a deep sense of desolation and resignation. The air inside the tent seemed to freeze at that moment. The light of the lamp shone on her pale face, making the flame of her life appear even dimmer. Tang Yan's foundation was already damaged. This time, he was severely injured by the spiritual power of Qi Yindao, who was at the peak of the spiritual realm, causing his spiritual energy to be completely out of control. This made it impossible for her to suppress the constraints of the heavenly Dao chains, causing her hidden ailment to erupt fully and her spiritual energy to run rampant. His life hangs by a thread. Seeing this, Jean Bu was unwilling to accept it. His forehead veins bulged, and he continued to channel spiritual energy, completely disregarding the damage to his cultivation. He continued through gritted teeth, if you possess the Dao gathering fruit, perhaps, little sister, you still have a glimmer of hope. After a pause, a hint of bitterness flashed in Jean Bu's eyes. However, the gathering Dao fruit is just a legendary thing. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, there were once cultivators who obtained some ancient books in dangerous secret realms. The records mention it only briefly, but no one has ever actually seen it. Even within the heavenly furnace secret realm, which belongs to Virgo this time, it is unknown whether it exists. Just then, the tent flap was lifted, and Mu Shui and Lin Tian arrived. But as soon as I entered, they then saw Tang Yen spit out a mouthful of blood. Tang Yen could no longer maintain her seated position, and her delicate body slowly slumped forward, her breath growing weaker and weaker. Lin Tian reacted quickly, stepping forward to support Tang Yen. Mu Shui rushed to the bedside, tears streaming down her face. She cried out, "Aunt Tang! Don't scare me! How are you?" Tang Yen was held in Lin Tian's arms. She slightly raised her eyes, looking at Lin Tian with a complicated expression. He chuckled wryly, "You brat, next time you're going to kill someone, don't leave any loose ends, there won't always be someone to cover for you." Her voice was as weak as a wisp of wind, and it carried a hint of reproach. Lin Tian silently looked at Tang Yan's weak face. Upon hearing Tang Yan's words, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and his nose immediately felt a little sore. He was a child without a mother from a young age. What woman has ever defended him like this before? But this Tang Yen. They didn't care at all whether Zhang Hao was murdered by him or not. And so he arbitrarily defended his students. Lin Tian's throat tightened slightly. To be honest, he was filled with gratitude at that moment. There was also self-blame. Meanwhile, Mu Shui, standing to the side, was already in tears. She frantically grabbed Tang Yan's hand, her eyes pleading as she looked at Lin Tian. She cried out, "Lin Tian! Quick! Give my aunt a massage. Maybe your massage can suppress her hidden ailment. Aunt Tang has already taken 3 spirit transformation pills, but they still can't resolve the rampant spiritual energy within her body. You should try it." Hearing this, Jean Bu, standing to the side, wore a strange expression. He asked suspiciously, "Massage? Can it really suppress hidden ailments? Could this be a trick played by those fraudulent alchemists from the Pill Alliance 3 years ago?" He remembered that someone from the Dan Alliance had tried it back then. But later, someone from the Pill Alliance came out to clarify, saying that there was a traitor in the Pill Alliance and that massage and manipulation could not possibly suppress the rampaging spiritual energy. The only way to suppress it. The only option is to consume the spirit transformation pills refined by the Pill Alliance. Mu Shui was so anxious about being asked that she stamped her foot. It really works. It really does. Several girls in our school have tried it, and Lin Tian's massage technique really works. It would have been fine if Mu Shui hadn't mentioned the female massage the moment she did. Jean Bu's gaze became even stranger. At this moment, he couldn't help but look Lin Tian up and down. His eyes held a hint of mockery. "You little rascal, you really gave massages to girls at school?" Lin Tian. How should I respond to that? So he simply stopped talking. Don't waste your energy. It's useless. I know my own situation. My foundation for the great Tao has been destroyed, and without the Tao gathering fruit, it's impossible to cure me.
Tang Yan said weakly.
That's all. She turned to look at Mu Shui again, her eyes filled with reluctance.
She said softly, Xiao Shui. Auntie can't be with you anymore. From now on, you'll have to rely on yourself. Remember what Auntie told you. Don't be as childish as before. You're all grown up. You need to learn to handle many things yourself. Take charge of your own future.
Her voice was broken, filled with deep affection and earnest advice. Mu Shui burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably, and nodded obediently.
Mu Shui at this moment.
She was just a little girl who had lost her support, holding Tang Yan's hand tightly.
She choked back tears in a low voice, Aunt Tang. I'll listen to you. I'll definitely be obedient. And you'll be all right.
Lin Tian looked at the aunt and nephew as if they were giving their last words.
He couldn't listen anymore.
He quickly interjected, Don't make a scene.
Teacher Tang, lie down flat first, I'll massage you and treat your injuries.
As he spoke, he carefully laid Tang Yan, whom he was holding, on the cot, moving gently so as not to aggravate her injuries. After Lin Tian laid Tang Yan down, he saw that Mu Shui and Jin Bu were still standing there dumbfounded, showing no intention of leaving. He couldn't help but curse those two in his heart. They really had no sense of propriety at all.
Cough, cough. Lin Tian pretended to cough a few times.
I'm about to unleash my family's traditional massage techniques.
The situation is critical, I have to start immediately. However, Mu Shui and Jin Bu still didn't move.
The two of them stood there dumbfounded, as if rooted to the spot. It seemed as if they were just waiting for Lin Tian to make a move so they could observe and learn from him. Lin Qi's mouth twitched with anger.
Ahem. Gentlemen, I'm about to begin the massage.
Jin Bu noticed Lin Tian dawdling.
He finally couldn't hold back any longer and glared fiercely at Lin Tian. He roared, Kid. Start already. What are you dawdling for?
I want to see for myself whether your massage really has miraculous effects. Because I said 3 years ago that those bastards in the Pill Alliance were definitely up to something, insisting that taking the spirit transformation pill was the only way.
If massage really works, I'll expose those bastards. And next time, I'll ask you to give me a massage too.
I've been wanting to stop taking the spirit transformation pill for a long time. That stuff is no human being.
Lin Tian was speechless again. He was cursing them in his heart. If you don't leave, how the hell am I supposed to press the button? Could it be? Want to watch my live stream? Oh shit.
It's one thing for Jin Bu to be ignorant and uncultured.
Didn't Mu Shui get a massage before? Why are you being so immature too? Still standing there like an idiot. Could it be that they want to see Tang Yan looking shy and unable to contain herself, thinking it would be very satisfying? Fortunately, at this moment, Tang Yan also noticed Lin Tian's predicament.
She gave Lin Tian a weak glare. Although it was a scolding, her breath was weak and her eyes had no intimidating power.
Instead, she appeared more delicate.
She turned her head with difficulty, panting, and said to Jin Bu and Mu Shui, You should go out first.
She gave Mu Shui a knowing look.
He then gestured for the other party to stand guard outside the tent.
Mu Shui was taken aback by Tang Yan's gaze. After a while,
she suddenly remembered something, and her pretty face flushed red.
Finally, I realized what was happening.
She quickly reached out her little hand, tugged at Jin Bu's sleeve, whispered something, and then took the lead in walking out of the tent.
It's just a massage, right? This can't be watched? Jin Bu asked weakly, looking bewildered.
However, he still consciously walked outside. Captain Kim, please set up a protective barrier. The massage process must not be disturbed. Seeing that the two had finally left, Lin Tian quickly reminded Jin Bu.
Chapter 40. Don't misunderstand, I just wanted to smell if your feet smelled. Jin Bu walked out of the tent, feeling sullen.
Then, he waved his hand and set up a spiritual barrier, completely isolating all sound and spiritual detection. The restrictions of the Tao spirit realm acted like an invisible barrier, firmly protecting the tent. Mu Shui stood outside the tent, her pretty face slightly flushed, her head lowered, seemingly lost in thought.
Inside the tent, Tang Yan weakly opened her phoenix eyes and glared at Lin Tian with annoyance. His voice was barely audible, like a mosquito's buzz. You brat, are you sure you can handle this? Give it a try, it should be fine. Lin Tian scratched his head.
Although he tried to sound relaxed, he was actually unsure of himself.
After all, Tang Yan's injuries were far more severe than before. He wasn't sure if simple massage could suppress the hidden ailment of the heavenly Tao.
Tang Yan gave a bitter smile and slowly closed her eyes.
So be it, such is fate.
This kid has shown his sincerity, so it wasn't in vain that I protected him.
Lin Tian took a deep breath.
Without further hesitation, he carefully straightened Tang Yan's delicate body. Then he walked to the end of the cot. He bent down and gently helped Tang Yan take off her high heels. Tang Yan wasn't wearing stockings today, only a pair of black ankle socks that covered her slender feet. Lin Tian continued carefully peeling off his boat socks without stopping.
When the boat socks are removed,
in an instant, a pair of flawless jade feet were revealed. Tang Yan's feet are slightly long and slender, and the skin on them is like solidified cream. Below, the soles of the feet were a vibrant red, like a rouge peony, exquisitely beautiful. Looking at those jade-like feet, one can't help but exclaim that it's like a meticulously crafted work of art, exuding a natural allure. Then look at those toes, they are slender and well-proportioned. Moreover, it was painted with light pink nail polish, which shimmered with a glossy sheen under the lamplight. It can truly make certain special males' hearts flutter. Lin Tian was also somewhat stunned for a moment. Even their hands unconsciously reached out and gently touched it. It feels smooth and jade-like to the touch, with a warm and slightly cool sensation.
He couldn't help but admire it. These feet are just perfect.
It's simply a masterpiece of nature.
However,
although Tang Yan was weak, she noticed something was wrong while Lin Tian was in a daze. She looked down with difficulty. When she saw Lin Tian, he was staring blankly at her feet.
In an instant, Tang Yan then realized something. She said, embarrassed and annoyed, "Have you looked enough? Are you a pervert? You're even staring at feet like that."
Tang Yan's voice was weak, but it carried a hint of shyness. Even her pretty face couldn't help but blush with a sickly redness.
"Teacher, you have no idea how beautiful your feet are. The moment I saw those jade-like feet, Lin Tian blurted out unconsciously.
But he only got halfway through his sentence.
Cough, cough.
He suddenly stopped and coughed awkwardly twice.
Tang Yan was speechless for a moment. She rolled her eyes weakly, thinking to herself, this kid, even at a time like this, he's still full of crooked thoughts.
She sighed, closed her eyes, and murmured, "Never mind.
I probably won't live much longer anyway, whatever." A long time.
Lin Tian cleared his mind of all distractions.
Start by checking the emotion value in your mind's eye. At present,
the accumulated emotion value has reached 900 points, only 100 points away from 1000 points.
These are the emotional values. It was the result of his previous shady dealings.
This includes the pranks played on Zhang Hao in the market and his flirtatious banter with Yi Qingxiu.
Certainly.
The majority of the contributions came from the Dan Alliance group.
After checking the emotional value, Lin Tian then began to examine Tang Yan's body using the press technique. The past few tens of seconds,
Lin Tian had roughly figured out Tang Yan's injuries. With the foundation of the Great Tao damaged, spiritual energy went berserk, the chains of the heavenly Tao were completely out of control, and the spiritual power within the body was like a wild horse, frantically impacting the meridians.
This situation,
I'm afraid that in order to completely suppress her injuries,
based on previous experience, it requires at least 800 emotion points. Right now, we are just 100 points away from accumulating 1000 points. If I can get a little more, I can make it to 1000 points. He can not only save Tang Yan, it can even unlock new techniques, adding more ways to save your life. And the most crucial one.
Lin Tian thought of the Great Tao fart, that was the real trump card. He still has one chance to win a prize, and he doesn't know when he'll reach 1000 points.
Will the system give away more chances to win prizes?
Lin Tian's eyes darted around.
Secretly, we're almost there. How about we squeeze some more money out of Teacher Tang? Collect 1000, save people, and level up at the same time? It seems I'll have to sell my character. Lin Tian took a deep breath.
He slowly lowered his head, gently touching the tip of his nose to Tang Yan's jade-like foot, and then slowly moving it along the bright red sole.
At the same time,
he secretly channeled a wisp of spiritual energy from the pinch technique into Tang Yan's body to stabilize her rampaging spiritual energy.
To prevent Tang Yan from dying on the spot due to severe injuries. What the hell? Tang Yan was so startled by this sudden action that her delicate body trembled.
Her previously closed, lifeless phoenix eyes suddenly widened to the size of an egg. Because she could clearly feel the tingling and itchy sensations coming from the soles of her feet. This made her whole body involuntarily tense up. His face turned red.
Tang Yan originally thought she should just endure it and let it pass, thinking she was about to die.
However, she felt that her thinking and consciousness were gradually improving. Lin Tian, however, showed no sign of stopping.
Tang Yan could no longer hold on. What are you doing? Tang Yan was filled with shame and indignation, weakly cursing, Lin Tian. You pervert. You actually. Her pretty face flushed red, a mixture of shame and agitation, her heart pounding like a drum. Ding mood value plus 80, cumulative 980.
When the system notification sound plays,
Lin Tian was finally overjoyed. The secret passage is complete. But just then, Tang Yan was so hot and restless that she finally lost control.
She sat up abruptly, using her last bit of strength, and unconsciously stretched out her right leg.
Pop! Her long, slender, white toes actually pierced Lin Tian's nostrils. Lin Tian was caught off guard.
Startled by the sudden attack, he fell backward. He landed hard on his bottom, and the pain made him grimace.
Tang Yan isn't much better off.
The outburst had exhausted her remaining strength. Her body went limp again, and she fell backward. Seeing this, Lin Tian disregarded his sore buttocks. He swiftly lunged forward and caught Tang Yan just in time. He gently placed her back on the cot. He scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled sheepishly, misunderstanding.
Misunderstanding. Teacher, I just wanted to smell if your feet smelled. Ha ha. Get out. Tang Yan rolled her eyes in anger.
But the words had barely left his mouth.
Because Lin Tian's spiritual power was interrupted by the pinching technique.
Tang Yan's rampaging spiritual energy spiraled out of control again, and waves of weakness washed over her instantly.
Tang Yan's delicate body trembled, and her face turned even paler.
Lin Tian quickly straightened her body again.
But then I realize I'm only 20 points short of my emotional value.
But if he tries anything funny at this point, Tang Baolong would probably rather die than let himself be dragged down with him, right?
In a short time, Lin Tian was in a dilemma.
He stood at the head of the bed, rubbing his hands together, trying to think of a solution.
Who knew? Just then, Tang Yan murmured softly. Lin Tian.
I, Tang Yan, have never broken my word since I began cultivating. Although I don't know if I'll survive, since I have this opportunity today, let me return the promise I made to you.
Lin Tian was stunned when he heard this.
But then he suddenly realized something. His heart pounded wildly.
Teacher Tang, are you serious? Tang Yan shyly closed her eyes, not daring to meet Lin Tian's gaze.
Her voice trembled slightly. You, do it yourself.
Lin Tian was stunned again, frozen in place. Stop pretending. Haven't you been wanting to break through this barrier for a while now? Hurry up, otherwise, if I turn into a corpse, then. Chapter 41 Sending a Woman? Pavilion Master Yi is defying heaven.
Lin Tian stood there, stunned. His head was buzzing, he almost thought he had misheard.
But if I do that now? That's taking advantage of someone's vulnerability, it's like being a beast. But, you can't accept it. Wouldn't that make them even worse than beasts?
Soon, the sound of crickets rustling and undressing could be heard inside the tent. When all worldly concerns are stripped away, revealing the masterpiece meticulously crafted by the creator. Lin Tian's throat went dry, and his heart stopped.
But then,
he resumed his gentlemanly demeanor. Clearing his throat, he cupped his hands into claws.
Teacher, I'm starting now, please bear with me. 5 minutes passed.
Lin Tian, however, was frustrated.
Because he couldn't get any emotional response from Tang Yan.
The massage just now was just a routine procedure. He dared not use the spiritual power of the word technique at all. However, the goal is to raise the final 20 points and break through to 1000.
What to do?
At this rate, it's hard to say how long Tang Yan can hold on.
Damn it, I'm not pretending anymore. I am a villain, with unparalleled insight. What's with the self-righteous act of being a moral paragon? Lin Tian gritted his teeth and made up his mind.
Apply force with your thumb and forefinger. Tang Yan's delicate body trembled suddenly, and she let out a soft moan. Her phoenix eyes widened suddenly, and she angrily shouted, Lin Tian. You. Her voice was weak, but it carried a hint of embarrassment and anger, and her delicate body kept twisting and trembling. Ding mood points plus 20 cumulative 1000.
Congratulations!
You have successfully unlocked the beginner level 12 finger massage technique, specifically the rubbing technique.
Unlocking new techniques requires 2000 emotion points.
Upon reaching 1000 emotion points for the first time, you will receive a free 10 pull draw.
Would you like to participate?
When the system prompt sound,
Lin Tian was overjoyed. Oh my god! 10 consecutive draws. How much good stuff must you be smoking?
It seems that this time, the Heavenly Furnace secret realm is completely secure.
But the next second. After his initial excitement, Lin Tian looked down at Tang Yen.
Her breath suddenly weakened, and her voice abruptly stopped.
Clearly, he was on his deathbed. Lin Tian's heart tightened, and he no longer hesitated.
With a thought, he took out all the spirit stones from his Qianquan ring and placed them aside.
Begin to fully utilize the press-in-pinch techniques. Boom!
Ancient, vast, and mysterious spiritual energy surged into Tang Yan's body like a tide, beginning to circulate throughout her body along her meridians. Meanwhile, the small pile of spirit stones beside him was also turning into dust at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Half an hour later, Lin Tian's forehead was covered in sweat.
He withdrew his hands and began to help Tang Yan put her clothes back on.
Everything is in order.
Lin Tian slumped to the ground, his brows furrowed.
It seems, it's still because my skill level is too low. Moreover, the 12-finger massage technique is still in its initial stage.
This time, Tang Yan's external injury was healed. Yet she was never able to repair the damaged foundation of her Tao.
I don't know how much time passed. Tang Yan finally came to her senses.
She slowly opened her phoenix eyes. Although her breath was still weak, she was out of danger. She subconsciously began to circulate her inner energy, circulating it through her meridians.
The next second,
she stared in shock, her beautiful eyes wide open.
Because she discovered that the spiritual energy within her body was circulating smoothly. Moreover, his injuries miraculously healed. Lin Tian, you actually did it? Tang Yan's voice trembled. At this moment, her gaze towards Lin Tian was filled with disbelief.
Lin Tian wiped his sweat and said with a wry smile, Teacher Tang, the injuries have healed, but your Tao foundation is damaged, and I can't repair it right now.
Tang Yan was stunned when she heard this. She then smiled wryly and said, It's all right. I've already defied the heavens by surviving this time. Immediately, Tang Yan's phoenix eyes narrowed again, and she said solemnly, Lin Tian, this massage technique is of utmost importance.
You must never show it to anyone lightly in the future.
Otherwise, it will surely bring about your death. Don't worry, I understand. Tang Yan remained silent for a long time.
She stood there, gazing at Lin Tian silently for a long time.
Lin Tian felt a little uneasy under the other person's gaze. Teacher Tang, don't scare me, I'm easily frightened. Oh? You're a coward?
You weren't a coward during the massage earlier. Tang Yan paused for a moment after saying this. After a moment's thought, she continued, Lin Tian, I think you'd better not go to the Heavenly Furnace secret realm tomorrow. The Pill Alliance will lose face, and given their domineering nature,
this time, they will definitely not let this go. Moreover, this is a virgin secret realm.
No one knows what the situation inside is like, but there is a very high probability that it is fraught with danger. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian immediately objected.
Was Tang Yan judging him as a villain? Am I, Lin Tian, a coward? That's definitely not the case.
Therefore, Lin Tian immediately raised his head and puffed out his chest, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit.
Cultivators are meant to defy fate and change their destiny, so why should they be afraid of death? I must go to the secret realm. Moreover, I am determined to obtain the Pill Emperor's inheritance.
Seeing this, Tang Yan finally sighed helplessly. Seeing that Lin Tian's mind was made up, and that he had such a fearless spirit, she even felt that this was the kind of real man she had always been looking for.
It can follow. She quickly dismissed this idea. Tang Yan pondered for a moment.
Finally, gritting his teeth, he took out a gleaming silver magic artifact from his storage ring.
It was shaped like a full moon and exuded boundless spiritual energy. This is the Bright Moon Wheel, a top-grade magical artifact bestowed upon me by Principal Hong. It can save your life in a critical moment. Tang Yan handed the moon wheel to Lin Tian and instructed him, remember, survival comes first.
Upon receiving the moon wheel, it felt icy cold to the touch, and the fluctuations in its spiritual energy were unsettling.
Lin Tian was a little excited. A gift for me? Dream on. I borrowed this to save my life in your secret realm. You'll have to return it to me when I come out. Tang Yan glared at her with her phoenix eyes and said irritably. The next morning.
Valley in the northern suburbs. In the center of the valley, a blue light curtain floated, and the spatial fluctuations became increasingly stable, indicating that the entrance to the secret realm was fully open.
Now.
Various forces gathered, flags fluttered, and the atmosphere was bustling. According to tradition, before the opening of the secret realm, the major factions will hold a gift-giving ceremony to ensure safety.
This has always been their consistent practice. However, these days they only show concern superficially. In reality, it's about showcasing power or the Sex Foundation, using the opportunity to show off. At this moment, in the middle of the valley, an elderly man with white hair flew into the air. Holding a list of major factions, he began to announce loudly, "Attention everyone, the rules of the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm are as follows. Rule 1, cultivation level must not exceed the chi refining realm. The entrance to the secret realm is restricted by the rules of heaven. If a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage or above touches the light barrier, they will be crushed and die. Rule 2, total number of participants limited. The light curtain is a teleportation array with a maximum capacity of 2,000 people. If this limit is exceeded, the array will collapse, the secret realm will be permanently closed, and cultivators who enter will be trapped inside forever. Therefore, all factions strictly adhered to the quota allocation." As the old man finished speaking, the ceremony officially began. The first place to enter is the Formation University, with only 10 spots available. And this has become the norm. Each time, it was always the cultivators who were proficient in formations who went ahead to scout the way for them. It was just a matter of getting to know the basics. The person in charge of the Array University's base began by giving each person a set of high-level array plates, a bottle of top-grade pills, and imprinting their souls with their names, and having them sign a life or death agreement. The battles between cultivators within the secret realm are unrelated to the outside world, and no one may be held accountable afterward. Otherwise, they will be sanctioned by the Eastern Alliance's Monk Legion. The gift from the Array Formation University drew gasps of amazement from the audience. A set of high-level array plates? The Array Formation University has really gone all out this time. With this array, even Foundation establishment cultivators wouldn't dare to easily touch them. Next up were the Talisman University and the Talisman City cultivators. Are they even more outrageous? Each person not only has a stack of high-level talismans, including teleportation talismans and explosive flame talismans, but also top-grade pills. Has the Talisman University gone mad? So many high-level talismans, it's practically a mobile artillery platform. The scale of this attack on the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm is likely to be something big. Then, the Lingbao Institute of Technology, the Beast Taming Academy, and other forces presented gifts in turn, all of which were life-saving magical artifacts and spirit beast talismans, which was astonishing. Not to be outdone, the powerful families also brought out their most treasured possessions. When it was the turn of the Pill Alliance, 500 cultivators, all at the peak of the chi refining stage, lined up and stepped forward, their auras powerful and their killing intent chilling. The entire audience erupted in uproar, everyone staring in disbelief. What is the Pill Alliance doing? They replaced all their members with peak chi refining cultivators? They didn't even bring a single low-level prodigy. Judging from this, the Pill Alliance has quite the ambition. They clearly don't intend to cultivate the next generation, they're just looking to cause trouble. All forces turned their wary gazes toward Nanjing University, subtly targeting it. The Pill Alliance is targeting Nan University. What happened yesterday will likely be settled in the secret realm. Those 100 students from Nanjing University are probably in grave danger. Jinbu stood in front of the Nanjing University group, his face grim. Judging from the Dan Alliance's actions, something big is probably going to happen in the secret realm. But now that things have come to this, there's no turning back. He could only offer Mu Shui a few words of advice: be sure to watch out for the Pill Alliance's retaliation. Mu Shui nodded solemnly, then led 100 students to line up and accept the gifts. The gift presentation is complete. Lin Tian received a bottle of high-grade spirit gathering pill, a defensive spiritual artifact, and several low-grade talismans, all of which were life-saving items. Just then,
Two people suddenly flew in from the sky. Yi Qingqiu, her red dress fluttering, headed straight for Lin Tian. Her appearance instantly caused a stir among the crowd.
Look, it's actually Pavilion Master Yi. Why is she here again? Doesn't she have any self-respect at all, such an important person?
Look behind her, that girl, what a pretty girl, what a lively girl. Yi Qingqiu approached Lin Tian, smiling alluringly.
And that petite and lively girl was none other than Xiao Taohong.
Yi Qingqiu did not wait for Lin Tian to react. He immediately pointed loudly to Xiao Taohong beside her and said, Lin Tian, this girl is named Xiao Taohong, and she has reached the peak of qi refining. Today, on behalf of the Miaodan Pavilion, I present her to you as your personal guard in your secret realm.
These words were spoken. Everyone in the valley was stunned. What? A gift? The Myriad Pill Pavilion gave Lin Tian a girl at the peak of qi refining? Just who is Lin Tian?
The pavilion master of Miaodan Pavilion personally delivered a gift, and even a living person.
This kid, he's probably the future son-in-law of Miaodan Pavilion, isn't he?
Xiao Taohong blushed slightly, stood respectfully beside Lin Tian with her head bowed, and said, Young master, Xiao Taohong is willing to serve you until death.
Lin Tian was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the person beside him. She then looked up at Yi Qingqiu. He touched his nose. This woman, she's gone way too far. Chapter 42 Fu Xian, the Little Witch, I have a jumping pill. In the middle of the valley.
At the entrance to the secret realm, a blue light curtain rippled like water. It emitted a faint spatial fluctuation.
Lin Tian followed in the group of students from Nanjing University, with the petite and lively girl Xiao Taohong close behind him. Step into the light curtain. In an instant,
a strong wave of dizziness hit me, as if I had been thrown into a time vortex, making me feel lightheaded and my stomach churning.
I don't know when.
As the dizziness subsided, Lin Tian suddenly opened his eyes and found himself standing on a desolate grassland. The grassland stretched as far as the eye could see, with withered yellow grass swaying in the wind. I looked up at the sky and found it to be a hazy gray. It was so oppressive it was suffocating. Lin Tian composed himself and began to look around. But they found that there was no one around them at all. The Nanjing University students and Xiao Taohong from the group were nowhere to be seen.
He was dumbfounded. Damn! What's going on? Didn't the high school guide to Secret Realms say that, under normal circumstances, Secret Realm teleportation would try to group teammates together? Why am I the only one here? Just as I expected. What schools teach is all too naive and just theoretical. They said that as long as the soul token is imprinted, the teleportation array will be guided by the soul and will not be scattered when entering the secret realm. Even if they are scattered, it's only 100 meters. And what was the result? At this moment, the surroundings stretch as far as the eye can see. Where are they? Isn't this ridiculous? Is reality really just an endless gap from what's in books? Just as Lin Tian was cursing. Distance. Suddenly, a rumble resounded through the earth, accompanied by low, guttural roars that shook the ground slightly. He squinted and saw a group of dark shadows that blotted out the sky approaching from the horizon at an extremely fast speed, raising clouds of dust. What the hell? While Lin Tian was still in a daze, he suddenly saw a slender figure rushing towards him. It was a young girl, her dress fluttering, her steps light, and a shimmering light behind her. Clearly, the other party is trying their best to escape. Lin Tian took a closer look and thought to himself, wow, this woman is not bad. The girl had a pretty face and a touch of heroism in her eyes. Is it her? Lin Tian whispered. The girl was none other than Fu Xian, the little princess of Fu City. Lin Tian was quite impressed with her during the gift-giving ceremony. Fu Xian arrived quickly. It quickly passed by Lin Tian. Fu Xian was initially tense and highly focused, and didn't pay attention to Lin Tian. But it only passed by Lin Tian at that moment. She still noticed the unbridled look in Lin Tian's eyes. Her pretty face immediately turned cold, and she stopped in her tracks. He turned around and glared at her fiercely. Idiot, what are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman before? As soon as the words were spoken, with a flick of her wrist, she sent out a shimmering golden talisman, which flashed with a magical light and hurtled straight at Lin Tian. Lin Tian never expected that a seemingly innocent and beautiful girl would suddenly launch a sneak attack. Therefore, they were caught off guard and unable to react in time. The moment the yellow talisman came close, it exploded instantly, and a surge of talismanic spiritual power coiled around it like chains. It instantly froze Lin Tian in place. Damn it! Are you crazy? Lin Tian was stunned and cursed angrily. It was just a glance. Is it really necessary to attack? Humph. You lecherous bastard. You deserve it. Fu Xian snorted coldly, turned her head without looking back, and continued to flee into the distance. Holy crap! When have I ever slept with you? Lin was so angry he gritted his teeth. You stop right there. But before he could even start cursing, at this moment, the overwhelming black shadows in the distance were already approaching. A series of ear-piercing roars were deafening. Lin Tian took a closer look, and his expression changed drastically, his heart pounding wildly. This is a void beast? One after another, kangaroo-shaped void beasts pounced, their bodies enormous, their fur jet black, their eyes scarlet, and emanating eerie void fluctuations. Ethereal beast. One of the void beasts. It's introduced in the picture recognition section of high school textbooks. This involves releasing sound waves through ethereal sounds to disturb the cultivator's mind, weaken their soul, and ultimately tear their prey apart. These beasts, individually, are only equivalent to the mid-stage of chi refining, but when there are many of them, the combined sound waves are enough to shake the heavens and the earth, causing cultivators to feel dizzy and even faint. As the ethereal beast drew near, sharp sound waves surged forth like a tidal wave. At that moment, Lin Tian felt a splitting headache and his mind was in turmoil, and he almost fainted on the spot. You bitch, don't let me catch you. Lin Tian cursed inwardly. However, the ethereal beast is getting closer and closer. He wanted to use the spiritual power of the finger spells. The immobilization talisman not only locks the body, but also seals the soul and meridians, making it impossible to use spiritual power. It's over. We're doomed. Lin Tian's heart sank to the bottom. Damn it, looks like we have no choice but to use our trump card. But then I thought again. Even if you clear out all the ethereal beasts within a 1-kilometer radius, it won't help. With such a dense swarm of ethereal beasts, who knows how many more are ahead? He immediately changed his mind. What to do? What should I do? Sudden. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. This immobilization talisman, though it seals the soul and body, cannot restrict Lao Tzu's thoughts and consciousness. Thinking about this, Lin Tian immediately immersed his consciousness in his sea of consciousness and decisively chose to draw a prize. Giveaway begins. Wow! Congratulations on winning one smiling jumping pill. Wow! Congratulations on winning a fantasy fruit. Wow! Congratulations on winning a muscle explosion pill. Wow! Congratulations on winning. Sorry, the rest of the prizes were taken by mice. Did the mouse carry it away? My 10 consecutive pulls, and you're telling me a mouse stole them? You. Lin Tian completely lost his temper. Even now that his life is hanging by a thread, he doesn't care. He started yelling and cursing wildly. Ah! A deafening roar echoed 3 meters away from Lin Tian. Lin Tian was startled and even smelled an extremely disgusting stench of bad breath. You win. Lin Tian sighed and glanced at the 3 prizes on the system. He immediately digested the smiling jumping pill. After consumption, it can rapidly unleash a violent surge of spiritual energy within the body, increasing speed by 8 times and jumping ability by 10 times. A surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted from the sea of consciousness. Ancient and vast spiritual energy fluctuations instantly coursed through Lin Tian's body, like a torrent breaking through shackles. It actually managed to tear apart the binding spell. It's done! Lin Tian exclaimed with joy. I dared not linger any longer. Because at this moment, the overwhelming ethereal beasts were already upon them. One of them had even opened its blood-red maw, ready to swallow him whole. Lin Tian endured the dizziness and blurred vision caused by the sonic attack. With knees slightly bent, he suddenly sprang up. Jump! He leaped 5 meters high, turned around, and instinctively headed in the direction Fu Xian had fled. Ha 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 ha. Strangely, he found himself unable to control his facial expressions, his mouth stretched wide, and he laughed uncontrollably. Ha, don't laugh, I'm fucking ha. However, Lin Tian discovered. As long as he keeps jumping around, the laughter won't stop. At this moment, he looks like a lunatic. So what if you're going to jump? What's with the laughter? Ha ha ha. Lin Tian. But he can't worry about that right now. He just kept jumping and hopping, frantically trying to escape. As Lin Tian fled, he kept looking back, keeping an eye on the ethereal beast behind him.
Looking at such a large horde of beasts, although their individual attacks are not strong, their sound waves can be combined.
That destructive power is terrifying.
If he gets surrounded, not even the power of his spiritual energy can save him, let alone the power of his spells. Lin Tian leaped and bounded like the wind, and in no time, he caught up with Fu Xian, who was also frantically fleeing for her life.
Fu Xian also noticed what was happening behind her.
She turned around and saw that Lin Tian had actually caught up with her.
And what's even stranger is that he was still laughing wildly? What's going on? Also, how did he break my immobilization spell so quickly? How is that possible?
That was a gift from my father. It was a high-level talisman carved by a rank 5 talisman master.
Chapter 43. You big idiot, this princess is going to kill you.
Fu Xian's innocent face turned slightly cold as she looked at Lin Tian, who was still laughing wildly.
A feeling of inexplicable dislike.
That lecherous bastard, his lewd smile is definitely up to no good. But right now, facing the dense swarm of strange beasts behind them, no one dared to cause any trouble. Fu Xian lightly tapped the ground with her feet, sometimes gliding with the wind, sometimes covering more than 10 meters in a single step, frantically fleeing.
And what about Lin Tian? Laughing wildly all the way, skipping and jumping happily as they chased each other. This chasing naturally came right behind Fu Xian. The main problem is that we can't catch up. Otherwise, Lin Tian would kick Fu Xian's little bottom, no matter how hard he tries. That's why he's considered a gentleman. Because a petty person shouldn't hold grudges like that. The two walked one in front of the other.
They fled to the foot of a large mountain. Further ahead, there was a towering mountain that stretched as far as the eye could see, reaching into the clouds. Both of them had nowhere to escape.
Left with no other choice.
The two had no choice but to lean against the hillside and use their own methods to fight the beast tide.
Fu Xian, petite yet agile, turned in a flash.
He casually tossed out a stack of colorful talismans, which exploded 5 meters in front of him. The ethereal beasts that surged forward were directly hit by the blast, and they were all sent flying backward, colliding with the strange beasts that were surging from behind. Furthermore, some of the green talismans seemed to be controlled by spirit stones, floating in the air. Continuously releasing spiritual power, it blasted wave after wave of ethereal beasts, preventing them from getting any closer.
In contrast, Lin Tian. They were a complete farce, utterly chaotic and without any discernible pattern.
This is indeed difficult for him.
During high school, we were only learning cultivation theory.
Upon arriving at university, only 2 days into the semester, we were immediately transported to the secret realm.
They had never systematically learned any methods for fighting the enemy.
At that moment, he covered his ears and jumped around while dodging.
However, its movements gradually slowed down. He kept letting out reluctant laughs, ha ha ha. He realized that things couldn't continue like this. Even if they weren't killed by the sonic waves of the ethereal beast. You'll jump to your death too. He thought about it. Although we are trapped, we are not yet in a life or death situation. Such a top-grade magic treasure as the bright moon will cannot be taken out lightly. Besides, there's a little devil by my side who might take a liking to the weapon and develop evil intentions. He gritted his teeth and decided to try an offensive finger technique, the grab technique. This is the only means he can use. Brush. He transformed his hands into claws, using the momentum from his jump. He got very close, barely managing to touch the leg of one of the ethereal beasts. He activated the spiritual power of the incantation and suddenly unleashed a powerful grab. Puff. A flash of claw light. He actually pulled out a crystal the size of a thumbnail from the body of that ethereal beast. Lin Tian looked at his palm with a puzzled expression. The crystals emitted a faint, ethereal aura, and their surface was crystal clear. Thump! The ethereal beast from which he had extracted the crystal instantly withered and collapsed to the ground, its life force extinguished. But at that moment, the other ethereal beasts pounced. He didn't have time to go forward and investigate. The only way to divert the trouble was to use the force of jumping to move to the left. This puts pressure on Fu Xian. Because he noticed out of the corner of his eye that the little devil seemed to be quite capable. It was able to suppress those ethereal beasts, preventing them from advancing even 5 steps. At the same time, a stormy sea also surged in Lin Tian's heart. Because he remembered what the crystal in his palm was. Isn't this the void crystal from the Identify Objects from Pictures question in the senior year mock exam? Void crystal. It is the energy core of the void beast.
This is a strategic resource that the Eastern Cultivator Alliance Legion has always dreamed of. It is said that a single void crystal can be used to refine top-grade magical artifacts or armor, as well as other special uses, making it priceless.
Only.
Even if a cultivator kills one of these void beasts during a battle. However, it is also difficult to obtain the void crystals inside. Because, after the void beast dies, the crystals within its body will vanish into nothingness in a very short time, returning to the ethereal void.
Lin Tian put the void crystal into his ring. My heart pounded with excitement, I was overjoyed. This time, we've struck it rich. Ha ha ha. He continued to bounce and jump towards Fu Xian.
He jumped around while grinning wildly. However, right now he was laughing wildly, a feeling of pure bliss.
Unlike before, when they were forced to smile.
Along the way, he used the grab technique again, and several more ethereal beasts fell one after another.
At this moment, Fu Xian also noticed Lin Tian approaching.
She immediately frowned slightly, a bad feeling creeping over her. As Lin Tian drew closer, she finally realized what was happening.
She angrily shouted, "You idiot, get away from me and don't come any closer, or I'll castrate you." Oh ho!
Upon hearing this, Lin Tian immediately became interested.
"Ah, you little devil, today I'll let you taste what it's like to be tricked."
Lin Tian finished speaking. It stopped grabbing the void crystal and increased its jumping speed even further. With 3 or 4 jumps, he was already 5 meters away from Fu Xian.
And that's what Lin Tian did.
Naturally, an endless stream of ethereal beasts followed behind. The small vacuum safety zone that Fu Xian had painstakingly created using a large number of high-level talismans collapsed in an instant.
"You stinking idiot, this princess is going to kill you." Fu Xian was furious.
Her little pink fists were clenched so tightly they were cracking, and she was about to charge at Lin Tian with a fierce look on her face.
However, she couldn't move at all.
As soon as she leaves the cover of the mountain behind her, she might be surrounded by the ethereal beasts in an instant. She didn't have Lin Tian's ability to jump several meters high and effectively escape from an encirclement. So all she did was stomp her feet in anger. Her little mouth was so pouty it could hook a soy sauce bottle.
Lin Tian saw this situation.
I felt a surge of relief. He knew that the other party couldn't care less about him right now.
So he planned to give them another nasty blow. However,
as the old saying goes, extreme joy can turn to sorrow. He, Lin Tian, is that person at this moment.
Just as he was about to get closer to Fu Xian,
before he knew it, he was struck in the back by a giant beast that was nearly 3 meters tall.
Bang!
He didn't even have time to cry out in pain. He was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a large rock on the mountainside. Another muffled thud, like flesh colliding with stone, rang out.
Lin Tian lay on the strange, large rock like a frog. Fu Xian witnessed this scene. He burst into laughter, doubled over, "Ha, serves you right, you big idiot."
She almost laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight.
But the next second,
suddenly, a flash of blue light appeared on the large rock.
Fu Xian was momentarily blinded by the blue light.
When she opened her eyes again, she was instantly stunned. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief.
"Let's look again. Where are they?"
At this moment, there was no trace of Lin Tian on that big rock. Without Lin Tian's restraint, her right side was instantly filled with ethereal beasts, all attacking her.
Ah!
The roars of beasts echoed like waves, filled with chilling killing intent.
Fu Xian threw out more than a dozen green talismans, blasting away the approaching ethereal beasts.
For a moment, she panicked. She knew that if things continued like this, even if she collected all the talismans in the entire city of talismans, they wouldn't be as numerous as the beast-tide before her. She'll be worn down sooner or later. Fu Xian looked again at the strange stone where Lin Tian had disappeared. She gritted her teeth and flicked dozens of talismans, forcefully blasting open a beast path.
Taking advantage of the brief gap,
she hurried toward the stone.
Brush!
Just like Lin Tian, Fu Xian, with her petite figure, crawled on the rock like a frog.
"It really is a teleportation restriction," Fu Xian said with a delighted smile. Immediately, as a flash of blue light passed, Fu Xian was also sucked into it.
Vanished without a trace.
Only countless monstrous void beasts remained, frantically crashing against the rocks. Chapter 44, Call Me Dad and I'll Save You. With a thump, the instant Lin Tian was covered by the blue light of the strange rock.
His consciousness paused for a brief second.
Immediately following this is the feeling of weightlessness. He only regained consciousness after falling into an icy, frigid pool. The pool water was like a knife, its chill penetrating straight to the bone. Lin Tian couldn't help but shiver from the cold. What kind of hot water is this? It's so cold. Instinctively, he tried to circulate his spiritual energy to resist the cold. But to my horror, I discovered. What's going on? I can't use my spiritual power? Lin Tian was startled. The longer he soaked, the weaker and more powerless he felt. Not daring to delay, he hurriedly swam towards the edge of the pool, waving his limbs. He climbed ashore and stood by the pool, soaking wet. He tried again to circulate his spiritual energy to evaporate the moisture from his body. However, it was still in vain. This pool of water is strange, it can actually seal away a cultivator's spiritual power. Lin Tian looked at the pool with suspicion and murmured. I tossed my hair, temporarily setting aside my doubts. He began to look around at his surroundings. This is an enormous cave. The dome is towering, reaching a height of 100 meters. It is inlaid with a large number of fluorescent stones, which continuously emit a faint blue light, illuminating the entire space. Lin Tian took 2 steps. Out of curiosity, I reached out and touched a cave wall. The cave walls are covered with various seemingly ancient patterns. It resembled some kind of array formation, filled with spiritual energy. And the feeling Lin Tian had. There was also a strange, ethereal aura mixed in with it, which made one's heart tremble. The ground was uneven. Scattered everywhere were pebbles and the remains of some spiritual herbs. This cave seems to be naturally formed, yet it also bears traces of human intervention, and why do I always feel that the spiritual energy here carries a strange quality? How come it's different from the spiritual energy on Earth? His gaze shifted. Not far away, a stone staircase was discovered, winding upwards, with a faint halo of light shimmering at its end. Those lights? How are they different from those of fluorescent stones? Could it be an opportunity from a secret realm? Thinking about this, Lin Tian's heart was pounding. As for any kind of inheritance, he didn't care much. What he wanted was a large amount of spirit stones. With enough spirit stones, he can continuously improve his cultivation level through the 12-finger massage technique. But at this moment, his wet clothes clung to his skin, and he didn't know if the cave had an entrance, as strange gusts of wind blew in from time to time. He was so cold that he hugged himself tightly, his whole body icy cold. Moreover, it's impossible to dry it with spiritual power, which is really uncomfortable. After looking around and confirming that no one was there, he simply gritted his teeth and quickly took off his casual pants, shirt, and daspo shoes, throwing them all aside. He stood naked by the pool. Since there's no one around, I might as well run naked. Lin Tian muttered, reaching for spare clothes in his Qianquan ring. However, when the finger touched the ring, the spiritual sense could not penetrate it. The Qianquan ring was like a dead object, showing no reaction whatsoever. Damn! This pool of water even seals off spiritual consciousness? After a burst of cursing, Lin Tian glanced at the halo at the end of the stairs. I figured it wasn't anything serious. Why don't we go take a look? But he had just turned around and taken a step. Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from the pool behind them. Then came another thump. Lin Tian was startled and instinctively covered his groin with both hands, then turned around abruptly. Help! Help me! All that could be seen was Fu Xian's arms and head, thrashing wildly in the water. Her petite body bobbed up and down as she frantically cried for help. How did she fall into? Lin Tian was stunned. Watching Fu Xian wave her hands wildly, she even choked on several mouthfuls of water. This little devil can't swim. A landlubber? Lin Tian's eyes darted around, and he immediately chuckled. Oh, karma's come fast. You little devil, let's see how arrogant you are this time. As Lin Tian spoke, he slowly approached the edge of the pool. He didn't care about showing his face, and just squatted on the ground. He watched with great interest as Fu Xian struggled desperately in the water. Aren't you the one who plotted against me? Come on, keep going. Lin Tian casually picked up a few fluorescent stones that had fallen from the cave ceiling and threw them at Fu Xian's head. With 2 loud thuds, Fu Xian clutched her head in pain, too pained to struggle. Fu Xian never expected that she would be teleported in by the strange stone. Is this really the case? But she wasn't stupid. The moment she fell into the water, she immediately tried to use her spiritual power to rush out of the pool. What a pity!
Just like Lin Tian before, he was unable to use his spiritual power at all.
Once a cultivator loses their spiritual power, isn't that just a phoenix shedding its feathers and becoming a chick? Even more deadly is?
Fu Xian has been afraid of water since childhood. The trauma of drowning when she was a child gave her an instinctive fear of water. Therefore, at this moment she was completely flustered and at a loss.
Cough, cough.
She choked on the water twice more, her pretty face gradually turning pale, her wet hair sticking to her cheeks, looking utterly disheveled.
If you're timid, you'll definitely be startled. Because it's just a female water ghost, it's terrifying. Lin Tian's pebble hit her on the forehead once again.
The pain jolted her awake. However, it brought Fu Xian back to her senses from her panic. She struggled to lift her head and finally saw Lin Tian by the pool.
Glug glug. Help me. Help me.
Fu Xian cried out hoarsely, as if she had grasped at a straw.
Lin Tian.
He remained squatting on the ground, motionless.
He continued to toss another pebble with a grin. Then he said leisurely, "Oh, weren't you being pretty fierce just now? Now you're begging me?" Fu Xian was so angry that her teeth itched.
Overwhelmed with shame and anger, she cursed, You lecherous scoundrel.
Save me. Glug glug, I can't swim.
There's something strange about this pool, I can't use my spiritual power. Fu Xian's voice trembled, tinged with sobs, and her eyes were filled with terror.
Ding mood points plus 20 cumulative 210. You want me to save you? Not so easy. You little witch, weren't you pretty arrogant when you tricked me earlier? Please, save me.
Fu Xian was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes, and she choked on some water, making her voice even weaker. Lin Tian's eyes darted around.
He grinned wickedly, "If you want me to save you, fine.
First, take off your storage ring and throw it to me.
You big idiot. You despicable person. You stinking loser. Trying to take advantage of my misfortune? Dream on." Fu Xian was so angry that she almost fainted, her pretty face flushed red, and she cursed loudly.
Her eyes blazed with fury, and she wanted nothing more than to pounce on Lin Tian and bite him, but her body sank deeper and deeper into the water, choking and coughing repeatedly, leaving her in a very sorry state.
Ding mood points plus 30 cumulative 240.
Seeing that she was being stubborn, Lin Tian pretended to get up.
Clap your hands and say, "Okay, you swim slowly, I'm going now."
When Fu Xian saw that he was really going to leave, she was so frightened that she almost lost her mind. She drank 2 more mouthfuls of water from the pool and panicked completely.
He cried out, "Don't go. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you."
Trembling, she took off her storage ring and threw it ashore with all her might. As the ring arced through the air, it finally landed at Lin Tian's feet. Lin Tian picked up the ring, his heart filled with joy.
He hasn't forgotten.
Just now, while dealing with the ethereal beast, this little witch used an endless stream of powerful and high-level talismans.
That's some good stuff.
It is said that each high-level talisman requires a large amount of resources to produce.
He put the ring on his finger and said smugly, "Wouldn't it have been better if I had been this obedient earlier? Hurry up and pull me up."
Fu Xian's voice was trembling and she was on the verge of crying. It seemed she was genuinely scared.
What's the rush? Shout, "Daddy, save me, and I'll save you right away." Upon hearing this, Fu Xian rolled her eyes in anger, feeling utterly ashamed and indignant.
But Lin Tian never got to hear the other person call him dad. Then they saw Fu Xian seem to have exhausted her strength, her entire body sank and disappeared into the water.
Glug glug.
A string of bubbles rose to the surface of the water, and then there was no more movement.
Chapter 45. Dad, stop hitting me. Lin Tian was stunned. He then laughed and said, "You little devil, stop playing tricks and show yourself, or I'm really leaving." After he finished speaking, a faint smile remained on his lips as he squatted on the shore and waited for a moment. I initially thought that Fu Xian was playing hard to get. But after more than 10 seconds, Fu Xian still did not float to the surface, and the water surface remained eerily calm. Lin Tian's heart sank. Broken. Did they really drown? His original intention. I just wanted to teach this little devil a lesson. So that the other party knows, it's acceptable to scheme against someone. Yintelinchen, no. Lin Tian is the king of the underworld. He's always been the one to scheme against others, it's never his turn to scheme against him. That's one way to put it.
In the field of Yin young people, if Lin Tian acknowledges the king of Yin, who would dare to call themselves the emperor of Yin in front of him?
But he never intended to actually kill Fu Xin.
The water surface was completely still. Lin Tian could no longer hold back and plunged headfirst into the pool, diving towards the depths. Fortunately, the pool wasn't particularly deep. Submerged in the water, eyes closed, relying solely on instinct, I reach out with my hands, constantly scooping and scratching in the water.
He quickly touched Fu Xian's petite body. Lin Tian hugged Fu Xian and began to swim upstream with all his might. Whoosh!
They dragged Fu Xian to the edge of the pool and saw that she seemed to have fallen into a coma.
He took a breath. Still breathing. Should we do some artificial respiration? Never mind. Let's get the person in there and see how things go.
Lin Tian struggled to lift Fu Xian's little bottom in the water, and in this way, he managed to push her to the edge of the pool.
Damn, she's so small, yet so heavy? I didn't realize this little girl was such a chubby woman. Lin Tian complained irritably. Just as Lin Tian was about to climb out of the pool,
what greeted him was a shoe sole.
Bang! Lin Tian was kicked squarely. Caught off guard, he was kicked and fell back into the pool on his back.
With a splash, water splashed everywhere.
At this moment, Fu Xian hardly looks like she's unconscious.
She scrambled to her feet in a flash. He raised his hand and pointed at Lin Tian in the water, jumping up and down.
He cursed loudly, "You big idiot, you stinking loser, you pervert, you actually wanted to give me CPR? Who gave you the guts? Hon Tian? Lin Tian."
He was furious. His eyes were bloodshot with anger, and he angrily slapped his hands in the pool. Gritting his teeth, he said, "You just wait." Lin Tian struggled to swim back to the edge of the pool.
He's not stupid. Are you arguing with someone in this water? That would really make you an idiot. Upon seeing this, Fu Xian let out a cold laugh.
She waited by the pool for Lin Tian to climb over.
Another kick. Thump. You big idiot? You dare to bully me?
Let me tell you, if I don't outwit you today, I'll call you daddy. Fu Xian jumped around happily, just like a child who hadn't grown up.
But the next moment,
as she jumped, she didn't notice that there was a smooth rock under her feet. As a result, my foot slipped.
With a poof,
she slipped and fell on the edge of the pool.
Ouch! Fu Xian covered her bottom and stumbled to her feet.
She realized what was happening and quickly looked towards the edge of the pool. But at this moment,
Lin Tian's shadow was nowhere to be seen. Fu Xian has a pair of clear and innocent big eyes. Blinking, puzzled. Where did they go? How could they disappear in the blink of an eye? Just then,
a deep, furious voice suddenly rang out behind her.
"Are you looking for me?" Ah! Fu Xian was so frightened that she turned around abruptly. Upon seeing Lin Tian, she was so startled that she stammered, "Hi? How are you?" The next second, Fu Xian took off running.
She knew that she couldn't use her spiritual power or her spiritual sense right now. They were no match for Lin Tian.
However,
Lin Tian had long anticipated her intention to escape.
So, just as Fu Xian was about to take a step,
she was picked up by Lin Tian.
Fu Xian kicked her feet frantically in mid-air. Ah!
Let me go, you perverted bastard.
Lin Tian picked up Fu Xian and slowly walked to an open space. Puff! He casually tossed Fu Xian onto the ground.
He then looked down at the other person with a fierce glare. "Today, I'm going to show you why Monkey But Gully is so red."
As soon as she landed, Fu Xian turned around and stared at Lin Tian warily. But... Ah!
You perverted exhibitionist.
Fu Xian quickly covered her eyes.
Just now, from the moment I fell into the water to being lifted ashore by Lin Tian.
She never had time to pay attention. Now, Lin Tian was completely naked.
And that dark, murky place, it's terrifying. Fu Xian curiously parted the hand that was covering her eyes. Her little face was flushed.
A pervert? Very well. What are you going to do? Don't come any closer. Fu Xian kicked her legs wildly in fright. What? You'll find out soon enough. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. Ah, no.
Lin Tian pounced on her and pinned Fu Xian's petite body beneath him.
Then, turned Fu Xian's delicate body over.
He positioned himself face down, with his lower abdomen exposed, and Lin Tian placed him on his lap.
Immediately afterwards,
Lin Tian pulled down the other person's pants in one swift motion, revealing a white, bare bottom.
slap. Slap slap. Slap slap slap.
He raised his hand and slapped the other person's buttocks more than a dozen times.
You trick me, you kick me, you never learn anything good, you only learn bad things. Lin Tian cursed as he hit him. Now, Fu Xian was completely unable to resist, as waves of burning pain shot through her buttocks. She cried. Wah, stop hitting me, I was wrong.
Lin Tian then slapped Lin Tian more than a dozen times. Her once fair and tender bottom was now completely red. And there was a faint trace of blood seeping out. But Lin Tian continued on. While hitting him, he shouted, "Call me daddy, or won't you?"
Daddy, daddy, stop hitting me. Fu Xian cried out without thinking, without the slightest hesitation. He slapped me a few more times.
They seemed to be tired from playing.
Lin Tian then stopped.
He gasped for breath. Listen to me, from now on, whenever you see me, call me dad, or else.
Slap. Another slap. He pushed Fu Xian aside.
Lin Tian stood up and began searching around, looking for something to cover himself.
He's not a pervert.
There was no other way just now, because I thought no one was around. Now that there's another person, even if he's shameless, he can't just stay naked like that.
Even if others aren't embarrassed. He couldn't stand it either.
After all, Lin Tian considered himself a gentleman.
However, after searching for a long time,
apart from some scattered pebbles, there was absolutely nothing around to cover oneself.
Left with no other choice. He had no choice but to try again, using his spiritual sense to probe the Qianquan ring. Is it ready? Lin Tian was overjoyed.
He never expected that he would be able to use his spiritual sense. He took out his new clothes, put them on, and tidied everything up.
Lin Tian then understood the reason.
As long as one does not get too much water on their body, their spiritual power and consciousness will not be sealed.
At this moment,
looking at Fu Xian lying on the ground, her little bottom was still bare, and her pants weren't pulled up.
It stood there, sticking up high, and was completely red. But her delicate body was convulsing, though she was no longer crying.
Seeing this, Lin Tian thought the other party was playing tricks again.
He then narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Hey, little witch, don't try anything funny. I won't fall for this trick a second time." Chapter 46 Qi Refining Level 8. Lin Tian took 2 steps forward suspiciously, raised his leg, and gently kicked Fu Xian's foot. "Hey! Little witch, stop pretending." No response? Fu Xian's little bottom was still sticking out, all red and swollen, and her body was twitching slightly. "Forget it, I guess I'm the one who's unlucky."
As he spoke, he squatted down and pulled up Fu Xian's pants.
The clothes were damp and clinging to my skin. I didn't notice anything when I took them off, but now it's a little difficult to pull them back. Left with no other choice, Lin Tian had to turn the other person's body around and adjust their position. But this one snapped. Lin Tian was immediately startled by the other person's expression. Fu Xian's face was deathly pale, devoid of any color.
Her eyes were tightly closed, and her small, cherry-like lips twitched incessantly.
What happened? Lin Tian was stunned. He then checked the other person's pulse and breath. This is hidden illness erupting? It's not impossible.
After all, the pool water seals away the spiritual power and consciousness within a cultivator's body.
Fu Xian's clothes were still soaking wet. She had just been in a state of extreme shame and indignation.
Lin Tian checked his emotional value through his sea of consciousness.
Cumulative 330. You're lucky. Considering you've provided me with so many emotional triggers, I'll reluctantly help you this once. But
Lin Tian then realized that even if he helped alleviate the other party's rampaging spiritual energy, their clothes were still soaking wet.
I didn't think much of it.
He bent down, picked up Fu Xian's petite body, and walked towards the distant steps.
Place Fu Xian on the first stone step. Then, in no time at all, they removed Fu Xian's wet clothes one by one. Certainly.
They weren't wearing underwear, they were completely naked. However, Lin Tian did not have any wicked thoughts.
The entire process was conducted with a balance of respect, reverence, and seriousness.
After taking off the other person's shoes and socks,
Lin Tian was completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, how rich do you have to be to carry 3 storage rings around?
2 rings were visible on Fu Xian's small, delicate feet. Moreover, judging from the quality of the ring and the spatial runes engraved on it, it is definitely not an ordinary item.
Lin Tian easily ripped both rings off. However, he didn't have time to look inside the ring right now. After they stripped Fu Xian completely naked, Lin Tian then took out a towel from his ring space and wiped the remaining water off the other person's body.
Only then did they begin to dissolve the spiritual energy within him. Ding mood value 10 cumulative 320.
Phew. Lin Tian let out a long breath.
He wiped the sweat from his forehead and slowly stood up. Take out a large t-shirt and cover Fu Xian's somewhat underdeveloped petite body.
Lin Tian walked to the other side of the steps and sat down cross-legged. He then eagerly began to open Fu Xian's storage ring. Little witch, don't blame me.
Consider your 3 rings as your apology and the medical fees I helped you settle.
A spiritual exploration.
Lin Tian frowned slightly, looking puzzled.
This? The ring is actually enchanted? However, this did not stump him. The pinching technique. Bang.
With a deafening sound of the restriction shattering, the restriction on the ring vanished.
Lin Tian's spiritual sense was no longer obstructed and went straight into the space of the storage ring. However, the ring doesn't have much space.
It was almost half the size of the Qiankuan ring that Yi Qingqiu had given him.
However, what's stored inside?
It turned out to be stacks of spirit talismans of varying grades. Lin Tian did a rough calculation.
Holy crap, hundreds of thousands of these?
He completely lost his composure.
He looked at Fu Xian, who was still unconscious, with disbelief. I thought to myself, this woman is going way too far. He actually carries an armory with him? If I could normally use my spiritual power and consciousness to oppose her? Wouldn't she have blasted those talismans into dust? It can happen immediately. Lin Tian suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter.
Ha, all of these things are mine from now on. As Lin Tian laughed, he suddenly felt a wave of fear wash over him.
This woman is quite cunning.
She appeared to have handed over the storage ring in the pool, but who would have thought that she actually had 2 more hidden on her toes?
Even if a foundation establishment cultivator forcibly uses their spiritual sense to search for a low-level cultivator, they wouldn't search the other person's toes, would they? Add this ring to the Qiankuan ring.
Lin Tian then took another ring.
It's also a brute force attack. With a click, the ring's restriction was broken once again. Spiritual awareness probes in. Ah, I'm rich. I'm rich.
Lin Tian burst into another fit of wild laughter, so excited that he jumped up from the ground. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 13,000. A full 130,000 spirit stones were neatly arranged inside the ring.
Is this the legendary walking money vault?
This ring contained nothing but 130,000 spirit stones, just like the previous rings. Clearly, this is specifically used to store spirit stones. Lin Tian suppressed the burning desire in his heart. Continue to unravel the mystery of the last ring.
My heart is filled with anticipation. This ring was the one that Fu Xian gave to Lin Tian. But
he excitedly broke open the last ring.
The excitement vanished almost entirely in an instant.
This ring is where you store everyday supplies.
It's a hodgepodge, it has everything.
After a careful inspection, Lin Tian took the only 1,000 spirit stones inside. He didn't want the rest.
Considering all that you've given me, I'll return this ring to you. I'm repaying evil with kindness.
Lin Tian muttered to himself.
Holding the ring, he walked over and squatted down next to Fu Xian. They even thoughtfully helped the other person put it on. After that, Lin Tian couldn't wait to find a corner.
He took out all the spirit stones and piled them into a mountain of spirit stones that was half a person high. Then he sat cross-legged on the spirit stone mountain. He began to use the 12-finger massage technique, frantically grabbing the massive amount of spiritual energy contained in the spirit stone, then converting it into spiritual power and channeling it into his own body. As the energy circulates throughout the body, spiritual power accumulates rapidly, quickly reaching a threshold. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Tian pressed on to the 6th level of the Qi refining realm.
Boom!
A surge of violent spiritual energy coursed through his body, easily breaking through the shackles and successfully reaching the 6th level of chi induction.
Ah, that's awesome. Keep going, break through.
I don't know how much time has passed.
Lin Tian's driving force for frantically breaking through realms was completely depleted.
He was stunned for a moment, then checked his emotional state.
Cumulative 10. It turns out that my emotional energy level had been depleted.
Lin Tian clenched his fists, feeling the surging spiritual energy within him.
8th level of Qi refining realm. I actually achieved it so easily. Is this the advantage of being highly talented?
Lin Tian recalled that his talent was so poor that even a dog would shake its head in disbelief. He remembered that he and Yao Pang had awakened their cultivation aptitude around the same time. However, after 3 years of high school, Yao Pang's cultivation level had reached the 8th level of Qi refining. Lin Tian, however, remained lingering on the first floor.
But things are different now.
Through the enhanced and modified abilities of massage techniques, the meridians are opened and expanded. In addition, there's the support of emotion metrics. It can be said that as long as he has a large amount of spirit stones, his cultivation level will rise rapidly, like a rocket soaring into the sky.
But that's not the key point. The key point is,
Lin Tian improves his cultivation level with the help of emotional value, so he won't experience the same problems as other cultivators. All the meridians in his body were bound by the chains of heaven.
Thinking of this,
Lin Tian once again examined the meridians within his body. Sure enough, there was only the one heavenly Tao chain that appeared when I broke through to the first level of Qi induction.
Once I've collected enough emotional points, I'll remove this one and only heavenly chain. Just wait and see. But just as Lin Tian was feeling excited and smug,
a frenzied, almost manic shout rang out, "You big idiot, I'm going to kill you." Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw Fu Xian's naked body rushing towards Lin Tian at breakneck speed.
Chapter 47 Properly Disciplined Fu Xian. Fu Xian's pretty face flushed red, and a fierce anger surged in her eyes.
When she woke up from her coma. At that moment, a thought flashed through Fu Xian's mind: she had been defiled.
Lin Tian, I'll kill you.
Fu Xian gritted her teeth and unleashed her full spiritual power at the peak of the Qi refining realm, her delicate body transforming into a blur.
He lunged straight at Lin Tian, who was in the corner.
Lin Tian was somewhat surprised that Fu Xian had regained consciousness so quickly. However, he remained wary of the other party. This was exactly what they expected.
Lin Tian smiled slightly, showing no sign of panic.
He had just broken through to the 8th level of Qi refining, and his spiritual power was abundant. Moreover, he had also taken 2 trump card rings from Fu Xian's toes, making him extremely confident at this moment.
Come on, little witch. Let's see what kind of trouble you can cause now. Lin Tian circulated his spiritual power and went to meet her. Boom!
The two clashed instantly, their spiritual energy colliding and their fists and feet striking each other.
Spiritual light splashed everywhere in the cave, accompanied by continuous booming sounds. At first, Lin Tian, with his newly advanced cultivation, fought Fu Xian to a standstill, their small fireballs clashing with Fu Xian's spiritual palm prints, sparks flying everywhere.
Of course, he did not infuse the small fireball with the spiritual power of the incantation.
After all, this isn't a life or death struggle, there's no need for it to be a fight to the death. Moreover, he received such a generous reward from them. But gradually, Lin Tian realized something was wrong.
That is, all he knows right now is the small fireball spell, he doesn't know any other moves at all. Fu Xian, on the other hand, comes from Fu City and possesses exquisite moves and fierce palm techniques.
Every strike was an overwhelming offensive. Lin Tian started sweating. He thought to himself, at this rate, I'm going to get beaten to a pulp by this little witch? His eyes darted around. Then let's fight fire with fire.
Lin Tian immediately took out a stack of green talismans he had borrowed from Fu Xian from his ring, infused them with spiritual power, and hurled them at Fu Xian.
Boom boom boom.
The talisman immediately exploded in the void, and the spiritual energy transformed into a blazing wall of fire that stretched between the two, radiating intense heat.
Fu Xian was startled and hurriedly retreated as she was struck by the sudden talisman. After a while, she suddenly realized what was happening. Fu Xian looked down and saw that, apart from the storage ring on her hand, she had nothing else. The 2 key rings she had hidden on her toes had long since disappeared. Looking again at the green talisman that Lin Tian threw out, it was clearly the unique blazing flame talisman of her talisman city. You stole my ring?
Fu Xian's eyes reddened with anger, and tears welled up in her eyes. However, at this moment she finally realized that no matter how wild a girl is, she shouldn't fight a man naked. So, while crying, she took out her clothes from her storage ring and hurriedly put them on. Without the continuous support of spiritual power, the firewall quickly dissipated in the air.
Once Fu Xian was dressed, her face turned icy cold. She pointed at Lin Tian and said, "Give me back my things immediately, or Fu Chang will not let you off the hook once you leave the secret realm."
Lin Tian chuckled, unfazed. "Impossible. You are shameless and despicable."
"Don't say that. You little devil aren't much better. We're all in the same boat. That's all." The two of them exchanged insults, their roars echoing throughout the cave. Just then,
a strong surge of spiritual energy suddenly emanated from above the steps. The entire cave trembled slightly from the shock. Both of them were startled and looked up. The light at the end of the steps grew brighter, accompanied by the faint shadows of swaying tree branches.
"There's treasure." Lin Tian's eyes lit up. At this moment, he couldn't care less about arguing with Fu Xian.
He took off running towards the stairs. Fu Xian thought Lin Tian was going to escape, and she gritted her teeth in anger, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. "Lin Tian,
you can't get away."
She quickly straightened her clothes and chased after him. At the same time, she vowed in her heart that she would make Lin Tian pay the price.
After all, Fu Xian was constantly enduring the burning pain in her buttocks while running.
Lin Tian, who was running ahead, rushed to the top of the stairs in one breath. Once he reached the top, the view in front of him suddenly opened up.
This is a spacious platform.
In the center of the platform, there is a clear little pool, and in the center of the pool grows a 3-meter-tall sapling that emits moonlight. Its leaves have a shimmering moonlight, and its branches are crystal clear, like jade carvings. At the top of the tree, 3 fist-sized moon-colored fruits hang from the branches. The fruit is entirely silvery white, shimmering with iridescent light, and radiates a rich spiritual energy.
It subtly carries a Taoist aura, making one's mind and spirit sway.
Lin Tian leaned closer and began to observe carefully.
He frowned and said, "This fruit?
With such strong spiritual energy fluctuations, it's definitely not an ordinary fruit."
Although he didn't recognize it, he could sense the extraordinary nature of the fruit. Could this be the fruit of gathering the Tao? Does that mean that Teacher Tang's Tao Foundation injury can be healed?
Although uncertain, it wouldn't deter him from picking it. Lin Tian continued forward, trying to cross the pool to pick it.
But it was just getting close to the water.
An invisible light barrier repelled his hand, and a strong surge of spiritual energy sent him flying backward.
A restriction? Lin Tian frowned. It seems that the treasures in the secret realm are indeed not so easy to obtain. Before he could even figure out a way to crack it, a strong gust of wind swept in from behind. Fu Xian caught up with them. Without saying a word, Fu Xian struck Lin Tian's back with a palm print of spiritual energy. "You big idiot. Give me back my ring." Fu Xian roared, her moves fierce and her killing intent chilling. "Little witch, still going? I'll teach you a lesson." Lin Tian dodged to the side and sneered.
The two engaged in combat once more, their fists and feet clashing, their spiritual energies colliding, and the platform flashing with spiritual light.
This time, Lin Tian didn't use talismans.
Instead, he chose to fight in close combat, relying on his qi refining level 8 spiritual power to directly confront Fu Xian's palm technique.
But
Lin Tian knew that he might not be able to subdue his opponent based solely on his cultivation level.
So,
during the fight, he seized the opportunity and secretly used the reverse press technique to precisely strike sensitive areas such as Fu Xian's waist and shoulders.
Fu Xian's body trembled, and her pretty face instantly turned red. He cursed loudly, "Lin Tian. You're disgusting."
She was both ashamed and angry, but the spiritual power of the press technique was strange, and the places she touched felt numb and powerless. This caused her offensive movements to gradually slow down. Lin Tian grinned mischievously, his technique becoming increasingly skillful, targeting sensitive areas such as the waist, collarbone, and even the inner thighs. On the other hand, Fu Xian was teased by Lin Tian until her delicate body trembled, just like Mu Shui on the arena back then, her face flushed and her breathing disordered. She gritted her teeth and resisted, but her spiritual energy flowed slower and slower. Her legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground with a thud, tears streaming down her face.
You bastard." Fu Xian covered her face, crying with tears streaming down her face, feeling utterly ashamed and indignant. Lin Tian clapped his hands triumphantly. He laughed and said, "Little witch, are you convinced or not? If you keep causing trouble, I'll press you down again." Fu Xian trembled with anger, but she was powerless to fight back. She could only lie on the ground, her eyes filled with humiliation. Just as Lin Tian was about to step forward, intending to properly discipline Fu Xian so that this little devil would remember today's lesson whenever she saw him in the future, the moonlit tree in the center of the pool suddenly began to sway violently. Furthermore, its leaves shimmer with a dazzling silver light. The branches swayed, releasing a powerful Taoist energy that rippled across the entire platform. Lin Tian and Fu Xian both trembled at the same time. The two people's previously restless minds suddenly calmed down in that instant, and they became focused. It was as if I had entered into a profound and mysterious understanding of the Tao. Chapter 48 Taoist Illusion, Spiritual Field Opportunity. Lin Tian's consciousness seemed to have traveled through endless time and space, placing him in an ancient era where gods and demons coexisted. The sky is vast and the stars are dazzling. On the earth, gods ride dragons to roam the heavens. In the distance, mountains rise, accompanied by raging demonic flames, as trolls roar across the land. The celestial palace floats on the clouds, radiating boundless spiritual light. The demon's lair lies deep underground, its resentment soaring to the heavens. Gods and demons confronted each other, their auras intertwined, and the world was filled with a chilling and majestic atmosphere. A series of dreamlike images kept appearing in Lin Tian's mind. This was a glorious, yet chaotic era. Gods and demons vie for supremacy, their laws clashing. They used heaven and earth as the chessboard and all living beings as the chess pieces. I don't know how many years ago. The image in my mind shifted. It arrived in the blink of an eye. It was a great war between gods and demons that spanned several eras. The deity wielded a golden spear, piercing through the starry river. The demon king roared, blood flames scorched the sky, and mountains collapsed. The sky cracked open, void turbulence swept through, stars fell like rain, the earth sank, and the ocean overflowed. Countless lives perished in the flames of war, and the laws of nature collapsed. The universe seems to be coming to an end. In the end, time destroyed everything, and all things withered and died. All that remains is a desolate, chaotic ruin. And countless eons have passed. In the chaos, a blue planet slowly emerged. Lin Tian's consciousness surveyed the planet. As the lava surged and the earth trembled violently, this blue planet began to sprout a glimmer of life from its barrenness. Single-celled organisms evolved, plants sprouted, birds and beasts multiplied, and civilization began to emerge. Time acceleration. Mountains and rivers took shape, and the planet came to life, just like a dazzling pearl. Sudden. An ancient flying boat descended from the sky, radiating a mysterious and spiritual light. When the spaceship landed, a flash of blue light suddenly appeared on the blue star, and spiritual energy surged back like a tide, giving new life to the mountains, rivers, and vegetation. The cultivator stepped out of the flying boat, and with a wave of his hand, he set up an array. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged, and Blue Star entered an era of spiritual energy revival. Boom! A loud noise woke Lin Tian and Fu Xian. Now! A huge rock fell from the top of the cave, causing the ground to shake violently and rubble to fall in a shower. The entire cave seemed on the verge of collapse. The two looked blank, still shaken by the scenes that had just unfolded like a dream. They seemed to have personally witnessed the destruction of the war between gods and demons, and the evolution of the blue planet from nothing to something, leaving them deeply disturbed. Blue Star, it actually had such a predecessor? Lin Tian murmured, utterly shocked. That flying boat, could it be the origin of the spiritual energy revival? Fu Xian's pretty face was pale, and she bit her cherry lips, as if she was asking Lin Tian, or talking to herself. But neither of them had time to think it through. The cave is shaking more violently at this moment. Out of the corner of Lin Tian's eye, he saw that the moonlight spirit tree was rapidly withering, its leaves falling off. The 3 moon-colored fruits on the branch were teetering on the verge of falling. It is about to fall into the pool. Lin Tian reacted quickly, reaching into the pool again. He wanted to use the grab technique directly to seize the fruit through the restrictions. However, Lin Tian was surprised to find that the original restriction had completely disappeared. That saves a lot of trouble. An opportunity. This is a tremendous opportunity. Lin Tian was overjoyed. He leaped across the water, his hand moving like lightning. He instantly plucked 2 moonlight fruits and stored them in his Qiankuan ring.
But just as he was about to grab the third one,
Fu Xian's body moved like lightning, and she actually took the last fruit first. You! Lin Tian blared, instinctively trying to snatch it.
In his dictionary, what he sets his sights on already belongs to him.
But as soon as the idea came to him, brush! A beam of azure light surged from the spirit tree, instantly enveloping the two of them. Lin Tian and Fu Xian's vision blurred again, and their bodies disappeared from the spot.
They were teleported out of the cave.
They reappeared on that strange rock.
Fortunately, the ethereal beasts had already dispersed, and the grassland returned to silence.
Otherwise, they would both become food for the void beast. Lin Tian and Fu Xian exchanged a glance.
Without saying a word, they started fighting again.
Idiot! Give me back my ring!
Fu Xian roared, her hands exploding with spiritual power, forming a palm print in the air, and slamming it down on Lin Tian.
You're dreaming!
Lin Tian also unleashed his spiritual power and began to retaliate.
And this glance suited him perfectly.
Although he couldn't defeat his opponent with only the cultivation level of the 8th level of Qi induction. But this is precisely the opportunity to hone one's combat awareness and consolidate one's suddenly soaring cultivation level by taking advantage of the opponent's attack.
That's all.
The two fought and cursed at each other, chasing one another.
Where is Fu Xian?
She wanted to take those 2 rings back from Lin Tian. Lin Tian had 2 reasons for wanting to use his opponent: firstly, to hone his combat skills, and secondly, to covet the moonlight fruit. In an instant, spiritual energy exploded wildly across the grassland, accompanied by deafening curses. Unbeknownst to them, the two began to stray far from the teleportation stone, chasing each other and gradually venturing deeper into the secret realm. I don't know how much time passed. The two chased each other until they arrived at a magnificent ancient architectural complex. Everything here is ruins, with collapsed stone pillars and covered in moss and cracks. Even the air was filled with a rotten smell.
Lin Tian stopped in his tracks. Looking at all this before me. I don't know why.
A strange sense of loneliness gradually crept into his eyes.
Why does this place feel so familiar?
Fu Xian, who was chasing behind, also stopped chasing. A solemn expression also appeared on her pretty face. A pair of clear, dark eyes also held a hint of complexity as she murmured, "This place.
I feel like I've seen it somewhere before." The two exchanged a glance.
A strange sense of heaviness rose in my heart.
After a while,
Fu Xian gradually recovered from the dejected feeling she had just experienced. At this point, she finally saw Lin Tian's true character. In her eyes, Lin Tian was a complete scoundrel.
But she couldn't win the fight right now.
Just thinking about the wealth contained in those 2 rings. Those were all accumulated through years of hard work in Fucheng. Now that Lin Tian has robbed them of everything, they are heartbroken. She gritted her teeth and finally lowered her proud princess head.
Fu Xian softened her tone and pleaded, "Idiot. I'm begging you, please give me back my ring.
I saved up for it with great difficulty."
Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. Impossible.
That's for sure.
How could he possibly spit out the fatty meat that was already in his mouth? While surveying his surroundings, Lin Tian maintained a gentlemanly demeanor. He waved his hand and said, "Little witch, I'm already being very generous by not taking your moonlight fruit, so you should thank me." Fu Xian followed Lin Tian like a shadow.
Hearing Lin Tian's words, she immediately gritted her teeth in anger.
He angrily retorted, "You're a shameless scoundrel. Did you give me that fruit?
You clearly couldn't get it, and you still have the nerve to say you gave it to me." Looking at Lin Tian, who was bent over and fiddling with the tiles on the ground,
Fu Xian really wanted to kick him.
However, she also knew that someone like Lin Tian was already on guard against her, so kicking him would be a waste of effort.
"Say what you will, the item is mine now."
Lin Tian stood up straight and shrugged.
"I'm begging you, isn't that enough?" "No."
Just as the two were arguing, deep within this ancient architectural complex, bursts of spiritual energy suddenly emanated, faintly mixed with the roars of beasts and the rumble of battle.
Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips, saying, There's a fight going on?"
After saying that, Lin Tian took off running inside.
Fu Xian saw that Lin Tian was completely unmoved by either soft or hard tactics.
For a moment, she was at a loss.
"For now, we can only stall them for the time being and wait for an opportunity to take things back." "You're not getting away." Fu Xian snorted coldly and then followed.
The two headed straight for the source of the spiritual energy fluctuations and soon arrived at a relatively well-preserved ancient temple. In front of the palace, several students from the Beast Taming Academy were driving their beasts to fiercely attack a barrier of light.
Through the light curtain, Lin Tian and Fu Xian saw a small spiritual field inside the hall. On the spirit field, spirit herbs swayed, lush and green, clearly spirit materials of great age. A burning light flashed in both of their eyes at the same time. Chapter 49: The Taste of a Little Princess. Boom! After another violent fluctuation of spiritual energy. Ahua, keep going, keep smashing it to pieces. A chi refining realm student from the Beast Taming Academy sat on the back of a ferocious tiger. On the other side, there were also 3 students from the Beast Taming Academy, each in a separate location. It crashed wildly against a light screen. What a bunch of brutes! Fu Xian looked at the scene before her and sneered disdainfully. And at this moment, Lin Tian and Fu Xian were hiding behind the ruins on one side of the ancient hall, holding their breath and peeking at the scene in front of the hall. If the medicinal herbs from this spiritual field were refined into pills, their effects would definitely be hundreds of times better than those pills made from ordinary herbs outside. Lin Tian said in a low voice, his eyes narrowed. Fu Xian then turned her gaze back to the spirit field. Although she is not an alchemist, but let alone an alchemist, even a fool could tell that these spiritual herbs inside were extremely old, at least several hundred years old, with thick roots and stems, radiating rich spiritual energy, making them very tempting. These spiritual herbs, any one of them would fetch an astronomical price in Fu City. Fu Xian bit her lip, her eyes burning with desire. This is the allure of a virgin secret realm that has never been opened before. In these secret realms, the spiritual herbs, nurtured over the years, possess pure spiritual power, far surpassing anything found in the outside world. These spiritual materials were taken outside. Whether for alchemy or trading, it will undoubtedly be a huge fortune. The 4 students from the Beast Taming Academy, all at the 7th or 8th level of chi refining, commanded beasts that resembled giant wolves with menacing fangs. These beasts pounced on the barrier, their claws tearing through the air and causing the light barrier to tremble violently. The restriction was resilient despite the intense fluctuations in spiritual energy, it remained unbroken. One of the leading beast taming students frowned. This restriction is no simple matter. Everyone, put in more effort. Our strong spiritual energy fluctuations have probably already alerted other forces nearby. We must break the restriction before they arrive. Lin Tian and Fu Xian exchanged a glance, tacitly concealing their presence and observing from the shadows. Little witch, when the barrier breaks later, let's steal the spirit herbs and split the loot, how about it? Divide the spoils? Give me back my ring first. Fu Xian sneered. Lin Tian chuckled, don't even think about it. Just let me know if it's a good match or not. You hold them off while I snatch the spirit herbs. Fu Xian was furious, but the situation was urgent, so she had no choice but to nod for the time being. Okay. But you have to give me back a ring afterwards. Forget about the ring. I've already told you it's impossible. Then I won't do it. The two were discussing it. The beasts from the Beast Taming Academy launched increasingly fierce attacks, and finally, a crack appeared in the barrier light screen. Lin Tian's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, the opportunity has come. He secretly took the muscle explosion pill in his sea of consciousness. Instantly, a powerful spiritual energy began to circulate throughout the body's major acupoints. Lin Tian waited for his opportunity to act. Boom! The beast delivered a powerful blow, widening the cracks, causing the light barrier to tremble violently, and a surge of spiritual energy swept through the area. Are you going to do it or not? If not, I'll do it myself, and you can forget about getting a single spiritual material. You're ruthless. Fu Xian gritted her teeth. Lin Tian seized the opportunity at that moment. With a flash, he darted into the spirit field, his movements as swift as lightning, like a catapult projectile, heading straight for the spirit field inside the ancient palace. The students from the Beast Taming Academy were stunned and didn't react for a long time. Seeing this, Fu Xian, who was following behind Lin Tian, noticed. They couldn't help but curse inwardly, that lecherous bastard. He's so fast. Not to be outdone, she threw out the last teleportation talisman from her ring, and with a swift movement, rushed into the spirit field. The two of them went inside first. At this moment, the students from the Beast Taming Academy finally realized what was happening. The group roared angrily, who came from here?
How dare they steal our spiritual herbs? They immediately began to command the strange beasts, forcibly breaking through the remaining light barrier restrictions and swarming in.
Inside the spirit field.
Relying on the power and speed brought by the muscle explosion pill, Lin Tian swept away the spiritual herbs with his hands like the wind.
With his left hand, he grabbed and plucked a shimmering purple dragon's beard grass.
With a flick of his right hand, he plucked a cluster of fragrant jade dew flowers. The moment he acquired each spiritual herb, he stuffed it into his Qianquan ring, his movements so fast they were just after images.
Ha ha! I'm rich!
This spiritual herb is enough for me to refine 100 batches of pills. Lin Tian grinned wildly, not stopping for a moment.
What excited Lin Tian even more was
the 10 times power and 8 times speed boost from the muscle explosion pill were actually increased based on his current Qi refining stage 8.
This is serious. With this kind of effect, as long as there's a muscle explosion pill, who can stand against him?
It's a pity that the recipe for this muscle explosion pill is not available.
Otherwise,
Fu Xian followed closely behind, throwing out the low-level talismans that Lin Tian hadn't taken a liking to from her ring. However, despite being a low-level weapon, it proved to be extremely effective in Fu Xian's hands. Each time she unleashed a talisman, it caused a burst of spiritual light, repelling the strange beasts that tried to approach. At the same time, her hands were not idle either, frantically snatching spiritual herbs from the spiritual field. On the other side, Lin Tian was so fast that he was just a blur.
He'd been inside for less than a minute.
He looted most of the spiritual herbs from that spiritual field.
As a result, Fu Xian, who was following behind, could only pick up some of the less desirable spiritual herbs.
Fu Xian was so angry that she stomped her feet. Lin Tian,
are you a locust swarm passing through?
At least leave some for this princess.
When the 4 students from the Beast Taming Academy finally suppressed Fu Xian's talisman power and rushed in.
But they found that the spirit field was in a mess, with only a few scattered, low-grade spirit herbs remaining.
Damn it! You 2 bastards dare to steal our opportunity?
Senior brother, kill them. The 4 of them finished speaking. Enraged, they urged the 4 ferocious-looking beasts beneath them to pounce, each with fangs tearing through the air, their killing intent palpable. Without turning his head, Lin Tian threw out a stack of flame talismans. The wall of fire exploded, forcing back the alien beasts, and then he put all the remaining spiritual herbs into his ring.
This behavior is even worse than the locust plague. Little witch, let's retreat! Lin Tian shouted to Fu Xian. I just want to leave.
He didn't want to fight these people, his only goal was to seize the spiritual materials.
Fu Xian saw that Lin Tian had also taken the last spiritual herb.
Although she was angry, she had no choice but to follow behind Lin Tian.
The 2 of them prepared to rush out of the ancient temple and leave. However, just then, a chilling laugh suddenly came from outside the spirit field. Ha, how lively!
Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly looked up. Then, a dozen or so cultivators from the Pill Alliance emerged from the shadows. Each of them was at the peak of the Qi refining stage, exuding a powerful aura and their eyes blazing with killing intent. The leader had a sinister look in his eyes and sneered, "Good luck. I didn't expect Lin Tian to show up at the crucial moment. Moreover, he even finished collecting this batch of spiritual herbs for us, which saved us a lot of trouble."
That's all. His gaze then turned to Fu Xian, and he grinned lewdly. Hee, what a stroke of luck. Today, we brothers might even get a taste of the little princess of Fu City. Actually,
these cultivators from the Pill Alliance had been lying in ambush for a long time, waiting for their chance. Senior brother, stop talking nonsense.
Let's kill those trash from the Beast Taming Academy first. Good. The 4 students from the Beast Taming Academy were completely dumbfounded.
Unexpectedly, they were just 4 idiots. After all that effort to break through the barrier, it turned out to be a case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. At this moment, they are facing an attack from more than a dozen cultivators from the Pill Alliance who are at the peak of Qi refining.
Boom, boom, boom. The beasts beneath them howled in agony.
5 students were pierced through the chest by spiritual magic, blood gushing out, and they died on the spot. The strange beasts eventually lost control and scattered in all directions. All that remained was a scene of utter devastation.
Lin Tian and Fu Xian's expressions changed drastically, thinking to themselves, these dogs from the Pill Alliance.
More than a dozen Dan Alliance cultivators quickly surrounded the 2, their spiritual energy chains intertwining to form an encirclement, cutting off their escape route. The leader of the Pill Alliance cultivators sneered, Lin Tian. Elder Chi has ordered that you be killed if you are found in the secret realm. Hand over the spirit herbs, kneel down and beg for mercy, and perhaps you can die a quicker death. Little princess, a girl should be obedient. Don't struggle, or you'll hurt yourself and we won't be able to play to our heart's content.
You'll be in big trouble then.
So just be obedient and give in to us, ha ha ha. The other person stared at Fu Xian and licked his lips. Fu Xian's pretty face turned ashen as she looked at Lin Tian, gritting her teeth with disdain. Are all the people of Nanchang as shameless as you?
Lin Tian. Hey little witch, can you stop swearing at me indirectly? Did I say something wrong?
Speaking of which, someone is even more shameless than those dogs in their Dan Alliance, Fu Xian teased.
Chapter 50. Zhao Li was beheaded. Death. The words of the dozen or so Dan Alliance cultivators were extremely flippant towards Fu Xian. Fu Xian, however, did not appear to be much afraid. Instead, she was so angry that her pretty face turned ashen, and she pointed at those people and started cursing. You are a bunch of shameless scoundrels.
You have completely disgraced the Pill Alliance. Lin Tian, standing to the side, narrowed his eyes, a cold glint in them.
Very good.
This is what they call a narrow escape. He didn't expect to run into these same people again so soon. Just thinking about the arrogance and domineering attitude of the Danming people last night in the valley outside the South University's headquarters in the northern suburbs.
At that moment, a surge of intense anger welled up inside me. Just as the Dan Alliance cultivators approached Fu Xian and began to make unwanted advances, Lin Tian snorted coldly and flicked his wrist. He immediately took out over 100 high-level talismans from his Qiankuan ring. These are all borrowed from Fu Xian flame talismans and blazing talismans.
Therefore, he didn't cherish what he used at all.
Boom boom boom. He channeled his spiritual energy and flung it towards the group of people. In an instant, talismans rained down on the Dan Alliance cultivators.
In an instant, it exploded in the air, filling the sky with flames. The engulfing heat wave and the turbulent flow of spiritual energy caused the ground of the ancient palace to crack inch by inch. Those cultivators from the Pill Alliance could never have imagined this would happen. Caught off guard, they were bombed and screamed in agony. Several people were closest to the talisman explosion, and 7 or 8 of them were immediately seriously injured and collapsed to the ground. Upon seeing this, the others were so frightened that they retreated in a sorry state, their clothes charred black. Taking advantage of the situation, Lin Tian activated the grab technique, transforming his spiritual energy into claws. At the same time, it takes advantage of the lingering effects of the muscle strengthening pills. It was so fast that it left only a blur in place.
It accurately pinpointed the injured people lying on the ground.
Anyone whose hands touched had their protective aura instantly torn apart.
Puff puff puff.
Blood splattered everywhere as 5 people were pierced through the chest by the grab technique and died on the spot. The remaining people were shocked when they saw this, but they quickly realized what was happening and summoned their magical artifacts to defend themselves. But their speed was just too slow. Now, with the blessing of the muscle explosion pill, Lin Tian, with his Qi induction level 8 cultivation, has gained 10 times the strength and 8 times the speed. Such combat power. It is undoubtedly a combat power close to the peak of the foundation establishment stage.
So, at this moment, Lin Tian moved with impunity, his left hand unleashing a barrage of talismans.
The right hand then uses a series of grasping techniques.
In the blink of an eye, several more people were dealt with. Fu Xian stood to the side, her teeth itching with envy. What a big idiot. Using her talismans to kill people didn't bother him at all.
That's 10 years worth of savings. Lin Tian just casually handed out 100 or so bills as if they were free.
Besides, is this how talismans are used? Not even half of the talisman's spiritual power was activated. Isn't that a complete waste?
And this idiot specifically chose to throw high-level talismans at them.
Hey! You big idiot, save your money, you bastard.
Fu Xian stomped her feet angrily and shouted wildly.
However, on the other hand, Fu Xinqi was angry.
But she also had to admit that Lin Tian's speed at that moment was simply frightening. Especially the explosive power it unleashed in an instant, and the strange power it used when reaping the lives of Dan Alliance cultivators. This caused Fu Xian, who was watching the match, to feel a sudden, inexplicable sense of unease. What if this idiot had used this trick to catch me before? Fu Xian dared not think any further, and at this moment, a sickly blush spread across her face.
Half a cup of tea passed.
More than a dozen Dan Alliance cultivators were wiped out, their corpses lying strewn about, and the air thick with the stench of blood.
Some people even had their intestines spilling out onto the ground.
One of the Dan Alliance cultivators suffered the most tragic fate. His skull was shattered, and his white brain matter splattered all around.
The strong smell of blood made Fu Xian want to vomit. She felt nauseous. After dealing with these people,
Lin Tian clapped his hands and took out a tissue to wipe the red and white stuff off his fingers.
Looking at the corpse on the ground, he frowned and sneered. Didn't the Pill Alliance want to hunt me down? Fine. From this moment on, I'm going to slaughter all 500 of you one by one.
Lin Tian's eyes were sharp, and his gaze revealed a ruthless intent.
After cleaning up, he ignored Fu Xian, who was vomiting. Begin. Loot the corpse's storage bag. The movement was incredibly smooth and natural.
After searching through all 15 corpses, he then opened each of the storage bags one by one.
But, damn it, these trash dare to call themselves elites? They're all poor bastards. You do not say.
These storage bags contained very few spirit stones, totaling less than 300. Moreover, most of these people's magical artifacts and weapons are low level. The remaining healing pills were mass-produced by the Pill Alliance and were the most common, mass-produced goods.
Perhaps, it was after Lin Tian robbed Fu Xian, this little rich girl. Now, his horizons have broadened considerably.
They no longer care much about a few hundred spirit stones. But he complained about it verbally. However, his actions were anything but polite. He put all 15 storage bags into his Qiankuan ring.
He even took several damaged storage bags. So what if it's broken?
I'll take it back and sell it for scrap. I can still get 10 spirit stones.
Even a small fly is still meat. Fu Xian rolled her eyes as she listened. TSK, TSK, TSK. I'm telling you, how can you be so greedy? You even take torn bags? Are you a junkyard?
Being thrifty is honorable, being wasteful is shameful, and you're degenerate.
Forget it, you're just the daughter of a city lord in a major cultivation city. What do you know about iron?
Lin Tian said sarcastically, dissatisfied.
And hey, you little devil, stop calling me a complete idiot all the time. I have a name, I'm Lin Tian. After saying that,
Lin Tian then turned and walked toward the corpses of the 5 students from the Beast Taming Academy. It's still the same smooth and skillful routine. First, they searched through the people's clothes, pants, underwear, bras. They even took off people's shoes and inspected them. He almost lost a lot of money because of the shoes. Therefore, the inspection was conducted with extra care. Soon, nothing was found. Finally, I took out the 5 storage bags, didn't even bother to look at them, poured the contents into the ring, and then stored the storage bags separately.
Fu Xian was utterly speechless. However, she has already developed antibodies. He cursed Lin Tian in his heart, calling him the embodiment of greed. But he didn't make any more sarcastic remarks. She seemed to see through Lin Tian's true nature. That's a petty person who only cares about profit. No, even a villain isn't as despicable as him.
Lin Tiankai didn't care about what others thought of him. After collecting his spoils, he took out a soul tablet from his ring. He carefully examined the nearly 100 spiritual lights on the soul tablet.
Let's begin analyzing the current situation. Chapter 51. Little Linger's blood and tears, hands and feet severed. And this soul tablet. These are the soul imprints left between all the students of Nanjing University before he entered the secret realm. As long as it's not in a restricted or isolated place, the soul tablets can guide each other to their location, making it easier for everyone to identify directions. This was a high-level magical artifact that Nanjing University specially purchased from Lingbao University of Technology in preparation for any unexpected accidents that might occur within the secret realm. Lin Tian stared intently at all the light spots on the soul tablet, with a dozen or so of them closest to him. The other points of light seemed to be moving toward a central area, as if they were gathering together. It seems that Nanjing University's main force is in the central area. But what are these dozen or so people doing? Why are they just staying in the same spot? Lin Tian muttered to himself. However, it just so happens that the direction these dozen or so people were in was precisely the direction they were heading towards the center. Once the target direction is determined, put away the soul tablet. Lin Tian moved towards the nearest point of light. At the same time, he also had some concerns. After all, the 500 Qi refining peak elites of the Dan Alliance are not to be underestimated.
Other students at Nanjing University, however, didn't have the free talismans to use as explosives like Lin Tian.
Thinking about this, Lin Tian quickened his pace. Looks like we need to rejoin them quickly. Those bastards from the Dan Alliance definitely won't let this go. If only I could reach the Foundation establishment stage, I could fly on a sword and maybe even equip a trident. Seeing Lin Tian leave, Fu Xian also took out her soul tablet. However, compared to Lin Tian's soul tablet, Fu Xian's is much more advanced.
Look at the soul tablet as the spiritual light flows. A simple topographical map is automatically drawn and floats above the soul tablet. Looking at the simply outlined topographical map of light spots, the light spots representing the cultivators of Fu City are also converging towards the central area. A cold smile flashed across Fu Xian's lips.
Lin Tian, you wait.
You stole my things, and I'll make you spit them out sooner or later. She put away the soul tablet and followed closely behind Lin Tian.
What Fu Xian was thinking was,
she can only accompany Lin Tian for the time being, since everything that can save her life is in Lin Tian's hands. Once the cultivators from Fuqing and the students from the Southern Talisman University have gathered, they will then seek revenge on Lin Tian.
At this moment, Lin Tian, who was running ahead, noticed the person behind him.
I glanced back, but couldn't be bothered to pay any more attention.
He knew that Fu Xian would definitely not let this go.
However, inside the secret realm, he wasn't worried at all about the other party playing tricks.
This meat is practically in my mouth. Even if Fu Xian's father, the city lord, were to come, there's no way he'd make her spit it out.
That's all. The two walked one in front of the other. They hurried in the direction indicated by the soul tablets, traversing the desolate grasslands and ruins of the secret realm.
At the same time, in a dense forest, a massacre is unfolding. 3 students from Nanjing University, 2 girls and 1 boy.
They were surrounded by more than 20 Dan Alliance cultivators, with spiritual energy strands intertwined around them like a net, completely blocking all their escape routes. 10 young corpses lay on the ground.
These are the 100 Nanjing University students who entered the secret realm this time. At this moment,
of the 3 remaining, a shy girl gritted her teeth and channeled the last bit of spiritual energy within her body. She rushed towards the Dan Alliance cultivators without regard for anything, shouting at the same time.
Little Linger! Run! Go to the center and gather the rest of the students from Nanjing University. I'll hold them off.
But before she could finish speaking,
puff!
A burst of spiritual energy struck down like lightning, instantly decapitating her. A young, shy head fell to the ground, and blood gushed from his neck like a fountain.
With a thump,
her delicate body slowly collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Little Linger witnessed this horrific scene, and her bright, adorable eyes instantly turned red. Tears instantly streamed down her pretty face. She cried out in anguish, "Sister Zhao."
No, no. But
her best friend had long since passed away and could no longer respond to her.
Just as Xiao Linger was heartbroken,
the last boy beside her had a resolute look in his eyes. Knowing it was certain death, but no longer afraid, he charged forward. At the same time, he roared, "Little Linger, I love you." He brandished his sword, he roared, he seemed to be insane. However, faced with the vast difference in their levels of cultivation, his actions appeared to the person opposite him as nothing more than those of a clown.
But
as a flash of sword light pierced his chest, his body was torn to pieces in a mere 0.1 seconds as the sword spun, blood and flesh scattering across the ground.
Don't want. Little Linger's legs went weak, and she knelt on the ground, bursting into tears. This is a senior student who has been caring for Linger ever since she entered Nanjing University.
However, he is introverted and has never dared to confess his feelings to her.
Unexpectedly, the moment of confession turned into a farewell. This trash from Nanjing University wants to play the hero and save the damsel in distress? How laughable. At this moment, more than 20 people stepped forward and surrounded Xiao Linger. Streams of spiritual power at the peak of qi refining continuously pressed down. Little Linger's delicate body trembled uncontrollably under the pressure, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Hey guys, shall I go first? A male cultivator from the Pill Alliance said with a lewd grin.
The other licked his lips. This girl has delicate skin and tender flesh, she must taste amazing.
She might even be a virgin. I can't let you take her virginity first. How about we all do it together?
Among these people were several female cultivators. Upon seeing their companions engaging in such filthy and obscene conversation, they exchanged glances, could no longer bear it, and turned to leave. After all, being women themselves, they simply couldn't bear to watch 20 men tormenting a vulnerable woman at the same time.
I would rather die than let you tarnish my innocence.
With blood staining her mouth, Xiao Linger immediately drew the sword from her waist, intending to commit suicide on the spot. But just as she raised her sword, a swordsman from the Pill Alliance was even faster.
Put.
A flash of sword light instantly severed the tendons in Xiao Linger's sword-wielding hand.
Ah!
Little Linger screamed in pain. His sword fell to the ground, and blood gushed from his wrist.
However, it's not over yet. Trying to commit suicide? Too late.
Another swordsman stepped forward, sword in hand, and grinned maliciously.
Immediately afterwards,
pft, pft, pft. 3 chilling sounds rang out in succession. At this moment, Xiao Linger's tendons and veins in her hands and feet were severed, and she no longer had the power to resist.
Suicide? That was already an unattainable longing.
When a man with a pockmarked face lunged at Xiao Linger, the others cursed angrily, "Damn it, Wang Matzi, you bastard, you can take your pants off so fast." Then the others began to take off their clothes.
At this moment, Wang Matzi pounced on his prey like a vicious wolf.
He began frantically tearing at Xiao Linger's clothes with both hands, his movements rough and his laughter wild.
In the woods, various lewd and obscene sounds suddenly filled the air. Little Linger was tackled.
She closed her eyes in despair, and a single tear of blood slid down her cheek.
Someone, please save me. Just as Xiao Linger's upper garment was torn into strips and her lower skirt was about to fall off.
Meanwhile, 20 naked, burly men surrounded them, their excitement palpable. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from outside the dense forest.
You all deserve to die. Immediately, a surge of spiritual energy at the 8th level of Qi induction came like a tide.
The vibrations caused the leaves in the dense forest to rustle.
Chapter 52. Are you haunted by a ghost?
You beasts!
You all must die.
With a roar that shook the heavens, Lin Tian charged into the dense forest like a madman, unleashing his full Qi cultivation level 8 spiritual power, and his soaring killing intent reached the sky.
Fu Xian followed closely behind him. Fu Xian was initially confused and secretly cursed Lin Tianjin as a lunatic for suddenly unleashing such earth-shattering killing intent for no reason. But
when I caught a glimpse of Xiao Linger's miserable state out of the corner of my eye,
a surge of overwhelming killing intent suddenly welled up within her.
Upon hearing this, the members of the Dan Alliance were all stunned and turned around to look.
I met Lin Tian.
They all realized what was happening immediately, but they weren't afraid.
On the contrary, it was surprise, excitement, and emotional reaction.
They had already identified Lin Tianxiang before entering the secret realm, so everyone recognized him at a glance.
At this moment,
the elderly repairman at the head of the group remained calm and composed as he slowly and deliberately straightened his clothes.
Then he sneered, Lin Tian? Ha ha ha. You've come at the perfect time. It seems heaven is quite kind to this old man. You've walked right into my trap so quickly. Speak.
With a wave of his hand, Lao Shou dismissed the others from their lust.
They all rushed towards Lin Tian, completely naked. Lin Tian squinted and glanced at Xiao Linger's side.
Finally, his gaze settled on a blood-soaked, ghastly white head lying on the ground.
That belongs to Zhao Li. Boom! Lin Tian's brain was buzzing and ringing.
He felt a sharp pain in his heart. It felt as if someone had pierced my heart with a steel needle. Although Lin Tian is sometimes selfish, he has even been a little bad since childhood. But he was not a cold-blooded or heartless person. The shy and timid senior student from the night before turned into a decapitated corpse the next day.
Humans are not plants or trees, how can they be without feelings? This moment, Lin Tian's gaze was terrifyingly cold, and it seemed as if a demon was roaring within him.
His eyes, sharp as blades, scanned each person before him.
Lin Tian's tone was devoid of any emotion as he calmly said,
"Today, let your blood soak the sins you have committed." The words had barely left his mouth.
Lin Tian flicked his wrist.
Nearly 10,000 talismans of various colors immediately floated in the air. Furthermore, they frantically poured spiritual energy into these talismans.
Excitation. Explode. Boom boom boom.
The talismans attacked like a swarm of locusts, exploding along the way in an instant. Nearly 10,000 talismans formed a sea of fire before my eyes. The sea of fire swept forward wildly, with ice spikes formed from spiritual energy flying everywhere.
In an instant,
Wherever these turbulent currents of spiritual energy passed, they shook the surrounding trees, causing them to snap and grass clippings to fly everywhere.
the 5-pill alliance cultivators rushing towards them didn't even have time to react. He was torn to pieces alive. This was all my dowry. Wa'ada. That big idiot blew it all up like cabbage. Standing at the back, Fuxian was so angry at Lin Tian's extravagance that she howled and roared in pain. However, these 20 Dan Alliance cultivators were clearly different from the previous ones. At first, they were shocked. It seemed unbelievable, but I quickly returned to normal. Form ranks. The leader, Lao Xiu, narrowed his eyes and immediately directed the remaining 15 men to quickly form an attack formation. Among them, 10 people formed a sword formation, their sword light forming a net, immediately blocking Lin Tian's retreat. Several others then brandished their magical artifacts. They combined their strength to form a protective wall of spiritual energy, blocking the chaotic spiritual energy of the runes that were attacking them. In a short time, it barely managed to block the power of the talismans unleashed by the nearly 10,000 talismans. Block? Lin Tian snorted coldly. He took a few steps forward. Drive the grinding technique. When the chaotic, void millstone hovers in front of you and spins, it exudes a terrifying aura capable of obliterating everything. Boom! The existence of the void millstone was completely invisible and imperceptible to the members of the Pill Alliance. Lin Tian charged straight forward, his head resting on the void millstone. At the same time, a crescent moon suddenly appeared in his hand. This is the bright moon. The bright moon wheel is a top-grade weapon, obtained by Hong Tian in victory at the Battle of the Prodigies 30 years ago. What? The moon wheel? When the old man hiding behind the 15 people saw the weapon in Lin Tian's hand, he was immediately horrified. It can happen immediately. He then showed a look of surprise. I never expected that Hong Tian would be so generous, even giving a top-grade weapon to a trash student who has only reached the chi refining stage. Old Xiu's cloudy old eyes suddenly flashed with a sinister light. Kill him. Kill this brat. Kill him. Only. How could I not want to kill? But they managed to block the power of the talisman. However, sword energy, blade shadows, and spiritual energy transformed into blades were all ineffective against Lin Tian. These attacks would vanish without a trace as soon as they came within 1 meter of Lin Tian. In contrast, Lin Tian. At this moment, it was like a hungry wolf pouncing on a flock of sheep. He swung the bright moon wheel in his hand and kept smashing it at the panicked crowd. Like a sickle harvesting straw, each swing takes a head. Puff, puff, puff. 8 more heads rolled. The remaining people unleashed all their trump cards, weapons, and magical artifacts in an attempt to resist Lin Tian's attack. Snap, snap, snap. All objects used to resist the moon wheel were shattered, cracked, and collapsed with a single swing. There is simply nothing that can withstand a single blow from the bright moon wheel. After the last 3 cultivators were beheaded by Lin Tian. At this moment, only the old man was still standing. Old man, it's your turn. Lin Tian wiped the blood from his face, looking like a murderous demon. It's possible, you can't possibly be this strong, there's something strange about you. The old man had lost his previous composure and calmness. But his previous composure was based on his own confidence. Although Lao Xiu was at the peak of chi refining, he wasn't even a foundation establishment cultivator. However, having lived for nearly a century, one naturally possesses considerable knowledge and experience. He noticed Lin Tian's cultivation level from the very beginning. Although no one knows what kind of extraordinary encounter the other party had, they suddenly raised their cultivation level from the 5th level of chi refining to the 8th level. But so what? Faced with such a large number of chi refining peak cultivators, let alone Lin Tian, a chi refining 8th level cultivator, even a foundation establishment cultivator would be crushed. Even with the top tier weapon, the moon wheel, it wouldn't work. The attack of the moon wheel was unmatched. However, a low cultivation level is a fatal flaw. His defense and the spiritual power in his dantian are absolutely unable to support such a high-intensity battle. But now, this completely shattered the old man's century-old fundamental understanding. Impossible, you're possessed by a ghost. Puff. Gurgle. Before Lao Xiu could finish speaking, his voice abruptly stopped, and the head rolled to the ground. Stop talking nonsense. You're the one with something to hide, your whole family has something to hide.
Lin Tian said, panting heavily.
His legs suddenly gave way, and he could no longer support himself, collapsing to the ground.
In fact, his spiritual power had long been exhausted. It was drained the moment the grinding technique was activated. However, he kept probing his spiritual sense into the ring containing the spirit stones in Fu Xian's ring, constantly drawing spiritual power to maintain it. So, after this battle, he went from being incredibly rich to being penniless again.
I only found out now.
The spiritual energy consumed by the grinding technique is directly proportional to the intensity of the grinding attack.
The stronger the attack, the more it consumes. Conversely, the weaker the attack, the less it consumes.
The same applies to techniques like grasping words and pressing words, which are directly proportional to the strength of the opponent's cultivation level.
A gentle breeze blew by.
It seemed to have dispersed much of the stench of blood. Looking at the grass now, it was a river of blood, dozens of corpses lying there, some headless, some with torn flesh and brains. It was like a living hell.
Chapter 53, 10 consecutive draws again. At this moment,
Fu Xian covered her nose with one hand, walked around in a winding path, avoiding the pools of blood on the ground, and finally reached Lin Tian. She scoffed, "You killed them all with gusto, but how many of my talismans did you use?
Do you even know, those were part of my dowry from my father?"
But before she could finish speaking, Lin Tian gave her a fierce look, which frightened her so much that she immediately raised her other hand and covered her mouth tightly, not daring to continue speaking.
Fu Xian could even tell from Lin Tian's eyes that if she kept talking nonsense, she would be the next one to lose her head. Fu Xian had no choice. She couldn't win by fighting back, and even verbal abuse couldn't outdo the other party's rudeness.
In the end, all I could do was stomp my feet symbolically.
He muttered under his breath, "Shameless idiot, you win." After a long rest, Lin Tian finally caught his breath.
He ignored Fu Xian, struggled to his feet, and quickly walked to Xiao Linger's side. Little Linger remained collapsed on the ground. His hands and feet were covered in severed tendons and veins, he was barely clothed, and tears mixed with blood kept streaming from his eyes, which were empty.
Seeing this scene,
Lin Tian felt a pang of pain in his heart. He quickly took out one of his outer robes from his Qianquan ring and gently covered her with it.
He whispered, "Senior, don't be afraid, I'm here." "They're all dead," Little Linger murmured unconsciously.
Lin Tian listened intently, his fists clenched, and a fierce rage flashed in his eyes.
"Don't worry, I will settle the score with the Pill Alliance one by one. Now."
Lin Tian wanted to massage Xiao Linger to heal her injuries, but he couldn't.
He looked around.
His gaze fell on the corpses.
"Damn it, I wonder how many spirit stones these people have."
Fu Xian rolled her eyes and scoffed, "Greedy bastard, all you ever talk about is spirit stones.
Do you think you can eat that many spirit stones? Aren't my tens of thousands of spirit stones enough for you to squander? A few 100,000? It's long gone." Lin Tian was speechless for a moment.
He cursed under his breath, then got up and began cleaning up his spoils.
But just then, suddenly, the system's voice rang in his mind.
"Ding, your emotional value has accumulated to 3,800 points, granting you 110 pull and 1 upgrade to the 12-finger massage technique level.
Would you like to participate in the lucky draw? Would you like to upgrade?" So much?" Lin Tian was startled by the sudden sound as he stood up.
It took him a while to realize what was happening. "I roughly calculated that, based on the previous rule, killing one person would earn me 100 emotion points.
There were 15 people before, and now there are 20. That's about the same number."
Thinking of this, Lin Tian did not hesitate at all and immediately said in his mind, let's draw the lottery first."
At the same time,
at this moment, in a clump of grass in the distance of the dense forest,
3 female cultivators hid behind the bushes, their delicate bodies trembling.
They had left earlier to clear their minds because they couldn't stand the lewd behavior of the male cultivators.
However, when they sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the dense forest, they all returned immediately.
However, after they witnessed Lin Tian throw out nearly 10,000 talismans, killing 5 fellow disciples at the peak of the Qi refining realm, they all stopped in their tracks, none of the 3 daring to step forward. They all hid in the distance to watch.
Until I witnessed Lin Tian fighting 20 opponents single-handedly. They were even more afraid to come back. Too terrifying.
This Lin Tian is simply a god of death, a female cultivator trembled, her face deathly pale.
"Hurry! Report to the central area. This kid is too dangerous." And did you hear what old Show said at the end? This kid is suspicious. Another person whispered. Ghost? Ghost? The other two looked horrified upon hearing this. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the word ghost has never been mentioned again. The old practice of banning superstition was proven to be a deceptive trick 300 years ago. Moreover, now that we live in the era of cultivation, people are even less likely to believe that ghosts still exist. After all, no one has ever seen it, right? And at this moment, the three women all looked terrified. Because they had heard a secret beforehand. It's about the belonging of one's soul. Could it be that his grandfather really? Shut up, this isn't something we should be thinking about, let's get going. The three of them did not linger any longer, taking advantage of Lin Tian's busy collecting the spoils of war. They quietly slipped out of the dense forest and raced towards the central area indicated by the soul tablets. On the other side, Lin Tian picked up the dozen or so storage bags and a ring from the ground. As for the storage bags of Nanjing University students, Lin Tian did not accept it. He placed all the corpses and storage bags in a pit. Then they sealed the site with earth, erected a monument, and carved their names according to the names engraved on their storage bags. Look at this tombstone carved from a large piece of wood. I hope you'll all be reborn into a better family in your next life. Lin Tian's eyes revealed a hint of melancholy. At this moment, Fu Xian walked over from a distance with great interest. She first glanced at the tombstone Lin Tian had erected, noticing Lin Tian's forlorn expression. She couldn't help but tease, I didn't realize you were so greedy. You actually didn't want your classmates' belongings. That's rare. Hey little princess, could you please stop following me? I've already said I'm not returning your things. Lin Tian ignored the other person and walked towards Xiao Linger on his own. However, Fu Xian did not argue with him this time. Those bright, beautiful eyes darted around, as if they had thought of something. Fu Xian followed Lin Tian with a sinister smile. You big idiot, where are the things? It's fine if you don't return them, I don't want them anymore, but you have to do something for me. After you do it, the 2 rings will be your reward. This princess will never go back on her word, how about it? Lin Tian, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped when he heard this. Turning back, he said, what is it? Let me make it clear beforehand, I don't do things that violate morality or inhumanity. So you agree? Fu Xian asked excitedly. No. Seeing that the other party was avoiding answering, Lin Tian ignored them and continued walking forward. They arrived at Xiao Linger's side. He scooped Xiao Linger into his arms. Then I found a clean place and put it there. Only then did they begin to rummage through the contents of the storage bag. Fu Xian was angered by Lin Qi again. However, when she thought about that matter and realized that Lin Tian might be the most suitable candidate, she had to suppress her anger. Fu Xian stepped forward again. You big idiot, don't worry. Who am I, this princess? The things I ask you to do will absolutely not be against humanity or morality. She paused for a moment, considered her words carefully, and then continued, however, I can't tell you now. Anyway, if you don't want to, I won't force you. How about that? Is that all right? That's more like it. Lin Tian nodded. At the same time, the sound of the system drawing lottery echoed in his mind. Wow! Congratulations on winning. However, at the same time, deep in the dense forest, suddenly, a deep, beastly roar rang out. Immediately afterwards, the ground began to tremble slightly. A terrifying pressure instantly descended upon Lin Tian. Lin Tian, Fu Xian, and Xiao Linger were all forced to cough up blood. Chapter 54 The Rat Crawls Between Pants. What is this? Lin Tian clutched his chest, his eyes flashing with horror. He didn't have time to organize the pile of storage bags. He quickly turned over to check on Xiao Linger. I checked his pulse. Fine. Little Linger was only knocked unconscious. She was still breathing and was not seriously injured. Fu Xian was so frightened that her pretty face turned pale. She hurriedly moved closer to Lin Tian. His voice trembled as he said, damn it. This aura, it seems to be the aura of a void beast. And it's... Before he could finish speaking, then a colossal beast emerged from the depths of the dense forest. Boom! 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 With each stomp of the giant beast, the ground cracked and the trees swayed violently.
This was a beast shaped like an iron ox, with a body the size of a small mountain, its entire body covered in jet black metal armor, radiating a cold, eerie luster, like a ferocious beast forged from the void. Its eyes were blood red, with pupils the size of buckets, and it exhaled bursts of black mist from its nostrils. It had sharp fangs and exuded an aura of invincible terror.
Lin Tian's pupils contracted, and he exclaimed in surprise again, this Goba? It's a void beast? How did it get into the secret realm? Black gold beast, this is a void black gold beast.
Judging from its size and aura, it has probably reached the 3rd rank.
Lin Tian, 3rd tier? Fu Xian pointed at the black gold beast, trembling, and exclaimed in horror, yes. This is equivalent to a cultivator at the Dao spirit realm, or even higher.
Look at its armor, it's forged from void black gold, indestructible. When it attacks, it just charges straight ahead and can easily crush everything. She paused, a flicker of fear in her eyes. The most terrifying thing about the black gold beast isn't its power level, but its defense and ferocity. It's very difficult for humans to kill it. Lin Tian gasped impressed, how strong is it? What are its weaknesses? Fu Xian's voice trembled more and more. Once, during a beast tide, a 2nd-tier black gold beast wreaked havoc. In just a few hours, tens of thousands of cultivators were slaughtered. Finally, the Eastern Cultivator Alliance Legion gathered no fewer than 100,000 cultivators, eventually exhausting their spiritual power to break through the void rift and banish it. Judging from its aura, if this one is at the 3rd tier, then we have absolutely no hope. Void beast. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, strange beasts have appeared along with it, and no one knows why they came. No one knows why they invaded Earth.
All people know is that 3 years ago,
at the easternmost edge of a vast grassland, a void rift suddenly appeared, and for the past 3 years, a large number of void beasts have been pouring into it.
In other parts of Earth, brief void rifts may occasionally appear. Wherever a crack appears, a large number of alien beasts will invade Earth through it.
As the black and gold beast, shaped like a giant iron ox, drew ever closer, both of them held their breath in suspense.
At this moment,
little Linger's voice rang out.
Junior Lin, are we going to die?
Lin Tian looked down and saw that Xiao Linger had woken up. He quickly comforted her, saying, with me here, you won't die.
Joke. At this moment, Lin Tian's spiritual sense was locked onto the Red Phoenix system in his sea of consciousness. He finally finished his 10 consecutive draws. Although 6 more lottery prizes were stolen by the mouse. But this time Lin Tian didn't curse. Because one of the 4 prizes I won was an incredibly awesome one-time use item. Even without these, he still has the Great Tao. What's there to be afraid of? In addition, just now, Lin Tian has upgraded the 12-finger massage technique to
intermediate level aura reduction. This means that from this moment on, he no longer needs to rely on actual contact when using word techniques to fight enemies. Instead, it can release finger force remotely within a certain range to unblock meridians and destroy acupoints. It can also conjure massage puppets with finger techniques for remote combat support. This feature is practically like having a cheat code. Fu Xian's eyes were fixed on the black gold beast. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. Fu Xian immediately suppressed her fear and said urgently, Lin Tian, give me back my storage ring. I have a way to escape the black gold beast. Lin Tian glanced at her suspiciously and said, little witch, even now, you still haven't given up? Are you trying to pull another trick? Fu Xian was stunned for a moment. Then she realized what was happening and was so angry that she rolled her eyes. Fine, I've realized you're just a miser. Find it yourself. In that ring where the talismans are kept, there are 3 separate black talisman papers. Take them out. Lin Tian carefully examined Fu Xian. Seeing the other person's anxious expression, it didn't seem like they were faking it. He tentatively probed the ring with his spiritual sense, and within a moment, he indeed discovered 3 black talismans. However, he knew nothing about talismans, so he naturally couldn't recognize what purpose these talismans were for. He took out 3 black talismans and held them in his hand, frowning as he asked, what's the use of these? Fu Xian was immediately delighted upon seeing it. He said urgently, yes. These are the 3. They are top-grade concealment talismans. They are life-saving talismans that my father commissioned a top-grade talisman refining master from Talisman City to make. Once activated, it can completely conceal one's aura and form, making it undetectable even to powerful beings at the Taoist natural realm. Fu Xian excitedly explained, but then she looked up at the approaching black gold beast.
She added uncertainly, but this might be a third-tier black gold beast, I just don't know if we can completely fool it. Moreover, once this talisman is used, the person must not move or make any movement, otherwise it will become ineffective. After listening to Fu Xian's explanation, Lin Tian nodded, handed one talisman to Fu Xian, and stuffed the other into Xiao Linger's mouth. Xiao Linger's meridians were all severed, so she could not hold the talisman and could only rely on her mouth. In his view, it would be best not to reveal his trump card. He just hoped that the concealment talisman would work. As Lin Tian was thinking this, Fu Xian's voice transmission came from his sea of consciousness. You two watch my demonstration. In a moment, silently recite hidden heaven and earth in your minds, infuse your spiritual power, and hold your breath and concentrate. Fu Xian finished her demonstration. The black talisman in her hand turned into a cloud of black mist, instantly enveloping her delicate body. Her figure vanished without a trace, and even her aura was completely concealed. Lin Tianyi followed suit, silently chanting the incantation, and infused his spiritual power into the gourd. The black talisman paper turned into mist and enveloped him, and he and Xiao Linger disappeared from the spot at the same time. The three of them vanished without a trace, as if they had evaporated from the world. At this moment, only the heavy footsteps of the black gold beast could be heard in the dense forest. The black gold beast finally reached the location of the corpses. A look of suspicion suddenly flashed across those eyes, which were as big as buckets. A pair of fist-sized nostrils continuously spewed out black mist as it began to scan its surroundings. It did not find Lin Tian and the other two, but it was immediately drawn to the 20 corpses of Dan Alliance cultivators on the ground. The smell of blood aroused its ferocity. The reason it arrived so suddenly was because of the smell of blood. Roar! The black gold beast roared, its fangs tearing apart a corpse, which it swallowed whole with a crunching sound. Blood splattered all over its armor, creating an extremely gruesome scene. Lin Tian and his two companions concealed themselves within the black mist of the superior grade concealment talisman, holding their breath and focusing their attention. When they witnessed the black gold beast devouring the corpses, they were all terrified. Lin Tian thought to himself, this go by feeds on human flesh and blood? Less than 5 minutes had passed. The black gold beast had already devoured all the corpses. Only. It seemed to still be enjoying itself, licking its fangs and sniffing around. Fu Xian was about to breathe a sigh of relief. I thought to myself, that beast is finally leaving. It was clear that the black gold beast had started to sniff the air. Her heart jumped into her throat again. After all, this was her first time using the concealment talisman, and she didn't know its specific effects. Fortunately, the void black gold beast was merely acting on its animalistic instincts. It simply sniffed the air out of habit before turning and walking back the way it came. Fu Xian saw that the black gold beast had finally left. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. But just then, a mouse the size of a palm suddenly emerged from the grass. And with a squeak, it leaped into the black mist where Fu Xian was hiding in the blink of an eye, and, taking advantage of Fu Xian's inattention, quickly darted under her skirt. Fu Xian was so frightened that she was instantly terrified. Her delicate body trembled and she suddenly jumped 3 meters high from the spot. Ah! A mouse. Chapter 55 The Great Dao's Fart. Ah! Rat, rat. Fu Xian jumped around wildly on the spot, no longer caring about concealing herself. At this moment, she had long forgotten the threat of the black gold beast and only wanted to shake off the rats from her skirt. And her movement. The black mist from the super-grade concealment talisman instantly dissipated, exposing her figure to the crimson gaze of the black gold beast. Roar! The void black gold beast roared, spewing black mist from its nostrils, locking onto Fu Xian. Its massive body charged like an iron mountain, causing the ground to rumble and sending rocks flying. Lin Tian's eyes twitched, and he yelled, Fu Xian. You think you can play tricks on me? You're fearless. It's just a mouse, why are you so scared? Fu Xian panicked and frantically shook her skirt. Fine. As she jumped around, a mouse the size of a palm finally fell out from under her skirt, squeaking and scurrying about. Call. She breathed a sigh of relief, her pretty face flushed, and retorted irritably, this princess has been afraid of mice since she was a child. What's it to you? But before he could finish speaking, the black gold beast was almost upon them, its terrifying pressure distorting the air, its fangs gleaming with a cold light. Fu Xian was terrified, her face turning pale. She hid behind Lin Tian and cried out in a trembling voice, Lin Tian. What do we do? Lin Tian rolled his eyes and snorted coldly, whatever. He was also in a dilemma.
His spiritual energy had already been exhausted in the battle with the Dan Alliance cultivators.
Moreover, without spiritual power, he cannot use his spells. The lottery props also couldn't be activated due to insufficient spiritual power.
As the black gold beast charged, a murderous aura filled the air. Lin Tian gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, I have no choice but to use my ultimate trump card.
There's no other way. We have to fight.
Lin Tian suddenly turned around, his back to the black gold beast, and stuck out his buttocks, striking a strange pose.
Fu Xian was dumbfounded and asked in a daze, What are you doing? Fart. Ha? Is it appropriate to fart at this time? Fu Xian muttered to herself, dumbfounded.
Lin Tian had no time to explain. With a thought, he unleashed his ultimate killing move, the Great Dao Fart. Because this is the only move that doesn't require spiritual power and only consumes emotional value, it's his last resort to save his life.
Boom! While Fu Xian was still in a daze, a deafening roar erupted, like a thunderclap, causing the void to tremble.
Behind Lin Tian, an invisible wave of energy swept out like a nuclear explosion, and a chaotic flow of spiritual energy swept across a radius of 1 kilometer. The dense forest was instantly leveled, towering ancient trees were reduced to dust, and a deep pit was plowed into the ground, with dust flying everywhere, as if the end of the world had arrived.
Caught off guard, the third-tier void black gold beast was directly impacted by the shockwave. Its indestructible void black gold armor shattered inch by inch, and its massive body turned to ashes. Having experienced the release the first time, Lin Tian was naturally able to control himself, so the two women beside him were unharmed. However, Fu Xian was still knocked unconscious by this terrifying power, her delicate body went limp, her clothes were torn by the shockwave, and she was in a sorry state. At this moment, splash!
The black gold beast fell, dropping a pile of shimmering, eerie black void crystals and several fist-sized void crystals, their spiritual light swirling around them. Lin Tian was also shaken by the recoil, his blood and qi surging. He staggered a few steps and thought to himself, the fart of the great Tao is still so domineering.
He looked back and saw that Fu Xian was unconscious, but Xiaolinger was unharmed under the protection of the concealment talisman, which put his mind at ease. Meanwhile,
deep within the earth's core, a stunningly beautiful woman, as ethereal as a dream, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes.
Senior brother, did you hear that just now?
It was the roar of the great Tao again. This time, the senior brother the woman mentioned finally responded.
Yes. It is indeed the aura of the great Tao.
Junior sister, please calm down. I will immediately send a telepathic message to the Heavenly Abyss Pavilion and have them closely monitor the situation.
The words fell. In the cavern of the earth's core, deathly silence returned once more.
Lin Tian dared not delay.
He first carried Fu Xian to a flat area and settled her down.
It was confirmed that she was only unconscious and otherwise unharmed. He then looked at Xiaolinger and thought to himself, while the little witch is unconscious, I must quickly heal Xiaolinger's injuries to avoid revealing more of my trump cards.
Lin Tian sat cross-legged beside Xiaolinger, circulating the press technique.
His spiritual power transformed into soft light, precisely striking her broken tendons. He gently pressed his hands on Xiaolinger's wrists and ankles, his spiritual energy flowing like silk, slowly repairing the broken tendons and veins. The warm spiritual light seeped into the bone marrow, stimulating the regeneration of flesh and blood. Although the press technique is known for its ambiguity, the spiritual energy used in healing is pure, like a gentle spring breeze and rain, and it has an excellent effect on repairing meridians. While healing his injuries, Lin Tian took out 20 storage bags from the Dan Alliance cultivators and opened and counted them one by one. In total, they gained 20,000 spirit stones, a dozen bottles of ordinary pills, and several low-level magic treasures. The only valuable item was a qi-inducing peak-flying sword. Lin Tian muttered, even the cultivators in the Pill Alliance are divided into different classes. These guys are as poor as beggars. The last storage ring belonged to the leading elder, and it was enchanted. Lin Tian was too lazy to break the enchantment, so he put it away for the time being. He piled 20,000 spirit stones beside him and frantically absorbed them using his cultivation technique, transforming the spiritual energy into incantations to replenish what he had previously consumed.
1 hour later,
Xiaolinger's meridians were fully repaired, her injuries healed, and her complexion regained its rosy hue. She slowly woke up, moved her hands and feet, and was surprised to find that her meridians were completely intact and she felt no pain. She was instantly shocked, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief.
After a long, stunned silence,
Xiao Linger looked at Lin Tian, who was sitting cross-legged on a flat ground cultivating, her eyes filled with disbelief.
He murmured, Lin Tian, you actually healed my injuries? Now.
Sister Zhao Li and her senior were both dead, and she thought she wouldn't survive either. But Lin Tian not only killed the Dan Alliance cultivators, but also healed her meridians.
This massage technique is simply incredible. However, this secret must never be revealed to anyone.
Her eyes were slightly red as she approached Lin Tian and said gratefully, Junior Lin, thank you. Lin Tian opened his eyes and grinned, don't thank me.
We're from Nanjing University. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll beat them up.
When Xiao Linger mentioned Zhao Li and the others, she became lost in thought again, tears streaming down her face. She whispered, they are all dead. Lin Tian patted her shoulder and said in a deep voice, I will avenge the Dan Alliance.
Just then, Fu Xian woke up slowly, rubbing her forehead.
When she opened her eyes, she was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, everything within a kilometer radius in front of her was flattened.
Those dense forests have vanished.
As for the void crystals and void black gold, Lin Tian naturally put them away. He knew back when he killed the man in black robes that the void crystal was a valuable item.
Fu Xian looked at Xiao Linger again. Her meridians had fully recovered, and she was full of energy. She covered her mouth, her jaw nearly dropping in shock. Lin Tian, what did you do? Fu Xian's voice trembled as she pointed at the ruins, dumbfounded. A Tier 3 void black gold beast. Even a powerful Taoist master might not be able to kill him. If it were said that Lin Tian was the killer, Fu Xian would never believe it, even if she were beaten to death. And what about Xiao Linger? She had such serious injuries, yet she's completely healed? But this explanation doesn't make sense? Could it be? What powerful being just passed by? That's not right either. This is a secret realm, how could there be any powerful beings here? Could it really be this guy? Just how many trump cards is he hiding? Her pretty face turned pale, and a deep sense of shock and fear appeared in her eyes. Little witch, how about it? Am I awesome or not?
Lin Tian shrugged and grinned mischievously. Fu Xian gritted her teeth, her eyes rolling back in anger, but she didn't dare to talk back, muttering, bull my ass. Although she couldn't believe it, her mind was in complete chaos. Chapter 56. Two women bathing, Lin Tian becomes a beast. In just one day, Fu Xian's mindset is quietly changing. Perhaps this is the result of admiring the strong. Sometimes, a girl's transformation may not be measured by time. Just like now, Fu Xian and Lin Tian's relationship is no longer as confrontational as it was when they first met. On the contrary, her speech became gentler, and she even occasionally revealed the coquettishness of a young girl. Lin Tian also noticed, but as a young man just entering the world of love, even though he had been shrewd since childhood, he was clueless when it came to this kind of thing. He even wondered if this little witch had changed her personality? Yes, they definitely want the ring back, right? He. No way. One day later, the three rested for a night. The next morning, the three of them headed toward the central area indicated by the soul tablet. Lin Tian led the way, with Xiao Linger following beside him, while Fu Xian walked silently at the back, her eyes filled with complex emotions. The three of them worked together well and avoided several low-level void beasts along the way, making their journey smooth. However, Lin Tian really couldn't understand why so many void beasts would appear in a virgin secret realm that had never been opened before. How exactly did they get into the secret realm? But this question remains unanswered. We traveled for 2 days. They eventually encountered several groups of cultivators from other forces, including students from Lingbao Polytechnic, the Mu family, and prodigies from other families in Nanchang. These prodigies were all shocked to see that Princess Fu Xian of Fu City was following behind Lin Tian, and they began to discuss it among themselves. How did Fu Xian end up hanging out with people from Nanjing University? Judging from that kid's spiritual energy fluctuations, he's only at the 8th level of qi refining. What qualifications does he have? We were just lucky. Don't forget, we were all randomly separated when we came in. Upon hearing this, these people all nodded in agreement. But the next second, several young male cultivators who considered themselves geniuses all had their eyes gleaming. If a student at the 8th level of qi refining from Nanjing University can get acquainted with the little princess of Fu City just by luck, then what about us? Upon realizing this, the group all wore fawning smiles and moved closer to Fu Xian. Joke. Fu Xian. She is the only daughter of the city lord of Fu City, a city of great cultivation.
If we can get to know them, and if they take a liking to us and we can make things work out, wouldn't that be wonderful?
He'll gain both fame and fortune, be drunk on the lap of a beautiful woman, and wield power over the city when he's awake.
Who wouldn't? Only someone as dim-witted as Lin Tian wouldn't think of these things, right? Little princess, I am Li Yunfeng from Lingbao University of Technology. My father is Li Gang, and I am also at the peak of qi refining.
This secret realm is dangerous now, with many strange beasts appearing from the void.
I think it is too unsafe for you to follow these two from Nanjing University. Why don't you travel with us? That's right.
Miss Fu, I am Mu Tianhao of the Mu family, protected by a family heirloom. Although the secret realm is now teeming with terrifying beasts, as long as you follow me, I will ensure your safety.
Fu Xian remained silent, simply watching. Seeing that Fu Xian didn't strike up a conversation, these people didn't want to appear too eager.
Immediately, Mu Tianhao of the Mu family rolled his eyes and a cold smile appeared on his lips. His words were sarcastic and he actually started to belittle Lin Tian. If I remember correctly, your name is Lin Tian. I heard you made a name for yourself in the alchemy competition, but the secret realm is not a place for alchemy. If something happens to Princess Fu while you're with her, I think you should think twice before proceeding.
Oh? Upon seeing this, Fu Xian immediately had a little scheme. She thought to herself, what an idiot, did you see that? I am the little princess of Fu City, and I am high and mighty. Do you see how these people fawn over me?
Thinking of this, she picked up the conversation as well. Deliberately trying to sow discord, she said, "Oh dear, fellow senior brothers, my daughter was only able to escape unscathed thanks to the help of this prodigy from Nanjing University, and I also agreed to."
Fu Xian paused deliberately at this point, not continuing.
She deliberately used these people's attentiveness to make them misunderstand something, in order to test Lin Tian's reaction and make Lin Tian think more highly of her. After all, ever since she met Lin Tian, she's either been spanked or had her family's wealth stolen.
I was really seething with anger.
After she finished speaking, she secretly hoped that Lin Tian would stand up for her because of the provocations of these geniuses. Or perhaps these idiots misunderstood that she was being coerced by Lin Tian or something.
The two sides disagreed on the starting point. Sure enough.
After Fu Xian finished speaking, those men's eyes turned red instantly, and they all started pointing and cursing at Lin Tian.
Hey! You little brat, you've got some nerve, daring to threaten our little princess?
At this moment, Mu Tianhao stepped forward, exuding an aura of dominance, and pulled Fu Xian behind him.
His gaze was fierce as he shouted at Lin Tian, I never expected that Nanjing University would produce such a scoundrel as you, actually coercing a young girl." He cursed, but then glanced affectionately at Fu Xian behind him, his expression righteous. "Little princess, don't be afraid. With me, Mu Tianhao, here, he wouldn't dare do anything to you." "Thank you," Fu Xian said with a face full of gratitude and a charming, girlish manner. Wow!
This scene instantly sent the adrenaline soaring through the others, and they all wanted nothing more than to fight Lin Tian to the death.
However, when they thought about how Mu Tianhao had stolen their thunder and received the little princess's words of gratitude, they cursed themselves inwardly. "Oh dear, why was I so slow?" Just as these people were completely captivated by Fu Xian.
This made them all look fierce and menacing, and they all regarded Lin Tian as a monstrous threat, ready to pull out their weapons and start a fight at any moment.
Who knew? Lin Tian completely ignored them. He simply said, "Then I'll be going." Lin Tian didn't bother wasting his breath and simply pulled Xiaolinger away. He didn't even turn his head as he walked away. This really hurt Fu Xian deeply. Her pretty face flushed with anger, and she cursed Lin Tian inwardly for being a worthless scoundrel with no sense of responsibility whatsoever. Those prodigies, seeing Lin Tian flee in disarray. Thinking that Lin Tian had realized he was no match and had retreated in shame, they were all smug and continued to fawn over Fu Xian. Ouch! That was spot on.
They all wished they could immediately kneel on the ground and lick Fu Xian's toes.
But Fu Xian had already lost interest after Lin Tian left.
Looking at this group of oddly shaped people, they seemed like a bunch of perverts who had never seen a woman before. It made her feel nauseous and want to vomit. Thinking back on the short day I spent with Lin Tian, she had witnessed Lin Tian's extraordinary abilities firsthand. Although she didn't know how Lin Tian dealt with the black gold beast, nor did she know about his healing skills. But that must be related to Lin Tian. In this respect, Lin Tian is far superior to these prodigies. Moreover, when it comes to prodigies, geniuses, and those with extraordinary talents, they are truly exceptional. Compared to the true prodigies of Fu City, these people are nothing at all.
With a humph, Fu Xian pushed these people aside and quickly caught up with Lin Tian.
She was somewhat dissatisfied and said angrily, "Lin Tian,
can't you have some backbone and argue with them?" Lin Tian glanced at her sideways. "Do you think I have nothing better to do? Or am I going to offer sheep as bait? I'm starting to doubt if you're even a man." Fu Xian stomped her feet in anger, but there was nothing she could do about it. The above was just a small episode on the road. Next. After another 3 days of leisurely travel, Lin Tian and his companions gradually approached the central area.
Within these 3 days, behind them, a number of powerful and talented individuals gradually gathered. Some of these people encountered great opportunities and broke through their cultivation levels. Some obtained elixirs or miraculous medicines. So they were all full of high spirits. And this is also the wonder of the secret realm, which seizes the creation of heaven and earth. Therefore, every time a secret realm opens, each faction sends its top geniuses to enter. Firstly, it can help them improve their cultivation level.
Secondly, one can also obtain tremendous opportunities, such as ancient inheritances. However, Lin Tian's heart sank to the bottom. Because among these people, I never saw any students from Nanjing University.
At this moment, apart from a few scattered points of light remaining stationary on the soul tablet, other spots of light have approached the central area.
But logically speaking,
apart from him and the dozen or so who died, the number of people from Nanjing University was higher than that of other forces, so they shouldn't have been able to avoid encountering him.
He frowned. Could something have happened to the people from Nanjing University? Could it be that those bastards from the Dan Alliance are up to no good in the center? Just as Lin Tian was deep in thought, they happened to come to a clear river. The river flows gently, the air is filled with a spiritual atmosphere, and the surrounding vegetation is lush and verdant, making for a pleasant scene. In fact, the spiritual energy here is much denser than in other places. A place rich in spiritual energy is bound to be extraordinary. Throughout her journey, Xiao Linger has remained relatively quiet and reserved. She had lost the lively and adorable charm she had when she first met Lin Tian. But after 3 days of recuperation, she gradually recovered from the grief of losing Zhaoli and the others. After all, in the era of cultivation, death is commonplace. To see such a clear and clean river, Xiao Linger finally got excited. She happily grabbed Lin Tian and said in a spoiled tone, "Junior brother Lin, I haven't showered for days, and I smell terrible. I want to go downstairs and take a shower." Lin Tian scratched his head. "Fine, I'll wash you. It's not like I'm stopping you from washing." But people are afraid. Xiao Linger pointed to the large group of people following behind them. "It's all right, go into the bushes. I'll keep watch for you." Pop. Xiao Linger suddenly kissed Lin Tian's forehead. "Junior brother is the best." She then blushed and disappeared into the bushes. Lin Tian wiped the drool off his face. Was she forcibly kissed? Fu Xian, who had been afraid of water since childhood, would never dare to go into the river. She pouted and said, "I want to dry myself off too." She walked to a patch of dense grass by the river, and using it as cover, took off her outer skirt and quickly cleaned herself. Thump! Just as Lin Tian turned around. "From the river behind me, I heard the sound of something falling into the water." He turned around in confusion. Then you see little Linger giggling and swimming happily in the river. This girl is really a child who never grew up. Lin Tian smiled wryly. He had no choice but to stand miserably outside the bushes, becoming the two women's guardian beast, scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense to prevent any sudden danger or being spied on. Riverbank in the distance. Some other male cultivators saw this scene from afar. They were all dumbfounded, their teeth itching with envy and jealousy. Why does Lin Tian get to be so lucky with women? A man with 2 beautiful women, and he even gets to watch them take a bath? Even the little princess of Fucheng is hanging out with him. What incredible luck this kid has. The young talents of Nanchang were green with envy, secretly cursing Lin Tian for his good fortune in love. Chapter 57, A Beauty Plays in the Water. Little Linger offers herself? A long time passed. Outside the bushes, Lin Tian sat idly on a riverbed stone. Bored out of his mind, he called out inside, "Hey, little witch, you're all naked, aren't you afraid I'll peek?" Fu Xian was in the grass, gently wiping her fair body with river water.
Upon hearing this, she replied irritably, "Humph.
It's not like you haven't seen it before, you've even touched it."
At this point, her pretty face flushed, her voice softened, and she didn't continue.
Is it my fault?
Who told you to be so young and not learn good manners, using a freezing spell on me as soon as we met, almost killing me? Spanking you was too lenient, otherwise, I would have executed you on the spot.
Lin Tian teased. Fu Xian snorted and finished washing up.
She changed into a light blue dress and walked out of the bushes.
I heard a sound behind me. Lin Tian turned around and was immediately stunned.
Fu Xian's long hair was slightly damp, and her light blue dress accentuated her exquisite figure. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and her eyes were bright and lively, exuding a noble yet mischievous charm. At this moment, Fu Xian's beauty, with its mischievousness of a little witch and childlike innocence, is like a blooming fairy flower. This stirred a primal, animalistic stirring within Lin Tian.
That's understandable.
From the moment Lin Tian and Fu Xian first met, their relationship was filled with either magical battles or lurking dangers. He never had the chance to calmly appreciate her beauty.
Even if they stripped her naked in the cave.
He was furious, so angry his head felt like it was going to explode. So at that time, he was only focused on slapping Fu Xian's little bottom hard.
Who has the mind to look closely? Now.
Fu Xian's simple attire, a blend of nobility and liveliness, perfectly showcased the stunning beauty of the little princess of Fu City.
The contrast between the before and after is indeed enough to give one a feeling of being in another world.
Fu Xinqiu frowned slightly, naturally noticing Lin Tian's stunned expression.
However, she was not dissatisfied.
Instead, she proudly raised her chin, fully displaying her feminine grace.
Snort! That lecherous bastard has finally been dumbfounded, hasn't he? I thought he was really not normal. Fu Xian walked gracefully closer and sat down on a large rock in the riverbed. She gazed at the little linger playing in the water and said mischievously, "Hey, you idiot, were you just captivated by my stunning beauty? Are you about to fall in love with me? Let me tell you, I can give you a chance to pursue me, but don't get too excited yet, I'm not that easy to woo." Lin Tian remained silent, his gaze distant, as if he were deep in thought. After waiting for a while, I still didn't hear a response. Fu Xian's short temper flared up again.
She pinched Lin Tian's arm playfully and said, "Hey, you idiot, what are you thinking about?"
Lin Tian snapped out of his daze and asked, bewildered, "Do you know what I was thinking just now?" Fu Xian asked in confusion, "What are you thinking about?" Lin Tian grinned mischievously, "I was thinking, why was I so stupid in the cave? I could have easily made you blush and had boundless magical power, so why did I only focus on spanking you? What does red bottom facing up mean?" Fu Xian asked, completely bewildered.
After all, these kinds of technical terms from Earth are not something a young girl like Fu Xian could understand. Lin Tian rolled his eyes, but seeing that Fu Xian was reluctant to part and kept asking questions, he did not give up.
He simply said, "You really want to know?" Fu Xian nodded, her eyes full of curiosity.
Actually, what Fu Xian was more curious about was that Lin Tian, back then, they were completely honest with each other, both of them were naked, and the other didn't have any romantic feelings for her.
Could it be that he really can't do it?
From childhood to adulthood, Fu Xinke is a little princess admired by countless men. But she happened to encounter such an oddball as Lin Tian, who remained completely indifferent to her, which truly puzzled her.
This also made Fu Xian feel insecure about her appearance for the first time. Just as Fu Xian was lost in thought,
Lin Tian's voice came from beside her, "Take off your shoes."
Lin Tian pointed to her feet. "Huh? Why are you taking off your shoes?" Fu Xian asked suspiciously.
But driven by curiosity, she instinctively lifted her skirt, revealing a pair of high-top leather shoes, and said coquettishly, "Help me take them off." She placed her feet directly on Lin Tian's thighs and swayed them coquettishly.
This scene. It was immediately noticed by the geniuses on the distant riverbank. In an instant, everyone was in an uproar. The little princess of Fuqing put her foot on Lin Tian's lap? This relationship is so intimate. That Lin Tian guy must have something going on with her. Why does he get to be so lucky with women?
The other geniuses were green with envy, and they all started imagining a close relationship between Lin Tian and Fu Xian. They all wished they could take the forest and do it for me.
Lin Tian was speechless and gave a wry smile.
Seeing the other person's pouty lips, looking innocent and mischievous,
Lin Tian felt another surge of burning anxiety.
He immediately raised his hand and took off Fu Xian's pair of leather shoes. A pair of slender, shapely jade feet were revealed, as white as jade, with bright red soles, like exquisitely crafted works of art, radiating a faint spiritual light, making one's heart flutter. He held her little feet and pointed to the soles, saying, "Look, this is the red sole."
Fu Xian lowered her head and said with a mischievous smile, "What, do you have a foot fetish? Have you had enough?"
Lin Tian smiled awkwardly. "Stop fooling around, lie down first."
Fu Xian asked warily, "What do you want to do?" Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you want to know if the red background was facing upwards?" Fu Xian was half believing and half doubting.
She lay on the big rock, and Lin Tian slowly lifted her feet with both hands until her feet were facing the sky.
"Look! This is what you call red on top of the sky." Lin Tian grinned mischievously.
Fu Xian paused, her clear eyes scanning the two of them in their current position.
"That pose?
It reminds me of when I was a child, of my mother and father in bed."
Ah! Fu Xian seemed to have thought of something.
She suddenly realized what was happening, and her cute, mischievous face instantly turned as vibrant as the blood of her first period.
Her little feet kicked wildly as she cursed, "Lin Tian! You perverted scoundrel!" Fu Xian was filled with shame and indignation. She struggled to sit up, so angry that she didn't even put on her shoes.
She raised her bright red jade foot and kicked, punched, and poked Lin Tian's lower body wildly.
This completely stunned everyone watching from afar.
They were all stunned, their minds conjuring up countless erotic scenarios. Some people even rushed anxiously and recklessly into a patch of grass, seemingly to do something unknown.
Just as Lin Tian and Fu Xian were playfully fighting together.
Little Linger, who was in the river, suddenly called out to Lin Tian, "Junior brother Lin. Come quick, I sense something strange in this water."
Upon hearing this, Lin Tian reluctantly let go of Fu Xian's small feet and hurriedly rushed to the riverbank. Fu Xian angrily put on her shoes and followed.
Little Linger swam to the shore, and a cunning glint suddenly flashed in her bright eyes. She stretched out a slender arm and said in a sweet voice, "Junior, come closer." Without thinking much, Lin Tian cautiously leaned closer. But just as he stood on the shore, unexpectedly, Xiao Linger grabbed his hand and pulled hard.
Thump!
Caught off guard, Lin Tian was pulled directly into the water, instantly splashing up a large spray of water.
Little Linger giggled, "Haha! Junior, you've been tricked." After falling into the water, Lin Tian immediately became angry. Feigning rage, he swam towards Xiao Linger, saying, "Oh!
Senior sister bullied her little brother and dared to play tricks on me.
I'll teach you a lesson." In an instant.
And so, in full view of everyone, the two of them laughed and frolicked in the river, splashing water everywhere.
However, what no one knew was,
at this moment, Xiao Linger was already naked and as agile as a fish, her laughter clear and crisp. The young prodigy watched with envy, though he felt a pang of jealousy and resentment, but not as intensely as before. After all, the thrill of the contrast in status combined with the girl's beauty is far more intense than what's happening right now.
Fu Xian stood on the shore, watching Lin Tian and Xiao Linger play, and was so angry that she gritted her teeth.
She was the closest to the shore, so she naturally saw everything about Xiao Linger's body underwater. A sudden surge of inexplicable irritation welled up in Fu Xian's heart.
She couldn't help but curse inwardly, "Lin Tian! You're a big hooligan, a big idiot." At the same time,
at a certain depth at the bottom of the river, inside a barrier of light, Yao Pang and Xiao Taohong were trapped. Surrounded by river water outside the light barrier, the spiritual energy fluctuations blocked out sound, and the two were trapped for several days, helpless. The 300-pound fat man, crammed into the cramped space, leered at Xiao Taohong and muttered, "You're really pretty." Little Peach Blossom's pretty face turned cold, and she angrily said, "You fatso. If you look around again, I'll gouge your eyes out." The two were bickering when they suddenly saw two figures playing on the water above the light screen. It was Lin Tian and Xiao Linger. Little Peach Blossom was overjoyed and quickly waved her hand, shouting, "Help!
Lin Tian! We're down there." However, the sound was blocked and could not be transmitted.
Fatty panicked and pounded on the light screen, yelling, "Lin Tian!
Save us!"
And at this moment, on the water's surface,
Lin Tian was also provoked. He suddenly hugged Xiao Linger tightly, ready to tease her a bit. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Linger did not resist at all.
Her delicate body trembled at first, and then her pretty face turned red. She didn't resist or object at all, and even looked at Lin Tian with affection, letting him do as he pleased, her eyes filled with shyness and timidity.
Lin Tian wasn't stupid.
Seeing the other person's expression, he naturally knew that Xiao Linger had already accepted him. It seems she wants to give herself to me.
But just then, before Lin Tian could even think of a reason to refuse Xiao Linger,
a beam of red light suddenly surged from the bottom of the river, instantly enveloping the two of them.
Brush!
Lin Tian and Xiao Linger vanished from the water in a flash.
Fu Xian's gaze had been fixed on Lin Tian and the other person.
Upon seeing this, she suddenly stood up.
A shrill cry rang out, "Lin Tian? Little Linger? Where are they?"
She probed the water with her spiritual sense and looked around, but found nothing.
She immediately became anxious.
But she couldn't swim and was too scared to go down. The distant Tianjia was also in an uproar, with everyone discussing it.
Lin Tian and Xiao Linger have been teleported away?
Something strange at the bottom of the river.
Could it be an opportunity? Or a trap or a restriction? Just thinking about this, a large group of people rushed frantically into the water.
Fu Xian had originally intended to seek their help, but it seems that she no longer needs it.
They went down on their own. Chapter 58: The Underwater Palace, the Dan Alliance's mission.
When the red light flashed, Lin Tian knew something was wrong. With a sudden blur before their eyes, the two felt as if they had fallen into a deep underwater world. The water flowed swiftly, and the light flickered, as if drawn by an invisible force, until it was sucked into a restrictive aura. The area within the aperture is filled with spiritual energy, isolating it from the river and forming an independent space. The space is small, only enough to accommodate 3 to 5 people.
Lin Tian steadied himself and looked down.
He saw that Xiao Linger was naked, her delicate body pressed tightly against his chest, her face flushed with embarrassment, as if she wanted to crawl into his body.
"Lin, junior brother Lin, don't look."
Xiao Linger's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz as she wrapped her arms around Lin Tian's waist, afraid of being exposed.
Lin Tian coughed awkwardly and looked away. "Don't worry, I didn't see anything."
But when he scanned the area with his spiritual sense, he found that he could not extend beyond the restriction circle at all. However, the naked eye can penetrate the light barrier and see things outside the aperture. Until he suddenly noticed that there was a fat man and a little girl in a protective aura next to him.
Isn't this exactly Yao Pang and Xiao Taohong?
At this moment, look at Yao Pang's 300-pound fat body, squeezed into the circle of light, staring lecherously at Xiao Linger's back, constantly winking at Lin Tian, his eyes practically bulging with desire.
Given Lin Tian's temperament towards fatty, how could he not know what the fat guy was thinking at that moment? So he glared at Yao with annoyance, indicating that it wasn't what she thought, and quickly closed her lewd eyes. And at this time, little Linger seemed to have sensed something. The little head, which had been tightly buried in Lin Tian's arms, twisted. Immediately through the light screen, I saw Yao Pang's greedy, wolf-like eyes. She immediately shuddered in fright and hugged Lin Tian even tighter. He said in a trembling voice, "Little fatty, he's looking at me." Lin Tian's eye twitched as he glared at Yao Pang and cursed, "You fat bastard. Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out." However, he naturally knew that the sound would not travel. Little Linger isn't stupid, of course she knows. People are just looking for psychological comfort. Is Yao Pang meaning young fat? How could he not understand Lin Tian's words? Of course I know. But Fatty Yao pretended not to hear at all, and just kept giving Lin Tian a silly, infatuated smile. Lin Tian felt a little embarrassed by Yao Pang's gaze. Xiao Taohong looked at Lin Tian with curiosity, her eyes filled with anxiety, gesturing as if asking about the situation. Lin Tian also tried to respond with gestures, indicating that they were trapped under the restraints but were temporarily safe. The barrier was so strong that spiritual energy could not penetrate it, leaving both sides helpless to do anything but stare at each other. Just then, red light flashed repeatedly across the surrounding waters. It turned out that those geniuses had also been sucked into other restrictive light circles in 2s and 3s. They were also scattered throughout the underwater world. At that moment, they were speechless. They all thought they had a chance to find treasures and were afraid that Lin Tian and Xiao Linger would snatch them away first. Little did they know that when they approached the spot where Lin Tian and the other person had disappeared, then another flash of red light appeared. At first, everyone thought it was teleportation, but once they were trapped inside the light curtain, they all slapped their thighs in regret. Sudden. All the restrictive auras began to tremble violently and were even slowly descending, like bubbles sinking into an abyss. Everyone inside the restricted area felt a sudden tightness in their chest. Where are we going? However, they didn't have time to think it through.
The aperture kept sinking, passing through some dark waters.
Finally, we landed in front of a magnificent underwater palace. This is a palace made of dark blue-black spirit stone.
Its walls and glazed tiles are carved with ancient reliefs of gods and demons, and the stone radiates a spiritual light. All around, there was a massive barrier of light used to isolate the river water. This places the palace in a separate space. Even through the transparent light screen surrounding you, you can see fish swimming in the water outside. The dome of the main hall was inlaid with fluorescent gemstones, illuminating the entire palace as bright as day. Inside the hall, the spiritual energy was so dense that it had become tangible. Wisps of spiritual energy could be seen floating and moving about with the naked eye. However, this place brought Lin Tian a strange, bloody atmosphere. When all the light rings landed, the restriction remained, and Lin Tian and the others were still trapped inside.
Lin Tian looked around.
They discovered that there were even more restrictive light rings inside the hall, trapping dozens of cultivators. Looking closely, Lin Tian finally spotted a student from Nanjing University.
Sword without fate.
At this moment, Jian Wuming was sitting cross-legged inside the light circle, closing his eyes to meditate, his breathing steady, as if he were adjusting his breathing.
Just as everyone was at a loss and frantically banging on the barrier aura,
5 cultivators from the Pill Alliance emerged from the depths of the palace.
However, their auras were somewhat strange, appearing exceptionally cold, yet their eyes revealed excitement.
The leader, clad in a black robe, swept his gaze across the halos of light and sneered, "We've captured so many blood sacrifices this time, there's definitely enough blood for the offering." Just as these 5 people were patrolling the people within the light barrier like hunters, suddenly, someone shouted in surprise, "Senior Brother Qi!
Look at that kid, isn't that Lin Tian?"
Upon hearing this, the other 4 people ran towards the speaker. As they approached the aperture and examined it closely,
all 5 of them showed excitement and enthusiasm. "Ha ha, it really was him.
It seems that the extra mission my grandfather assigned has once again fallen into the hands of the Qi family.
I wonder if the elders from other factions in the Pill Alliance will gossip after we get out. Ha ha ha. Senior Brother Qi."
At this moment, a young cultivator from the Pill Alliance reminded him.
Elder Qi is referring to human heads. If all these people from Nanjing University are sacrificed, wouldn't there be no trace of their remains? And what about the reward?
Upon hearing this, the others all looked at Senior Brother Qi with troubled expressions. After all, this blood sacrifice was merely to open a blood sacrifice array on an ancient battlefield, and it was also a task assigned from above.
These low-level Danmen cultivators naturally didn't get any extra profit. But all it takes is cutting off the head of a student from Nanjing University. That's different, there are rewards for that. Moreover, as long as one person is taken out, they will immediately advance to the foundation establishment stage on the spot. Just before I came in, I heard that there was no upper limit to the rewards. Upon hearing this, Senior Brother Qi was also unsure of what to do. Although Elder Qi is his grandfather, this is the current era of cultivation. His grandfather's reproductive ability was truly exceptional. If the descendants don't have 100, then they must have at least 80. So how should we handle this? Just as these people were lowering their heads, lost in thought, suddenly, a voice came from behind. "That's easy. Just cut off the heads of the students from Nanjing University, then use their bodies for a blood sacrifice. That would kill 2 birds with 1 stone." "Oh? That's right." Upon hearing this, the 5 men slapped their thighs in approval, saying, "Yes. How come we didn't think of that?" "But..." Senior Brother Qi was a little uncertain again. "According to my grandfather, the blood sacrifice formation requires the blood sacrifice of a living person. If the head is cut off, then the person is dead." He turned his head in confusion and looked in the direction of the voice. But when he saw Lin Tian just like that, staring at the 5 of them with a big smile, I was stunned. How did you get out?" Chapter 59 Massage 12 Finger Technique, Intermediate Level, Remote Application. Lin Tian curled his lips into a smile, but did not answer, his eyes filled with a hint of mockery. Little Linger had already put on her clothes by now. She stood behind him, her pretty face calm, her eyes revealing naturalness and trust. It was as if she could be fearless as long as Lin Tian was around. The other prodigies within the restricted light circle, who witnessed this scene through the light screen, were all dumbfounded. They had just witnessed Lin Tian simply reach out and lightly press a few times on the light screen, his fingers moving as if massaging someone's shoulders.
Then, the restriction vanished like thin paper, a method that everyone who witnessed it found extremely bizarre.
That's terrifying.
Some people even wondered if this was the key to unlocking the light barrier.
Many people started trying to press the light screen. However, it was of no use. At this moment,
the five of them, including senior brother Chi, finally realized what was happening. A cold glint flashed in his sinister eyes, and then his face darkened.
He roared, playing tricks. Kill him first. As soon as the words were spoken,
the five people unleashed their spiritual power, unleashing sword light, palm prints, and streaks of spiritual energy all at once, directly striking Lin Tian.
Snort!
Lin Tian snorted coldly and activated the upgraded intermediate level 12 massage finger technique for the first time. Combined with the grab strategy,
he used his hands like claws to grab at the air.
Two mysterious spiritual energies immediately transformed into invisible ripples in the void, causing the void to slightly distort, as if the laws of nature had been disrupted.
Puff, 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 puff. In an instant, the Four Pill Alliance cultivators didn't even utter a sound. Their meridians snapped instantly, blood flowed from their 7 orifices, and they collapsed to the ground with a thud, their breath gone.
Whoosh! The entire room fell silent. The geniuses watched through the light screen with goosebumps.
What kind of tactic is this? One move and 4 people are killed?
At this moment, only senior brother Chi remained, filled with terror.
He was about to turn around and run away. Can they escape?
Lin Tian activated the void word technique again, his spiritual power like an invisible hand, crushing all the meridians and acupoints in the opponent's body.
Ah!
Senior brother Chi let out a miserable scream.
He collapsed to the ground like a lump of mud.
It kept emitting shrill cries. The pain was almost a pain from the depths of its soul, because its meridians had been crushed inside its body. The pain was excruciating.
Lin Tian ignored the other party. He wasn't worried that the man would run away in Lin Tian's eyes, he was already a dead man. Lin Tian turned around. They arrived at the light barrier where Yao Pang was located. He raised his hand and pressed it on the light screen, starting the grinding technique. Bang! An invisible sound wave spread out, and the protective light on the light screen flashed and then vanished with a bang. Who knew? As soon as Fatty tumbled out of the halo, he immediately grabbed Lin Tian's leg and cried, "Brother Tian, teach me how to pick up girls. How come I never knew you, Lin Tian, had such skills? Get out of my way." Lin Tian kicked his opponent several meters away. As soon as Xiao Taohan came out, she stepped forward a few paces, her delicate face showing a slight smile as she said, "Thank you, young Master Lin." Lin Tian. I already told you not to call me that, I'm not used to it. Lin Tian glared at Xiao Taohan, annoyed. Little Peach Blossom blushed slightly at the glare. That was the pavilion master's order. Little Peach Blossom dared not disobey. Fine, go ahead and yell if you want. Lin Tian couldn't do anything about the other party, and he was too lazy to bother with it anymore. He walked towards Jian Wuming's aura again, and once again used the spiritual power of the word technique to easily break the restriction. Now, he has also reached the 8th level of Qi refining. Only now can I be as timid and hesitant as before when using the spiritual power of the word incantation. Jian Wuming stepped forward, a glint of light flashing in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Thank you." This woman is cold and taciturn. After saying that, she stood quietly to the side without saying anything more. Lin Tian's teeth itched with rage. After all, this woman was. And at this moment, upon seeing this, the other prodigies within the aperture all began to tap on the light screen. They shouted, "Help us! Help!" However, Lin Tian didn't even glance at them. He walked straight towards senior brother Chi. Seeing that Lin Tian remained unmoved, he left directly. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom. Some of them recognized Linger and turned to her, pleading, "Senior Linger, please ask Lin Tian to let us go too." Xiao Linger bit her lip, feeling somewhat troubled. Many of the people who knew her were his exes, from the same school as Yi Bufan. Little Linger, ever since Lin Tian saved her a few days ago. She silently vowed in her heart that she would only follow Lin Tian in this life, even if it meant being a slave or a maid, she would be willing and never waver. But upon seeing these people, she, who was already somewhat kind-hearted, suddenly found herself in a dilemma. On the other side, Lin Tian began the interrogation. Under the pressure of the void word technique's spiritual power, the opponent was forced to break out in a cold sweat.
Senior brother Chi said in a trembling voice, we were ordered by Elder Chi to use the palace's restrictions to capture people, activate the blood sacrifice array with our essence blood, and open the ancient treasure at the core of the secret realm.
Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. How did you know in advance? What happens after the formation is activated?
Senior brother Chi shook his head and kowtowed, begging for mercy. I was just following orders, I don't know the specifics.
Spare my life. Lin Tian snorted coldly, too lazy to ask any more questions. Just as Lin Tian turned around,
Senior brother Chi said in terror, Lin Tian, you can't kill me.
My grandfather is Elder Chi of the Pill Alliance. If you kill me in front of so many people, my grandfather will definitely not let you off once we leave the secret realm. Threatening me? This isn't a threat.
My grandfather is extremely protective of his own, and besides, every prodigy in our Chi family's grandchildren has his soul imprinted on them.
If you kill me, even if these people don't say anything, you'll still be marked. He. Lin Tian sneered inwardly. He winked at the chubby boy. Yao Pang chuckled.
Without saying a word, he stepped forward, activated the Iron Mountain Shield, and sat down hard on the opponent's head. With a bang, the poor senior brother Chi was crushed to death by Yao Pang's big buttocks, his flesh and blood splattered everywhere in an instant.
Little Peach Blossom rolled her eyes. You fatso, you're too ruthless. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian also turned around and glanced back. Holy crap! Fatty, do you have some deep-seated hatred for him? I'm asking you to kill him, you don't need to be so resentful.
Yao Pang stood up and dispersed the Iron Mountain Shield. Immediately, red and white substances fell from his buttocks. He patted his buttocks, looking indignant, and said, I'll just sit on this damn bastard and kill him, that's giving him face. Damn it, I managed to catch the small and narrow restriction.
Do you know how I've been these past few days? And then there's. Fatty Yao said, his eyes slightly red.
He glared reproachfully at Little Peach Blossom, and then there's this damn beauty, so lively and adorable, she made me, Fatty, hold back for 3 days.
Lin Tian waved his hand, quickly stopping the other person from continuing. Okay, stop talking, I understand.
At this moment, Xiao Linger took 2 steps forward. She glanced at Lin Tian somewhat embarrassedly, then stammered,
Lin Tian, about them, maybe. Chapter 60. The blue light flashed again, and it came again? Lin Tian immediately understood what the other party meant. He looked around at the light screens. He tilted his head slightly and pondered for a while. Alright, since Xiao Linger has pleaded for it, let's do a good deed today. Under normal circumstances, Lin Tian might not have bothered with these people. He was never a saint. The lives or deaths of these people were of no concern to him whatsoever. Lin Tian stood still and raised his hand to unleash more than a dozen empty word incantations. Soon, the light screens of the remaining 30-odd people were completely shattered. The prodigies from Lingbao University of Technology, the Mu family, and other powerful groups filed out, each one moved to tears of gratitude, yet also showing a greater sense of awe towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian, this guy's methods are simply heaven-defying. A monster from Nanjing University. Luckily, I didn't offend him. However, just as they were praising and expressing their gratitude. But then Lin Tian suddenly said, everyone, why be so formal? Why not get down to business? Of course, I don't care about the treasures and pill formulas you obtained in the secret realm. I have a natural love for spirit stones, so why don't you all give me all the spirit stones you have? It would be a way to repay my life-saving grace. After Lin Tian finished speaking, he stared intently at these people. And indeed, Fatty Yao was Lin Tian's accomplice in his evil deeds. Just as Lin Tian finished speaking, he immediately took out a storage bag and walked towards these people. What the hell? Is it possible to openly demand a reward like this? According to the script, shouldn't it be the other party who first offers to repay the favor, and then the other party refuses, saying it's only right, that everyone is in the same boat, and so on, using all those usual platitudes? Did you only accept the thank you gift at the very end? Where would you find something like this? However, seeing that the fat man had already come up to them with the storage bag, these people naturally couldn't refute this at this point, since the other party had just saved them. But that's not the key point. The key point is their incredibly strange and uncanny ability. Soon, the 30-odd people took out spirit stones from their storage bags and handed them to Fatty Yao. This scene. If someone unaware of the details saw this, they would surely misunderstand and think that Lin Tian was a bandit leader who was robbing them with a fat man, demanding that they hand over their valuables. Ha! Fatty Yao came to Lin Tian's side with a storage bag.
He let out a soft sound, then leaned close to Lin Tian's ear and whispered, "Little Emperor, I didn't realize these guys had so many good things on them. Look, I've received nearly 100,000 spirit stones alone. And just now, when they were probing their storage bags with their spiritual senses, I specifically scanned them.
Guess how rich they are." "Lin Tian, how rich?"
As Fatty spoke, he moved even closer, glancing warily back at the group of 30-odd people. Then he continued whispering, "I saw several people's storage bags, and they actually contain top-grade spirit stones, and quite a lot of them, at least."
He held up 2 fingers. "So many?" Lin Tian was stunned.
"These 2 fingers don't represent 200, 2,000, or even 20,000.
It's 200,000. Of course. The
two exchanged a barely perceptible nod. Of course, all of this was done in a very fast-paced conversation. No one else could see the tacit understanding that Lin Tian and Yao Peng had developed since childhood. Lin Tian looked around again and found that the palace had only one passage that meandered down into the depths.
Everyone instinctively followed behind Lin Tian at that moment. Lin Tian and the people from Nanjing University headed deeper into the area.
Without saying a word, they all followed suit. And so, the group of more than 30 people set off into the depths of the palace.
Along the way,
an ancient atmosphere permeates both sides of the passage. Along the way, the walls were carved with murals depicting battles between gods and demons.
Some depict deities wielding spears to pierce the sky. Some are demon kings roaring and burning the earth. Even more tragically, stars fell and the laws of nature collapsed.
Lin Tian felt heavy-hearted at that moment. He wondered if this palace was truly a relic from the era of gods and demons. The others, while also finding it strange and experiencing a strange sense of heaviness, did not share Lin Tian's profound understanding. After all, in the cave, Lin Tian and Fu Xian's consciousnesses had traveled to that once glorious era of gods and demons. I witnessed the fall of that era firsthand.
Final.
They arrived at a huge bronze door, covered with mysterious array patterns, exuding a chilling aura. With everyone working together, they pushed the door open. In an instant, a spacious hall appeared before them. In the center, however, was a blood pool only 5 meters wide, where flesh and blood churned and emitted a strong, pungent stench. The blood pool is incredibly deep and has a huge capacity, seemingly having accumulated a considerable amount of essence and blood.
However, at this moment, everyone seemed to be thinking about the same thing.
That is, this blood pool seems to be missing only the blood of these 20 people.
It will fill up. Thinking about this,
everyone's expression changed drastically, and they scattered from their positions, fearing that they would be pushed into the blood pool, their eyes filled with vigilance.
The way they looked at Lin Tian was especially fearful. "Lin Tian, he's not going to throw us in there, is he? The blood sacrifice array. This place is too eerie. They are the top cultivation geniuses among the various forces in the South City."
Of course, he wasn't stupid. He instantly guessed the purpose of the blood pool.
Moreover, stupid people are not qualified to enter the secret realm. Lin Tian was speechless, muttering, "I'm not a butcher, is it really necessary?"
He looked around and probed with his spiritual sense, but found no opportunity. He frowned and said, "This place is weird, there's nothing good here.
Let's leave." After saying that, he left with the people from Nanjing University.
Because he always felt uneasy and heavy-hearted here, in short, it was not good. He usually avoids such situations.
This is also his way of surviving.
When the others saw Lin Tian leading the way to leave, they exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They then hurriedly retreated back the way they came, fearing they would be swallowed by the pool of blood.
But just as everyone was about to leave the main hall,
the entire palace trembled violently, the ground cracked, and a surge of spiritual energy swept through.
Boom!
The blood pool suddenly churned, and several scarlet tentacles shot out like giant pythons, flashing with spiritual light, and instantly swept towards the crowd.
Ah! Everyone panicked and tried to escape. However, the last dozen or so people were caught off guard and entangled by the tentacles, dragged into the pool of blood. They only struggled a few times.
It melted into blood, and the screams abruptly stopped.
At this moment, another tentacle shot straight at Little Peach Blossom's back. Little Peach Blossom turned pale with fright and tried to dodge, but it was too late. Fortunately, Lin Tian reacted quickly, throwing out a flame talisman from a distance. Boom!
A burst of fire erupted, the tentacles were severed, and blood splattered everywhere.
He grabbed Xiao Taohong and shouted, "Everyone, step back." Everyone was still in shock. They tried to escape towards the gate, but with a boom, the bronze gate slammed shut, the array patterns lit up, and blocked their escape route. Immediately, the blood pool churned even more violently, and a dazzling light slowly rose from the pool, radiating mysterious fluctuations, as if leading to an unknown space. Whoosh! The light gate shone brightly, and its suction power surged. In an instant, everyone was drawn into it. Not again? Lin Tian exclaimed in surprise, and then disappeared from the spot. Meanwhile, at the heart of the Heavenly Furnace secret realm, most of the members of the Dan Alliance who entered the secret realm this time have gathered here. The young man at the head of the group had his eyes closed and was sitting cross-legged on a blue stone. Before them stretched a vast plaza that seemed to have no end. Suddenly, streaks of blue light flashed in the center of the square. It shone with a dazzling blue light and constantly emitted various strange powers. The young man suddenly stood up, staring intently at the blue light. He exclaimed excitedly, "We succeeded. Quickly, notify everyone to assemble immediately. Anyone who approaches the azure light and is not a member of our Pill Alliance will be killed without mercy." Chapter 61 The Pill Emperor's Inheritance Hall, the Stone Ladder to Heaven. Senior brother, if the people from Nanjing University approach, should we guard the entrance to the inheritance hall first, or kill them first? Standing beside the young man, a person dressed in a purple robe asked uncertainly. The young man frowned, deep in thought for a long time. She said softly, "Let's ignore them for now. After senior brother Qi and the others retrieve the inheritance from the inheritance hall, we'll deal with those trash from Nanjing University one by one." At the same time, on the other side of this huge square, senior sister Mu Shui, look. 3 more of our soul tablets have disappeared. A young man approached Mu Shui, his expression worried. Mu Shui's cold eyes flashed with a chilling light as she scanned the 12 people remaining around her. These people all suffered serious injuries, more or less. Just half an hour ago. Guided by the light spots on the soul tablets, Mu Shui finally gathered about 60 or 70 people near the center. Originally, it was thought that with such a large force, even if they encountered the Dan Alliance members or other dangers in the central area, they would still be able to put up a fight. But who knew? They are still too young. As they approached the huge square paved with bluestone, they were then surrounded and attacked by more than 200 Qi refining peak cultivators from the Pill Alliance. If Mu Shui hadn't used a high-level magic weapon at the last moment, sacrificing it to forcibly stop the Pill Alliance's pursuit, she wouldn't have been able to stop them. Maybe they have been completely wiped out. Mu Shui scanned the surroundings again with her spiritual sense, her eyes filled with worry as she asked, still unable to find Lin Tian's soul imprint light? No. We just used the soul imprint search technique together again. We were able to locate it at the very beginning, but now, there's absolutely no trace of it. Mu Shui, then let's rest for now. We'll heal our wounds here and observe how things develop. And the situation here is similar to that at Nanjing University. At this moment, there are still more than a dozen such spots in various corners of this huge square. They were all people from various factions who had gathered their headquarters in the central area. Although some of their forces also suffered heavy casualties, it was not the Dan Alliance that did it. It was either an attack by a horde of monstrous beasts, or an attack by other mechanisms or restrictions. And at this moment, in the center of the square, streaks of azure light crisscrossed wildly, constantly erupting with various intense spiritual energy fluctuations. It was as if some unparalleled treasure was about to be unveiled. Through these blue lights, one can penetrate directly into the core area, the other dimension it connects to. Bang bang bang. More than a dozen figures crashed to the ground like dumplings, dust flying everywhere, screams echoing one after another. Lin Tian opened his eyes and found himself completely unharmed, without any pain from the fall. But just as he was wondering, ouch! My back is killing me. Hearing the sound, Lin Tian looked down. At this moment, beneath him lay Yao Pang's over 300-pound obese body. It acted as a cushion, buffering the impact. In his arms, Xiao Linger's petite body pressed against him, her pretty face slightly flushed. She hurriedly scrambled up, blushing, and asked shyly, "Lin, junior brother Lin, did I hurt you?" Lin Tian grinned, patted his butt, and stood up. "It's okay, I have that fatso as a cushion, nothing will happen." Fatty groaned as he got up, rubbing his back and complaining, "Little Emperor, can you be a little gentler? My back almost broke." The people around also got up one after another and brushed off the dust.
They looked around in shock.
However, what left everyone speechless was this place is, surprisingly, another palace. However, this palace is even more eerie.
Looking up, all that could be seen above everyone was a hazy gray expanse, like an endless void with no end in sight. Surprisingly, there were no palace walls in sight at all.
So you can't really see how big it is.
However, every 10 meters there is a towering pillar that leads straight to the gray void above. The pillars are carved with patterns of gods and demons battling, exuding an ancient aura. The ground was paved with bluestone and filled with spiritual energy. However, this spiritual energy gave people a sense that it was mixed with a bloody and murderous aura.
It's heart-stopping.
The palace seemed to be an independent space, magnificent and mysterious, like the ruins of a war between gods and demons. The colossal pillars supporting the void seemed to tell the story of the glory and fall of the ancient alchemist emperor.
At this moment,
Jian Wuming drew his spirit sword, cautiously and warily surveying his surroundings before approaching Lin Tian.
When she reached Lin Tian's side, she said in a deep voice, "This place, could it be the Pill Emperor's inheritance hall? A crucial location at the core of the secret realm." Xiao Taohuang's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed excitedly, "The Pill Emperor? Could it be that we've inexplicably arrived at the legendary palace of the ancient supreme alchemist?
Then, there must be divine pills, spiritual herbs, and inheritances here." Upon hearing this, the other prodigy's eyes blazed with fervor, and they scattered to investigate, searching for opportunities. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and scanned the area with his spiritual sense.
Sure enough, they found that the spiritual energy inside the hall was rich, and in the distance, they could vaguely see some plots of land that looked like spirit fields. Moreover, the medicinal herbs on the spiritual field swayed in the breeze, and from afar, one could smell their fragrant aroma. Further away,
on some of the stone platforms, there are also ancient alchemy furnaces, jade slips, and magical artifacts that shimmer with spiritual light, each one extraordinary. However, these treasures were all shrouded in small protective light screens, their spiritual energy fluctuations mysterious and difficult to touch.
He thought to himself, could it really be the legacy of the Pill Emperor? Did I find it just like that? It truly lives up to its reputation.
However, Lin Tian felt that something was not right.
His head was buzzing a little. Shake your head. Lin Tian didn't delay any longer and soon began to explore in different directions with the others. At this moment, a prodigy from Lingbao University of Science and Technology was about to approach a spiritual herb, attempting to break the seal. But just as he was about to touch the light barrier, he was struck by a bolt of lightning, charred black, and collapsed to the ground, his life force waning. Ah! This restriction is retaliating. A scream alerted everyone.
Mu Tianhao immediately drew his flying sword from his waist, intending to directly slash at the restriction on a pill furnace. As soon as the sword light fell, the restriction rebounded with a wave of fire, burning him so badly that he had to flee in a sorry state. Little Linger huddled up next to Lin Tian.
He whispered, "Junior brother Lin, these restrictions are terrifying. What should we do?"
Lin Tian frowned, activated his spell, and probed a spiritual herb restriction with his spiritual power, attempting to disrupt its spiritual power structure. The restrictive pattern was as complex as a star map, and the counterforce caused his spiritual power to stagnate.
Yoshi.
As expected of the Pill Emperor's legacy, the restrictions are comparable to those of the Tao spirit realm. Lin Tian silently complained to himself. Jian Wuming walked over and said in a deep voice, "This place is very strange.
Do you all feel dizzy, as if your consciousness is stagnating, and the range you can perceive is being compressed?"
Lin Tian nodded, his gaze sweeping into the depths of the hall, where a stone staircase could be vaguely seen, winding upwards and leading to the hazy void.
"Let's go take a look there," he said in a low voice, leading Xiao Linger, Yao Pang, and the others toward the stone steps. The others saw this. He looked at the treasures around him that were restricted and imprisoned, but he couldn't obtain them.
For a moment, everyone was scratching their heads in frustration.
Lin Tianchao walked away into the distance.
The others had no choice but to stay close to Lin Tian, not daring to remain alone. They were terrified of encountering any danger,
because they also noticed that something was amiss. But for a moment, no one could say anything. Along the way,
the group gradually discovered more traces of the ruins. Broken fragments of alchemical furnaces, inscribed with ancient alchemical formulas, lay scattered on the ground, their spiritual light now faded.
The murals on the pillars depict a battle between gods and demons. A figure of a pill emperor, holding a pill furnace, sprinkles divine pills to heal the wounded and suppress demonic flames.
This Pill Emperor's alchemy skills are heaven-defying. He can even get involved in the battlefield of gods and demons.
Little Peach Blossom exclaimed in amazement. Fatty licked his lips. If I could inherit his legacy, I could dominate the alchemy world. Can you even make pills, you fatso? Little Peach Blossom teased irritably. The chubby boy retorted angrily, ha.
I can't, but my brothers can.
Lin Tian didn't interrupt. Instead, he looked solemn and watched with a furrowed brow. In the mural,
the Pill Emperor was ultimately ambushed by a demon king, his pill furnace shattered, and he perished on the battlefield, leaving behind his legacy here.
Even the Pill Emperor has fallen.
This Hall of Inheritance is likely not just a place of opportunity, but also fraught with danger.
When everyone arrived at the stone steps, they all looked up.
The stone steps soar into the clouds, with small barrier light screens placed on each step. It contains treasures such as divine pills, immortal herbs, alchemy techniques, alchemy furnaces, and magical artifacts.
Its dazzling brilliance is captivating and makes one want to possess it. This is the treasure trove of the Pill Emperor. Every single item is priceless, a prodigy exclaimed excitedly. Speak!
Immediately, one person rushed towards a barrier, attempting to break through it.
Bang!
The person was thrown back by the light barrier, coughing up blood and collapsing to the ground.
Lin Tian squinted and probed with his spiritual sense, discovering that the restrictions on the stone steps were more complex than those inside the hall, and were fatally connected to the spiritual power of the entire palace. He tried to touch Elixir's restriction using a word technique. However, as soon as the spiritual energy entered, it was rebounded by a mysterious force, causing him to take 2 steps back.
Damn it!
This restriction can't be opened at all.
Lin Tian frowned and cursed inwardly. This was also the first time that the technique of using words to break the restriction had failed.
It's not so much a failure as a feeling of utter helplessness.
They wanted to forcibly break the restriction. Lin Tian felt that even if he exhausted all the spiritual power in his body, it would be in vain. Unless you constantly consume spirit stones to replenish it.
Otherwise,
Lin Tian's feeling can be summed up in one word: difficult.
The other prodigies saw this. They all tried it.
Jian Wuming also swung his sword, and the sword light shattered.
Little Peach Blossom flicked out the talisman, and the talisman's light dissipated.
Yao Pang used his Iron Mountain shield and charged directly at a barrier of light. The result was that the steps trembled, but it had no effect whatsoever. The group looked at each other, their excitement turning to frustration.
Xiao Linger tugged at Lin Tian's sleeve and whispered, "Junior brother Lin, didn't you break through the light barrier before? Do you have a way?" Lin Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Chapter 62 Demon Soul Remnants, Divine Artifacts. At this moment,
Fatty Yao, with a smug look on his face, scurried up to Lin Tian and squeezed out a lewd smile.
He muttered to himself, "Little Emperor, how about we get some treasures and divide the spoils? Those divine pills and immortal herbs, TSK, even I, Fatty, am drooling over them."
Lin Tian's eye twitched, and the image of Yao Pang secretly eating pills at Danby flashed through his mind.
He laughed and scolded, "You fatso. Trying to do something naughty again?" Fatty chuckled and scratched his head, saying, "Hee, isn't it because you're here? With the 2 of us working together, we're invincible."
Xiao Linger covered her mouth and chuckled, while Xiao Taohong rolled her eyes. "Fatty, you deserve to get beaten up."
Lin Tian shook his head, but his heart was also burning with excitement.
The treasures on the stone steps before us, elixirs, immortal herbs, alchemy techniques, and magical artifacts, are all priceless.
Who would complain about having too many treasures?
Although he reaped considerable rewards in the secret realm, the allure of the Pill Emperor's inheritance was enough to tempt any cultivator. However, a strange feeling lingered in his mind, and the range of his spiritual awareness was compressed from 80 meters to less than 50 meters, and it was still shrinking, as if it was being suppressed by an invisible force. Jian Wuming's warning still echoed in his ears: the restrictions here are connected to the laws of the god and demon battlefield. Forcibly breaking through them could lead to disaster.
Lin Tian thought to himself, "This place is really weird." Sudden,
an ancient voice resounded in everyone's minds, grand and far-reaching, carrying the vicissitudes of ancient times.
"I am the remnant soul of the Pill Emperor, the supreme master of ancient alchemy.
This palace is the place where I inherited my legacy, a place where the glory of alchemy is preserved. However, during the war between gods and demons invaded, and my remnant soul ran rampant, eroding my spiritual consciousness." Everyone was stunned and listened intently, holding their breath. The voice continued, "The stone steps restriction cannot be broken by external force. To obtain the treasure, you must capture the remnants of demonic souls and store them in a soul-locking talisman. The restriction will automatically dissipate based on the number of remnants of souls required. The remnant soul of the Pill Emperor briefly recounts the glorious era of ancient alchemy. The Pill Emperor wielded his furnace to refine divine pills, saving deities and suppressing demon kings. The fragrance of the pills could reverse life and death. However, the invasion of demons and the fall of the Pill Emperor led to the corruption of the inheritance hall by demonic souls, and the compression of spiritual consciousness was caused by the demonic souls devouring it. It teaches people how to find and capture the remnants of demonic souls. The demonic soul is hidden in the void, appearing as a black mist, and can be sensed by spiritual awareness. The soul-locking talisman can absorb the demonic soul, store it within, and then place it under the restriction. Upon hearing this, everyone was terrified, thinking to themselves, a demonic remnant soul? Devouring spiritual consciousness? This place is too terrifying. Little Linger shrank to Lin Tian's side, her voice trembling as she asked, Junior brother Lin, will the demonic soul eat us? Lin Tian patted her shoulder and comforted her, don't be afraid, I'm here. The words had barely left his mouth. A phantom soul-locking talisman appeared before each person's eyes, shimmering with spiritual light and hovering in mid-air. The remnant soul of the Pill Emperor said, touch the talisman, imprint it on your palm, and follow the talisman's guidance to find the demonic soul. The crowd realized what was happening and raised their hands to touch it. The talisman turned into golden light, imprinted on their palms, and emitted a faint spiritual energy fluctuation. Jian Wuming narrowed his eyes and whispered, Junior brother Lin, the demon soul is dangerous, do not be careless. The talisman on his palm lit up, and following the guidance, he sped deeper into the hall. The other prodigies couldn't wait any longer and scattered to search for traces of the demonic soul using the soul-locking talisman. Lin Tian raised his hand to touch the talisman, but strangely, his fingers passed through the talisman and he grasped nothing. What's going on? Lin Tian frowned. He tried several times, but the talisman remained as a phantom and he could not imprint it. Seeing this, Xiao Linger and Xiao Taohong were puzzled and began to look at each other with puzzled expressions. It got better immediately. They looked at Lin Tian again, their pretty faces full of confusion. Xiao Linger asked anxiously, Junior brother. What's going on? Why can we all do it, but you can't? Lin Tian squinted, thinking to himself, how would I know? However, he did have a vague idea of something. Perhaps it's due to the spiritual power of the incantation. Lin Tian was puzzled. Then, as if he had just thought of something, he realized something. He slapped his thigh hard. That's right. How could I forget? I have a prop that's a stick, and its name is Breaking the Forbidden Three-Flower Stick. My heart skipped a beat. He suddenly pulled out a dark stick from the system space. Its surface was completely devoid of any spiritual light and it looked unremarkable. He thought to himself, this thing can break the restriction? Let's give it a try. While the other prodigies scattered to search for the demon soul, leaving only him, Xiao Linger, and Xiao Taohong by the stone steps, Lin Tian quietly approached a restriction. Inside the light screen, 1,000-year-old purple Ganoderma lucidum exudes a rich medicinal fragrance, its spiritual light flowing. He gripped the black stick tightly and tentatively poked it at the light screen. Buzz! The light barrier offered no resistance and vanished instantly, exposing the purple Ganoderma lucidum to the air, its medicinal fragrance filling the air. Lin Tian's eyes widened, and he covered his mouth in shock, thinking to himself, holy crap! This black stick is too overpowered. However, the consumption is too great. Little Linger and Little Peach Blossom were stunned, exclaiming in unison, Lin Tian. How did you do that? Lin Tian quickly put away the purple Lingji and lowered his voice, don't shout. This can't be known by anyone else. He then tried to break through another barrier, inside which was a divine pill, its spiritual light dazzling. Buzz! The light barrier dissipated again, and the divine pill was in hand, warm and smooth as jade, radiating heaven-defying spiritual power. Xiao Linger covered her mouth, her eyes filled with admiration, Junior. You're simply a god. Xiao Taohong swallowed hard and exclaimed excitedly, young master. Quick! Get all the treasures down from the stone steps. Lin Tian chuckled to himself, thinking, the Pill Emperor's inheritance? I'll take it all. Just as Lin Tian was preparing to make a big move and sweep away the stone steps restrictions with his black stick, a sharp demonic howl suddenly came from the depths of the hall, and a surge of spiritual energy swept through. A prodigy screamed and stumbled back, his body shrouded in black mist, crying out in terror, demonic souls. So many demonic souls. Help! At the same time, the portal at the end of the stone steps shone brightly, and the ancient will resounded once more. The demonic soul awakens, the trial begins. Those who break the seal live, those who fear die. Lin Tian gripped the black staff tightly, squinted at the portal, and thought to himself, demon soul? Trial? It seems this inheritance won't be so easy to obtain. Xiao Linger tugged at his sleeve, her voice trembling, Junior brother Lin, what should we do? A sharp demonic howl echoed within the hall, and the prodigy entangled in black mist staggered and fell to the ground. The skin shrank at a visible rate, as if all the blood and essence in the body had been drained in an instant. Everyone was horrified and retreated hastily. Form the array. Use the soul-locking talisman to protect yourself. Jian Woming shouted coldly, and the talisman in his palm suddenly lit up, transforming into a golden barrier in front of him. The other prodigies also hurriedly activated their talismans, their golden light weaving into a net to barely resist the invasion of the black mist. Lin Tian stood still, the black stick in his hand trembling slightly, emitting a faint, low humming sound. It was as if it were responding to the roars of those demonic souls. He squinted. Although his spiritual sense was suppressed, he could still perceive that the bronze furnace inside the light gate was shaking violently, and thick, black gas was seeping out from the gaps in the furnace lid. Something's not right. Alarm bells rang in Lin Tian's mind. Retreat? Too late. Lin Tian gritted his teeth, slammed the black stick into the ground, and shouted, Little Linger, you all step back. Before he could finish speaking, the portal at the end of the stone steps suddenly shattered. A torrent of black mist poured out like a burst dam, corroding the ground and leaving scorched ravines in its wake. A broken bronze alchemy furnace rolled down from the black mist, its runes crumbling inch by inch. A skeletal claw crawled out of the furnace mouth, dripping a foul-smelling black liquid from its fingertips. The Pill Emperor's seal is broken? Little Peach Blossom's face turned deathly pale. A hoarse, sinister laugh echoed from within the black mist. Insects, offer up your spiritual consciousness. Demonic souls surged towards the group like a tidal wave, and the golden barrier of the soul-locking talisman began to crack. Damn it, let's go all out. A ruthless glint flashed in Lin Tian's eyes as he poured all his remaining spiritual power into the black staff. The staff was covered with cracks, but at the last moment it burst out with a dazzling golden light, like the scorching sun burning the black mist, and the demonic soul collapsed upon touching it. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Tian grabbed Xiao Linger and retreated rapidly, shouting, Get out of the main hall first. However, a scream came from behind him. He was being dragged toward the bronze alchemy furnace by a wisp of black mist that had wrapped around his ankle. Chapter 63 Demon Soul Rampage. Mommy! Buttocks, pull me out quickly. The fat boy's entire lower body was dragged inside, and he screamed at the top of his lungs. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Tian hurriedly looked behind him to check on Yao Peng's condition. At this point, he couldn't care less about arguing with Fatty Yao. He took a few big strides forward, grabbed Yao Peng's hair, and pulled him sharply behind him. The nearly 300-pound mountain of meat was simply dragged back by Lin Tian. However, the fat man was brought back. Lin Tian raised his hand and blew a breath. A tuft of hair fluttered down. The fat guy was dragged and landed hard on his butt on the ground. He covered his head with both hands, yelling in pain, Ouch! Couldn't you be a little gentler? It hurts my hair. Lin Tian rolled his eyes, Stop talking nonsense. If you don't get up, those ghosts will swallow you like a can of fat meat. You're doing this on purpose, you asshole Tian. Say one more thing. The surroundings at this moment. Little Linger and Little Peach Blossom had already obtained a large stack of various talismans from Lin Tian. The two continuously infused the talisman with spiritual power, then unleashed it, causing it to explode in one smooth motion. Under the cover of their crossfire, they were able to barely hold off the surging demonic souls for a time. Every now and then, when there's spare time, they capture some weakened demonic souls after they've been blasted by talismans and store them in the soul-locking mark. Demon Soul. Its shape is bizarre, like wisps of black mist, drifting in endlessly. These things, with their hideous faces, emitted piercing howls that were too loud to hear, and their attacks resembled attacks on the soul, constantly disturbing everyone's minds. Some of them transform into sharp claws that tear through the air. It may burrow into a cultivator's sea of consciousness, devouring their spiritual awareness, or even attach itself to their flesh and blood, eroding their vitality. Terrifying. Extremely difficult to deal with. Xiao Linger's pretty face was pale. She had just cast 3 explosive talismans when she turned around anxiously and shouted at Lin Tianjiao, Junior brother. There are too many demonic souls.
We can't hold them off any longer. Little Peach Blossom threw out a few more explosive talismans. A burst of fire erupted, but only a few demonic souls were destroyed. In a few moments of respite, she gritted her teeth and said, "They are impossible to kill. The only way is to attack them to weaken them and then absorb them into the soul-locking mark." To Lin Tian's left front was Jian Wuming. She also swung her sword continuously, each sword light like a rainbow, shattering one cluster of demonic soul after another. What a pity! The situation is exactly as Xiao Taohong described. These things are impossible to kill. The black mist that had been cleaved apart by the sword energy quickly reformed after only 3 breaths, shrieking as it rushed forward. After expending a great deal of spiritual energy to cleave back several wisps of black mist, his cold eyes glanced into the distance. "Ha! What's that?" Jian Wuming seemed to have discovered something. She quickly moved to Lin Tian's side. He said in a deep voice, "Junior brother Lin, there seem to be fluctuations of spiritual energy in the direction where we landed just now. Judging from the scale, it seems that a large number of cultivators have entered." Lin Tian nodded upon hearing this. He gave Jian Wuming a look, indicating that he didn't need to worry and should continue to block and cover. However, Lin Tian was not too worried. On the contrary, he felt that the more people came in at this moment, the better. The better. Lin Tian grinned, a sinister smile spreading across his face. His gaze began to greedily sweep over the surrounding barrier light screen. "Someone come quick. If no one comes, how can I share the burden? So that I can accept these treasures without worry?" Thinking of this, he kicked Fatty in the butt and yelled, "Fatty! Activate your Iron Mountain shield and become my meat shield. Protect me closely. I'm going to break the seal." "Ha! Don't we need to capture demon souls to break the restriction?" Fatty looked confused and mumbled. "Catch your balls, listen to my orders. If you utter another word, I'll feed you duck powder and make you sleep with a pig," Lin Tian said viciously. "No, I'll listen." Fatty was startled. He immediately shut up, grabbed Lin Tian, and activated the Iron Mountain shield to envelop him. "Lin Tian, what the hell? Are you an idiot? How am I supposed to break the light barrier if you lock me in the Iron Mountain shield like this?" An elbow struck the fat man's large breasts as he yelled, "Get your pig hands off me!" Ouch! Fatty cried out, rubbing his large breast in pain as he was hit. "Didn't you say you'd provide close protection?" Yao Pang unleashed his spiritual power, which instantly condensed around his body, transforming into an earth-yellow spiritual shield that blocked Lin Tian's path. The demonic souls that occasionally broke through Xiao Linger and the other's line of fire and appeared beside Lin Tian were all dealt with by Yao Pang. Lin Tian gripped the 3 flowers breaking restriction staff tightly. They began sweeping away the restrictive light barriers above the stone steps. To plunder treasures. For others. To open a barrier, one must capture 10 or more demon souls. But Lin Tian doesn't need to. At this moment, he has a stick in his hand and all his treasures. If other cultivators saw this scene, they would probably be so angry they'd vomit blood. They should just lie down and call a truce. At the same time. At this moment, in the central square of the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm, the streaks of blue light that had been there before vanished completely. At its core, a giant stone gate suddenly appeared with a roar, and as the spiritual light flowed, it emitted a mysterious power fluctuation. The young Danmang members who had been keeping a close eye on the area saw the blue light dissipate. He suddenly stood up, clenched his fists, and said excitedly, "Good. Senior Brother Qi has finally broken the sacrifice and destroyed the concealment restriction." At this moment, the inheritance hall opens. "All members of the Pill Alliance, enter and join me in seizing the opportunity to become a Pill Emperor," the young man shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, the other members of the Dan Alliance responded in unison, "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of elites from the Dan Alliance filed in, their momentum overwhelming. However, when setting off, with such a large number of members in the Dan Alliance, they were naturally under the surveillance of other forces. The moment they made their move, all the lurking forces took notice of the situation. They all approached the massive stone gate at the center. At this moment, Mu Shui, along with several dozen students from Nanjing University, began to approach the central stone gate. "Let's go in too." She led 12 students from Nanjing University, following other forces as they stormed into Shermen. Seeing this, Lingbao Polytechnic, Fucheng, the Chen family, and other forces all began to scramble to get involved. They flocked to the giant stone gate,
fearing they would miss a great opportunity.
Inside the stone gate.
As soon as everyone stepped inside, a blurry scene greeted them.
After a brief period of dizziness.
Only these people can adapt and open their eyes to the world. All around them, wisps of black mist billowed, and countless demonic souls floated about, their shrill cries echoing as they lunged at them.
Mommy! What the heck is this? How could it exude such a strange and terrifying aura?
Some timid students were so frightened that their legs were shaking, and they instinctively wanted to turn back.
But where is the path we came from behind?
And those who were the first to join the Dan Alliance.
It was then suffering the first wave of demonic soul attacks.
Demonic souls, like ghosts, traverse the void. Some even enter the consciousness of cultivators, causing illusions and leading people to kill each other. Some transformed into black blades, slicing through flesh and blood, causing blood to gush out. Others coil around the body, draining away spiritual energy.
It can instantly make someone feel listless. A genius student from Lingbao Polytechnic was caught off guard when a demonic soul entered his sea of consciousness.
His eyes turned bloodshot, and he brandished his magical weapon, frantically slashing at his companions. Screams filled the air.
At the same time, the moment these people walked in,
everyone heard the voice of the remnant soul of the Pill Emperor in their sea of consciousness. They learned what the black mist was. At the same time, a soul-locking mark appeared on each person.
Therefore, after the initial panic,
they were all branded with the soul-locking mark and began their counterattack. They all first defeated the demonic soul, weakening it, and then absorbed it into the soul-locking seal. Chapter 64 South Conference Meeting, Lin Tian steals the treasure.
Fortunately, these people arrived.
This relieves most of the pressure on Lin Tian's side, and many demonic souls emerging from the depths of the palace headed towards the Pill Alliance. The Dan Alliance has a large number of members, so after understanding the situation, they were all excited and worked together. One of them used magic and spiritual power to defeat the demonic soul to a weak state, and then the other person put the demonic soul into the soul-locking seal before it could recover.
The same applies to other forces.
Certainly. They weren't fools, and naturally, as soon as they entered, some of them, like Lin Tian and his group, tried to forcibly break the restriction. The result, naturally, was that it remained completely still.
Therefore, at this moment, those who want to obtain treasures are just like the dozen or so people who followed Lin Tian, frantically capturing demonic souls. At this moment,
Mu Shui led the people of Nanzhong to form an array as soon as they landed, their spiritual energy shields expanding to form a triangular formation to jointly resist the impact of the demonic soul.
Sudden.
A young man, holding a soul tablet, exclaimed excitedly, "Senior Sister Mu Shui." The soul tablet detected 3 soul imprints, located in the northeast direction. As the young man spoke, he raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the stone ladder. This was also the location where Lin Tian and his group were. Upon hearing this, Mu Shui's previously icy eyes suddenly lit up. It's probably Lin Tian and his group.
Everyone, heed my command.
Form ranks in advance, avoiding the Pill Alliance. Ignore these demonic souls for now. We need to find our classmates and reunite with them.
Yes, Senior. Receive. I understand, President Mu Shui.
The dozens of people from Nanjing University nodded in agreement without the slightest hesitation.
I'll lead the way.
The young man who had spoken earlier took the lead and walked ahead of everyone. He channeled his spiritual power, his sword flashing, carving a path through the multitude of demonic souls.
Then everyone else quickly followed suit. However, although the black mist of the demonic soul was dispersed, it quickly reformed and shrieked as it launched a counterattack. This situation truly gave the people at Nanjing University quite a fright.
Some of the more timid ones were terrified and broke out in a cold sweat, causing their formation to begin to crumble. Upon seeing this, Mu Shui immediately produced a spirit fan. The lotus-shaped arm swung back and forth, supporting the weak points within the formation. Each time, it unleashed several extremely powerful wind blades, tearing through the black mist.
Hold on. Use soul-locking talismans to collect those weakened demonic souls. Yes.
Following their advice, the group had no choice but to slow down and begin fighting, retreating, and advancing simultaneously. On the other hand, Lin Tian is under increasing pressure. This made Lin Tian even more unrestrained, raising the 3-flower forbidden staff and constantly moving back and forth across various parts of the stone ladder. Even the chubby boy following behind him struggled to keep up with Lin Tian for a moment.
Ha ha. Mine, all my babies are mine.
Lin Tian pried open several more light screens.
Awesome! What's this? Judging from the spiritual energy fluctuations, could it be a top-grade magic weapon?
Inside the light barrier in front of Lin Tian, a flying boat lay quietly.
It's only the size of a palm.
But Lin Tian knew that this kind of super-grade magic weapon was said to be able to not only change size, but also to be used to hold living things.
Without hesitation, Lin Tian tossed the item into his storage ring.
Then they started running towards another barrier light screen.
Not far away, 3 women were shielding Lin Tian and Yao Pang from most of the demonic souls.
They watched Lin Tian's frantic money-making scheme.
They were all dumbfounded. It's unbelievable. However, they immediately put in even more effort to resist the demonic souls' attacks.
Because they all thought of the same result at the same time. That is, how crazy it must have been when they were dividing the spoils.
The things inside that light screen are no ordinary items.
Meanwhile, a dozen or so prodigies were not far from Lin Tian and his group. At that moment, they all noticed the fluctuations in the soul tablet. They all noticed the arrival of others from their respective factions.
These people were excited.
They converged at the entrance where they had come from.
He couldn't be bothered with Lin Tian and the others anymore.
In fact, to speed up their progress, they even began to abandon the capture of demon souls.
However,
that's how it works. The demonic souls lost their share of the burden, and some of the demonic souls that hadn't chased the dozen or so people began to frantically pounce on Lin Tian and his group of 5. As always, first came the shrill whistling, constantly disturbing the mind, followed by a massive surge of black mist. At this point, Yao Pang also felt increasingly strained. Because more and more demonic souls are breaking through the defenses of Xiaolinger and the other 2 girls. Even Yao Pang's Iron Mountain shield began to dim, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Little Emperor,
I can't hold on much longer. You have to think of something. This moment."
Lin Tian finally had no choice, because demonic souls had already begun to pounce on him. He had no choice but to temporarily put away the 3-flower forbidden staff.
He shouted, "Don't panic.
Fatty, I'll deal with the weak demon soul.
You use the soul mark to capture it." Good. Lin Tian immediately activated his ultimate move. The grinding technique was immediately put into practice. Whoosh!
A sound so loud it was inaudible, a tremor in the void, rang out. It then dispersed bursts of spiritual energy, continuously transforming into invisible ripples that disrupted the black mist of the demonic soul. Lin Tian rushed towards the place with the most demonic souls. Those demonic souls within a meter of Lin Tian began to collapse one by one under the impact of the grinding technique, constantly splitting and trying to recombine. Fatty followed behind, but he couldn't keep up. He immediately yelled, "Hey, slow down, Fatty can't handle this." Lin Tian ignored him and instead intensified his spiritual energy output. At the same time, he also complained that the speed was not fast enough.
A large stack of talismans instantly appeared in his palm. Besides charging recklessly, he also kept exploding spirit talismans.
At the same time, he shouted loudly to Xiaolinger, Xiao Taohong, and Jian Wuming, "Stop fighting.
All of you follow behind me and capture the demon souls. I don't have much time left. Hurry!"
Lin Tian spoke urgently, and then intensified the bombardment of the talisman. He wanted to take down all the demonic souls in the vicinity in one fell swoop, so that he could collect the remaining treasures within the other light screens with peace of mind. Upon hearing this, Xiaolinger and the others stopped and began to move closer to Lin Tian, following behind him. He kept raising his hand to capture the demon soul. Fortunately, with the combined efforts of the 4 of them, they were able to maintain a fairly good match with Lin Tian.
But an hour has passed.
The spiritual energy within Lin Tian's body also began to dry up. Furthermore, he squandered all the spirit stones in his storage ring.
But there are just too many demon souls.
It's like they can't be killed off completely, they just keep growing back like spring breezes. But thankfully, there was also a pleasant surprise.
That is it.
Lin Tian was surprised to find that he could gain 1 point of emotion value for each demon soul he bumped into.
This excited him greatly. Because it happens within this 1 hour. He has already gained nearly 500 emotion points.
And the accumulated points have reached 2,000. But in the end, Lin Tian's spiritual energy was severely depleted. Left with no other choice, he called to the 4 people behind him to begin their retreat, returning to the location of the stone ladder to continue providing cover for him.
He wants to keep collecting treasures. At that very moment,
Mu Shui led the Nanzhong people and finally broke through a gap to arrive. The light illuminated the darkness and appeared before Lin Tian and the others.
Lin Tian. Mu Xue's cold eyes suddenly lit up with joy.
Confirming that Lin Tian was safe, her heart, which had been clenched with worry, finally relaxed.
Mu Xue? Ha ha ha. You've come at the perfect time. Lin Tian laughed heartily.
He didn't waste any words or offer any explanation. He immediately shouted loudly to the dozens of people behind Mu Xue, "Come over here, provide cover for me, and attack these demonic souls." He gave detailed instructions and a few words of advice, without caring what these people thought, and then left without waiting for their agreement. Lin Tian turned around and headed towards the stone ladder to continue prying open the light barrier.
Crazy frenzy to grab treasures.
Chapter 65 The Mischievous Nature, Sweeping the Stone Steps. Lin Tian was seen carrying a stick and walking towards the stone steps.
Mu Xue's cold eyes flashed with complexity.
Although she didn't know the specifics, she still chose to believe Lin Tian. She said to the others in a deep voice, "Everyone, form a protective array to defend against the demonic souls."
The others, though unwilling, were also pleased to hear this.
They weren't stupid. They saw that the ladder to heaven, which was as big as 2 football fields, was filled with all sorts of forbidden treasures.
Is it possible for these people not to be tempted?
But under Mu Xue's orders, they had no choice but to temporarily put aside their doubts and greed.
In a short time,
students from Nanjing University began to form defensive formations, with spiritual energy shields rising one after another, forming a spiritual energy wall that stretched across the front of the heavenly ladder. Sword light and talismans flew together, and magical treasures were continuously unleashed.
They bravely withstood the onslaught of demonic souls.
Jian Wuming naturally joined immediately. Meanwhile, Fatty stayed less than 3 body lengths behind Lin Tian, keeping watch out for any demonic souls that might break through all the defenses. Xiao Linger and Xiao Taohong formed an inner defensive line, trying their best to capture those demonic souls that had broken through the Nanjing University students' defenses but were now in a weakened state. For a time, this created an absolute defense for Lin Tian, allowing him to focus on stealing the treasure. As for what that remnant soul of the Pill Emperor said about collecting demonic souls to break the restriction, Lin Tian grinned, his eyes gleaming with greed. He picked up the dark 3-flower restriction breaking staff and headed straight for the restriction light barrier on the stone steps.
Fuck you. I never talk about martial ethics. This moment, Lin Tian's miserly nature was completely exposed.
In his mind, only what's in his pocket is real.
What does it mean to secure profits? That's it. As for the rules? Screw the rules. Once I've taken all the inherited treasures here, that's the rule.
The 3-flower forbidden staff is in hand.
The stone ladder is Lin Tian's private treasure trove. Lin Tian moved like lightning, rushing to a barrier.
Inside the barrier, a celestial pill floated, radiating spiritual light and exuding a rich medicinal fragrance, with the faint sound of a dragon's roar. He swung the barrier breaking staff and gently poked it. With a hum, the light barrier dissipated like thin paper, and the elixir was in his hand. It was warm and smooth like jade, and the spiritual energy fluctuations were awe-inspiring.
Ha ha. This elixir. Lin Tian laughed heartily. Although he couldn't tell what level it was, a treasure that could be sealed by restrictions for countless years couldn't possibly be ordinary. So he didn't hesitate and stuffed it directly into his Qiankuan ring. Its figure began to rush towards the next restriction. The second restriction. This is an ancient jade slip containing a prescription for alchemy, inscribed with the 5 characters Emperor's Divine Elixir. Its spiritual light is restrained, yet it exudes a profound and mysterious aura. Lin Tian didn't even think about it. A stick is used to poke and pry. The light screen collapsed instantly, and with lightning speed, he grabbed the jade slip in his hand. Immediately, he scanned the area with his spiritual sense. This is actually a pill formula, and it can be used to refine heaven-defying divine pills to help cultivators condense their divine souls. He laughed wildly. This thing, if sold, could be exchanged for a sacred mountain. We can't keep selling all the time. We need to stock up on some rare items for the future. Next. The 3rd place, the 4th place. Lin Tian was like a wolf among sheep. His barrier-breaking staff was invincible, and the barrier light curtain disappeared one after another. This time, Lin Tian was like a wild horse that had been unleashed, completely letting loose. Previously, he had to devote most of his attention to worrying about being ambushed by demonic souls. But at this moment, he was fully committed to the glorious mission of snatching the treasure. A super-grade magic weapon flying sword, its sword energy tearing through the void.
1,000-year-old herb, its medicinal fragrance is extraordinary.
The strange jade talisman emitted eerie fluctuations, seemingly concealing ancient secret techniques.
Even a broken alchemy furnace exudes terrifying spiritual pressure, comparable to a Tao artifact. Lin Tian accepted everything that came his way: 5 immortal pills, 7 volumes of pill formulas, 15 top-grade magic treasures, countless high-level spiritual herbs and magical artifacts, and several storage rings filled with all sorts of strange and wonderful treasures.
Some of these storage rings are even larger than his Qiankuan ring. Just as Lin Tianru was frantically collecting treasures. While resisting the demonic soul, the people of Nanzhong watched Lin Tian's frenzied sweep, all dumbfounded and utterly shocked. A male cultivator swallowed hard. Lin Tian, is this guy a human transporter? Breaking restrictions is like child's play for him. Wasn't it agreed that capturing demonic souls was the only way to break the seal? Is he cheating? Or using a hack? A female cultivator exclaimed excitedly, immortal pills. Top-grade magic treasures. He took dozens of them? Another senior student remarked, we thought we had to protect him, but who knew he was the real powerhouse? Don't get distracted, focus on defending against the enemy. You'll all get your share of these things later. Mu Xue's cold eyes narrowed, and she scolded the crowd. Then, she fixed her gaze on Lin Tian. When Mu Xue sensed Lin Tian's aura, she discovered that he had already reached the 8th level of qi refining. Even she was speechless with shock. He muttered to himself, 8th level of qi refining? He was only at the 5th level when he entered the secret realm. What kind of heaven-defying opportunity did he obtain in just a few days? She had mixed feelings. But then came another pleasant surprise. As long as Lin Tian is strong enough and exceptionally talented. After we leave the heavenly furnace secret realm. Mu Xue suddenly remembered the plan Tang Xian had devised for her. Initially, upon entering the secret realm, the 99 students from Nanjing University all looked down on Lin Tian, thinking that he was only at the 1st level of qi refining, even though he had made a name for himself in the alchemy competition. Although I don't know how I reached the 5th level of qi refining afterward. But given their current level of cultivation, once they enter the secret realm, a 5th level cultivator below the peak is nothing more than an ant. We might need their help. But now, Lin Tian single-handedly swept through the stone steps restrictions and plundered the Pill Emperor's inheritance. His methods were heaven-defying, and his luck was overwhelming, completely overturning our understanding. The other factions are still struggling, desperately trying to capture demonic souls in hopes of obtaining a treasure. I wonder what their expressions will be when they gather enough demon souls and arrive at the stone ladder, only to see this situation. Until this moment, the people of Nanjing University no longer seemed to have the same resentment as before. On the contrary, they were all incredibly excited. One of the senior students exclaimed excitedly, Lin Tian is the hope of our Nanjing University. With him around, the Dan Alliance is nothing. Nanjing University's rise is just around the corner. Seeing that these people were praising Lin Tian. Just then, Xiao Taohong flicked a talisman, shattering several wisps of demonic black mist. She looked back at Lin Tian, her bright, beautiful eyes filled with pride and envy. At that moment, she suddenly remembered Yi Qingxiu's words of advice. Stay close to Lin Tian. If he takes a liking to you, don't resist. At first, she didn't think much of it, thinking that Lin Tian's 5th level of qi refining was nothing special. I always felt that doing this to Xiao Taohong was a waste of her talent. But now, Lin Tian, at the 8th level of qi refining, possessed extraordinary abilities and unparalleled luck, making him the focus of all the geniuses. The more Xiao Taohong thought about it, the more flushed her lively and lovely face became. She stamped her foot, cursing inwardly, ugh. What time is it? Why am I still thinking about these things? But Xiao Taohong couldn't help but steal glances at Lin Tian. He thought to himself, if Lin Tianjin has taken a liking to me, I don't think I'm at a loss. Little Linger unleashed a burst of spiritual energy, her delicate body fluttering like a butterfly as she furiously attacked the demonic soul, determined to protect Lin Tian. Seeing how much the people of Nanjing University admired Lin Tian, she felt both happy and inferior. Junior Lin saved me from danger with extraordinary skill. He is destined to be a chosen one. The thought of embracing Lin Tian naked before made her feel uneasy. Her face was also flushed. But when Xiao Linger's eyes fell on Mu Xue also noticed that she was observing Lin Tian from time to time. The warmth contained in those eyes. Little Linger sighed inwardly. I'm just an ordinary woman, how could I be worthy of him?
Senior sister Mu Shui is exceptionally talented and incomparably beautiful. She is the perfect match for junior brother Lin.
Thinking of this, Xiao Linger made a firm decision. He made up his mind in secret.
I, Xiao Linger, swear that in this life, as long as I can be his maid and serve him for the rest of my life, I will be content.
Linger's eyes were resolute, and her spiritual power erupted even more fiercely. She shouted, "Demon soul! Don't even think about hurting junior brother Lin." Her talismans flew wildly, forcefully blocking several demonic souls and protecting Lin Tian's rear.
I don't know how much time has passed. Everyone in the south was exhausted, their spiritual energy nearly depleted. Fortunately, the number of demonic souls is gradually decreasing, and the shrieking sounds are weakening.
Until the very end.
After a long time without any demonic souls attacking, the stone ladder area also began to return to silence, with only a few scattered flashes of spiritual light from the restrictive light screen remaining.
And at this moment,
Lin Tian broke through all the restrictions and finally stood at the top of the stone steps. He wielded the barrier-breaking staff, pried open the last barrier, and took out one of the magical swords shrouded in celestial energy. The sword's blade shimmered with light, and its sword energy tore through the void, making it a top-tier, super-grade weapon. He grinned, this sword.
However, at that very moment,
people from the Dan Alliance and other forces also arrived at the foot of the stone steps one after another. They had previously risked their lives, using the captured demon souls to break through some scattered restrictions along the way. However, it was quite fruitful. Then, based on what their dozen or so fellow disciples had told them, they learned that the stone ladder was the core of the place, and that there were countless treasures inside. But when they arrived at the scene, they were filled with excitement. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. The stone steps were now completely empty, the protective light barrier had vanished, and not a single treasure remained. They looked up and saw Lin Tian standing at the top of the stone steps, holding a celestial sword, with a smug grin on his face.
Lin Tian? He's the one who swept the stone steps clean? The elixirs, magical treasures, and pill formulas, he took them all? No one could believe it. How is that possible? But the truth is, all the treasures are gone. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Lin Tian. They roared angrily, "Lin Tian, did you take the treasure? Hand it over now." Chapter 66: A Soul-Shaking Drum. Slaughtering all members of the Pill Alliance. Among the Danmeng people,
the young man kept glancing back and forth at Lin Tian and the others.
He had noticed Lin Tian's movements a long time ago.
I originally thought this was senior brother Qi from the Dan Alliance, but now,
where can I find any trace of senior brother Qi?
The young man grew increasingly anxious, and a bad thought suddenly popped into his head.
Could it be? Something happened? The thought of this made his heart sink. "Lin Tian, I'm asking you, why are you here?"
The young man stepped forward and questioned Lin Tian. Seeing that the young man had something to say, the others all shut up.
After all, this person is no ordinary individual.
Because the young man was Huang Xing, the nominal disciple of the first elder of Dan City. This level of status is far more prestigious than Zhang Hao's back then. But Lin Tian did not reply. He waved the sword in his hand, a kind smile on his lips, and slowly descended the stone steps. At the same time, he had already started sending telepathic messages to Mu Shui, Fatty, and the others. When Mu Shui learned that the senior brother Qi that Huang Xing mentioned was already dead, and had been killed by Yao Pang sitting on his buttocks, even Mu Shui, whose face was usually cold and aloof, couldn't help but twitch slightly at this moment. She looked at Lin Tian with increasing curiosity. But it was fleeting. Mu Shui quickly relayed this information to everyone at Nanjing University via telepathy. When everyone learned this, their faces were filled with shock. But this is not the time to be shocked. Everyone is now gathering their strength, preparing for a bloody battle with the hundreds of people from the Pill Alliance. When Lin Tian finally reached the front of the Southerners, he fiddled with the immortal sword in his hand. His gaze drifted, intentionally or unintentionally, toward the dozen or so people from various factions who had followed him earlier. At this moment, Huang Xing became furious when he saw that Lin Tian didn't respond. His tone grew increasingly sinister as he asked, enunciating each word clearly, "I'm asking you, why are you here? Where is our Dan Alliance's senior brother Qi?" Lin Tian picked at his ear and looked at the dozen or so people who had their heads down and dared not speak. "Hey! Don't you know? Didn't you kill their senior brother Qi?" Lin Tian said pointedly, striking first to confuse the situation. Upon hearing this, The dozen or so people were struck dumb, their faces turning pale with fright, and they shook their heads like rattles.
No, we didn't kill them.
It was you who injured Senior Brother Chi first, one of the female cultivators hurriedly explained, then pointed at Fatty Yao. It was him, that fat guy, who sat on Senior Brother Chi and crushed him.
What?
Upon hearing this, the hundreds of people from the Pill Alliance felt as if the sky had fallen. For a moment, Huang Xing also felt dizzy.
If he really died, then he. For when you enter.
Elder Qi had once instructed that his grandson must be protected. As for the credibility of what the female cultivator said earlier, it is no longer important at this moment.
Nanjing University trash, you all deserve to die. Huang Xing roared angrily. Tear them to pieces. As soon as he finished speaking,
more than 200 Dan Alliance cultivators unleashed their spiritual power, unleashing streaks of sword light as they charged toward the stone steps. Other factions also became restless, wanting to take advantage of the chaos to rob the Nanjing University students' storage bags, believing that the treasures must be on these people. However, considering that it was like fighting the Dan Alliance for food in the jaws of a tiger, even if they managed to seize the treasure, they might not be able to keep it once they left. So these people suddenly stopped in their tracks and watched the battle intently from the sidelines. The people of Nanjing University were already prepared. At that moment, they saw hundreds of peak-level experts rushing towards them. One by one, they began to unleash their spiritual power, forming an array to block the stone steps and fight back. Jian Wuming drew his long sword, its sword energy soaring into the sky. Xiao Taohuang gathered her spiritual power. Xiao Linger's spiritual light rippled, protecting Lin Tian.
For these people from Nanjing University, since entering the secret realm, their life or death battle with the Pill Alliance has never ceased. The two sides were already mortal enemies. Therefore, no one would blame Lin Tian for killing an important figure on the other side. On the contrary, these young students from Nanjing University all felt that the killing was well done and brilliant. They're all young people, after all. They don't hold back much. They just fight it out if they disagree.
More than 200 Dan Alliance cultivators unleashed their spiritual power, and swordlight, palm prints, and streams of spiritual energy poured down like a torrential rain.
On the Nanjing University side, there were barely 40 people.
Faced with an enemy several times their size, they were momentarily intimidated. Amid the siege, they fought and began to form ranks to meet the enemy. Mu Shui waved her spirit fan, and a frost storm swept through, freezing the vanguard of the Dan Alliance.
Jian Wuming's sword light shone like a rainbow, slaying several people.
The Dan Alliance, with its superior numbers and overwhelming spiritual power, crushed the southern people's forces, causing them to retreat in disarray. A student from Nanjing University had his sword knocked away by the impact, was struck in the chest by a palm print, coughed up blood, collapsed to the ground, and died on the spot. Immediately afterwards, several more people were pierced by the sword light, and screams of agony rose and fell. In just a quarter of an hour, only 13 students remained at Nanjing University. More than 20 others were left bleeding on the stone steps, their bodies lying scattered in a horrifying sight. Xiao Linger had the lowest cultivation level, so she was naturally not on the front line. At this moment, her pretty face was pale, and she gritted her teeth to protect Lin Tian. Junior brother Lin, run. Blood trickled from the corner of Mu Shui's mouth, but her cold eyes remained resolute. Lin Tian, why don't you take the treasure and break through?
Lin Tian was protected by the people from Nanjing University. As he watched his classmates fall one by one, his eyes were already bloodshot and red. But he had no choice. He originally wanted to delay the other party so that he could recover more spiritual power. He tried to use the grab technique from a distance again, but the people from the Dan Alliance didn't give him a chance at all and attacked without warning. Fortunately, he was able to continuously draw spiritual energy from the few remaining spirit stones. He stepped forward, shouting, "You treacherous dogs of the Dan Alliance! I'll make you pay for your crimes in blood." He tossed the heaven-slaying sword to Mu Shui and said in a deep voice, "Senior, catch. Leave these beasts to me." Mu Shui caught the sword, stunned, and said, "Junior brother Lin, you..." Lin Tian sneered and took out an ancient war drum from his Qiankuan ring. Its surface was covered with mysterious runes and emitted terrifying fluctuations. This is another mysterious item from the system's lottery. Named the soul-shaking drum, it can shatter the soul with a single strike, and its power is directly proportional to the combat strength of the person who uses it. In other words, the higher Lin Tian's combat strength, the more powerful his destructive force he can unleash. It's not that he didn't want to take it out sooner. It's because this thing consumes too much spiritual energy.
Lin Tian poured in his spiritual power and suddenly struck the war drum.
Thump!
A thunderous drumbeat resounded, the void trembled, and ripples of spiritual energy swept across the entire area like a tsunami, carrying the power to destroy souls. However, under Lin Tian's spiritual control, it was only directed at the people of the Pill Alliance.
The 400-plus cultivators of the Pill Alliance were the first to be hit.
As soon as the drums sounded, their sea of consciousness shattered instantly.
Bang bang bang!
Their bodies shattered like porcelain, blood and flesh splattered everywhere, bones broke into pieces, turning into a blood mist in mangled limbs. Upon seeing this, Wang Xing's eyes widened instantly. He barely managed to utter a half-scream before exploding into a spray of blood and dying on the spot. Nearly 400 people were killed, none of them escaped. Blood flowed like a river before the stone steps, and the stench of blood filled the air.
The audience was stunned. One drumbeat. He instantly killed over 400 peak chi refining cultivators from the Pill Alliance. This moment.
Those forces that originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos and seize the storage bags of Nanjing University students while the Dan Alliance was not paying attention.
Everyone was stunned. What just happened? Are all the people from the Dan Alliance dead? How is that possible?
A series of questions and fears lingered in the minds of these people. However, the dozen or so people who had already witnessed Lin Tian's strange methods were not too surprised.
Meanwhile, Nanjing University.
The remaining dozen or so people were also stunned, as if they had seen a ghost. Their expressions of shock were beyond words, and they all stood there dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Lin Tian.
He couldn't say a word. Chapter 67 Breaking the Rules, Unfair.
The other prodigies were all deathly pale, their legs trembling.
Dead silence. It was eerily quiet. A long time. What did he use? A single drumbeat. To annihilate the Pill Alliance? This is a celestial artifact? He's only at the 8th level of chi refining.
Just as these people were muttering to themselves in disbelief.
On the contrary, the remaining dozen or so people from Nanjing University were all excited and invigorated.
The reason is simple: now that the Dan Alliance is wiped out, none of the remaining people pose a threat to Nanjing University.
So, wouldn't all the treasures end up with Nanjing University? This is a treasure trove of the entire Dan Emperor's legacy. However,
among the remaining forces, there are also some shrewd and resourceful individuals.
In their view,
the drum Lin Tian just used must have been a treasure obtained from the barrier light screen.
And many people share this idea.
When these self-righteous thoughts surfaced in my mind, the greed in these people's hearts became difficult to suppress in an instant. Even when facing death, they would never be resigned to their fate. A prodigy from Fu City rolled his eyes and shouted, "Lin Tian,
you've broken the rules."
The soul of the Pill Emperor said the treasures require a demonic soul to break the seal, yet you people from Nandi University are using evil magic to steal them.
That's unfair.
His initiation naturally stirred up a great deal of discussion.
The other prodigies also snapped out of their daze and echoed, "Yes.
The soul of the Pill Emperor will uphold justice." A brilliant student from Lingbao University stepped forward and declared righteously, "The Pill Emperor's inheritance belongs to all the secret realms.
How can your Nanjing University monopolize it? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Quickly hand over the treasure, and we'll share it equally."
Mu Tianhao of the Mu family glanced at Mu Shui at this moment. Seeing that the other party did not express their opinion, he gritted his teeth, hid behind the crowd, and complained loudly.
"Exactly.
We risk our lives to capture demon souls, and you guys just steal everything.
Don't you have any conscience?"
The others also chimed in with their own comments.
They just didn't dare to step forward and shout for battle. Those from Nanjing University think they can do whatever they want just because they have some tricks up their sleeves? Be careful, they might get their comeuppance.
Furthermore, Lin Tian slaughtered the entire Pill Alliance.
Aren't you worried that after leaving the secret realm, the Pill Alliance will seek revenge on you?
These words carried a strong sense of threat.
To put it bluntly,
it means that your South University is able to run rampant in the secret realm and slaughter everyone in the Pill Alliance.
If you want them to keep it a secret, be smart and share it with everyone.
Consider it hush money.
Upon hearing this, Mu Shui's eyes turned icy cold.
Holding the immortal sword, he took a step forward. She coldly surveyed the remaining 100 or so people opposite her. His tone was devoid of any emotion. He coldly snorted, "Humph.
Don't try to threaten us with morality.
Life and death in the secret realm has always depended on individual skill. As for the treasures, whoever obtains them first gets them.
Do you perhaps intend to follow the old path of the Pill Alliance? Are you willing to risk your lives?
Jian Wuming drew his long sword, its sword energy soaring into the sky. It exudes a unique, domineering aura characteristic of sword cultivators.
But,
as Jian Wuming spoke, her eyes kept glancing enviously at the sword in Mu Shue's hand. For a sword cultivator, the allure of a fine sword is quite potent, especially when its name has been changed to Jian Wuming Sword Without Fate.
You're wrong. Now that the people of the Pill Alliance are dead, I ask you, once you leave the secret realm, how are you going to face the Pill Alliance's overwhelming wrath?
Mu Tianhao continued to hide behind the crowd, subtly implying that the people of the Pill Alliance were informants.
Upon hearing this, everyone else exclaimed.
They all understood and stepped forward, speaking in sarcastic and mocking tones.
Exactly. Can your Nanjing University withstand the wrath of the Pill Alliance?
I've heard that among those who died in the Pill Alliance were the grandson of one of their elders and a nominal disciple of the first elder of Pill City.
You decide. We don't need much. As long as your Nanjing University gives us 80% of its treasures, we guarantee we won't mention it once we leave. Mu Shue's cold eyes grew even colder. Don't even think about it. Fatty, clutching his injured buttocks, stepped forward as well. Hey! I'm telling you, you bunch of shameless bastards. I'm telling you, the smart ones should shut up and not ask for trouble. These people immediately panicked.
They don't have the ability to fight. Look at all the experts from the Pill Alliance, they've all been killed.
If we give up, wouldn't this sacrifice in the Heavenly Furnace secret realm have been in vain?
Just as the two sides were exchanging words,
a playful voice suddenly rang out. In that case, I'll kill you all. Then no one will know that I killed you. The speaker was Lin Tian.
Lin Tian slowly stepped forward, a half-smile playing on his lips.
After that brief respite, I've recovered quite a bit.
The sound of that drumbeat just now instantly drained all of Lin Tian's spiritual power.
But that's not the heartbreaking thing.
What's heartbreaking is that none of the people from the Dan Alliance who died gave him any emotional value.
This is a bit of a mess.
He had originally thought that at 100 yuan per person, there would be nearly 400 people.
Wouldn't that be several tens of thousands? What a pity.
At the moment of their deaths, these people's fear wasn't directed at Lin Tian, but at the drum.
Therefore, he didn't get any emotional points. Now. Then look at Mu Tianhao and the others.
Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, they were all so frightened that they took several steps back. They all drew their swords to defend themselves, fearing that Lin Tian would slaughter them all like he had slaughtered the Pill Alliance members.
Lin Tian, don't do anything reckless. If you kill us, then your Nando will be going against the entire Nanchang. No.
It will be against all the forces in the entire East.
Is that so? I'll kill you, and who will know?
Lin Tian approached step by step.
Speak. He actually took the drum out of the ring again. With a boom, it was placed in front of him. Honestly,
Lin Tian really had murderous intent if he hadn't exhausted his spiritual energy and hadn't been unable to recover.
Who knows, they might have already made their move. Do you want to force him to spit out the fatty meat in his mouth? Is that possible? When has Lin Tian ever given in?
Seeing the way Lin Tian was setting up the drum, the expressions of the 100 or so people opposite them changed drastically in an instant.
At this moment, suddenly, someone shouted. Right. Isn't there a Pill Emperor's soul here?
He's the one who set the rules, and this guy from Nanda is clearly breaking the rules. Upon hearing this, hope was rekindled in the hearts of these people.
Yes. It's not fair.
We demand justice. We cannot allow those who follow the rules to be treated unfairly.
These people seem to have grasped at a straw.
They all shouted loudly towards the depths of the palace, towards the direction from which the demonic souls were surging. It was originally just for psychological comfort.
Who knew? Surprisingly, just as they finished speaking, an aged and majestic voice resounded throughout the hall.
Breaking the restrictions without authorization, violating my rules, seizing the inheritance and disrespecting the trial, you shall be punished.
This sound once. Boom.
A terrifying pressure surged from the depths of the palace, like a mountain pressing down, instantly engulfing the remaining 13 people from Nanjing University. Mu Shui, Jian Wuming, Yao Pang, Xiao Linger, Xiao Taohong, etc. The remaining students of Nanjing University all coughed up blood, their spiritual energy dissipated, and they collapsed to the ground, their faces pale. Lin Tian was also pressed down onto the soul-shaking drum by this oppressive force. Lin Tian never expected this. That damn Dan Emperor, how dare he interfere? Fuck you. I got the treasure through my own skill, what's it to you? Let's fight one-on-one if you dare. Lin Tian looked up and roared. Fortunately, he had just recovered a lot of spiritual energy, otherwise, Lin Tian would probably have trouble even speaking right now. But at the same time, the strategy of grinding was also quietly taking effect. They fought with all their might against this inexplicably appearing pressure. Although it could barely contend with it, its level of skill was ultimately unmatched. In the end, he couldn't fight City Hall. Lin Tian was so shocked that his blood churned and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. This scene was witnessed by more than 100 people on the opposite side. They were all instantly excited. In their view, it's over. Everyone at Nanjing University is finished. The treasure is theirs. A Lingbao science and technology cultivator sneered, "Serves you right. Breaking the rules, you died in vain." Upon hearing this, the others began to get restless. Because intimidation has no effect on them at all. So at this moment, they rushed forward, trying to seize the storage bags of everyone at Nanjing University. Many people even had greedy eyes fixed on the soul-shocking drum lying beneath Lin Tian. Chapter 68: Jealousy and Competition. Lin Tian was overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure of the remnant soul of the Pill Emperor, making it difficult for him to breathe. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his spiritual power surged within his body. Fortunately, by using the grinding technique, the oppressive force was gradually worn away. He managed to keep his balance. Seeing that the other powerful talents were becoming increasingly greedy and were closing in, they realized that the other forces were also eager to acquire them. Lin Tian glared angrily. "Lin Tian, weren't you so arrogant? Now you're nothing but a piece of trash," a student from Lingbao University of Science and Technology sneered. "Kill them, and all those treasures will surely be in the storage bags. As long as we kill them, the Pill Emperor's inheritance will all be ours. Lin Tian, a bunch of clowns, daring to steal my stuff?" Just as they approached, Lin Tian ignored them. Thump! Thump! Two earth-shattering drumbeats rang out, the void shattered, and ripples of spiritual energy swept through the entire inheritance hall like a world-destroying tsunami. The two soul-shaking drums sounded like the Emperor of Heaven beating his drums, causing the laws to collapse and the very foundation of the secret realm to begin to shake. Originally, the remnant soul of the Pill Emperor was merely a thought. He resides in the Hall of Heritage, guarding the legacy. However, the resounding drumbeats triggered a resonance between him and the ancient consciousness. Suddenly, a phantom figure appeared on the dome of the Hall of Inheritance. The figure, wearing a crimson crown and holding a pill furnace, exuded a vast and powerful aura, roaring, "You audacious madman! You have destroyed my heritage, your crime is unforgivable." But before he could finish speaking, the third drumbeat swept across the scene, and the figure's remnant soul trembled violently, then collapsed with a deafening roar. Boom! This moment. 3 drumbeats. The entire secret realm collapsed completely. A burst of intense blue light erupted, instantly engulfing everyone present and causing them to disappear into the heavenly furnace secret realm. However, just as these people disappeared, the remnant soul that had been scattered by the drumbeats suddenly reformed. Finally, it transformed into a wisp of blue light and entered the soul-shaking drum. At the same time, in the valley on the northern outskirts of the southern city, outside the entrance to the secret realm, a war of words is currently taking place here. Tang Yan and Yi Qingqiu locked eyes, their expressions tense and brimming with tension. "Yi Qingqiu, you, the dignified head of Miaodong Pavilion, have no shame and have given your maid to my student. It seems, your Miaodong Pavilion is indeed a den of iniquity." Tang Yan sneered coldly. Yi Qingqiu's phoenix eyes flashed with a seductive charm, as if it were innate, attracting the attention of every male student from Nanjing University across from her, who stared intently at her. "Oh. Seeing how much you care about Lin Tian, could it be that you're thinking of having a teacher-student relationship? You've completely abandoned all moral boundaries? Oh my god." The two went further and further into conflict, each arguing sharply with the other. The verbal attacks became increasingly outrageous. They actually started exposing each other's shortcomings, completely disregarding their status. Here, Tang Yan just mocked Yi Qingqiu, saying that she rose to power and seized the position of the pavilion master of Miaodan Pavilion by relying on her seductive skills. Over there, Yi Qingqiu immediately made a veiled accusation against Tang Yan, saying she was an old cow eating young grass, coveting Lin Tian, and not even sparing the students. And all of this began with the gift-giving ceremony that day. At that time, both of them noticed that the other party was paying excessive attention to Lin Tian.
That's when jealousy and anger inexplicably arose.
Normally, they have a noble and elegant image. All traces of her former self have vanished, leaving her resembling a shrewish woman from the marketplace.
This scene.
The students from Nanjing University, along with everyone else from Miaodan Pavilion, were completely dumbfounded.
Everyone looked completely bewildered.
Director Tang, she's usually so aloof, why is she arguing like this over Lin Tian?
A female student muttered to herself in astonishment. How would I know?
Director Tang, although she is usually short-tempered and stunningly beautiful, I have never seen her argue with anyone.
I never expected that she would actually be arguing with Pavilion Master Yi today? All because of Lin Tian?
For a moment, everyone else present looked at each other in bewilderment.
They all asked themselves the same question. This Lin Tian? What virtue or ability could possibly make two women of such high status lose their composure like this? Fortunately, the secret realm has not yet opened.
Other factions were also not present.
Otherwise,
the explosive scene of Tang Yan and Yi Qingqiu exchanging sarcastic remarks and insults was truly remarkable. It will surely spread throughout the southern city, and even the entire Eastern Cultivator Alliance.
This is absolutely ridiculous. The people were whispering and talking amongst themselves. Naturally, he couldn't escape the ears of Tang Yan and Yi Qingqiu.
So they realized what was happening.
They all turned around and glared angrily at the people behind them. Tang Yan snorted coldly, "What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen women arguing before?"
Yi Qingqiu scolded, "A bunch of good-for-nothings, get back to work.
Speak."
The two women turned to leave, but the worry in their eyes was hard to conceal. Although Tang Yan appears strong on the surface, she is actually quite conflicted at this moment, her mind in turmoil. As the director of Nanjing University, she cares about all students, especially Mu Shui, since Mu Shui is her niece. To outsiders, all of these things are perfectly acceptable.
It could be Lin Tian.
She herself didn't know when she had developed such inexplicable feelings.
This feeling is absurd. When treating hidden ailments, Lin Tian touched almost her entire body.
Their physical intimacy had long since crossed the line between teacher and student.
Although it was for healing, it involved matters between men and women. How can it be explained? The key point is,
she also kept trying to matchmake Mu Shui and Lin Tian. They wanted to use Lin Tian to help Mu Shui escape her family's fate.
But now? What does her intimate relationship with Lin Tian count as?
This made Tang Yan feel guilty, as if she had let Mu Shui down, and she was in great inner turmoil.
However, there's another sense of taboo, which is quite exciting.
After she noticed Yi Qingqiu's excessive attention to Lin Tian, especially the gift of Little Peach Blossom to Lin Tian.
This time, her inexplicable jealousy finally erupted. As for Yi Qingqiu, there's no need to say more.
Ever since that night with Lin Tian, 17 times, the mysterious charm divine art has bound her soul to Lin Tian. If Lin Tian dies, she will surely perish.
Not to mention,
her dependence on Lin Tian was deeply ingrained. Faced with Tang Yan's provocation, she, already possessing a charm that combined with her years as an auctioneer, naturally had a sharp tongue. So Tang Yan was almost always so angry at her that she jumped up and down, her face turning red.
Just as the two women were about to leave, the once peaceful entrance to the secret realm was suddenly illuminated by a brilliant blue light.
Immediately afterwards, more than 100 figures suddenly appeared. The 12 students from Nanjing University, along with other prodigies from various factions, were all teleported out.
He landed awkwardly. In contrast, Lin Tian.
He was already severely injured and unconscious. When that blue light flashed, he was so overexerted that he disregarded the consequences and beat the drum 3 times to fight against the remnant soul of the Pill Emperor. This is why he was unable to store his soul-shocking drum in his storage ring in time. Yi Qingqiu immediately sensed something was wrong and rushed to Lin Tian's side to help him up.
Lin Tian. What's wrong? Yi Qingqiu asked with concern. She probed with her spiritual energy and realized that Lin Tian was only depleted of spiritual energy, which relieved her.
On the other side, Mu Shui had already flashed to Tang Yan's side and briefly explained the matter of the secret realm to her.
Tang Yan's expression changed upon hearing this.
A pair of cold, beautiful eyes flashed with ruthlessness as she coldly surveyed the 100 or so prodigies from other forces.
Tang Yan's murderous intent suddenly arose.
If the Pill Alliance knew that all 500 of their elite Qi refining cultivators had perished in the secret realm, it would be a disaster.
And it was Lin Tian who did it. Tang Yan didn't even dare to think about it.
The other prodigies also sensed the killing intent emanating from Tang Yan. They all turned pale and retreated in fear.
Nanjing University students, don't do anything reckless. Our elders are stationed here.
Tang Yan sneered, if you don't die today, then Nanjing University will never have a peaceful day again.
Chapter 69, Vowing to Live and Die with Nanjing University.
As soon as Tang Yan finished speaking, a murderous intent filled the air. In an instant, it enveloped the 100 or so prodigies.
Her idea was simple: strike first and you'll be in trouble. As long as we make up our minds right now, we can wipe out these people.
Therefore, it would naturally cover up the truth about Lin Tian's massacre of the Dan Alliance.
As for what happens next, she couldn't be bothered to think about it.
Now that things have come to this, she has no time to think about it anymore.
But who knew?
Just then, a series of loud shouts suddenly came from all around, and terrifying waves of spiritual energy swept across the entire northern suburban valley.
Who dares to be so insolent here? Stop it. The voice arrives before the person is seen.
These are the people in charge of Lingbao Polytechnic, the Mu family, Fuqing and other forces stationed in the valley in the northern suburbs. They noticed something amiss at the entrance to the secret realm and led their teams to the scene.
Tang Yan heard the sound. A pair of cold, beautiful eyes flashed with resentment.
Her murderous intent was thwarted.
He cursed inwardly, damn it. These guys came too fast.
A flicker of anxiety crossed Mu Shui's usually cold and beautiful face.
She quickly asked in a low voice, Aunt Tang, what do we do next?
Tang Yan clenched her teeth, unable to make up her mind for a moment. Given the Dan Alliance's usual domineering nature, the fact that so many people have died in the first place is quite alarming.
Even a fool could tell that the Dan Alliance would never let this go. Nanjing University is located in the southern part of the city. Although their influence is not small.
However, facing such a behemoth as the Dan Alliance, Nanjing University was simply powerless to resist.
Tang Yan was in a state of utter panic. Just then, her gaze inadvertently met Yi Qingxiu's.
The two women's eyes met for a fleeting moment, and a subtle, unspoken understanding arose between them.
Both sides seemed to understand each other's thoughts.
Tang Yan breathed a sigh of relief, while inwardly cursing herself for being foolish.
Given this situation,
if Lin Tian stays at Nanjing University, he will definitely become a target for the Dan Alliance.
But if Yi Qingxiu were to take him away, the power of Niaodan Pavilion would be more than enough to protect him. Niaodan Pavilion is also deeply rooted in the entire Eastern Grand Alliance. Moreover, they are equally matched with the Dan Alliance in the pill market. Protecting Lin Tian would be more than enough. But
Yi Qingxiu, however, had a smile on her lips and was not in a hurry at all. She seemed to have seen through Tang Yan's plan, and even her charming peach blossom eyes couldn't help but flash a hint of mockery.
Tang Yan saw this.
Anger flared up instantly, and he cursed under his breath, that slut, she's mocking me again. But given the current situation, she has no other choice. I thought to myself, let him laugh if he wants. She put on a stern face and sent a telepathic message to Yi Qingxiu.
Sect Master Yi, take Lin Tian away quickly before the others arrive. Please, take good care of him. Tang Yan softened her tone.
They even set aside their usual fiery temper and pleaded with him, which was truly rare.
Yi Qingxiu was still smiling.
She replied calmly via telepathy, don't worry, Sister Tang, I'll take care of Lin Tian. I'll make sure he's safe. But, you'd better put aside your old cow's desire for young grass.
She mocked mercilessly.
Then, with a wave of her hand, she released a flying boat shimmering with spiritual light from her ring. The flying boat was exquisite and beautiful, covered with intricate spiritual patterns. Yi Qingxiu picked up the unconscious Lin Tian and leaped into the flying boat, with the maidservant following closely behind. Even Tang Yan and her niece Mu Shui didn't have time to glance at Lin Tian. The flying boat transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the horizon with a whoosh.
Just after the airship left,
The leaders of Lingbao Polytechnic, the Mu family, Fuqing, the Array Academy, the Beast Taming Academy, the Talisman University, and other forces finally arrived with their teams. In an instant, the oppressive spiritual energy swept across the entire northern suburban valley.
The situation instantly became tense. An elder of the Nangong family squinted. He said in a deep voice, "Tang Yin, why was the secret realm open ahead of schedule? Where are the students?" Tang Yin completely ignored her.
Suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, he immediately crushed a jade pendant in his hand. This is a communication jade tablet belonging to her maternal grandfather, Hong Tian, which can be used to summon him for rescue in times of crisis.
She knew all too well that if the Dan Alliance launched an attack, then Nanjing University is in grave danger. Hong Tian and the Dan Alliance had a long-standing feud. The two sides had a deadly feud decades ago. Now, the Dan Alliance will probably take this opportunity to completely wipe out Nanjing University. The more Tang Yen thought about it, the more confused she became. Immediately,
another student from Nanjing University was ordered to return to the university's headquarters immediately and inform Captain Jinbu that there was no need for him to come alone.
Instead, they must immediately gather all their forces and prepare for battle. Everything is arranged. Tang Yen then unconsciously let out a bitter smile. Lin Tian, you've really gotten yourself into big trouble this time. This time, I wonder if we can save Nanjing University. However, she didn't blame Lin Tian. On the contrary, if there is an opportunity, she might even praise Lin Tian, saying, "You brat, well done." If possible, she would even reward the other person handsomely. That was so satisfying.
Over the years, the Dan League has caused Nanjing University a lot of frustration.
Today, I finally broke even. But it's a pity, and I don't know if I'll ever have that chance again.
Tang Yen felt a mix of emotions, and the bitter smile on her face turned into a bitter taste.
And then,
Elder Qi of the Dan Alliance, and He Chia, the head of the South City branch.
He finally led his team to arrive. As soon as they arrived, the other elites from various factions saw this.
In an effort to curry favor with Dan Meng, they all rushed forward to tip him off. In fact, the more these people talk, the more they exaggerate.
Elder Qi.
Lin Tian from Nanjing University slaughtered 500 elites from the Pill Alliance in the secret realm. He killed 400 of them in one fell swoop, and the whereabouts of the remaining 100 are still unknown.
However, it is definitely related to him.
And also, those students from Nanjing University, they monopolized all the inherited treasures of the Heavenly Furnace secret realm. They even destroyed the secret realm. Their methods are ruthless. Upon hearing this, Elder Qi's cloudy old eyes first flashed with astonishment, then surprise, and finally delight.
Compared to face changing, he's probably the originator.
Only at the very end did his face turn ashen, and he was filled with rage.
He roared, "Lin Tian! And those little beasts from Nanjing University! How dare you slaughter 500 elites of my Pill Alliance? You all deserve to die."
He Chia was standing to the side. A barely perceptible ecstasy flashed in his eyes.
But what he said was vicious and cruel. "Tang Yen,
hand over Lin Tian, or Nanjing University will be stained with blood today."
As soon as they finished speaking,
the 100 or so cultivators of the Pill Alliance also unleashed their spiritual power. In an instant, Swordlight and Palm Prince gathered momentum, and killing intent filled the air.
The people of Nantong were all terrified.
Mu Shui gripped her sword tightly and whispered, "Aunt Tang, the Pill Alliance is going to war, so what should we do?"
Tang Yen snorted coldly, "Stand if you want." She stepped forward without the slightest fear and shouted in a cold voice, "The Pill Alliance wants to destroy my Southern University? Then bring it on. That woman.
He's always had this fiery temper. He can't stand the slightest grievance. This is exactly the same as Lin Tian's nature of not being able to suffer even the slightest loss.
Upon hearing this, a group of students from Nanjing University. Tension and fear welled up in everyone's heart.
Faced with so many highly capable fighters, no one is unafraid of death.
But now that Nanjing University is in imminent danger, they have long been inspired by President Hung's spirit.
That is, after their brief period of panic.
These young students were all full of energy.
They all stepped forward, ready to die for their cause.
"We swear to live and die with Nanjing University." In an instant, tensions were high between the two sides, and a major battle was imminent. Chapter 70. The world is going to the dogs, and people's hearts are no longer what they used to be. At the same time,
the leaders of Lingbao Polytechnic, the Mu family, Fuqing and other forces had all heard their own prodigy stories. Everyone learned that in the Heavenly Furnace secret realm, 99% of the treasures had fallen into the hands of Nanjing University. At this moment, they were all so angry that they jumped up and down, their eyes filled with endless greed and rage. So these old guys all jumped out, disregarding the anger of the Pill Alliance. They all demanded the treasure.
Nanjing University. A mere cultivation school dares to monopolize the inheritance of a pill emperor? Tang Yen. Hand over the treasure, or we'll destroy your Nanjing University today.
Nanjing University suddenly became the target of public criticism.
Cultivators from all factions swarmed forward.
They surrounded the people of Nanzhong, their spiritual energy surging and killing intent permeating the air. Tang Yan's pretty face was icy cold, and the pressure of a peak Grandmaster realm expert erupted.
He said coldly, "Want to steal the treasure? Ask me for Tang Yan's sword first."
Mu Shui also gripped the immortal sword tightly in her hand.
It looked like they were about to start a fight at the slightest disagreement.
Jian Wuming also drew his long sword, and the other students from Nanjing University also prepared to form a battle formation.
We will fight to the death. But at Nanjing University, there are only a mere 20 people. Now,
faced with an attack by hundreds of cultivators, the situation was extremely precarious.
But just as various forces were getting restless and trying to seize the Nanjing University storage bag, a dramatic scene unfolded. Because Elder Qi of the Dan Alliance was in a hurry.
He flashed and immediately stood in front of the other forces.
He roared, "Fellow Taoists! Wait!" He glanced around, his eyes filled with a threatening look. Our Dan Alliance and Nanjing University are now sworn enemies. We will not trouble you to interfere in this matter today. I, Old Man Qi, appreciate your kindness, but please leave first, lest the innocent be harmed in the event of a major battle.
Elder Qi's hair and beard bristled, and his eyes flashed with murderous intent. My grandson Qifeng, along with 500 elites from the Dan Alliance, all died at the hands of Lin Tian from Nanda.
If I do not avenge this, I swear I will not be a man. Speak! His spiritual power erupted, and the oppressive aura of the Tao spirit realm swept across the land. They even subtly threatened, "Today, anyone who dares to steal the prey of our Pill Alliance will be an enemy of the Pill Alliance. From now on, the supply of pills will be limited and sealed off, and not a single top-grade pill will be sold. It's just beginning."
Among these forces, some people who were also at the Tao spirit realm were secretly mocking what Old Man Qi said.
But
until Old Man Qi said those words, the leaders of the various factions then changed their expression slightly, secretly cursing the Pill Alliance for being shameless.
What deep-seated hatred! What vow to never be human! What harms the innocent! Shit! That's just utter nonsense. When did that Old Man Qi become so sentimental? The Dan Alliance has always been known for its cold-heartedness and treachery. Who in the Eastern Grand Alliance doesn't know this? This is clearly coveting Emperor Dan's treasure. And they even put it so grandly. He's an utterly shameless old scoundrel. These people were so angry they were gritting their teeth. At this moment, finally, someone couldn't hold back any longer. An elder from the Mu family sneered, "Elder Qi, stop using the Pill Alliance to intimidate us. The Pill Emperor's inherited treasures are available to everyone, so why should Nan University monopolize them?" One of the team leaders from Fu City, at Fu Xian's prompting glance, also spoke sarcastically, "Exactly. The Pill Alliance wants to use revenge as an excuse to monopolize the treasure. Isn't that a bit too greedy? Don't you know the old saying? Oh, it's eating alone won't make you fat." Fu Xian chuckled to herself as she hid behind the crowd, observing the situation. Fu Xian was actually quite frustrated. When she saw everyone else going into the water, she suddenly came up with a solution in a moment of desperation. She found a dense forest, cut down a lot of trees, and wanted to make a raft to swim to the place where Lin Tian and the others disappeared, to see if she could also trigger the teleportation restriction. Who knew? The trigger did occur, but the lighting was wrong. It's a bluish light, not a red one. Just as the bigwigs from all sides stepped forward to expose the Pill Alliance's ulterior motives, an elder from Lingbao Polytechnic suddenly produced a recording stone. With a flash of light in the air, a projected image immediately appeared before everyone's eyes. The image shows the location of the stone ladder. Above the stone ladder, there were densely packed protective light screens.
And the number of elixirs, pill formulas, top-grade magic treasures, spiritual herbs, and magical artifacts inside the light screen is countless.
This is what my precious son recorded when he first arrived at the stone ladder. However, look again, he said, waving his finger.
The scene immediately shifted, showing Lin Tian standing at the top of the stone ladder, holding a celestial sword.
Did you see that?
The Heavenly Furnace secret realm, all the treasures there are certain to fall into the hands of Nanjing University students. His voice was filled with intense anger, causing an uproar throughout the room.
So many treasures? Did Nan Dequan really take them? An elixir. A top-grade magic weapon. How many spirit stones are these worth? In an instant,
the cultivators from all sides were so envious that they were going crazy. Some of the forces that were originally afraid of the Pill Alliance did not dare to stand up and compete with it. At this moment, they no longer cared about the future. Their greed completely overwhelmed their reason.
A cultivator from the Talisman University gritted his teeth. The Pill Alliance wants to monopolize it? No way. The treasures will be divided equally, or nobody will get away with it.
The cultivator from the Mu family chimed in. No matter how strong the Pill Alliance is, it can't cover up everything.
The storage bags from Nan University must be handed over today.
Old Chi was so angry that his face turned black. His lips were twitching uncontrollably. He might have a seizure at any moment.
Oh shit. You bunch of old beasts. He Dan Meng. Although the Eastern Grand Alliance holds a dominant position in the elixir market, it does not have a complete monopoly.
Each faction, to varying degrees, secretly made offerings to alchemists, giving them some confidence.
Moreover, the allure of the treasures inherited by the Pill Emperor far outweighs the threat of future sanctions. If you miss today,
these treasures have all fallen into the hands of others. They will surely regret it for the rest of their lives.
No one in this world is a fool, and naturally, no one is easily frightened. The elders of Lingbao Polytechnic saw that everyone's emotions had been stirred up. He thought to himself, I told you to be cowards, are you still going to pretend?
Elder Qi, Lingbao University of Technology will naturally not interfere in the feud between your Pill Alliance and Nanjing University.
However,
at this point, the old man twisted his head sinisterly, looked around, and his gaze, sharp as a knife, swept over everyone present. Finally, he said quietly, however, all forces present must share the treasure equally.
Once it's divided, we'll leave immediately and won't interfere with your feud with Nanjing University.
Team leader Fu Chang was pinched around the waist by Fu Xan, and the pain almost made him cry out. However, he quickly understood what his little princess meant. He immediately chimed in, excellent.
Now that we have the treasure, let's all return to our respective posts. If the Dan Alliance wants to destroy Nanda, so be it. Until this moment,
all the factions seem to have reached a tacit understanding. They all pressed towards the Pill Alliance, gathering their spiritual energy, seemingly intending to force a breakthrough.
The cultivators of the Pill Alliance were now furious. However, they dared not make any rash moves.
Even if the Pill Alliance is powerful, these combined forces are enough to give them a run for their money today. Old Qi was filled with hatred. He almost ground both of his teeth to powder. But should he share the treasure with these people?
Don't even think about it.
Old Man Qi immediately stepped forward and shouted loudly.
A bunch of greedy fools.
The grudge of the 500 elites of the Pill Alliance must be avenged by Nanda today.
Anyone who dares to interfere, don't blame the Pill Alliance for turning against us.
However, no matter how eloquently he spoke, no one would back down now. If it weren't for the photo recording stone, some people might still have considered taking a 3-point shot.
But now?
To hell with that old man Qi's empty platitudes about benevolence and morality. At this point, your so-called revenge is nothing more than an excuse to seize the treasure for yourself. For a time, the situation had shifted from Dan Alliance calling for war against Nanda. Suddenly, the wind direction changed. The Dan Alliance has become a target of attacks and killings from various factions. The world is indeed going to the dogs, and people's hearts are no longer what they used to be. While the two sides were locked in their argument, no one paid any attention to Nanjing University anymore. Tang Yan felt nothing but disgust upon seeing their ugly faces. However, he also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly sent a telepathic message to Mu Shui and the other students, while they are fighting amongst themselves, let's maintain our formation and wait for an opportunity to break through.
Mu Shui nodded and whispered, okay. Chapter 71 Peach Blossom Immortal Sword.
The students at Nanjing University were all dumbfounded.
Their anger towards the Dan Alliance is understandable.
However, they were all filled with rage at the greed and coercion of other forces.
What's going on here? Since the beginning of the battle for the secret realm, has it never been a case that whoever seizes the treasure gets to keep it? Who comes out and then demands to split it equally? If we follow this logic, then shouldn't the treasures from the previous secret realms that Nanjing University didn't obtain also be entitled to a share?
Mu Shui was so angry that she gritted her teeth, wishing she could just stab these bastards to death with a single sword stroke. Unable to contain herself any longer, she angrily exclaimed, "These guys are shameless. The treasures in the secret realm are obtained through one's own abilities, so why should we have to split them equally just because we took them?" Jian Wuming also sneered, "This is too much." The other students, including those who came from the secret realm and those who did not enter it, all had indignation in their eyes. At this moment, Mu Shui seemed to have thought of something. She handed the immortal sword to Tang Yan, and at the same time transmitted her voice, "And Tang, the treasures of the secret realm are actually all in Lin Tian's hands, and this sword was given to me by him."
Tang Yan nodded in confusion and accepted the sword.
She was also curious about how that little bastard Lin Tian managed to hoard so many treasures. But with the crisis looming, she had no time to ask. He looked down at the immortal sword in his hand. This sword has a long, slender blade that gleams with a cold light, and peach blossom patterns can be faintly seen on the blade. At the hilt of the sword, there is an inlaid pink spirit bead that magically emits a faint floral fragrance. Tang Yan was quite surprised by the weight. It was surprisingly light as a feather, and when held in the hand, its spiritual energy fluctuations were unfathomable, faintly surpassing Hong Tian's bright moon wheel.
Tang Yan was increasingly captivated by the sight of it.
He thought to himself, "What a fine sword.
No wonder it's the heirloom of the Pill Emperor."
She tried it out, beginning to infuse spiritual energy into the sword to test its power.
Who knew? The next second,
buzz! A chilling sword cry suddenly rang out, sharp and piercing. Moreover, it seemed as if peach blossoms were blooming around Tang Yan, and an uncontrollable sword aura suddenly shot straight up into the sky.
It instantly drowned out the noise of the entire venue.
The cultivators present all felt a tremor in their hearts, and a sense of inexplicable fear began to arise within them.
It seemed as if his soul was locked by an invisible sword intent.
Old Man Qi, who was embroiled in a conflict with other forces, suddenly turned around, his sharp eyes narrowing in shock. He exclaimed, What kind of treasure is this sword?" The elders of Lingbao Polytechnic also changed color at the same time. The sword's roar shakes the soul.
"It's at least a Dao artifact." In an instant, the entire room was completely silent.
All eyes were now fixed on the sword in Tang Yan's hand, their greed undisguised.
At this moment,
a prodigy from Fu City pointed a trembling finger at the sword in Tang Yan's hand and said in a trembling voice, That's the immortal sword that Lin Tian took from the stone steps.
I saw it with my own eyes."
These words were spoken. The leaders of each faction immediately became insanely envious.
How could such a powerful weapon fall into the hands of Nanjing University?
An elder of the Mu family, at this moment, could no longer care about the delicate relationship between the Mu family and Nanjing University.
He couldn't contain himself any longer and shouted, "Tang Yan, hand over the immortal sword, and my Mu family will protect your Nanda University." Who knew?
Before he could finish speaking, a figure flashed before my eyes, and it turned out to be the burst of spiritual power from the early stage of the Dao spirit realm. His figure moved with incredible speed, transforming into a palm print that grabbed the immortal sword. Seeing this, the other factions shouted, "Stop!
The immortal sword belongs to everyone."
At the same time, all the powerful figures in the Dao spirit realm secretly cursed themselves for being a step too slow. However, these people also realized what was happening and followed closely behind, unleashing streams of spiritual energy in an attempt to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos. They want to pull off a classic "Mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind" scenario. Old Man Qi's face was already grim when he suddenly roared, "A bunch of greedy rats! How dare you steal my Pill Alliance's most precious treasure?
Get out of my way!"
On the other side, Tang Yan's beautiful face was cold and icy.
How could she just sit idly by and wait to die?
At this moment, the figure had closed to within 10 meters. With her peak Grandmaster cultivation, she immediately activated it at full power, channeling her spiritual energy into the immortal sword. He didn't care whether he hit the target or not, he just slashed forward casually.
However, it is this seemingly simple act of wielding a sword.
Buzz! Another sword cry rang out, even sharper and more piercing than the previous one, making it grating and painful to hear. As the sword rang out, the sword energy bloomed like peach blossoms, and the pink spiritual light transformed into an arc-shaped sword beam, slashing out in an instant.
Put.
The figure at the Tao spirit realm had just approached within 5 meters when the sword light swept past.
His body was instantly split in two. With a thump,
blood mist gushed out, and the mangled body fell to the ground split in two. All of this happened too fast. Even the figure itself never expected this outcome. Because the owner of the figure also felt the sword energy locking onto his soul in a very short time. At that moment, he didn't even have a chance to dodge, and his sea of consciousness collapsed. Even as the sword struck, a hint of relief flashed in his eyes, as if he were willing to die by this sword. The cultivators from various factions who were chasing behind them also suddenly stopped, stunned in place, their expressions horrified. This is terrifying, absolutely terrifying.
What happened? A single sword strike killed a Tao Spirit Realm cultivator? Tang Yan is only at the peak of the Grandmaster level, how can she possess such power?
Old Chi's pupils contracted again, and he thought to himself, this sword is definitely not an ordinary item. Everyone else was also stunned. Some people even forgot to breathe, just staring blankly at the two halves of the corpse on the ground, their scalps tingling.
This moment,
the entire northern suburban valley was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. The people of Nanzhong were also shocked.
Mu Shui murmured, "The sword that Lin Tian gave me is so terrifying." Little Linger's eyes shone with even greater admiration, thinking to herself, "My Lin Tian's treasures are naturally invincible." And Tang Yan at this moment.
She held the sword in one hand, the tip touching the ground. Her entire body was covered in fragrant sweat, and her clothes were soaked. His spiritual energy was almost completely depleted. This sword strike, though stunningly beautiful, drained all of her spiritual power. If Lin Tian hadn't used the press technique twice to suppress her hidden ailment and clear her meridians, she wouldn't have been able to recover.
Maybe
she was probably already suffering from a hidden illness, causing her spiritual energy to go berserk, and she would die on the spot.
And in that very instant,
a strange line of poetry suddenly echoed in Tang Yan's mind. Peach Blossom Sword, Peach Blossom Fairy. In Peach Blossom Village, there lives little Peach Maiden. Peach Maiden picked peach blossoms to brew celestial wine, and in return, the Peach Fairy bestowed upon her a peach blossom sword.
Tang Yan was startled.
So, this sword is called Peach Blossom Sword.
At the same time,
at the summit of a mountain in a valley in the northern suburbs.
Senior Hong. It seems I must congratulate Nanjing University once again on acquiring another Tao artifact.
The speaker was small in stature. At first glance, he looks like an old schoolteacher, dressed in scholar's attire. Upon closer inspection, however, this person did not appear to be of old age. On the contrary, he looked like a bookish child, with delicate features and an innocent, childlike appearance. The person opposite the boy was none other than Hong Tian, the president of Nanjing University. At this moment, Hong Tian's eyes were burning as he stared intently at the center of the valley.
To prevent being attacked by others.
Hearing the boy's flattery, Hong Tian stroked his beard and smiled faintly, "Indeed. At the same time, I also congratulate your Southern City Pill Alliance on the loss of 500 reserve elites in one fell swoop. It seems that in another 20 years, you old rascal will be a commander without troops."
Hong Tian finished speaking. He then burst into laughter, ha ha ha. It was clear that he was laughing very happily. Chapter 72 Pavilion Master, are you not wearing underwear again?
At this moment, atop the mountain, Hong Tian sat facing an old man who resembled a child, exchanging insincere pleasantries while harboring ulterior motives. This person was none other than Luan Qing Tongzi, the supreme elder stationed at the Southern City branch of the Dan Alliance. The Dan Alliance's influence within the Eastern Grand Alliance is deeply entrenched.
On the surface, the South City branch, headed by the first elder Yao Chenzi, enjoys immense prestige and manages daily affairs. That's not the case. Not to mention Yao Chenzi, even the first elder of the Dan City headquarters is just a nominal agent, responsible for coordinating mundane affairs. The real power of the Dan Alliance is in the hands of the 9 supreme elders at headquarters. From the first supreme elder to the 9th supreme elder, all 9 are top-tier combatants of the Eastern Great Alliance, possessing unfathomable cultivation and extraordinary status. They are not only the pillars of the Pill Alliance, but also a trump card to deter other forces ordinary cultivators rarely catch a glimpse of their true forms. Luan Qing Tongzi, ranked as the 8th Supreme Elder, appears to be a 12 or 13-year-old boy with clear eyebrows and bright eyes, red lips, and white teeth.
In reality, he has a long lifespan and his cultivation is no less than that of Hong Tian. Seeing Hong Tian's hearty laughter, Wan Qing sighed softly and said leisurely, "Brother Hong, speaking of your Nanda University, I am reminded of an old story with Lin Tianfu."
Hong Tian raised an eyebrow and squinted, saying, "Oh? The past? Tell me about it."
Luan Qing gazed into the distance and slowly said, 100 years ago, when I first entered the Tao spirit realm, I was trapped at a bottleneck and almost suffered a chi deviation. It was Lin Tianfu who gave me a soul-cleansing pill to help me stabilize my soul and break through the shackles. That pill was incredibly profound and I still remember it vividly.
Upon hearing this, Hong Tian sneered, "So you're repaying a debt of gratitude? You're letting Nanda off the hook this time in the secret realm?"
Luan Sheng shook her head and said calmly, "Yes and no. I will remember Lin Tianfu's kindness, but the treasures of the heavenly furnace secret realm are of great importance, and it is absolutely impossible for Nanda to keep them all to itself." His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority.
Luan Sheng didn't waste any words and went straight to the point.
The treasures of the secret realm elixirs, magical artifacts, and pill formulas are priceless. South University has taken 99% of them, and there is no reason for them to monopolize them. I propose that South University hand over 80% of the treasures, not to share them equally with the forces of South City, but to offer them to the Eastern Cultivator Legion as war supplies to resist the Void Beasts. Hong Tian remained silent, knowing that the other party's move was an open scheme, and there was no way to refute it. Although Lin Tian obtained the treasures of the Heavenly Furnace secret realm, it aroused public anger, and Nanjing University was powerless to protect them. If 80% were given to the Cultivator Legion, it would not only quell the conflict but also give Nanjing University a chance to regroup. Luan Qing continued, "Brother Hong, as we both know, the front line is in grave danger. The Void Beasts are becoming increasingly rampant, and the Cultivator Legion has suffered heavy losses, urgently needing to replenish its resources. The treasures inherited from the Pill Emperor can solve this urgent problem."
Hong Tian narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "The matter of the strange beasts is indeed urgent. But it is too harsh for Nanda to hand over 80% of what it obtained through its own abilities."
Luan Qing smiled without saying a word, a sly glint in her eyes, clearly indicating that she had already made up her mind. Both of them were powerful figures in the Eastern Alliance, and their vision naturally far surpassed that of the cultivators in the valley. They knew all too well that the Void Beasts were a major threat to Earth, constantly invading, and the Eastern Cultivator Legion was struggling to hold on. If the defense line falls, not only will the Eastern Alliance be wiped out, but the entire Blue Star will become food for the alien beasts and be devoured.
In the end, the entire Blue Star may turn into void dust.
Hong Tian and Luan Sheng had both personally experienced several battles against strange beasts and knew their terror well. Elixirs, magic weapons, and spiritual herbs were exactly what the Legion urgently needed.
Both of them ultimately agreed.
Now that the agreement had been reached, Luan Qing Tongzi stood up, looked down over the valley, his aura as deep as an abyss, and suddenly released a terrifying pressure.
Boom! The terrifying aura pressed down, causing the cultivators in the valley to tremble, lower their heads, and gasp for breath. Elder Qi, the Mu family elder, the leader of the Fu family, and others turned pale, thinking to themselves, "What kind of cultivation level is this?" Luan Qing's voice was clear yet thunderous, "All units of the Pill Alliance, retreat immediately. The matter of the Heavenly Furnace secret realm ends here. No retaliation against Southern University is permitted." The cultivators from the Pill Alliance were taken aback upon hearing this. Someone immediately realized what was happening. One of the alchemists from the Pill Alliance protested, shouting, "Who are you? You slaughtered 500 of our Pill Alliance's elites at South University. The blood debt is still unpaid, how can you?" Bang! Who knew? Before the man could finish speaking, his entire body exploded, blood mist filled the air, and his soul was instantly scattered. Ah! The entire place fell into dead silence, and the members of the Pill Alliance were all horrified.
Old Qi had actually recognized whose voice it was long ago. The reason he didn't inform me beforehand was because he had ulterior motives. But now, seeing that the other party was serious, he reacted quickly, slapping away the restless alchemists beside him, and bowing towards the mountain peak, "I will obey the Supreme Elder's orders." Only then did the other cultivators from the Pill Alliance realize his identity. They were terrified and knelt down to beg for forgiveness. "We were ignorant and offended the Supreme Elder. Please spare our lives." Luan Qing snorted coldly, ignoring them, and turned to look at the other forces. Luan Cheng announced loudly, "All the treasures of the Heavenly Furnace secret realm will be offered to the Eastern Cultivator Legion as war supplies to defend against the Void Beasts." If you are interested in seizing the treasures, sign up to participate in the battle, and the Legion will reward you accordingly. His gaze was sharp as he swept across the entire area. Anyone who dares to steal from behind will be an enemy of the Cultivator Legion and will be killed without mercy. These words were spoken. The leaders of each faction looked grim and repeatedly said they dared not. However, everyone secretly harbored their grievances.
Join the war? What a joke! Of the cultivators selected monthly in the South City, 9 out of 10 die. Who would go and die? A treasure of the Pill Emperor. Are we just going to hand it over to the Legion like this? We're not willing to accept it.
They were, of course, still greedy.
However, intimidated by Luan Qing's imposing presence, they dared not act rashly for a time.
Tang Yan breathed a sigh of relief and transmitted her voice to Mu Shui. It is estimated that the principal has reached an agreement with the Dan Alliance's higher-ups. The treasure will be handed over to the Legion, and Nanda University is temporarily safe. Mu Shui nodded and whispered, but what about Lin Tian? Tang Yan snorted coldly. With the Myriad Pills Pavilion protecting him, he's safe for the time being.
Let's stabilize the situation first.
As for the treasure, we'll talk about that later.
On the mountaintop.
Luan Qing glanced at Hong Tian, narrowed her eyes, and said, Brother Hong, I have something to ask, but I'm not sure if I should. Hong Tian glanced at the other person and said irritably, then you'd better not ask. Luan Qing gave an awkward smile but still asked directly, I wonder, Lin Tianfu disappeared 3 years ago, do you have any news about him?
Upon hearing this, Hong Tian shook his head and sighed, alas.
Since disappearing 3 years ago, there has been no news of him. I have searched for him without success. Luan Qing carefully examined Hong Tian, and seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, she paused and then said, that
soul incense recipe, I've heard that his grandson Lin Tian used soul incense in the pill refining competition, but I don't know if it came from Lin Tianfu? Or.
Upon hearing this, Hong Tian's face darkened, and he said coldly, Luan Qing. I will ask Lin Tian about the soul incense, but if your Pill Alliance dares to make a move against him, don't blame me for turning against you. Luan Qing smiled awkwardly and waved her hand, saying, misunderstanding, misunderstanding.
I was just curious. The two couldn't agree on anything, and even a few words were too much for them.
After both sides resolved the matter of the secret realm, they said no more, each transforming into a ray of light and leaving the mountaintop. In the valley, under Luan Chang's oppressive aura, the various forces dispersed in a huff, and the Dan Alliance cultivators also slunk away.
A spring night. It is the time when all things mate. South City.
A luxurious villa area with a shimmering rooftop swimming pool surrounded by towering, lush trees. A graceful and alluring naked body swam in the water, her snow-white skin appearing and disappearing in the water.
It was Yi Qingqiu. Xiao Taohong rushed over and shouted urgently, Sect Master. Young Master has woken up. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingqiu's charming face lit up with joy.
Her delicate body, like a beauty emerging from a bath, lightly touched the water's surface with her toes and flew out of the pool. Upon seeing this, two maids immediately stepped forward to drape a robe over his shoulders. However, in her anxiety, Yi Qingqiu hastily threw on a coat and rushed downstairs. The maidservant hurriedly chased after him, calling out, Master.
Aren't you wearing underwear?
Yi Qingqiu didn't turn her head, her eyes filled with worry and joy.
Chapter 73 feels so good, I'm fully charged again.
Yi Qingqiu's villa in Nanchang. Lin Tian woke up to find himself lying on a large, round brocade bed, with light gauze curtains hanging down, exuding a faint floral fragrance. He rubbed his eyes and looked around. The room was decorated in an extremely charming and luxurious style.
Pink gauze curtains swayed gently in the wind, and jade ornaments were inlaid on the walls, their light shimmering.
Behind the sandalwood carved screen, a crystal incense burner can be vaguely seen, with wisps of smoke rising and a captivating sweet fragrance filling the air. The ground was covered with a thick carpet of spirit beast fur, which was soft and warm to the touch. In the corner, there was an ancient zither with a faint spiritual light on its strings. The room was clean and tidy, cozy yet elegant, exuding a feminine charm. Lin Tian grinned, thinking to himself, this is probably Yi Qingqiu's boudoir. TSK, so alluring. As for it, how did he guess it was Yi Qingqiu's room? Actually, it's quite simple. Last time, when we were intimate, her body had that unique, feminine fragrance that still lingered, even though only a few days had passed. Even after half a century, Lin Tian would never forget that night. Because of that fragrance, he made love 17 times in one night. Having confirmed that the place was safe, Lin Tian put aside his thoughts and quickly sat down to check his own condition.
3 resounding drumbeats to shake the soul.
His spiritual energy was completely drained, causing him to fall into a coma. However, his spiritual energy has now recovered by 30%, his breathing is stable, and he is fine.
Lin Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I thought to myself, it's good that you're alright. He was afraid of being drained dry and left with paralysis in his lower body. If that happened, no matter how many treasures he had, how much money he had, or how powerful his cultivation level was, he wouldn't want to live anymore. He would commit suicide by urinating into his nose. But suddenly,
he seemed to remember something.
Not good. The soul-shaking drum. Lin Tian's heart tightened, and he hurriedly probed his Qiankuan ring with his spiritual sense to search for it. Oh shit. That's a magic tool for the system's lottery draw. How could we possibly lose something so incredible? But the next second, he was dumbfounded.
He scanned the Qiankuan ring 3 times but found nothing.
Lin Tian refused to believe it and dumped everything out of the ring.
Elixirs, formulas, jade slips, magical artifacts, and spiritual herbs were piled up all over the floor of the room.
In an instant, the entire room was filled with dazzling spiritual light and the aroma of medicine. You can search everywhere, but where is the soul-suppressing drum?
Lin Tian slapped his thigh and burst into tears, crying out, "My drum!
My system treasure! It's gone just like that?"
I don't know how long I cried, but I couldn't shed any more tears. He then recalled the blue light that swept over him before he lost consciousness.
There wasn't even time to take back the soul-shaking drum. Damn it!
They must have landed in the heavenly furnace secret realm. Having lost such a divine artifact, he couldn't muster any interest in the other treasures of the pill emperors around him. He slumped to the ground, his legs kicking erratically, like a child who had lost a toy.
Just then,
with a creak, the door was pushed open from the outside.
Yi Qingqiu and Xiao Taohong hurried in. Only, the 2 women were stunned when they entered the room.
The room, which is over 200 square meters, is now filled with treasures everywhere on the floor.
There was even a knife that constantly emitted terrifying energy. This doesn't look like a room at all. Isn't this a mini treasure trove?
At first, Yi Qingqiu thought she had gone to the wrong place.
But after looking closely, it's definitely true. This is her room. Even though she was the head of the Miaodan Pavilion and had a wealth of knowledge, they couldn't help but cover their mouths in shock, exclaiming, These treasures are almost comparable to the treasury of my Miaodan Pavilion headquarters. What exactly did Lin Tian do in the secret realm? Little Peach Blossom, on the other hand, didn't seem that shocked.
After all, she had been following behind and watching Lin Tian take these treasures the whole time.
However,
Lin Tian still had no interest in these things.
He sat on the ground, muttering to himself, my soul-shaking drum. My treasure. Gone. All gone.
Yi Qingqiu rolled her eyes in annoyance and scolded, Lin Tian. You don't want all these treasures on the ground, so why are you crying?
Xiao Taohong looked regretful upon hearing this. Xiao Yi Qingqiu explained, Sect Master.
That drum the young master spoke of is truly powerful.
Just one strike wiped out hundreds of members of the Pill Alliance. Lin Tian wiped away his fake tears and snorted, You don't understand. That drum is the system's, a unique artifact. Yi Qingqiu was surprised by Xiao Taohong's explanation.
However, in his opinion, it was just wiping out a few hundred qi refining realm trash. How powerful could that be? With a casual wave of her hand, she could easily annihilate hundreds of qi refining realm cultivators. At this moment, she couldn't care less about Lin Tian. She walked closer, squatted down to examine the treasure on the ground, but the more she looked, the more shocked she became. A single elixir, imbued with the power of a dragon's roar, can help one directly break through to the peak of the Tao spirit realm. A scroll of alchemical formulas records the Emperor's refinement of divine elixir, which directly addresses the use of the spirit and soul.
And what about that knife? The Taoist aura emanating from this blade, if swung, wouldn't it be able to tear apart the void? This is a Tao artifact. Yi Qingqiu was deeply shocked, thinking to himself, the legacy of the Pill Emperor is indeed well deserved. A long time.
Just as Yi Qingqiu was admiring and playing with the various treasures on the ground,
Lin Tian also recovered completely.
He acted as if nothing had happened, reverting to his previous carefree attitude. It was as if he wasn't the one throwing a tantrum on the ground just now.
Lin Tian stood up and patted his bottom.
Only then did he realize that he always felt empty inside his body, and he thought that his spiritual energy probably hadn't fully recovered.
He turned to Yi Qingqiu and said, Hey, Xiuqiu? Can you lend me 100,000 spirit stones? Yi Qingqiu was taken aback. What ball? However, thinking about Lin Tian's later question, she couldn't help but frown and ask in confusion, 100,000? What do you need so many spirit stones for? Just replenish some spiritual energy. Hey! Hurry up, don't be stingy. Lin Tian grinned.
Yi Qingqiu glared at him with her charming eyes, clearly annoyed.
However, she never held anything back from Lin Tian.
Immediately, she waved her hand, and 100,000 spirit stones appeared in the room, piled up into a small mountain, filled with spiritual energy.
Thanks. My big ball. Lin Tian stopped wasting words.
He immediately sat cross-legged in the pile of spirit stones, began to circulate his cultivation technique, and used the grab technique to frantically absorb the energy.
Buzz.
The light of the spirit stone dimmed rapidly, and the spiritual energy surged into Lin Tian's body like a whale sucking in water.
Half an hour.
The 100,000 spirit stones on the ground turned to dust, and Lin Tian breathed a long sigh of relief. In that instant, he finally felt that the emptiness inside his body was no longer so overwhelming. He clapped his hands, stood up, and said with satisfaction, "That felt great.
I'm fully charged again." However, Yi Qingqiu, who was standing to the side, was completely dumbfounded.
She stared at Lin Tian as if he were a monster.
She exclaimed in shock, 100,000 spirit stones? You absorbed them all?
Her exquisite and perfect face twitched and changed shape at this moment.
Yi Qingqiu didn't have time to think and rushed forward anxiously. She grabbed Lin Tian's arm and kept looking him up and down. He even used his spiritual power to probe, asking urgently and worriedly, "Are you all right?
Inhaling so much at once, you'll explode and die."
Chapter 74. You're happy, I'm happy, and the readers are happy. Lin Tian scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. Explode what? Could it be that you don't replenish spiritual energy this way using spirit stones? Aren't spirit stones for absorbing energy? Upon hearing this, Xiao Taohuang rolled her eyes on the spot and complained, "Young master, do you think spirit stones are as cheap as cabbages?
Ordinary qi refining realm cultivators in major city sects only receive 50 spirit stones a month, and you absorbed 100,000 in half an hour. Even if you were rich, you couldn't withstand this kind of absorption." Yi Qingqiu stomped her foot in anger. "Who's as wasteful as you? 10,000 spirit stones is enough for me, a peak Dao spirit realm cultivator, to use for 10 days.
Is that so?
Lin Tian chuckled.
Some doubts began to creep into my mind. Could it be? My system constitution is invincible in the universe, and my spiritual power limit is high? Forget it, who cares?
Now I'm rich and powerful, I don't have to worry about not having spirit stones. Lin Tian surveyed the treasures on the ground with satisfaction. He was already calculating how much money he would make if he sold all of these things. The more Lin Tian thought about it, the more satisfied he felt.
This will happen. He glanced at Yi Qingqiu and saw that the other party seemed to be in great pain. Lin Tian, annoyed, casually picked up a bronze mirror magic item from the ground and tossed it over. "Hey! Don't worry about it, this is for you to pay off your debt. So you won't say I'm stingy. Or that I'm living off you." Yi Qingqiu took the bronze mirror and scanned it with his spiritual sense.
He discovered that it was a high-level defensive magic treasure with astonishing spiritual pressure. In terms of value alone, it was worth no less than 100,000 spirit stones. However, a strange anger immediately welled up in her heart. She glared fiercely at Lin Tian. "You think I care about spirit stones? What's mine is yours. I'm just curious, how come you can absorb so many without exploding?" Lin Tian shrugged, too lazy to explain, and spread his hands.
"It's obvious. Don't ask your brother, he doesn't know."
But in his heart, he thought disdainfully, "This system is something you can't explain to me."
But suddenly,
Lin Tian frowned. He felt discomfort in some parts of his body.
"It feels like it's swollen."
Yi Qingqiu was already worried, fearing that something might happen to Lin Tian after absorbing so much spiritual energy at once. They immediately noticed Lin Tian's unusual behavior.
Her expression changed, and she asked anxiously, "Lin Tian, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" I really do feel a little uncomfortable." "What? Something really went wrong?"
Yi Qingqiu hurriedly stepped forward and reached out her slender hand to take Lin Tian's pulse.
"But there's nothing wrong. It's just that this pulse seems to be beating a little too fast."
Yi Qingqiu's beautiful, alluring eyes were narrowed.
"It's his expression.
something indescribably strange.
Who knew?
Just as Yi Qingqiu was puzzled, she grabbed Lin Tian's fair hand, but Lin Tian suddenly covered it with his own. Then it suddenly sank. Then Lin Tian chuckled and said, "Here.
It's so bloated." Yi Qingqiu was startled and took a moment to react.
Her charming face flushed bright red in an instant, as vibrant as the blood of her first period. She scolded playfully, "Lin Tian.
You're being indecent."
But she didn't pull her hand away. Instead, her beautiful eyes filled with shyness, and she spat out, "You scoundrel.
You're so bad." This scene. Oh my god. The sky is falling. Little Peach Blossom looked completely dumbfounded.
Her rosy cheeks were already flushed red.
When did you become so open-minded, Master? Is this still the same Master Yi who commands the heavens and breaks gold with a single bid at the auction? She's a fake, isn't she?
Xiao Taohong had never seen Yi Qingqiu look so shy and bashful. It's like someone telling her that this world is virtual, not real, that kind of absurdity. Some people even told her that roosters can lay eggs, and Xiao Taohong might have believed it. But she just couldn't believe that Master Yi could be so passionate. Yi Qingqiu seemed to notice Xiao Taohong's strange look.
She now naturally knows what Lin Tian is planning to do.
Lin Tian, of course, knew that Yi Qingqiu knew what he was going to do.
Ahem.
Yi Qingqiu coughed lightly and said to Xiao Taohong, "You go out first.
But don't go far, just guard the door and don't let anyone in."
She paused, then quickly added, "After all, there are too many treasures in this room, and the spiritual energy is leaking out rapidly. It might attract outsiders who covet it, so you have to guard the door well."
All right. Pavilion Master.
Little Peach Blossom felt as if she had been granted a pardon. She ran out the door as if fleeing, slamming it shut behind her. Little Peach Blossom's petite and delicate body pressed against the doorframe, her tiny cherry lips opening and closing, along with her delicate nose, as she greedily inhaled the surrounding air.
And a cute little face.
It's so red it's practically dripping blood. Her heart was pounding, racing, a violent, rapid thumping, as if her little heart was about to burst out of her chest.
Then he boomed out, tearing his clothes.
She no longer had the strength to stand. Her petite body pressed tightly against the doorframe, and she involuntarily slumped to the ground.
However, she dared not leave.
Since the sect leader had given the order, she naturally had to stand guard at the door. However, besides panting heavily, her little ears were already burning red.
Inside the room,
Lin Tian's mouth was agape, and his eyes almost popped into the other man's chest.
He asked blankly, "You came prepared again?" Who knew?
As soon as he said that, Yi Qingqiu was so angry that she stomped her feet on the spot.
"Who do you take me for?"
She bent down angrily, grabbed the purple coat she had already taken off, and wrapped it around her delicate body.
"I'm ignoring you." Yi Qingqiu cursed angrily and turned to leave. He.
"No, I was just kidding."
Lin Tian quickly stepped forward and pulled Yi Qingqiu into his arms from behind. He chuckled and said, "Don't be angry.
I was just kidding."
Immediately,
he took out 2 more items from the system space. He first took out a fragrant pill, passed it over Yi Qingqiu's back, and handed it to Yi Qingqiu's chest.
Yi Qingqiu gently leaned against Lin Tian's chest. He glanced down at the thing on his chest. But the next second, her mouth gaped wide, and she exclaimed in shock, "This is a top-grade youth-preserving pill? It can guarantee that your appearance will never fade. Where did you get this?"
Lin Tian was impatient and urged her to catch it quickly, as he didn't have time to handle the pill right now.
"Oh. Don't ask, just take it. As the saying goes, good things don't need to be traced back to their origins, just eat it." This moment,
Yi Qingqiu smiled, her charming eyes crinkling into crescent shapes.
My heart was pounding wildly. Ever since that night,
she simply thought that Yi Qingqiu would only ever be Lin Tian's fire extinguisher.
But I never asked for more. But now,
Lin Tian was incredibly generous, gifting her such a treasure.
Yi Qingqiu did not raise his hand to accept the pill. Instead, she said coquettishly, "No. I want you to feed me." What the heck? Where would Lin Tian find the time? He's very busy right now.
Seeing that Lin Tian's right hand was still hanging blankly in front of her chest, Yi Qingqiu said again in a sweet voice, "I said you would feed me this pill."
Okay. I'll feed you." Lin Tian, annoyed, reluctantly raised his hand and placed the pill on Yi Qingqiu's smooth lips. With a sizzle sound, Yi Qingqiu parted her red lips slightly and swallowed the pill. In an instant, she felt as if she had returned to her teenage years. Back then. She's only 16. What a beautiful young woman. As spiritual energy flowed through her delicate body, her already fair and smooth skin became even more translucent and delicate, like the skin of an infant. So fair and tender, it's irresistible to lick it. Forehead. It's a kiss. Her already stunning beauty became even more breathtaking at this moment. Compared to Shishir and Diaochan, she's probably miles ahead of them. Yi Qingqiu was so moved that her eyes reddened, and she looked like she was about to cry. She turned around abruptly. Then she pressed her little bottom onto her calves and knelt down. Her voice was soft and gentle. Lin Tian, you're so good to me. Yeah. That's right. You're happy. I'm happy. And the readers are fucking happy too. Chapter 75 Qingdao has 3 treasures, movies and animations. Outside the room. Xiao Taohong obediently stood guard outside the door, her heartbeat gradually calming down, and the burning blush on her face slowly fading away. She leaned against the door, but couldn't help pressing her ear against the crack in the door, trying to hear what was happening inside the room. But after a long time, it remained quiet inside, without a sound. Little Peach Blossom frowned, looking puzzled. He thought to himself, what's going on? Why aren't the sect master and young master making any noise? Although she is petite, she is quite knowledgeable. There is a sea on the blue planet, and a city on the sea. It is called Island City. The women of this island city are extremely free-spirited and passionate. They often use the photo recording stone to shoot action and emotional movies, which are then given away for free to cultivators in various cultivation cities of the Eastern Grand Alliance. That was a sensation on Earth, sweeping across the East. Xiao Taohong once met a very beautiful and charming young lady. She had the opportunity to witness it once when she was at a gathering with her girlfriends. The sound at that time was earth-shattering and awe-inspiring. And under the holographic projection, it's as if you're actually there, as if you're right there in the scene. It was as if she were the leading lady. She still remembers. My girlfriends at the time said mysteriously, Island City has 3 treasures, movies, cartoons. Xiao Taohong then pressed, didn't you say there were 2 things? What about the third? However, the 2 girls just smiled without saying a word. This left her completely confused. But the room was eerily quiet now. There was not a sound of anything earth-shattering. Something's not right. What's going on? Little Peach Blossom became more and more curious, scratching her heart and lungs like a cat's claws. She couldn't resist any longer, so she pressed her little head close to the crack in the door and held her breath to eavesdrop. But I still can't hear any sound. But at this moment, the less she could hear, the itchier she became. Little Cherry even began to mutter unconsciously, this young master looks quite strong. Could it be? He's not good enough? Inside the room. At this moment, Lin Tian looked down at Yi Qingqiu from his high vantage point. After swallowing the Dao-grade youth-preserving pill, Yi Qingqiu's appearance became even more stunning, her skin as smooth as jade, and she exuded a faint fragrance. Lin Tian couldn't help but exclaim, you're so beautiful. Yi Qingqiu looked up at Lin Tian with affection in her beautiful eyes, her gaze filled with the joy of spring. Looking at the person in front of me, Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. That submissive gaze, that worshipful, seductive manner, she's a vixen. Ah! And this angle, amazing. It lacks the hook of the ditch, but it also lacks the ditch of the hook. He sighed. Spiritual energy circulates, and blood and chi surge. For a moment, refining essence into chi felt like a fishbone stuck in my throat, making me feel anxious, and I had to get it out. Lin Tian laughed heartily, this youth preservation pill is no joke. Yi Qingqiu's pretty face turned bright red, and she spat out, you filthy scoundrel. All you do is bully me. But her tone was coquettish, without any hint of blame. Instead, she leaned closer and said softly, Lin Tian, you're so good to me. Outside the door. Little Peach Blossom eavesdropped for a long time, but still couldn't hear the sound she wanted to hear. His cheeks puffed out with anger. She muttered to herself, humph. Is the young master really impotent? And the sect leader even gave me to him, so, am I going to be a widow for life? The more she thought about it, the more discouraged she became, and she suddenly lost all interest in anything. But just as her little ear was about to leave the crack in the door, suddenly, came from the room.
It terrified her so much that she was scared out of her wits. Little Peach Blossom patted her chest, her face flushed red. "You scared me to death." She quickly moved away from the door. And then, inside the room, waves of exhilarating sounds finally erupted, like crashing waves, continuous and relentless. What's that sound? Are they fighting? Now Xiao Taohuang doesn't even need to put her ear to it, she can hear everything clearly. At that moment, her little face was as red as a ripe apple. She quickly sat cross-legged on the ground, covered her ears with her hands, and frantically chanted with her cherry-like lips, "Prajnaparamata. Prajnaparamata. I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it, little nipples, little nipples." No matter how she covered her ears, the sound was like a leech, constantly burrowing into her ears. Her heart was racing. So intense? Can the pavilion master handle it? The image of the photostone in the island city gradually began to appear in her mind. Autumn comes and goes, the autumn wind brings tears to one's eyes. Autumn comes and goes, how old will I be? Inside the room. After Lin Tian and Yi Qingqiu engaged in a refining essence into qi session, the atmosphere became enchanting. Yi Qingqiu, wrapped in a thin veil, leaned against Lin Tian, languid as a cat, her eyes full of satisfaction. She glanced at the treasures scattered on the ground, and couldn't help but examine them again, exclaiming in shock, "Lin Tian, these elixirs and magic treasures, did you really take away the entire inheritance of the Pill Emperor?" Lin Tian said lazily, "More or less. I pried off all the restrictions on the stone steps with my 3 flowers restriction breaking staff. So, what are your plans for dealing with these things next?" Lin Tian rolled over, letting his head rest on something comfortable. "Let me think for a moment." He uttered 3 words calmly, "Sold them all." "What? They're all sold?" Yi Qingqiu suddenly stood up, completely bewildered. Lin Tian was caught off guard by the other party's sudden movement, and his head was suddenly without a pillow. With a loud bang, it bumped into a magical artifact. "Hey, what are you getting so worked up about? It's just that it was sold, what's so shocking about it?" Lin Tian said irritably, slapping him across the face. Snap. The 2 things that were just used as pads shook several times from the impact. Yi Qingqiu rolled her eyes at him and said coquettishly, "What a spendthrift. So many treasures, and you're just going to sell them?" Lin Tian chuckled, "Why keep it if I'm not selling it? It can't be eaten, and besides, as you just saw, no amount of spirit stones is enough for me to absorb. We can't just sell them all like that. Let's not talk about that. Xiuxiu, I need to ask you for a favor." Lin Tian interrupted the other person and directly changed the subject. "Now that we're in this kind of relationship, is there any need to talk about getting rid of each other?" Yi Qingqiu glared at Lin Tian again. "That is true." Lin Tian nodded, then said, "I want you to help me organize an auction. I have a large number of spiritual herbs on hand, and I want to refine some pills at the auction, and then auction off all these treasures as well." After Lin Tian finished speaking, he stared intently at the other person, as if afraid that Yi Qingqiu would not agree. For Lin Tian, these were treasures in the eyes of others. But in his eyes, compared to the treasures drawn by the system, they were just a pile of garbage. Now, all he wants is a large amount of spirit stones. With spirit stones, he could rapidly increase his cultivation level. "Are you really going to sell it?" Yi Qingqiu was still a little reluctant and asked again. Lin Tian nodded without saying a word. "All right. Leave the auction to me, I'll arrange it, and I'll definitely help you get a sky-high price for it." Pop. "Thank you, big ball." "Ugh. It's all drool, you're disgusting." Yi Qingqiu wiped her face with her hand and scolded playfully. Just as Yi Qingqiu was about to find tissues to clean up, her expression suddenly changed drastically. "Lin Tian, something's wrong. I want it, I want it." As she spoke, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted from within her, like a flash flood. Lin Tian was blasted 5 meters away and crashed onto the pile of treasures. "No? What do you want? There's no need to kick me out." Chapter 76. Love Us Well, A Life or Death Ordeal. Yi Qingqiu's pretty face flushed, her delicate body trembled, and the spiritual power within her surged like a raging tide, faintly touching the threshold of climax. Her voice trembled, her expression terrified, and she gasped, "Lin Tian. I'm about to break through. It's from the Tao spirit realm to the Tao emperor realm." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and was immediately delighted. He grinned and said, "Breakthrough? That's great. Xiuxiu, what are you afraid of?"
At the same time, I felt a sense of awe. This Yi Qingqiu is now my woman. The higher her cultivation level, the stronger my future backer will be. In that brief moment, he recalled the scene from before when the man in black had severed his hand. He vowed that he never wanted to experience that again, and he never wanted to repeat the same mistake. However, Yi Qingqiu gave a bitter smile. You don't understand. Breaking through to the Tao Emperor realm requires undergoing a life or death tribulation, specifically a heavenly tribulation, which causes an extremely large disturbance. She paused, a look of worry flashing in her eyes. Now that I'd broken through without any preparation, it's practically certain death. Moreover, the Myriad Pill Pavilion already has countless enemies in the east. If they find out I'm undergoing tribulation, how could they let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? They will definitely take advantage of this chance to strike. Lin Tian frowned, deep in thought. Heavenly tribulation? An ambush by enemies? This is troublesome. He was still a novice in cultivation, so naturally there were many things he didn't understand. But it's okay if you don't understand. He's never eaten pork, but he's never seen a pig run away? Lin Tian immediately searched around and soon gathered a large pile of treasures, which he then threw at Yi Qingqiu. He waved his hand domineeringly. Don't be afraid, Qiuqiu. Take all of these. If the heavenly lightning strikes you, just smash it with these treasures. Don't worry about them being ruined. I have nothing else right now, but I have plenty of treasures. Lin Tian spoke with such decisiveness and without a trace of concern. Yi Qingqiu cried. She cried tears of joy. Lin Tian, why are you so good to me? But as Yi Qingqiu spoke, she choked up again, saying, even if I escape the heavenly tribulation and my enemies, I will still die. Speak. She threw herself into Lin Tian's arms, sobbing, I've fallen in love with you, but now, we have to be separated by death. What does this have to do with anything? Lin Tian hugged the other person. Gently stroked Yi Qingqiu's smooth and tender back. He offered words of comfort repeatedly. He couldn't stand seeing women cry. All right. Don't be afraid, Qiuqiu. With me here, we can get through any ordeal. Tell me, why did you die? But Yi Qingqiu just cried, holding Lin Tian tightly, muttering to herself, let me hug you one last time. The other person wouldn't say anything, they just cried. Lin Tian instantly became anxious. He raised his hand and slapped Yi Qingqiu's round, perky buttocks twice. He roared, I told you to say it, so say it. There's nothing in this world I can't do. Yi Qingqiu's buttocks twitched from the slap, her delicate body trembled, and then she cried even harder, but refused to say a word. Lin Tian, let me feel you fully in the last moments of my life. Okay. Don't cry, tell me slowly, I'll help you think of a solution. Lin Tian was convinced. Yi Qingqiu's eyes were brimming with tears. Suddenly, she looked up and pressed her red lips against Lin Tian's. Their lips and teeth intertwined, their breaths burning. She clung tightly to Lin Tian as if she were starving before death, her body burning hot, and her spiritual energy fluctuations becoming increasingly violent. Outside the door. At this moment, Xiao Taohong was so anxious that she paced back and forth, her hand on the door, wanting to knock but not daring to. Hearing the crying from inside the room, she mistakenly thought that Yi Qingqiu had been cried by Lin Tian, and she was extremely anxious. Master, you weren't bullied by the young master, were you? Little Peach Blossom gritted her teeth, her heart filled with a desire to protect her master, and she couldn't care less about anything else. He suddenly pushed the door open and entered. Sect Master. You. But before she could finish speaking, the scene before her eyes made her freeze in shock. Her face flushed red with embarrassment. She wanted to disappear into the ground. And no. I'm sorry. I went into the wrong room. Xiao Taohong immediately turned to run away. Who knew? Little Peach Blossom. Come here. Xiao Taohong froze, her petite and delicate body stiffening on the spot. But not daring to disobey, she could only take small, shy steps and approach, but she kept her head down and dared not look. Yi Qingqiu's beautiful eyes filled with tears, and she suddenly said, Take off your clothes. Xiao Taohong's face turned pale. Sect Master? Lin Tian, if I die, let Taohong take my place and stay by your side to take care of you. She has been with me since she was a child, and she is a good girl. Yi Qingqiu pulled Xiao Taohong over. Lin Tian, love him well. Lin Tian was dumbfounded. Another spring breeze arrives, and hundreds of peach trees bloom, a red mark, a bride. On the southern outskirts of the city, atop a desolate mountain.
Yi Qingxiu sat cross-legged atop the mountain peak, gazing up at the dense, dark clouds overhead.
3 hours ago. Yi Qingqiu is done.
Then I felt the speed at which my spiritual energy surged even more intensely.
This left her completely baffled. But she could no longer suppress the opportunity for a breakthrough.
Ignoring Lin Tian's attempts to stop her, she transformed into a streak of light and flew out of the villa alone.
Lin Tian. I don't want you to see the moment I die. Now.
Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky, a terrifying aura of thunder filled the air, and spiritual energy surged violently between heaven and earth. Yi Qingxiu's beautiful eyes were resolute, yet she couldn't hide her sorrow. She knew she would die in this ordeal. Even if she survives the heavenly tribulation and the ambush by her enemies, the hidden ailment of the heavenly Tao within her body will erupt during her breakthrough, causing her spiritual energy to run rampant and her body to explode. When a cultivator breaks through from the Tao spirit realm to the Tao emperor realm, their hidden ailments become incredibly violent, requiring ordinary cultivators to be fully prepared, as the chances of survival are slim.
Her reckless breakthrough without any preparation was tantamount to courting death.
Yi Qingxiu gazed longingly towards the villa, tears streaming down her face, and murmured, "Goodbye, Lin Tian.
In the next life, I will still be your woman."
She circulated her spiritual energy throughout her body, causing it to surge into the sky and instantly triggering a lightning tribulation.
Boom!
A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm descended from the sky, its purple light blinding, and struck Yi Qingxiu.
At the same time, the sudden and terrifying lightning tribulation alarmed the entire southern city.
One by one, cultivators were running around asking around, trying to find out which powerful figure was undergoing tribulation.
Heavenly tribulation? Someone has broken through to the Tao Emperor realm? Who is so bold as to attempt this tribulation? Several Tao Spirit Realm cultivators sensed the aura, their expressions dejected, and sighed. Blue Star has lost another Tao Spirit Realm cultivator. On Earth, breakthroughs are taboo.
Especially for high-level cultivators, once they break through, it will inevitably be accompanied by the outbreak of hidden ailments of the heavenly Tao, causing spiritual energy to go berserk. Even if they eventually survive the heavenly tribulation safely.
But what is the final destination?
Even so, he could not escape the hidden ailment of the heavenly Tao, which caused his spiritual energy to explode.
And the Tao Spirit Realm breaks through to the Tao Emperor realm.
Even with thorough preparation and a stroke of good luck, the final outcome will still be a near-death experience.
And at this moment,
in several hidden locations in the southern part of the city, 3 elderly figures rose into the sky.
They sensed the divine soul aura of the person undergoing tribulation.
He then burst into wild laughter.
"You damned witch Yi! How dare you undergo tribulation? We'll see how you die this time."
The person speaking was the head of the Nangong family. The other person was Old Man Shi from the Dan Alliance, who was also overjoyed. There was another person with a chilling aura, from the Heavenly Fragrance sect, the arch-enemy of the Myriad Pill Pavilion. They were all peak experts of the Tao Spirit Realm, and they all flew towards the mountain peak where Yi Qingxiu was undergoing his tribulation. A murderous intent was palpable.
Inside the villa, Lin Tian suddenly woke up with a start. "Jiuqiu? Oh no! That silly woman!" He grabbed Xiao Taohuang and shouted, "Quick! Take me to her!" Chapter 77 All the treasures are mine.
Little Peach Blossom was suddenly pulled up by Lin Tian. Her face was still flushed and she was sleepy. Her body was covered in glistening spring light, and her small breast swayed slightly. But when Lin Tian said that Yi Qingxiu had gone to undergo tribulation alone, he was shocked.
Her small, pretty face changed drastically in an instant, and she exclaimed anxiously, "Sect Master, has she gone mad? Facing the tribulation of the Tao Emperor realm is a death sentence." Lin Tian was extremely anxious.
At this moment, no one had the mind to appreciate Xiao Taohuang's charming appearance.
"Now all I can think about is Yi Qingxiu's safety." He shouted, "Taohuang, do you know where your sect leader is most likely undergoing his tribulation? Think of it now. Hurry up."
Xiao Taohuang scratched her head anxiously, racking her brains, and finally bit her lip and said, "The pavilion master never talks about these things."
I really don't know."
But before he could finish speaking,
a deafening thunderclap resounded, followed by a blinding purple light that illuminated the entire southern city.
"All right. The tribulation has begun, and Little Peach Blossom no longer needs to think about it." Lin Tian hurriedly got up and dressed, while urging Xiao Taohuang to hurry up as well. At the heart of the thunderclouds, the overwhelming power of the heavens swept across countless miles of land. Even in Tangchang, hundreds of miles away, the sky was covered with dark clouds. The cultivators of Tang City also climbed to the rooftops, mocking and taunting, "Oh my! Someone in the South City actually dares to undergo tribulation?" Moreover, judging from this display, it seems to be a breakthrough from the Dao spirit realm to the Dao emperor realm. Tsk tisk, it's over. Another powerful figure is about to fall in the South City. It seems the battle between the three cities will be one less formidable opponent. On the other side, Lin Tian looked up at the sky, his face darkening, found it. The direction of the lightning tribulation. He pulled Xiao Taohong up, and the two of them, on four legs, sped towards the mountain peak that was being bombarded by lightning. However, the more Xiao Taohong ran, the less she could catch up with Lin Tian. It's not that her cultivation level is inferior to Lin Tian's. Because she had just experienced her first sexual encounter, she was feeling unwell in her lower body, and even her running posture was particularly awkward. She was limping and panting heavily. Lin Tian, who was running ahead, turned around and scolded irritably, "Run faster. If you're any slower, your sect leader will kick the bucket." Little Peach Blossom's pretty face turned pale with pain. She leaned on her knees, panting softly, and complained, "Young master, I can't run anymore. Why don't you take the flying boat?" Lin Tian was stunned for a moment, then angrily cursed, "You call this a flying boat that can summon thunder and lightning? Do you want to be struck by lightning? Don't you have any common sense? Didn't you complete 9 years of compulsory education?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Taohong exclaimed. She nearly vomited blood in anger, rolling her eyes as she exclaimed, "Young master, this is a tribulation of lightning. It's a tribulation of lightning. It only strikes those undergoing tribulation, it doesn't strike randomly. What the heck?" Lin Tian was dumbfounded. Realizing what had happened, he slapped his thigh and yelled, "What the hell? Am I fucking stupid? Cultivating immortality and being afraid of being struck by lightning?" With a wave of his hand, he took out a silver flying boat from his Qiankuan ring. The flying boat is shaped like a shuttle, its entire body shimmering with light and color, its hull engraved with spiritual patterns, and a silver phoenix carved at its bow. The two jumped onto the flying boat, and Lin Tian connected his spiritual sense to control the formation. With a whoosh, the airship swayed and rose into the air. Call out. The flying boat transformed into a silver light and soared into the sky. Lin Tian stood at the bow of the boat, facing the wind, exuding boundless pride. This was the first time he had piloted a flying boat alone. Overwhelmed with excitement, he even recited a poem in a flamboyant manner, departing from Baidi City amidst colorful clouds at dawn. "I traveled 1,000 miles to Jiangling in a single day." Standing behind her, Xiao Taohong looked on with admiration, thinking to herself, "Young master can even write poetry?" Blue Star. Poetry and technology are actually gradually becoming obsolete, and those who can manipulate them are becoming fewer and fewer. And her young master is actually a genius who excels in both literature and martial arts. This made Xiao Taohong infatuated with him. His gaze seemed to melt Lin Tian's heart. But Lin Tian, for one moment, went too far in trying to be pretentious. He immediately disconnected the flying boat from his spiritual senses. "Ah!" Little Peach Blossom screamed, and the flying boat, having lost its spiritual control, crashed violently into a mountain. Boom! Dust billowed as the airship crashed into the mountainside, creating a large crater. The two men fell simultaneously, rolling several times before both were covered in dust. Cough. "Oops, my mistake." Lin Tian got up and scratched his head awkwardly. Little Peach Blossom covered her face and chuckled, complaining, "Young master, your poetry is quite good, but your flying boat skills are a bit lacking." Lin Tian glared at her, restarted the flying boat, and shouted, "Laugh again and I'll throw you off." The flying boat took off again, speeding towards the summit of Thunder Tribulation Mountain. Above the mountain peak, dark clouds loomed overhead, thunder roared like dragons, and terrifying spiritual pressure crushed the rocks. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning, as thick as an arm, crashed down, striking Yi Qingqiu directly. She sat cross-legged on the mountaintop, her pretty face scorched, her clothes torn to shreds, her breath weak, and a hidden ailment within her body stirring restlessly. In the critical moment, she summoned 3 supreme magical treasures, a jade fan, a bronze bell, and a jade pendant. Their spiritual light shone brightly as they faced the heavenly lightning. Bang bang bang! The magical artifact withstood most of the lightning, but was shattered into pieces. The aftershock struck Yi Qingqiu, causing her to vomit blood and sway precariously.
The onlookers were stunned and deeply shocked. 3 more top-grade magic treasures? This is the 9th one already. 3 items at once, 9 top-tier magical treasures destroyed.
Yi the witch is too extravagant. They were green with envy, thinking to themselves, although these magical treasures are not primarily for defense, they are used to block lightning tribulations and are consumed in one go.
The foundation of the Myriad Pill Pavilion is terrifying. In the crowd,
a young cultivator exclaimed, "Wait a minute.
I've seen those 3 magical treasures that Pavilion Master Yi just took out before."
He pointed to the 3 magical treasures that Yi Qingqiu had summoned again: a flying sword, an ancient mirror, and a small pagoda, all radiating dazzling spiritual light and exuding astonishing spiritual pressure.
The crowd cast disdainful glances and mocked, "You're just a chi-refining peak kid, relying on your elders to stand so close and witness the tribulation, and you dare to say you've seen a top-grade magic weapon? Even we Grandmaster peak cultivators haven't seen one."
The young man blushed and said urgently, "I am Mu Tianhao of the Mu family. I participated in the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm. I have seen these 3 magic treasures in the Stone Ladder restriction.
These are treasures from the South University sweep."
"What?" The entire audience erupted in uproar, and the eyes of the onlookers nearly popped out of their sockets.
Did Nanjing University sweep through the stone steps and give all the treasures to the Myriad Pill Pavilion? Wasn't it said that everything had to be handed over to the Cultivator Alliance Legion? Then what is this? In an instant, greed spread across everyone's eyes.
They watched as the tribulation was about to end, and Yi Qingqiu began to weaken.
These people were all getting ready to fight.
I never expected that the demoness Yi would undergo her tribulation without even a protector.
Isn't she just a spendthrift jade maiden?
The head of the Nangong family sneered contemptuously.
Once the tribulation is over, all the treasures will be ours. On the other side,
Old Qi and the elders of the Tianxiang sect were both hiding in the shadows, their eyes flashing with murderous intent.
Boom!
When the final bolt of lightning struck, the purple light was blinding, and the heavens and earth trembled. Yi Qingqiu could only close her eyes in despair, as if waiting for death to come. The onlookers' eyes lit up, and they rushed towards the mountaintop, shouting, "The treasure is mine!
Get out of my way!" But at that very moment,
a silver flying boat streaked through the air.
Chapter 78: Refining Essence into Qi. Breakthrough to Tao Emperor. Boom!
The final bolt of purple lightning struck Yi Qingqiu, causing the heavens and earth to tremble and the purple light to be blinding. Where Yi Qingqiu was, smoke and dust billowed, making it impossible for others to see the actual situation.
Even spiritual senses were rendered useless under the cover of the lightning tribulation. The onlookers, their eyes gleaming with greed and fervor, rushed toward the mountain peak.
They shouted and roared, "The treasure is mine! Anyone who tries to take it from me, I'll kill them!" They were like madmen. The head of the Nangong family, Old Man Qi from the Dan Alliance, and an old man from the Tianxiang sect all flashed with killing intent, but they were in no hurry to make a move. They each hovered in mid-air some distance away, watching this scene with amusement. Just as these people rushed to the top of the mountain, intending to rush into the smoke to pick up the dead chicken.
Boom!
The silver flying boat crashed down on a flat area 10 meters away from where these people had advanced. The flying boat is 10 meters long and 5 meters wide, with a flowing silver light all over its body, and a lifelike silver phoenix carving on the bow. Lin Tian leaped off the flying boat, followed by Xiao Taohong, who was dressed in a red dress and a thin gauze skirt. Looking at the dust-covered mountain peaks behind him, he discovered that even his spiritual sense could not penetrate them. He was somewhat worried, after all, that purple lightning bolt was enough to make one's scalp tingle.
"Master! How are you?"
Little Peach Blossom lifted her gauze skirt, wanting to rush into the dust and smoke to search for her.
"Don't go in. This dust and smoke carries the power of lightning tribulation and hasn't completely dissipated yet." Lin Tian grabbed Xiao Taohong. "Then what should we do?" "Wait a minute. Let's wait until they disperse. Let's hold them off for now."
Lin Tian finished speaking. He turned to look at the crowd rushing towards him. These people, upon seeing Lin Tian and the flying boat behind him, immediately noticed him.
The light of greed grew ever brighter. "This flying boat. I've seen it before within the restrictions of the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm. It's an artifact from the Secret Realm."
At this moment, Mu Tianhao of the Mu family exclaimed in astonishment.
Huang de Peo stopped in his tracks and exclaimed in surprise, "Lin Tian? It's Lin Tian, that killer star, what's he doing here?" Huang de Peo. Accompanying Fu Xian were the chi-inducing realm prodigies from Fu City who entered the heavenly furnace secret realm. In the secret realm, he was one of the dozen or so people who followed him into the river and were eventually swept into the Hall of Inheritance. Just thinking about Lin Tian's massacre of the Pill Alliance. Huang Depeo's expression changed drastically. He grabbed several of his companions and urged them, "Don't go over there, let's retreat. We can't afford to mess with this killer star, we don't want the treasure." Several companions were taken aback upon hearing this. He asked doubtfully, "Aren't they just two pieces of air-purifying trash? Big Cannon, what are you afraid of? They're just two pieces of trash. We're all Foundation establishment cultivators." Huang Depeo curled his lip. "Trash? He was too lazy to persuade him anymore, and turned around to go back the way he came. As he walked, he shouted loudly, "Fellow disciples, I, Huang, am an upright and honorable man. I would never do such a despicable thing as taking advantage of others in distress. I, Huang, take my leave now. You rats." Huang Depeo ran away. A few fellow disciples from the Foundation establishment stage of Fu City were left standing there, bewildered in the wind. "This? He's Guangming? Did I hear that right?" one of them exclaimed in disbelief. "Opportunities are fleeting, everyone. We cultivators should forge ahead bravely. I'll go first." After saying this, one of them continued to climb towards the mountain peak. The others saw this. He glanced at the cannons that seemed to be fleeing, then looked at Lin Tian not far away. With a determined look, I thought to myself, what could such trash possibly be capable of? Go! Whoever gets the flying boat first keeps it. In an instant, dozens of people who had been surging forward suddenly stopped in their tracks. Some turned and walked away. Some people hesitated and watched. These people have one thing in common: they are all geniuses who have entered the heavenly furnace secret realm. As for Luan Cheng's warning, within the Dan Alliance, some might still be wary, but what do other forces care about such things? Seeing the crowd rushing towards him, Lin Tian assumed that these people were the hostile forces Yi Qingqiu had mentioned. He was furious and roared, "A bunch of trash! How dare you be enemies with my woman?" He stood alone in front of the flying boat, his spiritual power erupting, and the aura of the peak chi refining stage swept like a whirlwind. That's right. After he and Yi Qingqiu had their passionate encounter again, Lin Tian advanced once more. This speed is comparable to flying. A Grandmaster level cultivator sneered, "Lin Tian, hand over the treasure, and I'll spare your life." Another Foundation establishment peak cultivator, too lazy to waste words, unleashed a palm strike as heavy as a mountain towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian snorted coldly, and with a wave of his hand, dozens of high-level talismans were flung out like a rainstorm. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs, lightning, and ice blades exploded, and a storm of spiritual energy swept through. The Foundation establishment cultivators who were at the forefront were blasted back, coughing up blood and with their skin torn open. The high-level talisman was quite powerful, even posing a threat to those at the Grandmaster level, causing everyone to hesitate to approach for a moment. However, the power of the talisman only made everyone more greedy. He casually handed over dozens of high-level talismans. He must have even more in his ring. Let's see how many talismans you, a mere chi-cultivating trash, have left. Let's see how long you can last. Lin Tian sneered, showing no fear whatsoever. What about talismans to him? I have plenty of Lao Tzu. Fu Xian had over 100,000 units of stock, enough to use a lot of it in the secret realm. But holding out for a day or two shouldn't be a problem. He threw out more than a dozen talismans, which exploded with fire and lightning. Some of the beast tamer's spirit beasts were blasted until their fur was charred black and they fell to the ground howling in pain. Fortunately, these were all cultivators below the Grandmaster level. Unlike those at the Dao spirit realm, who can teleport and attack instantly. Otherwise, no matter how many talismans you have, it's all in vain. Just like the black-robed man who broke Lin Tian's hands back then. And at this moment, relying on the power of the talisman, Lin Tian was able to hold his own against the crowd, resulting in a stalemate where neither side could gain the upper hand. At the same time, amidst the dust and smoke, Yi Qingqiu suddenly opened her eyes. An extremely powerful and terrifying pressure was brewing. She was completely naked, her fair, jade-like feet lightly touching the ground. He actually broke through to the Dao Emperor realm? But why? Why haven't the heavenly Dao chains within me contracted? Yi Qingqiu was both astonished and overjoyed. A long time.
Her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and she finally thought of something.
Is it refining essence into qi?
Yi Qingxiu's charming face flushed instantly.
So that's how it is.
But why does it have such an effect? Not only does it suppress the hidden ailment, but it also makes me feel comfortable inside my body right now.
But she didn't have time to think about it.
She has just broken through to the next level and needs to stabilize her cultivation quickly. Yi Qingxiu's beautiful eyes were resolute, and she immediately took out the clothes from the ring.
Wait until you are dressed properly.
She immediately sat cross-legged, hovering amidst the dust and smoke, and began to refine the essence of the surrounding lightning tribulation to stabilize her spiritual energy.
Unlike spiritual energy, spiritual essence represents a qualitative leap, a mutation of genes. Tao Emperor Realm. Great power level. Starting with qi induction, one begins with foundation building and consolidation.
Once this foundation is solidified and accumulated, one can advance to the Grandmaster realm and establish their own sect. Above the Grandmaster level is the manifestation of Tao spirit, which makes one a powerful figure.
However, once one breaks through to the Tao Emperor realm, one transcends the mortal realm and officially embarks on the path of cultivation.
On Earth, which of those powerful beings who can command the wind and rain isn't a Tao Emperor or above? However, those who can truly break through are extremely rare. It's not that I lack talent, nor that I'm afraid of death, nor that I lack resources. Rather, it is the heavenly Tao chain that lies within the bodies of all cultivators on Blue Star. It was as if all things in this world were imprisoned by the laws of heaven. Those who break through will inevitably be suppressed by the heavenly Tao. Beyond the dust and smoke. In the distance, the head of the Nangong family, Elder Qi, and the elders of the Tianxiang sect watched coldly with smiles on their lips. Old man, she said coldly, this kid has some skills, but unfortunately his cultivation level is too low.
No matter how many talismans he has, he can't turn the tide.
The head of the Nangong family grinned maliciously. The things from Fu City are indeed effective. The elder of the heavenly fragrance sect, surrounded by poisonous mist, said in a cold voice, Yi the Demoness is doomed.
As for this brat, we'll deal with him as well to save ourselves the trouble.
As if they had planned it together, the three of them also lost patience and flew towards Lin Tian.
Chapter 79 Tao Emperor Domain. You scoundrel! Give me back my grandson's life. Old man Qi, his hair and beard bristling, was the first to make a move. He had long hated Lin Tian. At this moment, he could no longer heed Luan Qing's warning. In his view, killing a mere Qi refining realm cultivator was not a serious offense for him, as the second elder of the Pill Alliance. Although Luan Qing was a supreme elder, he certainly wouldn't need to hold him accountable. Upon seeing this, the head of the Nangong family. They thought that old man Qi was striking first to seize Lin Tian's flying boat from him. After all, this entirely silver flying boat was clearly no ordinary object. He immediately appeared and approached Lin Tian. However, the elders of the Tianxiang sect did not care about Lin Tian.
They rushed straight into the dust and smoke, and in an instant, the toxic fog spread, sealing off the entire area covered by the dust and smoke.
Lin Tian gritted his teeth. He knew that Tao Spirit Realm cultivators could teleport. This was something I consulted with Yi Qingxiu. He's not just a man driven by his lower body.
When he was with Yi Qingxiu, he would often ramble on and on to distract himself. Therefore, he had anticipated this move when he arrived. He stowed away the flying boat behind him, then shoved Xiao Taohong away, while throwing a handful of talismans at her to protect herself.
Once all of this is done, two Tao Spirit Realm cultivators had already flashed to his left and right.
Lin Tian's grinding technique also activated its spiritual power at the same time.
With a loud whoosh, the power of the void, inaudible to the ear, roared. Immediately afterwards,
the head of the Nangong family formed a claw shape and grabbed the ring on Lin Tian's hand.
Old Qi then struck Lin Tian's crown with a palm strike.
This means they're going to kill Lin Tian on the spot.
Boom! Boom! Two loud explosions. A storm of spiritual energy swept through. However, the two old men in the spirit realm both changed color. His expression was one of terror. Old Qi suffered the worst, being directly blasted 10 feet away by the void power of the grinding technique, crashing to the ground with a thud. Put! He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Old Qi was incredulous, as if he had seen a ghost. This? The power of the void? It's the Tao rhythm? How is this possible? Impossible! Impossible!
Old Qi was stunned, collapsing to the ground and vomiting blood violently. The Nangong family had fared better, as he only seized the ring and did not suffer much backlash. He was merely forced back 10 steps.
But his expression was equally shocked and indifferent.
He pointed at Lin Tian. You're possessed by a ghost.
You're not human. In contrast, look at Lin Tian.
A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He wiped himself, grinned and muttered, as expected.
My cultivation level is a fatal flaw.
I even wore through my undergarment and used the grinding technique to neutralize it, but I was still injured by the shock. The belly band was, of course, the magic item I won in a lottery during the martial arts competition at Nanjing University.
Originally, it was intended to be given to Yi Qingqiu along with the youth preservation pill.
Moreover, during the chaotic battle between the three of them last night, he even wanted Yi Qingqiu to wear it.
Alas! Yi Qingqiu absolutely refused. Give it to little Peach Blossom. Her Seth isn't big enough, it doesn't have that same impact. So in the end, this bellyband was kept.
However, it came in handy at this moment. However, even with such a treasure protecting him, his cultivation level was insufficient, and he was ultimately injured by the shock.
Xiao Taohong was pushed dozens of steps away by Lin Tian.
Seeing blood seeping from Lin Tian's mouth, she rushed over, crying. She helped Lin Tian up, her expression worried. Young master.
Are you all right?
He wiped his mouth again and shook his dizzy head.
It's all right. I won't die. I just underestimated the power of the Tao spirit realm. That's right.
If other Qi refining realm cultivators heard this, they might just have to lie down and give up.
Damn it.
You, a mere Qi refining realm cultivator, withstood a surprise attack from two Tao spirit realm cultivators, only spitting out a little menstrual blood, otherwise completely unharmed.
What's the point of anyone else cultivating then? They might as well not even bother with immortality. And then,
upon seeing this, the group of all sorts of cultivators,
everyone's face lit up with joy. They assumed that Lin Tian, having vomited blood, would surely not be able to hold on. They were so stupid, they swarmed in again. Xiao Taohong hurriedly stepped forward and poured all her remaining spiritual power into the talisman. She shouted, "You bastards, die!" She threw out talismans, and dozens of explosions rang out, instantly sending the group of people flying backward. Xiao Taohong's delicate body trembled, her spiritual energy was completely depleted, and she almost collapsed. Fortunately, Lin Tian was there to support him. Young master. It's all Xiao Taohong's fault. She wasn't able to protect you. Lin Tian flicked her forehead, scolding her irritably, "You stupid woman, what are you doing admitting mistakes for? Speak." He looked up at the people with such intense gazes. Everyone. Do you want to die? Everyone was taken aback. What is that? You've gone too far with your bragging, haven't you? How many talismans do you have left at this point? Do you think talismans are as common as cabbages in Talisman City? Hey! Kid? Did those two old men knock your brains out? Exactly, he's the one who's about to die, why is he asking? Ah! Thump! Unexpectedly, the person who had just spoken collapsed to the ground before he could finish his sentence. Her companions rushed forward to check on her. But the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Dead? What? However, it's not over yet. The dozen or so people who were within 10 steps of Lin Tian suddenly collapsed to the ground one by one for no apparent reason. Upon seeing this, the others retreated hastily, utterly horrified. A ghost? This kid is suspicious. In an instant, these people all retreated and fled. They didn't dare to approach at all. At the same time, Lin Tian's body also swayed. Fortunately, he and Xiao Taohong supported each other, preventing them from collapsing on the spot. Damn it! My spiritual energy is depleted again. He had just used the grab technique repeatedly. In addition to the spiritual energy consumed by the two attacks from the spirit realm earlier. It's completely depleted now. Young master? You did this? Xiao Taohong was stunned, staring blankly at the dozen or so corpses on the ground within a 10-meter radius. Lin Tian, nonsense. Just as the two were talking to each other, Old Qi, his eyes filled with malice, hovered in the air, coldly staring at Lin Tian. When he realized that Lin Tian's spiritual energy was exhausted, he seemed to realize something. A cold glint flashed in his old eyes in an instant. A cold smile crept across his lips. This kid has a valuable treasure on him.
In his view, the thing that could knock him away must be a top-grade magic weapon, or even a Tao artifact.
Although he didn't understand why those people had died so inexplicably.
However, it is not believed that Lin Tian did it.
Because that's impossible.
This was beyond his comprehension. Old Qi's greed was now written all over his face. However, he learned his lesson and stopped rushing forward blindly.
Instead, they retreated dozens of feet away.
He took a small wooden sword from the ring and tossed it into the air.
Call out.
The wooden sword flew straight into the sky, aiming straight for his heart. At this moment, Lin Tian's spiritual energy was exhausted, and he was completely unable to circulate the word incantation. He could only watch helplessly as the flying sword slammed into his chest.
Bang!
Lin Tian and Xiao Taohong were blasted so hard that their ribs broke, and blood gushed out. They were sent flying backward into the dust and smoke. Fortunately, the belly band has its own protective shield.
Neither of them was seriously injured. Just as I thought.
Old Man Qi immediately burst into laughter. It truly is a top-grade magic weapon. It's mine now. In a flash, Old Man Qi rushed straight into the dust and smoke, joining the fray. On the other side, the head of the Nangong family also beamed with joy. He naturally also saw the red shield flash by.
Old Ghost Qi. Don't try to keep this magic treasure for yourself.
The two, one after the other, rushed into the dust and smoke.
However, the next second,
the two of them emerged from the dust and smoke in a disheveled state, as if they had seen a ghost. They had just emerged from the dust. The dust completely dissipated at that moment. Old Man Qi and the head of the Nangong family originally wanted to teleport away, but they fell straight down like corpses thrown from a great height. Only when the two men were lying on the ground, unable to move, did their expressions begin to change drastically. Their voices were filled with intense fear. The Tao Emperor's domain.
Chapter 8100 Million Spirit Stones.
The dust and smoke have settled. A graceful figure slowly emerged from the mountaintop. She was carrying a blood-soaked corpse.
It was Yi Qingqiu.
Having broken through to the Tao Emperor realm, her temperament became even more alluring and unparalleled, like a goddess or demon, breathtakingly beautiful and captivatingly charming. A red gauze dress, as thin as a cicada's wing, clung to her exquisite body, revealing glimpses of her figure, her curves alluring. The hem of the dress swayed gently in the wind, shimmering with spiritual light, radiating the terrifying pressure of a Tao Emperor realm expert. Her pretty face was frosty, and her beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent, like a peach blossom fairy in full bloom, making people dare not look directly at her. The Nangong family head and Elder Qi, who were suppressed by Yi Qingqiu's Tao Emperor domain, were unable to move. Their expressions changed drastically, and they were terrified. They recognized the corpse in Yi Qingqiu's hands. It turned out to be another Tao spirit realm cultivator who rushed into the dust and smoke, an elder of the heavenly fragrance sect. The corpse had a hole pierced through its chest, all its spiritual power dissipated, and its soul collapsed. Its death was gruesome.
The head of the Nangong family stammered, Yi the Demoness. You're not dead?
Elder Qi's pupils constricted sharply,
breaking through to the Tao Emperor realm? How is this possible? The surviving cultivators who were besieging Lin Tian were terrified when they saw the scene and turned to flee. The Tao Emperor's domain was like an invisible shackle, locking away the spiritual power within their bodies.
One by one, their faces turned ashen, and they collapsed to the ground, trembling.
Tao Emperor realm. She really broke through. A hidden illness hasn't manifested yet? This is defying the heavens. Xiao Taohong coughed up a mouthful of blood and exclaimed in surprise, Sect Master. You're all right.
She supported the seriously injured Lin Tian, her eyes brimming with tears, deeply moved. Yi Qingqiu glanced at Lin Tian and saw him lying on the ground with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, as if he were seriously injured. Her pretty face changed, and she was extremely worried. She abruptly threw away the corpse in her hands, transformed into a streak of light, rushed to Lin Tian's side, knelt down to examine him, and said in a trembling voice, Lin Tian.
How are you?
As her spiritual energy probed in, she found that although Lin Tian had broken ribs and suffered serious internal injuries, his life was not in danger, which put her at ease. Immediately, Yi Qingqiu's pretty face turned cold, her killing intent soaring, and she shouted, You cowards!
How dare you hurt my man? None of you will live today. The Tao Emperor's domain suddenly erupted, its spiritual light as vast as the sea, transforming into a 100-foot-long giant palm that slammed towards the Nangong family head, Elder Qi, and the others. Before the giant hand even arrived,
its oppressive force had already crushed the rocks, cracked the ground, and terrified everyone.
Distant mountain peaks.
Luan Cheng Tongzi and Hong Tian exchanged a strange look.
They originally thought that Yi Qingqiu was forcibly undergoing the tribulation without any preparation and was bound to die. Luan Sheng said with a wry smile, "This girl, she actually broke through?" Hong Tian sneered, "You little sly devil. Still trying to stop me? I told you long ago that Lin Tian was incredibly lucky, he wouldn't die so easily." Just now. Luan Sheng kept stopping Hong Tian from taking action, saying that since the Dan Alliance had lost 500 elites, Nanda had to pay a price. But now, Yi Qingqiu's breakthrough to the Dao Emperor realm and Lin Tian's unpredictable actions completely overturned Luan Sheng's expectations. Hong Tian curled his lip and cursed, "You scoundrel. With your little tricks up your sleeve, the Pill Alliance, you think you can suppress my Nanjing University?" But the two of them immediately frowned. The Eastern Cultivator Alliance is facing an invasion of alien beasts and is under immense pressure. Daoling realm cultivators are already high-level combatants, and they are scarce on Blue Star. If the Nangong family head and Elder Qi were to die, the alliance would suffer a significant loss. Luan Qing said in a deep voice, "Elder Qi is the second elder of our Pill Alliance. He cannot die at the hands of Yi Qingqiu." Hong Tian sneered, "I don't want these two old dogs to die too easily either. But Lin Tian is from Nanjing University, and I absolutely cannot let these bastards get away with this." The two exchanged a glance, and in a flash, they appeared on the mountaintop. Boom! Luan Cheng's oppressive aura erupted, its spiritual light as deep as an abyss, directly shattering Yi Qingqiu's Dao Emperor domain. Yi Qingqiu's pretty face changed, and she shouted, "Luan Cheng? You dare to stop me?" As the current head of Naodan Pavilion, she naturally recognized the other person. But Yi Qingqiu's killing intent had already been aroused, so she naturally didn't care about anything else. Her spiritual power surged wildly, trying to break through the suppression and kill the Nangong family head and the others. But Luan Cheng's imposing aura was like a mountain, blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, and her delicate body trembled. Hong Tian stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Yi girl. Stop. Leave today's matter to me." His gaze swept over the Nangong family head, Elder Qi, and the others, and he said in a cold voice, "None of these scoundrels will escape. I promise that they will all be ordered by their respective forces to serve in the Cultivator Legion, regardless of their lives, to contribute to the Eastern Cultivation City." Yi Qingqiu ignored them, frantically activating his Dao Emperor domain, his spiritual light flashing, determined to kill. Her beautiful eyes filled with tears as she roared, "They heard Lin Tian. None of them will live." Hong Tian frowned and continued to persuade her, "Girl. The bigger picture is important. The alien beasts are attacking, and the Alliance needs fighting power. Killing them will only cause the Alliance greater losses." But Yi Qingqiu was like a fierce mother tiger protecting her cubs, her killing intent undiminished, her spiritual power raging, causing the mountain peak to crack. Lin Tian, supported by Xiao Tao Hong, struggled to his feet. Seeing Yi Qingqiu like this, he was moved, but also knew that he could not defeat her. He called out to Yi Qingqiu, "Zhouqiu. Forget it. Let's give the principal some face today." Yi Qingqiu was taken aback, her beautiful eyes turning to Lin Tian. Seeing the determination in Lin Tian's eyes, her killing intent gradually subsided, and she bit her lip and said, "Lin Tian, you, okay." But her pretty face remained fierce as she glared at the Nangong family head and the others, coldly saying, "I'll spare your lives today. But if you offend me again, I, Yi Qingqiu, will wipe out your entire family." Upon seeing this, Hong Tian's expression turned strange, and he was extremely embarrassed. "I thought to myself, I'm trying to reason with you, but you won't give me any face at all. You acted as if you'd received a royal decree just because Lin Tian said one thing." But the next moment, Hong Tian slapped his forehead, then, as if struck by a sudden realization, spat out, "Lin Tianfu. That old bastard. He's a piece of trash." Obviously, he knew some of Lin Tianfu's past. And at this time, the Nangong family head, Elder Qi, and the others felt as if they had been granted a pardon, collapsed to the ground, and fled in a disheveled state. The onlookers dared not linger and quickly retreated, restoring silence to the mountaintop. After everyone left, only Hong Tian, Yi Qingqiu, Lin Tian, and Xiao Taohong remained. Hong Tian coughed and said seriously, "Lin Tian, the treasures from the secret realm must be handed over to the Cultivator Legion. Now that the alien beasts are invading, the situation is dire, and we must consider the overall situation. I said we only need to hand over 80%, and you can distribute the remaining 20% as you see fit.
Upon hearing this, Lin Tian immediately bristled. He sneered and said, "No, principal, don't try to pull this on me. I'm petty, I won't give it to you. You brat. You don't understand the bigger picture. If the alien beasts break through our defenses, the entire planet is doomed. What good are your treasures?" Lin Tian rolled his eyes, but then his eyes lit up. He said, feeling wronged, "Principal, so many people from Nanjing University died in the secret realm. Why should they pay for nothing? The Cultivator Legion got a huge advantage, they should be given some compensation." Hong Tian was taken aback, but nodded and said, "That's true. So, what do you want?" Lin Tian was secretly pleased. Selling to the Alliance would earn him a good reputation, which wasn't unacceptable. He immediately held up one finger and grinned wickedly, "I'll hand over the treasure, but you'll have to give me this many spirit stones. Otherwise, forget it." Hong Tian saw the finger and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. 10,000 spirit stones? No problem. I'll give it to you right away. The Alliance doesn't even need to contribute. It's clear that Hong Tian, who once single-handedly rallied the entire South City to resist the alien beasts, is indeed a man of great righteousness. But Lin Tian waved his hand and sneered, "Principal, are you stupid? 10,000? Any single treasure from the secret realm is worth more than 10,000. You're saying 10,000? Hong Tian thought about it and it seemed to make sense. He frowned and said, "How many do you want? The Cultivator Legion isn't short of spirit stones, we can discuss it." Lin Tian still held up one finger and remained silent. Seeing that the other party was being coy, Hong Tian was annoyed and cursed, "You brat." But this time he didn't mince words and directly asked, 1 million? Lin Tian shook his head. "How much is that?" 100 million. What? Hong Tian exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. Yi Qingqiu and Xiao Taohong gaped, speechless with shock. 100 million spirit stones? That's a year's worth of military expenses for the Cultivator Legion. That kid Lin Tian is asking for an exorbitant amount. Hong was furious, his beard bristling and eyes wide with rage. "You brat. 100 million? Why don't you just rob someone?" Lin Tian grinned mischievously, "If his alliance won't give it to me, I'll keep all the treasures. Let the Cultivator Legion do whatever they want." Chapter 81 Cultivation Breakthrough to Foundation Establishment. On the mountaintop. Hong Tian was so angry that he rolled his eyes, puffed out his beard, and pointed at Lin Tian, cursing, "You miser. 100 million spirit stones? Why don't you just rob someone? No matter how many treasures there are in the secret realm, there's no reason for you to ask for such an exorbitant amount." Lin Tian crossed his arms and grinned mischievously. "Principal, the Cultivator Alliance got 80% of my treasures, they've taken a huge advantage for nothing, they should at least give me some compensation, right? 100 million isn't much, if it weren't for your sake, I might have asked for 1 billion directly." Yi Qingqiu stood to the side, her red gauze dress fluttering in the wind, her exquisite figure appearing and disappearing. Upon hearing this, she covered her mouth and chuckled. This kid really knows how to ask for an exorbitant price. Little Peach Blossom, supporting Lin Tian, stole admiring glances at him. She thought to herself, "Our young master is truly amazing, he even dares to confront Elder Hong." Hong Tian was speechless, took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and said in a deep voice, "You brat, 10 million spirit stones, take it or leave it. But this price is only temporarily agreed upon, the final price will have to wait for the Alliance to decide." He paused, then added meaningfully, "It might be her coming, so you'd better be careful." Lin Tian was taken aback and asked in confusion, "Her? Who is she?" Hong Tian waved his hand, too lazy to explain, "Keep the treasure with you for now, it's not my place to handle it. Someone from the Alliance will contact you in 3 to 5 days. He glanced at Yi Qingqiu and said with a wry smile, "Yi girl, this kid is in your hands now, don't let him cause trouble." Immediately afterwards, Hong Tian reminded Lin Tian, "Get back to school as soon as possible. The special training for freshmen at Nanjing University is about to begin. Don't miss it." Hong Tian gave Lin Tian and Yi Qingqiu one last deep look, his eyes filled with complex emotions. In the end, he shook his head helplessly, and with a flash, disappeared from the mountaintop. Lin Tian curled his lip and muttered, "So mysterious, what's going on? All right, stop complaining. Get on the flying boat and head back to Miaodan Pavilion." Yi Qingqiu giggled, her alluring curves peeking out from under her red gauze skirt. "All right." Lin Tian waved his hand. A silver flying boat appeared out of thin air, 10 meters long and 5 meters wide. Lin Tian and Xiao Taohong jumped onto the flying boat, which Yi Qingqiu controlled with her spiritual sense, transforming into a streak of light.
In just 3 breaths, they landed in front of the villa of Miaodong Pavilion in the South City. Lin Tian clicked his tongue in amazement. "Zhouqiu, you're so fast. Stop talking nonsense and come inside."
Yi Qingqiu glared at him and said in a flirtatious voice.
Now, she has successfully broken through, completely unharmed.
All of this is thanks to Lin Tian. Yi Qingqiu couldn't be happier at this moment. She even began to secretly thank that old geezer Lin Tianfu.
Night fell.
On the rooftop of Miaodong Pavilion Villa, the infinity pool glistens in the sunlight. Lin Tian lay lazily on the rattan chair like an old man, his hands behind his head, thoroughly enjoying himself. Little Peach Blossom snuggled up to him, wearing a red gauze dress as thin as a cicada's wing, her petite and exquisite figure appearing and disappearing in the shadows. After Lin Tian developed her, her breasts became even more perky, and her curves under her gauze skirt were alluring. At this moment, Little Peach Blossom obediently and gently peeled the grapes and fed them to Lin Tian one by one. At the same time, her voice was so sweet it made your bones melt. "Young master, eat this, it's sweet." Lin Tian chewed on a grape, squinted, and smiled. "Peach Blossom, your cooking is pretty good.
Here's a kiss for you." Xiao Taohong blushed and said coquettishly, "Young master. Stop it, the pavilion master is still here." However, you could tell from her beautiful eyes that she was feeling incredibly sweet inside. "Young master has a sweet tongue, but he's wicked." He. In the rooftop infinity pool, Yi Qingqiu swam like a mermaid, her red gauze swimsuit clinging to her delicate body, outlining her proud curves. Thump! She leaped from the water, splashing water everywhere. Her long, wet hair clung to her snow-white neck, making her look like a lotus emerging from the water, captivating all who beheld her. She was tall and slender, with a waist so thin you could wrap your hand around it, and her breasts stood proudly upright. After her gauze dress was soaked, her curves were fully revealed, enough to make any man's blood boil. Yi Qingqiu picked up a towel, dried her wet hair, walked to Lin Tian's side, and scolded, "Hey, brat, what's the scale and quality of the auction? Everything's been handed over to the Alliance, are there enough items for the auction?" As she spoke, she bent over, her wet hair dripping water, her breasts peeking out from under her gauze skirt, emitting a faint fragrance. Lin Tian stared blankly, not listening at all, his gaze completely drawn to Yi Qingqiu's impressive breasts, and he secretly swallowed. Little Peach Blossom chuckled to herself, covering her mouth as she looked down, thinking to herself that the young master had been indulging in lust again. Yi Qingqiu asked a series of questions, but seeing that Lin Tian didn't react, she looked down in confusion and met Lin Tian's lecherous gaze, staring straight at her chest. Her pretty face flushed red, and she spat out in annoyance, "You brat! I told you to be moderate. Are you out of your mind?" She felt a slight blush creeping down her spine. He cursed Lin Tian under his breath, saying his eyes were glued to his face. "Zhouqiu, it's a misunderstanding. I was thinking about something important." Lin Tian chuckled and scratched his head. He sat up straight and said seriously, "The bigger the auction, the better, and the higher the quality. As for the auction items? Everyone knows I have a lot of stuff in the Heavenly Furnace secret realm, but nobody knows exactly how much. I can just take out a little bit and exchange it for 10 million spirit stones, and I won't lose out." Yi Qingqiu's beautiful eyes lit up as she looked at Lin Tian with admiration and said with a charming smile, "Oh, you little rascal, you're quite the schemer. Your mindset is exactly like mine. This kid, though young, is quick-witted. No wonder they were able to escape the secret realm unscathed." Yi Qingqiu's charming eyes grew even more fond of Lin Tian. Little Peach Blossom exclaimed admiringly, "Young master is so clever. Those old guys in the Alliance would never have thought of this." Lin Tian smiled smugly and waved his hand with an air of dominance, "That's right. I never suffer a loss. Zhouqiu, about the auction, I'll come to your place to refine pills in a couple of days. You can prepare the location and auxiliary medicinal materials." Yi Qingqiu nodded and said sweetly, "All right, you can use the alchemy room in Miaodong Pavilion. I'll prepare the medicinal herbs." She paused, then said jokingly, "But can your lousy method of refining pills by burning firewood really work?" Yi Qingqiu naturally knew about the Lin family's alchemy method, because her alchemy skills and Lin Tian's originated from the same source. So she wondered if the old man Lin Tianfu had left something behind to pass on to his grandson? Upon hearing this, Lin Tian rolled his eyes and said, "Oh. Zhouqiu, don't look down on me. My Lin family's alchemy method is unparalleled throughout history. I'll show you what it's all about."
However, Lin Tian secretly thought to himself, burning firewood is just a pretense, refining pills with the 12-finger technique is the real purpose. Once I refine an unparalleled treasure pill, I'll scare you all to death. After finishing our business, Lin Tian suddenly became curious and squinted, asking, Xiao, you broke through to the Tao Emperor realm, so why didn't any hidden ailments flare up?
Tell me, what's the secret?
Yi Qingqiu blushed and her heart skipped a beat.
How can I possibly reveal this secret?
She broke through to the Tao Emperor realm because the little forest she refined transformed into pure spiritual energy, which allowed her to break through without any obstacles.
However, this matter Yi Qingqiu would never tell, even if he were beaten to death.
And this will forever remain her own secret. When Lin Tian pressed her for details, she stammered, No.
No secret.
It's just, good luck.
Lin Tian was suspicious and snorted, keeping secrets? Fine, lie down then, I'll give you a massage. Yi Qingqiu was taken aback and asked in confusion, Massage?
Lin Tian said seriously, Well, you'll see how good it is in a bit.
You'll get addicted to being pressed by me. Yi Qingqiu obediently lay back in the rattan chair without refusing.
Now, even if Lin Tian wanted her dead, she would be willing.
But she knew that Lin Tian wouldn't let her die.
Her curvaceous figure was fully revealed beneath the red gauze dress. Yi Qingqiu closed her eyes and whispered, Okay, be gentle. Little Peach Blossom chuckled to herself and whispered, Young master, take it easy, don't hurt the pavilion master.
Lin Tian glared at her, Go away, go peel your grapes.
Lin Tian took a deep breath, probed with his spiritual sense, and activated the press technique, transforming his spiritual energy into threads that entered Yi Qingqiu's body. As his spiritual energy circulated, he was shocked to discover that 5 of the heavenly Tao chains within Yi Qingqiu's body had disappeared. Because of the deficiency in the heavenly Tao, all cultivators on Blue Star have chains within their bodies that bind their spiritual power, and they will inevitably suffer backlash when breaking through to a higher realm. A Tao Emperor realm cultivator has at least 40 chains in their body, but Yi Qingqiu only has 35.
Lin Tian was shocked. What on earth was going on? Is it related to luck? He doesn't believe it. However, since the other party refused to talk about it, he didn't press them. After all, everyone has a right to privacy. Lin Tian didn't hold back his emotional points either, and immediately began to circulate the press and pinch technique. As his spiritual power condensed, he precisely pressed and pinched the 6th chain in Yi Qingqiu's body. Buzz! The chain snapped, and Yi Qingqiu's delicate body trembled. At the same time, a soft moan escaped her lips, so captivating that Lin Tian almost lost control upon hearing the panting. Immediately, Yi Qingqiu's delicate body began to sway involuntarily. Especially her long legs, which kept twisting and turning from side to side. Her aura was now even more solid, and her cultivation had improved considerably. Ding, emotional value accumulated to 1500. What the hell? Massaging these high-level cultivators must be incredibly taxing. He calculated it, adding the more than 10,000 emotional points he had accumulated previously. Just like that, 10,000 yuan was gone. However, Lin Tian didn't care about Yi Qingqiu. After all, she was his first woman. This innate feeling of first love has been etched deep into his soul. A long time. Yi Qingqiu finally opened her eyes, shocked, and exclaimed, Lin Tian. You unlocked another chain for me? Her beautiful eyes held a complex mix of emotions, a mixture of emotion and solemnity. However, although they were shocked by Lin Tian's massage techniques, they were amazed by how magical they were. But then it suddenly occurred to him how important this matter was, and how important it was to all the cultivators on the entire planet Blue Star. Her heart immediately clenched. But she was just about to tell Lin Tian to be careful. But Lin Tian's expression changed. Yi Qingqiu had a bad feeling and hurriedly asked, Lin Tian, how are you? Did you suffer a backlash? She remembered to take Lin Tian's pulse and check him, and at the same time blamed herself, It's all my fault, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have let you massage me. It's all right. Don't worry, Xiao. Lin Tian whispered, and immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. At this moment, the spiritual energy in his body began to surge wildly. Boom! Lin Tian's internal energy surged, the bottleneck of the peak chi induction realm loosened, and he was about to break through to the foundation establishment realm. Holy crap! I'm about to break through to the foundation establishment stage. It wasn't until this moment that he realized what was happening. After all, he was a novice cultivator.
His cultivation level had increased rapidly in a short period of time, so naturally he couldn't comprehend many things so quickly. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingqiu's pretty face lit up with joy. She hurriedly urged Little Peach Blossom, go and get the Foundation Establishment pill. Chapter 82 Beast Attack. At dawn, the streets of Nanchang and Beidaji were bathed in sunlight, and the cries of vendors rose and fell. Lin Tian felt refreshed and flew above the street on his sword. The sword light was crooked and distorted. Because he had just broken through and was not yet proficient, he attracted the attention of passers-by. He broke through to the Foundation Establishment realm last night, his spiritual power surged, and he was in a great mood. At this moment, he was humming a little tune. It's like a black man with a green bitch, always complaining about being too long but never too small, and when Aunt Flo comes, he always complains about not having enough wives. Upon hearing this, passers-by cast strange glances at them once again. However, Lin Tian didn't care at all and grinned. He thought to himself, I've now reached the Foundation Establishment stage. One must have the composure of a Foundation Establishment cultivator and not stoop to the level of ordinary people. Lin Tian controlled his flying sword and landed shakily in front of the Lin Family Medical Clinic at number 11. But just as he took out his keys to open the door, a sweet, coquettish voice came from behind him, little brother Lin Tian.
Her voice was sweet, with a hint of huskiness, and Lin Tian instantly got goosebumps. He didn't need to turn around to know it was the landlady. Just thinking about that person's stubble-covered face, the big black mole on their nose, and their damn fondness for heavy makeup, and their self-proclaimed charm, makes me want to say that they are incredibly attractive. Lin Tian felt nauseous. The problem is that this woman used to treat him to abalone every few days, which gave him even more goosebumps. But now, he then had the confidence to tell her, get out. Turning around abruptly, Lin Tian's eyes turned cold as he thought to himself, I am no longer the same as before, I have already reached the Foundation Establishment realm. You dare to push me? Watch me give you a few talismans, and I'll blast your face until it's covered in bruises. Surprisingly, the landlady was not as bossy as usual. Instead, her face was full of flattery as she swayed her large waist closer, saying shyly, little brother Lin Tian, I've missed you so much. I won't force you to eat abalone anymore. She winked and her mole twitched as she whispered, tonight. I want to eat sausage. Will you treat me? Lin Tian felt a chill run down his spine and cursed, you son of a bitch. Get lost. Get the hell away from me. He unleashed his spiritual power, releasing the pressure of a Foundation Establishment realm expert. The other party was so frightened that his stubble curled up 3 times, and he screamed, covering his face as he ran away. Lin Tian snorted coldly. In the secret passage, after 3 years of pent-up anger, I can finally vent it. At this moment, a burly figure emerged from the shop next door. Widow Wang, hands on her hips, laughed and said, Hey, Lin Tian, you've got guts now. That wretched woman deserves what she got today. She tossed her bangs aside, her thick, hairy legs making the ground tremble as she stomped and winked, saying, Have you heard? That ugly girl's father was dismissed by Senior Hong yesterday. Now he's just a rogue cultivator, barely able to protect himself. Lin Tian was stunned and exclaimed in surprise, dismissed? When did that happen? Widow Wang chuckled and gossiped, just yesterday. I heard he embezzled a lot of spirit stones at Nandaji and got caught red-handed by Boss Hong, so he got fired. That woman Lu Mei, from now on, she'll have nothing to do with Nandaji. Lin Tian clicked his tongue in amazement, thinking to himself, Boss Hong is awesome. No wonder this woman was so timid today. In the past, she might have forced Lin Tian to go to her house to eat abalone. As they were talking, the butcher, carrying his slaughtering knife, sauntered over. His face was covered in pig grease, and he smirked, Young Lin, what are you doing getting involved with that ugly woman again? Be careful you don't get yourself into trouble. Immediately following, Old Man Han, the vegetable vendor, carrying his shoulder pole, chuckled and said, Lin Tian, you've broken through to the Foundation Establishment stage? Not bad, not bad. Your Lin family has a worthy successor. These 3. He was Lin Tian's neighbor on South Street for the past 3 years, and also an old friend of his grandfather Lin Tianfu. Both were self-employed cultivators. They don't join sects, don't seek immortality, they just want to live a peaceful life and earn some spirit stones through small businesses. However, don't underestimate them. Old Man Han is in the early stage of Foundation Establishment, the pig butcher is in the middle stage of Foundation Establishment, and Widow Wang is even in the early stage of Grandmaster. If one truly dedicates oneself to cultivation, one may not necessarily lose to those prodigies.
Lin Tian grinned and cupped his hands, saying, Uncle Han, Brother Pig, Sister Wang, thank you for taking care of me these past 3 years. He waved his hand, took out 3 bottles of pills from his storage ring, and handed them over. I got some trinkets from the secret realm, here you go. All 3 bottles of pills are elixirs that prolong life in addition to increasing lifespan, their value is also considerable. The pig butcher took the pill, pried open the jade bottle, and sniffed it. He laughed heartily, Young Lin, you're a true friend. Old Pig hasn't spoiled you for nothing. Old Han squinted at the pills, clicking his tongue and saying, good stuff. This kid from the Lin family is even more generous than that old lecher Lin Tianfu.
Lin Tian. But I've gotten used to it.
After all, everyone on South Street knows about his grandfather's dirty deeds. Widow Wang, clutching the medicine bottle, said gruffly, Lin Tian, I didn't give you this pig's trotter soup for nothing.
Remember me if you ever get anything good in the future.
The 3 of them readily accepted the pills without hesitation, their straightforwardness befitting their character. Lin Tian felt a warmth in his heart.
These old guys are all talk and no action.
But they're much better than those hypocritical so-called geniuses. The group then uttered a few more shabby words.
However, just then, a loud boom was heard, and the sky suddenly darkened.
Tear. Above South Street, a 100-foot-long rift suddenly opened, followed by a surge of dark light, and hundreds upon hundreds of strange beasts roared out, falling densely onto South Street. The beast resembled an iron ox, its body covered in black and gold armor. It was none other than the void black gold beast.
In an instant, the entire South Street instantly descended into chaos.
The merchants screamed in alarm, and the monks scattered and fled. Some people were shouting at the top of their lungs, a beast tide.
It's a beast tide. Quickly notify Nanjing University. This is a beast tide attack. Lin Tian's pupils contracted as he scanned the area with his spiritual sense. Black gold beast? I've seen those in the secret realm.
However, although there are many of these black gold beasts now, they all seem to be only at the first level.
That's the perfect time to practice. Lin Tian was overjoyed.
He thought to himself, I just broke through to the foundation establishment stage, and my spiritual power has surged.
I'm just looking for someone to practice on.
I had just dozed off when the strange beasts delivered a pillow to my head. Without much thought, he immediately circulated his spiritual energy, unleashing his foundation establishment realm aura, and shouted, Uncle Han, Brother Pig, Sister Wang, grab your weapons. Old Man Han glared, grabbed the carrying pole, poured in his spiritual power, and unleashed the pressure of the early foundation establishment stage, roaring, beat that old mother beast cub.
Don't let Old Man Han's usual sickly appearance fool you.
When he gets really ruthless, he could take down 10 old women with a single shot. At that moment, he leaped up, his carrying pole wielded like a stick, and hurled it at a first-tier black gold beast.
With a bang, the beast's head burst open. This carrying pole is no ordinary thing.
The pig butcher scoffed and muttered, Old Han, why are you risking your life? You're just a freelance cultivator. Despite his complaints, he was quick to act, grabbing a pig slaughtering knife, channeling his spiritual power into it, and instantly unleashing a rainbow of blade light. He shattered the ground with 1 foot and leaped into the horde of black gold beasts.
I'll kill you all.
And while I'm at it, I'll steal a strange beast woman to be my wife.
Who knew?
As soon as the pig butcher said this, Widow Wang heard it clearly. She immediately flew into a rage, tossed her bangs aside, kicked her thick leg, and overturned the butcher's chopping board, cursing, You damn butcher.
You pervert. Explain yourself. Did you do it last year when my Ruhua got pregnant?
My poor Ruhua gave birth to 8 monsters that are neither human nor pig. The butcher, engrossed in chopping pigs, stumbled upon hearing this, his blade veered off course, and he fell headfirst to the ground, yelling, Wang's wife.
Don't frame me. Humans and pigs are different creatures, how can they have offspring? Lin Tian was dumbfounded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. His 3 neighbors. After laughing, Lin Tian stopped being distracted and began to concentrate on circulating the grab technique. He immediately locked onto a black gold beast, and his spiritual power transformed into claws, which he then fiercely grabbed at the beast's body. Puff!
Lin Tian grabbed a void crystal from the black gold beast, and without warning, the black gold beast fell to the ground unharmed, its aura completely gone. Lin Tian grinned and casually put away the void crystal.
This stuff is really good.
However, Lin Tian only knew that it was very hard, he hadn't really researched what it could actually do.
And at this moment,
South Street was in complete chaos, with cultivators and strange beasts locked in a fierce battle, flashes of spiritual light, and flying blood and flesh. Old Han wielded his carrying pole with tremendous force, smashing 3 black gold beasts to death in succession, and cursed, "You beasts!
How dare you run wild on my turf?"
The butcher's knife flashed like a rainbow as he felled 2 black and gold beasts. He turned back and yelled at Widow Wang, "Widow Wang! You'd better wait until the old pig is finished before we settle the score." Widow Wang sneered, unleashing her Grandmaster-level spiritual power. With a sweep of her thick leg, she kicked a black gold beast away, snorting, "You pig butcher!
Tonight, I'll be waiting in bed for you to come and fight me one-on-one. I'm afraid you're another quick draw player." With a series of quick attacks, void crystals were acquired one after another.
Lin Tianqin said that this wave of beasts is simply a money-giving gift.
It's unknown how many black gold beasts he killed.
Suddenly, Hongwon's voice rang in his mind.
This is a sound I haven't heard in a long time.
I don't usually think about it much, I just quietly record the data. Ding, emotional value +1 +1 +1111, total 1818. Lin Tian grinned, momentarily stunned. Then, he was overjoyed.
He hadn't expected that killing alien beasts could earn him emotion points? Cool. But then he became depressed.
He thought to himself, he captures a strange beast, loses 1 unit, and gets 1 unit more reward.
What's the big deal? Kindness? Wait a minute. You can accumulate entries into the lottery. It's been so long since I last smoked.
As his accumulated emotional value increased, he found that the chances of triggering the lottery became smaller and smaller.
The beast tide undoubtedly opened up a new path for him. Chapter 83 Void Crystal. South City. South Street.
At this moment, the vortex in the crack in the sky, under the blazing sun, continuously emits a faint glow. Lin Tian stood at the entrance of the small clinic at number 11, his spiritual power from the grab technique occasionally transforming into claws. The first-tier void black gold beast surged wildly towards Lin Tian.
He grabbed 1 void crystal at a time.
The black gold beasts, having lost the void crystals within their bodies, collapsed at the entrance of the small clinic, their bodies now piled up almost into a small mountain. Lin Tian chuckled and tossed a black crystal in his hand.
"My little darling. Come here. I can never have too many." And at a street corner in the distance, the 3 figures in black robes were completely devoid of any aura, appearing like ghosts.
They were like ghosts from hell, watching Lin Tian intently.
The leader's voice was deep and cold. "This kid killed Black Dragon?"
"Yes," the man in black robes on the left answered in a low voice. "The few who were sent to monitor them later were all killed."
However, it was also found out that it was Yi Qingqiu of Naodong Pavilion who was behind it. Yi Qingqiu?
The leader's tone turned cold, his anger erupting.
That little girl adopted by old Ghost-Lin? How dare she? Go and warn her that if she dares to obstruct Tianyuan Pavilion's affairs again, she'll be declaring war on our organization. Ask her if those supreme elders of Naodong Pavilion have the guts.
After a pause, the man in black robes grew even more murderous. Also, find an opportunity to tie up Lin Tian and force him to reveal the whereabouts of the soul incense.
The man in black robes on the right hesitated. How do we explain this to Hong Tian? After all, Nanchang is his territory. Hong Tian?
The leader sneered.
Why bother with a mere old codger from Nanchang? The soul incense is of utmost importance. This kid must be taken down.
The 3 men's eyes were fixed on Lin Tian, their killing intent sharp as knives.
Lin Tian caught another void crystal.
Just as he was about to put the ring away, a commotion broke out beside him.
Not far away. Dozens of students from Lingbao Polytechnic are currently surrounding a first-tier black gold beast.
However, even with the combined strength of 9 oxen and the use of all their magical weapons, along with deafening battle cries, they finally managed to subdue the black gold beast.
A student shouted urgently, "Miyue, hurry! The black gold beast is dying. We need to be quick.
Cut open its abdomen and take the void crystal a second before it dies, or the corpse and the crystal will disappear together." In the center of the crowd, Miyue held a silver short blade, her eyes focused, her movements as agile as a cat. The white-bearded old man beside him commanded in a deep voice, "Stabilize the formation."
"Miyue, prepare."
The students cooperated tacitly, and their offensive was orderly.
Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Judging by their practiced movements, they've probably done this a lot. Or perhaps they know the purpose of the void crystal?
Lin Tian thought for a moment, then put away the crystal in his hand and slowly walked towards the crowd with a wicked smile on his lips. Meanwhile, the battle on South Street continued, with scattered corpses of black gold beasts lying on the ground, most of them wounded but not yet dead, their roars deafening. Lin Tian glanced at the trio of Old Man Han, Widow Wang, and the pig butcher not far away, wielding their carrying poles, kitchen knives, and pig slaughtering knives with great skill.
It's so exciting to watch them fight. However, the black gold beast has thick hide and tough flesh, so ordinary attacks can't even break its skin. They can only suppress it in terms of cultivation level. Void Beast. Since these alien beasts invaded Earth,
after such a long period of resistance, many people naturally know about it. These void beasts all share a common characteristic.
Even after death, no matter what level of beast it is, if the void crystal is not removed in time, the corpse will be drawn back to the void by the crystal. At this moment, I got it. Lingbao Polytechnic.
Miua let out a cheer, holding a void crystal stained with black blood in her hand, the crystal gleaming eerily in the moonlight. She was beaming with excitement, her forehead glistening with sweat, and the students around her cheered along.
The white-bearded old man stroked his beard and laughed. Good. Miua, well done.
Quickly, the other students load the black gold beast's corpse onto the flying boat and take it back to Lingbao Polytechnic. The black gold beast's black gold leather armor is a top-grade material for forging defensive magic weapons.
Lin Tian stood on the periphery, scoffing to himself, they're this happy over just one crystal? I have hundreds in my ring, if I took them out I'd scare them to death. However, he thought again that since Lingbao Polytechnic attaches so much importance to void crystals, it must have made research results. With a sudden thought, he muttered to himself, looks like I should go visit Lingbao Polytechnic. At the same time,
high-ranking cultivators from the Array Formation Academy and the Beast Taming Academy also led their students to South Street. Their eyes were also gleaming with greed as they discovered that these void beasts were all first here, and there weren't many of them. He too began vying to hunt the black gold beast, his target being the void crystal.
And then, the cracks in the sky are gradually closing, and the momentum of the beast tide is beginning to weaken.
The South American team also unleashed their crimson gold sword formation, with golden light crisscrossing and sword energy like rainbows, quickly taking control of the situation. Lin Tian returned to the entrance of the small clinic at number 11. Meanwhile, the entrance to the small clinic was already piled up into a small mountain of black gold beast corpses, numbering nearly 100. However, these beast corpses were completely undamaged, making them look much better than the one that Lingbao Polytechnic students had killed. On their side, they were basically all beaten to a pulp, making it very difficult to find a good piece of black gold beast armor.
However, not long after, the black and gold beasts, piled up like a small mountain, quickly attracted the attention of others.
High-ranking cultivators from Lingbao University of Science and Technology, the Array Formation Academy, and the Beast Taming Academy flocked to the scene, their eyes bloodshot as they stared at the mountain of corpses.
Nearly 100 black gold beasts. How many void crystals would that require? Boy, did you kill these people?
The white-bearded old man from Lingbao University of Science and Technology squinted and examined him, his tone probing. Others also began to gather around, their eyes burning with desire, eager to pry open Lin Tian's ring and take a look.
Lin Tian rolled his eyes and said in a cocky tone, if I didn't kill him, then who did? Are you blind? The body is piled up in front of my house. He put his hands in his pockets, leaned against the doorframe, and exuded arrogance in his laziness. I thought to myself, this is Nanjing University's territory, you can't have any fun here.
The old man's face stiffened, and the tall, thin cultivator from the Array Academy beside him said in an unfriendly tone, nearly 100 black gold beasts, that's worth over 100 void crystals.
Kid, where are the crystals? Take them out and let me see. Why should I show it to you?
Lin Tian said irritably. He then took out a piece of chalk from the ring and began to draw lines around the corpse.
Having marked out his territory, he shouted breathlessly, hey! I'm telling you! Don't step inside these lines. Otherwise, you're going against Nanjing University. Got it?
Lin Tian threw away the chalk in his hand, climbed to the top of the mountain made up of the black gold beast's corpse, and, like a guard protecting its food, kept a close eye on the people below.
These people were all dumbfounded. I wondered if I should do this. It's just a quick look, why the need for such strict security? It's like guarding against a thief. At this moment, Nanjing University has finally finished clearing out all the black gold beasts. Except for a few that they managed to obtain void crystals from, the rest of the black gold beasts have basically turned into nothingness and disappeared. Upon seeing the crowd at the number 11 clinic, Mu Shui led a large group of freshmen over. These people were certainly not the main force in the encirclement and suppression of the black gold beast.
The main force consists of second or third year students who are just here for training. These first-tier void beasts can conveniently familiarize themselves with the way to fight against alien beasts in advance. Even when Yao Pang was still dozens of meters away, he saw Lin Tian sitting on the top of the beast corpse mountain.
He immediately roared with joy, "Hey, you bastard, you're finally back!"
He shouted as he sped up and ran toward number 11.
Mu Shui and Xiao Linger also noticed Lin Tian at this moment. The two of them were also overjoyed at the same time. Chapter 84 Tang Yan's Shock.
Lin Tian sat cross-legged atop the beast corpse, releasing his spiritual energy. His gaze warily swept over the cultivators from the Lingbao Institute of Technology, the Array Academy, and the Beast Taming Academy. He secretly gathered his strength with the grab incantation, ready to seize the opportunity at any moment. These guys' eyes are practically red. When Fatty Yao arrived, his fat face was covered in sweat. He swung a giant hammer and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Asshole Tian.
You're awesome. So many black gold beasts."
Lin Tian glared at the fat man. It was rare for Lin Tian not to make a move this time. If he had time, he would definitely go down and give the other man a kick.
Mu Shui, dressed in a white dress, was as aloof as an ice lotus. Seeing Lin Tian alive and well, her previously anxious heart finally settled down.
When Lin Tian saw these people arrive, he also came down from the mountain.
As soon as she came down, Xiao Linger jumped out and said in a sweet voice, "Junior brother Lin."
However, her face turned slightly red as she spoke. The thought of embracing Lin Tian naked in the secret realm made her face turn red to the roots of her ears. Lin Tian grinned when he saw more than a dozen familiar faces.
He greeted his classmates. Mu Shui stepped forward, her expression somewhat puzzled. "Lin Tian, these black gold beasts? Did you do this?"
She pointed to the beast corpses on the ground, looking incredulous.
Lin Tian's gaze swept over the crowd, and he laughed loudly. "These black gold beasts? Of course I did it." Fatty's eyes widened in surprise, and he exclaimed, "Where's the void crystal?" "Of course it's with me."
The students from Nanjing University also began to surround the corpse of the black gold beast, exclaiming in amazement. The black gold beast's black gold armor is a top-grade material for forging defensive magic weapons.
"Lin Tian, you've struck it rich."
Another person exclaimed excitedly, "Void crystals can be used to forge flying swords and warships."
"Lin Tian, what are you planning to do with this? How to handle this?"
"Of course, we sell them for money."
"Didn't you see the green glint in the eyes of everyone around you? However, it needs to fetch a good price. These old guys definitely know how to use void crystals. Judging from their expressions, they must be scratching their hearts right now."
However, Lin Tian's guess was actually correct.
These black gold beasts, while very attractive to other cultivators, are definitely not as appealing as Lingbao Polytechnic and the Array Formation School. After all, this is what they do. At this moment, the elders of Lingbao Polytechnic, the old professors of the Array Academy, and the tutors of the Beast Taming Academy saw the arrival of the students from Nan University.
At the same time, they were also wary of the power of Nanda University in Nanchang under Hong Tian's leadership, so they naturally dared not forcibly seize it.
So everyone put on a smile and went up to make friends. Elder Lingbao, stroking his white beard, smiled and said, "Young friend Lin Tian, would you sell these many black gold beast corpses? I'll offer a high price."
The old professor from the Array Academy pushed up his glasses and said urgently, "The black gold armor and the void crystal are of paramount importance to our Array Academy.
Young friend, name your price." The Beast Taming Academy instructor frowned. "Our Beast Taming Academy wants it too."
The black gold beast's corpse can be used to feed spirit beasts and enhance their combat power.
Lin Tian's eyes darted around, and he said with a stern face, "Not for sale. I risked my life to get these, why should I give them to you for free?"
However, Lin Tian secretly chuckled to himself.
Getting impatient? Good. I'll make sure to fleece them.
When everyone heard that he wasn't selling, it was exactly as Lin Tian had thought.
They were all as anxious as ants on a hot pan, chattering amongst themselves, "Young friend Lin. The price is negotiable. 10,000 spirit stones per head, how about it? Void crystals can be used to refine void array plates and top-grade defensive magic treasures. Even the Cultivator Alliance covets these. Name your price."
"The black gold armor is rare, but it's useless to you. It only has value after being forged."
"Young friend, sell it to Lingbao Engineering, you won't lose out. 10,000 spirit stones per head?
In fact, as soon as Lin Tian heard this, he immediately thought of doing the same.
However,
now that it's a seller's market, he has to raise his voice again, because this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just as Lin Tian was about to speak, a cold snort came from afar. Lin Tian,
you've caused trouble again?
Tang Yan arrived seemingly out of nowhere, dressed in a black business suit, black stockings, and high heels, her stunning figure instantly drawing everyone's attention.
When Tang Yan arrived, she glared at Lin Tian and said irritably, with so many black gold beasts, do you want to turn South Street into a slaughterhouse?
Lin Tian scratched his head and chuckled, Teacher Tang, it's a misunderstanding.
I'm just trying to bring glory to Nanjing University.
Tang Yan rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, this little rascal, he never says anything serious. However, Tang Yan was curious about how Lin Tian managed to remove the void crystal without sustaining any damage, and also ensure that the black gold beast was unharmed.
This is a question that not only Tang Yan wants to ask. Everyone present wanted to know. Moreover, they were even more eager to know how many void crystals Lin Tian actually possessed. In terms of rarity and value, void crystal is number 1. What a pity!
After being confronted with Lin Tian's attitude, they were momentarily at a loss for how to approach him. When Elder Lingbao of the Institute of Technology saw Tang Yan arrive, his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, Director Tang,
you've come at the perfect time. Could you sell us these black gold beast corpses? The price is negotiable.
The old professor from the Array Academy adjusted his glasses and chimed in, yes.
Void crystals are crucial for crafting array plates. Director Tang, please lend a hand. Tang Yan frowned, looked at Lin Tian, and said in a deep voice, what do you say? You really won't sell?
Lin Tian pursed his lips, feigning reluctance. Selling isn't out of the question, but it depends on the price.
10,000 spirit stones per head? That's too low.
As for the void crystals, we'll have to consider that.
Tang Yan nodded. She naturally knew the value of the void crystal. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have expended so much effort to surround and kill them.
However, Tang Yan still glared at Lin Tian, then transmitted her voice to him, don't push your luck. The Cultivator Alliance is eyeing these things, they are strategic resources. Upon hearing that it was the Cultivator Alliance again, Lin Tian's anger flared up instantly.
He thought to himself, why should I have to depend on the Cultivator Alliance for everything I got myself? He got angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. At this moment,
seeing that Lin Tian didn't agree, Elder Lingbao gritted his teeth and said, 20,000 spirit stones per head.
Young friend Lin, that's a high price.
The old professor from the Array Academy said urgently, we'll also offer 20,000.
I only want void crystals. He was about to raise the price again when Tang Yan snorted coldly, all right. Stop arguing.
She looked at Lin Tian and said in a deep voice, sell the 80 heads for 20,000 spirit stones each. The remaining 20 heads will also be commissioned to Lingbao Ligong to refine defensive magic treasures.
But there's one condition, the production cost will be waived.
Lin Tian was taken aback, thinking to himself, that's ruthless.
Making it for free? Isn't that forcing them to work for nothing?
The elders of Lingbao University of Science and Technology stiffened, exchanged glances, and gritted their teeth, saying, fine.
Deal. Their hearts were bleeding. Free production? That would be a huge loss. But they couldn't agree. Lin Tian really wouldn't sell.
Upon hearing this, Lin Tian was overjoyed, thinking to himself, 1.6 million spirit stones.
Adding to Boss Hong's 10 million from before, this is a huge profit. With the deal finalized, Lingbao Polytechnic quickly cleared away all the black gold beast corpses, loaded them onto the flying boat, and departed. As for void crystals, Lin Tian wouldn't sell a single one. He felt this thing would be very useful.
So in the end, the students from the Array Academy left dejectedly. However, the old man from the Array Academy thought of Hong Tian and wanted to try to find some connections. After everyone left, only Nanjing University students and Tang Yan remained.
The bloodstains on South Street gradually cleared, and calm returned.
Vendors reopened their stalls, and pedestrians bustled about again.
At this moment, Tang Yan was surprised to discover Lin Tian's cultivation level.
Her cold, beautiful gaze swept over Lin Tian, then she suddenly froze, exclaiming in shock, You've broken through to the foundation establishment stage? She probed with her spiritual sense and discovered that Lin Tian's spiritual power was abundant, indicating that he was in the early stage of foundation establishment. Lin Tian scratched his head and chuckled, I just broke through last night.
Last night?
Tang Yan was shocked. This kid went from the 5th level of Qi refining to the foundation establishment stage at an absurd speed.
Could it be related to Yi Qingxiu?
And now, with these void beasts, she finds Lin Tian increasingly unfathomable. Initially, she simply thought highly of Lin Tian, believing him to be extraordinary, because she had never been wrong in judging people. But now, she felt she could see through Lin Tian more and more.
Especially that night on the cot.
Lin Tian and the others entered the small clinic. He suddenly thought of something. He then took out a fruit that emitted a silvery glow from his ring.
Teacher Tang, do you think this is the Tao gathering fruit you mentioned? Chapter 85, The Director's Daughter Like Nature. Inside the small clinic,
Tang Yan accepted the silver fruit handed to her by Lin Tian. It felt slightly cool to the touch, and the spiritual energy rippled outwards.
She examined it closely, turning it over and over, her brows furrowing slightly as she murmured, is it really a gathering Tao fruit? Although she is a very important person at Nanjing University,
he can be considered quite knowledgeable. However, treasures like the gathering Tao fruit are only briefly mentioned in ancient books brought out from secret realms within the entire Eastern Cultivation Alliance.
It's simply impossible to confirm. I'm not sure if it's a gathering Tao fruit.
Lin Tian leaned against his massage bed and waved his hand lazily.
But,
judging from the fluctuations in spiritual energy, this is definitely not an ordinary object.
Professor Tang, why don't you take it to the senior professor in the Department of Pharmacy at Nanjing University for him to study?
What Lin Tian didn't mention was that when he was fighting with Fu Xian for those 3 fruits, his consciousness was pulled into the god and demon era.
After all, this sounds pretty scary. I don't know if it's true. Therefore, Lin Tian simply didn't bother to mention it.
After a moment's hesitation, Tang Yan handed the fruit, which was always gleaming with silver light, back to Lin Tian. She added, "This is too valuable, I cannot accept it." Her tone was resolute, and her naturally cold and beautiful eyes softened slightly at that moment. She always remembered Lin Tian's kindness in helping her suppress her hidden ailment.
The origin and value of this fruit are currently unknown. How could she possibly owe anyone another favor?
Lin Tian saw that the other party didn't want it, so he didn't plan to accept it either.
Instead, he grinned cheekily and said, "It's a gift for you, take it. Don't be polite with me, you already owe me enough anyway."
He raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a mix of gratitude, roguishness, and teasing.
Tang Yan was stunned.
Upon seeing Lin Tian's appearance, she immediately thought of that night's vacuum massage scene.
Her usually cold and aloof face immediately flushed. At the same time, he cursed inwardly, this kid is never serious.
She had originally considered declining or refusing.
However, looking at Lin Tian's carefree and irresponsible appearance, she felt inexplicably angry, and she couldn't suppress it. I thought to myself, that bastard is taking advantage of my niece. If I don't take it, he'll be a fool.
She snorted and accepted the fruit.
A complex look suddenly appeared in her beautiful eyes. However, immediately,
Tang Yan suddenly remembered something and quickly took out the Peach Blossom Immortal Sword from her ring. She handed it to Lin Tian. "This is what Principal Hong agreed to leave for you. However, the sword's name isn't Heaven Slaying Sword, it's called Peach Blossom Immortal Sword, and its original owner was a woman named Little Peach Maiden. I sensed it through the sword's intent."
Is that so? Lin Tian, suspicious, accepted the immortal sword. I thought to myself, that's so different from the name I chose.
One is Peach Blossom, the other is Heaven Slayer.
They're not even in the same league.
I weighed the sword in my hand, it was very light. On the sword, there was a faint illusion of peach blossoms lingering.
Lin Tian asked in confusion, how come I didn't notice this peach blossom illusion back then?
This only appeared after I triggered the sword's intent in the valley in the northern suburbs that day, Tang Yan explained.
Oh. Lin Tian then performed a few more impressive moves, and in an instant, the entire small clinic was filled with the illusion of peach blossoms in full bloom. This surprised Lin Tian a bit. But he always felt that, as an old man, how could he expect to be surrounded by a multitude of beautiful women when he was fighting? Does this make him a sissy? Just thinking about this, Lin Tian found the sword irritating. However, he grinned and said, "Not bad, quite handy." Then, he handed the sword back to Tang Yan. "This sword is for you."
Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was stunned.
Mu Shui's eyes widened, Xiao Linger's mouth gaped open, and Yao Peng's eyes almost popped out. For a moment, the sound of their rapid breathing rose and fell among them. He thought to himself, "Big brother? This artifact. The most powerful artifact on Earth, and you just casually gave it away? Are you sure you're not crazy?"
Tang Yan's fair hand holding the peach blossom immortal sword trembled slightly, and a blush instantly appeared on her delicate and aloof face, while a look of emotion flashed in her eyes. She bit her lip and whispered, This is a Tao artifact, are you really willing to part with it? Lin Tian saw the shocked expressions on everyone's faces. He just didn't seem to care at all. He said in a smug tone, Look how scared you are. It's just a sword, what's so shocking about it? To me, it's just a stick of firewood. He put his hands in his pockets and spoke arrogantly. What he said. The chubby guy next to him rolled his eyes when he heard this. He thought to himself, Give me a break. You think you can fool them? I saw it coming a long time ago. You think this sword is some kind of queen sword. You just feel uncomfortable with yourself, don't you? That's why people say that Fatty Yao is in cahoots with Lin Tian. This guess was actually correct, although Fatty guessed it correctly. But it is precisely because of Lin Tian's temperament. Therefore, he didn't care every time Lin Tian beat him up. On the contrary, he became even more willing to pester Lin Tian. Because, Fatty knows. On the surface, Lin Tian is a miser and a cheapskate. But what others don't know is, if anyone is kind to Lin Tian, he will repay them 100-fold. And Lin Tian. I also recall the scene in the valley in the northern suburbs that day. At that moment, Tang Yan stood in front of him with a domineering presence, bravely resisting the powerful enemy for him. At that moment, Lin Tian knew that this hot-tempered woman was worth protecting with his life. Lin Tian is that kind of person. He appears roguish on the surface, but deep down he is loyal and righteous. Although he was mischievous by nature and even extremely stingy, he was so generous to those who treated him sincerely that he would even take off his underwear and give it to them. That night, Tang Yan's silhouette made him secretly resolve that this woman was one of the people he would protect for the rest of his life. As for Tao artifacts, on Earth, the quality of magical artifacts is common knowledge. Low grade, mid grade, high grade, super grade 1, super grade 2, super grade 3, and the Tao and its implements. It is the highest level magic weapon obtained from the secret realm since the revival of spiritual energy. Weapons, defenses, and support items are all classified as magical artifacts. As a Tao artifact, the Peach Blossom Immortal Sword's rarity and value are self-evident. It's no wonder they were so shocked. Tang Yan took the Peach Blossom Immortal Sword again and put it into her ring. At this moment, her eyes were so tender that they seemed to be able to melt. She said softly, This sword. I really like it. She paused, then added, The day I triggered the sword's intent, I felt that the original owner of this sword, Xiao Taonyang, had a personality similar to mine. Her tone carried a rare hint of shyness, as if recalling a scene from the sword intent. This sword seemed tailor-made for her. The stubbornness and fiery spirit within its blade were exactly like her own. She can trigger the sword intent of the Peach Blossom Immortal Sword, but Mu Shui cannot. And that is precisely the reason. However, although her girlish demeanor was fleeting, Mu Shui still caught it instantly. Mu Shui's face darkened slightly, and a strange bitterness welled up in her heart. Actually, as early as the day she went to Tang Yan's office and saw her alone with Lin Tian, with the door locked, she sensed something was wrong. Only, at that time, she didn't have any special feelings for Lin Tian, until a series of events happened later. The inexplicable flutter in her heart became increasingly clear. Looking at Tang Yan's charming appearance, she felt a pang in her heart, as if something was quietly slipping away. Fatty watched from the side, his eyes darting around, his chubby face filled with shock. He thought to himself, What's this called? The notorious tyrant director of Nanjing University was actually turned into a girl by anal Tian? Chapter 86 Joy and Sorrow. Yao Pang, who has been known as the king of films for years, is now dumbfounded. However, if that fatso knew about Lin Tian and Tang Yan's private blood-pumping massage scenes, he'd probably kneel down and call him daddy on the spot. Of course. That's beside the point. At this moment, Xiao Linger was also blinking her big eyes, stealing glances at Lin Tian and Tang Yan, a sly smile on her lips, as if she had caught a whiff of gossip. But just then, Lin Tian stared at Mu Shui's stunned expression. He called out several times, but the other person didn't respond. However, who is Lin Tian? He's incredibly cunning. As early as when he delivered the fruit to Tang Yan, he noticed a fleeting glimpse of something unusual in Mu Shui's eyes. He coughed lightly. He then leaned closer to Mu Shui and said with a sly grin, Hey! What are you daydreaming about, senior? Are you having romantic thoughts? Ah? Mu Shui was startled. She was so frightened that she took several steps back before finally coming to her senses. She noticed the way the people around her were looking at her, and her already aloof and icy face instantly turned bright red. She glared fiercely at Lin Tian and scolded, "Spring my foot! Bah! You scoundrel!" After she finished cursing, Mu Shui subconsciously glanced at Tang Yan and saw that Tang Yan was glaring at her with a hint of mockery in her eyes. Mu Shui immediately felt guilty and lowered her proud little head. Even her high ponytail was hanging in front of her chest, swaying back and forth. But Tang Yan then realized that her niece had seen through her coquettish behavior. Her face flushed, and she looked towards the door. Lin Tian saw this. "I think it's probably because Mu Shui saw that the immortal sword was originally meant for her, but now she's given it to Tang Yan instead. There must have been some misunderstanding," Lin Tian thought to himself. Immediately afterwards, he took out a super second-grade spirit sword from the ring. This sword, although it doesn't have the same symbolic meaning as the Peach Blossom Immortal Sword. However, the sword's blade contained a cold light, sharp and intimidating, which was quite suitable for a girl like Mu Shui with a cool and aloof demeanor. She handed the sword to Mu Shui. "Here, this is for you." "Don't say I'm being biased." "I could see your eyes practically popping into the barrier back then." Mu Shui was taken aback upon hearing this. She took the sword blankly, but as soon as she held it, an extreme chill ran through her. She exclaimed in surprise, "Super grade 2? This is the one I had my eye on from the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm? Is that even a question?" Lin Tian grinned. Back in the Secret Realm, Lin Tian had already discovered it. At that time, Mu Shui stared at one of the restrictive light screens again and again, and liked it very much. Lin Tian may be bad, but he's actually quite petty. To put it bluntly, he doesn't even need to turn around to know whether someone has malicious intentions towards him. Mu Shui gently stroked the sword with her fingers. She could feel the extremely cold spiritual energy emanating from the sword, which made her heart pound wildly. But more often than not, it was an accident. She hadn't expected Lin Tian to be so shrewd, able to detect her attention at the time. What does this tell us? In an instant, the bitterness that Mu Shui had felt just moments before vanished. Now, she feels joy, affection, and devotion to him. "Thank you, Lin Tian, I." Lin Tian shrugged, interrupting Mu Shui with a roguish grin. "How are you going to thank me?" "Ha?" Mu Shui was taken aback again. "How do you want to thank me?" "How do you want to thank me?" she asked tentatively. But as soon as she said that, she regretted it. "Sure enough," Lin Tian said slyly, "how about I offer myself as proof?" "Get lost," Mu Shui said, making a move to throw the sword back to Lin Tian. Lin Tian glanced at it. He immediately waved his hand, clearly annoyed. "Hey! No way, I've never asked for something back after giving it to you. I was just kidding, but..." "But what?" Mu Shui asked, following the trail of the hook. "However, if you won't allow it, I certainly have someone who will." Lin Tian turned around mysteriously and looked at Xiao Linger with a grin. Little Linger was caught off guard and didn't react for a moment. She continued to stare at Lin Tian with expectant eyes. Meanwhile, the chubby guy rubbed his hands together and chuckled. "But, no. It's Brother Tian, Brother Tian? What about me? What about me?" Lin Tian rolled his eyes, pretending to be impatient, and immediately took out a top-grade magic weapon from his ring. Lin Tian casually tossed a short knife to Fatty Yao. Take it, don't say I'm stingy," he said with a disdainful tone, but his eyes were smiling as he looked at Xiao Linger. Xiao Linger felt a little intimidated by Lin Tian's glare, as if she were being stared at by a big gray wolf. She subconsciously stammered, "Junior brother Lin, I don't need to." At this moment, Yao Pang kept shouting and jumping around, yelling and cheering, "Brother Tian is awesome. Brother Tian, you're my real brother." Seeing that Xiao Linger seemed frightened, and with Tang Yan and Mu Shui behind him, Lin Tian put away his mischievous thoughts. He took out another jade pendant from the ring, which exuded an ancient and weathered aura, and handed it to Xiao Linger. "Here you go, senior, this is for you." "Ha? You really want it for me?" Little Linger was a little incredulous, but she still took the jade pendant with trembling little hands. "Yes. It's for you," Lin Tian said with a smile. Little Linger clutched the jade pendant tightly in her small hands, her eyes reddening, and she sobbed, "Thank you, Lin Tian, thank you for saving me, thank you." Little Linger couldn't hold back her heartache any longer. With a wah, she burst into tears, tears streaming down her face. Because She suddenly remembered that the last time she came here, there were two people with her, her best friend, Zhao Li.
But now,
Zhao Li is dead in the secret realm, and they couldn't even bring her body out. When Zhao Li returned yesterday, her parents came to see her.
little Linger didn't know what to say.
In the end, Zhao Li's parents passed away. They knew that cultivation was a path of no return. Though one might appear more glamorous than ordinary people, one's life was actually as insignificant as an ant's. Seeing that the other person was crying more and more sadly, Lin Tian also thought of Zhao Li. He patted Xiao Linger on the shoulder. Sister Xiao Shui, senior sister Zhao will be alright. Tang Yan and Mu Shui felt their spirits sink as they watched the scene. Even the chubby boy fell silent at this moment.
This time, 100 students from Nanjing University entered the Heavenly Furnace secret realm. And what was the result? Fewer than 20 people came out. This mortality rate is too high.
Just yesterday, the entire Nanjing University campus was covered in white silk banners.
The parents of the deceased children all sat around the school playground and wept bitterly. And this? It is the unknown in cultivation.
Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the number of deaths caused by the struggle for secret realms is countless. But everyone flocked to it, scrambling to be first and rushing forward one after another.
A long time.
Tang Yan left, and she told Lin Tian to arrive at school early the next morning. Because we need to hold a school-wide meeting to discuss and review the events of the Heavenly Furnace secret realm.
As the most crucial figure, Lin Tian naturally couldn't be absent.
Mu Shui also left, reminding Lin Tian that the freshman special training was about to begin. Yao Pang and Xiao Linger also left, leaving Lin Tian alone in the small clinic once again.
After locking the door from the inside, Lin Tian went into the room and sat cross-legged on the bed. He fell into deep thought. Chapter 87, A Review of Gainsfu Xian's Body Taken by Lin Tian? The night was deep.
Inside the small clinic, there was only a dim oil lamp, its flickering light casting dappled shadows on the walls.
Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, many modern things have somehow begun to degenerate.
Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed, with 3 storage rings placed in front of him. As he probed into it with his spiritual sense, one treasure after another appeared in his mind. A slight smile played on his lips, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes.
This is his favorite moment whenever he achieves something.
He was all alone, carefully taking stock of his spoils. When I was a child, even if I managed to swindle a spirit stone from someone, I would count it dozens of times at night before I could fall asleep.
He was a miser.
130 Super Grade 1 Magic Treasures, 50 Super Grade 2 Magic Treasures.
Lin Tian murmured, counting on his fingers.
4 items were given to Tang Yan, Mu Shui, Xiao Linger, and Fatty, so there are 177 items left now.
Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction.
Next, they began to count the readily available pills and spiritual herbs, 78 bottles of finished pills. In fact, there were many kinds of pills that he did not recognize, nor did he know their effects.
Although he could be considered a genius alchemist. However, his genius is somewhat lacking. Spirit Stones TSK. Lin Tian frantically searched through all 3 storage rings, then his face fell.
Less than 1,000 spirit stones, I'm dirt poor. He scratched his head helplessly. However, the thought that he could immediately sell these magical treasures, pills, and spiritual herbs to the Cultivator Alliance and exchange them for an astronomical number of spirit stones made his heart race again. And the more than 1 million spirit stones from Lingbao Polytechnic University were practically making his mouth water.
Is Lingbao Polytechnic going to renege on its promise? Lin Tian looked suspicious.
Lingbao Polytechnic University said at the time that they didn't bring that many and would deliver them to Nanjing University the next morning.
You better not try anything funny, otherwise. If you dare to cheat me out of my things, humph. Besides these, there's only the auction left.
Lin Tian's big eyes darted around. He had already decided what kind of pill he wanted to refine. It will definitely dazzle those people's eyes.
Thinking of this,
Lin Tian recounted the spiritual herbs and materials. To put it bluntly, the spiritual herbs he collected were so numerous they were piled up like mountains. Because in the 2 herb gardens, he was like a locust swarm, uprooting everything. They really eradicated everything completely, digging up everything, whether it was grass or medicine. Therefore, at this moment, there were many spiritual herbs in this large pile that he couldn't even name. They were all a jumbled mess. But he didn't care.
Lin Tian's goal was simply to refine the Foundation Establishment pill.
As for the other medicinal herbs, just sell them.
There's also the Spirit Transformation pill. I'll ask Chocho for the formula later. At this point, Lin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. Doesn't the Pill Alliance monopolize the entire eastern cultivation city by relying on the spirit transformation pill? Fine. Watch me cripple you. You want to fight me?
Rubbing his hands together, Lin Tian started thinking about the auction again. At that time, his spirit stones would flow in like a river. Once you establish sales channels, this will be a steady stream of income.
However, Lin Tianla is happy.
He quickly regained his composure. He began to examine the data of the Red Phoenix system within his sea of consciousness.
He's starting to wonder what exactly this Red Phoenix is.
At this moment, in Holowan Sea of Consciousness, the red bead continued to rotate slowly.
It doesn't emit light aside from recording emotional values, it only emits consciousness during lottery draws. Normally, I'm practically invisible.
Through consciousness linking, his mind immediately popped up on the screen.
The fluctuating numbers above made his eyes narrow down. Cumulative emotional value 3800. Frown.
In recent days, Lin Tian has gradually figured out some of the patterns of the Red Phoenix. He discovered that only triggering others' natural and genuine emotional responses towards him can now be counted towards the lottery's cumulative score. The emotions derived from killing other people and killing strange beasts are completely useless. This gave Lin Tian a bit of a toothache. This made me happy for nothing this morning.
He even risked his life to kill the alien beasts. However, just thinking about the void crystal. This thing is hard enough, but he doesn't know how to practice chi cultivation at all, nor does he know how to use it. Hey! When you have time, go visit the Array Formation Academy and Lingbao Polytechnic.
Then we'll see how to use this thing.
Now my only trump card is a slow release fart.
Thinking about it, Lin Tian glanced at a separate space in his sea of consciousness, where there was a dark, black mist.
This was the last fart Hong Wan drew.
His lips twitched. Recalling the amazing effect of his previous loud fart, he was quite impressed with this muffled fart.
To be honest, I'm both looking forward to it and resisting it, and I even feel a little disgusted by it. After all, who would fart just to test the effects? But he always felt that if he used this thing, wouldn't it suffocate him? Lin Tian shook his head. It seems that it's best not to use it unless absolutely necessary.
Then he looked at other things. The 3 flowers breaking restriction staff still emitted a faint cold light. This staff may not look impressive, but it has made a great contribution to Lin Tian this time.
Otherwise, how would we get so many treasures? Lin Tian took out the 3 flower forbidden breaking staff, kissed its palm-length shaft, and then reluctantly put it back in the ring. As for that red belly band, although this had helped Lin Tian block several fatal blows, he always felt a little embarrassed whenever he took it out, unless he wore it under his clothes. That deadbeat ball of a ball, it still won't wear it.
Lin Tian muttered to himself, tugging at his undergarment with both hands. 2 holes, larger than bowls, are particularly eye-catching at the chest area of the bodice.
I wonder who designed it. Hey!
I have to say, this unique design is truly the work of a genius.
Lin Tian muttered to himself, what a pity, no one's wearing it for me to see. Sigh. Lin Tian sighed. I wonder when the next lottery draw will be triggered. His thoughts shifted, and his gaze darkened. Because he was reminded of the man in black robes, and the intense sense of crisis he felt. Since Lin Tianfu disappeared, he has been living alone for the past 3 years and has long since learned to be prepared for danger even in times of peace. The presence of the man in black robes felt like a thorn in his heart, keeping him constantly on guard. Because he always felt that this wouldn't be the last time. In the future, there will likely be more people like this coming to our door. You old scoundrel, where did you go? Lin Tian muttered to himself, the image of Lin Tianfu appearing in his mind. That was what he called Lin Tianfu. Lin Tianfu never got annoyed by being called that since he was a child. Instead, he responded with a cheerful laugh. From time to time, he would personally teach Lin Tian how to conduct himself in society and how to be absolutely despicable. Thinking about this, Lin Tian's eyes darkened. He got up, jumped off the bed, squatted under the bed, skillfully knocked open a hollow floor tile, and took out a small wooden box from it. Sitting back down on the edge of the bed, my fingers traced the surface of the wooden box, and my thoughts drifted back to 3 years ago. He was a freshman in high school at the time, during an era of spiritual energy revival that made cultivation the mainstream. The school teaches the basic theories of cultivation. Back then, Lin Tianfu, as a guest alchemist of Nanjing University, was quite famous in the small city of Nanchang.
However, one night that year, he pulled Lin Tian into this room and solemnly handed the wooden box to Lin Tian.
Tianer, keep this safe and don't let anyone else know about it.
Lin Tianfu's eyes were deep and his tone was more serious than ever before. And don't use the soul incense in front of others.
Time flies. 3 years have passed. Lin Tian carefully opened the wooden box. This wasn't the first time he had opened it. And what's inside isn't some secret recipe or treasure. It was just a handful of black mud and sand. Lin Tian's expression turned solemn as he recalled Lin Tianfu's words, "This is sand from the city of the dead. Every grain of sand is the soul of a cultivator." The eerie tone of those words sent chills down Lin Tian's spine. The making of soul incense is not complicated. It involves mixing these soul sands with rootless water, infusing them with pure spiritual energy, shaping them into incense-like forms, and finally drying them in the sun. But its true purpose was not alchemy.
Rather, it nourishes the spirit and soul. Especially when breaking through realms, it can deceive the heavenly Tao, suppress hidden ailments, and ensure safe advancement. The Lin family's alchemy technique was merely a facade created by Lin Tianfu to deceive others. Lin Tian gripped the wooden box tightly, and another passage from Lin Tianfu echoed in his mind. "I fell into the void rift back then and woke up in the city of the dead. I found the black sand in that sand pool strange and weird, so out of curiosity, I dug some out. But when I figured out the real use of the sand and went back to that place, I found that I could no longer find it."
About the city of the dead. For hundreds of years since the resurgence of spiritual energy, rumors have continued to circulate. Yet no one can truly find its entrance. It's like a mirage.
Mysterious and unpredictable, yet every time it appears, it inspires awe and makes people dare not approach.
Lin Tian's eyes were complicated.
He knew that someone had been secretly monitoring him ever since Lin Tianfu disappeared. Until Danby, under pressure from Tang Yan, used the soul incense, which indeed attracted the attack of the black-robed man.
My cultivation level is still too low. It seems I need to hurry up and improve it. I have a feeling that a storm is brewing.
Lin Tian's expression turned slightly serious. Despite his young age, ever since he awakened his memories of his past life, he may appear carefree and easygoing, but deep down he has always maintained a calm and collected mind.
Take a deep breath.
Put the wooden box into your storage ring.
Now that we have storage rings, these things can no longer be kept at home. Who knows?
One day, even our little clinic might be turned upside down. He took out another old storage bag and began to sort through the spoils from the heavenly furnace secret realm. Aside from keeping some elixirs, herbs, and a few top-tier magical treasures for himself, Lin Tian put the rest into his storage bag, intending to sell them to the Cultivator Alliance.
Lin Tian is not stupid. He was naturally aware that the battle between the Cultivator Alliance and the Beast Tide was going on day and night. Despite the apparent competition among these cultivation cities, daily reports of their battles against the void beasts are published every single day. Everyone knows in their hearts that the void barrier of Blue Star has always been in a precarious state. Therefore, Lin Tian naturally understood the principle that when the nest is overturned, no egg remains unbroken.
Giving these resources to the Alliance will not only earn them spirit stones, but also serve as a contribution to Blue Star. Moreover, the agreement with Hong Tian was that he would keep 20% and the rest would be handed over to the higher authorities.
Get everything in order.
Lin Tian rubbed his temples and lay down wearily. The oil lamp's flame gradually dimmed, and he fell into a deep sleep.
In his dream, however, the smiling yet unfathomable face of Lin Tianfu vaguely appeared. The next morning, Lin Tian woke up early, got ready, and headed straight to Nanjing University.
The sunlight shone on the bluestone path on campus, and his mood eased a little. But just as he arrived at the school gate, a slender hand suddenly grabbed his ear.
Ouch! Teacher Tang, be gentle, be gentle. Lin Tian grimaced and quickly begged for mercy. Ding, emotional value accumulated 3,850. 50 points? Lin Tian was stunned. I thought to myself, has Tang Baolon lost his temper today? Is he on fire? But the next second. Lin Tian. I thought you were a pretty good person yesterday, but I never expected you to give me such a huge surprise this morning. Tang Yan's eyes are frighteningly cold and beautiful. What? Teacher Tang, be gentle. My ears are going to fall off. Still pretending? Tell me, what exactly did you do to Princess Fu Xian of Fu City in the secret realm?
Her whole family came to our Nanda University today demanding that you take responsibility, saying that you stole the princess's body.
What? Lin Tian was dumbfounded. Chapter 88: The Power of Tianyuan Pavilion. Nanjing University School Gate.
The morning light shone on the bluestone path, but Lin Tian's ears felt as if they were on fire.
Tang Yan gripped Lin Tian's ear with increasing force,
because she was about to explode with anger.
Tang Yan's beautiful, cold eyes were now wide open, her eyebrows raised in anger.
Lin Tian, you really are Lin Tianfu's grandson.
You've got some nerve, haven't you? You even stole the innocence of Fu Chang's little princess, Fu Xian, and you're still pretending to be innocent? Lin Tian was completely dumbfounded.
His ear, which had been tightly gripped, was now throbbing with pain, making him grimace. While a million thoughts were racing through my mind, 7 words floated down from the sky.
What happened to TM? When did he take Fu Xian's body? In the heavenly furnace secret realm.
He was just being pranked by the other party, and in a fit of anger, he slapped Fu Xian's bottom a few times. They also stole her 2 storage rings, along with tens of thousands of talismans and spirit stones inside.
But this has absolutely nothing to do with stealing someone's body, right? Teacher Tang, I'm innocent, he hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Fu Xian and I are innocent, we really didn't do anything. Innocence? Tang Yan sneered, her grip tightening.
Fu Xian's whole family came knocking, saying you bullied her, and forced yourself on her.
And you still dare to be stubborn? What? Lin Tian was completely bewildered as he listened.
However, Tang Yan was getting angrier and angrier as she spoke.
He wouldn't listen to Lin Tian's explanation at all. Because
she thought of her niece, Mu Shui, and herself. Both of them, the aunt and nephew, had already been massaged by this young man.
How could such a conservative woman like her accept it? Tang Yan suddenly felt a surge of blood rushing to her chest. He cursed Lin Tian under his breath, calling him a scoundrel. I thought he was just a smooth talker who didn't keep his mouth shut.
But I never expected that they would be just as unreserved behind the scenes. Seeing that Tang Yan's face was ashen with anger, Lin Tian knew that Tang Yan must have misunderstood something very deeply.
He was so anxious that he broke out in a cold sweat.
His mind raced, trying to figure out how to explain, and in a moment of desperation, he impulsively raised 3 fingers again.
He swore solemnly, I swear, I absolutely didn't touch Fu Xian. If I'm lying even a little bit, may I find 2 girlfriends? But as soon as he said it, I knew it was spicy. He just blurted it out again. Sure enough.
Just as Lin Tian finished speaking,
Tang Yan's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. 2 girlfriends? Is that so? Tang Yan gritted her teeth. Come on, I'll let you have your 2 girlfriends.
She flicked her wrist. Lin Tian's ears instantly began to rotate 360 degrees to the left and 720 degrees to the right. The pain was so intense that Lin Tian spun around 3 times to the left and 3 times to the right, his whole body spinning like a top.
As he spun around, he wailed, Teacher Tang, be gentle. My ear's going to fall off. But Lin Tian had no idea. Tang Yan was furious at this moment, and it wasn't just because of Fu Xian. She was a conservative woman. Although she was the director of the academic affairs office at Nanjing University, she was usually decisive and quick-tempered. The fact that Lin Tian had massaged her entire body already made her feel uneasy. Even she herself didn't know what kind of relationship this was. Therefore, it goes without saying that Mu Shui had no plans for Lin Tian. Moreover, Tang Yan had long considered this as Mu Shui's grand plan to fight against the fate of her family. Now, Fu Xian suddenly appears and interferes, and Lin Tian even dares to spout nonsense, saying he wants to find 2 girlfriends. Isn't this just adding fuel to the fire?
The more Tang Yan thought about it, the harder it became to suppress her fiery temper.
Her chest heaved as she pointed at Lin Tian and said viciously, You're really something, Lin Tian. I risked my life to hold off the damn Alliance people for you, and I never expected you to be this kind of person.
Having said that, he released Lin Tian's ear. Tang Yan turned around and casually pulled out a spiked club from the old man in the security room next to her. The club gleamed coldly.
Lin Tian saw this situation. I was so scared that I almost lost my mind. You want 2 girlfriends, huh? I'll see how you find them today.
She swung her spiked club at Lin Tian.
In a short time,
the students who had been watching the spectacle at the school gate quickly retreated and kept their distance. They were afraid of being caught in the crossfire.
Teacher Tang, I was wrong, I was wrong, I was wrong. Please don't hit me. Let me explain.
Lin Tian was being chased and beaten, and he ran away covering his head, shouting as he ran, "I really didn't mean that."
What is all this nonsense? But who is Tang Yen? He's a person with a short temper.
At this moment, her rationality had long been banished by Lin Qi's anger.
He swung a stick with great force, shouting, "I'll beat you to death for your father who died in battle, you brat. You think you're so tough, huh?"
Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat when he heard his father mentioned. But with Tang Yen chasing after him, he had no time to think.
He could only dodge and weave. Tang Yen had already noticed that Lin Tian and Yi Qingqiu of Miaodan Pavilion seemed to have some kind of ambiguous relationship. Otherwise, why would Yi Qingqiu send Xiao Taohan to serve him? And there's more.
Jian Wuming came back and told me about Lin Tian and Xiao Linger embracing naked in the heavenly furnace secret realm.
Each and every one of these incidents. It was making her head spin.
She had originally intended to stand up for Mu Shui, but for some reason, she herself began to feel a strange pang of sadness.
She herself didn't realize that her anger was mixed with a bit of jealousy. In an instant,
Lin Tian was chased all over the campus.
Until the very end.
Tang Yen cornered him in a corridor, and the spiked club came crashing down without mercy, making him howl in pain.
Fortunately, it happened at the crucial moment. Mu Shui rushed over and shouted, "Aunt Tang, stop hitting her." She grabbed Tang Yen and gasped, "Lin Tian isn't that kind of person, it might really be a misunderstanding." But, well, that girl Mu Shui.
Although she was trying to persuade Tang Yen, a hint of smugness flashed in her icy eyes.
That's like saying, "Serves you right. See, you tried to fool me with that kind of promise last time. You finally met your match." Even if Lin Tian is incredibly clever, there's no time to observe Mu Shui right now.
As soon as he saw Mu Shui come out to break up the fight, he immediately took the opportunity to hide behind Mu Shui.
Rubbing her bruises, she said pitifully, "Mu Shui, you finally arrived. Teacher Tang keeps saying that Fu Xin and I have something going on, but I really don't."
He then turned to Tang Yen, swearing, "I swear to God, that little devil Fu Xin is probably just trying to scam me.
I only took her storage ring, nothing else." Now he can't keep quiet about stealing other people's things even if he wants to.
However, he still kept some details to himself, but he didn't dare to mention the time he punched someone's butt. "I'm afraid if I say anything, I'll be in deep trouble even if I jump into the Yangtze River."
Tang Yen snorted coldly upon hearing this. However, she put away her spiked club and glared at him, trying to extort money? Would the little princess of Fuqing try to extort money from you? Lin Tian, don't try to play tricks on me.
Come with me to the disciplinary office right now and explain things to Fu Xian's family in person, or you'll be in big trouble.
Your actions have seriously damaged the image of Nanjing University and the friendly assistance agreement between Nanjing University and Fuqing.
Although her tone was fierce, her eyes softened slightly. After all, Lin Tian's explanation and Mu Shui's plea had calmed her anger somewhat. However, the friendly assistance agreement between Nanjing University and Fuqing is indeed real.
After all, since its founding by Hong Tian through reforms, Nanjing University has been suppressed by the Dan Alliance due to Hong Tian's personal factors.
Therefore, the South also needs to find several large cities as backers. On the one hand, this can broaden the cultivation resources, and on the other hand, it can provide the other side with some good seedlings for cultivating talisman techniques. Mu Shui stood aside, feeling deeply moved as she watched Tang Yen stand up for her. She bit her lip and whispered, "Aunt Tang, thank you for protecting me like this." Her gaze towards Lin Tian was complex, containing both shyness and worry. Lin Tian had no choice but to nod. Fine, let's go to the disciplinary office then.
I want to see how Fu Xian will talk about me.
He rubbed his ears, cursing Fu Xian in his heart for being such a little devil. She was definitely deliberately picking a fight to get revenge. But he dared not say much, for fear of provoking Tang Yen to lose her temper again.
The three of them walked towards the teaching office. Lin Tian kept his head down, his mind racing. He had a vague feeling that Fu Xian's trip was not simple, that something was wrong. But for a moment, he couldn't figure out what was wrong. Meanwhile, at this moment, in the lobby of the Miaodan Pavilion South City branch on North Street in the South City, the atmosphere here is equally tense.
In the center of the hall, a handsome young man sat upright in a grand chair, exuding extraordinary bearing, yet his eyes were as cold as ice. The two black-robed figures behind him exuded an aura of power that was at least at the Dao Spirit Realm.
Dao Spirit Realm.
In the southern part of the city, they are now considered a high-end fighting force of a powerful faction.
However, these two men in black robes were merely the young man's attendants. This shows that this person's identity is far from simple.
This young man was none other than Long Chengtian, the young master of Tianyuan Pavilion.
Tianyuan Pavilion is a taboo on the entire Blue Star. Ordinary people have no right to even hear their names. Now,
Long Chengtian stared coldly at Yi Qingqiu opposite him, his tone laced with sarcasm.
Sect Master Yi, are you really willing to oppose my Tianyuan Pavilion for the sake of an ordinary student from Nanchang? Even at the cost of war?
Yi Qingqiu sat upright in the main seat, her jade-like hand gently holding the teacup. She took a small sip, her charming eyes seemingly sparkling with iridescent light, captivating and mesmerizing. She chuckled softly, put down her teacup, and her tone suddenly turned cold. Long Chengtian, so what if you're from Tianyuan Pavilion? If you dare to lay a finger on Lin Tian, my Miaodong Pavilion will surely march on your Tianyuan Pavilion. Her voice was firm and resolute, leaving no room for doubt.
But after saying that, Yi Qingqiu's heart sank. The power of Tianyuan Pavilion is unfathomable, far beyond what Miaodong Pavilion can contend with. She appeared tough on the surface, but in reality, she lacked confidence. However, in order to protect Lin Tian, she subconsciously wanted to hold on to the end. Upon hearing this, Long Qingtian's lips curled into a cold smile, but he did not respond. Instead, his gaze shifted to the doorway, and he said in a calm tone, Elder Qin, did you hear what your disciple said? What?
Upon hearing this, Yi Qingqiu's heart skipped a beat, and she knew something was wrong.
Just as she predicted. The next second, a terrifying pressure swept over her, instantly making her chest feel tight and causing her to vomit a mouthful of blood. Immediately afterwards, an aged and furious voice boomed through the hall, you wicked disciple, how dare you? The sound was like thunder, shaking the entire Miaodong Pavilion branch.
Little Peach Blossom stood beside Yi Qingqiu, her face pale with fright, but she quickly helped her master up.
He asked in a trembling voice, Sect Master, are you all right?
Yi Qingqiu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, looked up at the door, her eyes filled with a complex mix of confusion and bewilderment. She never expected that her master, Qin Macho, was the third-ranked elder of the Miaodong Pavilion.
Why did it suddenly descend upon Nanchang? At the entrance,
an elderly woman with white hair slowly walked in, her body hunched over, yet she exuded a suffocating aura. She was none other than Qin Macho, the third supreme elder of Miaodong Pavilion, one of the three most powerful figures in the pavilion.
Upon seeing the newcomer, Yi Qingqiu's heart pounded even harder. Qin Macho glanced coldly at Yi Qingqiu, her tone chilling, Qingqiu, for the sake of an outsider, you actually openly declare war on Tianyuan Pavilion? Do you still have any respect for Miaodong Pavilion? Do you still have me as your master? Do you still have the three supreme elders? 3 questions in a row.
The shock caused Yi Qingqiu to retreat repeatedly. She gritted her teeth and replied urgently, Master, this disciple just... She wanted to explain, but Qin Macho waved her hand to interrupt her, her eyes like knives, enough. Take back what you just said immediately and apologize to young Master Long.
Otherwise, if you continue to be stubborn, don't blame me for expelling you from the sect.
Her words were cold, carrying an undeniable authority.
Long Chengtian watched coldly, his smile deepening.
He slowly rose, dusted off his sleeves, and said calmly, Sect Master Yi, an apology is unnecessary.
Elder Qin is right. Think about it carefully, is Lin Tian worth gambling with the entire Miaodong Pavilion?
Long Chengtian uttered this sentence.
He turned around and left Miaodong Pavilion.
The two men in black robes immediately followed, leaving behind a tense silence.
Chapter 89 Lin Tian, you did it. South Street, the area under the jurisdiction of South City University. Since Hong Tian's victory against the Monster Tide, Nanchang University has risen to prominence.
At this moment, South Street is bustling with life, with students laughing and playing as vendors hawk various snacks and takeout dishes that exude a lively atmosphere.
However, the adjacent North Street is completely different. On North Street,
the pharmacy shops and magic treasure pavilions stood side by side, the air filled with a faint fragrance of medicine, creating a solemn and desolate atmosphere. Long Chengtian, dressed in a brocade robe, had just come out of the southern branch of Miaodong Pavilion. He walked slowly down the street, followed closely by two men in black robes. His gaze swept over the stalls on both sides, and Long Chengtian's lips curled up slightly, with a hint of disdain. Nanchang, as expected, is a small place. He sneered inwardly, his eyes full of contempt. In his eyes, those pills and magical treasures were nothing but trash, far inferior to the treasures of a third-rate workshop in Tianyuan City.
As the young master of Tianyuan Pavilion, Long Qingtian's vision is naturally frighteningly high. Tianyuan Pavilion.
Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, it has stood at the pinnacle of the cultivation world on Blue Star, and its location, Yuan City, is even more mysterious and unpredictable, with no one knowing its origins.
On Earth, there is a top 100 list.
This is a list that compiles statistics on all cultivation geniuses in the cultivation cities of the east and west of the entire Blue Star.
However, now they are in the top 10 of the entire top 100 list. All of them originated from Tianyuan Pavilion.
Given this kind of background, Long Chengtian naturally looked down on Nanchang.
At this moment, a man in black robes behind Long Chengtian seemed to have received some information from the Jade Talisman.
He quickly stepped forward, leaned close to Long Chengtian's ear, and said respectfully in a low voice, "Young master, intelligence has arrived.
Princess Fu Xian of Fu City arrived in Nanchang this morning and is currently at Nanchang University."
Upon hearing this, Long Chengtian frowned slightly and then stopped in his tracks.
He muttered to himself, "What's she doing here? And why did she have to go to that lousy school of old man Hong?" But then, he seemed to realize something. His eyes turned cold, and he thought to himself, "Fu Xian, do you think Hong Tian would offend Tianyuan Pavilion for your sake? You can't escape my grasp.
This Xuanhua physique furnace is mine to take, and no one dares to refuse." A sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth.
Mysterious fire physique. Or rather, anyone with a special physique for cultivation is naturally favored by the heavens.
Therefore, when some powerful beings break through to higher realms, they can rely on cultivators with these physical constitutions to resist the hidden ailments of the heavenly Tao.
It is truly an invaluable furnace. This has long been an unspoken rule on Earth.
Although doing so is despicable, it is an indispensable method for many powerful beings, the quickest and lowest cost way to resist the outbreak of hidden ailments of the heavenly Tao.
But for Long Chengtian, this was just an ordinary meal.
A month ago, he had already sent a betrothal letter to Fu Deshang, the city lord of Fu City, saying that he wanted to marry Fu Xian. On the surface, it sounded nice, but everyone knew that Long Chengtian had noticed Fu Xian's special physique and intended to make her his furnace. "Save it for later, so that I can enjoy it when I break through to the Tao spirit realm.
Let's go to Nanjing University."
Long Chengtian gave the order to the man in black robes, a ruthless glint in his eyes.
"Perfect. Isn't that student named Lin Tian also at Nanjing University?
Let us take care of him this time, and while we're at it, we can also bring Fu Xian back." He spoke casually, as if the two were already his for the taking. The man in black nodded, though Long Chengtian made it sound so easy. However, the man in black robes was immediately busy after receiving Long Chengtian's instructions. He started taking out several communication jade talismans from his storage ring and began urgently contacting people.
Because, since Hong Tian of Nanjing University rose to prominence, they have always been at odds with Tianyuan Pavilion.
Therefore, it is necessary to make arrangements in advance to ensure Long Chengtian's safety.
At the same time, the atmosphere inside the southern branch of Niaodan Pavilion was so oppressive it was suffocating. In the center of the hall, Qin Macho stood with her back to Yi Qingqiu, silent as a mountain.
Yi Qingqiu stood behind him, her jade-like hands clenched tightly, her knuckles white. Although she was the head of the Miaodan Pavilion, she had also broken through to the Tao Emperor realm. However, at this moment, she was still no match for Qin Macho, the third supreme elder. Yi Qingqiu felt a heavy weight in her heart as she endured this invisible pressure. Finally, Yi Qingqiu could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward, his tone defiant. "Master, this disciple only wants to..." He hadn't finished speaking. Qin Macho suddenly spoke, her voice as piercing as an ice pick. "Yi Qingqiu, how dare you let someone defile your virginity?" These words were like a thunderclap, causing Yi Qingqiu's delicate body to tremble. A terrifying pressure swept over her, making her blood surge and almost causing her to fall. Little Peach Blossom beside her vomited blood and collapsed to the ground. Yi Qingqiu gritted her teeth and persevered, looking up at Qin Macho's retreating figure, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She whispered, "Master, your disciple." She wanted to explain, but didn't know where to begin. Lin Tianfu's initial intention in bringing her into the Miaodan Pavilion was to make her the pavilion master, so that she could facilitate the large-scale production and sale of soul incense in the future. Yi Qingqiu was determined to complete this task. They eventually found Qin Macho of Miaodan Pavilion and revealed her alluring body to her. As a result, she did indeed successfully become the current head of the Miaodan Pavilion. However, the price she paid was after she broke through to the Tao Emperor realm. She needs to offer her alluring body to the first Supreme Elder of the Myriad Pills Pavilion as a furnace for him to break through to a higher realm. At the same time, he must also take the third Elder of the Myriad Pills Pavilion as his master. However, plants couldn't keep up with changes, and Lin Tianfu eventually disappeared. And then, by a twist of fate, she ended up giving her virginity to Lin Tian. Now that things have come to this, she can only accept her fate. Kachin Macho's questioning stirred a sense of resentment in her heart. She took a deep breath, about to speak, when she saw Qin Macho turn around coldly, her eyes as cold as knives. Do you think that by breaking through to the Dao Emperor realm, you can break your vow and leave the Miaodan Pavilion?
No.
This disciple has no such intention. She recalled Lin Tian's somewhat roguish face, and felt a mixture of warmth and bitterness in her heart.
Lin Tianfu's arrangements saved her from disaster.
Moreover, over the years, she had been wholeheartedly devoted to serving her master, and originally thought that he would take the master-disciple relationship into consideration. But now that Qin Macho has appeared, it's clear she wants to settle old scores. As for the insignificant master-disciple relationship, in Yi Qingxiu's current view, that's a joke.
Sure enough, Qin Macho let out a cold snort.
Immediately, he raised his hand and pointed out several beams of spiritual light in the air. Yi Qingxiu suddenly felt his spiritual energy stagnate. He coughed up a mouthful of blood with a pft. She looked up in shock, her voice trembling. Master, why did you seal my cultivation?
Qin Macho's tone was icy. Since you have lost your virginity, the best function of the furnace is ruined. From this day forward, you are no longer the head of the Miaodan Pavilion. You are to be escorted back to headquarters immediately. Although your alluring body has been broken, dual cultivation can still absorb its special constitution. From now on, you will remain at headquarters, serving as the first elder's sex slave for life. This is your punishment for breaking your oath.
What?
You? Qin Macho. How cruel you are.
Yi Qingxiu's face turned deathly pale.
Qin Macho's words pierced Yi Qingxiu's heart like a knife.
Despair flashed in his eyes. Xiao Taohuang was also terrified and burst into tears, throwing herself at Qin Macho's feet. Elder, please spare the pavilion master. However, Xiao Taohuang hadn't finished speaking.
With a flick of Qin Macho's sleeve, a terrifying surge of spiritual power sent Xiao Taohuang flying.
With a bang, she crashed through 3 walls and lay on the ground, her fate unknown. Upon seeing this, Yi Qingxiu anxiously called out, Xiao Taohuang. She wanted to check on it, but her cultivation was sealed, and she had just been severely injured by the pressure, so she was unable to move at all. Yi Qingxiu was ultimately helpless, her eyes welled up with tears. She knew that no one could change Qin Macho's decision. But when she thought of Lin Tian, a stubbornness rose in her heart.
She absolutely could not let Lin Tian fall into the clutches of the Tianyuan Pavilion.
Even if it meant being imprisoned herself, she would fight for his life.
Master, if you grant me just one condition, I am willing to be your slave and serve the first Supreme Elder for life. Otherwise, even if I, Yi Qingxiu, die, I will not allow anyone to touch a single hair on my head. Are you threatening me? Master, you can give it a try. Why don't you tell me? At the same time, inside the Academic Affairs Office of Nanchang University, the atmosphere was equally tense. Lin Qi, looking fierce, kicked open the door to the administration office. In the spacious office, a dozen people were sitting or standing, while Fu Deshang, the city lord of Fuqing, was chatting and laughing with Hong Tian. Tang Yen and Mu Shui followed behind Lin Tian. The former's face was ashen, while the latter's eyes were full of worry. Lin Tianli ignored the strange looks that others were giving him. His hawk-like eyes locked onto a petite figure in the corner at a glance. That was Fu Xian, who had been fighting and arguing with Lin Tian in the Heavenly Furnace secret realm. Only. At this moment, Fu Xian was nothing like the fearless little devil she was in the secret realm. At this moment, Fu Xian was incredibly well-behaved and obedient, like an endearing girl next door. She huddled behind an old man with a gray beard. Upon seeing Lin Tian, a sly glint immediately flashed in her eyes, which were already red and swollen from crying. But it only lasted for a fleeting moment. She immediately lowered her head, continuing to feign a pitiful appearance, her shoulders trembling slightly, as if she had suffered a great injustice. You! Lin Qi was furious. Upon seeing Fu Xian's irritating appearance, he became so angry that he went to his grandmother's house. At this moment, Lin Tian was burning with rage, as if the top of his head could not contain the burning anger. He strode forward, walked directly to Fu Xian, pointed at her, and roared, Fu Xian, you big devil, what right do you have to accuse me of sleeping with you? You explain yourself right now. What the hell? Accusing you of sleeping with her? Holy crap. Lin Tian, what kind of outrageous things are you saying? To say something so blatant in front of someone's whole family, aren't you afraid their dad will kick you to death? These are the thoughts of everyone present. Everyone was stunned.
They stared blankly at Lin Tian, and for a moment no one spoke.
The entire office was completely silent.
Because no one expected that Lin Tian would say something so vulgar.
We're all civilized people, why can't we be a little more tactful? Who knew? The crowd had not yet recovered from Lin Tian's inflammatory words. Fu Xian was also furious, so she simply went all out.
She suddenly stood up, her face contorted in a fierce expression. One hand on her hip, the other pointing at Lin Tian, she cried and screamed, "Lin Tian, you're the one who did it to me.
You're the one who did it to me. Wah-ah. I don't want to live anymore. My God." As soon as Fu Xian said that, everyone covered their eyes and ears, they simply couldn't bear to listen anymore. Chapter 90. No way. I don't agree to this marriage.
In the Academic Affairs Office of Nanchang University, the air seemed to freeze, you could hear a pin drop.
Lin Tian's question, "Why are you accusing me of sleeping with you?" Fu Xian's words, "You did it to me."
These two sentences kept swirling, echoing, and vibrating in these people's ear canals. Hong Tianjing's laughter as he talked with Fu Deshang came to an abrupt halt.
Tang Yan and Mu Shui stood to the side, their faces increasingly grim.
Other Nanjing University teachers were even more astonished.
I thought to myself, are all young people these days so reckless? How can they say such things in public? Who knew? But the most exciting part is yet to come. Fu Xian remained with one hand on her hip and the other pointing at Lin Tian, her almond-shaped eyes wide as she roared, "Lin Tian, do you dare to do it but not admit it? Are you even a man? You dare to say that you didn't take off my pants in the cave?"
These words were like a bomb, making everyone's eyes almost pop out of their sockets. The Nanjing University teachers immediately began to conjure up a series of erotic images in their minds.
Cough, cough, cough. Even an old man like Hong Tian was forced to cough to cover up his embarrassment.
Tang Yan, standing behind Lin Tian, had a livid face, while Mu Shui bit her lip tightly, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Fu Deshang and his mother on the other side were so angry that their faces turned purple. Fu Deshang slammed his fist on the table and roared, "You bastard Lin Tian, how dare you bully my daughter like this? Today I'll skin you alive and tear you apart." He was so angry that his hands trembled and his face twitched. They were about to rush up and attack Lin Tian. And Lin Tian? He was stunned by Fu Xian's words. He cursed inwardly, this little witch is such a good actress. He did indeed take off Fu Xian's pants in the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm, but that was only to spank her a few times and retaliate against her arrogance. He had no other intentions. But how could he say that in public? He stammered, then suddenly became less confident. I did take off your pants, but I didn't do anything. I just gave you a few slaps." As soon as Lin Tian finished speaking, he immediately felt like he had been tricked. Sure enough. A lesson? Fu Xian's lips curled into a sly smile, a mischievous glint in her eyes. She instantly threw herself into Fu Deshang's arms, tears streaming down her face. "Dad, he admitted it. He took off my pants, and he bullied me. How am I supposed to live now? Ouch." Fu Xian cried so miserably. Her small shoulders trembled and twitched. She acted as if she had suffered a tremendous injustice, practically recounting the horrific and despicable things Lin Tian had done to her. Fu Deshang was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. He first comforted his daughter for a few words, then pushed Fu Xian into his mother's arms. Then he rolled up his sleeves and charged at Lin Tian, roaring, "You bastard! You've gone too far in bullying my daughter. Today, I'll kill you." Only. Whether Fu Deshang acted intentionally or unintentionally, he appeared extremely angry. Surprisingly, there was no fluctuation of spiritual energy. At this moment, he was just like an ordinary father who wanted to engage in hand-to-hand combat with Lin Tian. Tang Yan and Mu Shui exchanged a glance, their expressions turning grim. Tang Yan felt a surge of anger. Thinking of Mu Shui's feelings for Lin Tian, and then of how this guy had also massaged her whole body, she felt a tightness in her chest. Mu Shui bit her lower lip, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She believed that Lin Tian wouldn't do such a thing, but Fu Xian's sobbing made her feel extremely confused. The other Nanjing University teachers looked at each other, unsure of what to do.
It was clear that Fu Deshang was about to make a move. In the end, Hong Tian quickly stood up and stood between the two, saying in a deep voice, "Lord Fu, please calm down. Let's talk this out. Lin Tian is a straightforward person. If there is any misunderstanding, we must find out." He turned to Lin Tian and glared at him. "What are you standing there for? Apologize to him right now." Lin Tian was stunned, his heart filled with resentment. "Apologize? Why should I? I didn't do anything." But before he could finish speaking, Fu Deshang sneered, still being stubborn. "You've already admitted to taking off my daughter's pants, what else is there to say? Today, for old Ghost Hong's sake, I won't kill you, but you must give my daughter an explanation." "Confess?" Lin Tian was stunned, wondering what all this was about. He glared at Fu Xian, gritting his teeth, and said, "Little witch, stop pretending to be pitiful. It's just that I stole something from you. Is it really necessary for you to frame me like this?" He almost let slip the word steal, but quickly swallowed it back and changed his words to, "It's just that I took a few things from you. Is it really necessary?" Upon hearing this, Fu Xian cried even harder, shrinking into her mother's arms and sobbing, "He's threatening me. Father, mother, look at his attitude." Fu's mother hugged her daughter with heartache and glared at Lin Tian. "You young man, you're irresponsible and dare to be so arrogant?" Hong Tian frowned, his tone becoming more forceful. "Lin Tian, are you still being stubborn? Go and apologize to Princess Fu right now." Lin Tian was completely overwhelmed and felt a surge of anger, but seeing Fu Deshang's murderous gaze and Hong Tian's, he suppressed the anger rising within him. Thinking that a good man doesn't fight with a woman, he apologized to her and gave her a way out, and that was the end of it. Lin Tian is done playing along. Fu Xian can act however she wants. He's not going to play along. Reluctantly, he walked up to Fu Xian and squeezed out a weak "I'm sorry." His voice was so soft it was like a mosquito's hum, and his face turned red. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tian turned and left. But he had just turned around. Fu Deshang, standing behind him, was relentless, pointing angrily at Lin Tian. "Is an apology all it takes? What about my daughter's reputation? What about her future?" He was so angry that his beard trembled. His appearance made everyone present feel that he wanted to tear Lin Tian apart on the spot. Lin Tian was also furious. He was seething with anger and couldn't help but turn around and yell at the family of three, "Do whatever you want, it's none of my business." He turned around, wanting to leave again. He couldn't stand this wretched place for even a second longer. He finally understands now. That devil Fu Xian, her mother is clearly trying to extort money, making things more and more chaotic, and it's impossible to explain anything now. Just then, suddenly, Madame Fu stepped forward, sobbing, "No. This is for a girl. Since it's already a fait accompli, Lin Tian, I see you have exceptional talent in cultivation and are quite handsome. Why don't you marry my Xianer?" These words struck like a heavy hammer, silencing the entire audience. Lin Tian paused, almost thinking he had misheard. Tang Yan and Mu Shui were both taken aback, and Hong Tian also frowned, instantly creating an awkward atmosphere in the office. Seeing his wife had taken the stage, Fu Deshang seemed like a completely different person, immediately chiming in, "That's right. This matter must be settled today." At this point, he turned to Hong Tian and put pressure on him. "Old Ghost Hong, let me tell you, if you don't marry my daughter, you'll be making an enemy of my Fu city. From now on, Fu Chang will sever ties with Nanjing University." His tone was resolute, carrying an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, Hong Tian didn't react much. To be honest, he was like a stinking rock in a latrine. The more you tried to provoke him, the more stubborn he would become. But hearing this, the vice presidents of Nanjing University immediately became anxious. Nanjing University. Hong Tian's powerful rise has already made him enemies everywhere, and he is currently being suppressed by the Dan Alliance. If we lose Fu City as an ally again this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, an elderly headmaster with white hair stepped forward, his tone half comforting and half pleading. "Lin Tian, Fu City is a major cultivation city. The little princess is willing to marry you. You struck gold. Hurry up and agree." Another teacher chimed in, "Yes, Lin Tian, Princess Fu is incredibly beautiful and kind-hearted. Countless people would kill for her. What are you hesitating for?" They talked back and forth, practically wanting to force Lin Tian to kowtow and express his gratitude. Lin Tian stood there dumbfounded, still not understanding what the Fu family of three was up to. Seeing Lin Tian's appearance, Fu's mother smiled faintly. She gently patted Fu Xian's back and asked in a low voice, Xianer, are you willing to enter into this marriage? Fu Xian was sobbing in her parents' arms.
But upon hearing this, she immediately nodded frantically, choking back tears, and said, I do. Her voice was soft, but it reached everyone's ears clearly.
Lin Tian was completely dumbfounded, his mind filled with a million questions. What's going on here? What's wrong with this art style? It's getting weirder and weirder.
Fu Deshang stroked his beard, stepped forward, and began to carefully examine Lin Lintian.
He said with a hint of disdain, you little brat, you're neither handsome nor rich, humph.
He paused, then changed the subject. However, since things have come to this, for the sake of my daughter's reputation, I have no choice but to temporarily accept you as my son-in-law.
Lin Tian, you should be happy. Why don't you call him father-in-law?
The wedding will be held in Nanchang tomorrow, it's settled. Lin Tianqin said, screw your mother selling her ass.
If I were to marry your daughter, I must have gotten meningitis from taking Viagra.
But Lin Tian was about to say what was on his mind.
But Fu Deshang interrupted him again. What, you're still not willing? Do you really want to be an enemy of Fu City?
As Fu Deshang spoke, his gaze swept over the other people from Nanjing University. Clearly, this is a case of offering a sweet treat followed by a harsh reality check, an attempt to coerce and entice. Seeing that they couldn't persuade Lin Tian, these people had no choice but to turn their attention to Old Man Hong.
I hope he will come out and say something. But Hong Tian? He now sits upright in his high position, frowning and silent, clearly provoked by Fu Deshang just now.
Seeing that Hong Tian did not react, they turned their attention to Tang Yen.
Tang Yen and Mu Shui both looked grim and remained silent.
The old guys at Nanjing University immediately became even more anxious.
I thought to myself, what the hell is going on? That silly boy Lin Tian. If I were 100 years younger, even if you, Lin Tian, didn't want me, I would definitely take you. However, just as everyone was waiting for Lin Tian's reaction, Tang Yen suddenly stepped forward, and those anxious old guys from Nanjing University saw this. I was immediately overjoyed. But the next second, Tang Yen pulled Lin Tian behind her. Lang Yin shouted, no way. I object to this marriage. The atmosphere in the office froze instantly, and everyone looked at Tang Yen with different expressions. Even Lin Tian, whose mind was racing at this moment, was slightly taken aback. Fu Deshang frowned, Director Tang, what do you mean by this? The others also said in deep voices, yes? Tang girl, this concerns the alliance between Nanjing University and Fucheng. Why are you jumping in to cause trouble? I didn't cause any trouble. I said no, and that means no. You. Seeing that the plan had changed, Fu Deshang, in a fit of rage, pointed at Tang Yen. Chapter 91 The Fu Family's Scheme. The atmosphere in the Academic Affairs Office of Nanchang University was so tense it seemed like water could be squeezed out of it. Tang Yen, you're just this kid's teacher, what right do you have to oppose my daughter's marriage? Fu Deshang was so angry that his beard trembled, and he pointed at Tang Yen and started cursing. Lin Tian stood aside, feeling a warmth in his heart, thinking to himself, Teacher Tang is truly loyal, standing by my side in this crucial moment. He stole a glance at Tang Yen and saw that her face was slightly flushed, as if she lacked confidence, which made him a little puzzled. Tang Yen was taken aback by Fu Deshang's question and stammered. No means no. Lin Tian is a student at Nanjing University, and as the dean of students, it's only natural that I care about his marriage. Upon hearing this, even she herself felt it was far-fetched, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Everyone in the office looked at her with strange expressions. The teachers at Nanjing University thought to themselves, Director Tang, do you even believe what you're saying? With so many students at Nanjing University, why don't I see you caring about others? Mu Shui bit her lip, standing beside Tang Yen with a complicated expression. She was grateful to Aunt Tang for standing up for her, but she also had a vague feeling that Tang Yan's attitude was not just for her sake. Fu Deshang was stunned for a moment, then slammed his hand on the table. No way. This kid has to marry my daughter today. Lin Tian, you think you can just take advantage of me and run away? Lin Tian rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, taken advantage of me and then wiped clean? I didn't even get a chance. He glared at Fu Xian. Seeing her huddled in her mother's arms, her eyes red and pleading a weak appearance, he was immediately furious. But in front of Hong Tian and so many people, he could only suppress his anger and said in a deep voice, City Lord Fu, I would like to speak with Fu Xian alone. Fu Deshang frowned and snorted coldly, what's there to talk about? Things have come to this point.
But Fu's mother pulled him aside and whispered, "Old Fu, let the young people explain it to themselves." After some tugging, Fu Xian pouted, nodded in agreement, and followed Lin Tian into a small conference room next door. As soon as he entered, Lin Tian closed the door, grabbed Fu Xian's collar fiercely, and whispered, "You little witch, what on earth are you up to?" He picked Fu Xian up, so angry he saw stars, thinking to himself that this little girl was clearly trying to trick him. Fu Xian, however, abandoned her previous timid demeanor, revealing a mischievous smile, slapping his hand away, and huffing. "Lin Tian, do you think my things are so easy to take? Don't forget, you promised me in the heavenly furnace secret realm that you would do something for me." She put her hands on her hips, looking smug. Lin Tian was taken aback, and retorted weakly, I just said it casually, I didn't formally agree." But before he could finish speaking, Fu Xian interrupted him, raising an eyebrow and saying, "I don't care. This matter has to be settled today, you have to marry me." "Marry you?" Lin Tian almost jumped up, thinking to himself, what kind of girl forces someone to marry her? He shook his head violently, "Don't even think about it. If I married you, wouldn't I be tormented to death by you for the rest of my life? If I marry her, I'm afraid I won't even be able to sleep peacefully." Seeing that he wouldn't listen to reason, Fu Xian stomped her foot in anger and threatened, "You won't agree? Believe me or not, I'll have my dad beat you into a pig's head." But Lin Tian wouldn't budge, his attitude was firm. Having no other choice, Fu Xian rolled her eyes and changed her tone, "Fine, I'll give in. Let's have a wedding. After we're in the bridal chamber, you can do whatever you want, I won't interfere. You can leave if you want." Lin Tian was taken aback, thinking, is this for real? He stared at Fu Xian suspiciously, "What kind of wicked idea are you up to now?" He didn't believe this little witch would be so kind. Fu Xian chuckled, "I keep my word. My father agrees too. He'll give you a large sum of spirit stones afterward, and he won't pursue what you took before." She winked, her tone enticing. Upon hearing the word spirit stone, Lin Tian's eyes lit up, "How much?" His miserly nature was instantly exposed, and his tone became more urgent. Fu Xian was stunned for a moment, then gave him a strange look, thinking to herself that this guy was so greedy for spirit stones, she should have just given him money. She held up one finger, 100,000. 100,000? Lin Tian scoffed. "My body and reputation are only worth 100,000? Don't even think about it." He acted like a big shot, putting on airs. Fu Xian rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. "Hey, it's like I'm the one who's at a disadvantage, okay? I even gave you the person and the spirit stones, and you're acting like you're wronged?" She gritted her teeth and held up another finger, 200,000. Lin Tian shook his head, "Young man." The two haggled back and forth, eventually raising the price to 500,000 spirit stones, with half of the deposit to be paid up front. Fu Xian gritted her teeth in anger, glared at him fiercely, and nodded in agreement. The two reached an agreement and left the small conference room. Lin Tian nodded in front of everyone, "Okay, I agree to this marriage." Upon hearing this, the expressions on the faces of everyone in the office varied. The teachers at Nanjing University breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that the alliance between Nanjing University and Fucheng had been preserved. Fu Deshang stroked his beard and nodded in satisfaction. Fu's mother hugged Fu Xian, a complex look flashing in her eyes. However, Tang Yan and Mu Shui's expressions were extremely grim. Tang Yan's mind was in turmoil. Thinking of Mu Shui's feelings for Lin Tian, and then of the full body massage Lin Tian had given her, a strange sour feeling welled up in her chest. Just as she was about to step forward to object again, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Jin Bu rushed in, heading straight for Hong Tian, and whispered, "Principal, Long Cheng Tian, the young master of Tianyuan Pavilion, has led his men into the school and is already on the playground." "What?" Hong Tian was shocked and stood up abruptly. Upon hearing this, everyone in the office showed expressions of shock. Fu Xian's family turned pale, their eyes flashing with fear. Just then, a haughty voice, mixed with fluctuations of spiritual energy, resounded throughout Nan University. "Old Ghost Hong, is this how Nan University treats its guests? This young master has already arrived at your doorstep, why don't you come out and greet me?" His voice was arrogant, carrying an undeniable air of authority. Hong Tian snorted coldly, and with a flash, disappeared from the spot. The teachers from Nanjing University exchanged glances and rushed out of the teaching affairs office. Tang Yin glared at Lin Tian and quickly followed. Mu Shui looked at Lin Tian with a complicated expression, hesitated for a moment, and then ran out as well.
Lin Tian stood there, stunned, muttering, Tianyuan Pavilion? What the hell is that?
But seeing everyone's reaction, he vaguely sensed something was wrong and quickly chased after them.
Inside the teaching affairs office, only Fu Xian's family remained. Fu Xian's face turned deathly pale, and she said in a trembling voice, "Father, is Long Chengtian coming for us?"
She recalled the terrifying rumors about Tianyuan Pavilion, and a chill ran down her spine.
Fu Deshang's face was gloomy, and he said in a deep voice, "I don't know, but Tianyuan Pavilion has spies all over Blue Star, so they probably already know that we have come to Nanchang."
He paced back and forth, anxiety flashing in his eyes.
However, Hong Tian and Tianyuan Pavilion have never gotten along, perhaps. Fu's mother's eyes reddened with anxiety. "Old Fu, you can't let Xaner be taken away by them.
She's our only precious daughter.
If she's captured by those beasts from Tianyuan Pavilion, her life will be ruined."
Her voice trembled, choked with sobs.
Fu Deshang gritted his teeth, stopped, and said in a deep voice, "Let's wait and see for now. If they're really coming for us, I'll hold them off."
He looked at Fu Xian with a complicated expression. "Xaner, when the time comes, find an opportunity to lure Lin Tian to a secluded place and get things done.
As long as you lose your virginity and become a useful furnace, even if Tianyuan Pavilion is angry, they can't openly pursue the matter. Besides, this is Nanjing University, and Hong Tian is here to protect us."
Fu Xian was taken aback, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded, "Okay, I'll listen to Dad." A sly glint flashed in her eyes. He thought to himself, "Lin Tian, you can't escape." After discussing their options, the three of them hurriedly left the teaching office and headed towards the playground.
At this moment, the atmosphere on the Nanjing University sports field was tense, with alarms blaring loudly.
Upon hearing the news, the students gathered, led by Hong Tian, and confronted the more than 30 men in black robes on the other side. Each of the men in black robes exuded a terrifying aura, their spiritual power surging like a tide, making the air heavy. Long Chengtian stood in front of the man in black robes, his brocade robes fluttering, a cold smile playing on his lips.
"Old Ghost Hong, why make such a big fuss? I'm just here to find two people."
Chapter 92. A mineral water bottle of erotic liquid. Hong Tian's gaze was sharp as he stared at Long Chengtian opposite him, and he said in a deep voice, "Who are you looking for?"
"Nanda University doesn't have anyone you're looking for."
Long Chengtian's lips curled into a cold smile, his brocade robe fluttering in the wind, and he said in a disdainful tone, "Old Ghost Hong, don't play dumb.
This young master is going to take Lin Tian and Princess Fu Xian of Fu City away."
His gaze swept across the crowd with a hint of mockery, as if he already considered the two as his own. Upon hearing this, Hong Tian's face darkened, but his heart was startled.
He may be reckless, but he's not stupid.
He immediately realized that Tianyuan Pavilion must have come to find Lin Tian for the soul incense. And Fu Deshang's little girl. Based on Fu Deshang's strange reaction in the teaching office earlier, he vaguely guessed what was going on. Hong Tian sneered to himself, "You old codger Fu, you really had no good intentions, trying to make Lin Tian a scapegoat."
Lin Tian is a student at Nanjing University, and Hong Tian will definitely protect him.
Not to mention that before Lin Tianfu disappeared, he had entrusted him to take care of the only remaining member of the Lin family.
Then it would be even more impossible for the people from Tianyuan Pavilion to take Lin Tian away. As for that girl from the Fu family, if he were to be taken away from Nanjing University like this, what would become of his reputation as university president? Hong Tian then resolutely said, "Don't even think about it. Nanda University doesn't have the person you're looking for. Please leave." Just as Hong Tian and Long Chengtian were confronting each other. Upon hearing this, Fu Xian and her family turned pale. Fu Deshang instinctively covered his buttocks, exclaiming in horror, "How come even Lin Tian is being targeted? Could it be that men can also be used as furnaces? Does Lin Tian also have a special physique?"
His mind was a jumbled mess, filled with wild thoughts.
Fu Xian glared at her father, annoyed. "Dad, what are you thinking? They're definitely not looking for Lin Tian for the furnace cauldron, they're probably after something else." She lowered her voice and leaned close to Fu Deshang's ear. "Do you remember what happened in the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm? Lin Tian is no ordinary person, he even took down a third-tier black gold beast. Also, he single-handedly wiped out hundreds of elites from the Pill Alliance and could instantly heal their injuries." She meticulously listed each item, a complex light flashing in her eyes. Fu Deshang was startled, and his eyes flashed with a sharp light. Of course he knew Lin Tian was special. The moment he first saw Lin Tian at the teaching office, he had secretly used the treasure of Fu City, the Chi Luck Mirror.
This mirror is an artifact passed down through the successive city lords of Fu City, originating from a forbidden secret realm.
And functionality. There's only one, it can measure the strength of a person's luck.
Fu Chang relied on this to gather geniuses and stand tall in the cultivation world of Blue Star.
Then,
the Chi Luck mirror reflected Lin Tian's luck, almost scaring Fu Deshang out of his wits. The mirror surface was bursting with light, overflowing directly, truly a sign of boundless fortune.
He had never seen such terrifying fortune before. Even Hong Tian was far inferior to Lin Tian back then.
This is also why he was willing to swallow his pride and orchestrate a scheme to marry Fu Xian to Lin Tian.
This kid is simply a chosen one.
Fu Deshang narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Daughter, we can't wait any longer. While Hong Laogui can still hold off Tianyuan Pavilion, I'll go and capture Lin Tian right now.
You two should get married right away and let him deflower you."
His tone was urgent, with a hint of determination.
Fu Xian blushed and said reproachfully, "Dad, why are you so blunt?"
But she also understood that if she didn't lose her virginity soon, the Tianyuan Pavilion would never let her go.
She gritted her teeth and nodded, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Fu Deshang flashed and disappeared into the crowd. At the same time, at the Miaodong Pavilion branch on Beida Street, Yi Qingxiu was grabbed by the back by Qin Macho and flew straight to Nanjing University. Because Qin Macho agreed to Yi Qingxiu's only request. On the other side, a corner of Nanjing University's sports field, Lin Tian hid behind the crowd, observing Long Chengtian from afar. I thought to myself, this guy's pretty arrogant, he's even trying to arrest me? What did I do to deserve this?
He knew nothing about Tianyuan Pavilion, but judging from Hong Tian's demeanor, he vaguely sensed something was wrong.
He muttered to himself, is this Long Chengtian after the soul incense?
He touched his storage ring, a sense of unease creeping into his heart.
Just as Hong Tian and Long Chengtian were locked in a fierce confrontation, Lin Tian was secretly devising a countermeasure.
A sudden, intense sense of crisis welled up inside me. He didn't have time to think much and hurriedly tried to circulate the spiritual power of the grind technique to protect his body. But he was still a step too late. Everything went black before his eyes, and his consciousness instantly blurred.
At the very last moment, Lin Tian cursed inwardly, "It's like this again. Ugh. That awful feeling again. I'll fuck your ancestors."
This reminded him of the surprise attack by the man in black robes, which resulted in the loss of his hand. He was filled with anger and resentment, yet he was powerless to do anything about it.
A secluded villa courtyard near Nanjing University. This is a residence specially prepared for guests visiting Nanyang University. Now,
inside a spacious room on the second floor, the door was tightly closed.
Only
inside the room, however, came intermittent sounds of a girl crying and moaning.
And the sound was mixed with low sobs.
On the first floor of the villa, Fu's mother looked worried and occasionally looked up at the second floor. She wasn't embarrassed, but rather filled with anxiety.
She couldn't hold back any longer. Turning to Fu Deshang beside him, whose face was ashen, she asked in a low voice, "Old Fu, how much of that aphrodisiac did you give that kid? It's been an hour, and our daughter probably can't take it anymore."
Fu Deshang sat on the sofa, his brows furrowed, his mood irritable.
Which father would willingly push his daughter into someone else's bed and then have to feed that man drugs? He gritted his teeth, "What could I do? That kid's body is acting strangely."
1 drop of the aphrodisiac had no effect, 2 drops were no use either.
I thought he was impotent. In a fit of anger, I poured the whole bottle down his throat. Upon hearing this, Mother Fu jumped up in alarm, "Oh dear. What a disaster. A whole bottle? Have you lost your mind? Normally, if you even use a single drop, I'll be tormented by you all night. This time you forced a whole bottle down my throat. You're trying to kill our daughter." Mother Fu's eyes reddened with anxiety.
Even her voice trembled with sobs.
And at this moment,
the noise coming from the second floor grew increasingly intense, making the villa seem to tremble.
Fu Deshang suddenly stood up and said angrily, "How was I supposed to know he was such a troublemaker?"
He paced back and forth, his heart filled with mixed emotions. In order to protect Fu Xin, he had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. But the thought of his daughter's current situation made his heart ache, mixed with resentment towards Lin Tian.
Inside the room on the second floor,
Lin Tian gradually regained consciousness, but his head was throbbing with pain. He opened his eyes and found himself straddling Fu Xin, whose face was flushed. Upon seeing Lin Tian wake up, Fu Xian hurriedly gritted her teeth and begged for mercy. You bastard, you're awake and you'd better stop. Her voice trembled, tinged with shame and indignation.
Lin Tian was stunned. He looked down and was immediately dumbfounded.
A strange heat surged within him, and his mind was in a state of chaos. He suddenly recalled the sense of crisis he felt before he lost consciousness and roared, Fu Xian, did your father do this?
He even drugged me.
He tried to jump up, but found his body out of control. The intense heat nearly drove him to a breakdown.
Fu Xian blushed and didn't say anything. Inside the room,
the earth-shaking sounds grew increasingly intense.
Bang bang bang.
Fu's mother paced anxiously downstairs, while Fu Deshang remained silent with his eyes closed, his heart filled with mixed emotions.
On the playground, Hong Tian and Long Chengtian are still locked in a standoff. Long Chengtian sneered, Old Ghost Hong, are you really going to oppose my Tianyuan pavilion for the sake of 2 students?
The black-robed figure behind him exuded spiritual power and possessed an imposing aura.
Hong Tian sneered, I won't teach a single student from Nanjing University. But at this moment, Hong Tian was secretly anxious because he used his spiritual sense to scan everyone present. To everyone's surprise, Lin Tian and Fu Xian were nowhere to be found. Chapter 93. Oh my god. This is going to kill me. Enough. Lin Tian, how many times has this happened? This princess can't take it anymore.
In a room on the 2nd floor of the villa, Fu Xian was panting, her voice filled with shame, anger, and helplessness. She lay on the bed glaring at Lin Tian, her face flushed, wishing she could bite him to death.
And what about Lin Tian?
Now he looks just like a tiger that has been starving for 3 days, with a hint of unfulfilled fervor and mockery in his eyes.
He grinned, exuding a roguish charm. Can't stand it? That's your dad's fault, not mine? Fu Xian was on the verge of tears. It was all swollen.
I thought to myself, my goodness. You're really trying to kill your own daughter.
In contrast, look at Lin Tian.
In fact, the chaotic heat within him had already been dispelled by his rubbing technique.
But he deliberately didn't stop, intending to make Fu Xian suffer. Let's talk about the technique of rubbing.
In fact, it can blend the spirit and emotions, and dissolve all illusions. Since unlocking this technique, Lin Tian has never been able to figure out its purpose. It wasn't until this time, when Fu Deshang forced him to drink an entire bottle of lustful beast liquid, that he discovered the wonder of this incantation.
This is a formula that can dissolve all feelings related to the illusory emotions of the soul. This happens to include the fluid from a lewd beast. This erotic fluid has quite a history. Lustful beast fluid.
It is rumored to be the saliva of the void beast, female void beast, making it extremely rare. This liquid can paralyze the body and deceive the soul. A single drop can make the void black gold beast bend over.
Then let alone humans.
However, that old bastard Fu Deshang actually poured a whole bottle down Lin Tian's throat. If it weren't for the protective spiritual power within Lin Tian's body, I'm afraid they all ended up in a tragic state of never fading.
Lin Tian was getting angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. He thought to himself, you old scoundrel Fu, if you're so heartless, don't blame me for being ruthless too.
If I don't torment your daughter to death today, leaving her sprawled out on her back, I'll make sure she suffers the most.
Then I swear I will never be a human being. Lin Tian, you bastard.
Fu Xian gritted her teeth, but her voice grew weaker and weaker. She never expected Lin Tian to be so troublesome. He was practically inhuman. She wanted to resist, but her body was already as limp as water, and she could only let Lin Tian take revenge. Lin Tian was also a cunning fellow. While using the techniques of pressing and pinching to continuously repair the damage in his body, he also used the technique of rubbing to continuously restore his essence.
This was done in one go. Who can withstand him? Probably not. Even a god would be defeated by him. Another hour passed. Lin Tian was finally satisfied. He got dressed, a toothpick dangling from his mouth, and walked out of the room with a cocky air. As soon as they arrived at the door, they saw Fu's mother standing there anxiously. Seeing him come out, Madame Fu was so angry that she gritted her teeth and pointed at Lin Tian, but she couldn't say a word. But his eyes were filled with anger and heartache. Without saying a word, Fu's mother anxiously pushed Lin Tian aside and rushed into the room. Upon entering, Fu's mother saw the mess on the floor and Fu Xian, who was still lying unconscious on the bed. Mother Fu's face immediately turned deathly pale, and a piercing scream followed, "Oh my god! Lin Tian, what have you done to my daughter? It's killing me!"
Fu's mother rushed to the bedside, hugged Fu Xin, and tears streamed down her face.
Downstairs. Fu Deshang was still sitting upright on the sofa.
Upon hearing the cries, he could no longer sit still and flashed to Lin Tian's side.
He pointed angrily at Lin Tian, trembling with rage. Lin Tian, are you even a man? How can you be so heartless and insensitive to women? His heart was breaking. What father could stand by and watch his daughter be tortured like this?
Lin Tian glanced at him sideways, dangling a toothpick in his mouth, and said with a roguish air, old scoundrel Fu, whether I'm a man or not, you can ask your daughter later. He sneered, his anger still burning.
But you forced me to drink a whole bottle of that beast fluid. Do you know that stuff can kill? If I didn't have some tricks up my sleeve, I'd be dead right here. How do you plan to settle this? Fu Deshang was stunned by the scolding.
He suddenly felt a little guilty and began to instinctively back away, saying hesitantly, I didn't see any reaction, and then, I thought you were impotent, so that's why. He stammered, his face turning red.
Impotent? Your mother is impotent.
Lin was so angry that he jumped up and down, wishing he could slap the old man to death.
Of course.
That would only be if Lin Tian could beat this old guy. He pointed at Fu Deshang's nose and started cursing, a whole bottle of lustful beast liquid. Are you trying to make me explode and die? I almost died here today, and you still dare to say I didn't have any chivalry? Fu Deshang was rendered speechless by the scolding and lowered his head guiltily. He never expected Lin Tian to be so resilient, managing to withstand the effects of a whole bottle of the aphrodisiac. But thinking of his daughter's situation, he forced himself to say, all right, it's come to this, what more do you want? Lin Tian stretched out his hand, showing no politeness. 1 million spirit stones, pay up right now. If you're short even a penny, I'm not letting this go today. A sly glint flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself, this old bastard has wronged me. I won't be able to quell my anger until I've squeezed him dry with spirit stones.
1 million?
Fu Deshang's eyes widened, and he was so angry that he almost jumped up. My daughter was ruined by you, and I haven't even settled accounts with you yet.
You still dare to ask for 1 million?
But as soon as he opened his mouth, he stammered.
Because he was reminded of Lin Tian's incredible luck.
The bursting light from the Chi-Luck mirror, in particular, sent a shiver down his spine. He thought to himself, this kid is no ordinary person, he's destined for great things.
He's someone you absolutely mustn't offend.
Thinking of this, Fu Deshang hardened his heart and gritted his teeth. He then took out a storage bag from his storage ring and handed it to Lin Tian. Here is exactly 1 million, but you have to agree to one condition.
However, Fu Deshang wasn't stupid.
Although he handed over the storage bag, he held onto it tightly and refused to let go.
Lin Tian was overjoyed when he saw it.
His miserly nature immediately surfaced, and with lightning speed, he grabbed the storage bag.
It turns out we can't make sense of this. Lin Tian glared, let go. I won't give it up.
Fu Deshang muttered aggrievedly. The two pulled and tugged at each other.
Lin Tian finally lost his patience and said impatiently, what are your conditions? Speak up.
A sly glint flashed in Fu Deshang's eyes as he said in a deep voice, you should treat my daughter well and let her stay by your side as your wife. He thought to himself that as long as Fu Xian could keep Lin Tian under her control, with her intelligence, she would eventually make the kid devoted to her.
No way. Lin Tian refused without even thinking. And don't you dare talk to me about conscience.
Where was your conscience when you forced a bottle of beast fluid down my throat?
Fu Deshang got anxious, you've ruined her like that, how can she be with anyone else? You should at least have some responsibility.
Seeing Lin Tian's resolute attitude, Fu Deshang had no choice but to compromise, then at least let her follow you, and you can't bully her, treat her well. Lin Tian glanced at the storage bag in his hand.
To be honest, if it weren't for the 1 million spirit stones. All right.
For the sake of the spirit stones, I agree. Upon hearing this, Fu Deshang breathed a sigh of relief and reluctantly released the storage bag. He thought to himself, daughter, I've done everything I can.
Now it's up to you. Lin Tian put away the storage bag and immediately went downstairs. He couldn't be bothered with this bizarre family anymore and anxiously sprinted towards the playground.
So much time has passed, and Lin Tian still feels a bit worried about how the game is going on the playground.
Now, the atmosphere on Nanjing University's sports field was tense, with a strong smell of gunpowder permeating the air.
There were already at least 10 corpses lying on the ground.
Chapter 94 Declaring War on Tianyuan Pavilion. Where is Lin Tian?
In a corner of the playground, Yi Qingqiu's face was as pale as paper, devoid of any color. Her gaze anxiously swept across the crowd on the Nanjing University sports field, but she couldn't find that familiar figure. Qin Macho stood beside her, her hunched figure radiating a terrifying pressure. Noticing Yi Qingqiu's expression, she coldly asked, "Is the Lin Tian you speak of the one who took your body?" Her voice was like an ice pick, piercing Yi Qingqiu's heart. Yi Qingqiu did not answer, her gaze still searching through the crowd. Her heart was breaking. She only wanted to see Lin Tian one last time before being escorted back to the headquarters of Miaodong Pavilion. That night, she gave everything to Lin Tian, vowing to dedicate her life to him alone. Therefore, she only hoped to see Lin Tian one more time. After that, as soon as she left Nanchang, she would immediately sever her meridians and perish, rather than become the first elder's furnace.
At this moment,
seeing her silence, Qin Macho gritted her teeth in anger.
Yi Qingqiu's alluring physique was personally selected by the first elder as a potential furnace for her. Unexpectedly, someone else beat her to it. How could she not be furious? She sneered, "I'd like to see who has the guts." Her gaze was sharp as she swept across the crowd, determined to find the culprit. The atmosphere in the center of the playground was tense. Long Qingtian's eyes were sinister.
Behind him were only 25 men in black robes, each a master of the Tao spirit realm.
On the ground, 5 black-robed corpses were clearly visible, along with the remains of 5 third-year students from Nanjing University.
Although these students are only at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, they represent the culmination of many years of hard work by Nanjing University. Hong Tian stared at the corpse on the ground, his eyes blazing with fury, his hair and beard standing on end.
1 hour ago,
Long Qingtian's challenge to the lack of talent at Nanjing University, proposing a competition, was actually an attempt to bully the university's lack of capable members. But Hong Tian had not yet had a chance to refuse. The students from Nanjing University, like newborn calves unafraid of tigers, volunteered one after another. 10 men against 5 men in black robes. In the end, however, 5 of their Grandmaster-level students were slaughtered by the other side. If Hong Tian hadn't turned his back on them and abandoned all pretense of respect, directly intervening and killing those 5 black-robed men at the Tao Spirit Realm, it would have been a different story. The 5 remaining third-year students at Nanjing University who are at the Grandmaster level are likely to be wiped out.
Now, Long Qingtian was so angry he was practically fuming. He pointed at Hong Tian and roared, "Old Ghost Hong, how dare you interfere? You're declaring war on Tianyuan Pavilion." Upon hearing this, the black-robed figures behind Long Qingtian were all surging with spiritual energy, exuding an imposing aura. The people of Nantong were shocked. Tianyuan Pavilion is renowned for its prestige, with its members making up the top 10 of the 100 strongest list. Who wouldn't be wary of it? But Nanjing University is unfortunately stuck with a president like Hong Tian, so at this moment they can only look on with bitter faces. Even Tang Yan, who usually has a fiery temper, had to suppress it in the face of Tianyuan Pavilion's provocation. She just glared at them coldly, her eyes surging with anger. However, Hong Tian stroked his beard and sneered, adopting a nonchalant attitude as if to say, "So what if I'm like this? What if we fight? What if we don't fight? Young Master Long, I still advise you to leave quickly, otherwise don't blame me for changing the young master of Tianyuan Pavilion on a whim." Hong Tian's tone was domineering, and his spiritual power surged like a tide, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Upon hearing this, the students at Nanjing University were thrilled, shouting excitedly and looking at Hong Tian with eyes full of admiration. As expected of Principal Hong, he even dares to confront Tianyuan Pavilion head-on. If heaven had not given birth to Senior Hong, cultivation would have been shrouded in eternal darkness. But the university's top management and faculty members all started covering their eyes. Secret passage, it's over. This time, they've become mortal enemies with Tianyuan Pavilion. In the future, if students from Nanjing University leave the southern part of the city, they will likely be hunted down to the ends of the earth. On the other hand, Long Qingtian was completely speechless after being rebuked. He had never suffered such humiliation since leaving Tianyuan City. In Dancheng, Fucheng, and Lingcheng, who doesn't treat him like a king? But in this small southern city, he, Long Qingtian, was actually treated with such contempt. Fine, old Ghost Hong, I admit defeat. But I'll make this clear, one day, I, Long Qingtian, will raze Nanda to the ground and slaughter your entire family. He gritted his teeth and sneered. He turned to leave with the man in black robes. Meanwhile, the students from Nanjing University, intimidated by the other side's hateful words, all fell silent. The harsh words spoken by Tianyuan Pavilion were not empty threats. But just then,
"Who the hell is farting here?" a boastful voice suddenly rang out.
"Holy crap! Whose subordinate is this? He talks even more fiercely than Hong Tian."
Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Lin Tian swaggering out of the crowd, a toothpick dangling from his mouth, exuding a roguish air.
Upon seeing this, Tang Yan's heart skipped a beat, and she cursed under her breath, "This little bastard, why did he show up at this time?" She quickly gave him a look, signaling him not to cause trouble.
Mu Shui bit her lip and whispered, "Lin Tian, don't cause trouble." Her eyes were full of worry.
In a corner far away,
when Yi Qingqiu finally saw Lin Tian, her heart skipped a beat, and a complex mix of emotions flashed in her eyes, a mixture of joy and worry. She whispered, "Lin Tian,"
but refrained from going forward, afraid of implicating him.
Qin Macho sneered, her gaze as sharp as a knife fixed on Lin Tian. Lin Tian swaggered to the center of the playground, staring arrogantly at Long Cheng Tian, and shouted, "I heard there's a guy named Go looking for me?" He grinned smugly, thinking to himself that this guy dared to cause trouble at Nanjing University, so he had to teach him a lesson.
Long Cheng Tian was stunned. He paused in his steps, turned back instinctively, and asked, "What dog?"
His eyes were cold.
Lin Tian chuckled, "A talking dog, huh? Oh, by the way, my name is Lin Tian. Weren't you looking for me?"
He deliberately dragged out the words, his tone mocking, trying to provoke the other person. The vice presidents of Nanjing University were terrified and shouted in unison, "Lin Tian, don't cause trouble, step back now." Tang Yan stamped her foot anxiously, "Lin Tian, don't cause trouble." Her mind was in turmoil, worried about Lin Tian's safety and angry at his recklessness.
Long Cheng was furious, roaring, "Say it again, who's the dog?" He was so angry he wanted to tear Lin Tian apart on the spot. "I'm talking to you, you dog Cheng Tian,"
Lin Tian said defiantly, a hint of provocation in his eyes.
But the next second, to his surprise, Long Cheng Tian did not fly into a rage as he had expected, and Lin Tian's consciousness did not even detect any anger from the other party. Lin Tian's heart sank. He thought to himself, "This guy is not simple-minded, he's probably not easy to deal with." Long Cheng Tian gave a cold laugh, his eyes fixed on Lin Tian. "You are Lin Tian? Very well."
His tone was icy, with a hint of mockery, as if he already regarded Lin Tian as prey.
Long Cheng Tian was not angry, but some people were. Qin Macho glared angrily at Yi Qingqiu and said coldly, "You wicked disciple, your body was actually defiled by such a trash student in the foundation establishment stage?"
She trembled with anger, and her eyes were filled with even more resentment.
How could she have imagined that Yi Qingqiu's alluring figure would be ruined by such a piece of trash?
Seeing the worry in Yi Qingqiu's eyes, she instantly understood the truth. Qin Macho grew angrier the more she thought about it, and could no longer suppress her anger. She raised her hand and slapped him, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy.
Smack!
Yi Qingqiu's delicate body flew dozens of meters away, landing with a thud. She spat out a mouthful of blood, half of her face was almost smashed, and her red gauze dress fluttered in the wind, a shocking sight.
This slap! Qin Macho didn't hold back at all.
So, at this moment, Yi Qingqiu lay on the ground like a lump of mud, her life hanging in the balance, but her charming eyes were still fixed on Lin Tian. The people on the playground were stunned by this sudden turn of events and turned to look.
When Lin Tian turned his head, he saw that red gauze dress. Suddenly, his heart felt like it was being squeezed, and the pain made him instinctively raise his hand to cover his chest. Chio Chio? Chapter 95, 10,000 Talismans. Boom boom boom. Now,
Lin Tian no longer cared about Long Cheng Tian. Yi Qingqiu, whose eyes were fixed on that thin red gauze dress. He rushed over and pulled Yi Qingqiu into his arms, his trembling hand touching her bloodied and mangled face. Looking at her face, which had become as white and jade like after taking the youth preservation pill. Now his face is covered in blood. Lin Tian was shocked and his scalp tingled when he saw it.
Who did it? Who did it? In an instant, Lin Tian's anger erupted like a volcano. He roared to the sky. Who is it? The air on Nanjing University's sports field seemed to freeze.
Upon seeing this, Tang Yan's heart also tightened suddenly. Fortunately, she managed to remain calm and immediately gave Jinbu a wink, transmitting her voice, "Quickly, take the guards and protect Lin Tian." Jinbu nodded, immediately understanding, and then quickly led the Southern Guard team to protect Lin Tian. Hong Tian, that old bastard, also had a sinister look in his eyes.
Actually, he had already sensed Qin Macho and Yi Qingqiu's arrival.
Previously, he had noticed that Yi Qingxiu's cultivation had been sealed, but he hesitated because of her master-disciple relationship with Qin Macho.
I didn't think much of it.
But Qin Macho's palm strike was clearly a deadly attack. The fluctuations of her spiritual energy carried killing intent, which enraged Hong Tian. Yi Qingxiu was, after all, raised by her old friend Lin Tianfu since childhood. Even if Lin Tianfu had ulterior motives and wanted to use her alluring body for his own purposes.
Moreover,
now that Lin Tian has succeeded, this girl Yi is naturally regarded as one of his own by Hong Tian.
He would never allow anyone to take her life.
And just as Lin Tian finished speaking, Qin Macho, however, was already closing in step by step.
She responded venomously, "I did it, so what can you do about it, you little beast?"
Her gaze was sharp as a knife, with a hint of mockery. In her eyes, Lin Tian was nothing but trash. If it weren't for old Ghost Hong being there, she probably would have taken action and killed Lin Tian outright. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's hawk-like eyes immediately locked onto Qin Macho.
He didn't utter a word.
First, he lowered his head and gently wiped away the blood and tears from the corners of Yi Qingxiu's eyes. Then he took out a pill from his storage ring and gently put it into her mouth.
However,
as soon as the pill left the ring, it immediately emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. This caused everyone around to stare with excitement and feel a jolt in their hearts.
At that moment,
the head of the Department of Pharmacy at Nanjing University stared at the pill in Lin Tian's hand. His eyes widened immediately, and he exclaimed in a low voice, "A Dao-level injury pill.
9 pill patterns, a celestial pill level. This is priceless."
He was as excited as a child. He immediately scurried towards Hong Tian's direction, and upon reaching him, he leaned down and whispered in Hong Tian's ear. It highlights the preciousness and value of elixirs, highlighting their immense research potential. To his surprise, Hong Tian glared at him irritably and said, "They can use his things however they want.
What are you yelling about? Get out of here."
But the head of the pharmacy department was startled when he saw Hong Tian's fierce gaze. He had no choice but to retreat sheepishly, but he muttered under his breath, "That's right, it's such a waste to just eat it like that. If we could scrape off a bit of the skin for research, it would be a huge step forward for the world of elixirs." Hong Tian, however, couldn't be bothered with these old professors who were obsessed with researching elixirs. His heart stirred slightly at that moment, because he guessed that this pill must have been obtained by Lin Tian from the Heavenly Furnace secret realm.
However, he thought about it again.
He thought to himself that what he had just said made sense.
This is Lin's opportunity, why should he hand it over?
Thinking about this, he felt that it was a bit unfair of him to ask Lin Tian to hand over what he had gained from the secret realm.
However, Hong Tian remained expressionless, his gaze fixed on Qin Macho. Because he was afraid that the old hag would suddenly make a move. He's not stupid.
He knows that Lin Tian beat him to the punch and snatched the opportunity from that old codger at Miaodong Pavilion. It would be strange if the other party let Lin Tian go so easily. As soon as the pill entered his body, Yi Qingxiu's breathing gradually stabilized, and even his shattered face began to slowly repair itself.
Lin Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this.
He then looked up at Tang Yan and said in a deep voice, "Teacher Tang, please take good care of her."
Tang Yan's eyes were complicated.
She glanced at Yi Qingxiu and Lin Tian's arms, and her mind flashed back to her encounter with Lin Tian in the northern suburban valley. She felt a sense of loss. She took Yi Qingxiu from her and asked in a low voice, "What are you going to do?" Lin Tian smiled faintly, but his tone was as cold as ice. "She is my woman, beaten like this by an old hag."
"Tell me, what should I do?"
Tang Yan was stunned for a moment, then felt a mix of emotions.
Lin Tian's words undoubtedly confirmed his close relationship with Yi Qingxiu.
But she was just about to take Yi Qingxiu's hand. She immediately stopped what she was doing, her cold, beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Tian, and warned, "Lin Tian, the situation is complicated right now, don't do anything foolish." And as soon as Tang Yan finished speaking,
Yi Qingxiu, still half leaning in Lin Tian's arms, was breathing weakly.
She still reached out a delicate hand and grabbed his arm tightly, her eyes full of pleading.
Lin Tian felt that force and knew she didn't want him to take any risks.
But the anger in Lin Tian's heart at this moment was like a raging tide, impossible to suppress. If today, I cannot do something for Yi Qingxiu. He estimated that he would develop inner demons, making it difficult to make any further progress on his path of cultivation. Lin Tian and Tang Yan locked eyes, their deep gazes seemingly burning with intense passion. Tang Yan felt a tremor in her heart as the other person looked at her.
Less than 3 seconds later, she was defeated. And those last 3 seconds. She felt like she was staring into 2 abysses. He subconsciously took Yi Qingxiu's hand, not knowing why. Tang Yan actually asked this question, Lin Tian, if one day I become like this, would you do this for me? But as soon as the words left his mouth, Tang Yan immediately woke up with a start. She turned her head abruptly and immediately saw Mu Shui behind her. Mu Shui's eyes reddened, and she silently turned her face away. Tang Yan was startled, realizing she had said something she shouldn't have. But now, she sighed inwardly. Because she knew that from this day forward, a rift would likely appear between her and her nephew. But just as Tang Yan was distracted, Lin Tian simply uttered a single word, yes. His voice was soft, but it struck Tang Yan's heart like a heavy hammer. Speak. Lin Tian gently pulled Yi Qingxiu's hand away from his, stood up, and pushed away the South Guard team members who were surrounding him. I walked towards Qin Macho. Everyone on the playground held their breath, their eyes all focused on Lin Tian. Long Cheng Tian and the 25 men in black robes watched coldly, a mocking smile on their lips. He saw Lin Tianchao walking towards him. Qin Macho stopped in her tracks, puzzled, then gave a cold smile. You little beast, are you looking for death? Lin Tian was less than 10 meters away from the other party. He also stopped in his tracks. Immediately, Lin Tian circulated all his Foundation Establishment realm spiritual power and raised his voice to its highest level. It shook the entire stadium. I, Lin Tian, will fight this old hag to the death today. My classmates, my teachers, do not interfere. His tone was resolute, and his eyes burned with fury that seemed to ignite the heavens. These words shocked the entire audience. The students from Nanjing University were dumbfounded and shouted, Lin Tian, are you crazy? You're only at the Foundation Establishment stage, do you think you can even withstand a slap from him? The vice principals were sweating profusely. Lin Tian, step back. Tang Yan gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath, this kid is really courting death. However, Lin Tian's actions deeply touched the most tender string in his heart. Hong Tian's expression also changed drastically. He immediately sent a telepathic message to Lin Tian, urgently saying, you brat, don't be foolish. This old hag is at the Taoist natural realm, the same level as me, and belongs to the top combat power of Blue Star. Do you know what this means? Hong Tianhan thought to himself, this kid is even more reckless than his old, despicable grandfather, Lin Tianfu. The Tao follows the natural order? A glint of madness flashed in Lin Tian's eyes, so what? Today, either she dies, or I die. Whoosh! Nearly 100,000 talismans instantly appeared and swirled around Lin Tian. This was all the wealth that was obtained from Fu Xian, and that was all that remained of their family fortune. At this moment, without hesitation, he used the grab technique to continuously draw spiritual power from his storage ring, while simultaneously channeling it all into the talisman. All of this is a long story. But to outsiders, it only took a moment. Upon seeing this, Qin Macho's eyes narrowed slightly, and she exclaimed in astonishment, where did this kid get so many talismans? Where did he get so much spiritual power? She never expected that a Foundation Establishment realm kid could produce such terrifying resources. But she didn't have time to think about it anymore. Because nearly 100,000 talismans were now raining down on her like a torrent. Furthermore, she was shocked to discover that among these talismans, several were of the highest grade too, radiating the power to seal off the void. She was shocked and cursed herself for underestimating her opponent. With a deafening roar, the spiritual energy surged like a tsunami, sweeping across all directions. Hong Tian was shocked. He hurriedly circulated his cultivation to raise a shield and block the aftershocks. Otherwise, everyone else at Nanjing University would probably suffer the consequences. Long Cheng Tian and the 25 men in black robes were also stunned by the sudden explosion and retreated. Is Lin Tian crazy? Does he want to die together with others? Boom, boom, boom. Explosions continued unabated, their booming sounds echoing across the playground. Chapter 96 My Little Fatty Sister, My Little Sister. The explosion of 100,000 talismans. The deafening roar lasted for a full 10 minutes before it gradually subsided. Amidst the flying dust, the surge of spiritual energy swept across the area like a tsunami, blasting cracks into the ground of the playground. It's absolutely shocking. Fortunately, on the Nanjing University side, Hong Tian's domain protects everyone at Nanjing University. Before the aftershocks reached them, the students and teachers were safe and sound, but everyone's faces were filled with fear and shock. However,
On the other hand, things are not going well for Long Chengtian. The spiritual energy wall erected by the 25 Dao Spirit Realm black-robed figures was still able to protect Long Chengtian in the early stages of the explosion. But then came the final, massive explosion. 12 men in black robes were immediately blasted away, causing the spiritual energy wall to shatter instantly.
The remaining 13 people in Long Chengtian were all hit by the aftershocks.
Their clothes were blown to shreds, their skin was torn, and they were all in a sorry state. Although not fatal, they were all covered in dust and dirt, and gritted their teeth in anger.
Far away.
When Fu Deshang saw this scene, he was heartbroken and grimaced, his eyes almost spitting fire.
He grabbed Fu Xian, who was trying to slip away. He roared, "Speak! Where did that brat Lin Tian get his talisman? Did you give it to him?" Fu Deshang is about to go crazy with anger.
The tuft of hair on his chin twitched and trembled with anger. At this moment, he wished he could hang Fu Xian up and beat her on the spot. Fu Xian was so frightened by her father's manic behavior that her face turned pale, and her short legs swung and kicked wildly in the air.
However, how could she dare admit that Lin Tian had stolen those talismans from her?
When she returned to Fuqing, she only mentioned Lin Tian's special qualities to Fu Deshang. How could she dare say that she had been robbed of 2 storage rings, especially the one containing the talisman dowry that her father had prepared for her for more than 10 years? She knew that if Fu Deshang found out the truth, she would probably be beaten to a pulp. Originally, he planned to deceive everyone and get it back after improving his relationship with Lin Tian. But who would have thought? That bastard Lin Tian actually squandered all of her family's wealth. At this moment, her heart sank to the bottom. They had originally planned to escape before the dust and smoke from the explosion cleared, but Fu Deshang still caught them red-handed.
"You spendthrift woman!" Fu Deshang jumped up and down in anger. "Do you know how hard it was for me to put together this dowry for you? Do you know how much I paid to have those top talisman masters in Talisman City inscribe those dozen or so super second-grade void talismans? You actually gave it to that little beast Lin Tian like that? Do you have any conscience? I'll beat you to death today, or I'll change my surname to yours." He rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike. Fu Xian was terrified and cried out, "Mom! Help me!" Mother Fu was also furious. "I thought to myself, how did my daughter suddenly become so love-obsessed? Such a precious thing, you just give it away like that?" But seeing that old Fu was really going to take action, she suddenly felt a little sorry for him. She quickly grabbed Fu Deshang and said, "Old Fu, calm down. Xianer is still young, we have to teach her slowly." However, Fu's mother still glared at Fu Xian, her eyes full of reproach. How could Fu Xian dare to tell the truth? She could only grit her teeth and bear it, but a hint of resentment flashed in her eyes. Thinking to myself, "Lin Tian, you just wait, I'll settle this score with you sooner or later." On the other side, Lin Tian stood unharmed amidst the aftershocks of the explosion. He had anticipated the power of the talisman, so as soon as he threw it, he immediately activated the grinding technique to completely neutralize the shockwave of the explosion. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He thought to himself, "Old hag, let's see how arrogant you are this time." However, after the dust and smoke completely dissipated, immediately, a shrill scream pierced the sky, "Lin Tian, you little beast, I'll kill you." Qin Macho's voice came from the center of the explosion, carrying endless resentment. This sound contained a terrifying sonic power that instantly shattered the surrounding void. Her clothes were torn, her hair disheveled, and she looked utterly wretched, yet she suffered only minor injuries. After all, she was a powerful being at the Taoist realm of natural law. Even though the 100,000 talismans were strong, they could not fundamentally harm her. Otherwise, wouldn't all her years of cultivation, which involved surviving countless near-death experiences, be wasted? However, the sonic power carried by that shriek caused most of the students below the Grandmaster level at Nanjing University to cough up blood. Even Hong Tian's domain could not be completely protected. Hong Tian's heart sank. He knew something was wrong. He sensed Qin Macho's overwhelming killing intent and the violent fluctuations of spiritual energy that erupted from her. He wanted to protect Lin Tian, but it was too late. However, Lin Tian was prepared and immediately activated the grinding technique to its maximum to resist the sonic impact. At the same time, they remained on guard, ready to use their trump card at any moment. However, at this moment, the spirit stones in his ring were being consumed at an alarming rate. In just 1 second, 10,000 yuan was burned, and Lin Tian gasped in pain, thinking to himself, "This old hag really knows how to bankrupt people."
After the sound waves subsided, Qin Macho's figure suddenly appeared before Lin Tian.
She was completely black, barely clothed, and looked like a madwoman. With a single palm strike, spiritual energy, as powerful as a mountain, crashed down upon Lin Tian.
The void power of the grinding technique trembled violently, and Lin Tian was blasted more than 10 meters away, spitting out blood in mid-air before crashing heavily to the ground. Qin Macho was also not unwell, as she was sent flying backward by a strange recoil force. She released her energy in time, thus avoiding serious injury, but her face was filled with horror as she stared at Lin Tian on the ground, muttering, What kind of technique is this?
No, this isn't a fluctuation of spiritual energy, it's a magic weapon?
She thought her palm strike would turn Lin Tian into mincemeat, but to her surprise, he only coughed up blood and didn't die.
Her all-out attack was actually blocked?
Qin Macho stood there, stunned, forgetting to give chase. Hong Tian reacted quickly, flashing in front of Lin Tian to shield him. He turned to look at him, utterly shocked.
This kid, he's actually still alive?
A storm raged in his heart.
Lin Tian, a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, was actually able to withstand an attack from a Taoist natural realm cultivator?
Lin Tian struggled to his feet, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, examined the ring, and was immediately overcome with despair.
500,000 spirit stones were completely used up in a single attack.
Looking at his mind again, his emotional value plummeted from nearly 1,000 to 150, completely wiped out by Qin Macho's palm strike. His heart ached so much he cried out in pain, cursing under his breath, "You old hag, you owe me my spirit stones." Qin Macho came to her senses and attacked again, but Hong Tian had already blocked her way. After exchanging several blows, Qin Macho was unable to break through Hong Tian's defenses and could only stand still, cursing loudly, "Old ghost Hong, you'll regret protecting this little beast sooner or later." She was so angry that she was fuming, but there was nothing she could do. Just then, a clear, bell-like voice came from the sky.
That's the end of the matter at Nanjing University today. Elder Qin, young Master Long, you should leave immediately. The voice was pleasant to the ear, yet carried an undeniable air of authority.
More than a dozen figures drifted in from the distant sky, their spiritual energy fluctuations astonishing.
Hong Tian, Qin Macho, and Long Cheng Tian were all shocked and exclaimed, "It's her?"
The people of Nanzhong looked up and saw the woman in the lead wearing a white dress, with an ethereal temperament, like a fairy.
Yao Pang squeezed through the crowd and shouted excitedly, "Sis! Come quick, save Papishan. This guy's acting up again, we can't stop him."
The newcomer was none other than Yao Pang's older sister, Yao Meier, the most beautiful woman in Nanchang, and the captain of the first column of the third cultivation group of the Eastern Cultivation Alliance. Chapter 97: The Terrifying Little Sister.
On the playground.
The scorching smell of the exploding talisman still lingered in the air. In the crowd, the chubby girl, who had been huddled up like a quail, straightened up immediately upon seeing her older sister, the youngest sister, appear. She arrogantly rushed to her side, pointed at Qin Macho and Long Cheng Tian, and began to berate them.
"You two old hags and pretty boys, how dare you cause trouble at Nanjing University? Do you even know who my sister is?
She's the captain of the first column of the third cultivation group of the Eastern Cultivation Alliance.
If you know what's good for you, get out of here."
Yao Pang is usually cautious, but as Lin Tian's accomplice, he had long wanted to stand up for his brother. Unfortunately, Qin Macho and Long Cheng Tian were of too high a level, so he could only watch helplessly.
Now it's all good.
His powerful backer, his older sister, arrived, which immediately gave him a lot of confidence. Moreover, the thought of her sister's illustrious achievements in the Cultivator Alliance was also a source of great concern.
Suddenly I felt like I could do it again. However,
Long Cheng Tian and Qin Macho completely ignored him.
However, while ignoring the chubby girl was one thing, they dared not ignore the dashing young lady in her white dress. On the other side,
Lin Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glanced at Yao Meier, and a look of doubt flashed in his eyes.
She murmured, "Why is she back?"
His heart sank as he suddenly remembered that Hong Tian had mentioned someone was coming to take over the resources of the Heavenly Furnace secret realm.
Could it be her?
Lin Tian cursed inwardly, "Damn it, this woman is hard to fool." From childhood, Lin Tian and Yao Pang had never won against Yao Meier, no matter if they used schemes, tricks, or fought head-on.
Lin Tian felt as if he was naturally restrained by this woman. As for Long Cheng Tian and Qin Macho, they naturally recognized Yao Meier.
This rising star of the Eastern Cultivator Alliance has recently become quite famous.
At this moment,
Long Cheng Tian narrowed his eyes, coldly looking at Yao Meier, and sneered without saying a word.
Although this woman is strong, in Long Qingtian's eyes, she has no say in the affairs of Tianyuan Pavilion. However, Qin Macho was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Thinking of how Yi Qingqiu, whom Miaodan Pavilion had nurtured for many years, was taken by Lin Tian, a foundation establishment cultivator, and whose alluring body was ruined, how could she give up so easily? Adding to the bombardment of 100,000 talismans that Lin Tian had just brought her, she became angrier the more she thought about it. Unable to hold back any longer, Qin Macho stepped forward and said sarcastically, "Captain Yao, what a show of power." However, it seems the Cultivator Alliance has no right to interfere in the internal affairs of my Myriad Pill Pavilion, does it? Could it be that someone is using public office for private gain? The young woman, dressed in a flowing white dress, possessed an ethereal beauty. Upon hearing this, her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. She waved her hand and stood proudly in place. She responded calmly, "Elder Qin, I cannot interfere in the affairs of Miaodan Pavilion, but Nanjing University is my alma mater. It would be inappropriate to make such a big fuss about today's events." Her tone was calm, yet it carried an invisible pressure. "Joining the fray, little sister, is your Cultivator Alliance really going to stand up for a foundation establishment kid? The soul incense in Lin Tian's hands is something my Tianyuan Pavilion is determined to get." A glint of greed flashed in Long Qingtian's eyes. Now he didn't even bother to pretend anymore and started to put pressure on them directly. He felt that if he missed the opportunity today, it would be even more difficult in the future. "Yeah?" The young lady's gaze turned cold. "Young Master Long, the matter of the soul incense concerns all cultivators in our entire eastern cultivation city, and naturally the Alliance will decide its course of action. If your Tianyuan Pavilion intends to forcibly seize it, could it be that we are going to make an enemy of the entire East?" As soon as the little sister finished speaking, behind her stood a dozen or so figures with powerful spiritual energy fluctuations, clearly indicating they were no ordinary people. "Just kidding, these people are all cultivators who survived countless battles with the void beasts. The people that Yamei brought today, if you pick any one of them, they could easily defeat an enemy even if they were one level higher than you, let alone 2 levels higher. In particular, the ruthlessness and killing intent of these people are incomparable to those of ordinary cultivators who have never experienced brutal battles with strange beasts. Therefore, even though there are only a dozen or so people now, their aura is enough to rival that of 100 Dao Spirit Realm cultivators." Qin Macho and Long Qingtian exchanged a glance, both feeling aggrieved. They dared not directly confront the power of the Cultivator Alliance. Qin Macho gritted her teeth and said, "Fine, I'll give the Cultivator Alliance some face today." She glared at Lin Tian, her resentment still lingering in her eyes. Long Qingtian said no more. He waved his hand and led the man in black robes away dejectedly. Qin Macho snorted coldly and turned to leave. The people of Nanjong breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the two major forces retreat. However, the senior officials of Nanjing University all looked worried. "Now, we've offended Tianyuan Pavilion, Miaodan Pavilion, and the Pill Alliance. The supply of elixirs to Nanjing University may be cut off in the future, making things even more difficult." Lin Tian didn't care about any of that. He looked anxiously at Yi Qingqiu and Tang Yan's arms, and when he saw that her breath was weak, his heart ached. He quickly stepped forward and whispered, "Teacher Tang, I'll take her to the small clinic." Tang Yan nodded, her eyes filled with complex emotions, but she still reminded him with concern, "Lin Tian, don't leave the area controlled by Nanjing University recently. Now, Tianyuan Pavilion and Miaodan Pavilion will not let this go." She paused and said in a low voice, "Also, be very careful about the soul incense. As for the secret of the soul incense, you probably know more about it than we do. It is the lifeline for all cultivators on Blue Star to break through. Moreover, Long Qingtian's public statement just now was likely driven by ulterior motives. He probably wanted you to become easy prey for all the cultivators on Blue Star." "You?" Tang Yan was about to say something when Hong Tian, who had just walked over, interrupted her. "You brat, as long as you're at Nanjing University, my domain will protect you." Hong Tian patted Lin Tian on the shoulder and said domineeringly, "Should I find a place on campus to treat Yi girl's injuries? I can also try to unseal her cultivation." But as he spoke, Hong Tian frowned again, as if he had thought of something. He glanced at Yi Qingqiu before adding, "However, I'm not entirely confident either. Qin Macho's sealing technique is not simple." Lin Tian shook his head, "No need, Principal Hong, I have a way." A hint of confidence flashed in his eyes. Hong Tian raised an eyebrow, but didn't object. This kid can even suppress hidden ailments of the heavenly Tao. He might really have some extraordinary tricks up his sleeve. He recalled Jean Bu's report about Lin Tian's massage therapy. Perhaps. I'll have to find this kid and give him a try another day.
But, I just feel a little uncomfortable seeing a man giving another man a massage.
Hong Tian's mind was filled with all sorts of wild thoughts. Lin Tian, standing to the side, remains silent. Don't listen to what Hong Tian says. Last time, he was captured by the man in black robes and taken to the wilderness. Why was Hong Tian's domain not there? However, he didn't say it aloud. Perhaps the other person was busy with something? Lin Tian then nodded to Yao Meier.
Since the two were already familiar with each other, they didn't need to communicate much. To put it bluntly, even the youngest sister probably counted how many hairs Lin Tian had on his body.
And the youngest girl has a few hairs on her body. Lin Tian didn't have the guts to count. Lin Tian, I'll be in Nanchang for 3 days. After I finish what you need to do, I'll contact you when the time is right, Yao Mei said calmly, then turned to talk to Hong Tian about other things. Just as he turned around, Lin Tian keenly caught a glimpse of a strange, faint smile on the woman's lips. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat, wondering if this woman was planning something treacherous to scheme against him again. Lin Tian became increasingly terrified as he thought about it. He hurriedly picked up Yi Qingqiu and quickly left the playground. Chapter 98 Fu Xian's Choice.
At this moment, Fatty caught up and chuckled, "Little Emperor, you're awesome." 10,000 talismans smashed that old hag so badly she was crawling on the ground looking for her teeth. Lin Tian said irritably, "Stop joking around. Keep an eye on things for me, don't let your sister cause me any trouble." He pointed at his younger sister, feeling vaguely uneasy.
I can't stop her. Last time she put a snake in my pants in the middle of the night, I still have nightmares every night. Lin Tian. Back at the small clinic. Lin Tian gently placed Yi Qingqiu on the massage bed.
Fortunately, I had fed her a Dao pill with 9 Dao patterns beforehand, and her injuries have stabilized by more than half. He dared not delay and immediately drew spiritual power from the ring, while simultaneously using the press and knead technique to repair her remaining internal and external injuries. Lin Tian began to move his hands over Yi Qingqiu's injured areas. In an instant, spiritual energy, like silk threads, slowly seeped into Yi Qingqiu's body, beginning to repair her broken meridians and flesh.
1 incense stick later. Lin Tian exhaled a breath of stale air. Finally, it's okay.
However, seeing that Yi Qingqiu was still not awake, Lin Tian gritted his teeth and continued, starting to circulate the word pinching technique in an attempt to break Qin Macho's cultivation seal.
It really is difficult.
This was the first time Lin Tian had lifted the ban on someone. Fortunately, the characteristics of his pinching technique allow him to mend any broken or damaged objects. Through the reverse effect of kneading, he carefully guided the spiritual power, beginning to destroy, inch by inch, the sealing power that was blocking Yi Qingqiu's soul and meridians. Before long, Lin Tian's forehead began to bead with sweat.
Fortunately,
I helped Yi Qingqiu destroy the heavenly Dao chains before, otherwise, let alone wait until now, she would probably have already suffered a heavenly Dao ailment and exploded to death when her cultivation was sealed at the beginning.
That's right. Why didn't that old hag think of this? That shouldn't be the case.
However, Lin Tian did not delve into the matter and continued to remove the seal on Yi Qingqiu's cultivation.
Until late at night. He was finally able to completely lift the ban.
Lin Tian, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the edge of the bed and fell into a deep sleep, his clothes still dirty.
The next morning, sunlight streamed into the small clinic through its windows. Yi Qingqiu slowly woke up.
As soon as she woke up, she checked herself and found that her injuries had been completely healed and her cultivation had been restored to its original state. Shocked, she looked at Lin Tian, who was lying by the bedside, and tears welled up in her eyes. Thinking back to yesterday, Lin Tian was willing to fight against the Taoist natural realm for her sake. Yi Qingqiu was deeply moved, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably.
A long time.
She quietly got up, went into the inner room of the clinic to wash up, and changed into clean clothes. When she came out, she saw that Lin Tian was still unconscious, and she felt sorry for him and wanted to help him to bed. But as soon as she reached out, Lin Tian suddenly opened his eyes, startling her.
Lin Tian rubbed his eyes and grinned. Qingqiu, you're awake? Are you all right?
Yi Qingqiu's eyes reddened, and she threw herself into his arms, whispering, Lin Tian, thank you. Her voice trembled with deep gratitude.
Lin Tian patted her back lightly and laughed. Silly big ball, why are you thanking me? You're my woman, if I don't protect you, who will?
Lin Tian's gentle tone warmed Yi Qingqiu's heart and made her blush slightly. But yesterday, you risked your life for me. A hint of worry flashed in her eyes.
Tianyuan Pavilion and Miaodan Pavilion will not let this go easily. You'd better be careful in the future. Lin Tian curled his lip. What's there to be afraid of? Old Hong is here to handle it. Besides, even if they dare to come, your man has a backup plan. However, while Lin Tian pretended to be relaxed, he was secretly on guard. He's not a reckless fool. Yesterday, on the surface, he spoke with great confidence and magnanimity. That's because he's made up his mind that Lao Hong definitely won't ignore his plans. If this were anywhere else, Lin Tian would naturally think twice. However, that anger really did reach the very top of my head. Meanwhile, the controversy surrounding the Nanjing University sports field has subsided. The campus has returned to its usual tranquility. However, it's not hard to see from the faces of some students that beneath their smiling expressions lies a hint of worry. It felt like a storm was brewing. Tang Yan and Mu Shui were strolling along a tree-lined path, but both of them had complicated expressions on their faces. For a moment, no one spoke. After a while, Tang Yan spoke first. This kid is such a troublemaker. Mu Shui lowered her head and remained silent, her eyes slightly red. Lin Tian's resolute decision pierced her heart. He was willing to risk his life for Yi Qingqiu, but what about me? She bit her lip, turned and left, her back view carrying a hint of loneliness. However, Mu Shui felt very complicated at the moment, and she didn't know why she felt this way. Ever since that day on the ring, when she fooled around with Lin Tian, she felt as if Lin Tian's mark had been branded deep in her soul. From then on, he dreamed of Lin Tian every night. Even in ordinary times, I unconsciously think of the other person. Sometimes, not seeing Lin Tian even made her feel like she was being scratched by a cat. It's so uncomfortable. Seeing that Mu Shui remained silent, Tang Yan was momentarily at a loss for words. She cursed inwardly, it's all that brat Lin Tian's fault. Just wait until you get to the special training camp, I'll teach him a lesson. However, what they didn't know was that Hong Tian's domain was constantly covering them. They even observed every word and action of the two people. In a grove of purple bamboo on the back hill of Nanjing University, Hong Tian held a scroll of bamboo slips in his hand, but had no interest in reading it. He sighed softly, alas. Lin Tianfu, what am I supposed to say to you? You old scoundrel, what kind of mess have you made? Now my niece is completely bewitched by that Lin Tian kid. You old bastard. And in the villa where the guests reside, Fu Xian and her family of 3 gathered in the living room, looking at each other. It was as if they were waiting to make a decision. Finally, Fu Deshang spoke first. Xianer, you decide for yourself. As your father, it's not appropriate for me to make the decision for you. After all, this concerns your lifelong happiness. However, there's a condition I must remind you. According to my observation, that little bastard Lin Tian is no good person at all. Look at what happened yesterday. Because of that guy surnamed Yi, he actually smashed all your dowry. You need to think this through carefully, there's no going back now. Another silence followed. Seeing that Fu Xian had her head down, Fu's mother finally offered a word of advice. Why don't you come back to Fu City with us? After all, your body is damaged now, so Longsheng Tian won't covet you anymore. No, I want to follow Lin Tian. Mom, don't worry. With my brains, do you think I'll be bullied by him? He wouldn't dare. If he did, I'd scratch him to death. Fu Xian said fiercely, her hands forming claws. Fu Deshang and his wife exchanged a glance, knowing that further persuasion was useless. In the end, they only gave a few words of advice before leaving Nanjing University and returning to Fucheng. Chapter 99 Shifting Winds. Time flies. 7 days have passed in a row. Lin Tian never left the small clinic at number 11 South Street. The original auction plan was put on hold due to Yi Qingqiu's sudden change of heart. He did not attend the special training camp at Nanjing University. As for the youngest sister, she did visit the small clinic a few days ago. But Lin Tian did not appear. He simply handed a ring to Yi Qingqiu, who then passed it on to the other party. Fortunately, the Cultivator Alliance did not shortchange Lin Tian on spirit stones. The payment will still be made according to the amount originally agreed upon with Hong Tian. The spirit stones from Lingbao Polytechnic were also handed over to Tang Yan yesterday. However, Tang Yan was so angry that she didn't send it to Lin Tian at all. During those 7 days, Mu Shui did come to the small clinic to look for Lin Tian once, but was stopped by Yi Qingqiu. It's safe to say that Lin Tian didn't see anyone during those 7 days. Because he is in seclusion.
Logically speaking, Lin Tian, who was only at the early stage of foundation establishment, shouldn't need to go into seclusion for so long. Even Yi Qingqiu and Xiao Taohong, who were guarding the door, were slightly curious. Xiao Taohong was swatted away by Qin Macho, but she was not seriously injured.
He was only injured. But thanks to Yi Qingqiu's treatment, he has recovered so well. It is worth mentioning that Fu Xian was furious for the past 7 days.
So at this moment, she simply squatted down at the entrance of the small clinic, refusing to leave no matter how much she was beaten or persuaded. Little Peach Blossom said helplessly, "Princess Fu, it's no use you guarding him every day. My young master is in seclusion for at least 10 days.
You should. I'm not leaving.
I'll stay here as long as he doesn't come out."
Fu Xian also became stubborn.
In truth, she never wanted to be a doorman here.
Unfortunately, she has nowhere to go now.
He had made a solemn promise before, patting his chest and guaranteeing it.
Now let her go back to Fucheng. How could she possibly have the face to do that? At this moment,
Yi Qingqiu walked out and glanced at Fu Xian, who was sitting on the ground with her puffed up cheeks. She could naturally tell that this little girl definitely belonged to Lin Tian.
Otherwise, they wouldn't be so persistent. She sighed. "Hey, little girl. Come on in. Although the clinic's living room isn't big, one more person won't make a difference. You can stay here for the next few days. It's not good to be guarding the door every day." "Really? You're really going to let me in?" Fu Xian immediately perked up. She knew that Lin Tian would risk his life for this woman. It goes without saying. What was this woman's status in Lin Tian's heart? "Come in."
Yi Qingqiu nodded slightly and turned to walk inside. Fu Xian jumped up from the ground, patted her little bottom, and followed them inside. Xiao Taohong rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, "This little girl is even younger than me. I don't know why my young master has taken a liking to her." However, while he thought this to himself, he didn't say much on the surface. After all, in Xiao Taohong's own perception, she only placed herself in the position of a maidservant in ancient times. As for Lin Tian's decision, she naturally only agreed and obeyed, and had no objection whatsoever. "Close the door behind you." 3 more days have passed. Lin Tian still did not appear. However, quite a few major events have occurred in the outside world during these 3 days. The first thing. The Eastern Alliance distributed all the resources from the Heavenly Furnace secret realm that it obtained from Lin Tian to all the resistance cultivators on the front lines. However, the number of soldiers in the army can easily reach hundreds of thousands or even millions. What they got from Lin Tian was just a drop in the ocean. However, I wonder if he was the highest commander of the Cultivator Alliance, or if he was just confused. Surprisingly, they launched a counterattack against the Void Beasts the very next day. It's just the beginning. Apparently, the progress is quite good. In just 1 day, they drove the beast tide back from their defenses of nearly 1,000 miles across the eastern grasslands. But before the Eastern Cultivation Alliance could even hold a celebration banquet, the Void Beast opposite seemed to have been provoked by something. They launched a counterattack that very night. They broke through the first line of defense of the entire Eastern Cultivator Alliance. Furthermore, they have begun to advance along the second blockade line. It was clear that they intended to press on with their momentum and directly attack all the cultivation cities in the entire East. This sudden change also led to instability throughout the East. This triggered a series of upheavals. Among them, Fucheng stands out the most. Just as all the cultivators in the East were turning their attention to the Alliance, wondering if they could successfully stop the beast counterattack, Tianyuan Pavilion has made its move. It is said that 5 of the top 10 cultivators from the Tianyuan Pavilion at the time were dispatched. Moreover, under their leadership, a group of experts from the Tianyuan Pavilion, numbering in the tens of thousands, launched a surprise attack on Fu City. In an instant, all the talisman masters in the entire city of Talisman City were thrown into panic. Many people even fled Fu City with their families. That is indeed the case. On the second day, the entire city of Fu was reduced to scorched earth. Millions have died or been injured. Fu Deshang has disappeared. Those ordinary talismans who originally lived in Fu City are either dead or have fled. As for those top-tier talisman masters, they all fled far away. When this news spread throughout the East, everyone was shocked. Unexpectedly, A once renowned cultivation city was so easily defeated when half of the powerful figures from the Tianyuan pavilion were mobilized. That's why. For a time, everyone in all the major cultivation cities felt threatened. They flocked to the Cultivator Alliance to accuse Tianyuan Pavilion of its tyranny and domineering behavior. However, to everyone's surprise, the Cultivator Alliance actually stood up and openly defended Tianyuan Pavilion. They said that Fu City had only itself to blame and deserved to be destroyed. This left the other cultivation cities completely bewildered. When someone uncovered the root cause of Fu City's destruction, opinions were divided for a time. Some say that Fu Chang was indeed in the wrong. Since the young master of Tianyuan Pavilion has taken a liking to the little princess, that is her good fortune. Fu Xian should have been offered to young Master Long. Even if she didn't want to, she shouldn't have given her body to a trash foundation establishment stage student from Nanchang. Isn't this an insult to young Master Long? However, some people disagree with this statement. They say Tianyuan Pavilion's behavior is domineering. Why should they agree just because you like it? Could it be that your Tianyuan Pavilion is the emperor of this blue planet? However, many of the cultivation cities that oppose Tianyuan Pavilion are small and insignificant. And shortly after they made these remarks, they were then attacked by unknown people. This led to the city becoming deserted. Meanwhile, in the southern part of the city, the three-city competition is also in full swing. The competition held by the three cities of Nanchang, Tangcheng, and Zhangchang will determine the outcome of this grand tournament that unites the three cities. The victory was secured by the city that was the only one to win among the three. The other two cities were merged. After the three cities merge, they will form a major cultivation city. However, what's puzzling is that even though Tianyuan Pavilion, Dan Alliance, Miaodan Pavilion, and many other forces hate Nanda University in Nanchang so much, however, no force ever came to cause trouble in the southern city. Nanjing University, which was originally uneasy, heard that Fu City had been destroyed. Their hearts were in their throats. Until Hung Tin said that everyone didn't need to worry. They dare not come to the south of the city. This allowed these people to breathe a sigh of relief. And that is indeed the case. During this period, no forces indeed came knocking on our door. Even the branches of the Pill Alliance and the Myriad Pill Pavilion in the South City were very law-abiding. No force dared to cross Nanjing University. This day, the sun was shining brightly. The sun is rising. Fu Xian sat on the massage bed in the small clinic, her eyes red and her hands supporting her chin, lost in thought. She received a message from Fu Deshang, telling her to stay in Nanchang without worrying about her parents. At this moment, Fu Xian heard the creak of a door opening behind her. Little witch, what are you doing here? Lin Tian, exuding an otherworldly aura, stepped out of the room. Chapter 100 Peak of the Tao Spirit Realm. Inside the small clinic, spiritual energy lingered, and faint fluctuations of spiritual power emanating from the seclusion period still remained in the air. Lin Tian pushed open the door and stepped out. His aura was steady, his eyes were bright, and he seemed to have been reborn. He secluded himself for more than 10 days and leaped from the Foundation Establishment realm to the peak of the Tao Spirit realm. His spiritual power surged like a river, carrying a faint sense of pressure. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Fu Xian sitting lazily on the massage bed, swinging her short legs and humming an unknown tune. Lin Tian frowned and called out, Fu Xian, what are you doing here? What kind of trick are you up to now? Fu Xian was taken aback, then turned her head sharply and saw Lin Tian. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She then jumped off the bed and said with a grin, Oh, young Master Lin, you finished your seclusion? Why do you seem to have a different aura? She leaned closer, looking him up and down, a sly glint in her eyes. Yi Qingqiu and Xiao Taohong came out from outside upon hearing the noise. Yi Qingqiu, dressed in a red gauze dress, had fully recovered her complexion and her eyes held a gentle light. When she saw Lin Tian, she was slightly taken aback, and then exclaimed in astonishment, Lin Tian, your cultivation level is at the peak of the Tao Spirit realm? Her voice trembled with disbelief. To go from Foundation Establishment to the peak of Tao Spirit realm in just over 10 days, such speed is simply astonishing. Little Peach Blossom's eyes widened, and she covered her mouth in surprise, exclaiming, Heavens! Young Master, what kind of magic pill did you take? Your progress is so fast. Her eyes were full of admiration, and she wished she could rush up to her and ask her what was going on. Fu Xian pouted and snorted, humph, that stinky Lin Tian, he must have secretly used some kind of treasure again.
Tell me, did you steal my spirit stones too?
She stood with her hands on her hips, putting on a fierce look, but her eyes held a hint of mockery. Lin Tian smiled wryly and waved his hand, stop arguing, it's not as mysterious as you guys are making it out to be. He sighed inwardly, knowing only how great the price of this breakthrough was. The spirit stones in his storage ring were almost exhausted. He had intended to use the spirit stones to continue his breakthrough, but he found that the bottleneck in his cultivation level was like an iron wall, preventing him from making any further progress. He rubbed his temples, thinking to himself, this peak of the spirit realm is probably coming to an end soon. The three women surrounded him, chattering and praising him. Yi Qingqiu's eyes softened with tenderness as she whispered, Lin Tian, you always surprise us.
Fu Xian rolled her eyes, come on, don't get too cocky. This princess is watching you. Little Peach Blossom smiled like a devoted fan, young master, you're so powerful now, can you defeat that old hag?
Lin Tian shook his head helplessly, his gaze sweeping over the three women, a warmth spreading through his heart. These three women all had close relationships with him. Fu Xian was quirky and clever, Yi Qingqiu was gentle and affectionate, and Xiao Taohuang was innocent and lively. Each had her own unique charm.
He coughed and changed the subject. All right, stop flattering me. I heard the 3 cities games are about to start? Fu Xian's eyes lit up, and she eagerly said, that's right.
The 3 cities of Tangchang, Jiangchang, and Nanchang will compete to determine the first place.
The 2 losing cities will be merged to form a large cultivation city.
Her tone was excited, as if she couldn't wait to see the excitement.
Yi Qingqiu frowned and added, Nanchang is under a lot of pressure. In the last competition, Nanchang University lost to Tangchang University. This time, Nanchang University is preparing with all its might.
She looked at Lin Tian, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. Lin Tian, you have to be careful, Tangchang and Jiangchang are not to be trifled with.
Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, merge them into a major cultivation city?
Then the status of the South City will be in jeopardy. He stroked his chin and said in a deep voice, let's go take a look at Nanjing University.
He had a vague premonition that this competition might not be so simple.
The atmosphere on the Nanjing University campus was tense, with students running back and forth on the playground and the sounds of training echoing everywhere.
Lin Tian walked into the teaching office, where Tang Yan was organizing the competition list. She looked up and saw him, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Lin Tian? You've come out of seclusion?
She stood up, looked him up and down, noticed the change in his aura, and frowned, saying, are you at the peak of the Tao spirit realm?
Lin Tian grinned, Teacher Tang, you have good taste.
His tone was relaxed, but he couldn't hide a trace of fatigue. Tang Yan frowned, her eyes filled with complex emotions. You kid, your progress is frighteningly fast. However, it's just right for you to come out of seclusion now. The 3 cities tournament needs combat power like yours.
Lin Tian was taken aback, you're letting me go on stage so soon? A thought flickered in his mind as he considered the matter of the soul incense, wondering, could Tangchang and Jiangchang also be after the soul incense? Tang Yan sighed and said in a low voice, Nanjing University lost too badly last time, we can't afford to lose again this time. If you can represent Nanjing University, our chances of winning will be much better.
She paused, her gaze serious. However, Lin Tian, you must be careful about the soul incense.
The experts in Tang City and Zhan City have probably heard about it too.
Lin Tian's heart sank, and he nodded, saying, understood, I will be careful. He agreed verbally, but cursed inwardly, the damn soul incense is such a troublemaker.
I should have never taken it. Outside the teaching affairs office, Hong Tian's figure appeared at the door. As soon as he entered, he sensed Lin Tian's presence and his eyes flashed with shock. You brat, peak Tao spirit realm? I'm even jealous of your breakthrough speed. He laughed and patted Lin Tian on the shoulder, perfect timing. The 3 cities tournament is going to be fought by you.
Nanjing University has to prove itself this time.
Lin Tian smiled wryly, Principal Hong, I just came out of seclusion, and you're already assigning me work?
He felt a surge of excitement. His peak Tao spirit realm strength would be a perfect opportunity to test his skills in the competition.
He asked, how exactly will this competition be conducted?
Hong Tian stroked his beard and said in a deep voice, each of the 3 cities will send 10 top disciples to participate in individual battles and team battles. Individual battles test skill and combatability, while team battles test teamwork and strategy. The experts in Tangchang and Jiangchang are not weak, especially Tang Feng from Tangchang, who is said to be at the Tao spirit realm. His gaze sharpened.
Lin Tian, you'd better give it your all. Lin Tian nodded, thinking to himself, half-step Tao Emperor realm? Interesting.
The image of Qin Macho flashed through his mind, and he thought to himself, I haven't settled the score with that old hag's palm strike yet. This competition is a good opportunity to practice my skills. Tang Yen chimed in from the side, Lin Tian, the competition will be dangerous, so don't be as reckless as you were last time. Her tone was somewhat reproachful, but a hint of worry flashed in her eyes. Thinking of how Lin Tian was willing to fight Qin Macho for Yi Qingqiu, she felt a pang of sadness and thought to herself, this kid always makes me worry. Lin Tian chuckled, Teacher Tang, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. He said this, but in his heart he was planning how to protect the soul incense in the competition and at the same time make Nanjing University famous. He glanced at Tang Yen, noticed the complex emotions in her eyes, felt a slight stirring in his heart, but didn't think much of it. Outside the teaching office, Mu Shui stood at a distance, her gaze fixed on Lin Tian, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. She heard that Lin Tian had come out of seclusion, so she made a special trip, only to find him chatting and laughing with Tang Yen, which made her heart ache.
After communicating with the people at Nanjing University,
Lin Tian returned to the small clinic. Inside the small clinic, Yi Qingqiu changed her clothes, sat on the massage bed, and looked at Lin Tian with tender eyes. She whispered, Lin Tian, it will be more dangerous than usual, you must be careful. Lin Tian held her hand and smiled, don't worry, with me here, Nanjing University won't lose. His tone was firm, but a hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes.